Chapter 1. The Figure on a Rainy Night. Amidst the pitch-black night sky, delicate raindrops began to descend unexpectedly. In a residential apartment in Brooklyn, New York, dim lights illuminated the incessant rainfall, while the cold glass windows were fogged by the warm breath of a young man. This young man, of Chinese descent, gazed out through the window. The view was scarce, yet felt as though he could see far beyond. The wind was gentle, transforming into the soft patter of rain, which in turn morphed into denser ripples on the river and thicker mud on the road. In this moment, nothing in the universe could disturb the liberating sounds of wind and rain. With warm fingers, he wiped the fog from the window, revealing countless crystalline raindrops on the exterior. Fresh fog quickly enveloped the glass again, but he continued to trace patterns until he finally inscribed the name he longed for. "You miss home again," a deep voice suddenly resonated, akin to the rumbling of an old radio, low and gravelly. "After so many years away, how could I not?" The young man replied softly, lowering his fingers as he stared at the two familiar, yet foreign Chinese characters. He was Lonnie Scarborough, an American of Chinese heritage, a student at New York University. At 21, he was an orphan. With the support of an orphanage, he successfully gained admission to the prestigious institution, now a junior in the astrophysics department, undoubtedly a top student. How an orphan managed to purchase an apartment in Brooklyn remained a mystery. Beyond this identity, Lonnie was also a denizen of another Earth. An unexpected incident had transported him to this unfamiliar parallel universe. Another twist of fate had united him with an equally displaced being residing within him. Together, these two visitors from different worlds had supported each other to this day. "I actually quite like it here," the deep voice echoed again. "I prefer not to discuss this topic," Lonnie replied, shaking his head. This companion, having faced a life of hardship and oppression in its own world, now thrived in this universe, a novel experience it had never encountered before. Lonnie, however, was different. On Earth, he had family and friends, a wealth of memories from over 20 years. Having lived in this universe for 21 years, those memories grew ever clearer and more precious with the passage of time. "Let's go out for some fresh air," Lonnie suggested, stretching his body. "As you wish." A dark, leathery form emerged abruptly, enveloping Lonnie like a flowing shadow. In mere moments, a fearsome creature towering 2 meters appeared in the room. Its body was entirely black, muscles bulging violently. White crescent-shaped eyes dominated its dark face, while a row of monstrous teeth displayed a long, menacing tongue. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying monster capable of silencing a child's cries. This was the very being that had supported Lonnie through their shared journey. Venom. In the hazy rain, a shadow darted swiftly between the rooftops. The night in New York was ablaze with lights, resembling a city that never sleeps upon the American continent. The massive figure charged through the rain, each leap spanning dozens of meters. The rain-soaked glass was exceedingly slick, yet it did little to hinder Venom's movements. Finally, Venom halted beside the pendulum of a church. The black liquid receded like a tide, revealing Lonnie's form. "It appears you remembered what I said last time," Lonnie remarked with a smile. "Get lost." Venom's furious voice echoed in his mind. Last time, it had also been a rainy day at the church. Venom had climbed atop the lightning rod, surveying the world below, only to be struck by lightning. The force of the strike nearly killed both Lonnie and Venom. Fortunately, their quick reflexes saved them, or they would have met their end. Thus, Venom dared not approach the lightning rod again. Flowing black liquid surged from Lonnie's back, encircling him like a watery halo. The liquid coalesced at the ends, forming a miniature version of Venom's head. Venom suddenly opened its fearsome maw wide, baring its teeth at Lonnie, as if about to devour him whole. A normal person would surely be gripped by terror at such a sight. Yet Lonnie merely disregarded Venom's antics, stepping to the edge to gaze dreamily at the rain-soaked city. Seeing Lonnie's indifference, Venom, feeling rather foolish, retracted its seductive tongue and began to explore the church with its flowing black form. No one knew that within this seemingly ordinary church lurked a monster and a peculiar companion. Lonnie gazed into the distance, his eyes unfocused, yet his thoughts wandered to a faraway place. In a general sense, home represents a way of life. In a profound sense, it embodies longing. Only those who journey far can truly yearn for home, Thus only they possess a home in the deeper, more meaningful sense. After circling back, Venom returned, its crescent-shaped white pupils glancing at the melancholic Lonnie, its mouth twitching. Every time it rains, you miss home. What a quirk. The left eye suddenly widened. Venom seemed to sense something as it swayed and flowed beneath the church. Lonnie, nearly oblivious to Venom's fidgety tendencies, remained ensconced in his own world. A moment of melancholy passed, then a gentle nudge on his shoulder jolted him back to reality. Turning in confusion, he was met with an alarming sight. Roar! Venom's gaping maw threatened to engulf Lonnie's entire head. The sharp, giant teeth glinted ominously in the moonlight, while its long tongue nearly brushed his face, viscous saliva dripping down. Any normal person would surely faint at such a horrifying spectacle. Lonnie calmly regarded Venom's gaping mouth and quipped, "You really ought to brush your teeth, Venom." The mouth snapped shut. "Huh, I did brush my teeth," Venom replied, perplexed. "What's up?" Lonnie doubted that Venom had interrupted him merely to frighten him. Having been with Venom for over a decade, Lonnie had grown accustomed to the myriad ways it sought to intimidate him. After all these years, he had yet to be frightened to death. His courage had been forged through these encounters. Now, he recognized a rather disheartening truth. After being subjected to Venom's incessant scares, he had developed an unusually high tolerance for fear. Watching horror films now yielded no thrill. On the surface, he might appear startled, yet internally, he remained utterly calm. It was quite a dilemma. "I'm hungry." Chapter 2. A rainy night of carnage. "I am famished," Venom exclaimed with a wide grin. "Very well, let us return home. I happened to purchase a plethora of chocolate balls yesterday," Ronnie replied, nodding. "No, I desire a proper meal," Venom insisted, his voice rising. Ronnie raised an eyebrow at this. "A proper meal? At this late hour, where am I supposed to procure a proper meal for you?" Ronnie had previously established a set of rules with Venom. The symbiote required fresh flesh to replenish its energy, with human flesh being the most optimal. However, unless absolutely necessary, Ronnie forbade Venom from consuming humans and stipulated that even if it did, only the wicked could be targeted. Good and innocent people were off limits. When the two first merged, Venom had indulged in quite a number of humans to satiate its appetite and replenish energy. Ronnie designated the consumption of evildoers as proper meals while referring to Venom's beloved treats, such as chocolate balls, as snacks. Upon hearing Venom's desire for a proper meal, Ronnie immediately understood that the symbiote was growing restless. To the east, there's a group engaged in drug trafficking, armed with firearms. They're clearly no good. Venom formed a colossal black arrow pointing eastward with its liquid form. "That direction is Queens?" Ronnie crouched on the rooftop, peering through a gap to observe the scene within the factory. Venom had transformed into a large black umbrella, shielding Ronnie from the rain. The light drizzle abruptly intensified into a torrential downpour. Thunder rumbled ominously amidst the dark clouds, urging those still outside to hasten homeward. The host and the symbiote were one entity. If the host were too weak, their union would falter. Conversely, if the symbiote were too feeble, they would be equally ineffective. Thus, in such circumstances, Ronnie generally took matters into his own hands, with Venom providing support and protection. Despite his youth, Ronnie possessed remarkable combat prowess. Having engaged in fights since childhood, his battle skills remained formidable even without formal training. 18 individuals, each armed with a gun. "This won't be easy," Ronnie mused, glancing at a nearby piece of lumber that stood out against its surroundings. The numbers were rather daunting. "Hurry up, I'm starving." Venom's voice echoed in his mind. "What's the rush? Haste makes waste." "Be quiet for a moment," Ronnie whispered. "Faster." Ronnie shook his head. Venom's impatience resembled that of a child. He retrieved 2 handguns from his waist. Regrettably, the sniper rifle is at home, Ronnie thought helplessly. If only he had the rifle, the situation would be much easier. Inside the factory, "Where's the merchandise I requested?" A short black man adorned with a large gold chain inquired of a tall white man before him. The tall white man waved his hand, and a man behind him approached, carrying a safe, which he placed on the table between the two. Upon opening the safe, several test tubes were revealed. The short black man stepped forward to take a test tube. Inside the tube were small blue crystals. This is the latest high-purity heroin developed by our chef. Are you satisfied? The tall white man inquired with a smile. Of course. It's impossible for me to be dissatisfied with Mr. Cleary's goods, the black man replied with a slight chuckle, returning the test tube. He gestured, and two men in black brought forward 2 cases and placed them on the table. 2 full cases of $100 bills. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Cleary's eyes as he signaled his men to take the cash. The short black man mirrored the gesture. Tom, a pleasure doing business. A pleasure doing business. Cleary and Tom smiled as they shook hands. Pleasure doing business. A sudden voice interrupted, causing their handshake to freeze mid-motion. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Ugh! Cleary grunted, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead. Beside him, Tom too bore a bloody hole in his forehead. Not good. We're under attack. Bang! A man barely uttered half of his warning before a bullet snatched away his life. Bang! Bang! He's up there. Finally, after 2 more had fallen, someone noticed Ronnie's position. With his location exposed, 13 guns erupted in a hail of gunfire. Ronnie sprinted across the rooftop, dodging bullets that were deflected by the automatically emerging black liquid whenever they came too close. He dashed toward the piece of lumber, leaping up suddenly. His weight combined with the force of the impact shattered the wood, causing him to plummet swiftly. Bang! Bang! As he descended rapidly, he raised his twin guns, enhanced by Venom's amplified dynamic vision, and squeezed the triggers. 2 men collapsed in response. Immediately, an even denser barrage of gunfire ensued. The moment Ronnie hit the ground, he rolled to the side, taking cover behind a pile of scrap metal. The sound of bullets colliding with metal echoed around him. Glancing at the retreating black liquid for his abdomen, Ronnie saw 2 bullet casings fall beside him. The firepower is rather intense, Ronnie muttered in astonishment. This group was armed with AK-47s, while he only had 2 small handguns. How was he to contend with that? Yet, there was no trace of fear in Ronnie's eyes. Be careful, Venom's deep voice suddenly warned. The black liquid enveloped Ronnie, and just as Venom completed its attachment, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. The explosion's shockwave wreaked havoc. The drug dealers had thrown a grenade. Is he dead? One man stood up, gazing uncertainly at the inferno consuming Ronnie. Surely he is dead, another man said, lowering his weapon and rising. Then, he noticed the panic creeping into the eyes of his companions. Suddenly, he turned around. Amidst the flames, a towering, inhuman silhouette emerged clearly. Bang! The ground quaked slightly as the shadow stepped forth from the fire. A monster! A monster! The sight of Venom terrified the man, causing him to drop to the ground as he hurriedly pulled the trigger, dozens of AKs unleashing a torrent of yellow flames, their bullets striking Venom's formidable form. This group actually used a grenade, Ronnie shouted from within Venom. It's your own fault for being careless, Venom taunted. The disparity in equipment is too great. Excuses. They're shooting at you. A dying struggle for food. Ronnie and Venom exchanged rapid words, utterly disregarding the drug dealers firing at them. The tremendous power of the AKs struggled to penetrate even Venom's outer layer. Venom twisted its neck, its sensuous tongue licking its sharp teeth. The crescent-shaped white pupils seemed to convey a delight in slaughter. This shall be a massacre. Puff. Beautiful yet tragic blood blossoms burst forth. In this rainy night, it was both exquisite and deadly. Chapter 3. Ronnie and Venom. The following day, after a night of torrential rain, it had transformed into a gentle drizzle. The soft raindrops pattered down, landing upon one's skin without causing pain, instead offering a peculiar comfort. A light breeze swept by, the evaporating raindrops on one's face imparting a refreshing coolness that awakened the senses, raising an umbrella to shield from the rain. The factory where a feast of slaughter had occurred the night prior was now tightly sealed. The department securing the scene did not appear to be the police. The tools, vehicles, and instruments they used bore a circular eagle emblem, seemingly the logo of this agency. Inside the factory, workers marked lines and took photographs on the blood-stained floor. Some wielded strange instruments, probing for something. What's the situation? A bald Caucasian man in a suit approached the scene's leader. The leader glanced at the badge on the bald man's chest. Phil Coulson. This morning, someone reported discovering a significant amount of blood here. The total volume of blood indicates that it is certainly more than one person. Our agents found the situation unusual and reported it. Coulson nodded, signaling him to continue. Based on the distribution of blood at the scene, there should be between 15 to 20 individuals. Numerous bullet casings and signs of gunfire were found. We have reconstructed the scene as it was. The leader led Coulson to a section beneath a hole in the roof. These individuals were standing together as a group. A box of high-purity heroin was left at the scene. They were drug traffickers. Coulson took the bag the leader handed him, which contained a vial filled with heroin. We speculate that this group of traffickers was ambushed during a transaction. The assailant entered from the roof, rolled to this spot, and the traffickers threw a grenade in response. The leader explained, standing at the location where Lonnie had exchanged fire with the traffickers the previous night. What happened afterward remains unclear. However, the bodies of the traffickers have vanished without a trace. Additionally, based on the footprints and other factors, it appears that there was only one assailant. One person? Coulson looked at the leader in astonishment. Could one individual have taken down a dozen armed traffickers? That seemed the limit, even for the agency's elite operatives. Yes, just one person, the leader confirmed with a nod. Coulson suppressed his shock and inquired, "What about the bodies? Could they have been moved?" We consider that hypothesis, but there are no signs of body removal at the scene, nor any indications of cremation. The leader shook his head. So, these traffickers' bodies are missing from this factory? I believe so, sir. Coulson fell into deep contemplation. The factory was not large. It offered no hiding places for bodies, let alone for a dozen. Disposing of that many corpses was no trivial matter. By the way, sir, this was found at the scene. The leader handed him another document. What is this? Coulson asked as he perused the file. At the scene, we discovered a type of saliva. Upon analysis and research, we found that this saliva does not match any known species on Earth. Coulson's eyes flickered. I understand. The leader's expression seemed hesitant, as if he were holding back something. Is there something you wish to say? Coulson noticed his demeanor and prompted. Actually, this saliva is not something I've encountered for the first time. The leader hesitated before speaking. Coulson's expression shifted. Where? The leader looked at him and slowly replied, 15 years ago, on Fifth Avenue. Coulson's pupils dilated suddenly. In a Brooklyn apartment, Lonnie emerged from the bathroom, his upper body bare, a towel wrapped around his waist. His well-toned physique radiated strength. He picked up a towel from a rack, drying his damp hair. This time, you should be full, Lonnie remarked to the mirror as he toweled his hair. Suddenly, Venom's terrifying visage appeared in the reflection. Full, just barely sufficient. Venom replied from the mirror, licking its sharp teeth with its elongated tongue, a look of lingering appetite apparent. Lonnie rolled his eyes. Having consumed 18 portions of over 100 pounds of meat, and it was still just sufficient, truly a glutton. If you and I merge completely, I shall no longer need to consume living beings to replenish energy, Venom stated. Lonnie paused, halting his drying motion, slowly lowering his hand. We'll discuss it later, Lonnie finally said after a lengthy silence. You are still afraid. The deep voice struck Lonnie's heart like a hammer, plunging him back into silence. Indeed, he was afraid. The accident at 6 years old had fused him with Venom, creating a new life form. 15 years had passed, and their symbiotic relationship underwent tremendous changes. Initially, Venom had parasitized Lonnie, siphoning his life force to sustain its own. Once Lonnie perished, Venom would seek a new host and begin anew. However, after assimilating Lonnie's memories and experiences, Venom accepted this fellow traveler from another world. The deep symbiosis between Venom and Lonnie had nearly become identical, their connection more intimate. The death of either would profoundly impact the other. Likewise, Lonnie had gained rapid healing abilities, their life forces complementing each other. In fact, if Lonnie were to die, Venom could pull him back from the brink through their profound symbiotic relationship. However, they were not inseparable. Magnetic waves of 4,000 to 6,000 hertz or sustained flames could kill Venom. What Venom referred to as complete merging meant it would integrate into Lonnie's flesh, becoming a part of him, their lives fully intertwined. Should one perish, the other would follow suit. After complete merging, Lonnie would transform into a new life form, and their strengths would complement one another. At that point, Venom would no longer fear the threat posed by 4,000 to 6,000 hertz magnetic waves, and would become even more powerful. Yet, once fully merged, Ronnie would cease to be human, and Venom would no longer be a mere symbiote. Together, they would become a new life form. Having lived as a human for over 40 years, Long N.I. has deeply ingrained this identity into his very essence. He finds it impossible to relinquish his humanity. Chapter 4. Maria Hill. As the silence between Ronnie and Venom lingered, Ronnie's phone abruptly rang, shattering the stillness. "Hello, this is Scarab," he answered as he connected the call. "Ronnie, are you home?" A cheerful male voice resonated through the receiver. "Just finished showering. I'm at home." "What's up?" Glancing at the number, Ronnie replied. It was Abby Rogers, a wealthy scion. His father, Mr. Rogers, was a prominent figure in the arms industry, a top executive at Stark Industries. Abby, a close college friend of Ronnie, hailed from an affluent background. "Come down. I'll pick you up in 5 minutes," Abby said swiftly, the sound of traffic evident in the background. "Where to?" "Don't ask. Just hurry." With that, Abby hung up the call. "How mysterious," Ronnie murmured, tossing his phone onto the bed as he began to change. 5 minutes later, a silver Lamborghini pulled up promptly outside Ronnie's residence. "Hey there, need a ride?" Abby said playfully, removing his sunglasses. With his tousled blonde hair and strikingly handsome face, Abby was the quintessential heartthrob. Coupled with his privileged background, his romantic escapades were as varied as the seasons, rivaling the renowned playboy Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries. "I'm not gay, Abby. When did you develop an interest in men?" Ronnie remarked, sliding into the car. "I'm deeply enamored with women." Abby shot Ronnie a look as he started the engine. The supercar roared to life and sped away. Ronnie's only response to Abby's banter was a dismissive, "Heh, where are we headed?" Ronnie inquired, noting that they seemed to be heading toward the city center. Old Black is hosting a tech exhibition at the Science Museum downtown, and our classmates are going to support him, Abby explained. "Since when are you so enthusiastic?" Ronnie asked suspiciously, unable to believe it. Unlike the top student Ronnie, Abby was a notorious underachiever, and such a high-stakes tech exhibition would hardly pique his interest. "Heh, I heard some of Old Black's former students will be there, and I'm just checking for any attractive girls," Abby said with a mischievous grin. Ronnie shot him an incredulous glance, unsurprised by the response. Old Black was the affectionate moniker bestowed upon Professor X by Ronnie and his peers. In his 60s, Professor X was a highly esteemed African-American scholar with remarkable accomplishments in astrophysics. He had been teaching at New York University for over 20 years, and both Ronnie and Abby were among his students. "Speaking of which, you've always had a way with women in class. How come you're still single? You're not gay, are you?" Ronnie rolled his eyes wearily, too apathetic to counter the absurdity of Abby's claims. Ronnie enjoys immense popularity within his class, department, and even throughout New York University. He possesses a remarkable charm with women, and his demeanor is far from that of a stereotypical introvert or a socially awkward individual. Logically, one would presume that someone like him would have an abundance of romantic interests. However, the reality is quite surprising. After 3 years at NYU, Ronnie remains single, leaving many to speculate whether he is emotionally attached to someone or perhaps identifies as gay. Noticing Ronnie's indifference, Abby refrains from further conversation and concentrates on driving. Upon entering the Science Museum in downtown, one is immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of modern technological advancement. As a hub of scientific prowess, New York's Science Museum is infused with a sense of science fiction and innovation. Yet, for Ronnie, who has long held the top position in the astrophysics department, the novelty of this place had long since faded after countless visits. After arriving at the museum, Abby quickly abandoned Ronnie in pursuit of her own desires. Ronnie could only mutter a sarcastic remark under his breath about her predatory nature. Alone before the latest exhibition of scientific achievements, he quietly contemplated the technological marvels on display. In his previous life, he was a genius who, had it not been for a tragic accident, might have become an esteemed member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Now, having been enhanced by Venom, his intellect had grown even sharper, making him particularly attuned to various scientific advancements. And he could certainly claim the title of scientist in the realm of astrophysics. Something feels amiss, Ronnie thought to himself, gazing at a particular exhibit with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Is there an issue with this exhibit? A sudden female voice interrupted his musings. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, with a devilishly alluring figure. Her cascading golden waves shimmered brilliantly, and her long legs were accentuated by tight-fitting pants that showcased her perfect physique. Even a seasoned admirer of beauty like Ronnie found himself captivated by her allure. This woman is quite dangerous, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Ronnie felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that for Venom to label someone as dangerous, she was undoubtedly formidable. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he began to articulate his observations about the exhibit, delineating its discrepancies with fervor, unperturbed by whether she grasped the technical jargon he unleashed. After articulating a multitude of concerns, he noticed the woman remained composed, listening intently without displaying any sign of impatience. Based on my findings, I conclude that, although it sounds implausible, I still believe there is an issue with this exhibit. He thought he detected a fleeting smile on her lips. Are you a university student? She inquired. Yes, I'm a junior at New York University. Ronnie replied with a nod. Your insights into the realm of astrophysics are hardly reminiscent of those of a mere university student, the woman remarked calmly while observing Ronnie. He chuckled in response, suggesting that perhaps he possessed an extraordinary talent. The woman nodded thoughtfully, inquiring about his plans post-graduation. Although Ronnie found her question perplexing, he replied, I suppose I will continue my studies. I am uncertain about what lies ahead. I shall take it one step at a time. The woman nodded again, retrieving a business card from her handbag and presenting it to Ronnie. Here is my card, which contains my contact information. Should you be interested, do not hesitate to reach out. I am confident that my company will meet your expectations. With that, she waved goodbye to Ronnie, turning to reveal a striking silhouette before she vanished into the crowd. Ronnie diverted his gaze, glancing down at the card in his hand. Maria Hill Chapter 5. Childhood companion. Since returning from the scientific museum in the city center, Ronnie's life had once again descended into tranquility. The business card given by Maria Hill lay untouched on his bedside table, neglected. His daily routine was monotonous and predictable. School, library, home. This trifecta of existence felt dull and uninspired, a stark contrast to the vibrant lives of his fellow university students. The last time he had dealt with those drug dealers, he had acquired 2 full boxes of $100 bills, significantly enriching his bank account. With these ill-gotten gains, Ronnie had lived quite comfortably throughout his life. Inside the city library, Ronnie glanced at the time. It was nearing noon. It was time to return home. Contemplating his thirst, he decided to stop by the library's small convenience store to purchase a bottle of water. However, fate had other plans. The cash register was malfunctioning, and the elderly cashier was painstakingly calculating on a scrap of paper. As seconds ticked by, the line of customers remained stagnant. Ronnie stood with his backpack at his feet and a beverage in hand, silently watching the old man scribble away. His mind raced with thoughts. If he left without buying the water, the 10 minutes spent waiting would be wasted. Yet, if he remained in line, he would likely miss the last bus home. For someone without a car, the distance from the city library to Brooklyn was considerable. Should he choose to walk, by the time he arrived home, he would need to start preparing dinner. You're up, a girl behind him nudged, snapping Ronnie back to reality. He perked up as the individuals ahead of him suddenly opted to leave without making a purchase. He quickly stepped forward. The old man glanced at the drink in Ronnie's hand and stated, 1 bottle is $3.50, 2 bottles are $9. How outrageous. Checking the time, Ronnie decided against arguing and pulled out a $10 bill. At that moment, the old man called out, Wait. Ronnie halted in his tracks. The old man continued, I must verify this. I shall verify it indeed. Collecting debts is not akin to conducting scientific research. With that, Long and I dropped the money, seized his backpack, and sprinted out. The bus had arrived, and he was running late. Burdened with his backpack, Long and I dashed from the library. As anticipated, he was indeed tardy. The bus set off, proceeding ahead. Should he miss this bus, he would have to wait until 3 in the afternoon to return home. In a desperate bid to reach home, Long and I ran with fervor, leaping and bounding in an attempt to catch the bus driver's attention. At that moment, a voice boomed behind him. Police, stop! Long and I disregarded it and continued his frantic flight. Suddenly, 2 dark figures lunged from behind. Years of survival in perilous circumstances enabled Long and I to react instantaneously. He swiftly seized one assailant's right hand, pivoting with a large stride, and deftly locked the individual's neck with his arm. Simultaneously, his right foot lashed out towards the second assailant with tremendous force, creating a shockwave that resonated through the air, a terrifying sound indeed. It was then that Long and I discerned the true identities of his attackers, police officers. He was taken aback, halting his foot mere centimeters from the face of a portly officer. The officer, confronted with the shoe soles so close, struggled to swallow. Long and I hurriedly released the officer he had restrained. The officer gasped, nearly asphyxiated, as he was freed from Lonnie's grip, drawing in fresh air with great relief. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were police. I apologize," Long and I exclaimed in haste. In America, assaulting an officer is a grave matter. Simultaneously, he cursed Venom internally for failing to give him a heads up. That fiend must have recognized the officers and was waiting to see him humiliated. "Arrest him," shouted the chubby officer, directing a swarm of police towards Long and I. This time, Long and I offered no resistance, allowing the officers to pin him to the ground. His peripheral vision caught sight of the voice that had called for his apprehension. It was a girl, her silhouette obscured by the backlight. He could only discern her ponytail, exuding an air of confidence. The officer who had restrained Long and I then spoke. "We are the police and suspect you are involved in a theft case. Come with us." "What? A theft case? Excuse me?" Bewildered, Long and I was dragged to the New York Police Department. Upon arrival, he finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the girl had been shopping at a small supermarket and, while queuing, stood behind Long and I. He had mistakenly snatched her backpack and bolted. The girl had pursued him fervently and, upon seeing him enter the station, had promptly summoned the police. How absurd. How could I possibly take the wrong bag? Long and I scoffed. The girl maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "You did." Ronnie scoffed and shook his head, declaring, "I didn't take it." As he spoke, he grabbed a nearby backpack, but his expression suddenly shifted. Inside my bag were books and notebooks. Ronnie squeezed the soft backpack, on the verge of tears. The girl, noticing his distress, snatched the backpack from him, unzipped it, and emptied its contents onto the table, several articles of clothing, toiletries, and a plethora of medicine bottles. The girl, brimming with excitement, pointed at Ronnie and exclaimed loudly, "What did I tell you?" He asked the thief, yet he still denies it. Ronnie's lips twitched as he regarded the girl's arrogant demeanor. At this point, would it not be too late to assert that he had merely taken the wrong bag? Fortunately, the police, seasoned and perceptive, discerned that Ronnie seemed genuinely mistaken. However, the victim was exceedingly confrontational, compelling them to conduct a thorough interrogation. The officers, resigned, had no choice but to comply with the girl's demands and proceed with the formalities. After tapping the table, one of the officers looked at Ronnie, whose hands were bound by handcuffs, and spoke. "Let us take your statement. Name, age, occupation, contact information." Ronnie answered dutifully, "My name is Ronnie Scarborough. I am 21 years old, a junior at New York University." The girl appeared momentarily taken aback, interrupting the officer who was about to continue questioning, and asked, "What is your name?" Ronnie Scarborough." "The Ronnie from the orphanage?" Ronnie was instantly taken aback, gazing uncertainly at the girl. "You two were from the orphanage?" The girl broke into a broad smile, stepping forward to wrap her arms around Ronnie's neck, enthusiastically saying, "Ronnie, it's me, Catherine." Ronnie stood frozen, memories long buried flooding back like a tidal wave. It was a sultry afternoon during summer vacation in elementary school. The air suddenly refreshing as a little girl emerged from the shadows of the trees, her golden ponytail swaying gently. She sat beside Ronnie, smiling as she introduced herself. "I'm Catherine." She was his childhood companion, the long-lost Catherine. After 11 years, Ronnie and Catherine had reunited. Chapter 6. Reminiscing at Kate's restaurant. Ronnie and Catherine sat across from one another. After leaving the police station, Ronnie had no intention of returning home. Instead, he took Catherine to a charming restaurant for lunch. Eager to catch up. "You seem to be doing quite well," Catherine remarked, surveying the restaurant's ambience with a smile. Kate's restaurant exuded sophistication. Melodious music resonated throughout the space, adorned in warm brown tones, creating an inviting atmosphere. A pianist gracefully played a variety of elegant melodies. "Just managing to get by," Ronnie replied with a smile, pouring a cup of the hot tea that the waiter had just delivered for Catherine. "After all these years, your fiery personality remains unchanged," he added, pushing the teacup toward her. Catherine flashed a bright smile in response. "Thank you." Catherine was not an orphan. The encounter between Ronnie and her was entirely serendipitous. The director of the welfare home where Ronnie resided was the maternal aunt of Catherine, her mother's sister. During the summer vacation, Catherine found herself alone at home, engulfed in boredom with no companions to engage with. It was then that her aunt took her to the welfare home, allowing her to spend the holiday in the company of the children there. Most of the children at the home harbored deep-seated insecurities, feeling inferior and lacking in self-worth. Ronnie, perceptive as ever, recognized this vulnerability. Possessing a soul of maturity, Lonnie often took it upon himself to guide these children. Over time, he inexplicably became their unofficial leader. In contrast, the vivacious and energetic Catherine had little interest in these introverted children. Instead, she was drawn to the witty and composed Lonnie, who left an indelible mark on her heart, akin to a vibrant stroke of color on a canvas. During the summer of Lonnie's 10th year, they forged a profound friendship. However, as the holiday drew to a close, Catherine vanished without a trace, just as abruptly as she had appeared. Lonnie sought out the director in hopes of obtaining Catherine's contact information, but was met with only the vague assurance of fate will bring us together again. At that moment, Lonnie was utterly disheartened, believing that he would lose this childhood companion to the passage of time. Little did he know, 11 years later, fate would orchestrate their reunion in the most extraordinary manner. Fate indeed, Lonnie mused, astonished that Catherine had blossomed into a distinguished student at New York University. Impressive, Catherine exclaimed, recalling Lonnie's previous accounts during her police statement with a sense of admiration. Not bad, Lonnie replied with a smile. In his former life, he had been a doctoral candidate at the nation's premier university and was even on the brink of becoming the youngest academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If he couldn't gain admission to New York University in this lifetime, it would feel as though his previous existence had been in vain. So, have you made any good friends? Any girlfriends? Catherine inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Of course, I have friends. Who doesn't? Lonnie chuckled, shaking his head. As for a girlfriend, not yet. I'm not in a rush. Matters of the heart cannot be hurried. That's true, Catherine shrugged, having asked out of casual interest. I must visit your school when I have the chance. A world-renowned institution. I've never been there. Curious, Lonnie asked, where are you studying now? I'm not continuing my education, Catherine replied, shaking her head. I stopped after high school. Why? Lonnie asked, intrigued but not entirely surprised. In Western countries, education is viewed as a gradual accumulation of knowledge, with no one imposing rigid expectations. Some students, driven by their own aspirations, often choose to forego university in favor of entering the workforce. Such a decision is widely understood in Western society. Unlike the perspectives held by some parents in Lonnie's homeland, where not attending university seems to render an individual worthless, Lonnie finds such peculiar educational beliefs unappealing yet unavoidable. After residing in the United States for over 20 years, although he retains a fondness for his native country, he finds himself more aligned with American educational values. Thus, when Catherine mentioned her decision not to attend college, Lonnie was not particularly astonished, as such scenarios are not uncommon in America. Some reasons, Catherine smiled, offering no further explanation. Her demeanor suggested an unspoken burden, and Lonnie was perceptive enough not to press her for details. By the way, have you resolved the issue with your lost backpack? Catherine inquired suddenly. It's fine. The officer has already assisted me in filing a lost item report. I suspect it's still at the library. If I can't find it, it's not a big deal. Nothing of great importance was in there, Lonnie replied nonchalantly. A few books and a laptop containing some information, but nothing crucial. Losing it wasn't a matter of concern. The world of the affluent is indeed enviable, Catherine remarked, somewhat sarcastically. Just a laptop, and you can merely disregard it. Lonnie chuckled, shaking his head. He had no wealth to speak of. The funds in his bank account were ill-gotten gains from years of criminal exploits. It was not uncommon to return from a venture with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The last group of drug dealers had generously contributed several $100,000 to him. Spending money that wasn't his own certainly didn't weigh on him. Where are you staying now? I recall you mentioning your home is in Washington, Lonnie inquired. Yes, that's right. You still remember where I live? Catherine replied with satisfaction. I'm here traveling and brought just that one backpack. Currently, I have no place to stay and plan to look for a hotel soon. I see, Lonnie hesitated, glancing at the now curvaceous beauty before him. The image of the little girl in his mind becoming increasingly vague. He struggled to articulate something. Catherine, sensing his uncertainty, asked curiously, what's on your mind? My house is quite spacious, with several empty rooms. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay with me, Lonnie offered. A gentleman has nothing to hide. What is there to fear? Yes, exactly. That sounds splendid. Catherine's eyes lit up as she stood, playfully patting Lonnie's shoulder. To have a big house to stay in is fantastic. It saves me the cost of a hotel. Lonnie looked at Catherine, bemused. Had she truly accepted so readily? This was indeed a testament to her trust in him. Just then, a server approached with their meal, prompting Catherine to retract her hand and return to her seat. Let us eat first. Chapter 7. The attention of F.I.E.L.D. Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. This organization, established by the United Nations and governed solely by the Security Council, transcends all other entities, possessing privileges beyond imagination. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics can be regarded as an expansive covert operations organization spanning nations worldwide. The Triskelion, the headquarters of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, is an opulent glass edifice, renowned as one of the most impenetrable places on the globe. Here, both technological warfare capabilities and individual combat proficiency are unparalleled, complemented by top-tier defensive mechanisms. To breach the Triskelion, one would need technological prowess of equal stature, a force that has yet to emerge globally, excluding the legendary Wakanda. Wherever there is an organization, there exists a leader. The director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is Nick Fury, a prominent figure characterized by his distinctive bald head. In his office, a black man clad in a black leather trench coat occupies a chair. Notably, he wears a black eye patch over his left eye, indicating the apparent loss of vision in that eye. In the director's office, seated before the desk, it is evident that apart from Fury, there is no one else present. Opposite Fury, Agent Coulson is reporting on a significant matter that warranted his return to headquarters as an 8th-level agent. Upon learning from the perpetrator of a recent homicide that he had encountered a similar saliva sample 15 years ago on 5th Avenue, I promptly consulted the Biological Research Department for matching. Indeed, it was confirmed to be the same saliva, Coulson conveyed with a composed expression, though a slight gravity lingered on his face, suggesting the weight of the matter at hand. The entity in question has resurfaced after 15 years. Fury's solitary eye glinted momentarily as he murmured, "Where did this murder occur?" "In the Queens District, 6th Avenue, in a dilapidated warehouse," Coulson promptly replied, having memorized the details. This is an essential skill for every agent, to record all information and eliminate traces. You are responsible for this matter. Continue the investigation. Its existence poses a persistent threat that must be addressed swiftly, Fury stated after a moment of contemplation. 15 years ago, it manifested in New York. Now, it has reappeared in New York once more. This raises the troubling possibility that it has been concealed within the city throughout these years. The thought of such a perilous creature lurking in the heart of America's economic hub weighed heavily on Fury's mind. Understood, Coulson replied decisively, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Coulson, a trusted confidant of Fury, had worked alongside him for many years and could discern his unspoken thoughts with a mere glance. "The matter concerning the captain is highly classified. Your clearance is insufficient. The mere fact that you are aware of it constitutes a breach of protocol. I advise you to cease your inquiries," Fury stated coldly. Coulson responded with a hint of reluctance, "But he is my idol. It is truly disheartening." Suddenly, the telephone on the desk emitted a series of sharp beeps. Fury glanced at Coulson before answering the call. "Director Fury, Deputy Director Hill wishes to see you." "Let her in," he replied. The door opened automatically, revealing Hill's poised and commanding presence. After exchanging a brief look with Coulson, she approached him, holding a document. "What is it?" Fury inquired, gesturing dismissively. Coulson nodded slightly and stepped outside. "We have discovered that the exhibit we placed at the City Center Science Museum has been noticed," Hill announced, her expression remaining as cold as ever, even in the presence of her superior. "Surely, this matter does not require my attention?" Fury asked, puzzled. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics has encountered a significant bottleneck in a crucial research project. We require top-tier astrophysicists to advance this initiative. Although we have enlisted many renowned scientists in this field, progress has been elusive. In a stroke of luck, the department had positioned a high-caliber astrophysics exhibit at the museum, containing subtle errors that were challenging to detect. If someone were to uncover these mistakes, it would indicate their exceptional academic prowess, qualifying them to participate in the project. The exhibit had been in place for some time, without anyone noticing the flaws, so Fury was taken aback by the sudden revelation. "However, there is no need for you to report this to me. Simply have the research department reach out to this individual," he instructed. "This person is only 21 years old." Hill added, 21. Fury's single eye widened in astonishment. Moreover, he identified the error solely through mental calculation, without any tools, she continued. Fury's surprise deepened. The technological sophistication of the exhibit was substantial. It would be exceedingly difficult for an average astrophysicist to deduce without assistance. Yet, this young man, at only 21, had managed to do so purely through mental acuity. This is certainly noteworthy. Provide me with his information, he commanded. Hill handed over the document she held, and Fury began to peruse its contents. Name, Ronus Carib. Gender, male. Age, 21. Resume, an orphan raised in a welfare institution in New York. From a young age, he has harbored a profound passion and interest in astrophysics. At 18, he gained admission to New York University with exemplary grades, pursuing a degree in astrophysics. He has consistently excelled academically, ranking first in his major each year and being a recipient of the National Scholarship. Personality analysis. Fury swiftly reviewed this information, coming to understand why Hill sought him out regarding this matter. The talent exhibited by Ronus, if nurtured for a few more years, could certainly qualify him to lead that project, potentially achieving unprecedented breakthroughs. Such prospects naturally warrant earnest attention. Have you made contact with him? Fury inquired. No. His independent nature makes coercion unfeasible, came the reply. Fury nodded, noting the personality traits outlined in Ronus's profile: independent, opinionated, and resistant to external influence on his decisions. Chapter 8. An open mind. Catherine, independent, opinionated, and resistant to external influence on decisions. Such individuals, particularly in the context where the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics requires his leadership for a project, cannot be easily persuaded through forceful means. I have provided him with my contact information. I am confident he will reach out to me, Hill asserted. She recognized that Ronus was not the type to blend into the crowd. This spontaneous decision to attend the old professor's exhibition unexpectedly yielded such a rewarding outcome. Find an opportunity to meet with him, to establish contact, Fury pondered before advising. Such talent must be pursued diligently. Very well, I shall go personally, Hill affirmed. Maintain close observation, but do not implement surveillance, Fury instructed. Understood. By the way, hasn't the captain been searching for housing? Fury suddenly chuckled. Hill instantly grasped his implication. I see, she responded, and Fury nodded, placing his hands on the desk, fingers interlaced. Let us hope I am not disappointed. Brooklyn, Ronus's apartment. Click. I am utterly exhausted, Catherine exclaimed as she pushed the door open, her gaze swiftly scanning the room before she located the sofa, collapsing onto it with a groan. Ronus followed closely behind. Entering the room, it was not that far of a distance, he remarked, shaking his head in resignation at Catherine's lament. With your wealth, why not purchase a car? Catherine retorted, pouting. The distance from Ronus's home to the bus stop was not insignificant. While he walked it daily without issue, for Catherine, it was a different story. After her first trek, her calves felt somewhat fatigued. I have no money, Ronus countered, shaking his head. What would I buy a car for? It would just get stuck in traffic. Do you think I am foolish? Living in Brooklyn, you tell me you lack the funds to purchase a car? Catherine gazed at Ronnie, as if he were a simpleton. What do you wish to eat this evening? Ronnie disregarded Catherine's inquiry and replied nonchalantly, anything. I would like to tour your residence. Catherine sprang from the sofa, wandering around. Ignoring her, Ronnie turned and entered the bathroom, locking the door behind him. Are you truly considering allowing her to stay here? Venom's voice suddenly echoed. A terrifying visage of Venom materialized in the mirror. What other choice do I have? After all, she is my dear friend. Ronnie raised an eyebrow and remarked. I see you're experiencing a fluttering heart. Venom interjected unexpectedly with a well-articulated Chinese idiom. Oh, you can even use Chinese idioms? Ronnie replied in surprise. Unlike you, I am not a fool. You reside within me, yet you are so audacious. It is your very existence that sustains you, and still, you are so brazen? Who transformed me into this? You parasitic being. To hell with you. Ronnie, who are you conversing with? Catherine's voice suddenly intruded. The exchange of insults between the two abruptly ceased. It's nothing. I am merely practicing my pronunciation, Ronnie declared, glaring at Venom's reflection in the mirror. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Ronnie. Bigger eyes than mine? What are you staring at, parasite? Ronnie retorted coldly. When Venom initially latched onto Ronnie, it continuously drained his vitality to sustain its energy cycle, leaving Ronnie in a state of severe weakness, with all his organs in critical decline. Later, as Venom deeply bonded with Ronnie, it provided the energy support that allowed Ronnie, who should have perished, to survive until now. Ronnie hadn't visited a hospital in over a decade, fearing the truth. His internal organs and bodily systems were nearly in a state of decay. A person with such failing organs would have long since succumbed. Yet Ronnie persisted, with all functions operational. Should this be discovered, both Ronnie and Venom would be exposed. Do not call me a parasite. Black liquid surged from within Ronnie, the grotesque visage glaring fiercely at him. I shall call you that. What will you do about it? Ronnie retorted without a hint of fear, defiantly meeting Venom's gaze. The thought of Venom's betrayal ignited Ronnie's anger. Knowing about the police and not warning him was infuriating. Do you believe I want to emerge? Venom threatened. Ronnie's dominating demeanor faltered. Damn it, if Venom refuses to come out, how will he acquire money? Relying solely on himself to rob those desperate criminals? Ridiculous. With skills like his, does he think he is James Bond? Well then, how about I buy you some extra snacks? Considering his own future prospects, Ronnie quickly conceded. No. Venom tilted its head, grinning menacingly. 10 boxes of chocolate balls. No. Venom's elongated tongue flicked over his steel teeth as he disdainfully replied. 20 boxes? No. 30 boxes? I still refuse. Venom snorted coldly, expressing his contempt. Ronnie smiled slightly and said, 100 boxes. Venom's mouth closed, and his two wide eyes narrowed. I want Ferrero. All right. Ronnie readily agreed, a smile gracing his face. Though his heart ached at the thought. 100 boxes of Ferrero chocolate balls. What a staggering expense. Now be gone. Venom, having secured his promise, was thoroughly satisfied and dismissed him. Where can I go? Ronnie muttered, as the black liquid surged back into his body. Opening the door, Catherine, maintaining her eavesdropping position, turned her head and found herself staring blankly at Ronnie. Hi. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? I was just trying to use the restroom. I noticed you hadn't come out and wanted to see what you were up to, Catherine responded, her face unflushed and her heart steady. Telling a fib that even a fool could discern. Oh, go ahead. I'm off to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for dinner, Ronnie remarked casually before walking away. All right. Catherine watched Ronnie's retreating figure before entering the bathroom and closing the door. She scanned the room and found it to be normal, with no apparent issues. Just now, Ronnie was definitely conversing with someone. His phone was on the table. There must be other communication devices here. Catherine mumbled, glancing around, occasionally brushing her hands against the walls. Communicating so mysteriously, could he be a spy? Unbeknownst to her, a puddle of black liquid quietly lingered at the crack of the bathroom door, observing her. You've been watching too many spy films with your little girlfriend. Venom's voice echoed in Ronnie's mind as he descended the stairs. She has always been like this. After all these years, she hasn't changed a bit. Ronnie chuckled to himself, shaking his head. This was a skill developed between Ronnie and Venom. They could leave behind a symbiotic clone that transmitted everything it saw directly to their minds, akin to watching a movie. And she is not my girlfriend. Chapter 9, Morning Amusements. And she is not my girlfriend. I just said it casually, understand? Humph. Ronnie scoffed. Say whatever you like. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Heh. I curse your mother. No heh. Why not? Just don't heh. 1 box of Ferrero. Deal. What shall we have for dinner? Braised Venom. You'll get poisoned. I relish the thought. Beneath the setting sun, the shadow of Ronnie seemed to reveal the silhouette of Venom. Bathed in the golden glow, the shadow stretched longer, quietly marking the passage of a week. Although Catherine had come to New York as a tourist, she had spent an entire week at Ronnie's residence, showing no signs of departure. It was a rather comfortable arrangement, indulging in free meals and hospitality. Nevertheless, Ronnie was in no hurry to see her go. He relished the company of such a beautiful woman. Living alone could be quite lonely, and waking up each morning to the presence of an enchanting companion lifted his spirits, even if Catherine consistently rose after 9 o'clock. As for Venom, it was no human. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, a new day commenced. In the bathroom, Ronnie was brushing his teeth, foam covering his mouth as he wielded his toothbrush. Drops of toothpaste-laden water dripped onto his hair. Damn it, my hair! Ronnie exclaimed in irritation upon witnessing the scene. Venom cast a sidelong glance at the furious Ronnie, continuing to enjoy its oversized toothbrush, gleefully scrubbing its 2 rows of massive teeth. A black liquid formed a shadowy hand. Lifting a cup from the counter, gurgling, it rinsed and swallowed, revealing a radiant set of white teeth, as if illuminated by light. In the kitchen, Ronnie donned an apron, preparing breakfast for 2. Despite living in America for many years, he remained fond of traditional Chinese breakfast, unable to acclimatize to the American combination of toast, cheese, and milk. Catherine, being easygoing, was unperturbed by culinary distinctions. She would eat anything, be it Chinese or Western, as long as it was edible. Ronnie, craving the nostalgia of soy milk and fried dough sticks, was in the midst of frying them. Living alone had compelled Ronnie to acquire numerous life skills, particularly in the culinary arts, where he had nearly reached mastery. For someone with a discerning palate, creating delicious food was of utmost importance. Suddenly, a presence emerged next door. A surge of black liquid coalesced above Ronnie's head, forming an ultimate miniature version of Venom, no larger than Ronnie's palm. This diminutive Venom had a tail connecting it to Ronnie's scalp, as the symbiote could not detach from its host without a tether, rendering it unable to survive on Earth otherwise. "Is someone moving in?" Ronnie exclaimed in surprise, having lived there for nearly 3 years with the neighboring unit remaining vacant. "About time," Venom replied, possessing a biological radar-like ability to sense the presence of nearby organisms, despite not being able to see them clearly. The detection range was extensive. With a buzz, Venom extended its tiny right hand and flicked it, sending a symbiotic spawn, no larger than a fingernail, wriggling swiftly toward the outside world. "What are you doing?" asked Ronnie, glancing at the deep-frying Youtiao in the pot. "Just assessing the situation." Before long, the scene outside unfolded in the minds of Venom and Ronnie. A tall Caucasian man, clad in a shirt, entered the room, each hand gripping a box, and exited empty-handed, only to return carrying 2 more boxes. The bulging muscles, even obscured by the fabric of his shirt, were a testament to his physical prowess. "This guy's muscles are quite intimidating," Ronnie marveled, gazing at the man. "Not quite as impressive as mine," Venom retorted, extending his left index finger as if to pick his nose, but reconsidered upon seeing the sharp glint of his claws, abandoning the tempting notion. "You're not even human," Ronnie scoffed. Indeed, the muscles Venom possessed after his transformation were far more formidable, yet equally fearsome in appearance. "Go greet him, a muscle man." Ronnie chuckled. "You're definitely gay," came Venom's playful retort. Once Ronnie had finished preparing the soy milk and Youtiao, Catherine, lured by the enticing aroma, quickly scrambled out of bed. "Ronnie, what are we having today?" she inquired, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, seemingly oblivious to Ronnie's presence as she plopped down in a chair, eyeing the breakfast spread. Initially, Ronnie had been respectful, taken aback by the alluring scene. However, as time passed, and certain fundamental factors came into play, he was left with nothing but a sense of calm mixed with bemusement. "The airport, what a letdown. I've seen this before in China. It's absolutely delicious," Catherine exclaimed, her excitement directed at the soy milk and Youtiao on the table. As a self-proclaimed foodie and travel enthusiast, China, the epicenter of culinary delights, was naturally her favored destination. Ronnie smiled at her words, feeling a sense of satisfaction and pride at a foreigner's recognition of his homeland's cuisine. "Youtiao and soy milk. Yes, that's what it's called. I remember now. I heard a singer perform a song titled Youtiao and soy milk when I was in China." "What was that artist's name?" Catherine mused, munching on a piece of Youtiao. "Lin Junjia," Ronnie replied, approaching with 2 pairs of chopsticks. "Yes, that's the one." Even though I couldn't understand the lyrics, the melody was quite lovely. "Let us eat," Ronnie said, shaking his head with a smile. "She hasn't brushed her teeth," he remarked, pausing, rolling his eyes in disbelief. With a swift motion, he extended his chopsticks. Smack! A faint red mark appeared on Catherine's fair hand. "Go brush your teeth. Are you crazy?" She shot back, casting a disbelieving glance at Ronnie. She was the one eating, yet he was the one chastising her. With a huff, she tossed the half-eaten Youtiao onto the plate and dashed off to brush her teeth. A child worth teaching, an ancient proverb echoed in his mind. Ronnie had grown too weary to roll his eyes. That venomous fellow, truly toxic. Within a mere 3 minutes, Catherine returned, wiping the toothpaste foam from the corner of her mouth and picking up the half-eaten Youtiao to continue her meal. Had she kissed the water? Completed it in just 3 minutes? Venom screeched in Ronnie's mind. He clenched the chopsticks tightly in his right hand. Such a disregard for hygiene. What a filthy woman. "Just like you, filthy." The veins on the back of his hand throbbed. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, fetch me the chocolate balls." Taking a deep breath, Ronnie resumed his meal, determined to think of nothing but eating. Chapter 10. The new neighbor, the super muscle man. "Hey Ronnie, are you going to school?" Catherine asked, sipping her soy milk while chewing on the Youtiao. "Yes, I haven't been to school for 3 days. I need to go back and check in," Ronnie replied, clutching the pickled vegetables he had prepared himself. Ronnie was truly a culinary virtuoso. Steaming buns, stir-frying dishes, and pickling vegetables were all within his capabilities, effortless for him. I'll go too, Catherine exclaimed eagerly. She had been insisting on visiting New York University, but Ronnie had been too busy with school matters the past few days to take her. Now, with nothing on his agenda, he had still postponed the trip, leaving it unresolved until now. All right, I'll go change, Catherine said, standing up with a youtiao in her mouth. Don't rush. I'm only heading to school in the afternoon. Afternoon? Fine, Catherine replied, sitting back down. It was only a little past 9 in the morning. There was plenty of time. Go open the window in my room for some fresh air. I'm going to visit the neighbor next door. A guy just moved in. Ronnie stood up, holding a plate of youtiao. Neighbor? When did he move in? How come I didn't know? Catherine queried, puzzled. He moved in this morning. I'm off now. Oh, don't forget to open the window for fresh air. Got it. With a thud, Catherine continued eating for a while, then touched her slightly protruding belly, satisfied, before leaving the dining table to open the window in Ronnie's room. This guy certainly knew how to indulge himself, Catherine muttered to herself. Ronnie's room was spacious, complete with a private balcony and bathroom. From the balcony, one could gaze upon the entire central business district, basking in sunlight, warm and inviting, with an excellent location. In comparison to Ronnie's room, while Catherine's guest room was decent, it fell short by quite a margin. Such an indulgent lifestyle. Catherine sighed as she lay on Ronnie's 2.5 by 2 meter bed, rolling back and forth until fatigue set in, then collapsing onto the bed to catch her breath. Although it was Ronnie's bed, it bore no distinct scent, neither fragrance nor odor. How peculiar. The bedside table? Catherine's gaze shifted to the nightstand, her expression shifting. The fellow claimed that he still had no girlfriend. With a sly grin, he opened the bedside drawer, only to find it empty except for a pristine white business card. Aside from a name and contact information, the card bore no other details. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, Catherine picked up the card. Meanwhile, Ronnie approached the door of his muscular neighbor, carrying a plate. He glanced at the nameplate. Rogers. The homeowner's surname was indeed Rogers. He mused quietly before knocking on the door. Who is it? A deep, steady male voice emanated from the intercom. Hello, Mr. Rogers. I'm Scarborough, your neighbor from next door. I noticed someone had moved in, so I thought I'd drop by, Ronnie said with a smile as he looked into the camera. How did you know my last name is Rogers? The cautious query caused Ronnie's lips to twitch. Was this man living in the last century? Did he not realize that having a surname displayed on the door was common knowledge? It's written on your nameplate, Ronnie patiently replied. A moment of silence followed. Click. The door swung open, revealing the handsome, chiseled features of Rogers, along with his imposing physique. I apologize, I didn't realize the surname was displayed on the nameplate, Rogers said with an apologetic smile. That's quite all right, Ronnie replied, shaking his head with a smile. He's dangerous. Venom's voice suddenly echoed in Ronnie's mind. He raised an eyebrow, assessing Rogers. While his muscular build was indeed intimidating, Ronnie doubted he posed any real threat. His level of danger surpasses that of the woman I encountered earlier. Be cautious, Venom warned again. Is he more dangerous than that Maria Hill? Rogers inquired. Oh, I'm Scarborough, your neighbor from next door. I brought you some breakfast and thought I'd take the opportunity to meet you. Ronnie regained his composure, extending the plate of youtiao towards Rogers. This is youtiao, a delicious breakfast delicacy from China. Thank you, Rogers replied with a smile as he accepted the plate filled with youtiao. Please, come in. He stepped aside, inviting Ronnie in. Sorry for the intrusion, Ronnie nodded as he entered, though a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. Typically, Americans exhibit surprise and excitement upon encountering Chinese cuisine, as authentic Chinese food remains quite rare in the United States. Unable to decipher it, Ronnie could only conclude that Rogers must frequently indulge in genuine Chinese fare. What is this stick-like item that resembles bread? Youtiao? It certainly seems to be fried. Are foods nowadays this peculiar? Rogers pondered behind Ronnie, hesitating whether to eat it or not. He hadn't had breakfast yet. Ronnie settled onto the still unarranged sofa as Rogers approached with the plate. Mr. Rogers, the fried dough sticks are best enjoyed hot. Why don't you give it a try? Lonnie suggested, observing Mr. Rogers. It seemed he intended to set it aside for a moment before indulging. This simply wouldn't do. In our great China, fried dough sticks must be savored while still warm. Oh, very well, Rogers replied, picking up a stick and inspecting it before taking a bite. Instantly, a look of delight illuminated his face. This fried dough stick is rather delectable, he exclaimed in surprise. Lonnie's curiosity intensified. Had he never tasted fried dough sticks before? This man was rather peculiar. Rogers, feeling hungry, quickly devoured the 3 sticks that Lonnie had offered. Given his physique, One could easily believe the amount of sustenance he required to sustain his energy expenditure. Apologies, but these fried dough sticks are simply too delicious, Rogers remarked sheepishly after finishing, suddenly recalling that there was a guest in his home. Not at all, Mr. Rogers' enjoyment is the highest praise for me as a chef, Lonnie replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Did you make these fried dough sticks yourself? Rogers inquired, astonished. Indeed. Authentic and unadulterated, Lonnie affirmed with a grin. Remarkable. I've never tasted such delightful food before, Rogers exclaimed in wonder. His genuine enjoyment was evident. His demeanor unmistakably sincere. This expression of delight solidified Lonnie's lingering suspicions into something tangible. This individual was quite the enigma. By the way, I still do not know Mr. Rogers' first name. I am Lonnie Scarab, he said, rising with a smile and extending his right hand to Rogers. Rogers hastily wiped the grease from his own hand with a napkin before shaking Lonnie's hand. Hello, I am Steve. Steve Rogers. Chapter 11. The business card Steve Rogers? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lonnie pondered, feeling a sense of recognition. A World War II hero, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Idiot, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Oh right, Lonnie recalled, prompted by Venom's reminder. In elementary school, he had studied history, and Captain America was a prominent figure in the textbooks. Back then, he had wondered why that history differed from his universe. However, considering the advanced technology of his own universe, he had come to terms with it. In a parallel universe, it was natural for some things to differ. Your name is quite similar to Captain America's, Lonnie remarked with a smile. He mentioned it casually, but noticed that Steve's expression seemed to tighten with unease. Yes, I too am surprised that my name is the same as Captain America's, Steve replied. A flicker of guilt evident in his eyes. Lonnie scrutinized Steve, puzzled by his apparent tension. Venom, is this guy genuinely anxious? Indeed, he is quite nervous. But why? What could be causing his anxiety? Lonnie wondered, perplexed. Sharing the same name as Captain America, what could possibly be troubling him? Perhaps he is indeed that very Captain America. Venom's abrupt remark startled Ronnie. Surely not. Captain America is a figure from 70 years ago. Steve, appearing to be in his 20s, could not possibly be him. Though Ronnie voiced such skepticism, a sliver of belief began to take root within him. Steve, unaware of the common knowledge that the nameplate at the door bore a surname he had never encountered, felt a pang of anxiety upon the mention of Captain America. Given the prevalence of advanced technology in this world, it was not entirely implausible that he was, in fact, Captain America. What do you do now, Steve? Ronnie inquired. I work as a fitness trainer at a gym, Steve replied hastily, feeling increasingly uneasy under Ronnie's scrutinizing gaze. A fitness trainer? Where? I might come by to learn. Hoping to sculpt a physique like yours, Ronnie said with a smile. Of course, Steve replied, fumbling for a moment before producing a business card, which he handed to Ronnie. Here's my card, with the gym's address. You can find me there. All right, I'll remember that, Ronnie said as he accepted it. I'll take my leave now. Not to intrude any longer. Take care, Steve responded, bidding farewell as Ronnie departed from his home. Once Ronnie was gone, Steve exhaled a sigh of relief. Was this person beginning to doubt my identity? What have I revealed? He scratched his head in frustration. Despite his poor disguise skills, his powers of observation were remarkable, and he could easily discern Ronnie's suspicions about him. Steve shook his head in resignation. However, that fried dough stick was indeed quite delicious. Upon returning home, Ronnie pondered. Should we keep an eye on him? Venom suggested. No need. If he is not Captain America, then there is nothing to worry about. Even if he is, what does it matter to me? As a hero of World War II, would he really wish me any harm? Ronnie replied, shaking his head. Do as you wish. Just don't forget about my 100 boxes of Ferrero Rocher, which you still haven't bought. Have you forgotten about Catherine? Ronnie asked, casting a puzzled glance around but finding no sign of her. The television in the living room was still on, and the air conditioning was running. Yet Catherine was nowhere to be seen. Too lazy to search for her, Ronnie turned and walked into his bedroom. Looking at the disheveled bedding that had been tossed about, he winced. He had asked her to open the window for some fresh air, yet she had instead managed to create a mess on the bed. With a few strides, he approached and straightened the chaotic sheets. Ronnie was a severe perfectionist, unable to tolerate disorder in his belongings. Ronnie, Catherine's voice called from outside. What are you doing? Ronnie shouted back while continuing to smooth the bedding. Come here. Just a moment. Oh, with a few deft movements, he neatly arranged the bedding, surveying his handiwork with a nod of satisfaction before turning to the living room. Out of nowhere, Catherine emerged, sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "You certainly live a life of leisure," he remarked, hurling a decorative pillow with precision at her forehead. "What was that for?" Catherine shot him an indignant glare. "What do you need?" Ronnie inquired, settling into the armchair beside her. "Whose business card is tucked away in your nightstand? Is it the fabled phone number?" Catherine asked, raising her eyebrows playfully. "Rummaging through someone else's drawers is rather impolite." "Catherine," Ronnie replied, taken aback. "Well, I didn't think of you as an outsider," she retorted. "Should I be thanking you then? You haven't answered me yet. Is that card linked to the one I'm thinking of?" Her excitement was palpable. "Which one?" Ronnie asked, puzzled by her vague references. "That one. The one," she exclaimed, her brow furrowing in frustration. "Could you be more direct?" Ronnie sighed. "What on earth is going on with you? Such vague language tarnishes my image as a lady," Catherine declared with indignation. "As long as you're happy, my dear lady," Ronnie replied, suppressing a smirk. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Catherine clapped her hands together, producing a series of sharp sounds. Ronnie, observing the gesture and listening to the noise, pieced together her earlier words. He felt an urge to crack open her head to see what sort of unsavory thoughts lay within. "That card belongs to a senior of mine, not a madam," he said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "How boring." Catherine pouted, her interest waning. She had imagined it was linked to some sort of adult entertainment, after all. Business cards from the entertainment industry in Shinjuku, Japan, often resemble that. It wasn't her fault. She was innocent and charming. However, thanks to Catherine's unique reminder, Ronnie recalled the striking figure he had seen at the Science Museum downtown. He resolved to inquire about this senior's company from the professor, Mr. Black. Ronnie was nearing his senior year. Much like in his homeland, students in their final year typically seek employment unless they opt for further studies. He was no exception. The woman he had seen possessed the unmistakable aura of a formidable career woman, exuding a commanding presence. Although her words had been somewhat cryptic, Ronnie felt no doubt about her intentions. He planned to ask Professor Ikes for more details at school that afternoon. Chapter 12. The professor's insights at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The heat of May was nearly unbearable. Stepping outside, he was immediately met with a wave of warmth. And this was only May. The scorching heat of July was something beyond imagination. Ronnie and Catherine took a taxi as they set out. 3 o'clock in the afternoon marks the hottest period of the day. Taking the bus during this time would be unbearable. The taxi ride from Ronnie's residence to New York University was relatively brief, and just as Catherine was about to doze off, they arrived at NYU. New York University, commonly referred to as NYU, is a world-renowned private research institution established in 1831. It comprises 18 colleges and research institutes, making it one of the largest private nonprofit higher education entities in the United States. And it is the only prestigious private university situated in the heart of New York City. As a member of the top 30 American universities, NYU is recognized as one of the 25 newly minted Ivy League institutions, and it is also a member of the Association of American Universities, AU. NYU has produced a remarkable array of talent, including 36 Nobel laureates, ranking 17th among universities worldwide and 11th in the United States. Additionally, it boasts over 30 Pulitzer Prize winners, more than 30 Academy Award recipients, and 19 members of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, along with numerous winners of the Abel Prize, Emmy Awards, and Tony Awards. Ronnie's status as a top scholar at such a prestigious institution speaks volumes about his capabilities. "Why don't you explore for a bit? I need to speak with a professor about something," Ronnie said to Catherine as they roamed the campus. "What is it about?" Catherine inquired curiously. "It concerns my senior, Hill," Ronnie replied candidly, also sharing the events from the Science Museum downtown with her. "I'll come too," Catherine exclaimed with excitement. "All right," Ronnie agreed without hesitation. "Let us go then." Nodding in agreement, Catherine accompanied Ronnie to seek out Professor Yak's. Outside Professor Yak's office, Catherine voiced her confusion. Why were they all staring at me along the way? Many students had cast prolonged glances in her direction, leaving her perplexed. "I'm quite well known on campus. Plus, having never had a girlfriend, the sudden appearance of a stunning beauty like you probably led them to assume you were my girlfriend." Ronnie chuckled. His accolades in astrophysics, including first place in the American Physics Olympiad and the youth division of the International Astrophysics Competition, have garnered significant attention for Ronnie, who, despite not being conventionally handsome, has made a name for himself at NYU. Having been in college for 3 years without a romantic partner, The intrigue surrounding him intensified when a captivating figure like Catherine appeared by his side, attracting the collective gaze of the university's students. "Ah, I see," Catherine nodded in understanding, aware of Ronnie's illustrious achievements. Some media outlets have even compared him to brilliant scientists, entrepreneurs, and the charismatic playboy Tony Stark. While he may not rival the latter, his accomplishments nonetheless speak for themselves. "Please enter. The professor is inside," said Ronnie, casting a glance through the door to see Professor Yax diligently writing at his desk. He gently knocked on the door. "Ah, Ronnie, come in," Professor Yax replied, looking up with a slight smile. This student was, without a doubt, his most esteemed protégé, brilliant, quick-witted, and full of original ideas. It was merely a matter of time before Ronnie surpassed him in achievements. "Professor," Ronnie said, inclining his head slightly. "Good day, Professor Yax." Catherine followed him into the room. "Is this your girlfriend?" Professor Yax inquired, surprised as he glanced at Catherine. "No, this is Catherine, my dear friend. We've known each other since childhood," Ronnie replied with a smile, pulling 2 chairs over and sitting down, gesturing for Catherine to join him. He was quite familiar with Professor Yax. "I see," Professor Yax nodded. "What brings you here?" Ronnie proceeded to recount the encounter he had with Hill at the Downtown Science Museum in its entirety. Professor Yax fell silent after listening, and Ronnie patiently awaited his response. However, it seemed the matter was more complex than it appeared. After about half a minute, Professor Yax finally spoke. "I truly did not anticipate that you would decipher that exhibit. It seems I have underestimated you." "What do you mean?" Ronnie asked, puzzled. "That exhibit was a deliberately flawed product placed in the Science Museum by Hill's company, intended to identify geniuses like yourself," Professor Yax explained. "So, Hill's appearance was not merely coincidental?" Ronnie inquired. "No, Hill is a high-ranking official in their company, and her presence there was entirely unexpected," Professor Yax replied, shaking his head. "Such matters would not require someone of her stature to oversee. Ronnie's selection was purely serendipitous." "Professor, what can you tell me about Hill's company?" Ronnie asked. "Actually, Hill's company is where I worked before coming to New York University," Professor Yax said with a smile. "It's a remarkable place, better than any other. You would surely be satisfied if you were to join." Hill had mentioned something similar. "Could you elaborate?" Ronnie pressed. Professor Yax shook his head. "This place is highly confidential. Unless you have made a definite decision to pursue this opportunity, I cannot disclose further information. It would be detrimental to you." Ronnie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So mysterious? It isn't some government department, is it?" Catherine interjected. "It does not belong to the United States," Professor Yax chuckled. "The Bureau of Strategic Defense and Logistics is managed by a council of leaders from various countries and, strictly speaking, does not fall under American jurisdiction. It cannot be classified as a governmental department." "Is that so?" Catherine murmured. "Professor, do you think I should go?" Ronnie inquired, gazing at Professor Yax. "That ultimately depends on what you desire for yourself. If your ambition lies in the continuation of academic research, undoubtedly, this place would serve as your optimal destination. However, if your aspirations diverge from this path, then the discussion shifts entirely. Yet, it is premature to ponder such matters. You still have an entire year of your senior year ahead of you, so there is no need to rush." Ronnie nodded, indeed feeling no urgency, though a sense of curiosity lingered within him about the nature of this place. Chapter 13. A chance encounter with Steve. After exchanging a few more words, Ronnie and Catherine bid farewell to Professor Yax. The professor remained tight-lipped, revealing no information to Ronnie, merely stating that if one wished to engage in rigorous research and academia, this was the place to be. This was tantamount to saying nothing at all. While Ronnie possessed a fervent love for science, he was not prepared to wholly devote himself, both body and spirit. Thus, Lonnie and Catherine could only part ways with Professor Yax and leave. I still suspect it could be a governmental department or an international organization, Catherine remarked. That is plausible. When they claim to be a company, in truth, only a select few possess technological prowess comparable to that of a national apparatus. However, these companies are not typically organizations that require confidentiality. Ronnie's thoughts mirrored clarity. Professor Yax's reluctance to divulge any details about the organization he had departed from underscored its influence and the extent of its secrecy. Ronnie did not harbor expectations of acquiring substantial information from Professor Yax anymore. Nevertheless, since the professor had deemed the organization acceptable, it could certainly be considered among the choices for his post-graduation path. Given Professor Yax's elevated standards, the organization he esteemed must undoubtedly possess formidable technological capabilities. It feels almost like a spy organization, Catherine remarked, shaking her head in bemusement. Ronnie chuckled at her comment. Come on, weren't you going to visit New York University? Upon hearing this, Catherine's spirits lifted instantly. Go, go, go. Catherine was brimming with energy, yet her physical stamina was lacking, and after a little over an hour of exploration, she was nearly exhausted. Coincidentally, the time had reached past 5 in the afternoon. Although it was somewhat late for afternoon tea, it mattered little. Surrounding New York University were various shops, and the options for afternoon tea were countless. Ronnie guided Catherine to his favorite cafe for their afternoon repast. They ordered 2 cups of coffee and 3 pieces of cake, which were quite delectable. Catherine savored a small bite of cake with her spoon and remarked contentedly, "Everything tastes delicious when one is hungry." Ronnie chuckled in response. Indeed, when one is famished, only a proper meal truly satisfies. A low voice unexpectedly interjected, "Nonsense. Be quiet." Ronnie murmured, "What did you say?" Catherine gazed at Ronnie in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. "It's nothing," Ronnie replied, shaking his head. "Did I say something wrong? Snacks cannot replace a proper meal. Foolish humans." Venom continued, its voice audible only to Ronnie. He chose to disregard it. In this situation, engaging in a verbal battle with Venom would only lead to his detriment. Ignoring it was the wisest course of action. "That man's physique is quite intimidating," Catherine exclaimed, her eyes darting around until they landed on a solitary figure in the corner. "Which one?" Ronnie turned in curiosity. "Over there," she pointed, and Ronnie immediately recognized the person she referred to. "Steve," Ronnie exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the man. The silhouette unmistakably belonged to Steve Rogers, whom he had just met that morning. Such a formidable build was indeed rare. At that moment, Steve seemed to sense something, turning to look in their direction. "Mr. Scarab?" Steve exclaimed, surprise etched on his face as he recognized Ronnie. "Do you two know each other?" Catherine asked, bewildered by the apparent familiarity between them. Steve approached, prompting Ronnie to rise from his seat, and Catherine followed suit, setting down her cake. "This is Steve Rogers," Ronnie introduced with a smile. "He's the new neighbor I mentioned to you this morning. This is Catherine, my dear friend who also resides with me," Ronnie continued. Steve nodded in understanding, exchanging a knowing glance with Ronnie that left him momentarily speechless. "Hello, I'm Steve," he said, extending his right hand. Catherine reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with him. "Steve Rogers? That name sounds so familiar," Catherine murmured, her voice inadvertently loud enough for both Ronnie and Steve to hear. A slight stiffness appeared in Steve's demeanor, his smile becoming somewhat strained. "What a coincidence, meeting again so soon after our introduction this morning," Ronnie quickly interjected to divert the conversation. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Steve agreed hastily. "By the way, you can just call me Ronnie." Ronnie smiled. "I'm a student at New York University. I brought Catherine to explore the campus. And who would have thought we'd run into you?" "Ah, I see," Steve replied, nodding in comprehension. "What a coincidence indeed. The fitness club I work at is nearby." "Really?" Ronnie asked, surprised. He had yet to examine the business card Steve had given him and was unaware of the club's location. "The Cake Club? It's just over there." Steve gestured towards a direction, and Ronnie faintly discerned an elegant sign reading Cake Club. "A fitness club?" Catherine's eyes brightened as she tugged at Ronnie's sleeve. "Shall we check it out? I haven't been to the gym in ages. Is it convenient?" Ronnie did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at Steve. "Of course." Steve naturally had no reason to decline. "Then let us go and take a look. Long live Ronnie," he exclaimed, embracing him with joyous enthusiasm. Ronnie shook his head helplessly, reminding them to finish their food and not waste it. "Oh right," Catherine suddenly recalled. "I'm still hungry." Releasing Ronnie, she returned to savor her cake and coffee. Ronnie and Steve exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared sense of exasperation in each other's eyes. "How old are you, Ronnie?" "I thought you were already working," Steve inquired, choosing to remain seated opposite Ronnie and engaging in light conversation. Catherine, however, paid no mind to the two, contentedly indulging in her meal. "You two chat. I'll enjoy my own." "I'm 21, currently in my 3rd year studying astrophysics," Ronnie replied. "What's that?" Steve blinked, gazing at Ronnie with a look of confusion. "Astrophysics is a vital branch of physics that explores the universe," Ronnie elucidated. "Oh," Steve nodded in sudden understanding. "Though I don't quite grasp what you're saying. It must be impressive. And you? How old are you?" Ronnie asked. "I suppose I'm 27, Steve hesitated before answering. 27? What do you mean by suppose?" Ronnie thought to himself, suppressing the urge to voice his incredulity. How could one be uncertain about their own age? He simply nodded in response. Before long, Catherine had devoured 2 sizable, high-calorie pieces of cake and a large cup of coffee, patting her stomach in satisfaction. "I'm full. Let us head out." Ronnie rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Just finished eating and you want to exercise? Are you trying to invite appendicitis or a prolapsed stomach?" Catherine's exuberance momentarily faltered. "Perhaps so. Not to worry, we can head over first. The club has a relaxation area," Steve said with a reassuring smile, alleviating Catherine's embarrassment. "All right then, let us go." The 3 of them rose to settle the bill before making their way to the club where Steve worked. Kate Club is a popular fitness center in New York. The owner, Kate White, boasts a father who is a congressional senator and a mother who holds a senior position in a major American fitness equipment company, providing her with a formidable background. Coupled with top-notch equipment, trainers, decor, and service, it is no wonder that people prioritize this club above all others. The only drawback is that the membership fee is somewhat steep, making it unaffordable for an average family. It primarily caters to middle and upper-class consumers. With several $1 million in his bank account, Ronnie can be considered part of the middle class and can certainly afford it. This is truly thanks to the criminals who have become guests in Venom's stomach. Without their assistance, Ronnie would not have amassed such savings. However, under the guidance of Steve, the head coach, the 2 were permitted entry without a membership. "I didn't expect you to be the head coach. That's impressive," Catherine exclaimed in surprise. "It's all right," Steve responded with a gentle smile. Ronnie was not particularly surprised. Despite Steve's seemingly harmless demeanor, aside from his intimidating muscular physique and his affable nature, Ronnie had only encountered 2 individuals whom Venom deemed dangerous. One was Hill, and the other was Steve. Ronnie had never underestimated this seemingly benign man. "What do you teach?" "Steve, boxing, running?" Catherine asked, glancing around while bombarding Steve with questions. "I teach mixed martial arts," Steve replied with a smile. Ronnie's eyes lit up, interjecting, "Is the mixed martial arts you teach the kind practiced in the military?" Steve looked at Ronnie in surprise and nodded. "Yes, I was a soldier in the army, and I learned military combat techniques." "That's fantastic." Ronnie clapped his hands, relieved to have finally found someone. Over the years, he had spent a considerable amount on learning martial arts. It was difficult to figure things out on his own, and with limited time, it was far more effective to learn from the insights of others. Creating something new was best left to martial arts masters like Bruce Lee. However, Ronnie found it frustrating that, although the martial arts had provided him with much inspiration, the instructors were too weak. They would be easily defeated in a few moves, failing to convey the essence of the combat techniques. Mixed martial arts can only be learned effectively through actual combat. Without practical application, one merely learns superficial techniques. But Steve was different. As someone whom Venom deemed dangerous, Ronnie believed his abilities must be formidable. Additionally, his knowledge of authentic military combat techniques brought great joy to Ronnie. Finally, he had found a potential coach who could teach him. With eyes gleaming, he looked at Steve, making him feel uneasy. "Steve, shall we have a match?" Ronnie suggested, pointing to the nearby ring. "That might not be appropriate." Steve hesitated, glancing at Ronnie. Seeing this, Ronnie removed his t-shirt, revealing a strong physique clad only in a tank top. Although his muscles were not as massive as Steve's, they still exuded a remarkable sense of power. "All right," Steve said, no longer hesitating. Having once been on the battlefield and spent considerable time in the military, he easily discerned that Ronnie's muscular physique was not merely a product of gym workouts. It was a manifestation of genuine strength. Moreover, Steve sensed a faint aura of intimidation emanating from Ronnie. This sensation was not foreign to Steve. It was common among those who had experienced the horrors of war. Perhaps, if one were to attribute a more fantastical name to this feeling, it could be called bloodlust. Steve was perplexed by how a distinguished student from New York University like Ronnie could embody such a presence. Nonetheless, it did not deter him from agreeing to spar with Ronnie. Since awakening from his frozen state, it had been quite some time since Steve had engaged in combat. Though a proponent of peace, he held a passion for martial arts, and the two did not conflict with each other. Catherine, observing the transformation in Ronnie's demeanor, felt an unsettling sense of intimidation in his presence. There was an inherent fear in standing beside someone who had taken lives. The eyes of such individuals unconsciously reflect the ferocity of their past actions, altering their mindset, temperament, and aura. This was the so-called bloodlust that had been spoken of in hushed tones. In reality, it was merely the psychological effect at play. As Ronnie and the shirtless Steve stepped onto the ring, those who were working out immediately grasped the impending spectacle. although they were unfamiliar with the young man Ronnie. The imposing figure of Steve, the chief trainer with an intimidating physique, was well known. One by one, they abandoned their workouts and gathered around, eager to witness the clash between Ronnie and Steve. "Go, Ronnie! Go, Ronnie!" Catherine shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines. "We're not actually fighting in the ring," Ronnie replied, somewhat bemused. "I'm willing." Catherine shot him a disapproving glance, her dissatisfaction evident. "Ronnie, seize the opportunity," Steve encouraged with a smile. Ronnie, not lacking in intelligence, understood the implication of Steve's words. "We shall see. Come." In an instant, Steve assumed a fighting stance, while Ronnie focused intently, his gaze fixed on Steve, who was a mere 2 meters away. With a swift exhale, Ronnie launched the first offensive, his right fist clenched, stepping forward swiftly, and delivering a powerful strike aimed at Steve's face. This fierce and rapid assault elicited gasps from the onlookers below. Yet, seasoned observers could already tell that this young man was extraordinary. Chapter 15. Defeat. Confronted with the ferocity of Ronnie's punch, Steve remained unperturbed. He crossed his arms in front of him, seamlessly absorbing the blow. This was not merely a simple block. He effectively neutralized the strike. Ronnie's right fist became ensnared above Steve's crossed arms, and with a swift motion, Steve locked Ronnie's south right hand in place. Raising his right leg, he unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Ronnie. Ronnie, quick to react, lifted his leg to defend himself. The impact resonated. A tremendous force surged from Ronnie's left leg, causing an unsettling numbness to envelop the entire limb. Steve's strength left Ronnie utterly astonished. Without hesitation, he clenched his left fist and struck Steve's abdomen with ferocity. The vulnerable area received a powerful blow, and despite the presence of abdominal muscles to absorb the impact, it compelled Steve's hands to involuntarily relax. Seizing the opportunity, Ronnie's restrained right hand broke free, and with his left leg providing support, he executed a half-turn, launching his right leg with a fierce gust towards Steve. At that moment, Steve's extensive combat experience came into play. He neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick towards Ronnie, while simultaneously raising his left arm to block the incoming strike. A resounding thud resonated as the two separated, swiftly distancing themselves from one another. The exchange had transpired in the blink of an eye. Ronnie shook his trembling right arm, acutely aware of the true force behind Steve's punches and kicks, which left his right arm and left leg tingling. Steve maintained a calm demeanor, yet his slightly trembling left arm revealed that he was not entirely unscathed. "This boy possesses considerable strength," Steve mused, filled with astonishment. It was the super soldier serum that granted him such extraordinary physical capabilities, while Ronnie had never utilized any serum. Though his strength may not rival Steve's, the sheer effort it took to train his body to such a level was commendable. The captivated onlookers were utterly thrilled. This visceral display of combat was far removed from the superficiality of mere exhibitions. Even boxing matches, which involve padded gloves, could not compare to the raw intensity of this clash. Though it was merely the beginning, the atmosphere in the venue had ignited with fervor. Taking a deep breath and clenching his fists, Ronnie surged forward once more. Steve's gaze sharpened as he prepared to meet him. Thud, thud, thud. The resonant sounds of flesh meeting flesh reverberated throughout the confined space. The primal beauty of human violence was laid bare in their exchange. As they continued to strike, their movements accelerated, and the force of their blows intensified. Each thud of fists and kicks elicited gasps of astonishment, igniting a surge of excitement in the hearts of those witnessing the spectacle. Regular gym-goers, regardless of gender, relished this authentic display of passion, excluding only those like certain individuals who visited the gym merely to observe. With another resounding separation, Ronnie and Steve distanced themselves once more. Had someone been able to swap bodies with Ronnie at that moment, they would be shocked to discover that every inch of his being was in agony. Such a level of intense combat was exceedingly rare for Ronnie, as he was solely reliant on his own capabilities this time. Historically, he either fought alongside Venom's assistance or allowed Venom to engage on his behalf. This was the first instance he fought purely on his own. "Do you need assistance?" Venom, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "No," Ronnie gasped, his voice low. "Very well," Venom replied, not pressing the matter further. Having spent 15 years together, Steve was well acquainted with Ronnie's character. Once he made a decision, no one could alter it. "Shall we continue?" Steve inquired, sensing that Ronnie was nearing his limit. In stark contrast to Ronnie, who was on the brink of exhaustion, Steve faced only minor difficulties, aside from some heavy breathing. It was impossible for Steve, having reached the human threshold, to contend with Lonnie without Venom's assistance. Once more, Lonnie roared defiantly, his indomitable spirit igniting as he charged forward. Steve could only shake his head in resignation. The muffled sounds of struggle echoed again, though this time they were considerably weaker. "This young man has reached his limit," a knowledgeable African-American elder remarked. Beside him, Catherine's expression shifted as she leaned in to listen. "It's no small feat to last this long against Coach Rogers." "Who is this young man?" inquired a young African-American man next to the elder. "I'm not sure, but with this level of skill, Coach Allen might not even prevail against him," the elder responded. "He certainly wouldn't win." When Coach Rogers applied for the position, Coach Allen, who was the head coach at the time, was taken down by him in just a few moves. "This guy has been fighting with Coach Rogers for quite a while. He appears to be stronger," the young man expressed, showing a favorable opinion of Lonnie. The elder said nothing further, merely smiling as he continued to observe the duel. Lonnie advanced once more, aiming a punch at Steve's chest. However, in his exhausted state, both his speed and power were significantly diminished, leaving him vulnerable. With a resounding thud, Steve seized upon Lonnie's weakness, executing a fierce shoulder throw that slammed Lonnie to the ground. The brutal impact with the floor nearly shattered Lonnie's already exhausted body, rendering him unable to fight back. Undoubtedly, this battle had concluded with Lonnie's defeat. Venom coursed rapidly through Lonnie's system, mending his injuries. This fatigue and minor wounds were trivial to repair. Once, during a confrontation with criminals, both of Lonnie's hands had been incapacitated, yet Venom had managed to restore him. The outcome was clear. "Are you all right?" Steve crouched down, concern etched upon his face as he looked at Lonnie. "I'm fine," Lonnie replied, shaking his head as he lay still, allowing Venom to heal him. Under Venom's restorative powers, his exhausted body quickly regained its strength. In just a few breaths, Lonnie was revitalized. With Venom's support, prolonged battles were the least of Lonnie's concerns. "Kid, you still have a long way to go," Venom scoffed. Leaving Lonnie in silence once more, he knew Venom was right. He had yet to reach his full potential. Seeing Lonnie's silence, Steve misunderstood and felt somewhat at a loss. "I have participated in genuine battlefield combat, systematically studied martial arts, and possess commendable physical fitness. It is entirely normal that you cannot surpass me. Are you offering consolation or delivering a blow?" Nevertheless, Lonnie understands that Steve means well. "I am fine." Lonnie rose from the ground. "You are fine," Steve exclaimed, astonished at Lonnie's newfound vigor. Just moments ago he appeared listless, yet now he exudes vitality. What remarkable recuperative ability is this? "I am perfectly fine," Lonnie replied, shaking his head. "Steve, I wish to learn martial arts from you." Chapter 16. Hill's invitation. "I desire to follow you to learn martial arts." Steve looked at Lonnie in disbelief. "Is that not permissible?" Lonnie inquired, furrowing his brow. "Is there some taboo that forbids sharing?" "Of course, it is permissible. I am merely surprised," Steve hurriedly replied. As he glanced around, Lonnie's high intelligence immediately made his intent clear. "I will obtain a membership here, making it convenient for you to teach me," Lonnie said with a smile. "Thank you." Lonnie waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Catherine rushed over, playfully grabbing Lonnie and patting him in front of the crowd. Even with his remarkably thick skin, Lonnie felt slightly overwhelmed. "What are you doing?" Lonnie asked, freeing himself from Catherine's grasp, perplexed. Not injured? You appeared half-dead moments ago, and yet you aren't scathed?" Catherine observed Lonnie with astonishment, speaking to herself. "Do you wish for me to be injured?" Lonnie retorted, somewhat irked. "Of course not. I isn't it out of concern for you. A dog biting someone, unaware of a good heart," Catherine exclaimed, her large eyes narrowing in displeasure. "People called Ludongbin are all the same. What nonsense." Watching the two young individuals bicker unabashedly, Steve and a group of onlookers shared a paternal smile, imbued with warmth and depth. After bidding farewell to Steve, who had to return to work, Lonnie and Catherine initially planned to take a taxi home. However, a phone call disrupted this plan. Lonnie glanced at the unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Scarborough." "Hello, Lonnie Scarborough, this is Maria Hill." A cool female voice emerged from the receiver, reaching both Lonnie and Catherine's ears. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting surprise in their eyes. Brooklyn, at the Set Cafe. Lonnie observed the brown-haired woman sitting across from him. Unlike Catherine, who radiated youthful vibrancy and sunshine, warming those around her like the sun, Hill exuded a cold allure. A frosty beauty mingled with seduction. Like the plum blossom that blooms in the harsh winter, pure and beautiful, standing apart from the world. Both have their unique characteristics. However, in comparison, Lonnie leans more towards Hill. Maturity is his foremost criterion for choosing a partner. Clearly, Catherine does not meet this standard. Whether in personality or appearance, she falls short. Having lived 2 lives and nearing 40, Lonnie has long surpassed the age of selecting a partner based solely on looks. While beauty holds its significance, it is the inner qualities that truly matter. Once again, he meets senior sister Hill. Lonnie offers a slight smile and speaks first. "Hello." Hill responds in a calm tone, acknowledging him. "I wonder what brings you here, senior sister?" Lonnie inquires, convinced that Hill would not approach him without reason. "I trust you have sought out Professor Ikes to gather some information about my company," Hill states directly. "Indeed, I recently inquired with the professor, but he did not provide me with any useful information." "That is to be expected," Hill continues. "Our company maintains a high level of confidentiality, even upon departure. Individuals are not permitted to disclose company secrets without authorization." "You are not a company. I am more curious about what organization you truly represent," Lonnie interjects, speaking earnestly. "A place with such stringent confidentiality cannot simply be a product of corporate structure. I need to understand some essential details." Hill furrows her brow at the interruption, but remains silent. "We are a privileged department not governed by any country, organization, or power. We fall directly under the Security Council established by the United Nations." Upon hearing this, Ronnie's eyelids flicker with astonishment. "What on earth?" "I initially thought I was dealing with a powerful entity, only to discover that it is a privileged department directly under the United Nations Security Council, free from the dominion of any country or organization. Such authority is indeed within the realm of possibility. Peacekeeping forces operate similarly. Yet, the true prestige lies in those final words, privileged department. What does that imply? A department endowed with special rights. A privileged department not subject to any nation, organization, or influence holds unimaginable power. An organization of such magnitude would effortlessly outclass any FBI or military intelligence division. Lonnie has never heard of such a privileged department existing in the world. Even in his previous life, having reached the status of a preparatory academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had never encountered such a department. It is likely a unique feature of this world. Thus, the high degree of confidentiality becomes understandable. Such a powerful and clandestine privileged department typically remains unknown, easily provoking dissatisfaction and panic among the global populace. It must operate in the shadows, quietly influencing the course of the world, like a behind-the-scenes puppet master. The reason I divulge this information to you in advance is to convey your significance to us. To be precise, your exceptional talent in astrophysics holds significant importance for us." Hill reiterated. Lonnie was not surprised by this. Aside from the venom coursing through his veins, it was solely his knowledge of astrophysics that could capture the attention of such a privileged sector. "My expertise is far from extraordinary," Lonnie mused after a moment of contemplation. "We value your innate ability," Hill replied. "With the talent you have displayed thus far, we have every reason to believe that you could become a leading authority in the field of astrophysics in the near future. Consider this an investment," Hill elucidated. Lonnie nodded. "You wish to cultivate my potential?" "Indeed." Lonnie weighed the pros and cons. Such a privileged department must possess capabilities beyond his imagination. Joining it could indeed prove beneficial. However, Lonnie harbored reservations, namely, the venom. The existence of the venom was a secret. He was uncertain whether this privileged sector would forcibly extract the venom from him for research purposes if it were ever discovered. This was a distinct possibility. Moreover, should Lonnie undergo a physical examination, the state of his deteriorating organs would be immediately apparent. The risk was too great. Thus, Lonnie hesitated, contemplating whether to join or abstain. Time ticked away. Hill glanced at her watch. "My time is limited. Since you have yet to reach a decision, continue to reflect." "I shall take my leave," she stated. Rising from her seat, Lonnie looked up at her. "If you come to a conclusion, do not hesitate to contact me." With that, Hill turned and departed, leaving no room for hesitation. Chapter 17, A Year. How decisive she was, Lonnie thought with a wry smile. Though she claimed he was important, her departure was brisk and unceremonious. Indeed, such a privileged department sought and yearned for talent like his. Yet, such talent was not indispensable. One should not overestimate their own worth. Operations could continue without them. This was the most immediate impression Hill left on Lonnie. "You are worried about my discovery, aren't you?" The voice of the venom echoed in his mind. Naturally, If I weren't concerned about you, I would have agreed long ago, Ronnie retorted, rolling his eyes. In his previous life, having chosen to become an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Ronnie's decision reflected not only the institution's rich academic atmosphere and high research standards, but also his openness to joining national organizations. He did not shy away from serving his country and humanity. He was not overly fixated on wealth. With the protection of the state, one could find solace in its shade. Although the privileged department to which Hill belonged was not under the jurisdiction of any nation, it fell under the auspices of the United Nations Security Council. Ronnie surmised that the department's purpose was likely to safeguard humanity. If such is the intention, certainly, Ronnie would not be averse to joining. Yet, the same concern lingers. Venom, he said, raising an eyebrow. Your apprehensions are entirely unfounded. How so? Venom responded. If you and I were to merge, we would become a new entity. Although your essence would be fundamentally altered, the exterior would still retain a human guise, along with all the normal functions of humanity, save for the essence itself. I refer to this ability as mimicry. Through this mimicry capability, you could effortlessly simulate a healthy and normal body, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Ronnie's expression shifted. If mimicry indeed functioned in such a manner, it was not altogether unappealing. However, he remained hesitant. He could not relinquish his human identity. Wait a moment, Ronnie suddenly paused. How do you know about mimicry? Venom fell silent for a moment. I conjectured. Ronnie could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing, undoubtedly a most attractive sight at that moment. You conjectured? You merely guessed? He exclaimed, incredulous. Your Ferrero Rocher is gone. Taking a deep breath, Ronnie suppressed his fury. Venom said nothing, even deprived of its beloved chocolate spheres. After years of companionship, it was evident that Ronnie was genuinely enraged. It was best not to provoke him further. Exhaling a deep sigh, Ronnie chose to ignore the wretched creature now that it had fallen silent. He leaned over the table, closing his eyes. Seasons changed, spring gave way to autumn, and time flowed relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, ushering in May of the second year. Over the course of this year, Ronnie had transitioned from a junior to a senior at New York University, his age advancing from 21 to 22. The wheel of the world had turned another notch. Catherine had not departed. She had fully settled in with Ronnie. Last December, she had returned home, but to Ronnie's surprise, she reappeared after Christmas, laden with bags. Seemingly intent on establishing herself in New York, Ronnie welcomed her presence without hesitation. During this year, Ronnie trained in martial arts under Steve at the Kate Club. To this end, he had made a significant investment in a year-long diamond membership, which had caused him considerable pain. However, the results were unmistakable. Ronnie's judgment had proven sound. Steve imparted many practical combat techniques while correcting numerous errors in Ronnie's form. These nuanced improvements greatly enhanced Ronnie's combat prowess. Coupled with Steve's formidable presence as a sparring partner, Ronnie's practical skills had become increasingly refined. Since Hill had reached out to Ronnie a year prior, there had been no further communication. Ronnie had found no effective means to conceal Venom's existence, and thus had not initiated contact. This matter lingered unresolved. It is noteworthy that during his senior year, Ronnie published numerous papers, causing quite a stir in the academic realm. One of his papers was even selected for inclusion in the prestigious journal, Nature. As one of the world's most authoritative scientific publications, the fact that a mere 22-year-old's scholarly work was chosen for Nature is an exceedingly rare occurrence in history. This event has sparked considerable excitement in both American and global academic circles. Ronnie's youth is astonishing. Such prodigious talent inevitably brings to mind another exceptional genius, Tony Stark. However, in contrast to the arrogant and aloof playboy Tony, who is difficult to approach, Ronnie, influenced deeply by Confucian culture in his previous life, is renowned for his character and interpersonal skills. He lacks the hubris often seen in those who achieve early fame, nor does he rest on his laurels due to his current accomplishments. Though this brilliant mind may not yet rival the seemingly superhuman achievements of Tony, he is undeniably a burgeoning supernova in the scientific community of our time. Moreover, with Ronnie nearing graduation or pursuing further studies, numerous elite Ivy League institutions have extended their invitations, promising a plethora of advantages in an attempt to secure such a prodigy. As long as he does not become a fleeting talent, his future achievements in the realm of astrophysics are almost predictable. Who would not be captivated by such a genius? Among the institutions vying for his attention are the likes of Harvard and MIT, the pinnacle of higher education. Even his alma mater from his previous life is attempting to join the fray, hoping for a stroke of luck. Currently, Ronnie is indeed the object of keen interest, a coveted talent attracting widespread attention. However, despite his burgeoning fame, it remains confined to the academic sphere. The general populace remains largely unaware of his existence. He is not a celebrity. At most, he is regarded as an expert in astrophysics, not even qualifying as a scientist in the broader public eye. Renowned status within academic circles does not equate to similar recognition outside of them, and Ronnie does not seek such notoriety. In his previous life, he read a book that resonated with him, advocating a viewpoint he firmly supports. If great scholars and scientists became as scrutinized as film and sports stars, the world would be in disarray. The attention of the media is a sacrifice. Only the sacrifices of entertainers and athletes allow scholars and scientists to enjoy their tranquility. Ronnie has always aligned himself with this perspective. Scientists require solitude, not fame. Throughout that year, Ronnie penned his papers amid a normal life. If he were to face the myriad distractions akin to those encountered by celebrities, how could he possibly engage in scholarly pursuits? It is best to disregard such trivialities. Chapter 18. An interesting morning. Brooklyn, Ronnie's apartment. Ronnie sat at his writing desk, bent over with pen in hand, engrossed in calculations. The morning sunlight bathed him in gentle warmth, while the air conditioning dispelled the summer heat. Recently, Ronnie had been delving into a complex formula that proved troublesome to unravel. Although he had access to established formulas from predecessors, he preferred to derive them anew, transforming them into his own understanding. A slender, dark line extended from the nape of Ronnie's neck, connecting to a diminutive version of Venom, no larger than a thumb. This miniature creature, perched upon the desk, clutched a tiny skateboard, gliding effortlessly across the surface. In the expanse of the 2-meter-long and 1.5-meter-wide desk, this minuscule Venom reveled in its freedom, darting about on its ultimate tiny skateboard. With an exhilarated roar, Venom surged forward, the speed of the skateboard propelling it rapidly, the surrounding scenery blurring in its wake. Ronnie glanced at the self-amused creature, feeling increasingly fortunate for his decision to purchase the 5-cent miniature skateboard. What a splendid choice it had been. Observing Venom's antics from across the desk, Ronnie nodded in satisfaction. Venom's sinuous tongue flicked out, caught by the wind and trailing behind as it sped along, leaving a droplet of saliva in its wake, much like an exuberant black husky. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the crack of the door, tickling Venom's sensitive nose. Delicious. The exuberant creature abruptly halted, discarding its skateboard and transforming into a flowing liquid that surged toward the source of the scent. Ronnie cast a glance but paid it no mind. Despite its whimsical nature, Venom understood boundaries. Slithering into the kitchen, the black liquid coalesced upon the cabinets. A pair of large, crescent-shaped white eyes emerged from the mass, squinting at Catherine, who was busy cooking in her apron. Not long ago, Catherine had whimsically decided to learn how to cook. With someone to assist, Ronnie had readily agreed. Catherine's culinary talent proved impressive. Within just over a month, she had mastered about 60 to 70% of Ronnie's skills. This left Ronnie marveling at how a gem had been overlooked by the new Oriental culinary school. Catherine's enthusiasm in the kitchen was infectious. After mastering Western cuisine, she eagerly turned her attention to Chinese cooking. By now, her proficiency in both styles had reached commendable heights, enough to satisfy even Ronnie's discerning palate. Is that a sugar cake? Venom observed in delight as Catherine prepared the dish, silently recalling the delectable Chinese cuisine from Ronnie's memories, which it had absorbed. Among the esteemed dominions of Chinese breakfast, the sugar cake stands out as a familiar delight. For Venom, who harbors a particular fondness for sweet delicacies, sugar cake is undoubtedly the breakfast of choice. How splendid. I must persuade Ronnie to marry Catherine, so she can prepare sugar cakes for me daily, Venom mused, its crescent-shaped eyes expanding and contracting with anticipation. However delectable, one cannot indulge in the same treat daily, for monotony can swiftly ensue. As a connoisseur of gastronomy, Mr. Venom is acutely aware not to allow his adoration for the beloved Ferrero Rocher chocolate balls to lead to culinary fatigue. Thus, sugar cake serves as a temporary substitute for the chocolate spheres. Yet, Ronnie's distaste for sweets means sugar cakes are seldom made. It is far more convenient to procure chocolate balls for Venom. Catherine, however, shares Venom's affinity for sugary confections, and among traditional Chinese breakfasts, sugar cake is her specialty. Given her delectable prowess, Venom, considering his own desires, resolves to keep her close. After a moment's reflection, he reluctantly gazes once more at the sugar cake before retreating. Upon returning to Ronnie's chamber, Venom forgoes his skateboard and instead settles within Ronnie's being. This serene demeanor astonishes Ronnie. Has this creature been stimulated in some manner? He wonders, noting the deviation from Venom's usual exuberance. Nevertheless, Ronnie dismisses the thought. This peculiar behavior is rather agreeable, providing him with much-needed tranquility. Stretching comfortably, he resumes his calculations, deeply engrossed in his research. "Ronnie, it's time for dinner." Catherine's voice calls from beyond the door. "Oh, understood," Ronnie replies, continuing his computations, oblivious to the passage of time. 5 minutes later, crack. A pair of chopsticks strikes Ronnie's hand, sending his pen tumbling. Enough with the calculations, time to eat. Catherine, donned in an apron, hands on her hips, glares at Ronnie. "There's no need to rush," Ronnie replies with a wry smile. "I've called you for 10 minutes. The sugar cake will be cold and unpalatable." Catherine retorts, visibly displeased. "It hasn't been 10 minutes. Ronnie shakes his head, capping his pen. "Let's eat." He gently nudges Catherine out of the room. Catherine's culinary skills are commendable, a true inheritance from Ronnie. The traditional Chinese breakfast is a source of comfort for all. As Ronnie picks up a sugar cake, he discreetly tosses it beneath the table when Catherine is not looking. The Venom, clinging to Ronnie's leg, swiftly manipulates the inky substance into a hand to catch it, savoring the treat with delight. Thus, Catherine prepares 15 sugar cakes, 10 of which vanish into Venom's voracious appetite. "I recall you disdained sweets as a child. How is it that you now relish them so?" Consuming 1, 2, even 30 sugar cakes, Catherine exclaims in astonishment. "People inevitably change, and so do their tastes," remarked Lonnie with a chuckle. "Is that so? In that case, I shall prepare more. I too enjoy sweet pastries," Catherine replied with a beaming smile. Silently munching on the dry bean cakes, Lonnie felt a surge of melancholy. "By the way, have you decided where to go after graduation?" Catherine inquired while savoring her confection. "Not yet." Lonnie shook his head and rose to his feet. "Where did you put the milk?" "In the refrigerator." "Thank you." Lonnie walked over to pour himself a glass of milk. "Have you been in touch with that senior, Hill?" "I believe her place should be quite pleasant. Even Professor Ike said so," Catherine suggested. "Not yet." He finished the glass in one gulp and wiped his mouth. "No rush. There are still a few months left." Chapter 19. Tony's soiree. No rush. Indeed, there are still a few months remaining. Lonnie remained unperturbed, displaying no signs of anxiety. "You truly are quite composed," Catherine remarked, taken aback by his calm demeanor. She found herself at a loss for words regarding Lonnie's nonchalant, fate-accepting attitude. Worrying was futile. Catherine found it curious that Lonnie seemed to subconsciously overlook the option of Hill. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. But she sensed that Lonnie had a desire to go there, yet was hesitant for reasons unknown. "I must lend him a hand," Catherine thought to herself. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Lonnie's phone suddenly chimed. He pulled it from his pocket. Caller ID, Abby. "Hello, Abby. Up early today?" Lonnie teased as he answered the call. Abby's nightlife was notoriously vibrant, causing him to rarely rise before noon. Abby's mornings began at 12 o'clock. "Lonnie, do you have plans for tonight?" Abby's excited voice resonated through the line. "I'm free. What is on your agenda?" "Just so you know, I'm not attending any of those wild parties you throw." Lonnie replied. "Not that. It's my dad's boss's soiree." Lonnie paused in surprise. "Uncle Rogers's boss? You mean Tony Stark?" He inquired uncertainly. "Yes. Stark whimsically organized this soiree, and my dad is overseeing it. He provided me with several invitations. Would you care to join?" "I want to be attending," Lonnie declined. He had no fondness for social gatherings, nor for notoriety. Fame may appear alluring, but it merely feeds one's vanity. For someone like Lonnie, who was primarily a dedicated researcher, renown held little appeal. Unlike Tony Stark, who could enjoy fame and revelry while pursuing scientific endeavors, Lonnie lacked that innate talent. If he attempted to emulate Tony, he would merely be staging a modern-day tragedy. Once contact was established with Tony, the media had already begun to juxtapose the two individuals who had never met. Should they meet in person, the coverage would undoubtedly be overwhelming, especially considering Tony's immense fame. "Oh no," Abby interjected hastily. "Haven't you had lingering questions about several nuclear reactor issues? You could take this opportunity to inquire with Stark. Although he may not be the most agreeable person, his expertise in this field is unparalleled." Upon hearing Abby's suggestion, Ronnie suddenly recalled the questions that had long occupied his mind, questions not pertaining to astrophysics. but rather to nuclear reactors. Professor X was not well versed in this area, and there were few professors at New York University who ventured into this field, leaving Ronnie's inquiries unaddressed. Tony, being a weapons expert and a prodigious talent in physics, seemed the ideal person to consult. Seeing Ronnie lost in thought, Abby recognized his interest and pressed on. Stark is not easily accessible. If you don't seize this opportunity, who knows when you might get to see him again. All right, Ronnie conceded. In the face of his curiosity outweighing his apprehension about fame, he requested, "Please send the time and location to my email." "Sure, and don't forget to bring Catherine," Abby reminded him. Ronnie recalled the first time Abby laid eyes on Catherine. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, the green light nearly blinding him. Catherine had subsequently put Abby in his place with a deft shoulder throw. When Ronnie was training in martial arts with Steve, Catherine would often join them. Her energetic nature led her to learn a few moves, which proved ineffective against seasoned fighters, but were more than sufficient to handle someone like Abby, who often indulged excessively. Despite being schooled by Catherine, Abby's enthusiasm for her remained unabated, especially after discovering that his close friend Ronnie was indifferent to her. Unfortunately for Abby, Catherine felt similarly disinterested in him, even finding him bothersome. After hanging up, Ronnie placed his phone on the table. "Is that the same playboy again?" Catherine remarked, her tone dripping with disdain for Abby. "Yes. He invited us to Stark's party," Ronnie replied with a nod. "Stark? Which Stark?" Catherine asked, puzzled. Ding. An email notification chimed as Abby sent the address and time. "Tony Stark. Oh my." As night fell, the sun vanished, and the enchanting moonlight poured down, illuminating the sky. The time was set for 8:15, the location, Stark Manor. "Are you sure it's appropriate to dress like that?" Ronnie and Catherine had just alighted from the taxi when Ronnie couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "What is wrong with it?" "I think it's quite fine," Catherine replied, shaking her head. "As long as you're happy." Having lived for so long, it was Ronnie's first encounter with a woman attending a soiree in jeans. Catherine's ensemble, a white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, was astonishingly simplistic. Yet it perfectly showcased her beauty. However, it was a gala, after all, and Catherine's jeans were not just any ordinary pair. They were an upgraded version with distressed detailing. Why bother with so many concerns? "You're not dressed formally either." Catherine raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly irked. "We're not the same. How many people have you seen attending a gala in formal attire?" "That's called a casual evening gown," Ronnie sighed, conceding the argument with her. "I think it looks quite nice." A voice, abrupt and startling, interjected. Ronnie jumped, startled. "Could you not appear so suddenly? For 15 years. You've nearly scared me to death each time. Such a coward. Want to give it a try?" "Not in the mood to deal with you." "Who are you talking to?" Just as Ronnie was about to retort, he halted, noticing Catherine's puzzled gaze. "It's nothing, just talking to myself." "Let us go?" He chuckled awkwardly and stepped forward. Catherine remained rooted in place, her curious eyes following him. "Who do you find quite nice?" she inquired. "Could it possibly be you? Am I not handsome?" "Huh, spare me." Listening to the faint exchange, Catherine's brow slightly furrowed. Ronnie often spoke to himself. This was not the first instance. Could he possibly be suffering from a mental disorder? Chapter 20. The meeting of extraordinary minds. Could he truly be mentally unstable? Catherine pondered skeptically. They say that geniuses often have peculiar quirks, and Ronnie certainly qualified as one. Could it be that he genuinely had a mental illness? "What are you doing? Hurry up." Ronnie's voice called out from a distance. "Coming," Catherine replied, hastily jogging towards him. After showing their invitation to the doorman, the two easily gained entry. True to its reputation, the Stark Industries owner's estate was opulent beyond compare. Upon arriving at the mansion hosting the gala, they were astonished to find its expanse at least 10 times that of Ronnie's home. Moreover, such a residence was merely one among many in this estate. "It's simply too luxurious. So beautiful," Catherine exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she surveyed her surroundings. "It's a world of the wealthy," Ronnie remarked, his own eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. The decor resembled that of a castle, resplendent and magnificent. "Regrettably, such a beautiful house is owned by a notorious womanizer," Catherine lamented. "It seems fitting, doesn't it?" "Enough with the musings. Abby is still waiting for us inside," Ronnie interjected, giving Catherine a gentle pat. "Oh, fine," she sighed, casting a reluctant glance back before following Ronnie into the inner hall. "You finally made it. I thought I was going to die," Abby exclaimed as she rushed towards Ronnie and Catherine, arms wide open. Ronnie, somewhat puzzled by Abby's unexpected enthusiasm, nevertheless matched her exuberance with a beaming smile, also extending his arms. Suddenly, a figure brushed past Ronnie. "Oh, Catherine. I've missed you so much." Abby beamed, striding towards Catherine. Catherine pursed her lips and extended her hands. Bam! The raucous gathering fell silent as everyone froze, staring in disbelief at Abby, who had just been thrown to the ground by Catherine's fierce shoulder throw. Ronnie awkwardly lowered his arms, rubbing his nose in an attempt to ease his embarrassment. What a scoundrel! Catherine brushed off non-existent dust from her hands. Trying to take advantage of me? The little sister certainly has quite the temper. However, I like it. A flirtatious voice chimed in from behind. Ronnie turned to see a mature-looking man with an alluring smile approaching. The commotion caused by Catherine's throw had caught the attention of the event's organizer, but this man was of even greater stature, Tony Stark. Ronnie silently mouthed the name. The most celebrated genius of this era, the chairman of Stark Industries, a leading force in the global arms industry, and a top-tier scientist with an almost superhuman intellect. Today, he finally stood before this paragon of modernity. Tony completely disregarded Ronnie, striding directly to Catherine. "Beautiful lady, may I ask your name?" he inquired with a charming smile, exuding gentlemanly grace. Catherine, she raised an eyebrow in response. "Such a lovely name, is it not?" Tony smiled, turning to leave, and his entourage quickly echoed their agreement. "I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting the beautiful Miss Catherine to share dinner with me?" he continued. "Absolutely not," Catherine replied, far from naive. Tony's notorious reputation was well known throughout America. How revolting. Tony's expression faltered. It was his first experience being so bluntly rebuffed. "Mr. Stark, this is my friend." She tends to speak rather straightforwardly. Abby managed to rise from the ground and hastily explained. "And you are?" Tony raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Abby with a less than cordial tone. "I am the son of Steve Rogers. My name is Abby." She introduced herself. "Oh, the son of Mr. Rogers." Tony nodded in realization. Abby smiled in response. "You have no business here. Please step aside." Abby's smile faltered, and Ronnie furrowed his brow. This Tony was even less likable than the rumors suggested. "I feel like devouring him." Venom's deep voice reverberated in his mind. "I too would relish the thought of striking him," Ronnie muttered softly. "Shall we deal with him?" Venom inquired, its excitement barely concealed. "It has been a year. A whole year without indulging." Ronnie scoffed. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Enough." With a dismissive curse, Venom receded into silence once more, as it always did, arriving hastily and departing just as swiftly. "What a lunatic," Ronnie murmured under his breath. "Ronnie, I wish to leave," Catherine declared loudly, fixing her gaze upon him. Catherine was no pushover. Her forthright nature left no room for pretense, and her disdain for Tony was laid bare. Though Abby shared her distaste, she considered him a friend, and it was no surprise that Catherine was incensed by such remarks. At that moment, Tony finally noticed the young man behind him. "Who are you?" he inquired, tilting his head. "Ronnie Scarab." He introduced himself, prompting a wave of murmurs from those present. Tony, oblivious to the stir he had caused, was unaware that the members of Stark Industries had been closely following the ongoing media comparisons between him and Ronnie. "I feel like I've heard of you. How did you get in?" Tony asked, frowning. "I brought them in," Abby replied cautiously, aware of the power dynamics at play. This was a formidable individual whose words could cost her father his job. Mr. Rogers, though a senior employee at Stark Industries, held no shares and was merely a high-ranking staff member. It would be trivial for Tony to have him dismissed. "You seem not to be one for social gatherings," Tony remarked suddenly, catching Ronnie off guard. Though his mouth was a tad reckless, his insight was sharp. "Indeed, I find such occasions unappealing. I came to discuss a few issues regarding nuclear reactors, but it seems I need not do so now," Ronnie stated candidly, revealing his intention. He had little desire to engage with a weapons dealer like Tony. "Interesting. I remember now. You are the young genius whom those foolish media outlets have compared to me," Tony said. Ronnie remained silent, observing him intently. "Everyone, disperse," Tony commanded impatiently, and the crowd began to break apart. All were his employees, and they naturally obeyed his words. Once the throng had dissipated, Tony approached Ronnie, intrigued by the young man who had garnered such attention at a tender age. "Now, tell me your questions." Chapter 21. Invitation and rejection. Speak your mind, Tony said as he approached Ronnie. "I no longer wish to inquire," Ronnie replied, shaking his head. "Young man, you may harbor disdain for me, yet your attitude toward knowledge is equally disheartening," Tony retorted dismissively. Ronnie paused, gazing down at Tony. who was a good half a head shorter, and noticed a glimmer of seriousness hidden beneath Tony's frivolous facade, a seriousness directed towards the pursuit of science. After a moment of contemplation, Ronnie finally voiced a question that had long perplexed him. Catherine and Abby watched the two engage in their discourse, bewildered by the barrage of technical jargon that left them utterly perplexed. Although the dialogue was in English and they understood the meaning of each word, the collective sentiment was lost on them. Despite his aversion to arms dealers, Ronnie found no hindrance in discussing science with Tony. While Tony's demeanor might be unappealing, his profound knowledge of scientific principles was undeniably impressive. Particularly, his insights on nuclear reactors often illuminated Ronnie's understanding with a single utterance. One must adopt a proper attitude towards scholarly pursuits. Tony's assertion held merit, though Ronnie did not favor Tony. The latter possessed the capability to resolve his inquiries and was willing to assist him, thus rendering any refusal of help unreasonable. Knowledge and personal relationships are distinct entities that ought not to be conflated. It seemed their conversation was nearing a conclusion. After more than half an hour, Abby noticed signs of a pause and felt a surge of energy. Catherine also halted her eating, turning her attention to Ronnie and Tony. So that is it. After Tony addressed the final question, Ronnie nodded in realization, his gaze toward Tony imbued with a hint of admiration. This man in his 30s truly lived up to the acclaim bestowed upon him. Indeed, a worthy individual beneath the weight of his reputation. You're quite impressive, Tony remarked, patting Ronnie on the shoulder with genuine appreciation. Though you still have much to learn compared to me, you surpass many others by a significant margin. Ronnie remained silent, contemplating the vanity of Tony's self-assessment. I recall that your primary focus is astrophysics, correct? Indeed, Ronnie affirmed. The realm of nuclear reactors merely intersected with his research topics, arising from a serious engagement with the subject. His principal concentration had always been astrophysics. I shall test your knowledge. Tony, ever the polymath, demonstrated considerable expertise even in the broader field of astrophysics. The two resumed their invigorating exchange. Abby and Catherine exchanged glances, acknowledging the chasm that separated them from the world of academic excellence. Perhaps we should find something entertaining to occupy ourselves, Abby suggested, glancing at Catherine, suddenly struck by the realization that this was an opportune moment to enhance their rapport. Not a chance, Catherine replied decisively, casting a scornful glance at Abby. Please, staying here to watch them discuss is futile, as we cannot comprehend their conversation. Are you not bored? Abby persisted. Boredom indeed. Yet I would rather endure it than join you in frivolity, Catherine replied coolly, her arms crossed. Oh, I can see through your little schemes, sister. Do you wish to pursue me? Dream on. Abby paused, realizing her friend was too astute for such antics. Reluctantly, she abandoned the alluring thought and engaged Catherine in trivial conversation. Meanwhile, Ronnie and Tony had been engrossed in their discussion for nearly an hour, gradually moving to a side, seated opposite each other for a more formal exchange. When it came to the realm of astrophysics, a field they had jointly explored across lifetimes, Ronnie could hardly contain his enthusiasm, speaking at length. Tony, though well-versed, began to struggle to keep pace. Despite being a prodigy capable of mastering various domains with ease, he had not delved deeply into astrophysics. For many, even a night of casual research by Tony couldn't rival a lifetime of study. Ronnie, on the other hand, had dedicated over 20 years to this discipline, and given his extraordinary talent, it was hardly surprising that he excelled beyond Tony in this particular arena. You are indeed remarkable, Tony remarked, gazing at Ronnie with admiration, praising him for the second time. Ronnie was the first to earn such commendation from Tony. The depth of Ronnie's knowledge in astrophysics impressed Tony, igniting a flicker of appreciation for talent within him. Would you be interested in joining Stark Industries? Tony proposed, having grown somewhat weary at the pinnacle of his success, where each invention only surpassed his previous achievements, devoid of worthy rivals. Although Ronnie could not be termed a competitor, his expertise in astrophysics stirred a desire for talent in Tony. Not interested, Ronnie replied, shaking his head, firmly declining the invitation. Have you considered it? Tony responded, surprised by the abruptness of Ronnie's refusal. I have already chosen my path, Ronnie stated, revealing his disinterest in a military-industrial complex like Stark Industries. That is indeed unfortunate, Tony said, shaking his head as he retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ronnie. This is my card. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out. Ronnie glanced at Tony in surprise as he accepted the card. It seemed that Tony held him in high regard. A rare gem of a scientist like you shouldn't fall prey to the antiquated views of those old fossils, Tony said, patting Ronnie on the shoulder before turning to leave. This demeanor reminded Ronnie of Hill from a year prior, equally decisive and efficient. Come if you wish, I welcome you. If not, it matters not to me. Such an intriguing individual, Ronnie chuckled. He suddenly realized that although Tony's temperament was somewhat abrasive and his manner of speech less than endearing, he was not entirely intolerable. You two have finally concluded. No sooner had Tony departed than Catherine and Abby approached. Shall we return home? I find no amusement in this. It is rather dull. Catherine pouted in discontent. Then let us depart, Ronnie replied, also disinclined to continue. Indeed, the situation lacked interest. I shall not see you off. My father remains, and I cannot leave, Abby shrugged. It is quite all right. You may go, Ronnie waved his hand dismissively. Abby nodded. Goodbye, Catherine. Humph. Abby managed a wry smile as she touched her nose, watching Ronnie and Catherine's retreating forms before turning to leave herself. Chapter 22. The hacker in the library. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced the desk in Ronnie's bedroom, a new day announced its arrival. Time slipped away unobserved, and June was quietly approaching. Ronnie relinquished his aspirations of pursuing graduate studies at New York University and began to contemplate alternative destinations. New York University is indeed an esteemed institution, one of the world's few prestigious universities, particularly in the fields of science and engineering, with only a handful rivaling its reputation. However, its achievements in astrophysics were rather mediocre. Only Professor X stood out. After 4 years of study under Professor X, Ronnie was well aware of his professor's caliber. It would take no more than a year for Ronnie to surpass him. Thus, to remain as a graduate student under his guidance would be a waste of time. A neglect of objective factors in favor of personal ties would be an irresponsible act towards oneself. Furthermore, Professor X did not recommend that Ronnie continue his studies at NYU, as it would limit his development. Although Ronnie wished to pursue graduate studies under Professor X, the professor himself was reluctant. Professor X proposed several options for Ronnie to consider. The first choice was the privileged department where Hill worked, namely the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The myriad advantages of this opportunity were self-evident to both Ronnie and Professor X, who chose not to elaborate further. Next were the American National Academy of Sciences, Harvard University, Oxford University, Cambridge University, and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. These 5 institutions were among the highest echelons in astrophysics, second only to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Should Ronnie opt against the latter, these 5 would undoubtedly be his primary choices. Professor X hoped Ronnie would select from these 6 esteemed options. Ronnie did not decline, recognizing that these 6 institutions represented the pinnacle of possibilities for him. Yet he remained contemplative, not hastening to make a decision. However, Professor Yax informed the 4 prestigious universities about Lonnie in advance. These esteemed institutions were well prepared, understanding that if Lonnie chose to pursue graduate studies, he would likely select one among them. This was hardly surprising. They promptly indicated that any decision Lonnie made prior to September would be welcomed. The National Academy of Sciences, however, remained noncommittal. As for that privileged department, Lonnie was confident that their doors were always open to him. After much contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, Lonnie decided to take a step back. With 3 months remaining, he felt there was no need to rush. Life, once again, returned to its previous routine. In Brooklyn, at Lonnie's apartment. Catherine, I'm heading out, he announced at the door while changing his shoes, calling towards Catherine's bedroom. Breakfast is on the table. Wake up early, or it'll be cold and unappetizing. Got it. Catherine's energetic voice echoed back. Why is she up so early today? Lonnie murmured to himself as he left for the downtown library. Approximately 3 minutes after the sound of the security door clicking shut, Catherine opened her bedroom door, peeking around in search of Lonnie, confirming that he had indeed left. She dashed into Lonnie's room. Squatting in front of the nightstand, she glanced over her shoulder, anxious about Lonnie potentially returning unexpectedly. She opened the drawer and retrieved the business card she had once mistaken for an escort service. With her phone in hand, she dialed the number. At the downtown library, Lonnie, with a backpack containing his laptop, sought a place to sit while holding 3 recently borrowed books on astrophysics. After Catherine had reported him to the police, the misunderstanding had been resolved, but his backpack had not been found. Consequently, Lonnie had to purchase a new backpack and laptop. After a considerable search, he finally found an empty seat. He glanced at the girl across from him, who was fiddling with her computer, and politely inquired, "May I sit here?" The library's seating arrangement accommodated two at each table, and out of courtesy, he felt it necessary to ask. The girl looked up and shrugged, nodding indifferently. "Sure, thank you," Lonnie replied as he settled down. He stole another glance at the girl opposite him. Is she of mixed heritage? The girl was indeed striking. Her long, wavy brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slightly tanned skin imparted a healthy glow. Her features leaned toward the East Asian aesthetic, suggesting she was likely of mixed Eastern and Western descent. The thought flitted through his mind as he took out his laptop and arranged his notebooks on the table. For important papers, Lonnie generally prepared handwritten notes as well as digital copies, ensuring a double layer of security in case of unforeseen circumstances. Soon, Ronnie immersed himself in the realm of academic research, utterly captivated. The mixed-race girl opposite him tilted her body, curiously observing Ronnie, who was fervently scribbling away. Lost in his studies, Ronnie Skarab, a prodigious physicist. As a super hacker, the mixed-race girl was accustomed to surfing the internet. Recently, reports about Ronnie had been flooding the media, and given his unwavering allegiance to Adidas, dressed from head to toe in the brand, it was nearly impossible not to recognize him. With a glint of mischief in her lively eyes, the girl straightened her posture and began typing rapidly on her computer. In no time, a web page materialized on her screen, revealing Ronnie's basic information. Wow, at only 22, he has already received so many awards. What a genius. She marveled at Ronnie's profile, astonished by his accomplishments. Just then, Ronnie's phone on the table vibrated, interrupting his train of thought. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw an unfamiliar number without a name attached. Frowning slightly, he answered the call. "This is Ronnie Skarab." "This is Hill," came a familiar, cool voice. "Senior," Ronnie exclaimed in surprise. It had been over a year since Hill had contacted him. "Is there something you need from me?" he inquired, wondering if perhaps the department was in dire need of his presence after such a lengthy wait. "The girl opposite you is hacking into the national database to access your information." Hill's voice cut straight to the point without any preamble. "What?" Ronnie gasped, immediately looking up at the mixed-race girl across from him. Coincidentally, she also met his gaze, and an eerie atmosphere unfolded between them. Chapter 23. Sky. In that moment of eye contact with Ronnie, the mixed-race girl sensed something amiss. She quickly closed Ronnie's profile page and shut down the hacking software, leaving only a mundane news webpage on the screen. "Are you a hacker?" Just as she completed her actions, Ronnie's voice reached her ears. He gazed at her with curiosity, his question hanging in the air. Beeping sounds indicated the call from Hill had been disconnected. Ronnie placed his phone back on the table. "Huh, a hacker?" The mixed-race girl feigned innocence. "I don't possess any hacking skills." Her expression of bewilderment almost convinced Ronnie. "My information is secured. If someone accesses my data without permission, it immediately locks the IP address of the intruder," Ronnie remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded the mixed-race girl. If Ronnie's intuition is correct, Hill had long ago ensured that his personal information was secured. Should anyone attempt to access his records without permission, they would be immediately detected and their location pinpointed. This would elucidate how swiftly Hill became aware of the hybrid girl intruding into the national database to peruse his details. Upon hearing this, the hybrid girl's countenance stiffened, and she silently cursed. With her hacking prowess, breaching the White House would pose no challenge. Had she approached the task with diligence, it was unlikely he could have traced her. However, her inquiry into Ronnie's files was merely a whimsical impulse, and she had not taken it seriously. Who could have anticipated that he was a figure of such stature? This error had led to her downfall. Realizing she had been discovered, the hybrid girl decided to cease her pretense. "I am Sky. Indeed, I am a hacker," she boldly confessed her identity, harboring no thoughts of fleeing. The moment she accessed his information, a call had come through, indicative of the extent of his influence. It was highly probable that this place had already been secured. As a novice in combat, she stood no chance of escape. Had Ronnie been privy to Sky's thoughts, he would have been impressed, exclaiming, "What an imaginative mind." Ronnie Skarab. He introduced himself symbolically, unfazed by her unauthorized intrusion into his privacy. "What compelled you to investigate my records?" he inquired with genuine curiosity, seemingly unaware of any reason others would seek to breach his database. "It was merely a whim," Sky replied, closing her laptop and leaning back in her chair. Boredom had led her to suddenly become intrigued by this prominent figure in academia, and she had decided to look him up, which ultimately led to her predicament. Ronnie nodded, finding her explanation plausible. He shut his laptop and began to gather his belongings. What are you doing? S.H.I.E.L.D asked, puzzled. This is not a suitable place for conversation. The library is quite serene, and discussing matters here would disturb others. To be fair, Lonnie also preferred not to be interrupted in the library. Follow me, he instructed, shouldering his backpack and turning to leave. After a moment's hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D decided to follow. The leisure area on the top floor of the city center library was designed for weary readers to take a respite. Handing S.H.I.E.L.D a cup of iced coffee, Lonnie stood beside her at the glass window, gazing out at the expanse of New York City. Thank you, S.H.I.E.L.D said politely. What made you choose to become a hacker? Lonnie inquired. I have my reasons, S.H.I.E.L.D murmured, her gaze fixed on the bustling streets below, revealing her to be a person with a story. I see, Lonnie responded, understanding the weight of her words. Lonnie nodded slightly, refraining from pursuing the matter further. And you? What motivates you to become a researcher? To me, scientific knowledge seems utterly tedious and insipid, S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, turning to Lonnie. With a faint smile, Lonnie leaned against the armrest and replied, perhaps it is merely a matter of interest. I discovered my sensitivity to physics at a young age, and under my teacher's intentional guidance, I ultimately embarked on the path of research. Nonsense, a deep, gravelly voice suddenly echoed in Ronnie's mind. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement, noting that Ronnie's description indeed mirrored those found in various materials. Sounds far better than it truly is. I wonder who enrolled in engineering just to impress a girl. Interest. More like infatuation, Venom sneered within Ronnie's consciousness. Ronnie's expression darkened. That rascal had exposed his past. Alas, enrolled in engineering, yet failed to win over the girl. Now I can only dedicate myself to my studies, becoming a solitary devotee of research. Venom continued to mock Lonnie. S.H.I.E.L.D observed Ronnie's suddenly foul mood with curiosity. Had she unwittingly provoked him? Noticing her glance, Lonnie quickly masked his emotions, silently cursing Venom for being such a troublemaker. I see you're around my age. Where did you study? Lonnie changed the subject. I'm a year younger, 21. I didn't attend university. I graduated high school, and that was it, S.H.I.E.L.D casually replied, though Lonnie detected a hint of regret in her tone. So, your knowledge of network technology is entirely self-taught? Lonnie exclaimed in surprise. Is there any other way? S.H.I.E.L.D retorted, a hint of pride illuminating her expression. I have learned a great deal of network technology on my own, and I confidently assert that I rank among the top 100 hackers in the world, she declared with conviction. Lonnie chuckled, choosing not to respond. He remained skeptical, dismissing her claim as mere bravado. S.H.I.E.L.D, perceptive to Lonnie's indifference, felt no need to prove herself. Believe it or not, she thought. Meanwhile, Venom continued its incessant mockery within Lonnie's mind. The two engaged in a casual conversation, time slipping away unnoticed. Before they realized it, noon approached. Glancing at the time, Lonnie suggested, it's getting late. Allow me to treat you to lunch. After chatting for so long, we've become friends. Are you asking me out? S.H.I.E.L.D blinked, suddenly leaning closer to Lonnie with a playful smile. You could interpret it that way, Lonnie replied with a chuckle, revealing that he was no naive youth, but rather a seasoned player. I have other matters to attend to. Let us skip the meal and exchange contact information instead. S.H.I.E.L.D straightened up, smiling. All right, Lonnie conceded without pressing further. The two exchanged phone numbers and then went their separate ways. As they parted ways, Venom incessantly mocked Lonnie within his mind. Chapter 24. The first encounter at 6 years old after separating from S.H.I.E.L.D, Lonnie did not return home. He had just made a phone call, but Catherine was not at home and her whereabouts were unknown. With Catherine absent, waiting for Lonnie to return home for dinner would mean it would be far too late. It was better to grab a bite somewhere outside. Hailing a taxi, Lonnie made his way to Fifth Avenue. This was his stronghold, a place where he had spent his childhood. Every corner was familiar to him, and the flavors of every restaurant were well known. Lonnie entered a Chinese restaurant, a quaint establishment run by a Chinese uncle, renowned for its authentic taste. It was said that the uncle hailed from Chongqing, known for its spicy cuisine, which suited Lonnie's palate perfectly. Uncle, I'll have a beef hot pot, Lonnie called out as he stepped inside, his words crisp and clear in standard Mandarin. The restaurant was modest, yet it exuded a warm ambience. Each table and chair was impeccably clean, and the rich aroma of hot pot filled the air. The surrounding walls were equally pristine, creating an excellent first impression. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was busy preparing the hot pot base at the front. His handmade base was exceptionally delicious and quite popular among patrons, and the entire preparation process was conducted in full view of the customers, enhancing the credibility of the hygiene. Whenever the owner found a moment to spare, He would engage in making the hot pot base, unbothered by the possibility of others learning his craft, confident in his skills. Upon hearing the voice in Mandarin, the owner looked up and smiled upon recognizing Ronnie. "Ah, it's Ronnie. Please, take a seat," he greeted warmly, also in Mandarin. The owner knew Ronnie was of Chinese descent. Having spent his childhood in an orphanage, he had once considered adopting Ronnie, but due to his divorce and lack of a spouse, he did not meet the adoption criteria set by the orphanage. Though he could not adopt Ronnie, the uncle frequently visited the orphanage to see him, often bringing gifts that deeply touched Ronnie. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land brought tears to Ronnie's eyes. After entering university, Ronnie had rarely visited the restaurant. The owner was busy and had little time to check on Ronnie. However, whenever he could, Ronnie made a point to visit the uncle. "All right," Ronnie nodded, casually choosing a spot to sit. He placed his backpack beside him and rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The restaurant was too noisy for him to concentrate on his studies. Ronnie was not particularly fond of playing with his phone, so he found himself daydreaming instead. "Ronnie, look over there," Venom suddenly interjected. "Where?" Ronnie asked, puzzled as he raised his head. "Over there, at 3 o'clock, Venom directed. Following Venom's indication, Ronnie's gaze fell upon a towering building that suddenly came into view. Ronnie gazed in astonishment at the New York Museum of Natural History. "Do you remember this place?" Venom's tone was unusually tinged with melancholy. Of course, Ronnie nodded with a smile, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of nostalgia as he looked upon the museum. "This is where we first met." It was not a particularly pleasant encounter. 15 years ago, when Ronnie was merely 6 years old, he found himself at a welfare institution in New York. From atop a 3-meter-high wall, a small head emerged, peering cautiously around to ensure no one was watching. After confirming the coast was clear, his petite frame struggled to clamber over the towering barrier. What a tiring endeavor. A youthful voice escaped the child's lips, yet it bore the weight of an adult's sentiment. Glancing down from the 3-meter wall, 6-year-old Ronnie compared his stature, barely reaching 1.40 meters. He fell into a contemplative silence. Taking a deep breath, he fixated on the freshly unearthed patch of land not far ahead. A pit prepared for planting trees by the welfare institution. This provided Ronnie with a relatively safe landing point for his escape. A piece of information he had acquired with great effort. Perched on the narrow ledge, Ronnie steeled himself and leaped. Thud! Ouch! Ronnie lay sprawled in the pit, clutching his waist, grimacing in pain. That hurt. Habitually switching to Chinese, he paid little mind to the dirt that clung to him, allowing himself a moment to recover in the pit. After approximately 5 minutes, the pain in his waist subsided slightly, prompting Ronnie to crawl out of the pit. He brushed off the dirt in a perfunctory manner. "Is it easy for me to venture to the museum?" he muttered, glancing in the direction he needed to go before scampering off with his short legs. On 5th Avenue, at the Museum of Natural History, Ronnie was fortunate that the welfare institution was located nearby. Although the museum was not particularly close, being on the same avenue made it relatively accessible. When he approached the gatekeeper, he claimed that his parents were inside. The guard, seeing a young child before him, asked no further questions and allowed him entry. In America, children are granted free access to museums. Even in establishments requiring tickets, children are exempt from fees and can enter freely. This proved to be a significant advantage for Ronnie, who was without a penny to his name. Not bad at all. Ronnie surveyed the 1990s New York Museum with the discerning eyes of his past life. In this era, it was considered quite impressive. Small figures were a common sight within the museum, with many children wandering about alone. However, most of these children were clad in uniforms. Having come as part of a school outing, Ronnie, dressed in casual attire and covered in dirt, was a singular anomaly among them. As Lonnie wandered about, atop the grand astronomical telescope in the observatory, a viscous, pitch-black substance clung to the lens, seemingly gazing down upon the throngs of visitors within the museum. Suddenly, Lonnie's petite figure came into view of this dark liquid. With a slight quiver, the inky substance surged downward like a torrent, its trajectory aimed directly at Lonnie. Unbeknownst to him that an alien entity had set its sights upon him, Lonnie continued to explore the wonders of the astronomical museum. 6 years had passed since he traversed through time, and he had long yearned to behold scientific innovations again. However, the children in the orphanage had to wait until they were of school age to visit the museum, which was not until they turned 7. Despite Lonnie's extraordinary talents, the rigid regulations prevented him from attending school early. The headmaster's inflexibility left Lonnie feeling exasperated. Suddenly, a mass of black liquid plummeted from above. landing merely a meter away from him. What is this? Startled, Lonnie regained his composure and scrutinized the entity closely. It appeared to be a form of liquid life. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the dark fluid sprang into action. Whoosh! The black liquid surged towards Lonnie, and in an instant, it adhered to his body. Chapter 25. Slaughter. Lonnie gazed in horror at the substance that had latched onto him, his hands reaching out to grasp it, yet he grasped at nothing. The moment the viscous liquid made contact with Lonnie, it seeped into his body, vanishing from his skin. What is this? He stared in terror at his chest. When that black substance entered his being, he felt nothing at all. Had he not witnessed the event unfold before his very eyes, he would have remained oblivious to the intrusion within him. A liquid life form could infiltrate my body so effortlessly? Lonnie had never encountered any such entity capable of entering a human with such ease. Moreover, it had done so silently and unobstructed. This cannot be. I must go to the hospital. Panic surged through Lonnie's mind. This was utterly terrifying. A mass larger than his head had suddenly entered his body without any sensation. Anyone would be frightened in such a situation. At that moment, a sharp pain radiated from his chest, causing Lonnie to falter and collapse to the ground. Are you all right, dear? A woman nearby quickly knelt beside him, supporting him with concern etched upon her face. We must leave. Ronnie endured the agony, forcing the words out with great effort. He felt the liquid within him rampaging, violently dismantling his bodily functions. What? The woman, unable to comprehend, gazed at Ronnie with confusion. Run. Quickly. Ronnie sensed something within him roaming, on the verge of breaking free. Run? No, Auntie cannot leave. The woman said with concern, Little one, please tell me what is wrong. Then do not leave. Suddenly, a deep, gravelly voice echoed in his ear. The woman jolted, startled. Was that the child's voice? Ronnie abruptly lifted his head, his eyes transformed into an eerie white. The stark whiteness of his pupils was utterly chilling. With a swift motion, his petite right hand grasped the woman's neck, despite being just a child. His strength was astonishing. The terrifying force instantly turned her fair face crimson, a phenomenon brought about by suffocation from immense power. Dark tendrils surged wildly, enveloping him in an instant. Ronnie's diminutive frame, barely 5 feet tall, swelled dramatically beneath the cloak of the inky liquid. In but a moment, a monstrous figure towering 2 meters emerged. This shadowy creature opened its gaping maw, its elongated tongue flicking out, quivering in anticipation. Food. The gravelly voice resonated. The monstrous mouth snapped shut. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. A tragic bloom of crimson. Ah! A scream pierced the air, igniting chaos among the crowd. People scrambled, each one frantically rushing towards the exit. Cackling. The dark monstrosity emitted a horrific laugh, carelessly discarding the headless corpse it had gripped, and with a leap, it crashed down at the entrance. One hand seized a fleeing human, revealing a gaping maw large enough to consume half their body. Splurt. Splurt. Ah! Run. The monster. The monster is eating people. The crowd descended further into panic. The creature smacked its lips, its crescent-shaped, snow-white eyes glimmering with mockery. Struggling prey, all the more delectable. Bang! Countless black tendrils suddenly erupted from the creature, enveloping the entire museum like a spider's web, sealing it off completely. Anyone who ventured too close would be pierced by these living threads, yanked into its proximity. Other tendrils surged forth, tearing the unfortunate soul apart, devouring them. Evil, cruel, horrifying. Blood blossomed in that place. 3 minutes later, boom, the museum's entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash as the towering, terrifying figure of the creature emerged. Food, so much food. Spotting the throngs of humanity in the streets, the monstrous figure grinned and surged forward. Within the museum, blood flowed like a river, and dismembered limbs were strewn about haphazardly. The acrid stench of blood saturated the air, evoking the horrors of a hellish battleground. Suddenly, the blaring sirens pierced through the chaos. Police vehicles sped towards the scene, having been alerted long before the monstrous entity appeared in the museum's shadows. Armed to the teeth, officers and SWAT members disembarked without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the dark creature, which was unmistakably not of this earth. Bullets sliced through the air, striking the creature with force. The creature let out a piercing shriek, a black liquid coalescing before it into a semicircular shield, absorbing the relentless assault. In a swift motion, it leapt away. Dodge! The sheriff shouted urgently. The officers scattered, With a thunderous crash, the creature landed atop a police vehicle, crumpling the armored car beneath its weight. Struggling prey delectable, the creature exclaimed, its mouth agape, a long tongue flicking across its lips. Its arms elongated suddenly, grasping two police cars and smashing them together with a ferocious impact. Get out of the way, the sheriff bellowed, but it was too late. A pair of deafening explosions erupted as the vehicles collided and detonated, sending shards of metal and flames into the air, claiming countless lives. The dark creature surged forward once more. A nearby officer, caught off guard, was swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the beast. The remaining officers, paralyzed by shock, fired their weapons wildly, retreating step by step. The creature licked its sharp teeth, its hands extending ominously. Two officers, unable to react in time, were seized and yanked towards the creature. The semicircular shield reappeared, shielding it from the hail of bullets. What manner of beast is this? The sheriff's voice trembled as he beheld the creature devouring humanity. This was far beyond their capabilities. Have the military been notified? Yes, but it will take some time for them to arrive. An officer replied hastily. A chill gripped the sheriff's heart. A matter of time? In just 2 minutes, they would all be finished. What was this monstrous being, and why was it so terrifying? Suddenly, the creature was hurled backward, engulfed in a violent explosion. The sheriff turned in shock. We are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. A striking woman with red hair emerged from a vehicle, flashing her credentials before the sheriff's eyes. Ignoring him, she turned her gaze to the creature, which was rising once more. Leave it to us. Chapter 26. I am Venom, clad in a form-fitting black suit. The woman with striking red hair perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Her exquisite and tantalizing visage further enhanced her appeal. Under ordinary circumstances, the sheriff would have approached her to exchange contact information. However, in this moment, the sheriff was devoid of such inclinations. Although he had never heard of any Homeland Defense Logistics Bureau, especially one that managed both offensive and defensive operations, the fact that they had even deployed tanks left him with little to say. Fall back. The officers retreated swiftly, their pace quickening. None wished to engage with this monstrous being. It was terrifying. The red-haired woman paid them no mind, her focus locked onto the dark creature that had risen once more. The monster had taken notice of her. I am in position, the red-haired woman spoke into her earpiece. Understood. Natasha, be careful. Copy that. Natasha gazed at the dark creature, her eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity. Interesting prey. The dark creature discerned the stark difference between Natasha and the other humans. She was dangerous, yet not lethal. Hence, she was merely food. Who are you? Natasha inquired, her tone steady. In response, a whip-like strike ensued. The dark creature's arm elongated suddenly, sweeping through the air like a striking whip. Natasha remained unfazed, bending her legs just in time to narrowly evade the blow. With a swift motion, she drew 2 handguns from her waist, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the dark creature. All transpired within the blink of an eye. The specially crafted bullets struck the dark creature, inflicting considerable pain. With a flick of its wrist, the dark entity charged toward Natasha with astonishing speed. As if breaking the sound barrier, Natasha scarcely had time to react before the shadowy figure stood before her. What incredible speed! The creature's blood-red maw opened wide. In a split second, an arrow whistled through the air. Boom! It struck precisely within the dark creature's mouth, exploding upon impact. Anticipating this, Natasha had already crouched low as the arrow flew towards her. Boom! She rolled on the ground, maneuvering behind the dark creature. With a swift motion, 2 sharp blades emerged from her forearms. She sprinted forward and leaped, landing deftly behind the dark entity, thrusting her hands down with force. Thud! Natasha's expression shifted. The blade's assault was thwarted by 2 small, black shields that had emerged to block her strike. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her blades, propelling herself backward. Boom! Insect! The dark creature roared, countless black tendrils erupting from its back, writhing wildly like the serpentine hair of Medusa in Greek mythology. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows soared through the air, forming a triangular blockade around the dark creature's head. The mouth that had been blasted open by the explosive arrow moments ago now bore no visible wounds. It had fully healed. Raising a colossal hand, it effortlessly swatted aside the 3 arrows. Electricity flickered across its dark surface, only to dissipate within a mere few breaths. The target's power exceeds the acceptable limits. Requesting assistance. The message echoed once more. The target's prowess, Natasha swiftly articulated. I have located you, you foul insect. The dark creature narrowed its crescent-shaped white eyes, locking onto a figure atop a distant building. Boom. The earth trembled violently, the ground fracturing beneath it. The dark entity propelled itself toward its destination like a cannonball. Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. Clint, move quickly. It's heading your way. The figure on the distant rooftop, upon hearing Natasha's warning, altered its gaze and swiftly approached the edge of the terrace. Drawing an arrow from the quiver on its back, it knocked it onto the longbow and leaped. As it plummeted through the air, the arrow was released, leaving a taut steel line trailing upwards. Snap! It secured itself firmly at the edge of the terrace. Clint grasped the longbow tightly and executed a powerful swing. Boom! The glass windows shattered under the immense force of Clint's action. He rolled on the ground to dissipate the momentum, glanced back, and hurriedly fled. But just as Clint made his escape, an explosive force shattered the surrounding glass, and the massive shadow surged into the floor. The crescent-shaped white eyes narrowed as the dark creature's vision transformed into a thermal imaging display. Trying to flee? It grinned menacingly at Clint, who was rapidly descending the stairs. Boom! Clint, hearing the commotion, looked up to find the dark creature had smashed through the floor, descending from the upper level with astonishing speed, far exceeding Clint's descent. Clint, which floor are you on? Natasha's voice rang out just in time. 27th, northwest corner. Clint replied swiftly. South side, 5 seconds. Being seasoned partners, Clint didn't question why and turned to sprint toward the south. 1 second. Bang. Thunderous. The dark creature descended from above, landing on the 6th floor of the 27th level. 2 seconds. The dark creature launched itself, its speed nothing short of astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. 3 seconds. Clint felt the rapid approach of footsteps behind him. He swiftly drew 2 arrows from his quiver and fired them in a swift motion. For seconds, the arrows struck the walls, one to the left and one to the right. At that very moment, the dark creature was already upon him. 5 seconds. Die, insect. The pitch-black monstrosity extended its shadowy right hand, reaching for Clint. At that moment, 2 arrows erupted with a terrifying surge of electricity. Caught off guard, the dark creature was struck. Seizing the opportunity, Clint leapt into action. With a crash, he shattered the glass window and leaped from the 27th floor. The whirring of helicopter rotors filled his ears as he grasped the edge of the helicopter, aided by Natasha, who helped him aboard. Suddenly, a missile-like projectile surged into the building just after Clint's escape. Boom! A deafening explosion engulfed the structure in a wave of heat and energy. The blast continued to resonate, and the missile's detonation obliterated the towering edifice, flames consuming the building as thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Another thunderous roar echoed as the skyscraper began to collapse, dust swirling and choking the air. The intense energy wave repelled all nearby beings, rendering survival for any ordinary creature impossible under such a missile's assault. However, this was no ordinary entity. At that moment, a shadowy figure burst forth from the inferno, enveloped in crimson flames, racing towards the horizon. Simultaneously, a hoarse, deep voice resonated. I am Venom. I shall return. Chapter 27. Catherine's secret. The wistful glimmer in Ronnie's eyes faded like a receding tide. Surviving that ordeal had indeed been a stroke of luck, he mused. It was miraculous that they had managed to endure such a ferocious attack. Even now, faced with a missile of that caliber, he would likely falter. Indeed, Venom concurred. In hindsight, it does instill a sense of dread. Yet, that was the most exhilarating experience I've ever had. Ronnie rolled his eyes in exasperation. During that encounter, he had not lost consciousness. Instead, he had merely played the role of a passive observer, unable to contest the formidable Venom for control of his own body. Even now, that remained the case. Venom and Ronnie had reached a mutual understanding, refraining from any unwarranted usurpation of Ronnie's body. However, if Venom desired, he could transform without Ronnie's consent. Their initial bonding had been a mere shadow of the power Venom now possessed, yet in that instance, he had devoured over 100 individuals. Goodness, that was more than I've consumed in the past 5 years, Venom reminisced with a sense of nostalgia. Oh, how I long for my youth, he lamented, recalling the struggles of humans in his grasp. By the way, why did you choose me back then? Ronnie suddenly inquired. Why did the Venom of that time select a mere 6-year-old child to bond with? There are numerous choices that surpass him. How formidable can a mere child be? What kind of power could be derived from uniting with him? It defies logic. Well, I am not entirely certain. Venom pondered for a moment before speaking. Upon seeing you, I felt an inexplicable sense that you would be my host. Thus, I took action, Venom remarked. You are indeed something, Ronnie, a researcher who dismisses such mystical feelings. He places his faith solely in science. Ronnie, here comes your beef hot pot, the uncle announced, approaching with a pot in hand. Thank you, uncle, Ronnie expressed his gratitude. Take your time, the uncle replied with a smile before returning to his tasks. As mealtime approached, the influx of guests increased, and the uncle became busier. Enough with the melancholy. Let us eat, Ronnie murmured, picking up his chopsticks to commence his meal. I'm home, he called as he opened the door, changing his shoes. Ever since Catherine arrived, Ronnie has made a habit of announcing his return, reminiscent of scenes from a heartwarming anime, evoking a sense of home. However, he received no reply from Catherine, leaving him puzzled. Could she be asleep? Ronnie wondered as he approached the sofa. Indeed, there she lay, sprawled on the couch, snoring loudly. With the air conditioning blowing, the television on, and her phone in hand. What a carefree existence, Ronnie thought. Shaking his head as he placed his backpack on the coffee table and lifted Catherine in a princess-like manner. Don't run away. I'm going to eat you. Catherine mumbled in her sleep, seemingly dreaming of delightful food. Could this be the fabled daydream? Ronnie quipped, cradling Catherine as he carried her into her bedroom. Despite her seemingly boisterous and carefree demeanor, Catherine held on to a semblance of girlhood. This was evident in her bedroom, which bore the signs of her youthful spirit. The pristine white walls were completely covered by ocean blue wallpaper, and the room was adorned with posters of various anime characters. Catherine had procured a large table, upon which an array of figurines was displayed. Although Ronnie had never watched these anime nor recognized the characters, he was somewhat aware of the figurines' worth. Each palm-sized figure could cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars, leaving Ronnie astounded by the prices. He glanced at a towering figure wearing a straw hat, clad in a red shirt that exposed its chest, adorned with a prominent X-shaped scar, its arms massive and black, emanating a fierce gaze. According to Catherine, this figurine was valued at several $1,000s. Shaking his head, Ronnie gently placed Catherine on her bed. He could not fathom the thoughts of the younger generation. What is so appealing about these figurines? It truly eludes his understanding. Ronnie's youthful years were marked by an overwhelming sense of monotony. He rarely indulged in films, anime, or novels. In his eyes, there was only the realm of academic pursuit. Although his arrival in America had stirred a modicum of interest, he remained largely indifferent to such distractions. Even the wildly popular Avengers, Infinity War, which had captivated the masses, had escaped his attention entirely, underscoring the dullness of his personal life. As he draped a thin blanket over Catherine's abdomen and stood upright, preparing to exit, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the disarray on the table. It was characteristically chaotic. Ronnie shook his head in resignation. Since childhood, Catherine had been prone to such disorder, leaving her belongings scattered and her desk in utter disarray. He approached her, assisting in tidying up, categorizing the comic books and novels, and neatly arranging the figurines alongside. Suddenly, a medicine bottle caught Ronnie's eye. What is this? His movements halted as he picked up the bottle, pondering its contents. The memory of their first encounter surged in his mind. My bag contains books and notebooks, he thought, squeezing the soft fabric of his backpack, feeling a wave of distress. The girl had swiftly snatched the backpack from him, unzipping it and dumping its contents onto the table, several items of clothing, toiletries, and a cluster of medicine bottles. Medicine bottles? This one seemed familiar. Was Catherine unwell? Ronnie mused, his mind clouded with uncertainty. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and snapped a photo of the bottle. In this era of information explosion, the multifunctionality of smartphones was invaluable. Although Ronnie was uncertain about the purpose of the medication, the omnipotent internet promised detailed records. He opened Google, delving into the drug's description. With patience, he meticulously perused the lengthy instructions. However, with each line, his expression grew increasingly grave. He was no novice. His knowledge of pharmacology might not rival that of a typical physician, yet it surpassed that of the average person. After reading much of the information, he formed a tentative hypothesis, though his heart quaked at the implications. Undeterred, he continued his inquiry. Ultimately, his suspicions proved correct. As he reached the final section detailing the primary effects, his countenance darkened completely. Primary effect: suppression of malignant tumors. Chapter 28. Meeting with Hill. Ronnie set down his phone and the medicine bottle, casting a glance at the still sleeping Catherine. He turned and exited, gently closing the door behind him. He had entertained the thought that the bottle might not belong to Catherine. However, during their initial encounter, she had clearly been alone, possessing such medication that could only pertain to her. Although Catherine had never spoken of her family background, Ronnie had gleaned enough to understand that they were powerful and affluent. This family situation is beyond remedy. All that remains is to allow her to cherish her final moments. It is evident that she is afflicted by a malignant tumor, namely cancer. The United States boasts some of the finest hospitals for cancer treatment in the world. Yet, Catherine did not seek treatment, indicating a lack of resources. Contemplating this, Lonnie's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep. He had long regarded Catherine as his sister, a cherished member of his family in this world, one of the most significant people in his life. Now, as the specter of illness threatened to claim her life, how could Lonnie remain at ease? "I will not allow you to perish." "Absolutely not," he murmured, fists clenched tightly. Perhaps he could seek assistance from Hill. They might possess a means to save Catherine. Venom offered advice from the sidelines. However, Lonnie frowned. If he sought help from Hill's privileged department, it would expose Venom to danger. "Kid, what are you afraid of? The comforts of life have likely dulled your memory. We are not mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will." Venom's words jolted Lonnie into realization. From the moment of their initial fusion, he had been able to deploy strategic weapons like mini-missiles. His strength had grown exponentially, at least tenfold. As long as it was not a strategic weapon like a missile, there was nothing in current technology that could pose a threat to him. Furthermore, he understood Venom's concern about exposure leading to danger for him. But who would be idle enough to conduct a body examination? Venom continued, "It does indeed seem that way. Of course, if you and I were to fully merge, these concerns would be moot." "We'll address that later," Lonnie replied, shaking his head. "We must at least give it a try." Casting a glance towards Catherine's bedroom, he pondered silently. In a cafe in Brooklyn, Lonnie sat face to face with Hill. His demeanor was grave, while Hill remained cool and detached. "Have you made your decision?" Hill inquired. Lonnie had previously contacted her to express his readiness for a face-to-face discussion. Prompting her question, "Before I answer that, I wish to ask you, are you aware of Catherine's illness?" Lonnie asked earnestly. "Yes," Hill replied without hesitation. "We have the records of everyone around you, and Catherine is no exception. Her condition is documented within our files." "When was Catherine diagnosed with a tumor?" Lonnie asked anxiously. "At the age of 10. Lonnie was taken aback. 10. That means Catherine's sudden departure had indeed stemmed from the discovery of her illness. Her family took her for an annual health checkup, and during the last examination, it was revealed that she had a benign tumor. That departure was to return for treatment. Then why has it now turned malignant?" Lonnie inquired, furrowing his brow. "Catherine's condition is quite peculiar. The hospital that initially treated her made grievous errors, delaying her treatment." A sudden clenching of his right fist revealed a fierce intent in Ronnie's eyes. "These quacks." Hill cast a surprised glance at Ronnie, sensing his formidable aura. "The personnel associated with this hospital have already been dealt with by Senator Ross," Hill remarked. Ronnie nodded in acknowledgement. "Catherine's father is a senator in the United States Congress. What fate awaits those who mishandle the daughter of a legislator? Can you heal her?" Ronnie suddenly inquired, his gaze filled with hope as he looked at Hill. This was his last glimmer of hope. Hill regarded Ronnie, not prolonging the suspense, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes." The confirmation brought immediate relief to Ronnie. "Then, what is your decision?" Hill asked, observing Ronnie intently. Taking a deep breath, Ronnie looked at Hill earnestly. "I wish to join." A subtle smile graced Hill's face as he extended his right hand. "Welcome to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support." Ronnie shook Hill's hand, exhaling a sigh of relief. Catherine's condition was salvageable, which eased his troubled heart. "Please tell me more about the department. I'm not very familiar with this Homeland Defense Bureau." "It is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support." Hill reiterated the name of the department. "Such a lengthy title. Have you considered simplifying it?" With his spirits lifted, Ronnie couldn't help but jest. "We will take it into consideration," Hill replied casually. "Now, let me recount the history of our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Established in the latter part of World War II, the department was founded by Howard Stark, the creator of Stark Industries, along with several other veteran operatives. To date, it has evolved into a privileged organization that surpasses all others in influence and power. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support boasts an assembly of top talents from various fields, be it technology or medicine. This has enabled its technological advancements to eclipse the publicly known scientific achievements of Earth by at least 50 years. What is deemed an insurmountable malignant tumor by hospitals worldwide is merely a challenge for the medical division of the department, far from being a hopeless case. Furthermore, this leading edge extends to other domains as well. The notion of being 50 years ahead seems inadequate. Only through Ronnie's first-hand experience could he truly grasp its magnitude. So, what is your purpose in seeking me? Ronnie inquired. We will arrange for you to pursue further studies at the department's academy. There is a project that requires a highly qualified leader to oversee the research. Your current level is insufficient, and you need to continue your studies at the academy, explained Hill. Ronnie nodded, indicating his understanding. Can I learn about this project in advance? Ronnie inquired with curiosity. What kind of project could warrant such earnest attention from such a colossal entity? Hill glanced at Ronnie. The project's content is classified at the highest level, top secret. Chapter 29. Departure to Headquarters. Hill looked at Ronnie again. The project's content is classified at the highest level, top secret. Very well, Ronnie shrugged, refraining from further inquiries. After all, it had been stated that the confidentiality level was top secret. Such matters could hardly be disclosed to him before he officially assumed the role of leader. Any document classified as top secret typically pertained to national interests. Departments like the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau handle confidential documents that could potentially influence the course of the world and the advancement of humanity. A mere newcomer like Ronnie had no right to know. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I will send someone to escort you to headquarters, Hill stated. Moving? Ronnie exclaimed in surprise. Yes. It facilitates our ability to ensure your protection, Hill clarified. Ronnie scoffed. Protection? Who could possibly harm me? What about Catherine? Will she accompany us to headquarters? Ronnie asked. Yes. She is considered your dependent and may accompany you, but she must sign a confidentiality agreement. Ronnie nodded. It was understandable that the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau would require such an agreement due to their high level of confidentiality. All right, I understand. By the way, Ronnie's expression shifted slightly. What is your role in the Bureau, Senior? Are you in the Research Department or the Human Resources Department? Since Hill was the only contact he had, Ronnie assumed this icy beauty must belong to one of those two departments, and likely held a significant position. Otherwise, she wouldn't be privy to such top-secret projects. Hill met his gaze. I am the Deputy Director. Ronnie's lips twitched slightly. Quite impressive. Do you have any further questions? Hill asked. None. Return and prepare well, Hill instructed, rising to depart. She truly is decisive, Ronnie muttered as he settled the bill and left. Brooklyn, Ronnie's apartment. Are we moving to the National Attack Bureau? Catherine stared at Ronnie in astonishment. When did you agree to join? I just met with Senior Hill and confirmed my joining the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Damn, that name is really long, Ronnie remarked with a sigh. Weren't you hesitant about joining? What made you suddenly resolve to do so? Catherine inquired with curiosity. Of course, it is because I have come to terms with it. Ronnie shrugged and smiled. He refrained from mentioning Catherine's illness, as it would impose an immense psychological burden upon her. It's up to you, Catherine replied nonchalantly. By the way, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement, Ronnie added. A confidentiality agreement? Why must I sign such a thing? Catherine inquired, perplexed. The confidentiality level of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is exceedingly high, and ordinarily, you would not possess the clearance to know. However, since I have joined the department, you are considered a family member, hence you are permitted to know, but it requires a signed confidentiality agreement, Ronnie elucidated. Who is your family member? Catherine muttered under her breath. Ronnie selectively chose to disregard her comment. Please tidy up, someone will come to take us to headquarters tomorrow. I will be studying at the academy, and the headquarters has arranged accommodation for me. Catherine nodded and turned to gather her belongings. As Ronnie observed Catherine's silhouette fade into the bedroom, the voice of Venom echoed. I quite like her. I find her rather appealing as well. Ronnie and Venom's opinions rarely aligned. Then you should marry her. How splendid, Venom suggested. No, thank you, Ronnie rolled his eyes. When I say I like her, it is akin to the affection a brother has for a sister. I do not harbor the feelings you imply. Why do you not like her? By human aesthetic standards, Catherine is not unattractive. Affection has no correlation with beauty or lack thereof. Is it because she is plain? Shut up. That does not matter. She has a good figure. Nonetheless, I find your figure quite appealing as well. We are symbiotic. Do you wish to silence? Seeing Venom ramble further into absurdity, Ronnie swiftly interrupted. I know what you are thinking. Have you been swayed by a mere confectionery? Ronnie retorted, exasperated. After years of coexistence, he was well aware of the creature's thoughts. Why did you not make the confectionery? I suggest you make do with Catherine for my sake, Venom persisted, unwilling to relinquish the notion of a culinary partnership. You may cease your chatter. Even if I were to choose, I would prefer someone like Shire. Catherine is not my type. Ah, so you have a penchant for queens. Who would have guessed? Venom exclaimed in surprise. Could you possibly keep quiet? Ronnie felt a throbbing headache emerging. Recently, Venom's incessant banter had become increasingly irksome, leaving him in discomfort. 100 boxes of chocolate balls. Seize the opportunity to raise the price. Capitalize on the moment. I am out of ideas. Fine. You may be silent now. Okay. Do not forget to bring my chocolate balls. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Ronnie finally breathed a sigh of relief as Venom ceased its chatter. This creature had finally settled down. Shaking his head, he retreated into his bedroom to tidy up his belongings. The following day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, 3 bulletproof cars were parked beneath Ronnie's apartment building. The sleek, ebony vehicles stood in a row, flanked by 6 imposing men clad in black suits and sunglasses. Ronnie, carrying a suitcase in one hand, was followed closely by Catherine, who nibbled on a baguette. Come on, gentlemen, lend a hand, Ronnie called out, instantly recognizing the emblem on one of the cars as that of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. 2 agents stepped forward. There are some bags in the hallway. Could you assist? Ronnie smiled appreciatively. No need for thanks, the leading agent replied with a grin, gesturing for 4 agents to swiftly enter the building, each retrieving a suitcase. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, allow me to take your luggage, another agent approached Ronnie. Thank you. Ronnie handed over the suitcase to the agent. Not at all, the agent said as he turned away with the luggage. And what shall I call you? Ronnie inquired of the leading agent. Just call me Agent Ross, the agent replied, removing his sunglasses with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Agent Ross. Ronnie extended his hand for a handshake. Let us not linger. Let us get in the car and return to headquarters, Ross stated. All right, Ronnie nodded. I trust headquarters will astonish you. Ronnie chuckled lightly, remaining composed. I eagerly await that. Chapter 30. Headquarters of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. How breathtaking. Ronnie exclaimed in a mock Japanese accent, gazing at the imposing headquarters of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. Ross, seated in the passenger seat, smiled faintly at his reaction. Calm and composed, are we? Ronnie found it hard to maintain his composure, staring at the towering, 3-winged edifice that seemed to pierce the clouds. He felt a profound sense of awe. The building, crafted from shimmering tempered glass, radiated a futuristic aura, its immense height offering a breathtaking visual impact. Occasionally, fighter jets soared from behind, vanishing into the distant sky. Where are we headed? Catherine inquired curiously. To the medical department first, or to the academy? Ross smiled at Catherine before turning to Ronnie. Medical department? What is the purpose of that? Catherine furrowed her brow. Let us go to the medical department first. Ronnie pondered momentarily. All right, Ronnie, what are we going to the medical department for? Catherine turned to him, asking. To get you treated, Ronnie replied with a grin. Catherine's expression changed. You know? Yes. Reluctant to elaborate on the topic, Ronnie merely nodded in acknowledgement, leaving the conversation at that. Catherine hesitated, uncertain of how to initiate her thoughts, and thus fell into silence. The vehicle arrived at the medical department, where a group awaited their arrival. As Ronnie and Catherine alighted, the medical personnel swiftly approached them. Good day, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, greeted the leader. Hello, Ronnie replied, shaking the man's hand. Greetings, Catherine. Rest assured, we will assist you in your recovery this morning, the chief physician in a white coat said with a gentle smile. Catherine nodded, casting a quiet glance at Ronnie. She was no fool. She now understood that one of the pivotal reasons for Ronnie's determination to join the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics was, indeed, her illness. Go on. I will come to see you, Ronnie said with a smile. Catherine nodded again and followed the doctor. After a moment's pause, Ronnie withdrew his gaze. Let us proceed to the academy, he suggested. Very well. The Academy of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is situated in the northern central part of the headquarters. It lacks a formal name and is simply referred to as the Academy. The faculty comprises some of the most esteemed authorities across various fields worldwide. Ronnie's mentor, Professor X, was once a lecturer in the Academy's astrophysics department. However, he later chose to resign from the department and accepted a position at New York University. Naturally, Ronnie opted for the astrophysics program, which currently boasts a sizable cohort of professors and students, totaling nearly 1,000. Yet, as Hill stated, only one individual qualifies to be Ronnie's mentor, the esteemed Professor Ifrit, the temporary head of a classified project and the most authoritative figure within the Academy's astrophysics department. Mr. Scarab, your mentor is Professor Ifrit. In the upcoming period, you shall delve into profound studies under his guidance. Ronnie walked shoulder to shoulder with Ross in the Academy, which bore a striking resemblance to New York University, with 4 agents clad in black trailing behind them. Throughout their journey, students cast inquisitive glances in their direction. However, the focus was not on the agents, rather on Ronnie himself. As a student of the Academy, encountering agents daily was hardly extraordinary. Yet, the presence of agents accompanying a student was a rare sight indeed, igniting a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Professor Ifrit? Ronnie's face reflected astonishment. He is here. Ifrit Scarab, the preeminent expert in astrophysics at the turn of the 20th century, renowned for being the foremost authority on the theory of spatial transformation. He is revered as the leading figure in the field of astrophysics. Yet, it remains a mystery why he abruptly announced his retirement in the early 21st century, after which no news of him has surfaced until now. Ronnie had specifically studied his spatial transformation theory during his university years. To his surprise, Professor Ifrit was affiliated with the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. I knew you would be familiar with him. Ross chuckled, ushering Ronnie into the elevator. The professor awaits you in his office. Let us proceed. The elevator ascended to Professor Ifrit's private office. Ronnie and Ross entered together. Professor. Ross rapped lightly on the ajar door. Ross, a disheveled old man, hunched over his desk, turned to face them. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. Professor Ifrit seemed rather unconcerned with his appearance. Professor, this is Ronnie, Ross introduced him. Is this the exceptional student? Ifrit adjusted his non-existent glasses, scrutinizing Ronnie with curiosity. Greetings, Professor. Ronnie offered a slight bow in respect. Spare me the formalities. Since the director has spoken, I shall impart my knowledge to you. The extent of your learning depends solely on your dedication. Now, Ross, you may leave. Do not disturb me during my research. Ifrit waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Ross appeared unperturbed, evidently accustomed to such behavior. Make sure to learn diligently under the professor, he advised, turning to Ronnie and nodding before exiting. Ronnie's gaze fell upon Professor Ifrit, who had resumed his calculations, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Surely, he would glean a wealth of knowledge from him. In Hill's office, Hill perused Ronnie's extensive records from the past years, meticulously reviewing every detail. The project Ronnie was about to undertake was of utmost significance, and the Bureau placed great importance on ensuring his integrity. Thus, Hill had ordered a thorough examination of all available information regarding Ronnie from the past 2 decades. Upon flipping to a particular page, Hill's neutral expression subtly tightened. On June 7, 2003, $30,000 were transferred into an account. On December 9, 2003, $67,000 were deposited. A full page of transaction records revealed substantial amounts. Some transfers were in the tens of thousands, while others reached into the hundreds of thousands. Where could he have acquired such a significant sum? Especially money without any apparent issues? Hill murmured softly. Ronnie was merely a university student, and there was no indication in the records of him having worked diligently to earn such wealth. Furthermore, it was implausible that any job could yield such an amount. The money appeared problem-free, yet its origins remained a mystery. Investigating agents had failed to trace the source of these funds. This raised a substantial red flag. Chapter 31, The Protection Team. Where could he have acquired such a significant sum, especially money without any apparent issues? Hill murmured softly. Ronnie is merely a university student, and the available information does not indicate any history of diligent study or part-time employment. Moreover, it seems implausible that one could amass such a substantial sum through labor alone. While the existence of these funds is unquestionable, their origin remains shrouded in mystery. The investigating agents have been unable to trace the source of this money, presenting a significant dilemma. Hill finds herself perplexed, with no information available to provide clarity. Nevertheless, despite her curiosity regarding the origins of Ronnie's wealth, she does not feel compelled to uncover the truth. Beyond this financial enigma, Ronnie's experiences over the years have posed no issues. His vetting has been successfully completed, qualifying him to participate in the development of the top-secret project. With minimal concerns, Hill reflects on the matter. preparing to upload Ronnie's dossier into the roster of personnel for the confidential initiative. Those who make it onto this list are undoubtedly esteemed scholars and eminent scientists within the global physics community, each a figure of authority. However, not every individual possesses an exceptionally high reputation. The Bureau of National Strategic Defense and Logistics is well aware that true talent often resides among the uncelebrated, having unearthed numerous brilliant scientists from obscurity. Ronnie is one such example. Although he himself does not embrace the title of scientist, having no published works, research, discoveries, or inventions, others hold a different perspective. At merely 22 years of age, his knowledge has already surpassed that of many established scientists. While he may lack tangible contributions, his intellect is sufficient to merit the designation of scientist. At this moment, the phone on Hill's desk emitted a series of beeps. "Hello," she answered, her voice cool and composed. "The personnel list for the protection of Ronnie Scarab has been compiled. Shall I send it to you now?" It was her secretary on the line. "Please do," she replied. Shortly thereafter, an agent entered the room, delivering a document to Hill's desk. After performing a respectful bow, he exited. This list of personnel assigned to protect Ronnie had been preemptively curated at Hill's request. Each scientist involved in the top-secret project is afforded dedicated protection. Although Ronnie has yet to officially join, his unique circumstances prompted Hill to arrange for this preparatory measure. Upon opening the document, she found folders pertaining to various agents included within. These individuals had been meticulously selected from the Bureau's combat personnel through an initial screening process, followed by further refinement under Hill's oversight, ultimately receiving confirmation from Director Fury to form the protective detail for Ronnie. The combat personnel selected in the first round are predominantly Level 4 and Level 5 agents, while those classified as Level 1 to Level 3 are generally temporary members of the Bureau of National Strategic Defense and Logistics. Members of the Department of Defense or other agencies, serving as part-time personnel within the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, possess only a limited understanding of its operational mechanisms and general processes. They are not privy to classified information, let alone join critical operational departments. Level 4 operatives are classified as public secrets, representing the lowest tier for accessing confidential information. A period of several weeks or months for training, coupled with a background investigation spanning 7 years, is required for application. Most research and development personnel, medical staff, and a few administrative employees fall under this category. This level also serves as the minimum standard for entry into operational departments. They may inquire about information deemed necessary by superiors, yet specific agent names and details remain concealed. Typically, the scientific personnel within the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau belong to this level. Conversely, Level 5 operatives are classified as ordinary secrets. Application for this level necessitates a thorough investigation lasting from several months to a year, contingent upon an individual's background, with reevaluations required every decade. Secret operations, special forces, medical services, research, and administrative personnel at this level may report directly to Deputy Director Hill or Director Nick Fury, while also gaining access to certain classified documents and holding specific privileges. Previously, Agent Rost, who escorted Ronnie, was a Level 5 ordinary secret operative. Among them were numerous individuals of Chinese descent. Hill perused the documents, contemplating the matter. Members of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau span across various nations, with personnel employed in nearly every country. In populous nations, the enigmatic ancient country of China also has its share of employees within the Bureau, and their numbers are significant. Most Chinese staff tend to be concentrated in the Bureau's China branch, though many are present at the headquarters as well. During the initial screening process, assistants prioritized candidates of Chinese or Asian descent when abilities were deemed equivalent, given that Ronnie is of Chinese heritage. After a time of reviewing, Hill extracted and set aside the files of candidates who met the criteria. In a short while, he had completed his review, accumulating 5 files. 5 individuals seemed somewhat excessive. He mused as he laid out the 5 documents before him. This small team could indeed form an operational unit, though Ronnie was of great importance. Utilizing such resources for his protection felt rather extravagant. Name: Chung Xiaofan. English name: Alexander Chung. Gender: male. Level: 5, ordinary secret. Skills: demolition expert. Capable of swiftly assembling high-explosive grenades, though his marksmanship is mediocre. Recommended for the role of demolitions expert. Special note: exhibits a profound enthusiasm for underage girls, harboring a desire to marry a 9-year-old girl. Name: Lucy. Gender: male. Level: 5, ordinary secret. Skills: proficient in various firearms, outstanding combat capabilities, and a strong adaptability to unforeseen circumstances. Recommended for the role of assault operative. Name: Clark Caesar. Gender: male. Level 5, ordinary confidential. Ability: proficient in battlefield first aid. Recommended to serve as a medic. Upon reviewing the files of the 5 individuals once more, Hill fell into a deep contemplation. So be it. I shall select these 3 individuals. He extracted the files of Chung Xiaofan, Lu Zi, and Clark Caesar, 2 Chinese and 1 American. Thus it shall be. He retrieved a file folder from the drawer and placed the 3 files inside. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting Ronnie's deployment to initiate this team. A brief note on the Marvel Universe. The classification levels of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are as follows. Level 13 is considered civilian level. Level 4 is public confidential. Level 5 is ordinary confidential. Levels 6 and 7 are top secret. Levels 8 and 9 are ultra secret black box. Level 10 is ultra secret black box with immediate destruction upon reading. Chapter 32. Comprehensive examination. Time flies, and years pass swiftly. It has been a year and a half since Ronnie arrived at the Academy of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. During this period, Ronnie absorbed Professor Ifrit's knowledge with the fervor of a sponge, relentlessly enriching his understanding. Ronnie's talent left Professor Ifrit in awe. Initially, he had heard that a remarkably gifted college student had joined their ranks, but upon witnessing Ronnie firsthand, he realized that the young man was not merely talented. In a year and a half, this student had nearly drained him of his knowledge. A year and a half ago, Professor Ifrit could confidently assert that his wisdom surpassed Ronnie's. However, now he found himself at a loss for words. The young man's capacity for learning was astonishing. In just a year and a half, his knowledge had nearly outstripped that of his mentor, leaving Professor Ifrit with mixed emotions as a teacher. Ronnie's performance did not go unnoticed by Hill, who had been observing him closely. While feeling gratified, she could not help but marvel at Ronnie's innate abilities. Ronnie's year and a half of study at the academy filled him with excitement. He was entranced by the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate himself. The enhancement of his learning brought him immense satisfaction, and moreover, Catherine's condition had been effectively managed during this time. She was currently undergoing rehabilitation, with expectations of full recovery in another 6 months, which delighted Ronnie even further. However, a dilemma now confronted Ronnie. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support mandates that all personnel, including Directors Fury and Hill, must undergo a thorough medical examination annually to preclude the accumulation of any obscure ailments that could lead to irreparable consequences. Naturally, no one would refuse such a beneficial health measure. Yet, Ronnie found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Although he was in good health, others might not perceive it as such following the examination. Previously, he had managed to evade the assessment by claiming to have recently undergone one at a hospital in downtown New York. Yet, the time for this year's examination was approaching, and if he attempted to postpone it again, the suspicious nature of his fellow agents would undoubtedly lead them to question his motives. Lonnie has never forgotten that this place is a spy organization. Officially known as the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, in reality, it is merely a den for spies. Each individual here harbors an abundance of suspicion. In the academy, Lonnie rests his chin on the table, his eyes devoid of life, presenting a disheartened visage that astonishes those who behold him. When did the academically gifted Lonnie Scarab exhibit such an expression? Within the confines of the academy, he has consistently maintained an unwavering spirit of determination, exuding a potent infectious energy that invigorates those around him. He perpetually radiates vitality and exuberance. What should I do? Lonnie murmurs vacantly. Just let it be. A delicate, hair-thin black thread connects the little finger of Lonnie's left hand to a nearby entity known as Venom. The diminutive droplet of venom, no larger than a fingernail, scurries back and forth before Lonnie's countenance with an ultimate miniature windmill, resembling an overzealous puppy. This minuscule venom would likely go unnoticed even if someone were beside Lonnie, and indeed, there is no soul within a meter of him. You truly are heartless. Lonnie hears Venom's voice, rolling his eyes weakly in response. This is called being carefree. Venom halts its playful antics. gazing up at Lonnie with eyes several times larger than its entire form. A Chinese proverb states, "Life is meant for enjoyment." With that, it dashes off, its colorful windmill held high. Will we really have to fight if discovered? Catherine hasn't completed her treatment yet. Lonnie lifts his left pinky finger, giving it a slight curl. A faint, almost imperceptible sound emanates from the table. By tugging the thread, Lonnie catches Venom unawares, sending it tumbling to the ground in disarray. "You scoundrel!" Venom exclaims, scrambling to its feet, glaring fiercely at Lonnie while lamenting the shattered windmill beneath it. "Stop fooling around and help me devise a plan to evade this physical examination." Lonnie pulls on the thread, hoisting Venom into the air. Reduced in size, Venom's strength has diminished, and it is swiftly lifted by Lonnie, dangling upside down. "Lonnie, fuck you!" Venom shouts in fury. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help me." Lonnie shakes his hand, causing Venom to feel dizzy as it swings. "You rascal! Put me down." Lonnie smirks and lowers Venom back to the ground. Now standing on solid ground, Venom glares at Lonnie with displeasure. "If you eliminate everyone in the medical department, there will be no need for an examination." Venom's menacing suggestion results in Lonnie pressing it down onto the table with a single finger, rubbing it lightly. "Oh, shit." Lonnie suddenly releases his grip, and Venom, with its tiny crescent-shaped eyes, glares menacingly at Lonnie, its sharp teeth firmly embedded in his finger. The audacity of this fellow to bite Ronnie. Ronnie glared at the Venom that was still gnawing at his finger. Unfazed, the Venom continued to bite, drawing blood that trickled from the wound. Although Ronnie was indifferent to this minor injury, the incessant nibbling was becoming quite bothersome. "5 boxes of Ferrero," Ronnie said helplessly. The Venom's eyes sparkled with interest, and it released its grip, landing steadily on the table, lifting its head to fixate on Ronnie. "Deal. The slave of this chocolate orb. Enough of this banter. Quickly, help me devise a plan. I have no desire to leave just yet." Perhaps motivated by the prospect of reward, the Venom ceased its antics, crossing its arms in a mock-serious contemplation. "You could forge an inspection report to muddle the waters," it suggested after some thought. Ronnie's eyes lit up at the idea. "Excellent suggestion. The Venom can indeed be dependable when serious." He cast a satisfied glance at the Venom. "Don't rejoice too soon. Do you know anything about computers? Even if you do, can you divert them while fabricating documents?" The Venom retorted mercilessly. Ronnie's expression faltered. It seemed to hold a kernel of truth. He had no expertise in computers. He struggled even with gaming, let alone such sophisticated tasks as document forgery. What to do now? He lamented, scratching his head. Was he truly to expose himself? Exposure was one concern, but what of Catherine's illness? "You are utterly useless outside of your studies," the Venom mocked, gazing at Ronnie with disdain. "Why are you insulting me?" Ronnie frowned. "Can't you find someone to assist you with computers?" "You dolt," the Venom scoffed. Suddenly, a figure materialized in Ronnie's mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing the Venom's words, he recalled the stunning half-Chinese, half-American hacker extraordinaire. Ronnie was action-oriented. Upon realization, he sprang into action, pulling out his phone and dialing S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. After a moment, the call connected. "The great scientist is suddenly seeking me. Is there something amiss?" S.H.I.E.L.D.'s melodious voice rang through. "Actually, I need your assistance." Ronnie succinctly outlined his and the Venom's plan to S.H.I.E.L.D. After approximately 3 minutes, he had conveyed the essential details. "I understand. I haven't heard of this privileged department before. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support?" S.H.I.E.L.D. murmured. "S.H.I.E.L.D. Remember, do not delve into matters that do not concern you. This department possesses capabilities beyond your imagination. If discovered, you could face severe consequences," Ronnie cautioned, fearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. might attempt to access the classified documents of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. "I understand." S.H.I.E.L.D. responded indifferently, with nothing else to occupy her time. "I turned my attention to the intelligence of this formidable agency, purportedly more powerful than the FBI." She exhibited a genuine lack of interest. Though confident in her hacking prowess, she remained humble, fully aware that she had yet to reach her zenith, with numerous hackers surpassing her skills. It would be unwise to assume that within the vast apparatus of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, there weren't formidable adversaries lurking. Should she be apprehended, a lengthy incarceration would await her. She understood the gravity of the situation. "Just be mindful of what you know. Don't forget to erase this call log. If the power is cut, the Bureau will likely investigate," Ronnie cautioned. "I understand." Ronnie nodded, retrieving a miniature Bluetooth headset and connecting it to his phone. "S.H.I.E.L.D., Are you ready on your end? Ronnie inquired after roughly 5 minutes. All set. Good. Ronnie nodded and rose to leave the classroom. The medical department was located to the east of the academy, and a full examination required a visit there. Ronnie had been procrastinating, but upon arrival, the examination could proceed directly. Perhaps this was a minor privilege. The bulletproof vehicle provided by the bureau swiftly arrived at the medical department's building. Looking up at the structure, Ronnie squinted slightly. Sky, have you located the power control room? Ronnie whispered. It's on the first basement level. Take the elevator, then left into the third room. Sky's calm voice replied promptly. Received. Ronnie glanced around and strode confidently into the building. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning. Hey there, Ronnie. Good morning. Many people greeted him with smiles along the way. You seem quite popular, remarked Sky, nestled in her blankets, legs crossed, munching on a banana. Not too bad. What are you eating? You sound muffled, Ronnie observed as he stealthily entered the stairwell. A banana. I haven't had breakfast yet. Sky casually tossed the banana peel into the trash bin at the foot of her bed. You're still in bed? Ronnie said, exasperated. How lazy can you be? Don't worry, I won't delay your important business. The sound of her getting dressed filtered through the headset intermittently. Ronnie shook his head helplessly, choosing not to comment further. He noticed several workers ascending the stairs and quietly prepared himself. Be careful, there's a camera in the stairwell. The blind spot is right where you are, Sky advised, sitting before her laptop and gazing at the screen. Understood, he replied softly, his eyes swiftly searching for a suitable hiding spot within the blind area. Gripping the door frame with determination, he nimbly leaped onto the narrow ledge, vaulting upward to secure himself firmly against the ceiling. Behind Ronnie, a dark substance firmly bonded him to the wall, ensuring he would not plummet from the ceiling. Once the workers exited through the door, Ronnie turned over, shifting from a resting position to lying prone on the ceiling. Gradually, he began to crawl downwards through the surveillance blind spot mentioned by Sky. The power control room, where one would typically inspect the electrical boards of that particular floor. Ronnie gazed at the array of circuit boards, momentarily taken aback. Which floor are you inspecting? Sky inquired. The 16th floor. Wait a moment. Sky's voice trailed off as the rapid tapping of keys filled the air. Ronnie felt an immense relief at having Sky as his capable ally. It was indeed a fortuitous choice. Someone's coming. Venom suddenly alerted. A jolt of anxiety surged through Ronnie. Where? What did you say? Sky asked, unable to hear clearly. Nothing. I'll be there shortly, Venom's raspy voice echoed. 3 seconds passed, and Ronnie hastily concealed himself behind a pillar. Click. The door to the power control room swung open, and a worker hurried inside. Ronnie peeked out slightly, observing the newcomer. Over here, the worker exclaimed joyfully, rushing to a desk to retrieve a photograph. With the picture in hand, the worker left the power control room, clearly pleased. Once he had departed, Ronnie emerged from behind the pillar. Third row, second one, Sky's voice resonated. Ronnie swiftly located the circuit board Sky had indicated. This is the power control circuit board for the 16th floor. If it is compromised, the entire floor will plunge into darkness, Sky elucidated. I understand. Without hesitation, Ronnie extended his left hand, and a mass of black liquid, roughly the size of a thumb, materialized in his palm. Placing the viscous substance onto the circuit board, he departed quickly. What was that you just placed? Sky inquired while modifying the unavoidable surveillance of the power control room. In truth, Sky could easily alter all surveillance footage, allowing Ronnie to stroll into the power control room without a care. However, prudence dictated caution in case of unexpected discovery. Once the power shuts down, it will soon be restored. When the computer reboots, you must upload the fabricated inspection report at that moment. Ronnie refrained from answering Sky's question, instead instructing him on the forthcoming task. I understand. Noticing Ronnie's reluctance to divulge details, Sky ceased his inquiries. Everyone harbors secrets. There is no need to pry incessantly. Ronnie appreciated Sky's perceptiveness. The nature of that substance was indeed difficult to explain. Venom bomb, a fragment of venom, akin to a timed explosive. It adheres to objects and detonates at Venom's command. After the explosion, not a trace or speck of pollution remains, far more environmentally friendly than a timed bomb. The minuscule venom bomb that Ronnie just deployed is sufficient to obliterate a circuit board measuring 1 meter on each side. Chapter 34. The operation concludes. Ronnie returned to the ground, glancing at the crowd to ensure no one had noticed him before swiftly making his exit. He ended the call with Sky and removed his Bluetooth headset. Being discovered would certainly be troublesome. After composing a text message and setting it to a shortcut, He tucked it away in his pocket. Unable to make direct calls, Ronnie could only relay his progress to S.H.I.E.L.D via text. Of course, she could also monitor the situation through surveillance, but the risks were too great and not worth the potential consequences. On the 16th floor, Mr. Scarab was already waiting for Ronnie. This director of the medical department had been anticipating his arrival. Ronnie Scarab was well regarded within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The only specially recruited college graduate in the bureau, he had been personally recruited by Deputy Director Hill. This connection allowed Ronnie to navigate the department with relative ease. Thanks to Hill, Ronnie had faced little harassment during his year and a half of study in the bureau. Reality is not a novel, and there are not so many fools trying to show off. Moreover, within this organization of agents, no one is a fool. They were well aware that Ronnie was not to be trifled with, and no one would dare provoke him. Most individuals adopted a friendly demeanor towards Ronnie. Making friends was preferable, and even if that was not possible, they chose not to become enemies. "Good morning, Director Tom," Ronnie greeted the director, Tom Handes, who appeared to be in his 40s. "After dragging this out for more than half a month, you finally made it. The higher-ups have been pressing me." Tom replied with a smile. Their relationship was amicable. Tom was Catherine's attending physician, which made Ronnie appreciative of Tom's friendly overtures. Tom was a level 6 agent, the highest-ranking agent Ronnie had encountered in the department aside from Hill. Ronnie recalled that Hill was a level 9 agent, if memory served him correctly. He was aware that Director Nick Fury was a level 10 agent, the only individual in the bureau with such authority. Ronnie currently held a level 3 status, a rank assigned by Deputy Director Hill, the architect of the department's hierarchical system. Ronnie was indifferent to such matters. He was about to formally participate in a highly classified project that would automatically elevate his rank to level 5 or even higher. "This isn't merely an obstacle caused by a single subject. I simply wish to avoid wasting time," Ronnie stated, delivering the excuse he had long prepared. "Mr. Scarab remains as passionate about research as ever," Tom subtly complimented, not questioning the veracity of Ronnie's words. Since Ronnie arrived at the Department of Strategic Defense and Logistics, he has spent nearly every day at the academy learning from Professor Ifrit or isolating himself in his apartment to conduct research, rarely venturing outside. His reputation as a research fanatic has already spread throughout the Department of Strategic Defense and Logistics. "Shall we begin?" "Good." Ronnie nodded. "Relax." He lay on a bed, a massive apparatus looming above him. The examinations at the Department of Strategic Defense and Logistics differ significantly from the routine health checks at hospitals. The latter are too slow and inefficient. The technologically advanced department possesses more convenient methods. The device enveloping Ronnie is a product of their research, capable of collecting all of Ronnie's bodily data and organizing it in just 3 minutes. "Shall I start?" Tom turned to Ronnie and asked. "Yes," Ronnie replied with a nod. Tom pressed the switch and turned back to Ronnie. The colossal machine began to rotate above him, gathering data. "This contraption won't suddenly subject me to a nuclear magnetic resonance scan, will it?" Venom's voice interjected suddenly. His greatest fear was the continuous burn of flames and the vibrations in the range of 4 to 6,000 hertz, which coincidentally matched the conditions for nuclear magnetic resonance. "Director Tom, how much longer?" Ronnie disregarded Venom's comment and turned to Tom. "Almost done," Tom said with a glance at the progress bar. "The data cannot be viewed until collection is complete." Ronnie thought to himself, "It's time to act." "Venom." "Understood." At the moment Venom acknowledged. A tremendous explosion erupted from the power control room on the underground level. Boom. Buzz. Instantly, all the equipment on the 16th floor malfunctioned, and every electrical device fell into a state of suspension. Tom was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Scarab, please remain still," he instructed before hastily exiting. Watching Tom leave, Ronnie got up, retrieved his phone from the table, and sent out a pre-prepared message. S.H.I.E.L.D, situated in a New York residence, had long been ready and immediately began preparations upon receiving Ronnie's message. Buzz. As expected, it wasn't long before power was restored to the 16th floor. The vast generators of the Department of Strategic Defense and Logistics were more than sufficient. Ronnie's gaze shifted to the computer on the table, which was automatically rebooting. S.H.I.E.L.D was rapidly typing away, crafting and transmitting forged data by integrating Ronnie's bodily data with others' information. Ding. As he observed his information on the computer screen, a slight smile crept onto Ronnie's lips. It worked. All set. Pressing the enter key, S.H.I.E.L.D stretched lazily and leaned back in her chair. "Honestly, fabricating documents feels akin to meeting a secret agent," she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, the existence of such a mysterious organization in the world was truly astonishing. Contemplating with her chin resting on her hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately decided against divulging information about the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau to anyone within the organization. Her ability to resist the allure of uncovering the secrets of the Bureau stemmed from a frightening experience she had in the library. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. She certainly did not wish to attract unwarranted attention. However, those within the organization were a different breed, each more arrogant than the last. Should they whimsically decide to investigate the Bureau's secrets, the consequences could be dire. If caught, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have no face left to show Lonnie, especially since she had promised to keep it confidential. Forget it, I won't think about it. She shook her head, deciding it was time to grab a bite to eat. Meanwhile, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unexpected assistance, Lonnie successfully navigated the situation. Nonetheless, this could not be a long-term solution. He needed a strategy that would provide a permanent fix. After all, it was unreasonable to expect the power to go out every time he was subjected to an inspection. Others were not fools. Thus, Lonnie embarked on a new round of contemplation. At that moment, however, a piece of news abruptly reached his ears. Chapter 35, The Bodyguard Squad. Tony Stark is missing? Lonnie stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, after completing his inspection, he was preparing to return when he suddenly heard Venom's voice in his mind informing him of the disappearance of the notorious playboy Tony Stark. How do you know this? Lonnie questioned, bewildered. I saw someone hurriedly passing by with documents. I recognized him as Hill's secretary, and out of curiosity, I glanced at the contents, Venom explained. Venom had deployed a nearly imperceptible symbiote to the document, allowing it to extract the information within. This ability, inspired by a movie, provided Venom with a more legitimate reason to indulge in late-night films. When did this happen? Lonnie inquired, furrowing his brow. For the United States. Tony Stark was a national treasure, pivotal in their exercise of hegemony, and his protection was exceptionally rigorous, comparable to that of a congressional member. Yet, the fact that such a person had gone missing was hard for Lonnie to believe. 3 days ago, Tony went to Afghanistan to showcase his latest research and was subsequently attacked by terrorists, leading to his disappearance. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau seems to take this seriously. They should be dispatching personnel to search for him, Venom stated nonchalantly. Given Tony's notoriously abrasive nature, Venom's instincts were not particularly favorable towards him. Lonnie nodded in understanding. The likelihood was that the terrorists had captured Tony to compel him into weapon manufacturing. Considering the immense popularity of Stark Industries armaments in the market, many of the weapons wielded by terrorists are manufactured by Stark Industries. Regardless of my personal matters, it is time to report. Lonnie shook his head and stepped away. Besides conducting inspections today, he also needed to report to Hill. A year and a half of study had sufficiently prepared him to enter that highly classified project, which he awaited with great anticipation. In the director's office, Fury wore a grim expression, seated in his chair, lost in thought. Before him, Hill and Coulson stood by the desk, awaiting his words. After what felt like an eternity, Fury spoke. Agent Coulson, lead a team to Stark Industries and have the tech department locate Tony's position. The sooner, the better. Understood, Coulson nodded and promptly departed. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily. Every second Tony remained in the hands of terrorists increased the likelihood of a fatal outcome. Is there anything else? Fury inquired, glancing at Hill, who had not yet taken her leave. Lonnie has received Professor Ifrit's endorsement, and I have officially transferred him to the Tesseract project. Hill replied in her usual cool tone, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Very well. Since he has the professor's approval, it is time for him to engage with the project, Fury acknowledged with a nod. For now, he would allow Lonnie to collaborate with Professor Ifrit, postponing the formal handover of the project for a later date. Despite the professor's assurance, Fury still harbored reservations about directly entrusting the Tesseract project to Lonnie. Observation was prudent. I understand. Has the selection for Lonnie's protective team been finalized? Fury asked Hill, his gaze steady. Lonnie was crucial. In the eyes of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, his significance surpassed even that of Tony. While Tony was undeniably important, he offered little support for the Tesseract project, which at present was of paramount importance. Ironically, Lonnie, who had always been overshadowed by Tony, was indeed an indispensable figure for the Tesseract project. Failure was not an option. It has been finalized, Hill confirmed, having already selected the candidates. Proceed with it, Fury instructed. reassured by H.I.L.'s capabilities as deputy director. H.I.L. nodded and exited the room. Exhaling a deep breath, Fury released the tension that had built up within him, his singular eye shimmering with a peculiar intensity as he contemplated the Tesseract project. In H.I.L.'s office, a knock echoed. "Come in." Ronnie pushed open the door, immediately spotting H.I.L. seated before him. This icy beauty, whom he had not seen in quite some time, still captivated him with her striking presence. Undeniably, as one of the two most beautiful women in the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, H.I.L.'s beauty was astonishing. In all his lives, Ronnie had never encountered a woman more stunning and graceful than H.I.L. Another blooming flower, the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, was an individual he had yet to encounter. However, in comparison to H.I.L., she was likely of equal stature, a balance of brilliance. Deputy Director Ronnie approached the desk and addressed H.I.L. "Here are the documents pertaining to the Rubik's Cube project. Please review them." H.I.L. pushed a stack of files forward and continued. "Come to my office tomorrow at 9 in the morning, and I will escort you to the research location of the Rubik's Cube project." Ronnie pondered silently, realizing that this top-secret initiative was referred to as the Rubik's Cube. "Since you are now a formal member of the Rubik's Cube project, the Bureau has arranged for a protection team to ensure your safety." H.I.L. tapped the phone on the desk, instructing, "Let them in." Shortly thereafter, 3 men entered H.I.L.'s office sequentially. Deputy Director H.I.L., they greeted in unison. Ronnie observed them intently. Among the trio were 1 Caucasian and 2 individuals of Asian descent, seemingly Chinese. "I shall go first." The most composed of the 2 Asians stepped forward. "I am Chung Xiaofan, an American of Chinese descent, with the English name Alexander Chung. My security clearance is level 5, confidential. I specialize in demolition, capable of swiftly assembling high-explosive grenades, though my marksmanship is rather average." Ronnie regarded him with surprise. Was this the demolitions expert? Next, the other Asian stepped forward. "I am Lu Zi, a Chinese national, also holding a level 5, confidential clearance. I am proficient with various firearms and possess decent combat abilities, coupled with good adaptability." He flashed a grin at Ronnie. Finally, the Caucasian approached. "I am Clock Caesar, similarly possessing a level 5, confidential clearance. My expertise lies in battlefield first aid." Clock offered a gentle smile, presenting himself as a medic. Ronnie was taken aback. The robust-looking Caucasian appeared surprisingly gentle. "Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. From now on, he will be your protection target," H.I.L. indicated Ronnie. "Remember, it is imperative to ensure his safety. You must protect him with your lives if necessary. Do you understand?" "Understood," Ronnie replied, somewhat astonished by H.I.L.'s directive. To ensure his safety at all costs? His significance within the Bureau was evidently greater than he had anticipated. "All right, if there is nothing further, you may leave," H.I.L. concluded, signaling the end of the meeting. Ronnie, not intending to linger, glanced back at the 3 individuals, gathered the stack of files, and departed. The trio of bodyguards followed suit, exiting alongside him. The next day, after enjoying breakfast in the apartment assigned to him by the Bureau, Ronnie prepared to head downstairs to seek out H.I.L. Catherine was to undergo an examination today and left early in the morning. 6 months prior, after her condition had been stabilized, she returned to the apartment to live with Lonnie, foregoing further hospitalization in the medical department. Mr. Scarborough and Lonnie had just descended the stairs when they were promptly greeted by Alexander and his companions, who had been waiting for some time. "Let us proceed to meet the deputy director," Lonnie remarked, casting a glance at the trio. In a previous life, he had experienced the protection of bodyguards. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with such arrangements. Naturally, as the leader of the group, Chung would not decline Lonnie's request. Under the escort of the 3, they swiftly arrived at the headquarters building. Although this was the headquarters of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, the mission of the protection team was to ensure 24-hour security, regardless of location. However, this did not imply close protection. Typically, they remained concealed in other areas, ensuring they did not intrude upon Lonnie's space. Upon meeting H.I.L., he dispensed with unnecessary formalities and directly escorted Lonnie to the basement of the headquarters. This time, Chung and the others did not accompany them. The research base of the Cube project was highly classified. Many were aware it existed beneath the headquarters, yet only a select few knew its precise location and level. Moreover, the security here was stringent, surpassing even that of the White House. The risk to Lonnie remained unchanged, whether Chung was present or not. In the subterranean levels of the headquarters, specifically in the C4 area, Lonnie closely followed H.I.L., navigating through a series of twists and turns. the surrounding security becoming increasingly formidable, with each guard bearing armaments. After an indeterminate duration, Hill halted before an exceptionally futuristic white circular door. Lonnie stared in astonishment at the door, which resembled something out of a science fiction film. "I cannot breach it," Venom's displeased voice resounded. Lonnie's astonishment deepened. He was well aware of the immense power Venom possessed, capable of tossing a heavy truck as if it were a mere baseball. The fact that such might could not penetrate this door was truly remarkable. However, a Venom bomb should suffice to blast it open. Venom hesitated, speaking with uncertainty. Venom's symbiotic form could diminish to an atomic level, and if it could infiltrate the door, detonating a Venom bomb to breach, it would not be an insurmountable task. Yet, the door's density remained unknown. The density of this door approaches atomic levels, comprising vibranium acquired from Wakanda. Among all known weapons on Earth, with the exception of nuclear arms, none possessed the capability to forcibly open this door. Hill's voice interjected appropriately. Lonnie nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard Professor Ifrit speak of Wakanda and its unique vibranium. The advanced technology of this world far exceeded his previous imaginings. Approaching atomic levels? Then I can certainly blow it open. Venom's voice regained its vigor. Lonnie's lips twitched slightly. "Behold, this is the scanning apparatus." Hill addressed the instrument while standing at the entrance. "I have ensured that your pupil model has been inputted." Ronnie nodded in acknowledgement, though a sense of perplexity lingered regarding how they had acquired his pupil model. Stepping forward, Hill activated the iris scan on her own eye, and with a resounding crack, the door swung open majestically. The cylindrical walls surged upward, revealing a vast circular passageway, its expanse illuminated by shimmering waves of light that danced above. Below this grand corridor lay an intricate and colossal machine, surrounded by numerous researchers clad in white lab coats, diligently engaged in their tasks. Among them stood Professor Ifrit, Ronnie's mentor, at the forefront. The scale of the cube project was astonishingly vast. As Ronnie surveyed the scene, the enormity of the place surpassed his wildest imaginings, leaving him uncertain of its true dimensions. However, according to Venom, this facility spanned over 10,000 square meters, a figure that genuinely startled Ronnie. With a sharp clap of her hands, Hill commanded the attention of the researchers, who promptly ceased their activities and turned to face her. The sight of so many familiar faces sent a jolt of surprise through Ronnie. These were esteemed experts and professors he had encountered countless times in various texts and scholarly works. "This is Ronnie Scarab, Dr. Scarab," Hill introduced him, "and he will soon join the ranks of the Cube Project scientists." Contrary to his expectations of hostility, the eminent scientist regarded Ronnie with warm and welcoming gazes. "Did you finish reviewing the materials I provided yesterday?" Hill inquired, turning to him. "I did," Ronnie affirmed with a nod. "Then you are aware of the cosmic cube," Hill said, raising her hand to indicate a glimmering blue light emanating from the intricate machine. Ronnie stepped forward, approaching the apparatus. What greeted him was a palm-sized blue cube. The cosmic cube, radiating a soft yet captivating glow, quietly and subtly. Gazing at the cosmic cube, Ronnie recognized that this enigmatic object from the cosmos constituted the very essence of the Cube Project. It harbored unfathomable powers, and it was also of paramount importance to the Bureau of Strategic Defense and Logistics. To label it as the most crucial item would not be an exaggeration. Ronnie had spent the previous night poring over all the materials related to the Cube Project. Essentially, the Cube Project aimed to research, develop, and harness the powers of the cosmic cube to create high-tech products, facilitating humanity's advancement into the cosmos. The energy contained within could obliterate the Earth from the universe in an instant, Professor Ifrit remarked. Ronnie remained silent, contemplating the weight of the professor's words. "Venom?" he murmured softly. "That old fool is mistaken," Venom interjected. "The energy core of this object is about to erupt." Venom paused, realizing the entire solar system may be at risk. Chapter 37, The Green Giant? "The old fellow is mistaken," Venom remarked. "The energy core of this entity is about to erupt." Venom hesitated for a moment. "The entire solar system is in jeopardy." Ronnie was momentarily taken aback. Though he did not exhibit an extreme reaction, a palpable fear enveloped his gaze. What on earth is this thing that has such a vast impact? The most formidable weapon known, nuclear arms, can only cause destruction at a city level. Yet, the object before Ronnie, known as the cosmic cube, possesses an utterly terrifying energy. Nevertheless, it is not a cause for alarm. The energy of the cosmic cube is remarkably stable. Intense collisions will not detonate it. So, You may rest assured, Venom consoled. Despite this reassurance, Ronnie still felt a tinge of trepidation. This object resembled a bomb with its power magnified countless times. Though it was not set to detonate, it remained a bomb nonetheless. What troubles you? Professor Ifrit finally noticed Ronnie's unease and inquired. Does this thing really have such immense energy? Ronnie asked. Indeed. This is merely a conservative estimate. The cube's power is extraordinary, and with Earth's current computational capabilities, we can only ascertain this much. Specifics will require further technological advancement for accurate data, Professor Ifrit explained. However, rest assured, although the cube's energy is colossal, its stability is equally beyond comprehension. We have previously bombarded it with missiles, and it remained unscathed. Thus, Professor Ifrit patted Ronnie's shoulder. Focus on your research. There is no need for concern. Ronnie nodded, though he cast a surprised glance at Professor Ifrit. These individuals are truly reckless, he thought. To bombard the cosmic cube with missiles without certainty of the outcome is madness. Fortunately, nothing went awry. Had there been an incident, the entire Earth would have been doomed alongside these deranged scientists. Ronnie, a cool voice called from nearby. He looked up to see Hill approaching. You stay here. I must take my leave, she stated. As the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Strategic Defense and Logistics, her schedule was packed. That she could take the time to personally escort Ronnie to the base was a considerable favor. All right, Ronnie replied, nodding. Hill exchanged a glance with Professor Ifrit before turning to depart. Ronnie noticed the exchange, but did not comprehend its significance. He turned back to the cosmic cube, which continued to radiate a soft glow, his gaze flickering. A month later, Ronnie's remarkable talent and knowledge propelled the cube project forward, which had previously been stagnant. This invigorated all the scientists involved. The primary objective of the cube project was to develop cube-based weaponry. Significant progress had already been achieved in this stage even before Ronnie's arrival, and the first batch of cube weapons had long been developed. However, these are primarily disposable items, incapable of storing the cube's energy in large quantities, necessitating their recreation after a few uses. Each deployment renders the weapon inoperative and non-reusable. Following the arrival of Ronnie, he improved the weaponry by integrating the vibranium loading mechanisms designed by Professor Ifrit and others, along with cosmic cube energy. After a month's endeavor, he successfully resolved the issue of the cube weapon's immediate obsolescence. Thanks to Ronnie's research and development, although the current stock of cube weapons is limited to just a handful, it has surpassed previous technological hurdles. The present requirement is vibranium. Other technical challenges have been addressed by Ronnie. The next phase of weapon development will focus on exploring alternative materials that could replace vibranium, as the cost of Wakandan vibranium is exorbitant, and its annual supply is insufficient for mass production of cube weapons. Nevertheless, despite their scarcity, cube weapons possess extraordinary power, disassembling any targeted object down to the atomic level, creating the visual effect of the object vanishing before one's eyes, an environmentally friendly and pollution-free solution. Now, Ronnie has commenced overseeing another significant aspect of the cube project, energy. The development of weaponry has been reassigned to Professor Ifrit. In the Deputy Director's office, Ronnie arrived with crucial data and reports regarding the cube weapon, which he personally delivered. He knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, Ronnie found Hill seated, with another agent standing before him. As he stepped inside, both turned their gazes towards him. Please, take a seat. Hill gestured towards the sofa. Ronnie nodded in acknowledgement, unreservedly settling onto the couch. The agent, whom Ronnie did not recognize, caught his eye with a glance at the badge, level 6, a significant rank. A month had elapsed since Ronnie had progressed from level 1 to level 5. Once he assumes the role of project leader, his authority will elevate to level 7, and the documents will be classified as top secret, requiring level 10 clearance for perusal. Even at present, the scientists involved in the cube project can only be accessed by agents with level 9 clearance. Deputy Director, the director is absent. Please give your orders. The agent merely glanced at Ronnie before turning back to Hill. The U.S. military has declared this their property. Any rash action to apprehend individuals could have severe repercussions. Hill shook his head. The United States is the largest contributor to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau, with nearly 30% of its funding sourced from this superpower. Ordinarily, the Bureau tends to favor the United States. However, should that green monster reappear, it would result in catastrophic casualties. In the last encounter, we lost a total of 17 agents. The agent stated, his agitation evident. Agent, control your emotions, Hill admonished, frowning. The agent took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. I understand that your brother met his demise at the hands of the Hulk. Yet Ronnie was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that name. Hulk? Why does it sound so familiar? Venom? Ronnie whispered. What is it? Venom's languid voice echoed in his mind. Even symbiotes require slumber, especially one as indolent as Venom. Hulk, do you know who that is? Ronnie inquired softly, glancing at the two individuals engaged in conversation. Hulk, Hulk. Venom pondered for a moment. Ah, I recall. Ronnie's expression darkened. The fact that this entity could freely access his memories was rather unsettling. You have heard of this Hulk in your past life. The Green Giant, Hulk. Chapter 38. The True Purpose of the Tesseract. The Green Giant, Hulk. What? Ronnie was rendered speechless. Are you certain it is the Green Giant Hulk? I am certain. What's wrong? Venom was somewhat taken aback by Ronnie's intense reaction. This. Ronnie leaned back against the sofa, his gaze vacant. While he may not have seen any Marvel films, he was at least somewhat aware of the most renowned superheroes. Iron Man, the Green Giant. He certainly did not forget these iconic figures. The enormous green figure, known as Hulk. Could it be that I have traversed into the realm of the Green Giant? Good grief, have I been transported into a movie? Ronnie was in a very precarious situation. He had never seen the Green Giant, but he had occasionally stumbled upon videos while surfing the internet. The mere thought of that green behemoth effortlessly hurling cars and boulders sent shivers down his spine. Even with Venom's powers, he might not stand a chance against the Green Giant. Ronnie? Hilda's voice jolted him from his stupor. Upon regaining his senses, Ronnie noticed that the agent had already departed, leaving only Hilda, who regarded him with a calm demeanor. The Green Giant you were discussing? Ronnie hesitated before asking. Your clearance is level 5. You are permitted to know this matter, Hilda stated. Here is the documentation, you may review it. Hilda placed a file before Ronnie. What brings you here? Ronnie glanced at the document and handed it back to Hilda. This pertains to a groundbreaking advancement in weapon development. Hilda is the leader of the Tesseract project, the principal overseer. Please, do elaborate. Hilda opened the file, flipping through its contents as she spoke. We have discovered that vibranium can serve as a viable weapon template. By stabilizing the energy of the Tesseract, we can adapt it to the vibranium weapon template. Ronnie, focusing his thoughts, swiftly articulated the findings. He'll cast a glance at Ronnie. Although Ronnie was reporting on our behalf, the document was authored by Professor Symbiote, who indicated that Ronnie had independently completed this project. In contrast to Ronnie's report, Hill placed greater trust in the literal accounts provided by the lead agent, Professor Symbiote. This, then, summarizes our progress. After Ronnie finished speaking, he fell silent, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the documents on the table. If you wish to look, then do so, Hill remarked, perusing the papers. Ronnie offered an awkward smile, but swiftly picked up the documents, skimming through them. Information regarding the Bruce Banner, codenamed the Hulk, and the super soldier serum rapidly coalesced, organized, and synthesized within Ronnie's mind. He grasped the situation. The U.S. military had revived the super soldier program. Originally initiated to create Captain America, by re-examining the residual data left by the doctor who spearheaded the serum's development. The military had discovered a phenomenon known as gamma radiation, which they integrated into the serum's formulation. The lead scientist, Bruce Banner, developed the serum unaware of its true nature. Yet this ignorance did not impede his confidence in the success of his results. Subsequently, he became a test subject, leading to the emergence of the Hulk. Ronnie flipped to the data analysis on the Hulk, his lips twitching slightly. Venom, what are our odds against Hulk? He pondered aloud. Venom, having seen the same data, contemplated for a moment. Looking at these figures, he is formidable. I ask you, what are our chances? Rounding off, roughly none, Ronnie replied, closing the document and returning it to Hill's desk. All right, I understand. Hill nodded, setting the file aside without inquiring about Ronnie's thoughts on the Hulk data. Ronnie nodded in affirmation and retreated. Back in the underground laboratory, he felt somewhat disoriented. He had always believed he had entered a parallel universe of Earth, only to discover it was a cinematic realm. This realization filled him with regret. Why hadn't he watched more films back then? It might have spared him from his current state of confusion. Dr. Scarab, you're back. The voice of his assistant, Aaron, jolted Ronnie from his reverie. He observed the girl approaching him briskly, a commendable assistant capable of resolving many of Ronnie's issues. If one were to criticize, it might be that her looks were not particularly striking. What is it? He inquired. This is the data collected after the cube suddenly trembled a moment ago, Aaron replied, holding out a document. Lonnie accepted the paper, casually flipping through it. The cosmic cube had been experiencing frequent tremors. Initially, Lonnie had been startled, but he had since grown accustomed to it. The oscillation of the cosmic cube resembles a mere human sneeze, a normal occurrence, one might say. Yet, driven by the serendipitous notion of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, Lonnie insisted that Aaron compile data each time the cosmic cube trembled. Who knows what unforeseen discoveries might arise? Suddenly, Lonnie's gaze fell upon a line of data, rendering him momentarily stunned. Doctor? Aaron tentatively called out, observing the top-tier scientist, who was only slightly her senior, lost in thought. Lonnie thrust the documents at Aaron and hastily strode towards the cube, simultaneously instructing, Aaron, fetch my computer from my desk. And also, bring over the wave generator. With that, he approached the cosmic cube, urging the researchers present to step aside as he began to tinker with the equipment. Having spent a month in Ronnie's company, Aaron was taken aback to witness his typically composed demeanor transformed into one of palpable excitement, indicating he had stumbled upon something significant. She quickly jogged to retrieve the computer. Why was Ronnie so exhilarated? A particular piece of data he had just encountered was of paramount importance to him. He had never anticipated that the cosmic cube could yield such information. A bold hypothesis surged within Ronnie's mind, one that rendered him incapable of maintaining his usual calm. The shock he felt surpassed even the surreal experience of inhabiting a cinematic world. 3 hours slipped by unnoticed as Ronnie immersed himself in research. He eventually halted the wave generator, gazing at the cosmic cube, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment and an unmistakable joy. Venom, do you see this? Ronnie murmured, entranced by the softly glowing cosmic cube. I see it. Venom's once raspy voice now resonated with calmness. I see it too. The hope of returning home. Ronnie's breath quickened involuntarily. The recent experiment had validated his hypothesis. The cosmic cube was not merely a vessel of immense energy. It was a treasure. The data he had uncovered, in simpler terms, pertained to spatial information. Space. Having delved into Einstein's theory of relativity and the concept of parallel universes, Ronnie had extensively researched this realm of knowledge since his arrival in this world. In fact, his major in astrophysics was a crucial aspect of this exploration. However, Ronnie realized that, to date, the only known method to traverse space was to exceed the speed of light, a feat that currently eluded humanity. Even the technological capabilities of the Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, which were decades ahead of the outside world, had not yet achieved such a breakthrough. They were far from even approaching it. However, through the recent data analysis, Ronnie discovered that if he could harness the cosmic cube, it might be possible to open a spatial gateway, a portal capable of transcending dimensions. This was his hope of returning home. Ronnie, have you made any discoveries? Professor Ifrit approached as he noticed Ronnie had come to a halt. Ronnie, overwhelmed with excitement earlier, had been rather animated, drawing the attention of many. Now that he had paused, it was only natural for inquiries to arise. Nothing significant, merely an erroneous hypothesis, Ronnie replied with a shake of his head, a hint of apology in his tone. He was not inclined to divulge the cosmic cube's capabilities to others. Should this information reach Fury, given his character, Ronnie would undoubtedly find himself under intense scrutiny, making clandestine research impossible. Indeed, clandestine research was his plan. Ronnie intended to secretly study the cosmic cube, developing a device that would facilitate his return home. He did not belong in this realm. The Earth he hailed from was his true homeland, his sanctuary. Very well, Professor Ifrit remarked, casting a curious glance at Ronnie, sensing that he was concealing something, though he held no further suspicion. Nevertheless, a fleeting spark of intrigue flickered in Professor Ifrit's eyes, quickly vanishing. 2 months later, after a monthly respite, Ronnie had just returned home to New York when the news reported a remarkable development. Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 months, had returned. Sitting on the couch, Ronnie munched on a snack while watching the news. How did this guy escape from terrorists in Afghanistan? He pondered with intrigue. The reports indicated that Tony had gone missing while promoting his new missile, the Jericho, in Afghanistan. Although the coverage was rather superficial, Ronnie, utilizing his access within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, managed to glean some information. Tony had indeed been attacked by terrorists. Strangely, neither the U.S. military nor the department had any knowledge of his abduction or whereabouts. Remarkably, he had escaped on his own. There were further details. but Ronnie lacked the clearance to access them. How did he manage to get away? Ronnie mused, furrowing his brow. Having seen Tony before, a rather ordinary man, whose physical prowess scarcely surpassed that of an average adult male, he was baffled as to how such a person could elude terrorists. It seemed that Tony harbored some undisclosed secrets. Ronnie stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ever since he learned of the existence of superheroes like the Hulk in this world, he had begun to scrutinize it more closely. He may not have seen a Marvel film, but that did not mean he was unaware of its legends. Iron Man and the Hulk are renowned superheroes belonging to the Marvel Universe. While a standalone film featuring the Hulk might be manageable, the vastness of the Marvel Cinematic Universe leaves Ronnie feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After all, he recalls a good friend mentioning a certain being, perhaps named Ba or something similar, who snapped his fingers and obliterated half the universe. The mere thought of this sends a shiver down Ronnie's spine. With a snap, half of the universe vanished. Goodness, how does one navigate such chaos? However, a sense of relief washes over Ronnie, as he has yet to encounter any other superheroes aside from the Hulk. It appears that he is situated within the Hulk's singular universe. Ronnie feels a tinge of joy. I'm hungry, suddenly interjects Venom. Why are you hungry again? Let us be clear, no proper meals. Ronnie warns. Absolutely not. I want a proper meal. Venom retorts, black fluid surging from within Ronnie. I haven't had a proper meal in a year and a half. If you don't let me eat this time, I'll go on my own. Venom's threat causes Ronnie's lips to twitch slightly. Should Venom forcefully take control of his body, the consequences would be dire. Ronnie certainly does not wish to relive the events of 16 years ago, when a missile explosion remains etched in his memory. At that moment, Ronnie's gaze falls upon a television host speaking animatedly, and an idea strikes him. Perhaps we could travel abroad? What? Venom pauses, and the black liquid coalesces to form Venom's head. Abroad? Where to? You've been wreaking havoc in New York, reducing the crime rate by several percentage points. It's become increasingly difficult to find villains to satiate your appetite. However, certain places are different. Ronnie's eyes narrow as he looks at a broadcast featuring Afghanistan. Here, the terrorists would certainly suffice. Are you suggesting we go to Afghanistan? Venom tilts his head, its seductive tongue flicking over sharp teeth. Indeed, perhaps we can uncover some clues. I'm quite curious about how Tony managed to escape from those terrorists. Suit yourself. When do we depart? Venom inquires, brimming with anticipation. Why the rush? Ronnie replies with a glance. He casually picks up a minuscule popcorn bucket the size of a fingernail from the table and hands it to Venom. This is a special creation for you, since you prefer to appear in a miniature form. Here, enjoy this for now. I'll inform you when we're ready to leave. Venom stares at the tiny popcorn bucket, its expression darkening. Ronnie. Chapter 40. Journey to Afghanistan. Ronnie glances at Venom, now shrunk to the size of a fingertip, delightfully seated on its miniature sofa, happily munching from the super tiny popcorn bucket. Ah, Venom. How delightful. Ronnie turned off the television and retrieved his phone to delve into information regarding Tony, simultaneously perusing the website of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics for updates on Afghan terrorists. Scientists involved in the Q project are granted 3 days of rest each month, along with the opportunity to venture out for an additional 3 days. However, under normal circumstances, they are confined to a designated city. Take Professor Ifrit, for instance, a German residing in Berlin. He returns to Berlin every time he has a break. Leaving this designated city necessitates a formal request to the Bureau. This caution arises from a dual concern: the potential leak of sensitive information by these scientists, and, equally, their safety. For each of them is a national treasure. International travel requires the approval of the project head, Hill, which is an arduous process laden with bureaucratic red tape and necessitated justifications. Consequently, Ronnie resolved to engage in clandestine travel, or rather, to utilize a contraband transport method. At that moment, a headline caught Ronnie's attention. Shock. The brilliant scientist Tony Stark had committed such an act. Ronnie's lips twitched slightly. Had the Shock Bureau developed into a parallel world? Nevertheless, he clicked on the news item. After a brief scan of the content, he was indeed astounded. At a press conference held this afternoon, Tony Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Stark Industries stands as the titan of the global arms industry, with 90% of its revenue derived from arms trade. Tony's declaration to close the weapons division signifies that this colossal entity would officially relinquish its dominance in the arms sector. This revelation is indeed shocking. What could Tony have experienced in Afghanistan to warrant such a decision? Ronnie murmured softly, internally aligning himself with Tony's actions. Stark Industries produces an excessive amount of weaponry each year, predominantly large-scale destructive arms. Tony's announcement to cease weapon manufacturing equates to a de facto withdrawal from the arms trade, a pivot in his career. Though it may appear irrational, this act undoubtedly embodies commendable humanitarianism. Lonnie found himself in agreement with Tony's decision, and his perception of Tony underwent a subtle transformation. After perusing the news a while longer, he noted that most articles revolved around Tony's return and the closure of Stark's weapons division, while the remainder consisted of trivial content. Upon a final review, having found nothing further of interest, Lonnie set his phone aside. "Venom," he called out. "What is it?" Venom replied, engrossed in fiddling with his phone without turning around. Lonnie marveled at how his colleagues at the bureau managed such feats. The minuscule phone Venom held, no larger than a strand of hair, was functional. This device, so diminutive that Lonnie often overlooked it, was capable of internet connectivity and possessed all the features of a smartphone. This left Lonnie momentarily in awe of his colleague's prowess. The phone in question was Venom's prized possession, currently resting on a miniature pillow as it engaged in a mobile game. Little did the players know that their ally, or perhaps adversary, was an extraterrestrial symbiote. Enough of the game, it's time to depart. Lonnie attempted to retrieve Venom's phone, but soon realized its diminutive size rendered it nearly impossible to grasp. "Oh." Venom paused, lifting his gaze to Lonnie. "Is it time for a meal?" Lonnie replied with a smile and a nod. "Indeed, it is time for a meal." At 1:40 p.m., an international flight from New York to Afghanistan took off. Inside the aircraft, Lonnie lowered his hat to obscure his face from the surveillance cameras. He had not procured his ticket through legitimate means. Had he followed standard procedures, he would undoubtedly have been intercepted by the protective detail assigned by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, consisting of 3 agents. Aware of this, Lonnie had opted to board the flight under the cloak of Venom's influence, evading the trio and other protective personnel, as well as the watchful eyes of the cameras. The journey from New York to Afghanistan would span 12 hours, with the last flight returning the following night at 10:50 p.m. "We have approximately 20 hours for our mission," Lonnie whispered to a neighboring passenger seated 1 row away. 20 hours should suffice, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Lonnie's holiday was limited to 3 days. Today marked the first, with an anticipated arrival in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, at around 2 a.m. tomorrow. He could catch the last flight back, arriving in New York by 10 a.m. on the 3rd day. Time was indeed on their side. Nodding slightly, Lonnie recalled the information from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Tony had been abducted by terrorists in Kabul and subsequently discovered in the surrounding desert. It was reasonable to deduce that these terrorists were likely lurking nearby, perhaps even within the desert itself. Fortunately, Venom's biological sensory range was extensive, allowing for a thorough search in a relatively short time. The aircraft soon landed. Lonnie lowered his hat further and swaggered off the plane, immediately turning to enter the restroom. A cascade of black liquid surged forth, enveloping Lonnie in an instant. Venom's towering, menacing form materialized within the confines of the restroom. "Food. I have arrived." Venom's gravelly voice brimming with excitement. With a resounding crash, Venom forcefully breached the wall and leapt into action. A shadowy figure darted swiftly across the rooftops, each leap from one building to another accompanied by the expansive spread of his robust arms. The black liquid coalesced into wing-like appendages at his elbows, enabling Venom to glide through the air. Within 10 minutes, he had surged beyond the city limits of Kabul, propelling himself into the vast expanse beyond. The biological radar unfolded, and within the depths of Venom, Lonnie gazed somewhat languidly at the images projected before him. In this state, Venom predominantly governed the body, and Lonnie observed silently. It was a rare occasion for Lonnie to take the reins. He relished this tranquility. However, if one were to assess combat prowess, it was previously Venom who exhibited superior strength, whereas now it was Lonnie. Having trained in combat techniques under Steve for an extensive period, Lonnie's ability to control the body imbued with Venom had long surpassed that of Venom itself. This symbiote, despite its remarkable learning capabilities akin to a parrot, was too indolent to engage in martial arts. Thus, Lonnie asserted that he could easily overpower Venom. Chapter 41. The astonished Tony. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating an intense heat that could almost fry an egg in the sweltering Afghan climate. A dark figure darted swiftly across the vast expanse of the yellow desert, diminutive yet strikingly conspicuous. After running for quite some time, Venom lamented the absence of any human presence. It had been over half an hour, and the biological radar had yet to detect even a single human. This lack of patience was driving Venom to the brink of frustration. After all, who would venture into the desert without reason? Meanwhile, Lonnie, nestled within Venom, exhibited remarkable patience. He needed to exert control over the body, and being inside felt akin to watching a film, quite comfortable indeed. Just as Venom was about to utter something, it abruptly halted. "Why have you stopped?" Boom. The thunderous sound of an explosion interrupted Ronnie's inquiry. He looked towards the source of the noise. "There are people over there," Lonnie asserted confidently. Were it possible to roll its eyes, Venom would have certainly done so, choosing instead to disregard Lonnie and race towards the direction of the explosion. At the epicenter of the sound, a figure clad in a predominantly red, with accents of yellow and silver, stood amidst the rubble, engaged in combat with a group of terrorists. This armored figure appeared to employ exoskeletal technology designed for close combat, resembling a battle robot from a science fiction film. The circular energy reactor embedded in its chest emitted a soft, yet dazzling glow, akin to a nuclear reactor. Raising its right hand, the figure unleashed a torrent of searing energy waves from a cylindrical device in its palm. Boom! The formidable energy wave hurled one of the terrorists away, crashing violently against a stone slab of a nearby skyscraper, and subsequently plummeting to the ground, lifeless. "Mr. Stark, radar indicates that biological entities are approaching rapidly," came the voice of his AI assistant, Jarvis, cutting through Tony's fervent engagement in battle. "Biological entities? What kind of entities?" Tony maneuvered his armored suit to evade a rocket, locking onto the terrorists before him. In an instant, a series of miniature missiles emerged from the shoulders of his suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The missiles struck the terrorists with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the mark every time. Uncertain, but approaching swiftly from the east, Jarvis replied. "How long until arrival?" Tony inquired, standing his ground and disregarding the remaining terrorists' gunfire. "It has already arrived." "What?" Tony exclaimed, startled, as he lifted his gaze towards the east. Boom. A dark figure crashed heavily to the ground, sending plumes of choking smoke into the air, obscuring his vision. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air suddenly pierced through, as a silhouette darted from the smoke like lightning, speeding toward a nearby terrorist. Jarvis. Understood. The artificial intelligence swiftly took control of the camera system, locking onto the rapidly moving shadow. Before long, the captured image was transmitted to Tony. "Oh my God, what manner of creature is this?" Tony gasped, his pupils narrowing. The towering figure of Venom loomed before a terrorist, its grotesque maw opening wide. The terrorist barely had time to scream before being consumed whole. Not a drop of blood spilled, as Venom devoured him in one gulp. "Oh, S.H.I.E.L.D. This guy eats people," Tony cursed, raising his arm to unleash an energy blast. Venom sensed the intense energy surge and turned to look. Boom. Caught off guard, Venom was struck, its massive form crashing to the ground under the force of the energy cannon. "That hurts," Venom groaned, quickly springing to its feet. "Why did you hit me, you fool?" The raspy voice startled Tony. "You can talk?" Tony's voice echoed from within the suit, still relying on shouting as his voice system was not yet configured. "You wouldn't understand." Boom. Tony watched, stunned, as Venom was hit by a rocket, engulfed in flames from the explosion. Whoosh. "Sir, be careful," Jarvis warned just in time. Tony regained his composure as the thrusters in his hands and feet ignited, propelling him skyward. Boom. A rocket exploded violently in the spot he had just vacated. Tony quickly scanned the positions of the remaining terrorists, fired an energy blast, and then turned away, ignoring them. A true man never looks back at an explosion. "Jarvis, is that talking monster dead?" Tony asked, glancing at the flames below. "No." "What?" Tony exclaimed, startled, just as a deafening explosion erupted from his right. He looked up. A shadowy figure weaved swiftly through the throng of terrorists, and through Jarvis's visuals, Tony discerned Venom's movements. The 10 fingers transformed into razor-sharp blades, slicing through anything in their path as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The fragile bodies of the terrorists were reduced to countless pieces of flesh in an instant, meeting their demise with terrifying swiftness. Even more alarming to Tony was the multitude of black tendrils that erupted from Venom's form, penetrating the shredded flesh and drawing it into itself for sustenance. The explosive sounds resonated from the claws piercing oil drums, igniting the explosives within. "What manner of creature is this?" After the military produced a green behemoth, have they conjured yet another monstrosity? Tony was engulfed in horror. Venom's existence shattered his preconceived notions. Sir, as your butler, it is imperative to remind you that there are not only terrorists present. Jarvis's voice interrupted suddenly. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this place is not solely inhabited by terrorists. There are numerous innocent civilians at stake. Cursing under his breath, he disregarded Venom and plunged downward to save lives. Meanwhile, Venom was unfazed by such concerns. Mid-sentence, he was struck by a rocket from the terrorists, igniting a fury within him. Civilians? Terrorists? They all deserve to perish. Hey, don't harm the civilians, screamed Eddie within Venom. Leave me be. Venom's raspy voice turned exceedingly irritable, the blades cleaving effortlessly through another terrorist, while a flurry of black tendrils ensnared the dismembered remains and drew them into his being. Venom, how could you agree to this? Eddie roared. Venom paused, glancing at 3 nearby civilians. The trio, upon seeing the ominous creature, looked upon him in terror, with the man shielding his wife and daughter, retreating cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, Venom turned back and charged towards the terrorists, deliberately avoiding the civilians this time. Although Eddie couldn't exert direct control, his words held considerable sway over Venom. The bond between them was profound, and Eddie's voice could influence Venom's actions. With a sickening squelch, a beautiful spray of crimson erupted, accompanied by another wave of black tendrils drawing the blood and flesh into Venom's form, marking the end of the last terrorist. Dozens of armed terrorists in the ruined city lay dead. Venom's blades shifted once more, reverting to his original 10 fingers. Are you satisfied? Eddie inquired. Venom nodded, having feasted quite well this time. Then let us depart. With a thunderous roar, they moved on. A dark liquid coalesced behind Venom, forming a colossal shield that deflected Tony's sudden energy blast. Venom slowly turned, its crescent-shaped white eyes chillingly fixed on the airborne Iron Man Jarvis. It seems I have provoked it, Tony remarked, feeling a shiver under Venom's menacing gaze. Clearly, sir. I will kill you. The raspy voice bore an unmistakable cold malice. Initially interrupted by a terrorist's rocket, then similarly thwarted mid-sentence by this armored figure, any ordinary individual would be livid, let alone the irritable and petty Venom. With a surge of liquid power, the towering dark figure shot towards Tony in the air like a cannonball. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart erupted, deafening in its intensity. Startled, Tony ascended rapidly, but it was too late. A terrifying force gripped his ankle. Despite the thrusters engaging, he could scarcely escape its hold. Venom's right hand seized Tony's leg while its left morphed into a claw, striking fiercely. Screech! 5 deep claw marks appeared on the armor, revealing the intricate machinery beneath. Warning! Warning! Right leg armor damaged by 75%. Warning! Warning! Stop! I heard you. Tony interjected. Is that titanium alloy? Just how hard are those claws? What does it eat to grow so strong? Vibranium? It must be from Wakanda. Even in dire straits, Tony couldn't resist a quip. His armor, crafted from pure titanium alloy, was among the strongest known materials on Earth. Yet, even such formidable armor was rendered nearly useless by a single swipe from this beast. Abandoning the idea of using the thrusters to break free, he raised his hand and unleashed a point-blank energy blast at Venom. Boom! Upon seeing the familiar black shield, Tony's lips involuntarily twitched. Venom's gaze grew even colder as it raised its left hand. Venom, stand down. Ronnie's voice halted Venom's movement. Pull him down, but don't disassemble his parts. Venom nodded slightly, its left claw transforming into a massive, grotesque hammer that crashed down upon Iron Man's back, sending Tony plummeting. With his aerial leverage lost, Venom followed suit, falling downwards. Boom. Thud. Warning. Warning. External back armor damaged by 89%. Warning. Warning. Jarvis, you can cease your notifications, Tony said, exasperated. Despite the shock absorption system, he still felt the violent tremors reverberate through his frame, especially that hammer of Venom's. It nearly jostled his dinner from last night, gathering all the energy to his chest. Tony remained composed, his innate character preventing him from losing his wits in dire straits. While charging up, stop charging. Release it directly, he shouted, observing the imagery from his back. Venom raised the colossal hammer high with his left hand. Execute. Boom. A torrent of ferocious energy erupted from Iron Man's chest, the immense force lifting Tony's body off the ground. Venom, perched atop Iron Man, was caught off guard and was likewise toppled by the surge, crashing heavily to the ground. "What on earth is this?" Venom exclaimed, astonished as he watched Iron Man propelled forward by the energy emanating from his chest. Iron Man. The black, liquid-like substance on Venom's right side receded like a tide, revealing the right half of Ronnie's body. "Iron Man," Venom questioned, gazing at Ronnie in bewilderment. "Access your own memories," Ronnie advised without further elaboration, his gaze fixed on the distant Iron Man still soaring through the air. Upon his arrival, Ronnie had felt an uncanny familiarity at the first sight of Iron Man, though he hadn't given it much thought at the time. However, later, during the battle with Venom, Iron Man's various combat techniques awakened Ronnie's recollections. "Isn't that the renowned Iron Man?" Ronnie's mind raced. He had a friend who was an avid Marvel fan, incessantly rambling about it. Even those who had never watched Marvel or heard of the company had at least heard of Iron Man, the iconic American superhero. Iron Man's fame far eclipsed that of Marvel itself. Ronnie felt utterly unsettled. First, the Hulk, and now Iron Man. Could it be that he was indeed in the Marvel universe his friend incessantly droned on about? If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to appear next, Ronnie would truly be at a loss for words. Contemplating this, Ronnie suddenly realized something. His friend had mentioned an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D., which was the nexus for uniting superheroes and a crucial component of the Avengers. Yet, this organization had yet to surface. Could it be that this was not the Marvel universe? Upon this realization, Ronnie's spirits lifted. As long as it wasn't the primary Marvel universe, he could breathe easier. So that fellow was Iron Man, he thought. "I see now," Venom's voice interrupted Ronnie's musings. "But this guy is rather weak." Indeed, it was perplexing. How could such a legendary superhero be so feeble? It was almost laughable. Venom had barely exerted himself to send him fleeing. How was he even remotely comparable to the formidable beings faced in Avengers: Infinity War? His friend had spoken of a being who could obliterate existence with a snap of his fingers, a character so overwhelmingly powerful. How had this pitiful Iron Man even survived until the conclusion of Infinity War? At this moment, both Ronnie and Venom wore expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 43. Upon returning. Shaking his head, Ronnie resolved not to dwell on these troubling matters. Iron Man's weaknesses were of no concern to him. The emergence of that so-called tyrant was uncertain, and they had spoken of the Avengers. In a coalition, there must be an abundance of heroes, much like the neighboring League of Heroes, which boasted over 100 members. There was no need for him, a mere bystander, to fret. Moreover, rather than agonizing over such issues, it would be more prudent to concentrate on researching and developing the Tesseract, pondering how he might return home. Once again, the dark liquid enveloping Ronnie surged forth, completely covering him. Venom's imposing figure re-emerged into the world. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped high into the air, disappearing into the distance. New York. The returning Ronnie resumed his monotonous yet intriguing life. Daily, he engaged in scientific research at the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, tackling the assigned tasks related to the Tesseract while secretly developing devices capable of transcending space using the Tesseract's power. When one dedicates themselves earnestly to a task, time invariably flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Ronnie's next holiday was just around the corner. In recognition of Ronnie's outstanding performance, Hill appointed him as the head of the Tesseract project. Ronnie had officially ascended to the role of project leader and chief scientist, overseeing the entire initiative. While the original temporary head, Professor Ifrit, was relegated to a subordinate position. It is no exaggeration to say that at merely 22 years of age, Ronnie had emerged as a preeminent scientist in the field of astrophysics. While it may be debatable whether he could be termed the foremost, his place among the top 3 was indisputable. That night, at 3 a.m, the headquarters of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics remained brightly lit. Catherine had long since retired for the night, leaving Ronnie alone in the home laboratory, engrossed in his work, utilizing his authority as project leader. He had applied for a home laboratory, which was readily approved by the department. Ronnie's dedication and focus during his research were evident to all. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in his work, reveling in the process and losing himself in it. With such a chief scientist in their midst, the department was certainly generous. Ultimately, while the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics may not be a paragon of virtue, it was nonetheless a legitimate organization, not stingy with its own. Ronnie was conducting research with an exceedingly complex instrument before a swirling mass of blue energy. This blue energy was highly unstable, resembling a cloud that continuously shifted in form. presenting significant challenges to Ronnie's research. This energy originated from the Tesseract and was collected by a device Ronnie had developed. The cosmic cube cannot be removed from the underground research facility, leaving Ronnie to contemplate alternative methods for his studies. Thus, the collection device was conceived. Yet, Ronnie did not anticipate that the energy, once extracted from the exceptionally stable cosmic cube, would become so erratically unstable. While this posed significant challenges for research, it was not insurmountable. A stabilizer was required. Ronnie paused, furrowing his brow as he spoke. What stabilizer? Venom inquired curiously. On the table behind Ronnie, a miniature version of Venom donned a flamboyant pink nightcap, nestled against a small pillow, wrapped in a vivid pink blanket, engrossed in his ultra-miniature phone. Hearing Ronnie's mutterings, he chimed in with a question. The energy from the cosmic cube becomes exceedingly unstable once detached from it. If we merely conduct research, the increasing calculations can continue. However, for practical applications, it is unfeasible. A stabilizer is essential to maintain its stability, Ronnie explained, his brow still knitted in concentration. Why must a stabilizer be used? Can't you simply prevent the cube's energy from leaving it? Venom suggested, tapping his nostrils. That is not an option. If I wish to utilize the cosmic cube to return home, it is virtually impossible to bypass the energy's departure from the cube. Once the cube's energy is separated, it becomes extremely unstable, necessitating a stabilizer for neutralization. Ronnie shook his head. All right, then what can serve as a stabilizer? Venom asked, intrigued. I am uncertain. Experiments are required to ascertain that, Ronnie replied, observing the energy within the vial as it morphed continuously. Then why not continue your experiments? Venom set down his phone, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at Ronnie. I lack the knowledge of stabilizers, especially in regard to those suitable for the cosmic cube. I need someone proficient in this area to assist me. Such individuals exist within the Bureau, but I cannot approach them. That is the real conundrum. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics boasts numerous scientists adept in the field of stabilizers, with a few highly skilled in the craft. However, Ronnie pondered how he could justify seeking their assistance. There are no plans concerning spatial research within the Cube project. In fact, apart from Ronnie, no one in the entire department is aware that the cosmic cube is, in fact, a marvelous entity imbued with spatial energy. Thus, enlisting the help of the department scientists is not an option. Why not learn it yourself? Venom remarked nonchalantly. That is a last resort. The knowledge of stabilizers encompasses chemical principles, a domain in which I do not excel. Restarting my education would require an extensive amount of time, and unless absolutely necessary, I shall defer that option. Ronnie recognized he could study independently, but the pace would be too slow. With the current development speed of the Cube project, the established plan would take no more than 3 years to complete at most. However, Ronnie lacked the confidence to acquire sufficient knowledge to develop a stabilizer capable of harnessing the energy of the Rubik's Cube within 3 years. His extraordinary talent in astrophysics did not guarantee a similar prowess in the realm of chemistry. After all, this was a matter of interdisciplinary study. You're truly a nuisance. I can't be bothered with you, Venom muttered as he resumed fiddling with his phone. In contrast to Ronnie's eagerness to return home, Venom harbored little desire to go back. In his homeland, he was regarded as the underachiever, an unequivocal failure, where nothing he desired was attainable. Why return? Life here was rather pleasant. There was no incentive to go back. Nevertheless, if Ronnie wished to return, there was little Venom could do. After all, Ronnie's universe was not the same as his own. Going back to Ronnie's home was somewhat acceptable. Ignoring Venom, the internet-addicted youth who could not offer assistance, Ronnie turned his gaze to the energy vial, where the Rubik's Cube energy continued to morph in silence. Chapter 44, Tony? Iron Man. By the time the clock struck 9 in the morning, Ronnie had returned to his residence in Brooklyn, New York, under the protection of the trio, Clock, Leozi, and Chung. He had barely spent 10 minutes at home before descending to leave again. Boss, what are you going to Tony Stark's house for? Chung inquired curiously while driving. Leozi, seated in the passenger's seat, crossed his arms, maintaining a stoic demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness. Ronnie occupied the back seat, accompanied by the medic Clock, ready to provide immediate assistance in case of an unforeseen event. I have a few questions I wish to pose to Tony, Ronnie replied with a smile. His rapport with these 3 bodyguards was relatively amicable. Among them, Clock was the most normal, while the others were anything but typical. Leozi, who was clearly a reserved individual, insisted on projecting an image of cool detachment. Chung, on the other hand, was a rather peculiar character. Indeed, he was the infamous type who delighted in taking young girls to see goldfish, a true lilicon. According to Liozzi's revelations, this fellow's aspiration seemed to be marrying a 9-year-old girl as his bride. Utterly deranged. Nonetheless, despite his alarming tendencies, being chosen by Hill to lead Ronnie's protection detail indicated that his abilities were indeed acknowledged. "Boss, are you quite familiar with Stark?" Clock queried in astonishment. Their gathered information did not indicate such a personal connection. "It's passable," Ronnie replied. Was he truly familiar with Tony? It seemed unlikely. The reason for seeking out this playboy was centered around the stabilizer issue. The Bureau's personnel were not an option, and Ronnie was progressing too slowly in his studies. Hence, he had fixed his sights on the brilliant genius that was Tony. "Well, fair enough," Clock shrugged, choosing not to press further. "I hear this Tony Stark often spends nights with cover girls from fashion magazines." Liozzi interjected unexpectedly. "What's the matter? Are you interested?" Ching teased. Fluent in Chinese, Croc felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Whenever these two individuals began conversing in Chinese, he knew a new round of conflict was about to commence. "The perverse lowly enthusiast has no right to converse with me. Ha men. Ha perverts." As they bickered, Lonnie and his companions swiftly arrived at Tony's seaside apartment. No, villa, no. Seaside building. Good heavens. The evils of capitalism. After dismissing Chung and the others, Lonnie approached alone. "Hello, Mr. Scarab. Mr. Stark is waiting for you upstairs," Chan Jarvis, Tony's artificial intelligence butler, as Lonnie reached the entrance. "All right." With a click, the door swung open, and Lonnie stepped inside. Prior to this visit, Lonnie had already conversed with Tony. What truly caught Lonnie's attention was not Tony's talent, but rather his accomplishments in the realm of artificial intelligence. The existence of Jarvis astonished Lonnie. Such intelligence, rivaling that of humans, had been single-handedly crafted by Tony. One had to admit, this fellow was an extraordinary genius. "Oh, Lonnie. It's been a while," Tony greeted, clad in a casual shirt and holding a glass of red wine, smiling upon seeing Lonnie. Notably, a glowing circular device adorned Tony's chest. Though Lonnie paid it little mind. "Long time no see, Tony," Lonnie politely responded. "You seem well. Found a girlfriend?" Tony teased, raising an eyebrow. "Thanks for your concern, but I currently have no thoughts in that direction," Lonnie chuckled in reply. "Young man, between men and women, stop." Lonnie interrupted Tony. If this playboy continued, who knew where the conversation might veer? "It is quite impolite to interrupt others, Mr. Scarab." "That depends on the topic," Tony shrugged. "Let us cut to the chase." "What do you mean by stabilizer?" "Please elaborate," Tony said, taking a sip of his wine. "Let us head to your lab." "It's too complex to explain," Lonnie replied. "Sure. Follow me." Tony casually placed his glass of wine on a table and led Lonnie down to his home laboratory. Compared to the lab provided for Lonnie by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Tony's laboratory was far more luxurious. "Go play, little dumpling," Tony said, giving a mechanical arm a playful slap. Lonnie looked curiously at the small device. "Is that an intelligent prosthetic arm?" "Just a trinket. If you want it, I'll give it to you," Tony replied nonchalantly. "No, thank you." Lonnie shook his head, surveying Tony's lab. "I heard you've shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. You've discarded the company's primary profit source. How do you plan to develop in the future?" "I intend to pursue clean energy," Tony said, turning around. Still holding a circular reactor, Ronnie cast a glance and immediately recognized it as a nuclear reactor. "This?" he inquired, pointing at the reactor in Tony's hand. "Indeed," Tony affirmed. "It costs less than $100 and can power my Stark Tower for 3 months. He tossed the reactor over to Ronnie, who caught it and examined it closely. "That contraption on your chest isn't this, is it?" The more he looked, the more it resembled the glowing device embedded in Tony's chest. "Not quite," Tony replied, shaking his head as he lifted his shirt. "What I possess is a high-end version. Yours is the civilian model." With a puzzled glance at Tony, Ronnie fiddled with the reactor until his peripheral vision caught sight of a heap of discarded materials nearby. His pupils constricted as he stared in shock at the familiar refuse. "These are merely remnants of failed experiments. Nothing significant," Tony remarked, noticing Ronnie's fixation on the debris. He swiftly approached and nudged Ronnie away. "Enough about me. Let's discuss that stabilizer you mentioned on the phone. I'm quite intrigued." Reluctantly, Ronnie was pushed into another laboratory, but he couldn't resist glancing back at the abandoned materials quietly resting in place. He looked down at the nuclear reactor in his hand and then at the one in Tony's chest. A theory, or perhaps a revelation, began to surface. "All right." Ronnie suppressed his astonishment. The pile of discarded materials was all too familiar, especially the 5 claw marks. These were the handiwork of Venom. The refuse was unmistakably from the battle in Afghanistan, where Venom had been driven away by Iron Man's armor. Those particular claw marks on the legs were not something that could simply be mimicked. In other words, Tony was indeed Iron Man. Chapter 45. Obadiah Stane. Although stunned that Tony was the Iron Man he had recently pummeled, Ronnie soon set aside the revelation as they began discussing matters at hand. Compared to the fact that Tony was Iron Man, Ronnie was far more concerned about returning home. That was the pressing issue. With Ronnie withholding information about the Tesseract, the two engaged in discussion for several hours, ultimately narrowing down a few viable methods. Based on the information you've provided, these are the only solutions I can offer. You can try them when you return, Tony stated, fully aware that Ronnie was concealing something from him. However, his pride prevented him from pressing further. All right, I will try them out. If they don't work, I'll come back to you. Ronnie nodded in agreement. At your service, Tony replied with a smile. Their earlier discussion had sparked some insights for him, particularly regarding how to address the issue of the Iron Suit's inability to ascend to great heights. Collaboration is the hallmark of progress. Isolation is not the answer. Someone is approaching. Venom's gravelly voice suddenly echoed. Ronnie's expression shifted. Not long after Venom's words faded, Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, Mr. Obadiah has arrived. Stan? All right, I understand, Tony replied, raising an eyebrow. I shall take my leave then. Seeing that Tony had a guest, Rhodey also prepared to depart. No need to rush. Stan is a good friend of my father's, the current president of the company, and my uncle. He would be delighted to meet you, the genius scientist, Tony reassured Rhodey. Let us have a brief meeting before you go. Their previous scientific discussions had fostered a solid rapport between Tony and Rhodey. Despite their contrasting personalities, this did not hinder their friendship. Very well. Rhodey contemplated and did not decline. He might need Tony's assistance in the future, so it would be beneficial to foster a closer relationship. Besides, Obadiah Stane was the president of Stark Industries, and cultivating a good relationship would prove advantageous in his future endeavors. Ascending the stairs with Tony, they soon encountered a robust, slightly aged bald man. Stan, long time no see. I truly missed you, Tony exclaimed dramatically as he plopped down onto the sofa. Obadiah was unfazed. Retrieving a pizza from the table. I heard you returned, so I rushed over from Washington to bring you a pizza. I've skipped the cheeseburger you love. That is not clean. Hello, I am Obadiah, the executive president of Stark Industries. Placing the pizza on the table before Tony, he turned to Rhodey and extended his right hand. Hello, I am Rhodey Scarborough. A pleasure to meet you, Rhodey responded, shaking Obadiah's hand. You know, the genius physicist. One of the 2 supernova talents of the new era alongside Tony. Obadiah praised, fulfilling the social niceties and flattering Rhodey, which left a positive impression on him. It's all media hype, Rhodey replied modestly. Ah, Tony has mentioned you to me, affirming your talents. This fellow does not easily offer praise to others. Would you be interested in working at Stark Industries? No need to ask. I've invited him before. He is not interested, Tony interjected, munching on his pizza. I see. That is indeed a pity, Obadiah remarked with a smile, though Rhodey could not ascertain the source of his regret. My apologies, Rhodey smiled apologetically. Even though Obadiah could not detect any sincerity in his expression. Would you both care for a slice of pizza? Tony interrupted their business flattery, calling out loudly. I'll have a slice. Rhodey glanced at Obadiah and approached. Help yourself, Tony gestured before returning to the sofa to enjoy his meal. Unbeknownst to them, a glint of coldness flickered in Obadiah's eyes as he observed them from behind. True to his old-fashioned nature, Obadiah was deftly articulate, effortlessly winning Rhodey's favor. Although Ronnie has reached the age of 40 or 50 across 2 lifetimes, when it comes to the art of interpersonal relations, he pales in comparison to Obadiah. The realm one inhabits often dictates the manner in which one conducts oneself. Ronnie and Obadiah engaged in lively conversation, much to Tony's delight. Despite having no blood ties to Tony, who lost his father in childhood, Obadiah had been embraced by Tony as a paternal figure in his heart. However, Tony's disposition prevented him from openly expressing such sentiments. Nevertheless, this feeling weighed heavily on him. As time passed, Ronnie prepared to take his leave. By nightfall, one could only wonder how Catherine would be. It's getting late. I will take my leave now, Ronnie announced, rising to his feet and addressing Tony and Obadiah. Won't you stay for a meal? Obadiah inquired with a smile. Americans, unlike the Chinese, genuinely extend invitations for dinner rather than merely engaging in polite conversation. Having resided here for quite some time, Ronnie was well aware of this fact. "No, I have matters to attend to at home. Perhaps next time," he replied with a smile. "Very well then," Obadiah said, casting a bemused glance at Tony, who lay on the sofa, unresponsive. He gave Tony a gentle kick. "Oh, bye." Tony, in a state of utter relaxation, expressed his disinterest in moving. He lazily raised his hand and muttered. Ronnie chuckled and shook his head, not taking it to heart. "I'm off, goodbye." Goodbye. After departing from Tony's seaside mansion, Ronnie paused at the entrance for a moment. Soon after, Chung and the others drove over. They had remained nearby, waiting for Ronnie to emerge from Tony's residence. As bodyguards, they could not leave their post. Upon seeing Ronnie, they promptly approached in their vehicle. "Boss, you really can chat." Over 3 hours of conversation, Chung remarked as he rolled down the window. "Only you can ramble on," Ronnie retorted. "Boss, get in the car," Lou said, holding a mechanical box. Ronnie recognized the box, which contained various components and explosives, enabling Chung to assemble different bombs in the shortest time possible. Chung drove while Lou carried the box. "All right," Ronnie replied with a smile, opening the back door and stepping inside the vehicle. The car started, heading back towards the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. At the same time, 1,000 meters away on a hillside, a voice called out, "All teams, attention! All teams, attention! The target has left Tony Stark's residence and is en route back to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. Received." The Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics is situated far from the bustling city, ensuring that vehicles never breach the urban confines. As they traverse an uninhabited highway, an enveloping silence prevails, punctuated only by the sound of their vehicle. Low hills flank the road, providing ample cover for any hidden individuals. Suddenly, Lu Zi calls out to Chung, prompting him to brake sharply. "What is the matter?" Chung inquires, puzzled. "Something feels off," Lu Zi replies, a frown creasing his brow. His instincts, honed as an operative, warn him of an impending danger, a sixth sense that has often saved them in critical moments. Upon hearing Lu Zi's words, Long and I instructs Venom to activate the biological radar. The screen fills with a dense cluster of red dots, sending Long and I into a state of alarm. Before he can voice his concerns, Clock drags him from the vehicle. Boom! Just as the four escape the car, a rocket strikes with precision, exploding above them. The deafening blast, accompanied by flames, engulfs the vehicle. Yet, remarkably, it does not detonate but is instead flipped over. The car's protective capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling even the armored vehicles used by the President of the United States. As for Director Fury's vehicle, it could withstand a barrage of rockets for 10 minutes without yielding. Its windows are not merely bulletproof but resistant to missiles. For further details, see Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Chung, Lu Zi shouts, tossing a mechanical box to him while swiftly drawing 2 pistols from his waist. Clock, take the boss and get to cover. Whoosh! Another rocket is launched from the nearby hillside. Boom! It detonates near Chung's shelter as armed soldiers in black combat gear begin to pour down the slope. Headquarters. Clock, safeguarding Long and I, attempts to contact their base through a communicator, but the signal remains obstructed. Damn it! The signal is jammed. Clock exclaims in frustration, smashing the communicator to the ground while aiming his pistol protectively at Long and I. Long and I watches the trio anxiously. He yearns to assist, but is overwhelmed by the multitude of adversaries and the presence of surveillance cameras, rendering any rescue attempt perilous. Swiftly, Chung assembles a bomb the size of a human head, glancing toward the throng of soldiers before hurling it with force. Grenade, take cover. In German, the soldiers in the vicinity of the bomb's trajectory quickly retreat, distancing themselves. The device lands on the ground. Yet, contrary to expectations, it does not explode but instead bounces forward like a basketball. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 3 bounces. The soldiers in the distance gaze down in bewilderment at the large bomb that has landed at their feet. Boom! The ferocious blast of the explosion instantaneously engulfed the soldiers within a radius of over 10 meters, as flames raged uncontrollably. "Huh, fool," a man laughed heartily, continuing to hurl several more bombs towards the soldiers clad in black combat attire. Meanwhile, Lu wielded dual pistols, deftly maneuvering between various cover points. His precise marksmanship claimed the life of a black-clad soldier with each pull of the trigger. The elite agents of the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau were indeed deserving of their esteemed reputation. As the battle erupted, chaos reigned within the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. How could such a colossal organization overlook the crucial factor of signal jamming? A dedicated team monitored communications around the clock, and any disruption in signals would be promptly reported. The moment the signal was jammed, the Bureau was already alerted to the situation. Where was the last signal detected? Hill asked briskly as he entered the control room, his words tumbling out in rapid succession. Upon receiving the news, he had set aside his tasks to rush to the control room within a mere 2 minutes. XX District, XX Location. Action Team, deploy immediately. Yes. Bulletproof vehicles surged forth from the Bureau, accompanied by a Kuan-type fighter jet en route to the destination. As the head of the Rubik's Cube project, Ronnie's safety was of the utmost importance. Deploy drones. I require live footage of the scene, Hill commanded, his previously cool demeanor turning even more frigid. His subordinates wasted no time, swiftly executing Hill's orders. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator at Hill's waist chimed, prompting him to stand tall and step aside to answer. What is the situation? Came Fury's calm voice. He had also received immediate news of the incident involving Ronnie. The action team has just departed, and one Kuan-type fighter is also en route. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes, Hill reported. Ensure the doctor's safety at all costs, Fury replied gravely. Ronnie was too vital to the Rubik's Cube project, and his profound understanding of the cosmic cube meant that if he were captured, the consequences would be dire. Understood. After terminating the call with Fury, Hill returned to the control room, his expression heavy with concern. On the other side, Ronnie clutched the handgun given to him by Cloak. Casting a glance at the 3 individuals engaged in combat and the increasing number of black-clad soldiers, his expression darkened. These people are clearly after you. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. I know, Ronnie replied in a low tone, struggling against the urge to succumb to Venom's influence. He hoped that the reinforcements from the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau would arrive swiftly. From the moment the incident occurred, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed. Logically, the authorities should have been informed by now. If only they could hold out for a few more minutes. The sound of gunfire echoed as Luzi finally retrieved his assault rifle from the vehicle. Discarding his sidearm, he swiftly began to eliminate the lives of soldiers clad in black combat uniforms from the cover of the car. As the most accurate marksman in his trio, Lu's combat efficacy with the rifle was unparalleled compared to when he wielded a pistol. With a resounding shout, Chung hurled several grenades into the densely packed cluster of soldiers. Having collaborated before, Lu quickly adjusted his aim. Bang, bang, bang. The grenades, expertly assembled by Chung, erupted upon impact, with one grenade fracturing into over a dozen smaller grenades. Chapter 47, Fallen. The explosions cascaded, transforming several grenades into a multitude of tiny ones. Although diminutive, no larger than a thumb. The explosive power unleashed upon their descent rivaled that of high-explosive grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The successive detonations reverberated, each thunderous blast sending chills down the spine. Ha ha ha. Well done. Chung laughed heartily. Suddenly, a sharp bullet sliced through the air, striking Chung in the abdomen. Chung, Lu exclaimed, instantly deducing the assailant's position and unleashing a rapid barrage toward the hillside. A silhouette darted across the slope, evading Lu's gunfire. Upon witnessing Chung being hit, Long and I urgently urged Clock to rush to his aid. Such a scene posed no threat to him. Chung required immediate medical attention. Who is that person? Long and I inquired, furrowing his brow at the figure on the slope, distinctly different from the other soldiers. I don't know, but one of his hands is mechanical, not a human arm. Venom relayed the image he had observed to Long and I. The latter scrutinized the masked soldier, noting that his right arm was undeniably a silver mechanical limb. His gaze was tranquil, devoid of any human emotion, resembling that of a puppet rather than a person. Are you all right, Chung? Clock swiftly opened the medical kit, skillfully administering battlefield first aid. What are you doing here? Go protect the boss. Chung pressed on his wound, trying to stanch the bleeding. The doctor sent me. It's all right. The doctor is very capable. Don't speak. You're seriously injured. Clock hurriedly bandaged Chung's wound, staunching the flow of blood. The figure collapsed onto the ground, leaving himself at the mercy of Clock. Damn it. Luzi incessantly fired, yet his normally impeccable aim failed to strike this enigmatic individual. With a click, Luzi quickly emptied his magazine, and hastily retrieved a fresh one from the trunk. But at that moment, the mysterious figure rose, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! An alarm blared in Lu Zi's mind as he desperately shifted his body. Bang! The bullet, intended for his heart, merely pierced his chest due to Lu Zi's frantic movements. Nevertheless, such a severe injury caused darkness to envelop his vision, rendering him powerless on the ground. Without immediate medical attention back at the bureau, Lu Zi would not survive the day. Z. Long and I exclaimed in shock, braving the hail of bullets to rush to Lu Zi's side. Z, are you all right? He pressed against Lu Zi's wound, employing the rudimentary field first aid techniques provided by the bureau to alleviate his injuries. Cough, cough. Reinforcements from the bureau should arrive soon. Boss, you need to get in the vehicle. It's safe inside. Blood trickled from Lu Zi's mouth, staining his neck crimson. Don't speak. Long and I, flustered and unsure, was at a loss for what to do. He could fight and conduct research, but saving lives was beyond him. Boss, get in the car. It's too dangerous here. A furious roar from Caesar pierced the air. Long and I and Lu Zi turned to see clock collapsing before Caesar. In the distance, the mysterious figure lowered his rifle, clearly reveling in his handiwork. Bang! Damn it! Long and I clenched his fists, rage surging within him. Black tendrils writhed across his skin, menacing and terrifying. Lu Zi stared in shock at the dark strands enveloping Long and I, bewildered by their nature. Venom, too, was taken aback. Was the furious Long and I attempting to exert control over it? Although the effort was feeble, it was undeniably present. Yet Venom remained unfazed. It shared a bond with Long and I, indifferent to the circumstances. Boom. Whoosh. A missile exploded not far behind Long and I and the others. He turned to see, elated Z. It's the Bureau's reinforcements. The Cohen-style aircraft soared above, unleashing a torrent of gunfire, harvesting the lives of soldiers clad in black combat gear. Upon witnessing this, the mysterious figure abandoned his attempt to shoot Caesar and charged down the hillside, targeting Long and I directly. Lowly control. Get the boss to safety, Lu Zi shouted. With his strength barely returning, Caesar perceived the determination in his old comrade's eyes. Without uttering a word, Lu Zi handed a small box to Long and I, urging him to flee towards the Cohen-style fighter jet. Let go of me. Long and I frowned, struggling against the immense force trying to break free. Boss, Chen called out firmly. This is Lu Zi's decision. We must ensure your safety. Long and I clenched his fists, the venom within him coursing beneath his skin, ready to manifest at any moment. Yet, he relinquished his struggle. Ultimately, humanity is selfish. The Cohen-style fighter jet loomed overhead. If he exposed himself here, all hope of returning home would dissipate. I'm sorry, Z. Lu Zi laboriously extracted a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply, placing the small box that Chung had handed him onto his lap. He poised his thumb over the vivid red button. This time, I'm truly playing a grand role, he declared, pressing down suddenly. Boom. A cataclysmic force erupted, instantly engulfing the descending mysterious figure and Lu Zi. Bang! The mysterious individual was hurled away by the explosive shockwave, crashing heavily against a nearby billboard before collapsing to the ground. To Cheng's astonishment, however, the figure, bloodied yet seemingly unscathed, rose to its feet and charged towards them once more. Meanwhile, soldiers from the surrounding area began to encircle them. Damn it! Chung cursed under his breath. Boss, you must escape. No, I will be fine. Chung insisted earnestly. Long and I pondered for a moment, then nodded gravely, pivoting to sprint towards the Cohen-style fighter jet. Boss, I have deceived you again, Chung murmured softly, watching Long and I's retreating figure. He plopped down onto the ground, retrieving his wallet from his pocket and opening it to reveal a photograph within. It depicted a 9-year-old girl, her sunny smile radiating beauty. After 18 years, I have come to see you, Roland, Chung whispered with a gentle smile. Boom. Chapter 48, Captured. Chung. Long and I heard the explosion behind him, the threads of venom within him thrumming wildly, almost taking hold. At that moment, a tremendous force surged from his neck, just as Long and I prepared to retaliate. Don't move, the raspy voice of the venom warned. Long and I hesitated, feigning unconsciousness. Through the shared vision of the venom, he glimpsed his assailant, the mysterious figure, their mask blown away by the explosion, revealing their true visage to Long Ni's gaze. He committed the face to memory, vowing to kill this individual. They will undoubtedly take you back to the base. It will not be too late to exact revenge then, the Venom assured him. Upon hearing this, Ronnie realized the truth of the matter and ceased his struggle, allowing the mysterious individual to hoist him onto his shoulder and carry him away. A report was dispatched to headquarters. The doctor had been abducted. The Cohen-style aircraft continued its aerial combat with the ground forces, and upon resolving the situation below, they discovered that Ronnie had already been taken. "Secure the scene. I am on my way," Hill declared before swiftly departing from the control room. Meanwhile, Ronnie was hastily whisked away by the enigmatic figure aboard a plane. However, throughout the journey, Ronnie left numerous markers through Venom, a unique signaling method imparted to him by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. This agency had anticipated every conceivable scenario, including the possibility of Ronnie's abduction. Thankfully, he had been willing to learn, unlike other scientists who regarded such training with disdain and chose to neglect it. Seated on the aircraft, Ronnie feigned unconsciousness, reclining in his seat while Venom regulated his heartbeat and breathing. Distinguishing between feigned slumber and true unconsciousness was no challenge for these elite soldiers, and Ronnie was well aware that he could not deceive them. This cadre was highly trained, particularly the man with the silver arm, who was an elite among elites. It was evident to Ronnie that this assault had been premeditated. His files were classified, and aside from Tony and a few within the agency, no one should have known of his whereabouts. How did they acquire this information? Ronnie pondered silently. As he settled into contemplation, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Given the level of confidentiality surrounding his movements, only Hill and Fury, along with the department responsible for his security, were privy to such information. These individuals were clearly not ordinary criminals. Even the 3 elite agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics had indicated that this organization possessed formidable strength. It seemed there might be a traitor within the agency, Ronnie mused. With no other plausible explanations, he considered the possibility of betrayal within the agency. After notifying Tony, he had sought him out, and it was improbable that such a large-scale assault force could be mobilized in such a short time frame. Furthermore, Tony lacked any motive for orchestrating such an event, effectively ruling him out as a suspect. Thus, the only individuals who could have leaked his whereabouts were those responsible for his security within the agency. It appeared this organization was rather cunning, Ronnie thought. "You may awaken now. If you continue to pretend, you'll expose yourself," Venom's voice suddenly intruded. Without hesitation, Ronnie stirred slightly, groaning as he opened his eyes. "Welcome, Dr. Scarab. I am Valen, a German," the middle-aged man in a tailored suit said with a smile, extending his right hand towards Ronnie. Ronnie regarded him coldly, refraining from taking his hand. "Your elaborate efforts to abduct me. What is your intention?" Walloon paid no heed, retracting his right hand. "According to our informants, Doctor, you are the esteemed leader of the Cube Project, the sole scientist capable of conducting independent research on this endeavor. We hold your talents in high regard, which is why we have resorted to such means to invite you here. Please forgive us. You are aware of the Cube Project." Dr. Ronnie squinted, speaking with a tone that suggested the identity of the mole was yet to be scrutinized. Indeed, several scientists involved in the project are privy to his whereabouts. This implies that the traitor is either a scientist or a senior official from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. "We are omnipresent and all-knowing," Walloon proclaimed, crossing his legs and smiling. "Huh," Dr. Ronnie scoffed. "Not even Jehovah dares to claim omniscience. You are woefully misguided." Walloon refrained from retorting, merely maintaining his smile. "Where do you intend to take me?" Dr. Ronnie inquired. "To our base. What do you want from me?" Dr. Ronnie frowned. "To restart the Cube Project." "That is impossible," Dr. Ronnie asserted decisively. "If you are indeed aware of the Cube Project, you should understand that without the Cosmic Cube, the project cannot possibly operate. Not to worry. I hear you have developed a container capable of harnessing cube energy. We shall use this vessel you created to bring you the energy," Walloon replied with a grin. Dr. Ronnie gazed intently at Walloon. This organization. The aircraft sliced through the air, heading westward. At the battle site, Hill descended from the helicopter, her Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics uniform accentuating her striking beauty. However, no one had the leisure to admire this radiant flower. "Have we found any marks left by the doctor?" Hill inquired of the officer in charge. Given her understanding of Dr. Ronnie, she knew he was not the type to surrender easily. "Not yet," the officer shook his head, his mood heavy. The abduction of Dr. Scarab had cast a pall over each of them. "Run the search area. The doctor must have left a sign," Hill commanded. "Yes." Hill nodded, stepping aside to where the personnel were collecting bodies and clearing the battlefield. Deputy Director Hill gestured, looking down at the solitary corpse of Clock, rendered speechless. Agent Chung and Agent Liu detonated explosives, perishing alongside the enemy, leaving no trace, one of the staff remarked somberly. Though they had grown accustomed to the death of colleagues, witnessing it anew struck a chilling chord in their hearts, evoking an unavoidable pang of sorrow. Indeed, Hill murmured, giving one last lingering glance at Clock's pallid face before abruptly turning away. These 3 individuals must not die in vain. The blood of the agents from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau cannot be shed without consequence. Hill must find them and ensure they pay for their transgressions in blood. Chapter 49. The Maximoff Siblings in a Desert Somewhere in Asia. Welcome to our base, Dr. Valen greeted with a smile, arms wide open, standing at the entrance of the facility, addressing Roni. Roni cast a sidelong glance at him, surveying the enormous base. Under the escort of soldiers clad in black combat uniforms, Roni found himself confined in a solitary cell. However, upon entering, he noticed 2 others imprisoned in an adjacent room, a man and a woman, both of Caucasian descent. Are you the doctor? Roni was assessing his surroundings when he heard a melodious female voice beside him. Looking over, he saw the 2 Caucasians gazing at him with curiosity, the woman evidently being the one who spoke. Roni stared at her in astonishment. The woman, also confined in the cell, possessed rather striking features. Isn't that so? The woman, noticing Roni's silence, began to doubt her recognition. If you are referring to a doctorate in astrophysics, then that would indeed be me, Roni replied with a smile. During his 1.5 years at the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Roni had worked diligently. Although he had not taken a standardized examination, he had still earned 3 doctoral degrees. It was not an exaggeration to refer to him as a doctor. Indeed, it is you. The woman's large, curious eyes sparkled with intrigue. How can you be so young? Roni chuckled softly. I am Roni Scarab, pleased to meet you. I am Wanda, and this is my brother, Peter. Our surname is Maximoff. The woman introduced herself with a smile. Hello. Peter offered Roni a gentle smile. Greetings. Roni nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, do you know what kind of organization this is? Not really. However, I do know they often chant something about Hail HYDRA in German, right? Peter? Peter nodded affirmatively. Yes, Hail HYDRA in German translates directly as Hail HYDRA, he said with a smile. Hydra? The 9-headed serpent from Greek mythology? Roni pondered, perplexed. What kind of organization is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Why were you captured and brought here? Roni inquired, curiosity piqued. We were not captured. Wanda began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Peter. It's nothing. Just an unfortunate incident, Peter replied with a smile, dismissing Wanda's confused expression. Ah, Roni said, noting his reluctance to elaborate and deciding not to press further. An awkward silence fell over the room. Why are you concealing this from him? Wanda whispered to Peter. We cannot take only his word for it. Just because he claims to be a doctor, does that make it true? Wanda, do not forget. This is the lair of a terror organization. We are quite literally bargaining with a tiger, Peter spoke in a low voice. During this time, my Chinese has improved significantly. I can articulate idioms with great fluency. He chuckled suddenly, shattering his previously composed demeanor, revealing his true nature. It is rather dull being confined here. Learning some Chinese might prove useful for charming Eastern girls once we escape. Wanda rolled her eyes in exasperation, bemused by her brother's antics, which seemed only to surface in the presence of strangers. Yet, when confronted with familiar faces, his facade swiftly crumbled. However, this Roni is indeed quite youthful. If he is truly that doctor, the organization must regard him as a person of considerable significance to expend such effort in capturing him. Peter continued his earnest analysis. Wanda nodded in agreement, intrigued by the particular field of knowledge he might possess. Since when did you develop a passion for learning? Peter inquired, astonished at Wanda's newfound interest. Her expression darkened as she shot him a glare. I like it now. Is that sufficient? Please, you make it sound like a game. You. Meanwhile, in another cell, Roni was engaged in casual banter with Venom. They are discussing you over there, Venom remarked, its hearing far surpassing that of any human. Let them discuss. Countless people talk about me daily. I have no interest in their opinions, Roni replied nonchalantly. As a hidden giant within the scientific community, it was not uncommon for discussions about him to arise. Oh, look at you, feeling quite important now. Go away. If I leave, you shall be trapped in this wretched place, Venom smiled mischievously. Ronnie's expression stiffened, yet he retorted defiantly, "The agency will locate us. Do you even know where we are?" "Where? Surely not the moon," Ronnie scoffed. "Not quite, but it is rather far," Venom continued. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Ronnie. "In terms of your human maps, we are in the Middle East. Damn it, I just returned from Afghanistan, and now I'm back in this lawless region," Ronnie exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Have you made the markings I requested?" "Rest assured, I get things done," Venom replied dismissively. "By your standards, those markings will remain for 7 days." Ronnie nodded. 7 days. If no one came within that time frame, he was prepared to resort to violence to escape. After all, that mysterious figure must perish. Indeed, what has become of the man with the silver arm who killed Chung and the others? Ronnie, feigning unconsciousness, remained oblivious. He had departed via another helicopter. "No longer present at this base," Venom replied. Ronnie furrowed his brow. "Not here." The fervor to retaliate diminished significantly. The architect of this calamity was absent, and Ronnie had no desire to expose himself unnecessarily. Ultimately, the allure of returning home was irresistible. "Well, it seems that I must proceed with caution," Ronnie lamented. Yet, the murderous intent in his eyes showed no sign of waning. Chung and his companions had protected him for so long, even in their final moments. They urged him to escape. Had Ronnie not hesitated at that critical juncture, those three would not have perished. After all, it was undeniably selfish. The darker tendencies of humanity manifested vividly within Ronnie at that moment. This overwhelming guilt tormented his soul. Nevertheless, the prospect of returning home was a temptation he could not resist. "I shall avenge you, Chung Zi Clock." A fleeting glimmer of guilt flickered in Ronnie's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a surge of murderous intent. Chapter 50. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support in action while Ronnie remained at the Middle Eastern base. Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support, led by Hill, had been tirelessly searching for over 10 hours in New York. At last, they uncovered the clandestine mark left by Ronnie, hidden in a grove of trees over 1,000 meters from the attack site. Hill crouched down, observing the nearly imperceptible mark on a large tree. This grove had already been searched by agents, yet the multitude of potential marking locations had prolonged their efforts. "This is the distress signal I taught him." Hill stood up and informed a sultry red-haired woman beside him. Fury had already returned to headquarters and promptly dispatched reinforcements to assist Hill in rescuing Dr. Ronnie. "You taught him that?" The red-haired woman looked at Hill with surprise, evidently astonished. "Indeed," Hill nodded. "To prevent any internal betrayal within the agency. I instructed him in a unique distress signal comprehensible only to him and me. He was taken by helicopter, departing from the east. It should not be far. Conduct a thorough search." Hill directed the agents behind him. "Understood. You certainly are thorough, Hill," the red-haired woman said with a seductive smile. Not only was this woman strikingly beautiful, but her figure was also extraordinarily alluring, exuding an irresistible aura reminiscent of a ripe peach. This was a sensuality that radiated from within. Few men could withstand the allure of this red-haired enchantress. She was none other than the other gem of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, a bona fide Level 9 agent. Natasha is also a combat operative who, while not under the direct jurisdiction of the Action Department, faces daily missions of considerable difficulty. In contrast to Hill, the desk-bound deputy director, Natasha is consistently assigned to challenging tasks that highlight her formidable skills, which are widely recognized within the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Her abilities undoubtedly rank among the top 3, surpassing even those of Hill. Among female agents who could rival the Black Widow, only one stands out, Melinda May. Glancing at Natasha without acknowledgement, Hill swiftly issued commands. Natasha, accustomed to this professional dynamic after many years, remained unfazed. The recent attack was peculiar. Those present were not naive, and it was evident to them all there was a mole within the agency. Consequently, the operatives chosen for this mission were personally selected by Hill, ensuring a degree of security. Suddenly, a series of beeps interrupted the proceedings as Hill retrieved her communicator. "Deputy Director, Professor Ifrit has been attacked and is missing in Berlin." A flicker of concern appeared in Hill's cold eyes. "Notify all scientists involved in the Tesseract project to return to headquarters immediately and arrange for protection." "Understood." After the call ended, Natasha spoke up, Another person has been taken? Yes, the project's deputy head, Professor Ifrit, confirmed with a nod. If I am not mistaken, it must be the same group responsible, Natasha remarked, her arms crossed, her alluring figure accentuated by her form-fitting combat attire. I am aware, Hill replied, feeling the weight of the situation. The abduction of Professor Ifrit left her uncertain about how to report to Fury. The motives of the assailants were evident. They aimed for the Tesseract project. Yet, without the Tesseract itself, what purpose did the capture of Dr. Scarab and Professor Ifrit serve? Natasha pondered aloud, her confusion evident. As a Level 9 agent, she lacked the clearance for the Tesseract project, which was classified as a Level 10, top-secret initiative. Nonetheless, she was one of the few agents privy to its details, having personally retrieved the Tesseract from the Pacific. She fully understood the significance of this energy source to the project. Currently, the Tesseract resided securely within the underground research facility at headquarters, a fortified location impervious to missile strikes. What value was there in capturing Ronnie and the others without obtaining the Tesseract? Ronnie had developed a container capable of storing Tesseract energy, and Professor Ifrit had traveled to Berlin with substantial energy reserves for further research. At this point, Hill hesitated. How much did he take? Natasha sensed something amiss and quickly inquired. Enough for 6 months of research. On Hill's cold and somewhat somber visage, a perplexing thought lingered. Why had Professor Ifrit taken away such an abundance of cube energy? With only a 3-day holiday, it seemed improbable that he could exhaust so much energy. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Natasha was reluctant to accept the truth as they envisioned it. If that were indeed the case, the implications would be dire. Deputy Director, we have located the helicopter's parking site. At that moment, an agent hurried over with encouraging news. Hill's spirits lifted at the announcement, and she promptly made her way there. After a brief search around the helicopter, she soon discovered the mark left by Ronnie. Observing the mark, Hill furrowed her brow in contemplation. What's wrong? Is the information insufficient? Natasha inquired as she approached and squatted beside Hill. Not at all. The information is quite clear, perhaps too clear for comfort, Hill replied, her brow still knitted in thought. What do you mean? This mark indicates the Middle East. However, Ronnie had just boarded the helicopter. How could he possibly know the destination was the Middle East? I doubt the soldiers casually mentioned it. Natasha nodded in agreement. Given their level of training, it is evident they belong to a highly disciplined organization. The chance of inadvertently revealing their destination is exceedingly slim. Thus, the question arises, how did Ronnie ascertain that the destination was in the Middle East? Venom interjected. The 2 pilots mentioned it. With Venom's keen hearing, the noise from the helicopter's ascent would not have obstructed its ability to catch the pilot's conversation. Could it be that those individuals employed some form of deceptive misdirection? Natasha proposed. That's impossible, Hill asserted confidently, shaking her head. Only Ronnie and I understand the meaning of this mark. There's no possibility of misdirection. That certainly adds an intriguing layer to the situation, Natasha remarked, rising and crossing her arms in contemplation. Well, let us proceed to the Middle East and investigate further. Having no better course of action, Hill concurred with this plan. All right, the aerial forces of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics are taking off for the Middle East. Natasha and Hill will also be among them. Chapter 51. Trader in a certain base in the Middle East, Ronnie lay on the sole piece of furniture in his cell, a bed. He yawned, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Half a day had elapsed since this group had delivered a reasonably decent meal to him, after which they had not shown their faces again. Alone in the desolate cell, Ronnie found himself utterly bored. Just as he contemplated breaking the silence, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. What are you bored about? Ronnie asked, perplexed. I wish to play on my phone, but I left it at home. Venom grumbled. Ronnie, the internet-addicted youth, couldn't help but scoff. What's the time? And you're still thinking about playing on your phone? Nevertheless, this indirectly reflects that the base is not particularly perilous, at least from Venom's perspective. It appears to be an easy endeavor. Otherwise, given this creature's inherent fear of death, such ease would be utterly implausible. He even has the leisure to contemplate playing on his phone. Activate the thermal sensing. I wish to observe the distribution of soldiers within this base, Ronnie instructed Venom. Venom remained silent, yet Ronnie's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned white, transforming his field of vision into a thermal imaging display. Inside the cell, Ronnie scurried about, glancing this way and that. What on earth is he doing? 2 soldiers in the surveillance room exchanged puzzled looks as they observed Ronnie's erratic movements on the monitor. He's probably searching for an exit, One soldier nonchalantly suggested. What chaos can a defenseless scientist create? I can't shake the feeling that he is surveying the terrain. The other soldier remarked, his thoughts more nuanced, scrutinizing the video of Ronnie's frenetic activity. The more he watched, the more convinced he became. You're simply being paranoid. How could he possibly survey the terrain in such a confined space? Can he even see through walls? Scoffed the second soldier. In response, the first soldier nodded. Perhaps he had indeed been overly suspicious. This place hardly seemed conducive to terrain observation. Surveying the terrain? Certainly not. But it is somewhat akin to that. Under the thermal vision provided by Venom, Ronnie roamed the cell to assess the distribution of soldiers within the base, all the while passing the time. As moments slipped by, Ronnie swiftly gathered comprehensive intelligence on the base's troop deployment, committing it to memory. 123 individuals, with 2/3 armed. The majority were stationed on the second and third underground levels, Ronnie mused. Currently, he found himself on the second underground level, which housed the most personnel. Apart from the 50 soldiers, there were over a dozen researchers present, a few of whom were armed, though they posed minimal threat. The elevator and stairwell leading to the first underground level were heavily guarded, making an incursion exceedingly challenging, unless one resorted to brute force. However, given the agency's capabilities, even such 100+ individuals could be overwhelmed with sheer numbers. Yet, what astonished Ronnie was the third underground level. It was essentially an arsenal. Initially uncertain, Ronnie confirmed this when he instructed Venom to dispatch a symbiote for reconnaissance. This heavily secured third underground level was brimming with ammunition, including formidable missiles. Watching the footage transmitted by the symbiote, Ronnie was filled with trepidation. Such massive missiles, upon detonation, would leave even him with scant hope of survival. Not to mention, there was more than one missile housed within. Venom, what is the maximum number of symbiotes you can produce? Ronnie inquired, his eyes darting thoughtfully. As many as you require, came Venom's response. The visage of Venom manifested upon Ronnie's hand. Destroy all the missiles, Ronnie murmured. Understood. The face of Venom faded away from his hand, as a series of almost imperceptible splits emerged from Ronnie's feet. These diminutive entities, even beyond the reach of high-definition cameras, could only be perceived as fleeting shadows, even when observed through the lens of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Ronnie doubted that the surveillance of this dilapidated base could surpass that of the department. Lying in bed, awaiting his fate, Venom was orchestrating the splits to burrow into the missiles, wreaking havoc. These missiles were not the latest designs, and with the ability of the splits to diminish to atomic levels, infiltrating them posed no challenge. By dismantling them from within, the missiles would naturally become inoperative. Ronnie, Venom suddenly called. What is it? Is it done? Not yet. I've merely encountered a rather intriguing scene, one I believe will astonish you, Venom replied. As an image materialized in Ronnie's mind, the perspective was grounded, evidently from the viewpoint of a split lying on the ground. Upon witnessing the scene above, Ronnie's pupils constricted sharply. Professor. This time, capturing Scarab was all thanks to you, Professor. Veron, seated in a chair, smiled at the elderly man opposite him. We're all HYDRA members here. No need for excessive formalities, the elder waved dismissively. Observing his appearance, it was unmistakably the deputy head of the Cube Project, Ronnie's mentor. Professor Ifrit. This time, I've brought enough cube energy for half a year of use. With the ingenuity of my brilliant student, we can develop many useful applications, Ifrit proclaimed, gesturing towards the special containers filled with cube energy. For this mission, Professor, you are the true hero, Veron remarked with satisfaction, gazing at the row of cube energy. This mission was executed flawlessly. Not only did we successfully retrieve Ronnie, but we also secured an abundance of cube energy. The higher-ups will surely commend you greatly. By the way, I heard before my return that Hill personally oversaw this incident. You should prepare. This woman is not to be underestimated, Ifrit recalled, his expression turning serious. Maria Hill, you say? That name resonates quite loudly. Deputy Director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Veron scoffed, though his tone betrayed an air of indifference. Do not underestimate her. Achieving the position of Deputy Director of the department indicates her formidable capabilities, Ifrit cautioned, noting Veron's nonchalant demeanor. Thank you for the warning, Professor. Observing Veron's continued indifference, Ifrit frowned, but chose not to press further. A subtle smile graced Ronnie's lips. As Hill led the team, he calculated the time. By now, they should have arrived from the United States to the Middle East. The HYDRA, you shall pay the price. Chapter 52, The Rescue Operation in the Middle East. 5 kilometers from the base, on the dunes. Natasha was quite astonished as she lowered her binoculars and spoke to Hill beside her. Hill remained silent. Yet there was a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Initially, they approached with the mindset of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Little did they expect that upon reaching this desert region, they would detect the base through satellite imagery. It was minuscule, normally unnoticeable. Had it not been for Hill's directive for the headquarters to conduct a thorough investigation, it might have easily been overlooked. How long until the reinforcements from headquarters arrive? Hill turned to inquire of the agent beside him. The agent quickly glanced at the tablet in his hand. The aerial reinforcements have already arrived in the Middle East and are en route to us, expected to arrive in approximately 15 minutes. The ground reinforcement troops are anticipated to reach in 30 minutes. Hill nodded slightly, composed. Half an hour was a wait they could endure. This mysterious organization that had abducted Ronnie would naturally not allow him to perish. As long as Ronnie remained cautious, he would be safe until the organization's objectives were fulfilled. Although Hill was worried for Ronnie's well-being, her rational nature assured her that he was not in immediate danger. The reinforcements from headquarters are arriving quite promptly, Natasha remarked with a light chuckle. Sitting cross-legged in the desert, seemingly unfazed by the impending conflict. Indeed, the famed Black Widow had endured countless battles, including large-scale wars. Even in the face of danger, her demeanor could appear nonchalant. Of course, this was merely a facade. Once the mission commenced, she would transform back into the legendary super agent, the Black Widow. Soon enough, helicopters descended nearby, ensuring they remained undetected by the organization. Shortly thereafter, armored vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics rolled in. The lead vehicle's door swung open, and a strikingly attractive Asian woman stepped out. Upon seeing her, Natasha's casual gaze sharpened, surprise evident in her eyes. Hill, usually composed, also exhibited a hint of astonishment. It appeared unexpected that this woman was leading the team. The Asian woman strode forward with confidence. "I can't believe Fury sent you," Natasha exclaimed, rising from her seated position in astonishment. "May, how many reinforcements did you bring?" Hill, ignoring Natasha's inquiry, posed another question. Although she already knew the answer, it was customary to ask. The base, housing fewer than 200 personnel, could be subdued 10 times over. Casting a sidelong glance at Natasha, the woman spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Through thermal imaging, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics had long since ascertained the number of individuals within the base. Unlike Hill's frosty demeanor, this woman embodied a profound indifference, an apathy towards everything. Melinda, known as Iron Rider, was one of the 3 elite agents of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, possessing formidable strength. Typically, it was rare for 2 elite agents to undertake a mission together. Truth be told, this particular task was not arduous. Nevertheless, Fury had insisted on Melinda's involvement, underscoring the importance placed on Ronnie. "That is sufficient," Hill nodded. In truth, the moment she beheld Melinda, her confidence solidified. It was no exaggeration to assert that assigning Natasha and Melinda each 10 individuals would suffice to dismantle a base of over 100 personnel. Their prowess as exceptional agents within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics was beyond question. Before long, reinforcements from the Middle Eastern Division of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics arrived. Once everyone had assembled, Hill commenced the strategic deployment. With all preparations complete, they were ready to launch an assault on the base. Amidst swirling yellow sands, a vast yet modestly towering complex stood against the backdrop of the desert. Soldiers clad in black combat uniforms patrolled the base, vigilant and alert, ready to respond at the first sign of disturbance. As 2 patrolling soldiers passed an entrance, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind. With a left hand covering the mouth of the soldier on the left, the right hand twisted forcefully. A crack echoed as the neck was broken, extinguishing the light of life in the soldier's eyes. The other soldier, startled by the sudden turn of events, barely had time to react and scream before another shadow approached and swiftly snapped his neck as well. Surveying the surroundings, Natasha and Melinda dragged the 2 corpses into hiding, slipping into the base undetected. "We have infiltrated the base," Natasha whispered into her earpiece. As the advance team, she and Melinda had entered the base to ascertain Ronnie's location. During Hill's assault on the base, they would seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to rescue Ronnie. This was the most critical aspect of the plan. To ensure the swiftest identification of Ronnie's whereabouts and safeguard his safety, Hill had decided to pair these two elite agents for the task. Determine Ronnie's location as quickly as possible, Hill's cool voice echoed through the earpiece. Understood, Natasha and Melinda signaled each other and pressed onward. On the second basement level, in a cell, Ronnie sat quietly by his bed, perusing a book. Ever since Valen had confined him to this cell, he had not made another appearance. Ronnie was content with this, requesting a scholarly work from the officer in charge and immersing himself in reading. The incident involving the scientist Ronnie has long since spread throughout the entire base, and his request for books was met with no refusal. Someone has come to rescue you. Just as Ronnie was engrossed in his reading, the voice of Venom suddenly resonated, and simultaneously, his perspective shifted to reveal a vivid image. This was a transmission from the split entity. Ronnie had previously instructed Venom to distribute these entities throughout the base to receive timely information. His hand paused as he discreetly glanced at the soldiers outside the door and the pinhole cameras embedded within the walls. Although these cameras were concealed, they were not beyond Venom's detection and had been discovered long ago. Who are these two women? Ronnie pondered, studying Natasha and May with curiosity. He had never encountered these two renowned agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, only hearing of them in whispers. This woman. Ronnie's gaze lingered on Natasha's striking features and her eye-catching dark red hair. That bitch from 16 years ago. Chapter 53. Escape that bitch from 16 years ago. Venom's voice seethed with resentment. Suddenly, Ronnie's memories surged forth. So it was her. Images from 16 years prior flashed in his mind, recalling the fierce battle on Fifth Avenue between the newly merged Ronnie and Venom against a man and a woman who nearly brought about his demise. That memory was indelible. He hadn't anticipated that the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics would intervene at that time. Ronnie muttered softly, his astonishment evident. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. One of the purposes for establishing the department was to combat supernatural forces threatening Earth. Venom certainly did not appear human. The first impression was that of an extraterrestrial creature. Such alien entities fell squarely within the department's jurisdiction concerning supernatural threats. This bitch. I will devour her. Venom hissed menacingly. Having suffered greatly during his initial merging with Natasha and Clint, it was impossible for the vindictive Venom to forget that painful encounter. Enough of you. If it weren't for your indiscriminate slaughter, the department wouldn't have had to resort to missiles against you, Ronnie retorted with a smirk. Get lost. I nearly met my end back then. I won't rest until I avenge this grievance. Venom's frenzied voice echoed within Ronnie's mind, and he could easily envision a miniature Venom bouncing around inside him in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Natasha and May silently eliminated the three soldiers and descended to the second underground level. Fortunately, their vigilant nature prevented them from recklessly charging forward, allowing them to timely notice the cluster of soldiers gathered at the staircase. It seems that our stealthy approach has failed, Natasha remarked, frowning. Then let's proceed, May said, shaking her head. Inform Hill to initiate the offensive. Natasha nodded and pressed her earpiece. The situation has changed. We commence the strong assault now. There was a brief silence on Hill's end. All right. Mere seconds after Hill's voice faded, a violent tremor emanated from the base. Natasha and May quickly steadied themselves and charged forward. The so-called strong assault had begun outside. Boom. A colossal cannon once again unleashed a terrifying shell, exploding against the base's wall and creating a massive crater. A battalion of ground troops relentlessly directed their tanks to bombard the base, delivering a devastating strike. Hill stood at the rear of the tank, gazing at the battered base, lost in thought. Behind her, a massive arrow-like object, over 10 meters long, stood ominously still. Even an untrained eye could easily recognize its ominous identity. A missile. Damn it. Has Hill lost her mind? Valen fumed as he paced angrily within the base. He had anticipated Hill's return to rescue Ronnie, but never expected it to happen so swiftly, and without a moment's hesitation, she opted for an all-out attack. Commander, the helicopter is ready. What shall we do? A secretary hurriedly approached Valen. Do you wish to see me blown to pieces? Valen glared at the secretary, his tone icy. That fool. If she brought artillery, do you think she would leave behind the anti-aircraft guns? I am acutely aware of the range of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau's anti-aircraft artillery. Taking a helicopter into the sky is akin to becoming a live target, certain death. The secretary, startled by Valen's fierce gaze, dared not utter another word. Useless, he muttered under his breath before turning to leave. The secretary, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly followed suit. On the second underground level, drawn by H.I.E.L.'s aggressive assault, over half of the 50 soldiers stationed at the entrance to the second underground passage vacated their posts, leaving only 10 to guard the area. These 10 stood no chance against Natasha and May, who effortlessly dispatched them. We need to move faster after the offensive begins. They might use the doctor as leverage against us, May urged as she sprinted ahead. We'll split into 2 teams, Natasha replied, nodding in agreement. May acknowledged, charging into one passage without a backward glance. Natasha cast a glance behind her before turning to enter another passage. Lonnie lounged with his legs crossed, mockingly observing Valen ascending from the third underground level. I never imagined H.I.E.L.D. would place such importance on you, dispatching a large force to rescue you. Valen regarded Lonnie with a dark expression. Meanwhile, the Maximoff siblings in the adjacent cell leaned over the railing, curiously watching Valen and Lonnie. No, it should be Fury who values me, Lonnie corrected. I find myself quite curious. It appears that you possess an extensive understanding of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, attack, and logistics, as if you were a member yourself. Lonnie calmly remarked as he closed the book, displaying no signs of impatience. Within the biological radar of Venom, a figure was swiftly approaching, evidently one of the 2 women dispatched by the department to rescue him. You need not concern yourself with this, Valen coldly stated. Take him out. Lonnie offered no resistance as the 2 soldiers seized him and escorted him away. Suddenly, a thud echoed as a body struck the ground, prompting Valen and his companions to instinctively draw their weapons, aiming towards the source of the sound. May, after depositing a person, showed no hesitation. Her extensive combat experience made her acutely aware that battles in confined spaces must be concluded swiftly. With a powerful thrust of her left leg against the wall, she propelled herself forward, delivering a fierce kick that shattered a soldier's skull. Falling to the ground, she swiftly drew her sidearm and began firing. Valen had but a handful of soldiers, and in the blink of an eye, May dispatched them with remarkable efficiency. Seeing this, Valen hastily reached out to seize Lonnie. To his astonishment, Ronnie's right hand caught his own. Lock throw, Valen exclaimed as Lonnie forcefully slammed his towering form to the ground, the immense force nearly fracturing Valen's body. Crouching down, Lonnie grasped Valen's head, and with a look of terror in Valen's eyes, he twisted with all his might, snapping Valen's neck. I never claimed to be incapable of fighting, Lonnie muttered, casually discarding Valen's lifeless body as he rose to his feet. May glanced at him in surprise, having not anticipated that this scientist, so highly esteemed by Fury, was also a skilled combatant. Hello, I am Lonnie, he said, extending a friendly hand towards May. She shook it briefly. Melinda, she introduced herself before preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Are you 2 leaving? Lonnie inquired, turning to Wanda and Peter. He intended to take the sibling duo with him. Wanda and Peter exchanged glances and nodded. May, is that all right? Lonnie asked, looking back at her. After observing the 2 for a moment, May nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the bureau, these 2 would undoubtedly be thoroughly investigated, and even spies could not remain concealed. Taking them along posed no significant issue. Upon arriving at the bureau, the 2 ancestral figures shall undoubtedly be unmasked. Even a spy cannot conceal their identity. In the midst of this, rescuing them poses no significant issue. After liberating Wanda and Peter, Lonnie spoke again. Wait a moment. What now? May inquired, her brow furrowed. Why is this doctor so troublesome? To the underground level 3, Lonnie commanded. Why? I intend to eliminate that traitor. A fierce blaze of anger and a chilling intent flickered in Lonnie's eyes. Traitor? May raised an eyebrow. You mean Ifrit? She was well aware of the personnel related to the mission, so the name was not unfamiliar to her. Lonnie nodded. Very well. He bent down, grasping Valen's lifeless body, dragging it along. In the underground level 3, Ifrit was hiding alone in the safe house, nervously listening to the commotion outside. This safe house, crafted with great effort by the cautious Valen, was designed to withstand even missile strikes. Unfortunately, Valen had not arrived in time before being dispatched. By sheer coincidence, Ifrit had found refuge here when H.I.E.L.D. began his aggressive assault. However, without Valen's fingerprints, he was unable to operate the equipment within the safe house. Is this it? May asked, standing outside the safe house. Lonnie nodded, lifting Valen's body and pressing his cold right hand against the fingerprint lock. With a resounding click, the door to the safe house swung open. May, sensing movement, swiftly kicked Ronnie's leg at the knee. The sudden attack caught Lonnie off guard, and Venom had no time to react. Her kick landed squarely on his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. Bang! In that instant, as Ronnie knelt, gunfire erupted. A bullet narrowly grazed Ronnie's head. May sprang into action, her tall figure darting into the safe house like a cheetah. In mere moments, Ifrit, a man in his 50s or 60s, was pinned to the ground. Ronnie, still shaken, glanced at the bullet that had fallen to the floor. No wonder Venom hadn't reacted. May was saving him. Nearly killed, Ronnie approached Ifrit, his expression darkening. "Why did you betray us?" Ronnie demanded, fixing his gaze on Ifrit. Ifrit raised his grimy face, breaking into a cold smile. "Long live HYDRA," he shouted, dark blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, Ifrit took his own life. As Ifrit shouted that phrase, May's usually impassive face changed dramatically. She pressed her earpiece. "Natasha, did you hear that?" May spoke in a low tone. "I heard," came Natasha's voice. "I didn't expect this organization to still be intact. You all should exit now. We will discuss HYDRA's matters back at the Bureau," Hill interjected. "Understood." May responded with a sound and rose from the lifeless body of Ifrit. Ronnie cast a glance at the gradually cooling corpse of Ifrit before turning away. A deafening roar erupted as a tempestuous force rampaged, engulfing the base in an instant, obliterating it entirely. This formidable power, born of human ingenuity, displayed its resplendent form upon the arid desert. The shockwave from the explosion stirred up a fierce sandstorm, enveloping the area in a haze of yellow dust, obscuring all visibility. Ronnie stood outside the makeshift camp, observing the scene unfold. After extracting useful materials and copying critical information, Hill had ordered a missile strike to deliver a devastating blow to this base littered with corpses. The explosive force of the missile annihilated the base, erasing it from existence without leaving a trace. "Prepare yourselves. We shall return to headquarters," Hill said, approaching from behind and standing beside Ronnie as they watched the explosion. "What exactly is this organization?" Ronnie turned to inquire. "They call themselves HYDRA," Hill replied softly, casting a glance at Ronnie, her tone unexpectedly less frigid. Perhaps due to Ronnie's recent rescue. "They are a global terrorist organization with far-reaching influence. I had thought they were eradicated, yet remnants persist." Hill provided a brief overview. "I will explain in detail upon our return to headquarters." Ronnie nodded in understanding. HYDRA, the immortal beast from Greek mythology that grows 2 heads for every one severed, sparked a flicker in Ronnie's eyes. "If one head grows 2, then I shall sever them until none remain." Hill chose not to respond, understanding the tumultuous emotions Ronnie harbored. The deaths of the 3 individuals had undoubtedly impacted him deeply. "Who were the 2 that rescued me?" After a moment, Ronnie asked. "The red-haired one is Natasha Romanoff, codename Black Widow. The one who saved you is May Melinda, codename Mockingbird," Hill explained. Ronnie's pupils narrowed slightly. Black Widow and Mockingbird, 2 of the organization's top agents? Fury's regard for me surpasses my expectations. It was no wonder the soldiers dispatched to neutralize HYDRA acted with such efficiency. They were led by the renowned Mockingbird. As for Black Widow, a smile involuntarily crept across Ronnie's lips. "What are you grinning about?" Venom seethed, nearly exploding with frustration. "That which almost killed us. What are you laughing at?" Hill inquired, perplexed. "Nothing much. I merely reflect on the honor of being rescued by 2 of the agency's elite agents and the deputy director himself," Ronnie replied with a smile. Hill cast a silent glance at Ronnie, opting to disregard his earlier remarks. How had he not noticed before that this fellow possessed such a knack for banter? When would they depart back to headquarters? Observing Hill's indifference, Ronnie decided to change the subject. "Now," he nodded. "Then let us return to our newly christened Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Assault, and Logistics." Ronnie chuckled lightly as he addressed Hill. "The name has been altered. Many within the agency found it excessively lengthy and have voiced their concerns numerous times. Thus, it was recently rebranded." "What has it been changed to?" Ronnie inquired with curiosity. Hill glanced at him before turning away, a phrase lightly drifting into Ronnie's ears. S.H.I.E.L.D. Ronnie stood bewildered in the wind. Chapter 55. Maximoff. During the return from the Middle East to headquarters, Ronnie felt utterly shattered. He wandered aimlessly, as if his very soul had been lost. This led Hill and the others to suspect that Ronnie was suffering from delayed post-traumatic symptoms. Why was Ronnie in such a state? The answer was simple. Revolving around a single name, a name that drove him to madness. S.H.I.E.L.D. This was the very name that haunted his thoughts. Ronnie could hardly fathom that the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Assault, and logistics, where he had spent over a year, was indeed the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D, Iron Man, the Hulk, and now the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was nothing short of the universe where that infamous Titan snapped his fingers. What was the point of even playing? With a mere snap, fate would take its course. Lonnie, a dark-skinned African chief since childhood, did not entertain the notion of emerging as a fortunate survivor under the snap of that Titan. The odds of that were slimmer than fishing a needle from the ocean. This was no trivial matter. Ronnie's misfortune was a well-documented saga. During the school recesses, Lonnie ran every day from the start of the term to graduation, save for one instance. That very day, the homeroom teacher chose to take attendance, resulting in a debacle. In the cafeteria, when a large platter of meat was served, there was typically enough for each student. However, by the time Lonnie arrived, the individual before him had purchased the last portion. He was left with nothing but soup. The model student Lonnie occasionally neglected his homework, only for the teacher to conduct a surprise check. This was the sole instance of such an event in 3 years. After graduation, while engaged in scientific research, his mentor tasked him with guessing a substance, providing him with 3 beakers to choose from. The first attempt was incorrect. The second attempt was also wrong. The third time, he succeeded. Such instances were commonplace in Ronnie's life. His streak of bad luck was unparalleled. These were hard-learned lessons. When that Titan snapped his fingers, Ronnie's chances of survival stood at a staggering 99.999 and countless more 9% chance of demise. This reality weighed heavily on him. In a daze, he returned home and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber, forgetting one crucial matter. In the towering edifice of the three-cheat building, Wanda and Peter trailed a secret agent, their eyes wide with curiosity as they absorbed the surreal ambience surrounding them. Having emerged from humble beginnings in a nation deemed underdeveloped, they had never before encountered such a breathtaking spectacle. Provided they were not undocumented, the S.H.I.E.L.D. could conduct their investigation in mere minutes. However, given that they had been extracted from a HYDRA base, further observation was warranted. Following a preliminary assessment, Hill permitted them to temporarily reside within S.H.I.E.L.D, albeit separated from Lonnie. The agency had ample accommodations for Lonnie, with rooms aplenty, capable of hosting not just the two of them, but even more. Yet, their identities remained under scrutiny, and to preempt any unforeseen incidents, Hill deemed it prudent to keep them away from Lonnie. Before long, the agent escorted them to their new quarters. Although the residence paled in comparison to those of Lonnie and his research colleagues, it was undoubtedly a significant improvement for Peter and Wanda. You will reside here for the time being. After the observation period concludes, further arrangements will be made, the agent stated amiably. Initial investigations suggested that they were likely innocent, not adversaries, and not all agents were devoid of warmth. Thank you, Wanda replied politely, understanding the importance of etiquette in unfamiliar surroundings. The agent nodded in acknowledgement before departing. This place isn't too shabby, Peter remarked, patting the bed with satisfaction. The apartment, neither too large nor too small, spanned over 80 square meters, featuring a kitchen, a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom, a commendable setup indeed. Additionally, the residence was well stocked, and due to their observation status, S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide food and essential supplies. Naturally, the headquarters boasted a supermarket, conveniently located beneath Ronnie's apartment complex. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters resembled a miniature city, replete with every conceivable amenity. Quite impressive, Wanda mused, surveying her surroundings. After enduring confinement in the dilapidated HYDRA base for so long, she felt utterly exhausted. She flopped onto the sofa, languidly reclining. Dr. Scarab is quite commendable, having rescued us as well, Peter said with a smile, opening the refrigerator to reveal a cornucopia of beverages, vegetables, and fruits. We should find a way to join S.H.I.E.L.D. It would empower us to safeguard ourselves, Wanda exclaimed, sitting upright. It's still too early to discuss that, Peter replied, taking a sip from a drink he had extracted. We are still under observation, and the suspicion of espionage has not been dispelled. Contemplating this now may be premature. True, Wanda conceded, pondering the matter before reclining once more. She lifted her right hand, basking in the sunlight that streamed through the window, illuminating her face. It truly feels as though we are in a dream. In the preceding moment, He found himself confined within that lightless base, buried deep underground, where sunlight was but a distant memory. Yet, in the next instant, he emerged into the world above, greeted by the long-forgotten warmth of the sun, and arrived at the seemingly futuristic S.H.I.E.L.D. What was there to ponder? Peter casually remarked as he sat beside Wanda. This is all preordained by fate. We merely need to follow its course. I noticed that Dr. Scarab has a significant standing within S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be prudent for us to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. This will undoubtedly facilitate our existence here, Peter continued. Following the loss of his parents, he had shouldered the responsibility of the family. Though his intentions were not malevolent, the instinct to pursue advantage and evade harm is inherent in human nature. Ronnie's status within S.H.I.E.L.D. was evidently substantial, as evidenced by the considerable resources expended to rescue him. Moreover, the rapport between the two and Ronnie had been amicable enough. In this territory that could be deemed Ronnie's domain, Peter's decision to befriend him was hardly surprising. I find that individual rather difficult to deceive. If you approach him with ulterior motives, he may not even acknowledge you, Wanda remarked, pursing her lips. What else can I do? Aside from this approach, I cannot conceive of any alternatives, Peter said, raising his hands in exasperation. He had anticipated that his inherently kind-hearted sister would oppose such a method. In my view, we should simply go with the flow and interact with him normally, Wanda suggested, rolling onto her side. You possess a rather relaxed perspective, Peter replied, shaking his head as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Very well, I will heed your advice. He smiled gently, a warmth radiating from his demeanor. Indeed, Wanda replied, her eyes narrowing in a smile. Sunlight bathed the two siblings, enveloping them in a bond known as familial affection, lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 56. HYDRA. As the sun descended, the moon took its turn. I have often pondered why the sun is referred to as father while the moon is sister. Is it perhaps due to the sun's longer existence? Or maybe the moon's shorter tenure? Or could it be that the moon's Chang'e is a beauty? Regardless, such musings do not hinder a certain and scrupulous author from inflating word count. Approximately 3 hours after the moon's shift, Ronnie, who was sleeping like a log, was roused from slumber. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in Ronnie's quarters, he heard a voice calling, Ronnie, wake up. Deputy Director Hill wants to see you. Catherine insisted, giving him a firm shake. Ronnie opened his bleary eyes and glanced at Catherine, who was perched beside him. What is it? The deputy director just called. She wishes for you to visit her. It seems there is something of importance she needs to discuss, Catherine replied, sitting on the edge of the bed. Hill. Ronnie paused, momentarily bewildered, before shaking off the sleepiness. All right, I understand. After splashing water on his face in the bathroom, Ronnie set off in his car to the Triskelion to meet Hill. In Hill's office. Deputy Director. You sought my presence, said Ronnie, standing before the desk. Please, take a seat. Hill gestured towards the chair behind Ronnie. Without hesitation, Ronnie sat down, maintaining a steady gaze at Hill. Here is the personnel list for the new protection team assigned to you. Take a look. Hill handed a document to Ronnie. Ronnie did not reach for it, and replied, there is no need to arrange a protection team for me. Hill paused, placing the document back on the desk, his hands overlapping atop it. Why? From this incident, it is evident that the opposition has deployed a substantial military force. Although the protection team consists of elite members, their numbers are insufficient to provide real protection. Rather, it could lead to unnecessary casualties. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to forego a protection team altogether, and I will endeavor to limit my outings, Ronnie stated. Very well, Hill pondered briefly before acquiescing. Thank you, Ronnie replied with a smile. In truth, he hardly required protection. With his combat prowess, even Natasha and May combined would pose no threat to him. Thus, a protection team seemed superfluous. Moreover, if anyone were to attempt to capture him, those protecting him would only meet with demise, rendering the arrangement counterproductive. Hill considered Ronnie's reasoning to be somewhat valid. Given HYDRA's extensive resources, even a protection team composed of Black Widow, Iron Rider, and Hawkeye would likely falter. The sheer volume of adversaries employing a swarm tactic presents an insurmountable challenge for any protective assignment. There is another matter. Ronnie organized his thoughts. I cannot shake the feeling that there are more traitors within the Bureau than just Ifrit. What leads you to this conclusion? Hill inquired, his expression shifting. I cannot precisely articulate it, There is merely an instinctual sense that suggests the presence of additional infiltrators within the Bureau. Lonnie furrowed his brow. This was no mere fabrication. It was a genuine sensation, enigmatic as it may be. Hill nodded, neither agreeing nor opposing, leaving his stance ambiguous. Understood. I will remain vigilant. Lonnie nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to elaborate further. I summoned you to discuss the organization known as HYDRA. Lonnie narrowed his eyes slightly. HYDRA, a colossal and sinister terrorist organization, aims to seize global dominion. They embody the characteristics of the nine-headed serpent from Greek mythology, asserting that for every head severed, two shall emerge in its place, an entity that never perishes. Hill articulated his explanation in a steady, calm tone. Established during World War II in Germany. Its first leader was Schmidt, known as the Red Skull. He was one of the founders of HYDRA and also a user of another form of super serum. The Red Skull, the one slain by Captain America? Lonnie inquired. Indeed. At the war's conclusion, Captain America ended the Red Skull's life. The HYDRA of that era was among the first organizations in the world to study and utilize the cosmic cube. After Captain America vanquished the Red Skull, the Tesseract plummeted into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, where it was subsequently retrieved by us and preserved to this day. Lonnie nodded in realization. So this was the origin of the Tesseract. Following the Captain's triumph over the Red Skull, Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D, undertook a thorough purge of HYDRA, obliterating this nefarious organization. While it was presumed that HYDRA had vanished with the conclusion of World War II, it has become evident that they continue to exist, merely shifting from the light to the shadows. At this point, a weight settled heavily upon Hill's heart. This terror organization is not an ordinary one. Its capabilities rival those of S.H.I.E.L.D. After decades of lurking in obscurity, one can only speculate the extent of their evolution. The very fact that even such a rigorously vetted organization as S.H.I.E.L.D. has allowed infiltrators is chilling to contemplate. HYDRA, Lonnie repeated the name once more. Members of HYDRA would cry "Hail HYDRA" before their demise, serving as a means of identifying their allegiance, a symbol of their identity. Hill handed Lonnie an A4 sheet emblazoned with a logo. Upon receiving the paper, Lonnie gazed upon the circular emblem, which featured a grotesque visage, beneath which sprawled 9 irregular tentacles. A mere glance at it evoked an unsettling sensation. Given what you've said, I am even more convinced that there are still HYDRA operatives within the agency, Lonnie remarked, placing the sheet down and fixing his gaze upon Hill. A clandestine organization that has survived for decades. Surely S.H.I.E.L.D., a superorganization, would not only have a single infiltrator? It is foolish to assume so. If Lonnie were the leader of HYDRA, he would undoubtedly place as many operatives as possible within, ideally saturating S.H.I.E.L.D. with his own agents. This would render many operations exceedingly convenient. If Lonnie could conceive such a strategy, Hill could certainly do the same. Not to mention that ancient one-eyed creature who had lived for countless years. Director Fury has already commenced preparations. Currently, the number of individuals privy to this matter is limited, yet not insignificant. The director intends to conduct a discreet investigation and purge. You must maintain confidentiality, Hill instructed. Were it not for Lonnie's involvement, he would not possess the clearance to know such sensitive information. I understand, Lonnie nodded, having become well acquainted with these protocols during his tenure at S.H.I.E.L.D. I am curious, how does Director Fury plan to proceed? He inquired with intrigue. Hill cast a glance at him. He seeks the assistance of a council member. Who? The former director, Alexander Pierce. Former director? Alexander Pierce? Lonnie appeared bewildered. Who is that? I've never heard of him. The title of former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. sounded rather impressive. The members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Council, including Hill, offered little elaboration. Lonnie's rank has been elevated to level 7, yet the council's members remain beyond his reach. All right, you may return now, Hill gestured dismissively. By the way, refrain from contacting the 2 individuals you brought back from the HYDRA base for the time being. Why? Lonnie was unaware that the 2 were still under observation. He had assumed that verifying their identities would be a straightforward task. Their identities have been preliminarily confirmed, but as they were retrieved from the HYDRA base, they require further scrutiny. They are currently in a period of observation, Hill explained patiently. Under normal circumstances, Hill would not have bothered with such matters. But due to Ronnie's unique position, she afforded him special consideration. Very well, Ronnie nodded. With the deputy director's words, he felt compelled to comply. In any case, he did not hold a strong interest in the siblings. I shall take my leave then. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Ronnie indeed adhered to Hill's advice and refrained from seeking out Wanda and Peter. He confined himself to the underground research facility and his home laboratory, hardly stepping outside. Immersed once again in his frenzied research, Ronnie adopted an attitude of indifference towards everything around him. For instance, despite Venom's incessant provocations, Ronnie chose to ignore him. Venom, wary of inciting Ronnie's wrath, refrained from overstepping boundaries. Despite their frequent banter, when one party genuinely became enraged, the other would invariably concede and apologize. This dynamic is one of the reasons why Ronnie and Venom have maintained their tumultuous yet affectionate relationship. In Ronnie's residence, within the laboratory, he cautiously operated the machinery to create a stabilizer. With Tony's guidance and insights from certain professionals in the agency, Ronnie ultimately devised 3 plans and commenced the production of the stabilizer. Thanks to Tony's assistance, Ronnie did not need to delve deeply into this field of knowledge. Coupled with the support of some experts within the agency, he focused solely on learning how to produce the stabilizer and some fundamental concepts before embarking on its creation. The first 2 plans had been dismissed over the course of the week, and now he was working on the final stabilizer. Should this fail as well, he would have no choice but to seek the special substance, iridium, that Tony had mentioned, which had arrived with the meteorite. Venom reclined on its miniature bed, fervently taking selfies with a phone, striking various poses. Through the continuous shifts in expression, its once fearsome visage took on a somewhat endearing quality. However, this creature was not foolish. It merely indulged in self-portraits without any intention of posting them online. Casting a glance at Ronnie, who was diligently operating the equipment, Venom set the phone down and clambered to its feet. Suddenly, its form shifted, enlarging to the size of an adult's head. With a brisk trot, I approached a box of Ferrero Rocher chocolates, skillfully removing the lid. I extracted 3 chocolate spheres, tucking them into my embrace. A swift flick of my delicate right hand sent forth a stream of dark liquid, which transformed into a miniature shopping cart. I tossed the 3 Ferrero Rocher chocolates into the cart and, grasping the handle, made my way to my bed. My proficiency in this endeavor suggested it was not my first experience. Upon reaching my bedside, I retrieved the chocolates from the cart, absorbing the now-dissolved cart back into my being. I unwrapped the delicate packaging from the 3 chocolate spheres, my liquid form reverting to its previous diminutive size. I procured a plate and cutlery from the side of the bed, deftly slicing a few small pieces from each chocolate sphere with a knife and placing them on the plate. Nestling back into the warmth of my blankets, I indulged in the chocolates while perusing my phone. Such a quality of life was indeed commendable. For chocolates the size of 2 thumbs, the morsels I had removed were trifling. While an average person might consume these 3 chocolates in just 2 bites, I could savor them from now until the following day. This was but one of the ways I spent my time while my companion, Ronnie, was preoccupied. Unbeknownst to me, a certain entity behind me was relishing its meal. Ronnie, with utmost care, was performing the final step in crafting a stabilizer. He cautiously balanced a test tube on the edge of a beaker, gently pouring its contents inside. A sizzling sound emanated from the beaker. Ronnie's gaze was fixed intently on the changes occurring within. In his earlier attempts to create stabilizers, the first concoction had reacted violently, boiling over, while the second had exploded outright, showering Ronnie with shards of glass and leaving him bloodied. Fortunately, my ability to regenerate had spared him from disfigurement. As the liquid within the beaker finally stabilized, a subtle smile graced Ronnie's lips as he lifted the beaker. Only one final step remained. He gazed at the stabilizer, which now shimmered with a cerulean hue, and expressed his satisfaction. The stabilizer was stable. All that was left was to conduct an experiment to ascertain its efficacy in stabilizing the cubic energy. With spirits lifted, Ronnie moved aside to retrieve a box containing the cubic energy, placing it on the table. He activated various instruments, completing the setup before pouring half of the stabilizer into the designated spot. After wiping his hands, he placed them on the control panel. This was the final step. He pushed the lever, initiating the most critical phase of the operation. Meanwhile, I reclined against the pillow, savoring the chocolate spheres and watching Ronnie conduct his experiment. I set my phone aside, choosing instead to observe him intently as he worked. Although I cannot perform the task myself, it certainly appears to be quite intriguing. Especially upon witnessing Lonnie's anxious expression, Venom felt an immediate surge of delight. It must be said that this fellow is straying further down the path of resembling a certain divine beast. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from Lonnie's direction, causing the plate in Venom's hand to nearly tumble to the ground. Nevertheless, Venom remained remarkably composed, casually placing the plate and fork on the table before rising and striding toward Lonnie. With each step, his form expanded, and by the time he reached Lonnie's side, he had grown to over a meter in height. For Venom, who could not separate from Lonnie's body, this was his limit. Black substance surged forth from Lonnie's being, enveloping the wounds caused by the explosion, but quickly receded like a tide, revealing his fair skin beneath. Chapter 58. An unexpected visit. Lonnie stood expressionless, gazing at the shattered instruments and debris scattered across the table, remaining utterly still. Venom's body shifted and transformed into a liquid, encircling Lonnie, with his menacing head floating before him. Failure is the mother of success. You have failed so many times. Don't take it to heart. Such a refreshingly unconventional expression of consolation was unprecedented. Lonnie cast a sidelong glance at Venom and coldly replied, "Indeed. Do you not consider who I am?" With his large left eye widening, Venom wholeheartedly agreed. "Haha, stop fiddling about. Let us show that big lump what's going on. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers equal zhuge. You two are geniuses in your own right. Surely you can resolve this." Lonnie furrowed his brow and turned to face Venom. "Why are you praising me today? What are you up to?" Noticing Lonnie's skeptical gaze, Venom bristled. "Can't I express concern for you? What kind of thinking is that? After all, I am your father. Get lost. You son of a dog. I am your father. I am your father." The two began to bicker inexplicably, arguing over who was whose progenitor. It proved to be a futile endeavor for Lonnie to outwit Venom, who had long since immersed himself in the depths of the internet. The most audacious part was that Venom had ceased his antics in the American cyberspace. He had instead ventured into the Chinese internet, where a plethora of outrageous quips awaited, leaving Lonnie momentarily befuddled after hearing some. "Say no more. If you continue, I will demonstrate the true extent of my powers. I, Venom, possess 100 ways to ensure you cannot thrive locally. What are you staring at? Can't counter my words, can you? Just obediently accept your role as my son. From now on, I shall be known as Venom S.H.I.E.L.D. You truly are something else. Indeed, I am Venom." Suddenly, he transformed into liquid and merged into Lonnie's body. Puffing and panting, Catherine's figure came into Lonnie's view. "What has happened? Another explosion?" Catherine inputted the password, entered the laboratory, and swiftly approached Lonnie, her gaze filled with concern. "I'm fine." Lonnie waved his hand dismissively. "Just a minor accident." Catherine glanced at the scattered remnants of the exploded equipment on the table. "Are you certain this is merely a minor incident?" She emphasized the word minor. "Look, I'm perfectly fine and uninjured. As a researcher, I have long been prepared to dedicate myself to the pursuit of science," Lonnie declared with a firm fist. In that moment, it seemed as though a light shone. Catherine shot him a sidelong glance, too weary to expose the depths of his hypocrisy and his abysmal acting skills. "Someone came by earlier and asked me to inform you that the observation period for the siblings you brought back has ended. They are now available for interaction." "Oh, Wanda and Peter, right?" Lonnie recalled the strikingly attractive siblings, particularly Wanda, whose alluring figure caught his eye. He discreetly cast a glance at Catherine, who remained blissfully unaware of her own lack of curves, and silently gave Wanda a thumbs up. "It's time to pay them a visit," Lonnie mused, stroking his chin. "You rascal. You aren't thinking of pursuing Wanda, are you?" Venom's voice echoed in his mind. "Impossible." Lonnie rolled his eyes. "I haven't even pursued the stunning hill. Nor am I interested in Catherine. How could I possibly fall for someone named Wanda? There are countless flowers in the world. I shall not be enamored with just one." Lonnie muttered as he turned away from Catherine and headed outside. Catherine surveyed the disheveled laboratory, pursed her lips, and began to tidy up, having grown accustomed to Lonnie's unintelligible mutterings. "Well, who would have thought you had a heart for the Crystal Palace?" Venom teased. "What is the Crystal Palace?" Lonnie asked, perplexed. "You uncultured swine. Not even knowing about the Crystal Palace while dreaming of expanding your harem." Venom did not hold back his disdain. "Hey, I am a devoted individual. Thank you very much. When did I ever say I wanted a harem?" He added silently, "Though it is my dream." "Haha, devoted. At 18 you like 18-year-old girls. At 38 you still like 18-year-olds. And at 58, you continue to prefer 18-year-olds. You are indeed quite devoted. Lonnie contemplated whether he should confiscate Venom's phone. Their banter continued as Lonnie arrived at the residence of Wanda and her brother. Though he had not seen them in a week, he was well aware of where they lived. Ding dong. After pressing the doorbell and silencing Venom, Lonnie waited at the entrance. Click. The security door opened, revealing Wanda in her casual attire. Truly, she was a stunning figure. The white floral loungewear she wore could scarcely conceal her captivating curves. Especially at that place in stark contrast to Catherine, Roni was utterly taken aback. When one becomes accustomed to the mundane, the sudden emergence of a striking revelation can leave one momentarily speechless. In the presence of such a shock, one is left at a loss. Upon seeing Roni, Wanda too was momentarily stunned. They were oblivious to the fact that their observation period had concluded. They had not set foot outside for an entire week. With everything available at home, boredom was alleviated by the computer and smartphone, and hunger was easily satisfied. Life was undeniably comfortable. Roni was the first to regain his composure. Having seen a fair share of the world, he was not entirely unacquainted with surprises. Yet, after a prolonged focus on Catherine, he had nearly forgotten the past. Hello, Wanda. Roni greeted with a smile. Ah, Doctor, welcome. Please, do come in. Wanda quickly snapped back to reality, stepping aside to allow Roni to enter. Roni nodded with a smile as he walked in. Where's Peter? Roni inquired, surveying the surroundings. Compared to his own home, this space appeared rather cramped. However, despite its size, it was well appointed with the essentials. Yet, he noticed the absence of his brother Peter. Still asleep, Wanda replied with a hint of exasperation. It's already past 11, and he is still lazing about. He really can sleep. Roni chuckled softly, shaking his head. How long had it been since he last indulged in a lazy morning? Although he appreciated leisure, he rarely lingered in bed, his sloth manifesting more in his lifestyle choices. Please, have a seat. I'll fetch you a drink. What would you like? Wanda said, her demeanor somewhat anxious as she stood beside him. Entirely unlike her carefree attitude at the HYDRA base. This was Roni's domain, after all, and her mindset naturally shifted to one of restraint. No need to trouble yourself. I'm not particularly thirsty. You should sit as well. Roni gestured toward the sofa, making one wonder if he were the host. Chapter 59. Resolution. Wanda seated herself cautiously across from Roni. Her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, was a light golden hue, Roni's preferred color, though the straight style did not quite suit the blonde. Black, long, and straight was the epitome of perfection. I'll go wake Peter, Wanda stated. No need. Let him sleep. Your observation period has concluded. You are free to move about as you wish, Roni announced, instantly invigorating Wanda's spirits. However, you will need to sign 2 confidentiality agreements. You must not disclose any information regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. to the outside world. Failure to comply will result in being blacklisted by the agency, Roni cautioned. I understand, Wanda nodded. Once the agreements are signed, you will be free to roam. However, do try to remain in New York, as you may be called upon by the agency at any moment, Roni kindly advised. All right. By the way, I've reviewed your files. You are war orphans? Yes, Wanda replied, her mood dampening slightly. Our parents perished in the war, leaving only the 2 of us. Ah, war. Roni mused with a sense of melancholy. The higher one ascends, the more expansive the vistas one can behold. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if not directly engaged in operational activities, one inevitably encounters glimpses of various matters. The brutalities of war are more acutely understood by the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. than by anyone else. What are your plans? Will you remain here or head to New York? Asked Roni, attempting to shift the weighty conversation. Let us go to New York. Staying here serves little purpose, Wanda replied, shaking her head. This decision had long been deliberated between her and Peter. Remaining within S.H.I.E.L.D. offered no real prospect of joining their ranks, especially considering their origins from HYDRA, which made trust elusive. Even if they were to join S.H.I.E.L.D., they would start from the most basic level. The combat personnel are classified as level 4 agents. How long would it take to ascend to that status? Rather than languishing here, it would be wiser to venture to New York. Let's leave it to fate. New York does sound appealing. When we arrive, I will introduce you to a few acquaintances to ease your transition, Roni said. In a city so vast and unfamiliar, having a couple of friends is essential. Roni, a brilliant scientist, found himself well regarded in New York due to the local customs of camaraderie. Even if his connections were mostly superficial, introducing a couple of influential individuals to Wanda would pose no challenge. "Thank you, Doctor," Wanda expressed her gratitude, pleasantly surprised. Arriving in such a cosmopolitan hub as New York with little to no resources would indeed be daunting. However, with Ronnie's assistance, their circumstances would undoubtedly improve. Not at all. After all, we are former cellmates, Ronnie jested with a smile. Wanda joined in the laughter, and their conversation flowed naturally, fostering a sense of closeness between them. "Wanda, is lunch ready?" Peter emerged from his room, yawning widely, clad in his oversized pajamas, still groggy. "Peter, look who's here," Wanda announced. Peter, initially dazed, caught sight of Ronnie and instantly awakened, his sleepiness dissipating. "Dr. Scarab? Good day, Peter," Ronnie waved and greeted him with a smile. "Hello. When did you arrive?" Peter asked, not bothering to change his attire as he plopped down beside Wanda, his gaze fixed on Ronnie. "Wanda, you didn't even call out to me." "Not long ago. I advised Wanda not to disturb you," Ronnie replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You seem to have good sleep quality. Do you sleep in until this hour, every day?" Ronnie teased Peter. "Not really." Peter scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "Well, judging by your expression, it certainly seems so," Ronnie remarked. "All right. I believe we've discussed enough for now, and I've seen you both, so I shall take my leave," Ronnie said as he stood to depart. "Wait. I just woke up. You can't leave yet." Peter quickly intervened, blocking Ronnie's path. "How about sharing a meal before you go?" "Yes, Doctor. Please have a meal with us before departing," Wanda chimed in supportively. Ronnie hesitated for a moment, glancing at Wanda, before ultimately acquiescing. With Ronnie's agreement, Wanda eagerly tied on her apron and rushed into the kitchen, ready to showcase her culinary skills and prepare a sumptuous meal for Ronnie. "Your sister is quite impressive. Not only is she beautiful, but she also excels in cooking and household chores," Ronnie remarked to Peter, observing Wanda's industrious figure in the kitchen. "Indeed, Wanda is my sister," Peter replied, a look of pride illuminating his face. It was evident that he genuinely cherished Wanda. "Are you considering settling down in New York?" Ronnie inquired curiously. He had conversed with Wanda moments earlier and sensed her inclination toward establishing roots in the city. Peter hesitated momentarily. Wanda had grown weary of the relentless pursuit of power, which yielded nothing but frustration. She yearned for stability, a place to call home, and the simplicity of leading an ordinary life. However, Peter was reluctant. He aspired to possess strength, the ability to protect himself, Wanda, and those he held dear. Yet, he saw no glimmer of hope, leaving him in a state of confusion and indecision. Peter's uncertainty was clearly etched on his face, and Ronnie discerned this without difficulty. While he was unaware of the underlying reasons for Peter's hesitation, he assumed it stemmed from concerns about the difficulties of settling in New York. "I can introduce you to a few individuals of some stature in New York. Arranging a suitable and respectable job for you won't be a challenge," Ronnie offered. "Thank you," Peter replied earnestly. They had merely engaged in casual conversation with Ronnie at the HYDRA base, and the fact that he not only rescued them but also extended such assistance filled Peter with heartfelt gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. We are friends now, and helping friends is only natural," Ronnie smiled, viewing it as a mere act of kindness. Given his current position within S.H.I.E.L.D, Ronnie's influence was formidable, though the general public remained oblivious to it. As a level 7 member of S.H.I.E.L.D and the head of classified projects, either of these roles would command respect from members of the U.S. Congress. Should he choose to retire from S.H.I.E.L.D, he could potentially become a member of the House of Representatives, even as an individual of Asian descent. However, a Senate seat would be unattainable. Being a level 7 member marked a significant threshold. Such individuals were rare and highly valued, often surpassing the worth of congressional representatives. This was not to say that representatives lacked value, but under equivalent circumstances, a level 7 member was considered superior to a House member. The authority of S.H.I.E.L.D transcended that of any organization, a fact not to be taken lightly. Of course, as the nation that invests the most in S.H.I.E.L.D, the United States could, to some extent, impose checks on its power. "Friend," Peter murmured, a smile gracing his face. "Then I shall trouble the doctor." Chapter 60. The brink of death for Tony. After enjoying a lunch at the Maximoff household, Ronnie took his leave. That evening, he had arranged to meet Tony at his residence. This time, Ronnie had not informed anyone. Except for Tony, even Catherine was unaware that Ronnie was going out that night. Ronnie needed to procure stabilizers and consult with Tony on the matter. Despite the looming threat of HYDRA's resurgence, Ronnie felt compelled to proceed. Returning home had become an obsession in his heart. As twilight descended, New York was illuminated by vibrant electric lights, revealing a city that never slept. After exchanging a few words with Hill, Ronnie departed from headquarters, driving solo towards Tony's seaside villa. At his side, a miniature version of Venom occupied the passenger seat, clutching a diminutive tablet, seemingly in search of something. "Have you found it?" Ronnie inquired casually. "Almost there," Venom replied nonchalantly. The tablet in Venom's possession granted access to Ronnie's S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 7 privileges, offering a wealth of information. The database of S.H.I.E.L.D. housed an astonishing amount of data. Information on the populations of various nations was merely the tip of the iceberg, encompassing a plethora of diverse details. "Found it. Is this it?" Venom transmitted the information from the tablet to the car's display. As Ronnie maneuvered the vehicle, he glanced at the images Venom uploaded. "Yes, that's the one." Iridium, an essential component for the stabilizer, Ronnie affirmed with a nod. "Contact the owner. I wish to make a purchase. This individual is not lacking in funds." Venom remarked after perusing the owner's details. "What is his identity?" Chairman Khalid Dem of the prestigious German firm, Dem Group. Venom recited the information stored within S.H.I.E.L.D's database. Ronnie furrowed his brow. This person was indeed affluent. Ronnie's meager finances paled in comparison to the man's weekly earnings. How could he possibly afford such a rare metal? Reach out to him and inquire about his willingness to sell. If all else fails, we shall resort to more drastic measures. A glint of determination flashed in Ronnie's eyes. In pursuit of home, while not inclined to act unscrupulously, he was prepared to employ unconventional methods when necessary. He had never been a strictly virtuous individual. "All right." Venom, with a penchant for thievery and violence, readily agreed. Perhaps due to the symbiotic nature, Venom relished bloodshed and conflict. However, as a mature symbiote, it possessed the rationality to temper its emotions. Otherwise, with its and Ronnie's dominance, Venom would have unleashed chaos long ago. Ronnie had no means to restrain it. Upon arriving at the seaside villa, Ronnie parked the car at the entrance and pressed the doorbell. After a prolonged wait without a response, he voiced his confusion. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Greetings, Mr. Scarab. I believe Mr. Stark is in need of your assistance at this moment," came J-A-R-V-I-S.'s voice from the intercom at the door. "What is happening?" Ronnie inquired, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding crash. "Sir is in the underground laboratory and is in grave danger," Jarvis continued. Ronnie was immediately startled and dashed into the villa. Without needing to be instructed, Venom automatically transmitted the thermal imaging from the biological radar directly to Ronnie's eyes. In the underground laboratory, Tony stumbled out of the elevator, struggling to crawl toward the center of the lab. His biological readings were alarmingly weak, a harbinger of imminent peril. As he crawled across the ground, he gazed longingly at the exquisitely packaged arc reactor on the nearby workbench, inching closer with each laborious movement. "Tony! Tony!" The sudden outcry halted Tony in his tracks. Turning around, he saw Ronnie had reached his side and crouched down beside him. "Tony, what has happened to you?" Ronnie exclaimed, taken aback by Tony's pallid complexion, reminiscent of a corpse. "Hand me that," Tony stammered, trembling as he pointed to the arc reactor on the workbench. It was then that Ronnie noticed the new arc reactor that had once been embedded in Tony's chest had inexplicably vanished. He realized that Tony's survival hinged upon that very device. Without hesitation, he rushed over, shattered the box, and retrieved the arc reactor contained within. "Do not move. Be careful," Ronnie cautioned as he crouched beside Tony, lifting his shirt and delicately placing the arc reactor back into position. Like a parched wanderer in the desert suddenly finding water, Tony's complexion transformed from ashen to a vibrant red, gradually returning to normal. "I nearly died," Tony exhaled, rising from the floor, his heart still racing. "What is going on? Where is your arc reactor?" Ronnie asked, his brow furrowed. He could hardly believe that Tony would have removed it himself. "Obadiah took my arc reactor," Tony replied. His spirits visibly dampened. Ronnie was taken aback. "Obadiah? Is he not like a father to you?" he exclaimed. Why would he wish to harm you? Foolishness. It is the inherent vice of humanity, Venom's disdainful voice interjected. In the face of greed, even kin can turn against one another, let alone those who are not blood-related. As a symbiote, Venom held human nature in utter contempt. Ronnie's understanding deepened. Tony had shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, jeopardizing the shareholders' interests. While others lacked the clout to challenge Tony, Obadiah was a different matter. Obadiah, as the second-largest shareholder, stood to gain immensely from Tony's demise. Furthermore, the arc reactor Tony had created was poised to revolutionize the market, potentially eclipsing the profits of arms dealing. These factors were enough to incite Obadiah to take drastic action against Tony. "What are your next plans?" asked Ronnie. "We need to retrieve the arc reactor," Tony replied, his expression unusually grave. "How do you intend to do that?" Ronnie inquired, but Tony remained silent, stepping aside. "J-A-R-V-I-S," he commanded. With a hum, panels of the floor contracted, and mechanical arms emerged from both the floor and ceiling, assembling pieces of fantastical armor onto Tony. Although Ronnie was already aware of Tony's identity as Iron Man and had even battled him, witnessing him don the armored suit was still profoundly astonishing. "Iron Man," Ronnie whispered, gazing enviously at the dazzling suit adorning Tony. Reflecting on his own appearance, he thought, "Without comparison, there is no harm." Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. The current combat capability of the iron suit was insufficient and merely superficial. With Ronnie's strength, enhanced by Venom, he could easily overpower Iron Man. Apart from its visual appeal, it was of little practical use. There was no need for envy. "But it looks so cool," Ronnie mused. "I'm heading out." Tony's voice echoed from within the armor as it activated, propelling him skyward with a plume of exhaust from its feet and palms. "Iron Man is indeed Tony," Ronnie murmured. "Be careful, this is that guy's domain." "J-A-R-V-I-S is still here," Venom's voice suddenly warned. Ronnie's heart raced. He almost forgot about J-A-R-V-I-S. "J-A-R-V-I-S. I'll take one of Tony's cars," he declared, eyeing the array of luxury sports cars, each worth millions of dollars. He felt a thrill. The three greatest passions of most men are firearms, cars, and cough, baby formula. The allure of high-performance vehicles for men is undeniably paramount, and Ronnie was no exception. "Certainly, Mr. Scarab," J-A-R-V-I-S replied, as expected. Ronnie eagerly approached a sleek, unidentifiable black Ferrari, opened the door, and slid into the driver's seat. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Does this car contain any of your subroutines?" he continued. "No, sir." "Very well. Please provide me with Obadiah's location. I'll go find Tony." "Understood. Please hold." After a brief pause of about 3 or 4 seconds, J-A-R-V-I-S resumed. "Obadiah is at Stark Tower. Mr. Stark is en route." "Got it." Ronnie nodded, pressing the accelerator. The roar of the Ferrari's engine erupted with exhilarating intensity, surging forth like an arrow released from a bow. Without regard for anything else, the accelerator was pressed to the floor, and with the enhanced neural responses bestowed by the symbiote, Ronnie swiftly maneuvered through the bustling, yet unblocked highway. Dark tendrils of substance slowly emerged upon Ronnie's surface, swirling chaotically and gradually enveloping him. A deep, raspy voice emanated from Ronnie, eerie in its resonance. The black material engulfed his head, while a flowing entity cloaked the left side of his visage. A feast. The dual tones of Ronnie and the symbiote intertwined, their overlapping utterances resonating with a foreboding eeriness that sent chills down the spine. Stark Tower. Boom. Rows of miniature missiles erupted from the Ironmonger, locking onto Iron Man and hurtling towards him. Towering at an impressive 3 meters, the Ironmonger dwarfed Iron Man, whose sleek form paled in comparison. Obadiah sat within the Ironmonger, with the brilliant white light of the arc reactor embedded in its chest, the very reactor that had been extracted from Tony's own chest. Iron Man soared into the sky, pursued relentlessly by the miniature missiles. He veered toward a dense forest, the missiles trailing closely behind. The thick canopy of trees intercepted the projectiles, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. Boom. Bang. Is fleeing all you can do, Tony? The Ironmonger descended into the forest, its immense frame shaking the ground upon impact. "Why are you doing this, Stan?" Iron Man approached, hovering in midair. The mask retracted, revealing Tony's complex expression as he questioned Obadiah. Isn't it enough for you to play the dandy? Why return to seize control of the company? It's one thing to manage it, but why shut down the weapons division? You're severing the company's profits. Stan replied coldly. Is profit truly so paramount that it transforms you into this? Tony frowned, a flicker of sadness crossing his eyes. He genuinely regarded Obadiah as a father figure. You prattle on far too much. This isn't like you. You brilliant genius. Obadiah commanded the Ironmonger, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast. Caught off guard, Tony reacted just in time, but it was too late to evade. The mask sealed shut, and his arms crossed defensively over his chest. Boom. The tremendous energy blast sent Iron Man tumbling, spinning several times in the air before regaining his balance. Whoosh. With a rush of air, just as Iron Man stabilized, a fist the size of a cauldron approached with alarming speed. Bang. A powerful punch struck the helmet of the armored suit, the sheer force driving Iron Man down from the sky. Whoosh boom. Iron Man crashed heavily to the ground, shattering countless trees along the way before finally coming to a halt. The impact created a massive crater in the earth. Cough, cough. Tony felt a sudden disorientation, his back ablaze with pain. Even with the iron suit absorbing 90% of the impact, the remaining 10% was nearly overwhelming for someone of his average physical condition. With a thud, the thrusters powered down, and the Ironmonger landed on the ground. You shouldn't have come, Tony, Obadiah commanded as he maneuvered the Ironmonger, towering over Tony. Say hello to your father. The Ironmonger lifted its left hand, energy coalescing in its palm, at such close range. A direct laser blast would undoubtedly spell doom for Iron Man Jarvis. Tony shouted. The charging was complete. With a hum, a brilliant red energy cannon erupted from his chest. Caught off guard, the Ironmonger was struck head-on, the fearsome energy blast sending its colossal frame soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught continued for over a minute, only ceasing when the energy was fully expended. As the mask retracted, Tony gasped for breath, narrowly escaping death. Had he not prepared in advance, channeling all energy into the chest repulsor for a desperate final stand, he would now be nothing more than a cold corpse, likely in a state of dismemberment. At present, the arc reactor in his chest had only enough energy to sustain his life for half a day. After that, it would deplete, and Tony would cease to exist, leaving the iron suit immobile. However, having dealt with the Ironmonger, he was momentarily free from danger. Sir, I have bad news, Jarvis suddenly spoke. Tony's breath hitched as a shadow loomed nearby. I think I know what the bad news is, he replied with a wry smile. Indeed, it was rather dismal news. Chapter 62, Venom arrives. It seems I underestimated you, Tony. The figure of the Ironmonger gradually came into focus before him. Once a formidable and imposing presence, the Ironmonger now bore a pitiful visage, with its chest scorched and its body marred by extensive damage. In comparison to the Mark series armor, crafted entirely from titanium alloy, the Ironmonger was significantly inferior in material. Its ability to overpower Tony stemmed solely from its sheer size and destructive power. Were they of equal dimensions, the roles would be reversed. Iron Man would easily subdue the Ironmonger. Yet, Obadiah declared, but this is where it ends. He raised the Ironmonger's left hand, palm directed at Tony. Energy gathering once more. This time, Tony had no energy left for a final stand. Lying on the ground, devoid of divine intervention, Tony gazed at the increasingly brilliant and searing energy, feeling an unprecedented calmness wash over him. There was no fear, no trepidation. Only tranquility enveloped his being. The visage and voice of Pepper, his dear assistant, emerged in his mind. It dawned upon him that she was the truly significant person in his life. A smile unconsciously crept upon his lips as he gradually closed his eyes. Sizzle. The imagined torment failed to penetrate Tony's nerve center. Instead, a jarring sound reverberated through his eardrums. This sound seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a thought struck Tony, and he opened his eyes wide. A shadowy figure loomed beside him, its tall silhouette adorned with striking white patterns against its dark form. In its right hand, a menacing blade, estimated to be 5 or 6 meters long, glinted coldly. Even from a distance, one could sense its lethal sharpness. This figure was not unfamiliar to Tony. It was the very creature he had encountered in Afghanistan. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld Venom. The creature flicked its right hand, now transformed into a blade, and the blood splattered onto the ground. Obadiah stared in disbelief at his severed left arm, the agonizing pain crashing into his nervous system with a suffocating intensity. "Ah, my hand. It's so loud." Venom grinned, its deep voice suddenly resonating. Extending its left hand towards Ironmonger, the dark substance on its left arm elongated instantaneously. Boom. Ironmonger's massive frame was sent flying by that single blow, its left hand morphing into 5 elongated, razor-sharp claws that glimmered ominously. The right hand, too, transformed into a clawed form. Thud. Venom propelled itself with its legs, its figure merely flickering before an explosive sound erupted at the sight, nearly rupturing Tony's eardrums. In the next instant, Venom materialized directly in front of Ironmonger. Sizzle. Sizzle. A cacophony of tearing metal ensued as Ironmonger's incredibly resilient armor crumbled under the assault of Venom's claws, disintegrating in mere moments. Tony's armored suit, crafted from the world's hardest known alloy, titanium, could hardly withstand Venom's clawed onslaught. How could this inferior Ironmonger fare any better? The claws reverted to hands as Venom yanked Obadiah from Ironmonger's clutches. "Who are you?" Obadiah, a formidable figure in his own right, felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight of Venom, but steeled himself to maintain an even tone as he inquired. However, Venom held a deep-seated disdain for pretentiousness, especially from those on the brink of death. Thus, it revealed a gaping maw, large enough to be twice the size of Obadiah's head, its jagged teeth eliciting a shiver. Saliva dripped between its elongated tongue and teeth. A delicate fragrance wafted from Venom's maw, reminiscent of a peculiar toothpaste. Overcome with fear, Obadiah's mind still wandered to such trivial matters. "Old man, how do you wish to perish?" Venom inquired with a grotesque grin, closing his mouth. "We can negotiate. What Tony offered you, I can provide as well." Obadiah attempted to maintain his composure. "What I desire, you cannot provide," Venom retorted disdainfully. "What do you seek? I can surely procure it for you." Obadiah pressed urgently. "This is a matter of survival." Venom cast a scornful glance at him. "What I crave is Tony's brilliant mind. What use are you, you worthless wretch? Farewell." In the midst of Obadiah's terror-stricken gaze, Venom's mouth widened to an extreme, engulfing him whole. "The taste is mediocre," Venom mused, smacking his lips in contemplation. "You actually consumed Stan?" Tony exclaimed in horror, realizing this creature had devoured Stan whole. It was capable of consuming humans. "Having feasted on him to conclude your tale, how about expressing some gratitude?" Venom suddenly materialized before Tony, his monstrous visage looming close, articulating each word distinctly. The abruptness of Venom's appearance tightened Tony's heart, nearly rendering him unconscious. Such a terrifying entity, so close, would unnerve even the boldest of souls. How frightful! Venom stood upright, his tone surprisingly lighthearted. Scaring others was one of its amusements, yet regrettably, Ronnie had become desensitized to fear, leaving Venom devoid of enjoyment. Tony's earlier fright had delighted it. "Who are you? An extraterrestrial or a synthetic being?" Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. "Take a guess," Venom replied, squatting down cross-legged in front of Tony. Ronnie had instructed it to wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to arrive. The situation had been under S.H.I.E.L.'s purview ever since Tony's disappearance in Afghanistan. Later, Tony had ventured back to Afghanistan, nearly falling victim to Venom, yet overall, he showcased the prowess of his iron armor to S.H.I.E.L.D., significantly elevating his importance in their eyes. Currently, the task was overseen by seasoned Agent Coulson, a veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D., though not of particularly high rank. He was a strong candidate for the deputy director position. Should Fury step down, Hill, the sole deputy director, would likely be promoted, making Coulson the most competitive for the vacant deputy role. S.H.I.E.L.'s decision to assign Coulson to oversee Tony's affairs underscored their seriousness. Moreover, according to Ronnie's insights, one of S.H.I.E.L.'s founders, Howard Stark, was Tony's father. In response to Venom's statements, Tony could only roll his eyes in exasperation. It was clear that this creature had no intention of killing him, since there was no imminent danger to life. It was only natural for Tony, with his characteristic demeanor, to be anything but subdued. Chapter 63, Returning to School. Engaging in a casual conversation with Tony, time passed gradually, minute by minute. After about 5 minutes, Venom suddenly stood up. "What are you doing?" Tony, leaning against a tree, looked at Venom in confusion. wondering what had prompted this abrupt change. "Someone is here to rescue you. I must take my leave," Venom replied, glancing at Tony before casting his gaze toward the eastern sky. "Someone is coming?" Tony paused for a moment, then recalled the organization that called itself S.H.I.E.L.D. The protagonist's involvement has caused S.H.I.E.L.D. to change its name earlier than originally intended in the original storyline. The name change occurred only after the battle had concluded. "I cannot let them discover me. I must go," Venom said, quickly striding across the ground before leaping away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Tony watched Venom's retreating figure, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about Venom's name. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of helicopter blades whirring in the sky drew Tony's attention. What caught his eye was the unmistakable gleam of Coulson's bald head, which shone even in the night. It had been approximately a week since the battle at Stark Tower. Ronnie was indeed taken aback by Tony's bold declaration, "I am Iron Man," at the press conference the following day. He truly embodied his character, openly acknowledging his identity as Iron Man and bringing the true identity of superheroes into the public eye. This fellow certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Unsurprisingly, the world's news headlines were dominated by this man, inundated with news of Iron Man, Tony Stark. Following the first superhero, Captain America, who emerged during World War II 70 years ago, the world saw the birth of its second superhero. Captain America, having become an emblem of American spirit and belief, had passed away 70 years prior. In this interim, Iron Man rose to prominence. Tony Stark, Iron Man. However, none of this was particularly relevant to Ronnie. After saving Tony twice that fateful night, Ronnie returned to his own life. It is an immutable law that after great battles, a period of calm inevitably follows. Although that night's conflict could barely be classified as a significant battle, more akin to a warm-up, the Iron Tyrant was simply too weak. Venom toyed with him as effortlessly as an adult would with a child. Notably, Wanda and her brother Peter were also arranged by Ronnie to stay in New York during this time. This time, he sought Tony's assistance, though somewhat arrogant. Tony's influence in this international metropolis was beyond question. Peter chose a position as a reporter from the array of tasks Tony had offered him. Thus, this novice journalist, who could barely hold a camera steady, officially began his career at a newspaper under Stark Industries Holdings. Due to the ultimate arrangement by OSS, even if the photographs taken by Peter are deemed unremarkable by others, he is still afforded an opportunity for publication. Meanwhile, Wanda, a young woman just in her early 20s, yearns to relive the long-lost experience of campus life. Tony facilitates her enrollment at Ronnie's alma mater, New York University, as a private institution. Despite Stark Industries lacking shares in NYU, it still demands a certain level of respect. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, Stark Industries appears poised to pivot towards the burgeoning market of clean energy. The choice between offending such a colossal entity for the sake of a single university slot is transparently clear. Thus, Wanda successfully gains admission to NYU, proudly stepping into her role as a freshman. Shortly thereafter, Ronnie speaks with Professor X, requesting him to look after Wanda. Within a week, Wanda has officially integrated into this world-renowned Ivy League institution. It must be said, beauty is universally celebrated. With Wanda's stunning looks and captivating figure gracing New York University, she swiftly eclipses the previous campus queen, becoming the new muse for the male students. Countless admirers arise, yet few dare to approach her directly. On the third day of her enrollment, someone attempts to pursue Wanda, only to be met with a severe beating from Peter, leading to a swift cessation of such attempts. Following that incident, suitors were few and far between, often relegated to silent admiration. Despite his average stature, Peter's experiences, having lost his parents early and navigated society independently, grant him an exceptional prowess that easily surpasses that of his fellow students. Coupled with the formidable backing of Stark Industries, no one dares to provoke him. 10 days after ensuring Wanda and Peter are settled in New York, Ronnie takes advantage of the month-long holiday to visit the university. As a strikingly attractive individual and a prodigious astrophysics scholar, Ronnie garnered his PhD just a year after graduation, maintaining a high profile at NYU. While many influential figures have graduated from NYU, few, like Ronnie, have achieved such prominence at a young age. Additionally, his handsome appearance, though modest compared to true heartthrobs, does not hinder his status as an idol among students. Upon arriving on campus, Ronnie is quickly recognized as he steps out of his car. Fortunately, As he is not a celebrity, the students merely cast curious and admiring glances without any intrusive behavior. Unlike stars, who might be surrounded by fans with little recourse, a scientist like Ronnie, if encircled and impeded, might well invite scrutiny from authorities. With just a casual remark, one could easily cast a shadow over another's reputation. Scientists and celebrities inhabit entirely different realms. One thrives on intellectual prowess, while the other relies on the adulation of fans. If one chooses not to acknowledge you, what recourse do you have? Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes, Ronnie followed the path etched in his memory, heading towards the art department where Wanda resided. Indeed, Wanda was pursuing a degree in fine arts. Having harbored a passion for painting since childhood, it was only natural for her to choose her beloved field upon entering university. As for other disciplines, which does not demand a substantial accumulation of knowledge, how could Wanda, who had not even completed high school, be expected to engage in them? In the Marvel comics, Tony Stark did not reveal his Iron Man identity, whereas in the films, it became public knowledge. This revelation not only altered the trajectory of Iron Man's subsequent narrative, but also marked the inception of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which exists in a delicate balance with the comics. Chapter 64. Visiting Wanda. The art department, nestled within the College of Arts, had seen Ronnie only once during his 4 years at university. Yet, that solitary visit remained vividly etched in his memory. The atmosphere was rich with artistic fervor. Unlike the casualness of street art that embraces freedom and indulgence, the ambience within the art academy was solemn and serious. Rarely did students engage in frivolity while singing or painting. Distractions were few. Particularly in the classical music section, the gravity of the atmosphere was profoundly palpable. However, the pop music area offered a more relaxed vibe, devoid of the rigidity found in the classical realm. The art department's environment was less distinctly defined than that of the music department, embodying an overall gentleness akin to the warmth of sunlight. "Hello, fellow student." Ronnie intercepted a boy carrying an easel. "Are you Senior Scarab?" The boy instantly recognized Ronnie, noting his Adidas attire, a hallmark of a devoted fan. "It's me. Could you tell me which classroom Wanda Maximoff is in?" Ronnie inquired with a smile. "You're looking for Maximoff?" "She's in that classroom. The first one at the end of the hallway." The boy gestured towards a classroom at the corridor's terminus. "All right, thank you." Ronnie nodded appreciatively and continued on his way. "Senior Scarab seems like a decent person," the boy murmured to himself before turning away to attend to his own matters. Ronnie approached the back door of the classroom, which was ajar, allowing him to enter with ease. A class was in session, and while he did not recognize the art professor at the front, she appeared familiar. This elegantly dressed professor, in her 30s, commanded a remarkable presence and was well-liked among students. The classroom was filled to capacity. Upon Ronnie's entrance, both the professor and the students in the back took note of him. The professor merely glanced in his direction before resuming her lecture, assuming he was simply a tardy student. "Is that Senior Scarab?" a boy inquired, uncertain. "I see. I have his photograph. Professor May once asked us to draw a portrait of our senior." A male student swiftly produced his phone and began to scroll through it. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "It's indeed Senior Scarab." A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the back row, quickly spreading like wildfire to the middle of the classroom. Noticing the commotion, Professor May could no longer feign ignorance. She fixed her gaze on Ronnie and instantly recognized him. Just recently, she had assigned her students to create portraits of Ronnie, and his visage was vividly etched in her memory. "Welcome, Dr. Scarab." Professor May clapped her hands and extended her hand towards Ronnie. All the students turned their curious, admiring, and astonished gazes towards Ronnie, who was casually observing from the back. Wanda, with an expression of surprise, locked eyes with Ronnie. For reasons unbeknownst to him, that fleeting moment of connection caused Ronnie's heart to skip a beat. At that instant, all he could see was the girl in the pale yellow floral dress. "Dr. Scarab?" Professor May's voice pulled Ronnie back to reality. After casting one last glance at Wanda, he stepped up to the podium. "Hello everyone, I am Ronnie Scarab. I apologize for interrupting your class." Ronnie spoke with a gentle smile and a calm demeanor. "Wow, it's Scarab. He earned his doctorate just a year after graduation. A genuine prodigy. Moreover, I've heard that during his university days, he was compared to Tony Stark. Our senior must be working somewhere now. A talent like him is a treasure wherever he goes." Incredible. Ronnie listened intently to the chorus of admiration, yet his heart remained unmoved. Having been a genius in his past life, he had grown weary of such accolades. When one is exceptional, it seems the entire world sings their praises. When one falls from grace, it feels as though the world is quick to belittle them. Such is the nature of humanity. Ah, the baser instincts of humankind. Ah, humanity. Venom's sudden interjection shattered Ronnie's reverie. He stood at the podium, contemplating how to respond. "Senior, may I ask you a question?" A tall girl suddenly raised her hand. Ronnie looked over, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. This girl was rather tall. Although seated in the front row, her long legs extended from beneath the desk, measuring at least 175 centimeters. "Go ahead," he replied. The girl sprang to her feet. Ronnie's lips twitched slightly, standing at 180 centimeters. He appeared to tower just slightly over her. In other words, this girl is taller than him. "Senior, do you have a girlfriend?" The tall girl boldly inquired. "Ah." Lena has her eyes on the senior. Is the tall one going to make a move? The surrounding students began to jest, yet the girl named Lena remained unfazed. Her expression unchanged as she fixed her gaze upon Ronnie. Ronnie paused momentarily, discreetly casting a glance at Wanda. For some reason, when Lena posed her question, Wanda's visage floated into his mind. "Not at the moment," Ronnie replied candidly. Across 2 lifetimes, nearing 50 years of existence, Ronnie's first love still lingered. Whenever he contemplated this, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Witnessing his peers, and even those younger than himself, openly displaying affection with their girlfriends filled him with a despairing urge to vanish. On one occasion, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to transform into Venom and consume that couple who had delivered him a million emotional blows. "Thank you," Lena said, immediately taking a seat without hesitation. However, as soon as she settled, another tall girl beside her stood up. "Ah, another one towering above, but not taller than me." Ronnie thought to himself with a sense of relief. "Senior, do you have someone you like?" In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Ronnie. For reasons unknown, he felt unnerved under the intense scrutiny of these university students. Even Professor May, seated beside him, cast a curious glance in his direction. There was no denying that Ronnie had garnered quite a reputation, yet his personal life seemed devoid of a significant other. Previously speculated to be dating Catherine, it was later revealed that she was merely a good friend. The absence of a girlfriend in the life of such an exceptional individual piqued the curiosity of many, leading them to wonder if Ronnie was perhaps gay. Chapter 65. The Welfare Institute. No, Ronnie replied truthfully. But he was acutely aware of the rumors circulating on campus about him. Previously indifferent, he now felt it necessary to clarify. "Although I do not have a crush on anyone, I can assure you that I am male and attracted to women. I am not gay." Ronnie articulated each word with precision, particularly emphasizing the term gay with a hint of frustration. It was difficult to bear being unjustly labeled as homosexual. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation. A slight awkwardness flickered across the faces of the students. They had indeed entertained doubts about Ronnie's sexuality. However, it was one thing for a man to remain single throughout 4 years of university. It was another entirely that not a single girl had expressed her affection for him. Despite the absence of a goddess of the caliber of a campus belle professing her love, he had turned down all advances. Ronnie was perpetually surrounded by handsome men, making it hard not to stir thoughts of speculation. Why does Lonnie, this solitary individual, reject the affections of those who profess their feelings? The reason is quite simple. Although he has never experienced the joys of romance and has spent his life in solitude, he adheres to his principles. He will never force himself into a relationship with someone he does not genuinely care for. Thus, he remains a bachelor for over 20 years, enduring the agony of pride. What a painful realization. After exchanging a few more words, Lonnie led Wanda out. As they departed, the peculiar gazes from their classmates made Wanda uneasy. Lonnie, however, was unfazed. The stares he received when he brought Catherine were far more unsettling. "Doctor, what brings you here?" Wanda inquired with curiosity. The two strolled along the pathways of the campus, heading toward the parking lot. "I wanted to check on you and Peter. Peter is away on a filming assignment, so I couldn't see him. I thought I'd come to school to find you, and, by the way, ask for a favor," Lonnie replied with a smile. "What kind of favor?" "If it's within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you," Wanda responded eagerly. "Well," Lonnie's expression grew somewhat awkward, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "I left the orphanage when I was 18 and haven't returned in years. I would like to take this opportunity to visit home. However, the director keeps insisting that I find a girlfriend and has been arranging blind dates for me." At this point, Wanda understood. "You want me to pretend to be your girlfriend to dissuade the director from setting you up on dates?" she remarked, slightly surprised. Lonnie nodded, his face betraying his discomfort. Such matters are difficult to articulate, you know? As for why he didn't ask Catherine, the director happens to be her aunt, and Catherine is quite close to her. It would be apparent to the director that it was a ruse, and Lonnie wished to avoid further torment from blind dates. No problem, Wanda readily agreed. After all, she wasn't truly becoming his girlfriend, so it didn't matter. Really? Lonnie exclaimed in delight, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. The relentless blind dates orchestrated by the director had been a source of great frustration for him. He initially thought that arranged marriages were a uniquely Chinese phenomenon, only to discover that they exist in America as well. In his previous life, his mother incessantly orchestrated blind dates for him, each time he returned home for the holidays. He barely settled in before being thrust out the door for yet another match. After years of such arrangements and spending a significant amount of money, Lonnie remained single. It was simply that he had not found the spark. Reincarnating in America, devoid of parents, he believed that the ordeal of blind dates would be behind him. However, reality struck him hard. The director was akin to a maternal figure. It's nothing, Wanda smiled and shook her head. Just a small matter. Shall we go? I want to bring something for the children and the elderly at the orphanage. Lonnie said eagerly, I haven't visited the orphanage in a long time. I miss it dearly. Having spent 18 years in the welfare institution, even a dog would develop emotions. How much more so for Ronnie, who holds familial bonds in high regard. In Ronnie's heart, that home on earth represents his first abode, while the welfare institution stands as his second. There is no comparison, no hierarchy. Both are homes. Both serve as warm harbors. Wanda nodded in agreement. The two set off together, driving away. Wanda had also requested a half-day leave from her class advisor. The return of the renowned Dr. Scarab, a prominent figure at the university, along with Wanda, had reached her class advisor in no time. In this age of information overload, the news spread throughout New York University within half an hour. After indulging in a shopping spree at the department store and spending over a year with S.H.I.E.L.D, Ronnie had transformed into a wealthy individual. As the head of the Cube project, all of Ronnie's necessities were generously provided by the agency, alongside an annual salary exceeding $1 million. A compensation that even veteran agent Coulson could not rival. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D is not a charitable organization. If Ronnie were not the head of the Cube project, such a salary would be inconceivable. 70 or 80,000 would be considered generous. Moreover, a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D's funding comes from sponsorships by various countries. With money that is not their own, spending becomes entirely guilt-free. Additionally, S.H.I.E.L.D possesses its own enterprises with profits belonging to the agency, an undeniably advantageous situation. After purchasing an abundance of items, Ronnie filled his Maybach to the brim before reluctantly departing the department store. He also ordered some massage equipment for the elderly at the welfare institution, instructing the seller to deliver it there, as he could not take it with him. Once these errands were completed, he drove to the welfare institution. Ronnie had informed the headmistress in advance, and upon arriving, he saw her and the staff waiting at the entrance. Headmistress, Ronnie called as he stepped out of the car and approached her for a warm embrace. The headmistress, in her 40s and nearing 50, bore wrinkles that were increasingly difficult to conceal. Yet, despite her age, her beauty remained reminiscent of her youth, rivaling that of any beauty like Catherine. Oh, you child, you come and bring so many things. She scolded affectionately, her heart slightly reproaching Ronnie for his extravagant spending, although he was not lacking in funds. I have some money now, so of course I want to buy a few things for everyone at the institution. One must not forget their roots. Ronnie replied with a smile. You have always been this way, so understanding, the headmistress said, her eyes filled with fondness as she observed the young man Ronnie had become. He was the most worry-free child she had ever cared for, not only requiring no concern, but also assisting her with tasks within his capacity. The headmistress genuinely cherished Ronnie. She, who had no children of her own, had long regarded Ronnie as her own. Chapter 66, A Stroke of Luck. Good day, Andy. Wanda approached and greeted the director. You are the director remarked, slightly astonished as she observed the vivacious Wanda standing there, casting a glance at Ronnie. This is Wanda, my girlfriend. Ronnie replied after a brief pause. Wanda stepped forward, linking her arm with Ronnie's. Good day, Auntie, I am Wanda, girlfriend. The director exclaimed with delight as she scrutinized Wanda, her expression reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her daughter-in-law. Wanda smiled at the director, her demeanor perfectly poised. Indeed, indeed, what a lovely girl, the director praised. Ronnie, my boy, you are fortunate. The director was thoroughly pleased with Wanda, at least with her appearance. From the director's perspective, Wanda was more than a match for her son Ronnie in terms of beauty. Ahem. Parents often see their children as exceptionally handsome, and the director was no exception. Ronnie was quite good-looking, but compared to Wanda, he truly seemed to inhabit a different league. Ronnie rubbed his nose, at a loss for words. The moment Wanda intertwined her arm with his, he felt a flutter of nervousness, utterly unsure of what to say or do. Please, come in, the director called out, prompting the staff to begin unloading the items from the vehicle. Toys, snacks, children's books, everything one could imagine. Ronnie and Wanda had practically emptied the children's section of a department store. Even so, the two remained somewhat unsatisfied. The exhilarating feeling of spending liberally was utterly captivating. Ronnie, being a man, was no exception, especially with a woman like Wanda. Shopping and browsing were innate skills for women, and Wanda had them mastered. Before long, the seller's truck arrived, and various items such as massage machines and treadmills were unloaded by the workers. The director scolded them once more, though it was of little consequence. A day spent visiting the welfare home passed swiftly. Thank you, Wanda, Ronnie said as he drove, addressing Wanda, who sat in the back seat. After having dinner at the welfare home, Ronnie and Wanda prepared to head back. He felt hesitant to prolong Wanda's time, having already troubled her for much of the day. It's no trouble at all, Wanda gently shook her head. The welfare home is wonderful. The children are well-behaved and adorable, and the elderly are very kind. Indeed. Upon mentioning the welfare home, a genuine smile spread across Ronnie's face. I consider myself fortunate to have come to the welfare home after being abandoned by my parents. Joining this big family, Wanda, glancing at Ronnie's radiant smile through the rearview mirror, felt a pang of sentiment. After the director had deemed her as a daughter-in-law, she had shared many stories about Ronnie, such as how he had been a natural leader since childhood, beloved by the staff and the elderly at the welfare home, and how responsible he was, requiring no concern from others. For instance, the harsh reality of Ronnie being abandoned in a garbage bin while still in his infancy. Another instance is when 6-year-old Ronnie sneaked out and returned home in the dead of night, only to be severely reprimanded by the director. These experiences deepened Wanda's understanding of Ronnie, the youngest scientist in the history of New York University. This man, he is both lonely and not lonely. He is lonely because, from a young age, Ronnie seldom played with other children, often retreating to a corner with a book. When he was 10, the director's niece, Catherine, arrived. And just as Ronnie found a new friend, Catherine departed, leaving him alone once more. Yet, he is not truly lonely. He cherishes the community of the orphanage, which he has come to regard as his family. This man is complex and enigmatic. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the car swiftly arrived at the modest home that Wanda and Peter shared in New York, a residence of reasonable size in Queens. Goodbye, Wanda, Ronnie said, rolling down the car window and smiling as he waved. Take care on your way. After watching Wanda enter her home, he departed, heading back to his residence in Brooklyn. He felt fatigued after a long day of running between New York University, the department store, and the orphanage, his head spinning from exhaustion. Ronnie, stop. Venom suddenly spoke after a day of silence. Startled, Ronnie slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the curb. What's wrong? He inquired, puzzled. Without a response, his perspective shifted, the world before him transforming into a vivid display of red and green. Numerous red dots moved about, one notably large, the size of a fist, starkly contrasting with the smaller dots resembling mere specks. This is alarming, Ronnie thought. There's a monster, and it's right around us, Venom stated gravely. The perspective shifted back. Where is it? Ronnie asked, furrowing his brow. It was troubling to consider that such a powerful entity was hiding in New York City. To the west, moving rapidly. Without further contemplation, he pressed the accelerator, feeling compelled to investigate. Allowing such a behemoth to roam the bustling city would surely result in chaos. Ronnie has never considered himself a hero, nor does he aspire to be one. However, he is willing to take on responsibilities within his capabilities. He believes in the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. The more one possesses, the more one must contribute. 1,000 interpretations exist for 1,000 people. And this is Ronnie's understanding. Following the large red dot for over 3 minutes, he noticed it seemed to be moving toward the outskirts of the city. Is it trying to leave the city? Ronnie wondered aloud. Be careful. It has stopped. The voice of Venom suddenly escalated, causing Ronnie to abruptly halt the vehicle. "It has detected us. It's coming," Venom exclaimed. "I see it," Ronnie shouted, pressing the accelerator with fervor, swiftly maneuvering to avoid the massive shadow descending from the sky. A thunderous crash echoed as a colossal crater was formed, dust billowing up and obscuring the silhouette. Ronnie's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he peered through the haze. The figure appeared rather imposing. "Be cautious. This creature is formidable," Venom cautioned in a grave tone. An instinct told it that this being might prove too powerful for them. Boom, boom, boom. A gargantuan entity, towering over 3 meters, emerged from the dust. Ronnie's pupils constricted in shock. Its body was a vivid green, muscular, and imposing, with a bare torso marred by grotesque bulges of muscle. Tattered jeans clung to its lower half. Ronnie recognized this creature instantly due to its distinctive features. "What a stroke of luck," Ronnie chuckled bitterly. The Hulk. Chapter 67. The Frantic Escape. "What a stroke of luck," Ronnie chuckled bitterly. The Hulk. This was indeed a stroke of misfortune for him. The one opponent he had no chance against was the very one he had encountered. Venom had already stated that it was no match for this being. Despite its unreliability, its words held merit. If Venom claimed they could not prevail, even if Ronnie led the charge, defeat was highly likely. Twisting the steering wheel, Ronnie pressed down on the accelerator. "If we cannot fight, then we shall flee," he shouted. With a roar, the Hulk saw the car that had been tailing him make a swift turn and, in his fury, he gave chase. A shadow loomed ahead, prompting Ronnie to deftly maneuver the steering wheel to avoid the impending collision. Boom. The ground trembled violently as the spot where the vehicle had just been was struck, creating a massive crater. The sight was staggering. Without a moment's pause, the Hulk leaped again, targeting the rapidly moving Ronnie. In this dense forest, Ronnie had pushed the car to over 120. Even so, he continued to press the accelerator. Years of enhancement from Venom had honed Ronnie's reflexes to an extraordinary degree, bordering on the limits of human capability. Yet, no matter how fast the car was, acceleration required time. The Hulk, however, faced no such constraints. Ronnie's expression remained calm, his focus unwavering. The skills he had painstakingly cultivated over the years were finally coming into play. "Venom, alert S.H.I.E.L.D. Hurry," Ronnie exclaimed at a rapid pace. As he turned the steering wheel again, the car veered sharply in response. The Hulk descended from the heavens, crashing heavily upon the earth. The tremors, felt at close quarters, nearly overturned Ronnie's vehicle. The consequences of such an event would be dire. Venom, having heard Ronnie's utterances, emerged from the driver's seat where Ronnie was maneuvering the car. He activated the communicator located in the passenger seat. At the precise moment Venom pressed the communicator, an urgent alert blared throughout the safety department of S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters, the Triskelion. The deafening alarm resonated across the entire domain of the security division. The face of the S.H.I.E.L.D. security chief underwent a dramatic transformation. Such an alarm signified that a high-ranking official was in grave peril. He hastened to the nearest agent within the security department. "What transpired?" he inquired. "Dr. Scarborough has just activated the emergency communicator," the agent replied swiftly. "What? Dr. Scarborough?" The chief's expression shifted. Could it be HYDRA again? Given his status, he was privy to such matters. What of the agents assigned to the doctor? He pressed urgently. The doctor entered a forest at a high speed, and the agents lost track of him, the agent reported. "A bunch of incompetents," the chief cursed. "Quickly, dispatch personnel to the location from which the communicator signal was transmitted. At once," he commanded. "Understood." The agent deftly struck keys on the keyboard, bringing up a page. The chief quickly logged into his account to issue commands. Ding. The elevator doors opened, revealing Hill accompanied by a cadre of agents. The chief watched anxiously as Hill approached, acutely aware that everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized the deputy director's esteem for Dr. Scarborough. The last rescue mission had been personally led by her, and now, with another crisis at hand, the chief felt an immense weight of responsibility. "What is the situation?" Hill inquired without casting blame upon the chief. "It remains uncertain, but we can be assured that the doctor is not in immediate danger," the chief promptly replied. Upon Ronnie's pressing of the emergency communicator, he had already ordered the lockdown of the forest. The agents assigned to protect Ronnie were well equipped, and Ronnie's life signal had not altered, indicating that he was currently unharmed. Hill nodded, her expression impassive, yet her icy demeanor intensified. The security chief felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Though Hill had not scolded or reprimanded him, This very lack of reproach was what made him feel worse. Hill was at a loss for words. They had only recently rescued him. And now trouble had arisen once more. Should Ronnie even be allowed outside? Hill pondered the necessity of imposing restrictions on Ronnie's personal freedom. Meanwhile, oblivious to Hill's contemplations, Ronnie was wholly focused on evading danger. A man's name is but a shadow of a tree. The Green Giant. Whether through fragmented tales shared by friends from a past life or the information gathered in this current existence, undeniably embodies a superlative S-class monster. Ronnie perceives himself as formidable. Yet in comparison to this green behemoth, he acknowledges a notable disparity in prowess. Though he is yet to engage in battle, he harbors no desire to test his limits. Boom. Once again, he narrowly evades the Hulk's crushing leap. Although he has succeeded in dodging the attack, beads of perspiration have already formed on Ronnie's forehead. His heightened concentration enables him to navigate the vehicle, which races at a speed of 150 through the densely wooded forest, while simultaneously avoiding the Hulk's offensive maneuvers. However, such intense mental focus exacts a considerable toll on his energy. While Venom can replenish Ronnie's physical stamina and wounds, it cannot restore his mental vitality. This phenomenon defies scientific explanation, veering instead into the realm of magic. Despite the prevalence of advanced technology in this world, Ronnie refuses to entertain the notion of magic existing here. The dichotomy between technology and the mystical is entirely incompatible, isn't it? Damn it. Once again, Ronnie narrowly escapes the Hulk's onslaught. This creature's movements are becoming increasingly rapid. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but the Hulk's speed seems to escalate. Initially, Ronnie had ample time to react, but now he finds himself able to perceive the threat without the capacity to synchronize his physical responses and mental acuity. This dissonance results in a series of precarious dodges. Ronnie, there is troubling news. Venom's voice suddenly breaks the silence. Having refrained from interrupting Ronnie until now, it abruptly makes its presence known. A sense of dread washes over Ronnie. This bad news could very well spell disaster. The vehicle is nearly out of fuel. Startled, Ronnie glances toward the fuel gauge. Just as Venom warned, the tank is on the verge of depletion. In a fit of frustration, he pounds the steering wheel. Boom. Distracted, Ronnie is upended by the Hulk's descent, causing the vehicle to flip through the air, tumbling in a chaotic dance before crashing heavily to the ground. Disoriented yet quickly revitalized by Venom's support, Ronnie emerges from the wreckage, standing tall while facing the Hulk, who glares at him from a short distance away. The mud creature still harbors a flicker of rage, while Ronnie, having bottled up his own anger, realizes that since escape is no longer an option, he must engage in combat. Chapter 68. The Great Battle Against the Green Giant. Ronnie stands in confrontation with the Hulk, towering at over 3 meters. The Hulk resembles a humanoid tank, casting an intimidating gaze upon the comparatively diminutive Ronnie. With an impassive expression and clenched fists, Ronnie's simmering fury is unmistakable. Suddenly, black tendrils emerge from his skin, flowing like water, gradually enveloping his entire body. Before long, Venom's towering form is vividly revealed. Shall I take the lead, or will you? Venom's deep voice resonates. I shall take the lead. Very well. An unceasing surge of power flooded into Ronnie's brain from every cell in his body, an intoxicating sensation. Compared to Venom's control over his body during combat, Ronnie, who was proficient in martial arts, exhibited an even greater fighting prowess. Bang! Venom lunged forward, his ferocious strength crushing the earth beneath him as he charged at Hulk with a stature comparable to that of a towering arrow. Although Hulk boasted superior strength, speed, and defense, his reflexes paled in comparison to those of Venom. Nonetheless, even with his sluggish reactions, Hulk managed to respond during the brief moment Venom approached. Always one to favor direct confrontation, Hulk raised his fist and swung it toward the swiftly advancing Venom without hesitation. Black tendrils on his right hand surged and coiled, his fingers transforming into a colossal hammer, reminiscent of the formidable Houyan hammer from a certain adapted anime, exuding an unmistakable weight even from a distance. Venom's hammer form. Boom. The fist and hammer collided with tremendous force, unleashing a fierce wave of power from their clash. The air surged outward from the point of impact, rustling the blades of grass beneath them, while 2 deep craters formed in the ground where Venom and Hulk stood. In an instant, Venom's left hand morphed into a claw capable of rending the toughest titanium alloys, the sinister sound of slicing air accompanying its strike toward Hulk. The proximity between Venom and Hulk left no room for evasion. Splat! As anticipated, Hulk's once proud, impenetrable hide was torn asunder by the claw. Deep, menacing gashes appeared on Hulk's right chest, and green blood gushed forth like a torrent. Roar! Hulk, in pain, felt the surge of fury rising within him. Yet Venom seized this prime opportunity. In an instant, his right hammer transformed into a claw identical to the one on his left. Two black tendrils erupted from his back, ensnaring Hulk's rear. Venom's massive form was lifted by these appendages, executing a somersault to position himself behind Hulk. His claws lunged with ferocity. Splat! Splat! Ah! Hulk cried out in agony as the claws pierced his flesh, intensifying his wrath. Under Venom's piercing gaze, Hulk's body began to undergo a transformation. A mere instant later, he had grown nearly 4 meters in stature. Suddenly, an alarm blared in his mind. Bang! Hulk pivoted and delivered a staggering slap to Venom's enormous head, the terrifying force radiating from his right cheek. Venom was sent flying by this overwhelming power. Crash! Strong trees were snapped like twigs as Venom crashed heavily to the ground. Both Ronnie and Venom were momentarily stunned, their minds reeling from Hulk's tremendous blow, leaving them disoriented. Struggling on the ground, attempting to rise, Ronnie felt an oppressive heaviness in his head that was deeply unsettling, akin to the torment of sleepless nights spent on research, perhaps even more unbearable. Shaking his head to clear the fog, the symbiote, Venom, was on the verge of standing up when a shadow loomed over him. Boom! Hulk landed forcefully on Venom's back, driving him deep into the earth. With a cough, Ronnie, ensconced within Venom, involuntarily spat out a mouthful of warm blood. Despite the cushioning effect of the symbiote, Hulk's sudden descent nearly proved fatal. Ouch! Venom cried out in Ronnie's mind. Compared to Ronnie, the symbiote felt the brunt of Hulk's impact even more acutely. Quiet! Ronnie coughed again, and black tendrils erupted from his skin, shooting towards Hulk, who was still standing on him. In an instant, Hulk's limbs were ensnared by the tendrils. Hulk! He bellowed, thrashing violently, trying to break free from the suffocating grip. Venom abruptly surged to his feet, pushing Hulk aside. The tendrils snapped as Hulk was thrown off balance. In a flash, Venom's right hand transformed into a blade, and he swung it at the approaching Hulk. Clang! What? Both Ronnie and Venom gasped in astonishment as Hulk raised his hand to block the strike, astonishingly without even breaking the skin. The blade was no less sharp than claws. Not only had Hulk grown in size, but his surface defenses had also inexplicably strengthened. Get lost! Hulk's eyes widened with fury as he delivered a punch towards Venom. Caught off guard, the symbiote was struck directly. It felt like a heavy hammer crashing into an ordinary person's chest, sending Venom hurtling back once more. Boom! Another massive crater was formed upon impact. After the initial suppression, Hulk dominated Venom entirely. Hulk's attributes were terrifyingly superior, with strength, speed, endurance, and defense far surpassing that of Venom. Even the symbiote's renowned regenerative abilities were outclassed by Hulk's overwhelming force. The savage wounds previously inflicted by Venom had vanished without a trace. This was a battle of entirely different realms. Venom shook off the dust and crawled out of the pit. This guy's physique is utterly monstrous. Martial arts are futile, Ronnie frowned, observing. His skin is too tough. My attacks can inflict damage. To win, we must strike at his weak points, Venom declared solemnly. Now, faced with a life-or-death situation, he had no time for jest. He had not yet savored the thrill of battle. There was no way he would succumb so pathetically here. Ronnie remained silent, his gaze fixated on the exposed eyes, nose, mouth, and ears of Hulk. Undoubtedly, these were the most vulnerable points, yet equally challenging to strike. Venom found it difficult to even close the distance, let alone target these weaknesses. Taking a chance, Ronnie exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes narrowing with determination. Boom! His speed reached its zenith, creating a deafening sonic boom in the air as he surged forward. Venom unleashed his full might this time. In an instant, he was upon Hulk. Hulk roared, raising his fist to strike. Lacking finesse, he relied solely on his formidable physique for a direct confrontation. Chapter 69. Reinforcements. Suddenly, countless tendrils erupted from Venom, instantly adhering to Hulk and pulling him closer. At the same time, his left hand transformed into a hammer-like form, meeting Hulk's fierce punch head-on. Bang! Fist collided with fist, and the familiar terrifying shockwave erupted once more. However, Venom's intent was not to engage. He merely aimed to block Hulk's attack before accelerating towards him again. In close proximity, under Ronnie's control, Venom swiftly latched onto Hulk's massive frame. A technique from the Chinese martial arts that Steve had taught him resurfacing in his mind. Iron Mountain Strike. Boom. The overwhelming force slammed into Hulk's chest, embedding him into the ground and creating a vast crater. Venom, refusing to relent, seized the moment Hulk was momentarily stunned. His right hand transformed into a claw, slicing toward Hulk's eyes with a piercing sound. Should he succeed, even Hulk's nuclear-level skin would be of no defense. The eyes are, without exception, the most vulnerable part of any creature. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and flames surged from the crater above. The violent tremor caused Venom's precise strike to veer off course, hitting Hulk's face instead. Damn it! Hulk bellowed, his body swelling once more in the darkness, transforming into a towering figure over 4 meters tall. A kick launched Venom away forcefully. Target acquired. Target acquired. The pilot of a Quinjet in the sky relayed the information to all surrounding pilots the moment Venom emerged. Unbeknownst to them, the area above the forest had been enveloped by Quinjet aircraft. The trees had been cleared long ago during the battle between Venom and Hulk, leaving an open space. Ronnie cursed under his breath. It was evident that the missiles were fired by these S.H.I.E.L.D. reinforcements. Had it not been for them, he would have emerged victorious. Rat-a-tat-tat. One by one, the onboard Gatling guns of the Quinjets targeted Venom, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Sinister tongues of fire raced toward Venom. Buzz. A massive black umbrella enveloped Venom in an instant, offering complete coverage. However, the Gatling gun mounted on the Quinjet was no ordinary weapon. Its penetrating power far surpassed that of others. Ronnie, we must leave, Venom exclaimed swiftly. Understood. Ronnie relinquished control of his body, and Venom assumed command immediately. With a powerful leap, Venom dashed away with astonishing speed, leaving the pilots no time to react. By the time they regained their senses, Venom had vanished into the distant forest. Chase after him. Boom. The leader barely finished his command before the ground erupted, revealing a terrifying green figure nearly 5 meters tall, emerging from beneath the earth, directly before the fleet of aircraft. Target 2 has appeared. Target 2 has emerged. Abandon Target 1 and engage Target 2. Repeat. The sound of gunfire echoed as a barrage of bullets struck Hulk, with an intellect akin to that of a child. Hulk was oblivious to the weapon's might. The impacts caused him immense pain, though the destructive capacity of these bullets paled in comparison to Venom's lethal strikes. Their sheer volume was overwhelming. Hulk! He roared, lifting a tree as thick as 3 men could embrace and leaping high into the air. Number 3. Evade. Evade. In midair, Hulk swung the colossal tree with great force. Boom. A jet, caught off guard, was struck by the tree and crashed violently to the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding crash. Hulk landed firmly, seizing 2 more trees, one in each hand, glaring furiously at the Quinjet above. I will destroy you. Meanwhile, Venom had retreated to a secluded corner far from the battlefield, coming to a halt. The black, liquid form receded like a tide, revealing Ronnie's figure. Although he had been momentarily incapacitated by Hulk's blows, he had since recovered and appeared as he usually did. However, in contrast to Ronnie's state, Venom was not faring well. The fierce battle had taken a toll on him. While the symbiote was difficult to injure, it did not mean it was invulnerable. The confrontation with Hulk had been brutal, nearly leading to Venom's demise. Ronnie, I need to enter a period of slumber to recuperate. During this time, you may possess my form, but your capabilities will be greatly diminished, and you cannot change shapes. Venom's voice was unusually weak, causing Ronnie's heart to tighten with concern. Are you all right, Venom? Ronnie asked, sitting on the ground with genuine worry. It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a while. I will likely be dormant for a month, so please be cautious. Understood. Venom fell silent, and Ronnie could sense that he had succumbed to slumber. Raising his right hand, a dark, fluid substance surged forth, flowing as naturally as his own arm, easily manipulated with a mere thought. However, he could distinctly sense the waning of this power. The green giant, Ronnie, furrowed his brow. Initially, this creature was within a manageable range. He could not defeat it, but was not in imminent danger of defeat either. Yet as time passed and the creature inexplicably grew in size, the tide of battle turned decisively against him. Once its size increased, its combat prowess escalated exponentially. Was rage the nourishment that fueled its strength? Ronnie contemplated the intricacies of the battle and soon uncovered the secret behind Hulk's growth: rage. Each time Hulk's fury reached a critical threshold, his size would swell, from an initial 3 meters to nearly 5. The multiplication of his combat strength was nothing short of geometric. Truly, it was an absurdly powerful entity. Ronnie shook his head in resignation, pondering whether there were any limits to this creature's augmentation. If it could continuously grow stronger through rage without boundaries, it would indeed be a veritable bug. In theory, an invincible existence. However, Ronnie recalled that being who could erase half of the universe with a snap of his fingers. No matter how potent Hulk became, it seemed unlikely he could achieve such a feat. Was that being a god? The thought of a mere snap eradicating half of the universe's life sent shivers down Ronnie's spine. This transcended mere combat prowess. It belonged to the realm of rule-altering abilities. In his previous life, Ronnie had seen numerous supernatural films and anime, where even the mightiest characters could not replicate such terrifying power. A single snap, and half the universe perished. Was this not the power of a deity? He could not fathom how much longer it would be until that being descended upon them. The plans for the cosmic cube must be expedited. A sense of urgency surged within Ronnie. This world was perilously dangerous. No, I must return home. Chapter 70. It seems Ronnie lowered his hand, the dark fluid retreating back into his being. Although Venom lay dormant, Ronnie had inherited several auxiliary abilities, such as a biological radar. Someone was approaching. Ronnie thought silently, glancing towards the north where 3 figures were drawing near. It was the doctor. The 3 fully armed agents spotted Ronnie from a distance and promptly reported to Hill. Bring the doctor back. Understood. Half a month later, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Following his last return, Ronnie had engaged in a lengthy debate with Hill, ultimately persuading her to abandon her plan to confine him to headquarters. He had dared to argue, knowing that despite her cold demeanor, their relationship was amicable. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a certain dark, egg-shaped head approached. Ronnie felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of the ominous one-eyed figure. Fury asserted that, even within the confines of New York, Ronnie required a personal bodyguard. Should he venture outside, it would necessitate approval from higher authorities. Reluctantly, Ronnie acquiesced, fully aware that this was in his best interest. He would never admit to being intimidated, absolutely not. The Tesseract project had advanced to its critical final stages. The expectations from S.H.I.E.L.D. were not particularly demanding, despite the team led by Ifrit grappling with it for an extended period under Ronnie's stewardship. The team faced minimal challenges. The core issue of the Tesseract project was the creation of a weapon utilizing the Tesseract. Now, Ronnie had made considerable progress, with only the acquisition of materials remaining before he could conduct the final experiments. This material was none other than the vibranium he had previously mentioned. Vibranium was a rare commodity, scarce on a global scale. Wakanda held the largest reserves of vibranium, yet even there, the available quantity was insufficient. Once again, Ronnie encountered Captain America's shield at the agency, and, thanks to the abilities imparted by Venom, he immediately recognized it as being forged from vibranium. He promptly requested this shield from Hill, opting not to approach Fury, for reasons known only to him. Fury did not acquiesce to his request. Moreover, a certain agent named Coulson regarded him with an unexpectedly hostile gaze, leaving Ronnie perplexed. He knew Coulson to be renowned as a quintessential good-natured individual. So why the animosity directed at him? Having failed to procure the vibranium shield, Ronnie was compelled to seek alternative materials, but to no avail. All attempts ended in failure. It became evident that to fabricate the Tesseract weapon, vibranium was indispensable as a medium. No known metal on Earth proved effective. The Tesseract project was stalled at its concluding step, and another of Ronnie's home experiments was similarly hindered at the final hurdle. He had managed to acquire iridium, not through purchase, as the German holder was obstinate and unyielding, dismissing Ronnie's offers with a brusque demeanor, nearly provoking Ronnie to travel to Berlin to confront him. However, Ronnie recalibrated his approach. Under the guise of seeking a medium, he procured a significant amount of iridium from S.H.I.E.L.D., obtaining valuable resources without spending a single penny. How delightful it was to have a sturdy tree to lean upon. Ronnie had successfully constructed the necessary apparatus. The stability of the iridium far exceeded his expectations. It proved remarkably reliable. Regardless of the amount of Tesseract energy applied, it could stably convert it into spatial energy for extraction. Now, Only one final step remained, acquiring the cosmic cube. This matter required careful deliberation, as S.H.I.E.L.D's vigilance over the cosmic cube was alarmingly stringent. Lonnie sensed that even at his peak, a brute force approach would be futile in obtaining the cube. A batch of disposable Tesseract weapons had already been manufactured. While they were indeed one-time use, being struck by one was no trivial affair. Lonnie surmised that in his current state, being struck by a bullet would bring him perilously close to death. Sustaining 2 shots would reduce him to mere ashes. No, not even ashes would remain. At that moment, both projects were at a standstill, and the entire research team found themselves in a state of idleness. The ensuing events required no involvement from Lonnie, the chief scientist. Trivial matters did not warrant his attention. Suddenly, the once bustling life had transformed into one of leisure, until he found himself in Hill's office. What? You want me to go to China? Lonnie gazed at Hill in disbelief. What could this possibly mean? Yes. There has been an issue at the China branch. The cube weapons we sent have caused a disturbance, resulting in a peculiar, yet stable spatial portal. Although nothing has traversed through, we still need you to investigate, Hill stated, handing Lonnie a report. After the completion of the cube weapons, significant branches received allocations, and the China division was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most crucial outposts, naturally qualifying for the cube weapons. Lonnie swiftly perused the document. It pertained to the mainland division, with S.H.I.E.L.D. having branches in both Taiwan and the mainland, an endeavor brewed by the Americans. Upon the arrival of this batch of cube weapons in Beijing, anomalies suddenly arose. The division's scientists hastily sought ways to stabilize the situation, but their efforts inadvertently opened a palm-sized spatial portal. Everything that entered had not returned. Judging by the chilling winds emanating from the portal, it was likely that the opposite side was a highland with frigid temperatures. The China division of S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly assessed the situation and initiated a search, yet the portal remained elusive. It was indeed strange. Lacking the capacity to handle the matter, they had no choice but to request assistance from headquarters. Naturally, such an issue required the expertise of professionals, and Lonnie was undoubtedly the best candidate. The cube weapons have undergone my rigorous inspection. It is implausible for them to malfunction as reported. Either they are misrepresenting the situation, or the magnetic field at their location is highly irregular, Lonnie concluded, closing the report and addressing Hill. I will allocate a cube weapon for you to take along. Hill immediately responded. Very well, Lonnie nodded. Fury has already departed. You will be accompanied by Clint. He will ensure your safety throughout this mission. Clint. Hawkeye Clint. Lonnie looked at Hill, astonished and uncertain. Indeed, Hill nodded affirmatively. With confirmation, Lonnie's surprise deepened. Hawkeye Clint, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's top 3 agents, was assigned to protect him. Soon, he would have encountered all 3 of S.H.I.E.L.D's elite operatives, each of whom had safeguarded him. Such treatment was unparalleled. When do we depart? Lonnie inquired, glancing at the report. Right now? Buzz. A Kuan-style fighter aircraft sliced through the air, soaring into the distance. Chapter 71. Resolving Issues. New York University, College of Arts, Department of Fine Arts. Wanda sat in the classroom, basking in the sunlight, quietly creating a painting. The rays of sun illuminated Wanda, bestowing upon her an air of understated elegance. Wanda, have you signed up? A girl with raven hair dashed into the classroom. Addressing Wanda, it is rare to see a person of European descent with such lustrous black hair. Girls with long, straight black hair are as uncommon in the West as pandas. The only drawback might be that the girl's beauty did not quite match the stunning aesthetics often depicted in anime. Nevertheless, she was certainly a notable campus goddess. No, Wanda replied, pausing her work to shake her head at the newcomer. I don't plan on going abroad this time. The dean of the art school had organized an overseas exchange program. Although New York University is not primarily known for its art curriculum and is far from being a top-tier institution in that field, its global reputation as a prestigious Ivy League university means it can still connect with some renowned schools. For instance, this exchange program involves Tsinghua University's Academy of Fine Arts from a great Eastern nation, China. Why not? You are the top student in our class. How can you not go? It's such a wonderful opportunity. This is Tsinghua Academy, the girl with black hair exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. While Tsinghua Academy may not be the most dominant art school worldwide, It undoubtedly outshines New York University's fine arts program. In terms of specialization, Tsinghua is the finest art academy in China, whereas New York University's fine arts program does not even rank within the top 10 in New York, let alone in comparison to Tsinghua. This exchange is a rare opportunity for fine arts students at New York University, especially considering that professional art schools in America often overlook collaboration with NYU. I'm not particularly eager to go, Wanda stated. In truth, her reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to participate, but rather from the need to apply through S.H.I.E.L.D, which posed a bit of a hassle. She did not want to burden Ronnie. Why not? Such an amazing opportunity. Come on, accompany me. The girl clung to Wanda's arm, playfully coaxing her. A flicker of interest crossed Wanda's face, yet she remained hesitant about whether to apply to S.H.I.E.L.D. in Beijing, China, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Ronnie was flanked by a group of researchers clad in white lab coats, and he himself wore a white lab coat as well. Just slightly behind Ronnie, Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, maintained a stoic demeanor, silently following him. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, missing not a single detail. The significance of S.H.I.E.L.D. to Ronnie was evident, and Clint was acutely aware of this. When it came to the mission of protecting him, Clint would tolerate no negligence. The moment Ronnie laid eyes on Clint, he immediately recognized the agent who had nearly killed him 16 years ago alongside Black Widow Natasha. If Venom were awake at this moment, he would undoubtedly begin to make his usual raucous noises. Having been in slumber for over half a month, Ronnie found himself quite yearning for Venom. The sudden absence of the incessant clamor in his head was, indeed, a rather strange adjustment. That is all the information we have at our disposal, an elderly man remarked to Ronnie. The elder gazed at Ronnie's remarkably youthful visage, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Collectively, these old men were no match for a man in his 20s. It was evident that research relied heavily on innate talent. I have formed some conjectures. Yet it is imperative to conduct a field investigation. Ronnie nodded in agreement. Most of the scientists behind him were of Chinese descent. After all, this was the Chinese branch of S.H.I.E.L.D, and it was unlikely to be comprised solely of Western scientists. We have arrived, the leading elder announced, halting his steps. A battalion of fully armed soldiers was encircling something, guarding it vigilantly. A makeshift fortress had been established in response to the potential leak of cube weaponry, a matter of utmost concern for the S.H.I.E.L.D branch. Director Lee, the soldier in command, saluted respectfully upon noticing the elder beside Ronnie. Ronnie discreetly cast a glance at the elder. How could there be military personnel in S.H.I.E.L.D? The Chinese branch differed significantly from others. The government exerted considerable influence over S.H.I.E.L.D, preventing the existence of a fully independent agency within its borders. To foster the development of the Chinese branch, Fury had made concessions, permitting collaboration with the military. Clint stepped forward and whispered into Ronnie's ear. Ronnie nodded in understanding. The ideological landscape of China starkly contrasted with that of the West, making it exceedingly challenging for an independent agency like S.H.I.E.L.D to establish a foothold in a nation with such concentrated power. Yet, Fury was reluctant to relinquish one of the world's 5 major nations, resorting to compromise to gain entry into China. This is Dr. Scarab from headquarters. Director Lee addressed the military officer in Mandarin. Greetings, Doctor. The officer turned and saluted Ronnie. Although he remained a member of the People's Liberation Army, he was ostensibly affiliated with the Chinese branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. As a senior figure from headquarters, Ronnie had to uphold appearances. Your English is quite commendable, Ronnie remarked with a smile. The officer seemed momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Ronnie had spoken flawless Mandarin, devoid of any foreign accent. To the ear, one would never suspect he was a foreigner, despite his Asian appearance. Your Chinese is also quite impressive, Doctor, Director Lee interjected with a chuckle. Haha, let us proceed to examine the portal, Ronnie suggested. Although he wished to continue speaking in Mandarin, he opted for English, considering Clint might not comprehend. In truth, Ronnie had overestimated Clint not knowing Mandarin. What a jest! As a super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, mastery of multiple languages is merely a fundamental skill. Like Natasha, who is proficient in 8 languages, Clint, while perhaps not quite her equal, is certainly not far behind. Given that Chinese is the second most spoken language in the world, it is implausible that Clint would lack proficiency in it. Under the officer's command, Ronnie and his companions swiftly arrived at the spatial portal. The large circular opening floated silently in the air, emanating a captivating azure radiance. We conducted a test by throwing a locator into it, only to lose signal thereafter. This device should be able to pinpoint its location as long as it remains on Earth. However, we were met with nothing. Director Lee remarked from the side. Ronnie, silent, gazed up at the breathtaking portal. Simply bring the instrument over. Resolving this is straightforward, he instructed his companion after observing the portal for a while. Director Lee and the others rejoiced, hastily directing their assistants to comply. Chapter 72. A chance encounter. Ronnie was particularly eager to address this spatial portal to prevent the headquarters from amassing excessive information regarding this matter. It was a coincidence, yet it could also corroborate another function of the Tesseract, spatial transportation. Following this incident, the headquarters likely possesses relevant data backups. If Ronnie's conjecture holds true, the next phase of the Tesseract project will focus on developing spatial capabilities. Nevertheless, Ronnie's instrument was complete. The next step involved continual refinement and acquisition of the Tesseract. At present, the Bureau has discerned that the impact of this function of the Tesseract is not substantial. However, the opportunity to obtain the Tesseract has diminished. What Ronnie requires now is patience, waiting for a chance to seize the Tesseract. As it turns out, a genius is indeed a genius. Ronnie possesses a profound understanding of the energy structure of the Tesseract and is well acquainted with spatial energy. After all, he had constructed a device capable of opening a portal. Within half an hour, under Ronnie's adept manipulation, the modest spatial portal issue was resolved. He then checked the Tesseract weapon, finding no anomalies. The magnetic field exhibited no strange phenomena either. The explosion of the Tesseract weapon, which led to the emergence of the spatial portal, appeared to be merely an unfortunate accident. Declining Director Lee's offer to treat them, Ronnie took Clint on a stroll through Beijing, his hometown, after more than 20 years. Clint, perhaps you should stop following me? I would like to explore on my own, Ronnie suggested to Clint, who trailed behind. Having someone shadow him made Ronnie feel somewhat uneasy. No, I must ensure your safety, Clint replied, shaking his head. Ronnie yearned to retort, questioning how Clint could protect him when he could barely hold his own against him. But the words stuck in his throat, leaving him to suffer in silence. Then keep your distance, he finally said. Clint paused momentarily, then took a step back, silently observing as the space between them shifted from half a step to a full step and a half. All right, I shall follow you from a distance. Clint felt a sense of helplessness under Ronnie's gaze. Although he was not intimidated by Ronnie's stare, being scrutinized by someone with such a melancholic gaze was wearing. Even for someone with the psychological resilience of a top-tier agent. This was mainland China. For reasons unknown, HYDRA rarely conducted missions here, making Ronnie theoretically safer than in New York. And who was he? Hawkeye. His true strength lay in his archery skills. As long as Ronnie remained within 100 meters of him, Clint was confident in ensuring his safety, provided there were no tactics involving overwhelming numbers. Satisfied, Ronnie averted his gaze and turned to leave. Clint shook his head in resignation, donned his hood, glanced around, and vanished into the crowd. Free from Clint's shadow, Ronnie felt a sense of lightness. Though he could sense a pair of eyes still fixated on him, this world felt unchanged. As Ronnie meandered about, taking in the sights, he couldn't help but exclaim how familiar it all was. Familiar yet strange. Holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, he strolled leisurely without a destination, wandering aimlessly, moving wherever his feet took him in serene randomness. Not far from where Ronnie was wandering, a group of university students, clearly of European and American descent, gathered. Hey, that person looks familiar, a dark-haired girl remarked, linking arms with Wanda and pointing towards Ronnie in the distance. Wanda glanced over, startled. Is that the doctor? She wondered, uncertain as she observed Ronnie. Oh, it seems to be Senior Scarab, the one who came looking for you last time. Wanda? The dark-haired girl exclaimed, recognizing Ronnie with excitement. Without further ado, she tugged Wanda towards his direction. Hey, Ellie, what are you doing? Wanda protested, caught off guard as Ellie pulled her along. On the other side of the street, Ronnie was engrossed in devouring a meat sandwich. Authentic Chinese meat sandwiches were a rarity in America, after days of burgers and steaks. Ronnie was nearly at his wits' end. Senior Scarab, Ronnie exclaimed, his mouth full of meat sandwich, cheeks puffed out as he looked up. "Wanda?" he said, astonished to see her being led his way. "What a surprise to encounter you here. Senior Scarab, hello? What a coincidence. Are you visiting Beijing as well?" Ellie chirped excitedly to Ronnie. "And you are?" Ronnie asked, scrutinizing the strikingly rare, long-haired girl of European descent with curiosity. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Hello, Senior. My name is Ellie, and I am a good friend of Wanda's. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ellie confidently introduced herself, extending her right hand towards Ronnie. "Hello," Ronnie replied, shaking hands lightly with Ellie, their grasp brief yet cordial. "How did you come to Beijing? I thought there were no holidays at this time," Lonnie inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wanda. "We're here for an exchange with Tsinghua University Academy of Arts," Wanda explained. "Ah, I see," Lonnie nodded in understanding. He recalled his own experience as a representative of New York University during a similar exchange, which had been with MIT. During that occasion, he engaged in academic discussions with students from MIT, which turned into a notable moment for him. Initially intended as a scholarly dialogue among college students, Lonnie's exceptional prowess left all the MIT students at a loss for words, eventually leading to a new round of discussion with the professors from MIT. Following that event, Lonnie's reputation resounded throughout New York University. "Have you completed your exchange?" Lonnie asked. "Not yet. We just arrived today and are taking a day to rest." The dean mentioned that this exchange involves both learning and tourism. Ellie interjected with a smile. Lonnie nodded, fully aware of the caliber of his alma mater. Though he had never attended Tsinghua Academy, he was certain that its standards far surpassed those of New York University's art department. In truth, while it was framed as mutual exchange and learning, the emphasis was predominantly on learning. With the art students from New York University set to absorb knowledge from their counterparts at Tsinghua, Lonnie mused that if not for New York University's prestigious reputation, Tsinghua would likely not have bothered with this exchange, such a waste of time. However, extending a favor to New York University might facilitate future collaborations across other disciplines, which would be difficult for New York University to decline. The concept of reciprocity is deeply ingrained in Chinese culture, permeating various aspects of life. "Senior, why are you in Beijing? Work?" Ellie asked, following her inquiry to Lonnie. "Yes, I have some matters to attend to here in Beijing," Lonnie replied with a smile. "That's impressive." Ellie gazed at Lonnie with admiration. Wanda shot a bemused glance at her friend. Ever since Ellie had seen Lonnie visit their class, she had idolized him. Though Lonnie was not conventionally handsome, he certainly surpassed the average. He was a rising star in the scientific community, and despite not having made headlines in over a year, his remarkable achievement of holding 3 doctoral degrees in astrophysics remained an indelible part of New York University's history. Ellie was captivated by Lonnie after their initial encounter, which left Wanda somewhat exasperated. "Where are you two planning to go?" Lonnie asked Ellie, his gaze subtly drifting towards Wanda. "We're planning to visit the Summer Palace," Ellie replied. Ellie pointed towards a crowd not far away. Upon closer inspection, Ronnie realized there were indeed quite a number of people. The Summer Palace. He had nearly grown weary of it during his childhood visits. His school organized trips there year after year. His parents took him frequently, and his close friends often dragged him along. Ultimately, the relentless excursions left him feeling rather dazed. However, after more than 20 years without a visit, he surprisingly found himself yearning to see it once more. Time truly possesses a magical quality. "Doctor, would you care to join?" Wanda inquired, gazing at Ronnie. Embarrassingly, he acquiesced. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of Wanda eased his spirits. What a curious phenomenon. Thus, Ronnie found himself part of a large group of exchange students from New York University. The way the boys and girls cheerfully referred to him as senior was quite gratifying. As one of the most accomplished graduates of NYU in recent years, he may not have been the wealthiest, but he certainly was among the most renowned. In a culture that venerates heroes, particularly within the academically rigorous environment of NYU, Ronnie, the prodigious scholar, enjoyed considerable popularity. A lively entourage of 20 or so foreign students made their way towards the Summer Palace, drawing attention wherever they went. Typically, such a large group of foreigners would be part of a tour, yet these individuals were stylishly dressed and unmistakably university students, lacking any tour guide. Thus, clearly not a tourist group. Ronnie felt a sense of admiration. These American students were quite bold. None of them spoke Chinese, yet they dared to journey from the university town to the Summer Palace. One couldn't help but admire their audacity. Fortunately, they had Ronnie, a faux American, to assist them. Although, to be fair, Ronnie's appearance was undeniably Asian. He was an American of Chinese descent, guided by the deep-seated memories imprinted in his mind. The group swiftly procured their tickets to the Summer Palace. Ronnie was laden with dollars, devoid of any yuan. Nevertheless, the students had some on hand, successfully purchasing their tickets. However, Clint, trailing behind Ronnie, felt utterly despondent. While Ronnie had assistance in using yuan to buy tickets, Clint was left with only a single $100 bill. What on earth? This is dollars, he thought. Clint surmised that the ticket booth at the Summer Palace likely did not accept dollars. Removing his hood and rubbing his stiff cheeks, he mustered what he believed to be a friendly smile and stopped a passing girl. "Excuse me, miss," he began. The girl halted, sizing him up with a scrutinizing gaze. Clint's extensive experience as an agent informed him that her expression conveyed disdain. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked, bewildered. "You're the one who is a miss. Your whole family is a miss." With that cutting remark, the girl turned and walked away. Clint stood there, utterly perplexed, watching her retreating figure. "What have I done? Excuse me? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" A bewildered Clint took quite some time to regain his composure. Observing the already vanished Ronnie, Clint hastily intercepted a seemingly amiable middle-aged man. "Hello, sir," he greeted fluently in Chinese. The man, upon seeing this foreign friend, was not incensed by the interruption. "How may I assist you?" he inquired in a calm tone. "Well, it appears I forgot to exchange for renminbi and wish to enter the Summer Palace. Would you be so kind as to exchange with me?" Clint presented the only 100 yuan note he had on him to the middle-aged man. The man scrutinized Clint with suspicion. Earlier that morning, he had come across an article on social media detailing how foreigners feigned forgetfulness regarding currency exchange, using counterfeit dollars to swindle money from Chinese citizens, thereby laundering illicit funds. This man before him, could he possibly be one of those criminals? The middle-aged man assessed Clint, clad in a tank top and tight-fitting pants, with a peculiar long box in tow. Handsome, albeit older, he exuded a certain charm, an archetypal Western good-looking man. However, the more the man scrutinized, the more he perceived Clint as suspicious. "I'm afraid I don't have sufficient cash," the middle-aged man stated, attempting to probe further. "That's all right. As long as I can purchase a ticket," Clint quickly replied. He cared little for the money. His immediate priority was to pursue Ronnie. It was his duty to protect him. As he watched Ronnie gradually disappear into the throng, Clint's anxiety heightened. What if something were to happen? Natasha would undoubtedly mock him for ages. You could exchange this $100 for 7 or 800 yuan. The middle-aged man became increasingly convinced that Clint was indeed a criminal, eager to exchange for renminbi, regardless of the amount. He fit the profile outlined in that morning's social media news perfectly. There was no denying it. The truth was singular. As a proud graduate of 9 years of compulsory education and an exemplary successor of socialism in the 21st century, the middle-aged man felt a moral obligation to bring this criminal to justice. First, he needed to keep this suspect under control and then find an opportunity to call the police. "All right, I will exchange with you. My car is just over there. Let me fetch the cash," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Great." Although Clint could see through the man's feigned smile, he gave it little thought. "Wait here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." Without waiting for Clint's response, the middle-aged man jogged away briskly. Clint gazed in bewilderment at the hasty retreat of the middle-aged man, sensing something amiss. 5 minutes later, he found himself surrounded by a group of individuals, his lips twitching in disbelief. He was not blind. He recognized them as Chinese police officers. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired. "Sir, we currently suspect your involvement in a money laundering case. Please accompany us." A police officer stepped forward to address Clint. Chapter 74. A visit to the Summer Palace. The Summer Palace held little allure for Ronnie. Driven by a sense of nostalgia, he followed Wanda and a throng of others into the site, only to soon regret his decision. The moment he stepped into the Summer Palace, vivid memories surged forth from the depths of his mind, recalling numerous visits to the site that had overwhelmed him. After meandering with the group for a while, he found himself disinterested in exploring further. Initially, he felt a fleeting sense of reminiscence, but as time wore on, only silence remained. To make matters worse, this group consisted of art students. The Summer Palace is one of the most exquisite man-made landscapes in all of China, its artistic structures and craftsmanship revered by connoisseurs. However, for someone like Ronnie, a mere outsider, the enchantment faded after the first glimpse, the wonder diminished with each subsequent visit. After having seen it dozens of times in his previous life, he was now too weary to appreciate its beauty. He found himself drawn instead to the allure of beautiful women. He spent the morning meandering alongside these art students. At each location, they exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive! Absolutely perfect." Ronnie's ears nearly developed calluses from their incessant praise. However, one solace for him was that Ellie and Wanda, two stunning women, remained by his side. The presence of beauty certainly lightened his mood. Wanda was quiet, but at each stop, she would swiftly sketch with her pad before capturing photographs with her camera. She said little, content to observe and create in silence. Ronnie yearned to converse with her, yet Ellie, who incessantly chatted, monopolized his attention, leaving no opportunity for him to engage with Wanda. Ellie's chatter was relentless, akin to a machine gun, as she continued to engage him with idle banter, leaving Ronnie somewhat bewildered. Yet, having a beautiful woman whispering beside him was a tolerable distraction. It would be unjust to label Ronnie as superficial. After having lived 2 lives and spent over 40 years without a girlfriend, one might find themselves in a similar predicament. It was a stroke of luck that Ronnie, despite his long-standing singleness, had not overlooked the allure of the opposite sex. After a simple lunch, the group spirited Ronnie, who remained oblivious to their enthusiasm, away from the summer palace and towards an amusement park. Indeed, an amusement park awaited them. I must say, the youth in Europe and America truly know how to revel in life. In the morning, they immerse themselves in the study of their predecessors' masterpieces, and by afternoon, they are out enjoying themselves, laughing joyously. Ronnie did not decline the invitation. To be honest, since the beginning of his recollections, he seems to have no memories of amusement parks. Goodness, what has he done with his youth? Ronnie finds himself questioning the purpose of his life at a certain amusement park in Beijing. I have never been to Beijing. Who knows what amusement parks it harbors? After purchasing a ticket and entering, Ronnie felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness, unable to pinpoint what he had overlooked. Outside the amusement park, Clint, donned in a hood, watched Ronnie's silhouette as he ventured into the entrance, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, the empty milk tea cup in his hand was crumpled into a most peculiar shape. He rummaged through his pocket for the last bill he had, uncertain if it would suffice for entry. Once inside the amusement park, they divided into groups of 3 to explore independently, with a rendezvous at the entrance at 6 o'clock. Naturally, Ronnie partnered with Wanda and Ellie. "Senior, how about we ride that one?" Ellie tugged at Ronnie's sleeve, pointing towards the roller coaster, where shrill screams echoed in the air, her face alight with anticipation. "No, I want to go," Ronnie replied, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. "Are you afraid of heights?" Ellie inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I just don't want to ride it," Ronnie stated. He was neither afraid of heights nor of roller coasters. He simply lacked the desire to engage in such activities. "All right, Wanda, what about you?" Ellie turned her gaze to Wanda. "I'm a bit scared." "I think I'll pass," Wanda replied with a shake of her head. "Well then, I'll go alone. You two wait for me here." Ellie appeared eager to ride, and since both of them were unwilling, she did not press the issue. "Okay, by the way, you should rent a bike so that the senior can ride while we're gone. This amusement park seems rather large," Ellie suggested, pointing at the 4-seater bicycles passing by. Ronnie gazed at the bicycles, somewhat speechless. These are meant for 2 riders. One person would be utterly exhausted. "Then go with Wanda." Ellie waved her hand dismissively. "I'm off, senior. Don't forget to rent a bike, Wanda." With that, Ellie turned and jogged away to queue for the roller coaster. "What are they thinking? So many people are willing to ride that," Ronnie remarked, observing the long line for the roller coaster. "Exciting, isn't it?" Wanda chuckled in response. "Difficult to comprehend." Ronnie shook his head. "Let us go find a place to rent a bike." "All right," Wanda nodded, shouldering her sketchpad as she walked alongside Ronnie in search of the rental station. They spent a good sum renting for an hour. The prices at the amusement park were exorbitant. Ronnie silently lamented as he took his seat on the right, casting a glance at Wanda, who quietly settled into the back, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This journey is meant to be undertaken alone. Yet, deep down, I secretly yearn for Wanda to join me, to ride alongside a beautiful companion, enhancing the charm of the experience. I shook my head and pedaled towards the direction of the roller coaster. 5 minutes later, exhausted, Ronnie leaned over the handlebars, pedaling while lamenting his fatigue, occasionally glancing back at Wanda. His intent was unmistakable. "Come ride with me." Wanda smiled helplessly and set aside her sketchpad. "I will ride with you." Ronnie perked up, promptly applying the brakes with remarkable agility. Wanda dismounted from the rear seat and took her place beside Ronnie on the left. Turning to face him, she said, "Let us go." Energized, Ronnie pedaled forward vigorously. Along the way, he engaged Wanda in light-hearted banter, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Passers-by observing this scene might easily assume the two were a couple. Alas, it was merely an illusion. Clint had somehow ascended to a grassy knoll within the amusement park, clutching a hamburger, nibbling while observing Ronnie through binoculars. This vantage point offered a panoramic view of the entire park, making it ideal for his protective watch over Ronnie. The only drawback was the slight glare of the sun. The Dr. S record indicated a lack of romantic relationships. Could it be that this Maximoff has caught the Dr. S eye? Clint mused curiously. It wasn't he entirely out of the realm of possibility. Firstly, Wanda was undeniably beautiful and possessed a delightful personality, making her a suitable candidate for a girlfriend. Secondly, Ronnie seemed to get along well with her. It was rare to see him engage so actively in conversation with a woman. Lastly, Ronnie's psychologist had stated explicitly that Ronnie's mental health was lacking, which could be interpreted as a need for female companionship. Thus, it seemed plausible. Chapter 75, alas. This bicycle is rather slow. In comparison to a mountain bike, its pace is akin to that of a tortoise. However, Ronnie relished this leisurely speed. You're all so slow. I've been waiting forever, Ellie pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. This bike is simply too slow. Ronnie chuckled awkwardly, a hint of guilt surfacing, for he had intentionally reduced his speed. Ellie glanced at Ronnie, then at the silently smiling Wanda, and muttered before taking a seat in the rear. As compensation for making you wait 10 minutes, you'll be my driver for free. Let us go, driver. Ronnie and Wanda exchanged a knowing glance and smiled as they began to pedal slowly forward. With Ellie's presence, Ronnie found no opportunity to speak. Toot toot. One person monopolizing the conversation for three. Senior, where are you currently employed? I asked Professor X, but he didn't know. Ellie suddenly shifted the topic to Ronnie. Wanda cast a quick glance at Ronnie, fully aware of his professional endeavors. Working at the United Nations entails a high level of confidentiality, and it is perfectly normal for the professor to be unaware, Ronnie remarked with a smile. Such explanations had been rehearsed countless times within S.H.I.E.L.D. The pinnacle of deception lies in convincing oneself of the falsehoods. Although Ronnie could not attain this lofty level, he could effortlessly present the preordained narrative to the outside world without a quiver of his heart or a flush of his face. Impressive indeed. The United Nations. Ellie harbored no suspicions. The headquarters of the United Nations is situated in New York, and Ronnie had no reason to deceive her. By the way, Senior, how did you come to know Wanda? Ellie inquired once more. I believe I mentioned we met by chance, Wanda interjected. I asked for details, yet you remained silent. I can only turn to the Senior, Ellie pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Ronnie cast a pleading glance towards Wanda. He had a well-prepared explanation, but her sudden remark about a chance encounter left him at a loss for words. Why not just ask me? Why turn to the Senior? Wanda replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice, casting an apologetic look towards Ronnie. Is that an ice skating rink over there? Ronnie interrupted Ellie, who seemed poised to speak further, pointing to a large sign in the distance. Wow, it truly is an ice skating rink. I can't believe they have this here. Let us go, Ellie exclaimed, her attention completely captivated, disregarding the earlier inquiry, urging the two to hurry along. Ronnie and Wanda breathed a sigh of relief as they observed Wanda paying. Ronnie felt a pang of nostalgia for the convenience of making payments with a simple scan of a QR code in his previous life. This is outrageous. We actually have to pay $20 for one person. Ellie stormed over, clutching 3 tickets in her hand. Quite normal. Chinese amusement parks operate in this manner, Ronnie chuckled. Having spent many years in his homeland's amusement parks, the familiarity of the ticket prices was as disheartening as ever. Let us go, Wanda urged, pulling the still grumbling Ellie towards the entrance. Ronnie followed suit. Once they presented their tickets, a refreshing chill enveloped them. They were greeted by a sight of military coats scattered across the floor. Put one on, or you'll freeze to death, Ronnie advised, donning a coat himself. Wanda and Ellie, upon hearing this, also picked up their coats. This smells awful, Ellie complained, holding up one of the coats. Can't you find a different one? Wanda remarked, picking up another coat and sniffing it. This one is odorless. Here, take it. Ellie accepted it with a look of distaste and slipped it on. Let us move, Ronnie declared, leading the way forward. Wanda and Ellie linked arms, trailing behind him. The sight of them wearing military coats and holding hands was rather peculiar. Wow, how beautiful. Upon entering the amusement park, The trio was immediately dazzled by the sapphire blue ice blocks and ice sculptures. The area was bustling with visitors, all clad in military coats, capturing photographs everywhere. On this sweltering summer day, it is rather amusing to witness the steam escaping from people's mouths. Ellie and Wanda, captivated by the exquisite ice sculptures and beautiful ice blocks, scampered ahead, taking photographs and surveying their surroundings. Ronnie trailed behind them, seemingly idle. The breathtaking scenery paled in comparison to the allure of the young women. Though he appeared to admire the ice sculptures, his gaze was persistently drawn to Wanda. This fellow harbored intentions towards her, unbeknownst to Wanda, who was blissfully engaged in capturing memories with Ellie. "Wanda, look! An ice slide!" Ellie exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the slide crafted from ice blocks. Wanda's face lit up with intrigue as she observed people sliding down on plastic boards, which seemed immensely entertaining. "I'll go get a board. Senior, would you like to join?" Ellie recalled the ever-elusive Ronnie and turned to him. "Whatever," he replied nonchalantly. "All right." With enthusiasm, Ellie dashed off and soon returned, clutching 3 boards. She handed one to each of them and swiftly turned to run away. "Wait for me," Wanda called out, hurrying after her. "Be careful, 2 at a time," a staff member, bundled up warmly, remarked lazily while seated on a small stool. Ellie, brimming with excitement, stood in line, occasionally glancing ahead. Ronnie and Wanda waited at the back of the queue. Upon hearing the staff's instructions, Ronnie felt a spark of excitement. "I'm going ahead," he said as he reached Ellie, turning back to the 2 of them before sitting on the board. Whoosh. "Oh." Ellie's jubilant voice faded into the distance, causing Wanda to chuckle and shake her head. "Doctor, it seems we must join in as well." "All right," Ronnie replied, a smile breaking across his face. "Good person. May you live long." Before long, it was Ronnie and Wanda's turn. "Be careful, 2 at a time," the staff reminded them, casting a glance at Wanda. "This foreign girl is quite pretty." Ronnie shot him a glare as he sat on the board beside Wanda. "Be careful," he advised her. "MHM," Wanda replied, her expression slightly anxious as she gazed at the steep slope below. The staff member, displeased by Ronnie's glare, applied a little extra force while pushing the board from behind. Whoosh. "Ah." Wanda's eyes widened as they sped down the nearly 50-degree slope, eliciting a scream from her. Instinctively, she clung to Ronnie. He opened his eyes wide, feeling her arms wrap around his waist. Oh no, this is the sensation of a racing heart. Chapter 77. New plan for weapons. Ronnie exhaled softly, relieved that it seemed the headquarters had yet to decipher the true nature of the Tesseract's capabilities. The longer he could delay, the better. Regarding weaponry, Ronnie had formed a few conjectures. It appeared that vibranium was in place. "Hurry back," he urged. With that, Hill ended the call. Ronnie slowly set down his phone. It was time to put his thoughts into action. This was an extraordinary opportunity that could not be squandered. The Tesseract was an elusive prize, and after much contemplation, Ronnie had finalized a plan with a significant likelihood of success. By harnessing immense Tesseract energy, he aimed to substitute the Tesseract itself. His research on energy containment had not waned. The current maximum capacity was astonishing. Should this plan come to fruition, Ronnie would avoid the perilous risks associated with pursuing the Tesseract directly. The S.H.I.E.L.D. organization was formidable. Individual strength paled in comparison to such a colossal entity. Even someone as extraordinary as Ronnie found it nearly impossible to contend against the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. Observing the 2 individuals still taking photographs, Ronnie tucked away his phone and approached them. Naturally, he and Clint would not be returning on a commercial flight. It was far too slow, their identities were unsuitable for such travel, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was affluent enough to afford private jets. Awaiting Ronnie and Clint was a Quinjet. S.H.I.E.L.D. was pressed for time. Helicopters were too sluggish, and the Quinjet would considerably reduce travel time from China to the United States. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, in the Triskelion Building's top conference room, leaders from various departments, both directors and all scientists involved in the Tesseract project gathered in the expansive room. Fury occupied the foremost seat, with Hill to his left, and opposite Hill sat Ronnie. Despite his youth, Ronnie had risen to the position of Tesseract project leader, indicating a promising future within S.H.I.E.L.D. His seating arrangement reflected his newfound importance, Though it did not imply he had ascended to the organization's third-in-command status, he was far from that rank. This meeting primarily aimed to communicate the subsequent plans for the Tesseract project. Fury clasped his hands atop the conference table and spoke in a calm tone. The room fell silent, with all eyes fixed on him. "Hill, you will continue to oversee the Tesseract project," Fury stated, to which Hill nodded in acknowledgement. "Doctor, Vibranium is ready. When can we commence mass production of Tesseract weaponry?" Fury turned to Ronnie for an answer. "We can start at any time," Ronnie replied. "However, I require knowledge of the forthcoming plans and the precise amount of vibranium to determine the allocation and study. I shall provide you with the specific quantity of vibranium after the meeting concludes. As for the next steps," Fury glanced around at the others. "Research and development of large-scale strategic weaponry is provisionally designated as the Rubik's tank and the Rubik's armored vehicle." The project's scientists inwardly lamented their plight. Having just grasped the intricacies of the Rubik's weapons developed by Lonnie, they were still reeling from the effort, and now they were to embark on the development of large weapons. This truly felt like an imposition. "Director, if I may speak candidly, could it be premature to develop large weapons? Having just completed the research on the Rubik's weaponry, to initiate the study of large equipment seems excessively hasty." Lonnie furrowed his brow, deeply influenced by the Chinese ethos of steady progress and meticulous craftsmanship. No matter how urgent his research, he would never hasten the process with reckless leaps. The Rubik's rifle had only just been developed, and it had yet to enter full-scale production. Yet Fury was now demanding the development of large equipment. This was a considerable leap. "I am solely concerned with whether you can accomplish it." Fury did not respond to Lonnie's inquiry, but rather gazed intently into Lonnie's eyes, countering with a question of his own. Lonnie, his brow deeply furrowed, pondered for quite some time before finally replying, "Yes." "Then there is no issue." Fury nodded. "Everyone prepare yourselves. Once the Rubik's weapons are ready for mass production, we shall commence the development of large weapons." Lonnie shook his head in resignation, acknowledging Fury's authority, despite the frustration. "Damn one-eyed bald head. I have another question." Lonnie spoke again, drawing the attention of all present, though he remained focused on Fury. "I request permission to utilize vibranium. I may require it for experiments at home. And I wish to obtain the qualification to access vibranium," Lonnie stated. Vibranium is a remarkable substance, immensely beneficial for a superphysicist like Lonnie. As a solitary figure, acquiring even a gram on his own would be a lifetime endeavor. However, S.H.I.E.L.D is different. Its vast resources allow for procurement, even amidst the world's scarcity of vibranium. This is the advantage of being backed by a large organization. Lonnie planned to discreetly acquire some vibranium for personal use during his experiments. In the underground research facility, such an act was nearly impossible. Every corner was monitored with high-definition surveillance, even the restrooms. The thought of stealing vibranium was unthinkable. Yet, if he could bring it home, there would be no such concerns. Fury, upon hearing Lonnie's request, did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. Observing this demeanor, Lonnie pondered whether there was hope. He refrained from pressuring Fury, allowing him the space to contemplate. After an indeterminate period, Fury raised his head. "I can grant you the qualification to use vibranium." Before Lonnie could revel in his joy, he heard the latter part of Fury's statement. "However, regarding the utilization of vibranium, its applications, and the quantities employed, I require a detailed report." Ronnie's expression subtly stiffened. He was indeed overly naive. Fury, the king of spies, was not so easily deceived. Chapter 78. The first attempt after the conclusion of the meeting. The scientists involved in the Tesseract project returned to the underground laboratory to continue their research. Ronnie, on the other hand, accompanied Fury to the storage facility of vibranium to ascertain the precise quantity available. Unsurprisingly, even S.H.I.E.L.D had managed to procure only a meager amount of vibranium. This was not merely a matter of finances. Without the substance itself, no amount of money would suffice. Fury advised Ronnie to conserve their limited resources, as the vibranium currently obtainable globally was scant. Nevertheless, Ronnie speculated that Wakanda likely possessed a significant reserve of vibranium. Such a precious resource would not easily be divulged to the outside world, even in small quantities. If Ronnie could deduce this, so could Fury. However, the enigmatic nature of Wakanda posed a challenge. With its ancient heritage, Wakanda, though a member of the United Nations, had never disclosed its precise location. It was known to be somewhere in Africa, yet no outsider had ever reached its shores. S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously made extensive efforts to locate it, but to no avail. With such a limited supply of vibranium, Lonnie needed to meticulously strategize its application. In truth, constructing Tesseract weaponry did not necessitate that the entire firearm be forged from vibranium. Instead, only the components responsible for energy storage and transfer required the infusion of vibranium to ensure stable operation. Otherwise, how many weapons could be fashioned from an entirely vibranium construct? Although the supply was scant, if managed with precision down to the milligram, it could still yield a considerable number of Tesseract weapons. What truly vexed Lonnie were the larger weapon systems. Research was not the challenge. At the current pace, completion was merely months away. However, the quantity of vibranium required at that juncture would undoubtedly be substantial. Lonnie even harbored doubts about whether this limited supply could suffice to fabricate a Tesseract tank. Upon returning from the vibranium storage to the underground laboratory, Lonnie chose to set aside these concerns. Such matters could be left for Fury to grapple with. He need only focus on his research. However, an urgent task awaited him. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lonnie stood quietly, his hands tucked within the ample sleeves of his lab coat, observing the machine extracting Tesseract energy into a container the size of a shuttlecock. Beside it stood 4 identical containers, each filled with a deep azure energy substance that flowed smoothly within, mesmerizingly beautiful and dazzling. "Doctor, what do you intend to do with so much energy?" Lonnie's assistant inquired, blinking in curiosity as he approached. "I plan to conduct preliminary research on the cannon of the Tesseract tank," Lonnie replied. "A considerable amount of cube energy is required." Lonnie gazed intently at the apparatus extracting the energy. Although this container appeared small, it actually held a substantial quantity of cube energy. Utilizing spatial folding technology, Lonnie had expanded the energy storage capacity significantly. The 5 small vials of cube energy could produce hundreds of disposable cube weapons. One can only imagine the vastness of the energy contained within. With a soft beep, Lonnie approached the apparatus and switched it off, halting the extraction of cube energy. After securing the 5 containers, he exchanged a brief farewell with his assistant. "Goodbye, Doctor." In Lonnie's abode, within the laboratory, he brought forth an array of instruments he had previously prepared, reassembling them. The apparatus was large and conspicuous, leaving no room for concealment. Within the confines of the laboratory, it was impossible to overlook. While those unfamiliar with the devices might remain oblivious, other scientists involved in various projects occasionally visited Lonnie's home, inevitably leading to tours of the laboratory. Such scrutiny could not escape the notice of these eminent scientists. As for the notion of establishing a hidden chamber, it was merely a fleeting thought. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. had not installed surveillance equipment in this laboratory, it did not imply they would refrain from conducting inspections. Whenever Lonnie took a break, personnel would come by to tidy up and check. Who could guarantee that a concealed chamber would go unnoticed by the astute agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? To err on the side of caution, Lonnie disassembled the components of the instruments and reconfigured them with various other parts to create an ostensibly normal research device. It appeared entirely ordinary, yet it harbored secrets within. After fine-tuning the machine and ensuring its functionality, Lonnie finally activated the switch connecting to the cube energy. He placed the 5 containers into the apparatus, opened his computer, and swiftly danced his fingers across the keyboard, manipulating the device that embodied his hopes of returning home. The precision circular instrument began its operation, drawing forth the cube energy from the 5 containers. The azure light flowed like a stream within the ring, swirling ceaselessly towards the central circular aperture. Lonnie paused his typing, gazing eagerly at the apparatus. The fate of his endeavor hinged on this moment. The azure glow flickered incessantly, and the machine trembled slightly. Everything transpired rapidly. Less than 3 seconds had elapsed since the initiation of the device. The azure cube energy finally reached the circular aperture. A resonant hum erupted as the energy collided, and a brilliant azure light illuminated the circular opening, with the cube energy pouring in, merging and expanding into a solid mass. Lonnie watched this spectacle with bated breath, his entire focus fixated on the circular aperture of the apparatus. Unbeknownst to him, the cube energy within the 5 containers had already been nearly depleted. The flowing azure energy diminished, and the glowing ring gradually extinguished, fading into oblivion. Boom! A brilliant radiance suddenly erupted as a column of azure light, as thick as an arm, burst forth from the circular aperture, disturbing the air and creating ripples. 3 meters away from the apparatus, an incessant flow of deep blue light surged in, and a nebulous blue entity abruptly materialized from the void. Fortunately, Long and I had prepared in advance, removing all items to clear a spacious area. Otherwise, it might have disrupted the flow of energy, leaving him with no place to lament. At the very moment the energy from the cube gushed forth from the circular opening, in a distant land in the east, specifically in a place called Kamatag in Kathmandu, a gentle-faced, bald woman with eyes imbued with wisdom gazed in Long's direction. The energy of the infinite gems resonated across the 9 divine domains. In the first divine domain, the Asgardian palace, an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in golden battle attire and wielding a peculiar spear, suddenly opened his closed eyes. The vast cosmic sea shimmered within his gaze, profound and boundless, seemingly encompassing the entirety of the universe. Shifting his gaze, he focused on a particular direction, as if peering through countless spaces to behold Long and I on Earth. "The prodigious Midgardian has once again astonished me," he murmured softly, his voice akin to the whisper of the cosmos, resonating throughout the empty hall, lingering in the air long after. Chapter 79. The Awakening of Venom. Unbeknownst to Long and I, 2 prominent figures of immense stature had taken notice of him. At that moment, he remained anxiously fixated on the operation of the apparatus. The blue mist gradually expanded, reaching a height and width of 2 meters before halting its growth. Subsequently, the mist began to dissipate, revealing beneath it a portal adorned with ethereal blue ripples. Long's spirits soared as he gazed in astonishment at this portal, which bore a striking resemblance to the spatial teleportation gateway he had encountered at the Chinese branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. Success. This apparatus is indeed functional. Yet, at that instant, a resonant hum signified the final vestiges of cube energy had been depleted, and the azure column waned in strength, causing the recently materialized mist portal to vanish abruptly. Long and I stood momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure, glancing at the now vacant container with a wry smile. "It seems I miscalculated once more. I had thought it sufficient, yet it still fell short. Nevertheless, this is no cause for despair. At least it confirms the viability of this apparatus." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, having just appropriated such a substantial amount of cube energy. It would be imprudent to attempt to gather more in the immediate future. Long and I murmured softly to himself. He had contemplated the reckless notion of seizing a large quantity of cube energy without hesitation, but he knew that doing so would inevitably lead to inquiries from Hill Midway. Ever since the incident with Ifrit, Hill had mandated that no significant amounts of cube energy be taken outside, not even within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Today has seen ample progress. It is unwise to continue in such a short time frame. This day may be deemed as the exploration of the Rubik's Cube tank. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable to exhaust such a significant amount of Rubik's Cube energy within these few days. A pause is required for several days. This predicament is entirely due to Ifrit's influence. Nevertheless, from this initial endeavor, Ronnie has gleaned some vital information. For instance, a minimum of 7 containers is essential to fully activate this spatial portal. To err on the side of caution, Ronnie has resolved to prepare 10 containers, just in case. Fortunately, these containers designed by Ronnie can store Rubik's Cube energy for an extended duration, certainly for several years without issue, allowing ample time for gradual accumulation. As for that certain snap, it appears we are still a considerable time away from it. The reason being, the Avengers have yet to assemble, and that snap occurs during Avengers: Infinity War. Ronnie surmises that the first Avengers film is about the formation of the team in their inaugural battle. The specifics of Avengers: Age of Ultron remain unclear, but it likely spans a significant time frame. In due course, there will undoubtedly be a multitude of Avengers gathering to confront various villains, followed by yet another instance of that snap. There is still ample time ahead. Ronnie possesses sufficient time to prepare and gather Rubik's Cube energy. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Oh, did you fail?" The unexpected sound caused Ronnie to pause in contemplation. "Venom?" Ronnie inquired uncertainly. "Who else could possibly speak within your mind but me?" The voice, dripping with arrogance, could only belong to Venom. A smile crept across Ronnie's face. "You've been secretly indulging in Chinese web literature again, haven't you?" Although the characters can be quite perplexing, the stories are truly captivating. What a pity there are no translations in English. That's a poor review. Venom expressed slight dissatisfaction. Ronnie shook his head in resignation. This creature, Venom, had taken to browsing Chinese websites, not for games, but for web novels. Enchanted by tales of fantasy, immortals, and martial heroes. Venom had even endeavored to improve its grasp of the Chinese language. How is your injury? Ronnie inquired with a calm demeanor. Despite the tranquility, the concern in his voice was palpable to anyone listening. It's nearly healed. That green behemoth hit hard. Next time we see it, let's run. Venom replied. A hint of trepidation evident in its tone, evidently intimidated by Hulk's formidable strength. This reaction is understandable. It was unlike the encounters with Natasha and Clint, where Venom was newly bonded and barely at a fraction of its strength, leading to a humiliating defeat. Who could expect it to harbor fear? But Hulk is a different matter. Now, both their powers have been fully realized, yet Venom was still soundly thrashed. Although had the S.H.I.E.L.D. not intervened, perhaps victory would have been within reach. However, that opportunity was merely a fortunate coincidence, and who knows if such luck will strike again in the future. Venom, expressing its discomfort from the beating, declared, I no longer wish to engage that overpowered individual in battle. Ronnie shook his head in resignation and began to dismantle the slightly heated instrument, his mouth never ceasing its chatter. You truly are cowardly. Can matters of the heart be deemed cowardly? Ronnie paused for a moment, then quickly realized that from the heart was a play on words, echoing the sentiment of cowardice in Chinese. This Venom had quite the flair for wordplay. You dare call me cowardly? I wonder who it was that saw that green giant and fled at once. Venom's disdainful words left Ronnie feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, upon glimpsing the Hulk, Ronnie had decisively turned the steering wheel and made his escape. Facing such a formidable opponent, Ronnie felt a twinge of trepidation. The stark reality of the data before him was intimidating. He had no intention of engaging in ventures with uncertain outcomes. I, too, act from the heart, Ronnie replied, attempting to feign seriousness. I can hardly be bothered with your nonsense, Venom retorted dismissively. Has anything significant occurred during my slumber? Nothing major. But when did you awaken? Ronnie inquired with curiosity. The moment you activated the device, Venom replied. Why didn't you call for me? I was a bit disoriented and didn't feel like talking. Ronnie was left speechless. Were you really sleeping all this time, and yet still disoriented? By the time they finished their exchange, Ronnie had already disassembled the instrument, neatly organizing the parts that could not be reconfigured into other machines, and began assembling the remaining instruments. You truly make this a hassle, Venom remarked, observing Ronnie's diligent efforts. Then tell me how to proceed, Ronnie shot back while working. Only he understood the extent of the trouble involved. Not only did he need to assemble, but some parts had to be connected through rather intricate methods, making it quite cumbersome. I couldn't care less. Do as you wish. It's not me who will be exhausted, Venom replied. Ronnie rolled his eyes in silence. You, upon awakening, are as insufferably talkative as ever, making me want to scold you. Just as Venom was about to retort, Ronnie continued. Nevertheless, my hands remain busy, and my lips curl into a slight smile. Seemingly sensing something, a black, viscous substance began to flow from Ronnie's arm, and Venom's familiar head re-emerged before him. Upon gazing at Venom's somewhat grotesque yet endearing visage, Ronnie smiled. Welcome back. The following day after Venom's awakening, Ronnie received an unexpected phone call from Tony. Ronnie was quite surprised by this communication, since Nick Fury, representing S.H.I.E.L.D, had approached Tony to discuss the formation of the Avengers and was rebuffed. Tony had withdrawn from public life, dedicating himself to the research of his armor. During this time, Ronnie had not sought him out. Firstly, I have my own affairs to attend to, and secondly, there are no pressing questions that warrant Tony's insight. While Tony excels in various domains, in his own field, Ronnie surpasses him by a considerable margin. After such a lengthy interval, it was quite unexpected when Tony suddenly called, even more so when he invited Ronnie to his residence to view his latest masterpiece. Naturally, Ronnie would not decline the opportunity to witness Iron Man's newest suit. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at Tony's seaside villa, in the underground laboratory, Ronnie observed the vibrant and spirited Tony and remarked with a smile, "It seems your life as a superhero has been quite fulfilling." "Indeed," Tony replied, a smile gracing his lips. "The life of a superhero is truly intoxicating." The admiration of the masses surpasses any fleeting fame I previously experienced. By the way, I can't believe you are affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony suddenly remarked. Is that so? Ronnie was not surprised that Tony was aware of his identity. He was certain that Tony had thoroughly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D's database. If S.H.I.E.L.D, a formidable hacker, could breach national databases, then J.A.R.V.I.S., who was 100 times more capable, could easily access S.H.I.E.L.D's records. Indeed, as Ronnie suspected, after Nick Fury approached Tony on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D to discuss the formation of the Avengers and was rejected, J.A.R.V.I.S. had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D's database. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D's scientific and technological advancements were half a century ahead of the era, and while they valued their database, it was not as scrutinized as it would be in the future. Consequently, it was not particularly challenging for the super-intelligent J.A.R.V.I.S. to breach it. After accessing the database, Tony discovered Ronnie's information, Ronnie S.H.I.E.L.D, classified as top secret. This was the only detail Tony obtained, as the database contained no further information. Details regarding Ronnie's involvement in the Tesseract project were not recorded in a digital space rife with uncertainties. The specific files concerning Ronnie were preserved securely in paper format. Online, aside from the knowledge that S.H.I.E.L.D acknowledged his existence, there was nothing else to be found. Nothing much. I just didn't expect you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. However, it seems to be a suitable place for you, allowing you to conduct your research without concerns over resources, Tony remarked, shaking his head. No worries there, Ronnie rolled his eyes. I still want vibranium. However, this was merely a jest. Given the limited availability of vibranium worldwide, what could he reasonably expect S.H.I.E.L.D to provide? As for other resources, they indeed had an abundance. S.H.I.E.L.D treats me quite well, Ronnie shrugged, responding honestly. Of course, Tony scoffed. Your talent is impressive enough to captivate even me. What more for S.H.I.E.L.D? By the way, what are you working on? A top secret project? Perhaps? Even the database fails to yield specific information regarding Ronnie's particulars and position. Tony surmises that Ronnie must have been involved in some clandestine project. Indeed, Ronnie has nothing to conceal. A discerning eye would easily recognize that he is engaged in a top secret mission. Your clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D must be quite high now, Tony remarked, as he accepted the coffee handed to him by the bewildered assistant and offered a cup to Ronnie. Thank you, Ronnie replied gratefully. The coffee culture in America is deeply ingrained, with coffee being a staple in daily life. After residing here for over 20 years, Ronnie has gradually acclimatized to this beverage. He recalls his first encounter with coffee in this world at the orphanage when Catherine offered him a cup to try. Upon tasting it, he was overwhelmed by its bitterness. Only later did he discover it was black coffee. Nonetheless, he eventually fell in love with the drink, savoring its bitter yet intriguingly rich aroma. It's manageable. Level 7 clearance is quite substantial, Ronnie stated. Manageable? That's an understatement, Tony scoffed. Enough about me. Show me your latest armor. Where is it? Ronnie inquired. Oh right. I almost forgot, Tony exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Follow me. Ronnie trailed Tony to the location where he donned his armor. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, you must have heard of Venom, Tony suddenly remarked. Ronnie's expression remained composed, though he felt a twinge of alarm. Could this guy have discerned his identity? But where could he have slipped up? I know, what about it? Ha. To be honest, I've encountered Venom twice before, Tony replied. Oh, Ronnie responded, though he was skeptical. Although the encounters had been evenly matched, Tony felt it necessary to prepare for this adversary. Seriously? Evenly matched? Ronnie thought to himself, incredulous. Venom's displeased voice echoed in his mind. He gazed at Tony with a hint of disbelief. Surely Tony knew the truth. In their first encounter, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Venom, and in the second, he had been bested by Ironmonger only to be rescued by Venom. The notion of an evenly matched battle was laughable. So what do you wish to convey? J.A.R.V.I.S. Understood, sir. With a hum. The silvery floor before Lonnie and Tony suddenly parted, revealing a sleek, obsidian armor that ascended from below. As Lonnie beheld this towering figure, approximately 3 meters in height, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This form, aside from the face, bore no resemblance to Venom. "This is the anti-venom armor I have developed. What do you think?" Tony boasted. "It looks impressive. What functions does it possess?" Lonnie inquired. "Venom's abilities are indeed peculiar. It not only consumes humans, but also possesses the capacity to transform its shape at will. Moreover, its claws are incredibly sharp. Even the toughest titanium alloy cannot withstand a single swipe. In light of this situation, I have meticulously designed a counter-venom exosuit. Firstly, regarding the hardness of the suit, the optimal material would be vibranium. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, vibranium has been entirely acquired by S.H.I.E.L.D. globally, and I am unable to procure any. Therefore, I devised a biological membrane to be affixed to the interior of the suit to enhance its hardness." Lonnie felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extensive acquisition of vibranium was, after all, due to him. Though it was necessitated by the Tesseract project, he still felt uneasy. Chapter 82: A Date? After leaving Tony's home, Lonnie felt utterly disoriented. He was genuinely startled by the demonstration of the counter-venom exosuit. If, under uninformed circumstances, he were to encounter Iron Man and recklessly engage him in battle, the likelihood of Venom meeting his demise was high. This was no jest. Weapons developed in response to weaknesses often yield extraordinary results. Even with prior knowledge of the functions of this counter-venom exosuit, Lonnie found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Ultimately, they were simply too weak. "I now understand why Iron Man appears so vulnerable, yet manages to invoke the emergence of such formidable foes." As Lonnie drove, he reflected, "His intellect is astonishing, tirelessly refining and enhancing his armor. Merely having crossed swords with us twice allows him to craft such a targeted suit. Tony Stark is truly remarkable." Venom couldn't help but express his admiration. One must concede that Tony is a genuine genius, a prodigy leagues ahead of Lonnie. It is bewildering to ponder the workings of his mind. "I need to devise a strategy to grow stronger. Otherwise, I fear our future may not be promising," Lonnie mused. He initially believed that as long as he refrained from provoking a behemoth like S.H.I.E.L.D., he could lead a comfortable existence in this universe. In hindsight, that notion seems utterly laughable. The Hulk is beyond his capabilities. Iron Man, whom he once thought he could contend with, now eludes him as well. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., that is an entirely different matter. He finds himself outmatched by 3 extraordinary powers or organizations. What is there to play at? His current strength is undeniably feeble. How can I become stronger? Venom scoffed. Clearly, a path to strength lies before you, yet you refuse to pursue it. Whom can you blame? I can enhance myself. As the host grows stronger, our power will naturally intensify. Lonnie selectively ignored Venom's remarks and continued to speak to himself. Then suffer the consequences alone. Venom seemed to sulk, muttering under his breath. "Don't forget, you have a date tomorrow." Lonnie raised an eyebrow. Almost forgetting, Lonnie had been inviting Wanda out to play every day, but had never vocalized it. However, perseverance paid off, and Wanda finally accepted Lonnie's invitation yesterday. After witnessing the armored battle at Tony's, Lonnie nearly overlooked this matter. Scratching his head, he decided to put aside thoughts of becoming stronger for the time being. After all, no one knew about his identity as Venom. As long as he refrained from wandering aimlessly, he would be safe. He muttered to himself and drove away. The next day, Lonnie parked his car early at the entrance of New York University, eagerly awaiting Wanda's release from class. Approaching noon, Wanda emerged from the school, adorned in a floral dress. The car Lonnie drove was his own, a supercar, not particularly remarkable among the luxury vehicles at NYU. However, leaning against his car, he caught Wanda's eye instantly. "Doctor," Wanda called out, hurrying towards Lonnie with a smile. "Just call me Lonnie. Doctor feels too formal," he responded with a grin. "All right," Wanda agreed, their relationship having blossomed into a solid friendship over time. "Let's get in. I've reserved a table at Tranquil," Lonnie said. Wanda nodded and took her seat in the passenger side. Tranquil was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, beautifully situated by the waterside. Its top-floor rotating design, exquisite dishes, and exceptional service set it apart from its competitors. However, the dining expenses were exorbitantly high, with a meal costing upwards of $10,000. far beyond the means of an average household. Lonnie, however, was unfazed. He was exceptionally wealthy, backed by the world-renowned organization S.H.I.E.L.D. For him, money was merely a number. At Tranquil's private room, a 5-meter-long rectangular dining table was set, with Lonnie and Wanda seated across from each other. The table was adorned with an array of visually enticing and aromatic delicacies, elegantly rotating on the electric table. "Isn't this a bit too expensive?" Wanda furrowed her brow, glancing at the closed door, speaking softly. "Don't worry, I'm not short on funds," Lonnie chuckled. "The soundproofing in this room is excellent. Even if you sang loudly, the servers outside wouldn't hear a thing." Wanda nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. However, her naturally frugal disposition made her uncomfortable in such a lavish setting. The price of a single meal could sustain her for several months. "How does it feel studying at New York University?" Lonnie asked, his hands clasped on the table, gazing at Wanda. "It feels wonderful. At school, I can forget the memories of that organization. Studying and striving alongside my classmates, enjoying joyful moments together. It's truly fulfilling." Wanda's smile grew even brighter. The heartfelt smile she wore bestowed upon her an indescribably captivating allure. Lonnie's heart tightened, and he felt as though the person before him had become even more beautiful and irresistibly charming. His mind was filled with Wanda's presence, deeply ensnared and unable to escape. "Confess your feelings, young man." The voice of Venom suddenly resonated. "Your nervousness is exceedingly evident. In human terms, it appears you have developed a fondness for Wanda. Speak your heart, Lonnie." Lonnie remained silent, gazing at Wanda. Had he truly fallen for her so easily? "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Wanda asked, puzzled by Lonnie's unwavering stare. "Nothing," he replied, smiling and shaking his head. "I just feel that although we have known each other for such a short time, our relationship has progressed remarkably, which seems somewhat surreal." Wanda paused, her intuition alerting her that there was more to Lonnie's words. Moreover, the look in his eyes reminded her of those university students who had pursued her at school. Was it too abrupt to confess his feelings now? Lonnie whispered, feeling a bit hesitant. To put it plainly, he was intimidated. Having never confessed to a girl before, the prospect of doing so face-to-face was daunting. Thus, he hesitated. "I truly do not comprehend your kind. If you have feelings, express them. Why conceal them and leave others guessing? You're even timid about confessing. You are beyond saving." Venom scoffed within Lonnie's mind. Despite the irritation rising from Venom's mockery, Lonnie still found himself unable to confess. He feared rejection and the potential awkwardness it would bring to their relationship. So he hesitated. Chapter 83. Shock. "Forget it. I'm too weary to concern myself with your cowardice." Venom expressed disappointment and fell silent. Lonnie remained in his state of uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him, lunchtime was half over. "After lunch, where do you plan to go?" Lonnie asked, chewing a piece of steak as he spoke. "I'm not sure. Do you have any plans?" Wanda paused from her pasta, looking up at Lonnie. "How about we catch a movie?" Lonnie suggested, suddenly realizing that in the darkened confines of a cinema, many things could transpire. Wanda pondered for a moment. "Sounds good. Yes." Lonnie quietly pumped his fist in excitement. This was a monumental step forward, worthy of commemoration, deserving of a place in the annals of history. Upon arriving at the cinema, Lonnie recalled the romantic tropes often depicted in idol dramas, where the relationship between the leads would typically intensify. He believed he could not possibly fare much worse. The mere thought invigorated him, as if he had consumed 10 energy bars. "Yes, I'm feeling it. Though I'd rather not intrude upon you. I feel it necessary to inform you of something." Venom interjected. "What is it?" Lonnie paused, his expression momentarily frozen, awaiting an answer. After years of companionship with Venom, I am intimately familiar with his demeanor, which invariably signals trouble. Beneath the ocean, 3 kilometers away, a submarine has just transmitted a magnetic wave signal. Although the message was abruptly interrupted after a single transmission, I managed to receive it. Lonnie furrowed his brow. Wanda, observing the sudden shift in Lonnie's expression, was perplexed. What could be amiss? Moments ago he was in high spirits, and now his brow is knitted in concern. "This message is a distress signal from the Americans, the highest level of emergency," Venom continued. Lonnie sighed softly. It seemed the film project was doomed. For a submarine weighing over 100 tons to issue the highest level of alarm, it must be facing a grave threat. "Lonnie, we cannot remain passive," Venom urged. "Pretend to dial my number." "Very well." Beep, beep, beep. Lonnie took out his phone, disregarding Wanda's presence, and ended the ringing. He feigned a conversation, only closing the phone after a while. "Wanda, I apologize, but there's an urgent matter at the bureau that requires my attention," Ronnie said, a hint of regret on his face. "It's all right. You go ahead," Wanda replied, understanding that it was a matter pertaining to S.H.I.E.L.D. Being aware of Ronnie's senior position there, she bore no ill will. "Here are my car keys. Please drive back. Someone will come to collect me." Ronnie stood and handed the keys to Wanda. "All right." Wanda accepted without protest. It is notoriously difficult to hail a cab in this wretched place. Besides, how many patrons at the Tran restaurant do not arrive by their own vehicles? Who would be foolish enough to pretend to be a harmless person? Taking a taxi to dine at such an establishment? They must be out of their minds. "I'll invite you again next time," Ronnie said quickly, turning on his heel and striding away. Watching Ronnie's swift departure, Wanda gazed down at the car keys on the table, lost in thought. After settling the bill in the lobby, Ronnie dashed out of the Tran restaurant. He sought a secluded spot devoid of onlookers and surveillance, and in an instant, the black liquid enveloped him. Within moments, Venom had manifested at the same location. Is it still possible to reach them in time? Ronnie inquired beneath Venom's shroud. "Absolutely. My speed underwater rivals that on land." With that, Venom leapt into the ocean's surface with a splash. In the water, Venom unleashed a terrifying velocity. Various fish were swiftly left behind in his wake. The symbiote possesses the ability to breathe underwater, and aside from the inability to fly, it can harness its full potential both in the ocean and on land. At this moment, Venom's speed in the ocean indeed surpassed that on land, creating waves as he surged forward, faster than a supercar at its peak speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 3 kilometers was traversed, revealing a submarine approximately 20 meters in length. Venom halted not far from the submarine's exterior, emanating a unique magnetic wave that rendered the vessel's radar incapable of detecting its presence. "How do we gain entry?" asked Long and I, furrowing his brow. "What is the submarine's weight?" Venom inquired suddenly. "Judging by its size, it must weigh around 1 to 200 tons, Long and I replied, somewhat bewildered. "I have yet to test the limits of my own strength," Venom grinned, transforming into a streak of black light as he propelled himself toward the submarine. Inside the submarine's control room, a group of soldiers clad in black combat uniforms had commandeered the space. The bodies of the original crew littered haphazardly about. A man dressed in a distinctive white combat suit stood before the large screen, conversing with his subordinate. Suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberated through the submarine, shaking its very structure and causing everyone, caught unawares, to tumble to the ground. "What is happening?" The man in the white uniform quickly regained his footing and questioned the soldier at the controls. "Something has collided with us." "What is it?" "Uncertain. The radar is not detecting anything." Boom. Another tremor struck, and despite any precautions taken, those inside the submarine could not maintain their footing, falling once more. Outside, Venom transformed his hands into suction cups, firmly adhering to the submarine's underside, unleashing countless threads that latched onto various points beneath it. An overwhelming force erupted forth, and beneath the water, he propelled the submarine upward with ferocity. This vessel, weighing over 100 tons, surged upward from hundreds of meters below the surface, breaking through layer after layer of water as it ascended towards the ocean's surface. From a distance, a shadowy figure was seen hoisting a submarine, a vessel many times larger than itself, rising toward the sky. The visual impact of such a scene was indescribably shocking. Crash! The submarine burst forth from the water, lifted high by this immense force, momentarily suspended in the air before plummeting back into the sea, now floating atop the surface. With a resounding splash, a figure emerged from the water, crashing onto the submarine's deck. Chapter 84. Rescue. The submarine floated upon the water's surface, the vibrations within finally subsiding. "What on earth is this?" exclaimed the leader in the white combat suit, astonished. "To have forcibly lifted this 100-ton vessel from the depths of the ocean." "Unclear. The radar still cannot detect it," the soldiers replied, some displaying signs of panic. Though their organization was extraordinary, had such a terrifying scene ever been witnessed? Team A, proceed to the entrance of the corridor. The rest, be ready to support. 2 soldiers, gripping their semi-automatic rifles, cautiously advanced towards the corridor's mouth. Thud, thud, thud. The duo remained vigilant, casting anxious glances at the hatch of the submarine above. The sound of footsteps echoed from above, indicating that the monster lurked just overhead. Bam! The iron hatch was forcefully kicked aside, crashing down from above. Before the two soldiers could react, the flying hatch struck them with formidable force. Clang! The solid iron collided with the soldiers' helmets, the tremendous impact resulting in their immediate demise. Hearing the commotion, the remaining soldiers swiftly responded, rushing towards the corridor entrance. Bam! A colossal, shadowy figure descended from above, gradually straightening its stance. The creature, Venom, bared its menacing jaws. The feast had begun. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Buzz! A dark liquid instantly coalesced before Venom, forming a parasol-like shield. The relentless barrage of bullets struck the obsidian surface, sinking into it without causing a ripple. Swoosh! Venom's right hand morphed into a blade-like form, a chilling 2-meter-long weapon gleaming with a sinister sharpness. Bam! Venom lunged forward, its form flickering, reappearing before the soldiers in an instant. The blade swung effortlessly, slicing through the soldiers' combat attire and flesh as if they were mere tofu, cleaving them in half with ease. Splurt! Blood gushed forth from the soldiers' wounds like a fountain. In a single encounter, the fully armed soldiers in black combat gear were utterly annihilated. Puffed! Countless black tendrils erupted from Venom, piercing through the bodies of the soldiers and pulling them into its own form. Venom let out a satisfied moan, its crescent-shaped white eyes narrowing in delight, exuding an aura of ecstasy. Inside, the entity known as Lonnie rolled its eyes in disbelief. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted from Venom's chest, the violent force propelling its massive body away, crashing it against the wall. Thud! Venom's form crashed heavily onto the ground. The sight of the explosion emanating wisps of white vapor, accompanied by sizzle sounds as the floor met Venom's chest. The leader of the white-clad soldiers slightly lowered the handheld cannon in his grasp, gazing at Venom with a cold smirk. No matter how monstrous you are, you still fell to my shot, you pest. The deep, gravelly voice caused the leader's previously smug expression to falter. The colossal form of Venom had inexplicably risen, its pair of white crescent-shaped pupils coldly fixated upon him, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. The area of its chest, where it had been struck by a direct artillery shell, bore no trace of injury, appearing as pristine as ever, utterly unscathed. "You have wounded me," exclaimed the leader clad in white combat attire, his astonishment prompting an immediate switch of ammunition. This creature had withstood the shell, emerging entirely unharmed. Venom's frigid gaze locked onto the leader in white, and with a single step forward, its figure surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, closing the distance in an instant. In a heartbeat, it stood before the leader, who widened his eyes in terror, glancing down in horror at the claws that had pierced through him. It was too swift, so rapid that he had no time to react. "Die!" whispered the voice of a demon, as dark, eerie tendrils swiftly enveloped the leader, and in the next moment, he vanished from existence, leaving behind only questions. "Ask what the situation is," Ronnie urged from within Venom, fearful that the enraged creature might unleash a massacre, eliminating everyone and leaving no opportunity for inquiry. "Understood," Venom replied coldly, directing its gaze towards the soldiers emerging from the other side. Thus unfolded a gruesome banquet of slaughter. Venom reclined with legs crossed in the captain's chair. Before it knelt the sole survivor aboard the submarine, a soldier clad in black combat attire. Initially, he had intended to take his own life, but Venom intervened, forcibly extracting the poison from his mouth. "What organization do you belong to?" Venom's voice, deep and raspy, combined with its grotesque visage, was reminiscent of a horror film. Though the soldier in black was terrified by Venom's frightful appearance, he mustered the courage to remain silent. "Not going to speak?" Venom murmured. "Even without your words. I know you are one of HYDRA." The soldier shuddered slightly, a barely perceptible change that even the most seasoned and observant of agents might overlook. Yet, it was essential to remember that he stood before Venom, a symbiote with observational prowess rivaling the most advanced machines in the world. "Indeed, you are one of HYDRA," Venom thought to itself. It had merely followed Ronnie's suggestion to feign a ruse, and to its surprise, it had yielded results. "Continue to inquire about HYDRA's intentions in seizing this submarine," Ronnie pondered aloud. Venom echoed Ronnie's question, yet the soldier in black remained resolutely silent. "You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the grave. The malevolent scent emanating from you HYDRA soldiers reached me from miles away. If you choose not to speak, then do not blame me for what follows." Venom rose from the chair, his towering 3-meter frame instilling an overwhelming sense of psychological oppression. "I shall not speak," he declared, The soldier clad in black combat attire, witnessing this, finally found his voice. Although HYDRA is a nefarious organization, its discipline far surpasses that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the most junior soldier exhibits an unwavering loyalty to the organization. It is undeniable that HYDRA, with its faith-based manipulation, possesses an extraordinary cohesion. The power of religious belief is indeed remarkable. Alas, it seems I must delve into your memories, Venom lamented, shaking his head in resignation. I had no intention of rendering you a fool. As he spoke, dark tendrils surged around him. The black-clad soldier gasped in alarm. Reading memories? He suddenly recalled that there were indeed individuals within the organization endowed with extraordinary abilities capable of accessing the memories of comatose individuals. Could this monster before him possess such a power? He feared not death, but the prospect of becoming an imbecile filled him with dread. Wait, the soldier cried out as Venom prepared to invade his mind. The inner voice of Lonnie curled into a smirk. The bait had been taken. Reading memories? That is a mere fabrication. Venom cannot possibly read memories. It is merely a tactic to frighten you. A test. I shall tell you everything, the soldier acquiesced, divulging their mission in full. They were operatives from a HYDRA base, situated 3,000 meters beneath the sea, dedicated to research endeavors. Within the submarine lay vital information. Though he was unaware of its specifics, the individual clad in white combat attire was the leader of this operation. With the location of the base and other desired information acquired, the soldier's usefulness had reached its conclusion. With a swift motion, the dark tendrils enveloped and consumed him. The inky substance receded like a tide, revealing Ronnie's figure. It appeared necessary to pay a visit to this HYDRA base. A flicker of hatred glimmered in Ronnie's eyes. The deaths of his 3 comrades remained like a cruel thorn embedded in his heart, impossible to extract. As the instigator, he yearned to obliterate HYDRA and eradicate it from existence. Now, with a base so vividly materialized before him, how could Ronnie maintain his composure? I find myself quite curious about their research. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. We shall discover it upon arrival. Indeed, what shall we do about this submarine? We are uncertain if its surveillance system captured our presence. Let us destroy it, Ronnie suggested, glancing at the torpedoes beneath the submarine. Agreed. The dark substance surged forth once more, enveloping Ronnie. A series of symbiotic entities erupted from Venom, diving into the depths of the torpedo below. Venom, having detached from the submarine, hovered above, forcefully pressing the vessel back into the depths. The proximity to New York posed a significant risk. An explosion on the surface would undoubtedly attract the attention of the city's defense forces, potentially even the S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, submerging the submarine before detonation alleviated such concerns. Boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the ocean floor as Venom transformed into a streak of black luminescence, swiftly heading towards the location indicated by the soldiers in black combat suits, the HYDRA underwater base. From a distance, Venom observed the expansive underwater facility, teeming with submarines patrolling its periphery. Unfazed, Venom stood boldly in the open, unperturbed by the surveillance of these submarines. Their primary means of observation were radar and monitoring systems. Yet the magnetic waves emanating from Venom rendered him undetectable to radar. As for underwater surveillance, visibility was only achievable when illuminated by searchlights. Do you believe these cameras come equipped with flashlights? Should we breach directly or emerge from within? Venom inquired. Let us infiltrate and ascertain what they are researching, replied Ronnie, equally intrigued by the clandestine nature of HYDRA's underwater base. Very well, Venom nodded, transforming into a bolt of black lightning as he surged into the HYDRA facility. Having spent considerable time within S.H.I.E.L.D., Venom had garnered extensive knowledge regarding infiltration techniques, such as evading patrols and detection systems. While these strategies did not captivate Ronnie's interest, Venom dedicated ample time to their study. Now, employing them with ease, coupled with his innate abilities, he seamlessly infiltrated the HYDRA base. Upon entering, the seawater vanished, evidently separated by advanced technology. After all, they could hardly conduct research underwater without a dry environment. Venom strolled through the base, completely disregarding the surveillance cameras. In the monitoring room, Venom's figure was fully exposed on the large screen. Yet the empty chamber bore witness to no one observing this peculiar sight. Strangely, bloodstains were scattered across the floor, chilling and haunting. Along his path, Venom aimed to evade patrolling soldiers. If evasion proved impossible, he would eliminate them. After all, Venom consumed his victims entirely, leaving no trace. However, he found himself exasperated by Ronnie's insistence that he clean the blood from the ground. Must I truly lick the plate clean after a meal? Venom thought in frustration. This must be the most heavily guarded area. The research lab should be nearby, Ronnie remarked, eyeing a location not far off. Let us proceed. In the highest research laboratory, a group of scientists clad in white lab coats busily attended to their tasks, each engrossed in their own work. Rows of test tubes were haphazardly arranged upon the tables. Most strikingly, at the far end of the lab, a secure vault housed 3 captivating cobalt blue reagents. The enchanting hue of cobalt blue was alluring and extraordinary, unmistakably indicating that this substance was no ordinary find. Suddenly, the door creaked open, yet the scientists continued their endeavors, none glancing up. They had grown accustomed to the frequent interruptions from those who came to assess their progress. Many of these scientists had been forcibly recruited, seemingly relegated to the shadows of their own existence. A deep, gravelly voice resonated within the modest confines of the laboratory, abruptly halting all activity. This peculiar voice was unfamiliar, distinct from those of the soldiers who typically conducted inspections. As they raised their eyes, a terrifying visage cloaked in darkness came into view. A chorus of sharp screams erupted from several female scientists. In that fleeting moment of terror, black tendrils pierced through the bodies of these women. Their pupils dilated, the vibrancy of life swiftly extinguishing. Annoying women, the voice of Venom coldly remarked, as the dark strands ensnared the screaming scientists, drawing them into a ghastly embrace. Its crescent-shaped, white eyes surveyed the remaining scientists with a frigid gaze. Blood pooled upon the ground, forming a small river that flowed ominously. Anyone who dares to scream again shall meet the same fate. The threat embedded in this declaration was palpable, compelling the scientists into silence. Venom nodded in satisfaction. What is the objective of your research here? Speak. The scientists hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge their projects to this monstrous entity. Disclosing such information might lead to dire consequences for themselves and their families at the hands of HYDRA. Venom grinned, its left hand transforming into a lethal blade that elongated in an instant. With a swift thrust, the chest of the scientist nearest to Venom was pierced. The remaining scientists gasped in horror, the realization dawning upon them that this creature was no benevolent being. It was a harbinger of death. Who will be next? Venom taunted, as the black tendrils consumed the unfortunate scientist. I shall take it from here, an aged voice interjected, drawing the gaze of all present. An elderly individual, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, exuded an air of leadership. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Venom effortlessly pierced the scientist who had aimed a firearm at the old man. The aging scientist cast a fearful glance at his dying colleague before he began to speak, sharing insights for approximately 10 minutes. During this time, all patrolling personnel were consumed by Venom, and not a single alarm was raised. Venom had indulged to his heart's content. Upon concluding the scientist's account, Ronnie's gaze shifted towards the 3 cobalt blue vials within the safe, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This facility was dedicated to the development of the super soldier serum, the very serum that had birthed Captain America during World War II. The temptation of such power was irresistible, not only for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government, but also for HYDRA. The prospect of attaining the extraordinary strength akin to that of Captain America stirred a fervent excitement within Ronnie, just when he was pondering how to augment his own abilities. The super soldier serum was almost within his grasp. Could it be that he was destined to be the protagonist of this tale? However, the elderly scientist shifted the tone of the conversation, explaining that the super soldier serum was exceedingly complex. After extensive research, they had only managed to produce 3 incomplete vials, with an alarmingly high mortality rate. To date, no one had succeeded, but theoretically, success was possible. Ronnie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Fear not. With me, you shall not perish. Venom's raspy voice resonated in Ronnie's ears, a melodious sound akin to a celestial hymn. Are there any other samples of the super soldier serum? Venom inquired. None. Only these, the elderly scientist replied, shaking his head. A glimmer of intuition flickered in his wise eyes. Venom nodded slowly. Then allow me to escort you on your journey. With a wide grin, he unleashed a torrent of black tendrils, which erupted from his form, easily piercing through the scientists' bodies as if they were mere paper. Blood blossomed in the air. Lonnie felt a pang of remorse, but did not intervene. He understood that these individuals had to die. Their survival posed a risk of exposure for both him and Venom. Should they be spared, any slip-up could reveal Ronnie's connection to Venom, leading to confrontations with both HYDRA and S.H.I.E.L.D., not to mention the American government. Thus, their demise was imperative. Yet, the weight of his conscience lingered heavily, as the inky substance receded like a tide. Revealing half of Ronnie's form, Venom's voice broke the silence. "Your compassion is noted. I shall bear the burden of this darkness." Ronnie remained silent, absorbing the gravity of the moment. "I shall carry the weight of sin and slaughter." Venom's somber declaration echoed in Ronnie's ears. The inky liquid enveloped Ronnie once more. As the shadow of Venom re-emerged, within Venom's form, Ronnie stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Venom took a step forward, inputting the code for the recently acquired safe and retrieving the super soldier serum contained within. Gazing at the 3 vials of cobalt blue serum, Venom nodded in satisfaction. Placing them into a safe, a hollow formed in Venom's chest, accommodating the safe within. This was yet another of Venom's abilities, allowing him to store certain items. Though the space was limited, it was sufficient to hold a safe. Next, a long, scarlet tongue flicked across sharp, steel teeth, eyes glimmering with a hue of murder. Boom. Turning to glance at the HYDRA base, which was engulfed in explosions, Venom transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Brooklyn. Ronnie was in his New York home. Opening the safe, the 3 vials of super soldier serum shimmered with an alluring cobalt blue glow, confirming there were no issues. Despite his overwhelming desire to inject the serum directly into himself, Ronnie's willpower resisted the temptation. The scientist had not lied. The fatality rate of the serum was currently 100%, as documented in the records. "Rest assured, with me around, even if your heart explodes, you'll still be alive," Venom stated. However, this substance operated at the cellular level, prompting Ronnie to feel some apprehension. After all, Venom had only repaired his previous injuries, the most severe being a shattered left leg. Should there be complications at the cellular level, Ronnie remained wary. "Regardless, I've made my point, and I shan't elaborate further." "Use it or not, as you wish," Venom replied, somewhat displeased. Ronnie chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he regarded the 3 vials of cobalt blue serum, gritting his teeth. He retrieved a syringe, filling it with 1 vial of serum. The cobalt blue liquid swirled within the test tube, forming exquisite ripples, revealing the artery on his left arm. Ronnie took a deep breath. The syringe's needle pierced his skin, and under pressure, the cobalt blue serum surged into his veins. Simultaneously, Venom manifested 2 black arms, holding 2 syringes, injecting the serum into Ronnie's body at the same moment. 3 vials of super soldier serum administered simultaneously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Ronnie." "Venom." "What is happening?" Ronnie questioned, raising his hand in confusion, bewildered by the lack of sensation or reaction. Was it a sham? Venom surged forth from Ronnie's form, blinking in surprise as well. Suddenly, Ronnie's eyes widened, his fair skin flushed crimson, akin to a lobster that had been steamed for too long, blood red and vibrant. With his mouth agape, no sound escaped. A horrifying crimson hue spread across his entire body, veins bulging as if they might burst at any moment, evoking sheer terror. Every muscle in Ronnie's physique writhed, as if some strange creature stirred within him. White vapor ascended from his form, making him appear as if he were transcending, enveloped in warmth. As the steam billowed forth, Ronnie's stature began to expand. His muscles swelled, surpassing their previous size. Chapter 87, Return. In an instant, Ronnie's height exceeded 2 meters, and he continued to grow. His muscles had burgeoned to a state akin to that of a symbiote. His body, painted in red, with veins protruding alarmingly, gave the impression of imminent explosion. White vapor erupted from various parts of his body, entwined with the grotesque veins. "This potion is quite potent," the symbiote remarked, though his movements remained swift. In an instant, a black liquid enveloped Ronnie, replacing his red skin with darkness. As the white vapor vanished in the wake of the symbiote's embrace, soon, a pitch-black cocoon encased Ronnie. This cocoon pulsated like a living organ, contracting and expanding rhythmically, reminiscent of breathing. Time elapsed unmeasured, and the cocoon began to constrict, gradually morphing into a human shape. Ronnie's stature diminished slowly. retracting from over 3 meters to a height of 1.85. The black liquid receded, revealing Ronnie's body, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Although his height had only increased by 5 centimeters, his muscles had exploded in size. The once lean and defined musculature had transformed into an explosive physique reminiscent of Steve, exuding raw strength. At 1.85 meters, coupled with such formidable muscle, Ronnie resembled a veritable colossus. He reached out his hand, clenching it in awe of the surging power within him, astonished beyond measure. He could distinctly sense that his physical prowess had multiplied exponentially. How about that? Did I not warn you? The symbiote scoffed, its signature terrifying visage materializing before Ronnie. In his eyes, the grotesque countenance appeared endearing. Indeed, as the symbiote had proclaimed, with its presence, the super soldier serum posed no threat to Ronnie. He could utilize it without restriction. For an ordinary individual, the use of even a single vial carried the risk of death. For Ronnie, the trifecta of doses would undoubtedly spell doom. Had it not been for the symbiote, Ronnie would have already sought the presence of Jehovah. Is God Jehovah or Jesus? Well, they are essentially the same. If not for the 3 vials of super soldier serum, Ronnie would have yearned for more. Symbiote, by how many folds has my physique enhanced? Ronnie disregarded it, feeling the surging power within him, and inquired. The symbiote had a clearer understanding of the transformations in Ronnie's body than he did himself. His physique had enhanced by a staggering 7, 8 times, nearing the pinnacle of human strength. Our combat capabilities, too, have geometrically escalated due to your enhanced constitution. Should we encounter that green behemoth again, even if he were to grow to 10 meters, I would still be more than capable of overpowering him. The symbiote proclaimed with enthusiasm. Ronnie, filled with delight, clenched his fists, choosing to ignore the notion of overpowering a 10-meter Hulk. Even at close to 5 meters, Hulk had already rendered the symbiote powerless. At 10 meters, his strength would increase exponentially with his size. However, they should have no trouble overpowering the Hulk of their previous encounters, as Ronnie's current strength was nothing short of terrifying. He effortlessly lifted a solid wooden table weighing several hundred pounds, feeling no strain whatsoever. I wonder if I could surpass Captain America, Ronnie pondered silently. After placing the solid wooden table down, he clapped his hands together, quite satisfied with his recent gains. He exhibited no signs of struggling to control his newfound strength. This was simple. Ronnie had mastered his body after bonding with the symbiote. The power he wielded then was at least equal to, if not greater than, what he possessed now, and he had long since learned to control it. As long as the surge in power did not exceed what he had after bonding with the symbiote, there would be no need for an adjustment period. Of course, should it surpass that threshold, he would require time to acclimate. The enhancement of his abilities brought Ronnie a great sense of reassurance. It must be said that power indeed provides the greatest comfort. Suddenly, Ronnie realized a crucial issue. I will return to headquarters tomorrow. How do I explain this muscular physique? The symbiote was taken aback. Indeed, that poses a problem. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are not easily fooled. Ronnie's temporary leave had transformed his robust muscles into explosive ones. Something about that seemed amiss. Perhaps I could attribute it to the cosmic cube? The symbiote suggested. The cube does not possess the ability to enhance human physiology, Ronnie countered, shaking his head in rejection of that excuse. Although the scientists involved in the Cosmic Cube project may not be as skilled as he, they are certainly not inept. They would discern whether the cube had any capacity for human enhancement. To use that explanation would not only insult their intelligence, but also demean his own. Utterly foolish. Ronnie rubbed his temples, pondering how to explain his newfound musculature. The symbiote fell silent, allowing Ronnie to wrestle with his own dilemma. Tossing himself onto the couch, Ronnie despondently contemplated his predicament. After an extended period of thought, he found no satisfactory solution. Ronnie felt quite distressed. Well, I suppose I must request a leave of absence. He conceded with a resigned shake of his head. Lacking a viable explanation, he was left with no choice but to take a leave. With his silver tongue, Ronnie managed to secure a 2-week leave from H.I.L.D. The muscles he had developed through diligent training hinted at the possibility of further enhancement. Although there might be some skepticism regarding his transformation, it would not prompt significant doubt. Indeed, this was the case. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. after the fortnight, while H.I.L.D. and others were curious about Ronnie's muscular changes, they did not dwell on it excessively. This was largely due to Ronnie's prior penchant for intense workouts at the agency, frequently visiting the Cake Club during his breaks. Consequently, his current physique was not entirely astonishing to them. Although agents are often suspicious, they cannot afford to doubt everything they encounter. That would be utterly exhausting. However, should Ronnie choose to remove his shirt, the situation would be quite different. When clothed, his muscles were less conspicuous, allowing him to evade scrutiny, but without a shirt, it would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 88. The second attempt 1 month after his return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Ronnie consistently transported small quantities of cubic energy from the underground research facility. The amounts were minimal enough to raise no suspicions. The volume he had previously brought back for experimentation was consistent with this, and thus, it went unnoticed. Moreover, his remarkable progress in researching the cubic tank over the past month further alleviated any doubts. Remarkably, he perfected the permanent cubic weapon utilizing vibranium within just 3 days. After that, the subsequent developments were no longer his concern. He devoted himself entirely to the study of the cubic tank. Although the cubic tank is indeed a cubic weapon, the complexity of its development is vastly different from that of cubic firearms. Even with the world's leading research teams, completing just the initial phase within a month is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Fury and Hill expressed their satisfaction. The adage that the first step is the hardest rings true. Once that hurdle is overcome, the subsequent challenges are typically less daunting. Of course, this holds true only under normal circumstances, as unforeseen events cannot be entirely ruled out. After a month's worth of effort, Ronnie successfully accumulated enough cubic energy to fill 9 containers. Although he had aimed for 10, this quantity would suffice. On a new day, after sending Catherine back to her home to visit her parents, he returned alone to his residence in New York, burdened with bags. He reassembled the spatial transmission apparatus, and after calibrating the machine and ensuring its functionality, he activated the switch connecting to the cubic energy. He placed all 9 containers into the device. Thankfully, Ronnie had the foresight to prepare ample space for the containers, which was more than adequate. He opened his computer and began typing rapidly, manipulating the apparatus that held his hopes of returning home. With immense anticipation, Ronnie embarked on his second attempt. The circular precision instrument commenced its operation, as the cube energy from the 9 containers was incessantly extracted. The cerulean glow flowed within the ring like a cascading stream, swirling round and round toward the central circular aperture. Ronnie ceased his rhythmic keystrokes, silently observing the instrument at work. Venom had appeared on Ronnie's shoulder unbeknownst to him, its miniature form fixated with wide eyes upon the workings of the device. This was the second attempt. Success hinged on this pivotal moment. As before, the cerulean light flickered incessantly, causing the instrument to quiver ever so slightly. Everything transpired in a fleeting instant. Less than 3 seconds had elapsed since activation. At last, the cerulean cube energy reached the circular aperture. A hum resonated as the energy collided. The cerulean light curtain illuminated the aperture, with the cube energy continuously pouring in, coalescing, expanding, and solidifying. Ronnie's gaze was fixated on this spectacle, his entire focus directed toward the circular opening of the instrument. Despite having the prior experience as a guide, anxiety still gripped him. Suddenly, an explosion of dazzling light erupted, surpassing the previous bluish beam as thick as an arm. This time, a cerulean beam as wide as an adult man's waist burst forth from the circular aperture, stirring the air and creating ripples. At a distance of 3 meters from the instrument, the cerulean column surged ceaselessly, and a mist of blue materialized from the void. The blue mist gradually expanded, ceasing to grow once it reached 3 meters in height and width. Subsequently, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a deep blue rippling portal beneath. Ronnie felt a surge of energy, yet his tense expression remained unyielding. He had reached this juncture before. Casting a glance back at the still abundant cube energy, he exhaled softly, continuing to watch as the mist unveiled the ethereal blue portal. With a determined tap on the keyboard, Ronnie increased the output power. In that instant, the cerulean beam expanded once more, hastening the dissolution of the mist enveloping the portal, revealing the majority of the profound entrance. Simultaneously, in Asgard, the celestial palace, Odin, seated upon the throne of the All-Father, abruptly turned his gaze toward Midgard, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. This Midgardian had once again opened a spatial gateway? He had successfully harnessed the power of the cube once more? Odin furrowed his brow. The cosmic cube had been deliberately cast upon Earth by him, its purpose shrouded in mystery, yet undeniably it was he who had cast it upon Midgard. He had anticipated that, with Midgardian technology, they would be incapable of developing such profound capabilities. Yet now, it appeared he had underestimated this realm. The least of the 9 realms. Odin, deep in thought, gazed at the portal Lonnie had opened, eager to discern the destination it connected to. Even with Odin's supreme divine power, it is exceedingly challenging to accurately determine the precise location connected by the spatial portal activated by the cosmic cube. However, it is indeed feasible to ascertain a general vicinity. He, the mightiest king of the gods in history, possesses this capability. Suddenly, Odin's dark golden pupils constricted, and a slight alteration broke the ancient calm of his visage. It was her, Earth, Kathmandu, Kamartaj, the Ancient One, clad in a flowing white robe of a monk, furrowed her brow and gazed down at the magical imagery before her. Within the scene, one could distinctly see Lonnie opening a spatial portal within his home. This act triggered the seal that Odin had left upon her. Truly, a mischievous child. The Ancient One spoke with a hint of exasperation. The last time Lonnie opened a spatial portal, it had already piqued her interest. During this interval, the Ancient One had been observing Lonnie from the shadows. She held immense tolerance towards this child, who coexisted with extraterrestrial beings, refraining from interfering in his actions, allowing him to develop freely. However, who would have thought that this restless Lonnie would once again open a spatial portal? This time, he had forcibly done so. Nevertheless, for this child, encountering her might not be a misfortune. The Ancient One murmured softly, her wise and profound gaze reflecting an aura of absolute control. Here lies Earth, the epicenter of the universe. She is the Ancient One, the supreme sorceress of the multiverse, the guardian of Earth. As long as she exists, none may wreak havoc upon this world. None. Chapter 89 God? Buzz. A resonant sound echoed as the mist surrounding the azure portal dissipated completely. This profound gateway was now fully revealed before Lonnie. The cobalt beam emitting the cube's energy began to diminish in number, yet it continued to sustain the portal's stability. Casting a glance at the remaining 3 containers of cube energy, Venom merged into Lonnie's being, prompting him to hasten his steps. Approaching the spatial portal, Lonnie beheld the deep, beautiful, yet chillingly fearsome gateway. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside, vanishing from sight. The scene shifted, revealing a dimly lit blue corridor that seemed endless. Lonnie surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, questioning the nature of this place and why it differed from his expectations. The first being to appear here in millennia found this situation rather intriguing. A voice, rich with temptation, resonated through the corridor. Instantly alert, Lonnie and Venom exchanged glances. Who is it? Step forward, Midgardian. The voice echoed once more, a powerful enchantment compelling Lonnie's body to move forward uncontrollably. Lonnie's consciousness was suppressed within the confines of the spoken words, acting in unconscious compliance. Venom incessantly cried out from within Lonnie, yet to no avail. Damn, what is this? Venom cursed, attempting to surge forth from Lonnie's body, intending to envelop him and constrain his movements. However, as it materialized, an inexplicable and irresistible force forcefully drew Venom back. Within Lonnie, Venom gazed around in horror. This was its first failure at possession. What manner of place was this? After an indeterminate passage of time, Lonnie found himself in a dark, desolate hall. The moment he arrived, Lonnie's consciousness regained control over his body. Alarmed, he surveyed his surroundings. His awareness was not in a state of unconsciousness, merely relegated to that of an observer, witnessing his body being manipulated by an unseen power as it moved forward. The sensation was disturbingly surreal. It is the unknown that truly instills fear. Suddenly, the empty hall was illuminated by a chilling green flame. Clusters of dark green fire formed a ring, igniting the vast space. The eerie flames cast a glow that allowed Lonnie to discern everything around him. A woman adorned in a dark green bodysuit sat regally upon a high throne. Her cascading black hair framed an exquisitely enchanting visage, exuding an aura of lethal allure that was profoundly seductive. In comparison to Wanda, Hill, or Sky, this woman was of an entirely different caliber. Moreover, there was something distinctly peculiar about her that unsettled Lonnie. This woman's otherworldly presence suggested she was not merely human. Her beauty transcended humanity, and her strangeness was equally disconcerting. Venom trailed off mid-sentence, leaving Lonnie perplexed. What was happening? Communication necessitated face-to-face interaction. The woman across from him let out a soft laugh, extending her right hand slightly. To Ronnie's astonishment, an invisible force began to extract black, viscous substance from his body. The dark fluid was drawn out progressively, ultimately coalescing beside him in the form of Venom, manifesting in the physical realm. This left Venom in shock as it beheld its own form. Had the issue of the symbiote's dependence on its host been resolved by this enigmatic woman? "Who are you?" Ronnie inquired, furrowing his brow. Such astonishing methods. Was this woman truly human? "Me? It would be better for you not to know my identity. Otherwise, an ancient being might come seeking trouble with you." The woman replied with a light chuckle, crossing her left leg over her right. "What do you mean?" Both Venom and Ronnie frowned in unison. "An ancient being? What does that imply? Your understanding does not yet reach that level. It would be futile to enlighten you. However, to put it in the vernacular of you Midgardians." The woman's lips curved into a peculiar arc. "I am a deity," she proclaimed, her confidence unwavering. "A deity?" Ronnie echoed uncertainly, his gaze fixed upon her. "What? Do you not believe me?" The enchanting smile on her face remained intact as a green luminescence suddenly ignited in her hand. "This is the divine power you Midgardians speak of. Whether you believe or not, I am indeed a deity. That entity is perilous." Venom intoned gravely, his crescent-shaped white eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness as he beheld the green light in the woman's grasp. Even when confronting the Hulk, he had never felt such weight. A thought struck Ronnie. Could this woman truly be the legendary goddess? "You are quite intriguing," she remarked, observing their symbiotic existence with a strange fascination. "Should either of you depart from the other, your lifespans would be drastically curtailed." Rising to her feet, she approached the two. "Even I can only momentarily separate you using divine power, preserving your vitality from waning." She stood before Ronnie and Venom, speaking softly. "If you are a deity, why are you here?" Venom inquired, scrutinizing her. A pertinent question, she acknowledged with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "I am here because I was sealed by someone, no, by another deity. I have been imprisoned for millennia. You are the first beings I have encountered in all these years." "Sealed here?" Ronnie was taken aback. To him, the woman appeared invincible. He and Venom felt utterly powerless in her presence, despite Venom's formidable prowess. This was a testament to her might. "But you claim to be sealed here? The deity who imprisoned you must possess tremendous strength." Sensing Ronnie's confusion, the woman elucidated, "Even deities differ among themselves, just as you Midgardians exhibit varying combat abilities." It seemed the woman had been confined for so long that she was somewhat restless. With Ronnie and Venom finally present, her words flowed freely. "Among the gods, my powers are among the pinnacle. Few can surpass me, let alone imprison me. Alas, that ancient one still draws breath. I cannot truly claim to be the strongest." When she spoke of the ancient being, her eyes reflected not hatred for her imprisonment, but rather a sense of regret. Regret that she was not as formidable as this particular deity? "What led to your imprisonment?" Venom interjected. The woman glanced at him, a wicked smile gracing her lips. "I have extinguished too many lives. The loss of countless lives raises the question, how many must perish for a deity to be compelled to seal her away for millennia? I am indeed curious about how you managed to enter. Even I am unable to breach the old man's seal, nor can I escape it. The power of the seal continues to bind me. Despite your opening a passage, I remain unable to traverse it." The woman gazed intently at Ronnie and Venom, sensing the lingering force of the seal that constrained her, suppressing both her divine power and her movements. Although they had created a passage, it did not grant her the means to escape. "I entered through the cosmic cube," Ronnie stated candidly. The woman paused, astonished. How could the cosmic cube possibly be in your possession? As the treasure of Asgard, how could Odin allow it to fall into Midgard, let alone into the hands of someone so feeble? Indeed, feeble. In her eyes, Ronnie and Venom were akin to harmless, pitiful creatures. Even with 99% of her power sealed, she could effortlessly eliminate both Ronnie and Venom. To an ordinary person, Venom and Ronnie might appear superhuman, yet before her, they were mere oversized insects, utterly insignificant. "Are you familiar with the cosmic cube?" Ronnie was taken aback. This woman was evidently not from Earth. Although he was uncertain why she referred to him as a Midgardian, it was clear she was not a being of this planet. Yet, she seemed to possess knowledge of the cosmic cube. "The history of the cosmic cube predates your Midgard," she scoffed. "How could I possibly be unaware of it? Before my sealing, the cosmic cube was a treasure of Asgard, though I cannot fathom how it came to be in your possession. It is undoubtedly under the watchful eye of that old immortal." Asgard? Midgard? Roni regarded her with confusion, yet she offered no explanation. I am uncertain why the cosmic cube appeared on Earth. Using certain instruments, I harnessed its power to open a spatial portal, which is how I arrived here. Your instruments? Indeed. At her words, the woman's gaze shifted toward Roni, now charged with intrigue. Utilizing the energy of the cosmic cube? In all of Asgard, apart from Odin, there is no one else capable of such simplicity in wielding its power. Yet here stands this seemingly feeble Midgardian who has managed to utilize the energies of the cosmic cube. Her interest in Roni piqued. This Midgardian was a prodigy. To have developed his own instruments to harness the energy of the cosmic cube was a feat unmatched even in Asgard. With a captivating smile illuminating her face, the woman regarded Roni with newfound interest. Why do you seek to wield the power of the cosmic cube? At her inquiry, Roni found himself reluctant to respond. However, the thought of the reason behind this woman's imprisonment caused a sense of trepidation in Roni. Had she, the legendary goddess of slaughter, taken too many lives? I have delved into the theory of parallel universes, and I aspire to traverse the realms of other parallel universes through the power of the cosmic cube, Roni quipped. Half in jest. Your ambition is rather grand, the woman remarked, astonished by Roni's audacity. Even the old man has never ventured into parallel universes, yet you dare to dream. Do parallel universes truly exist? Venom, who had remained silent until now, interjected. The woman cast a glance at the towering figure of Venom. His massive, grotesque form did not instill a shred of psychological pressure upon her. In her eyes, this fearsome creature resembled nothing more than a slightly peculiar black Hello Kitty. Indeed, they exist. Although the old man has neither visited nor mentioned them, during my years of confinement in Midgard, I have sensed the essence of parallel universes. Just in the last few centuries, though the precise time eludes me. Roni's spirit lifted as he eagerly inquired. Do you mean to say that someone on Earth has journeyed to a parallel universe? Yes, the woman nodded, meeting Roni's gaze. I have not witnessed it myself, but the spatial fluctuations associated with travel to a parallel universe are profoundly significant, and I caught a glimpse of it. The location is likely in the East. The East. Roni mused, mentally noting this information, preparing to delve into the supernatural occurrences in that region over the last few centuries upon his return to S.H.I.E.L.D. He could only hope it was not in China, his homeland, where S.H.I.E.L.D. had minimal infiltration. If such an event were to transpire there, it is unlikely S.H.I.E.L.D. would have any records. The vast cosmos is comprised of innumerable parallel universes, forming an immense multiverse. In each universe, there exist a select few capable of transcending the barriers between universes to arrive in another realm. Perhaps the old man can achieve this, or perhaps he cannot. However, I am certain that someone from your Midgard possesses this ability. The woman reminisced about the earth-shattering spatial fluctuations from centuries past. For ordinary Midgardians, it went unnoticed, but for a being of her divinity, the terrifying force was unmistakably palpable. This power left her with a sense of unease. Roni and Venom exchanged glances. Is there truly such a formidable being among us? Roni squinted, expressing disbelief. I've never heard of it. Venom's large, crescent-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. It seems Earth is indeed remarkable. Such a formidable entity. Can that old man contend with them? Who knows? I still have no idea who this woman and the old man she speaks of are. Could it be Jesus? I suppose I could be the Virgin Mary. Roni rolled his eyes. Come now, your Virgin Mary has taken too many lives and has been sealed away. Jesus was indeed crucified by Satan. Thus, she must be Medusa, and the old man is Zeus. It seems quite plausible. Upon your suggestion, Roni and Venom exchanged glances, both reflecting profound astonishment and pride in each other's eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. This woman must be Medusa from Greek mythology. Enigmatic and beautiful, yet deadly. The old man she referred to must be the great stallion of Greece. The father of the gods, Zeus. Goodness, we are truly brilliant. Roni and Venom nodded in satisfaction, their thoughts aligned like heroes. As for Medusa's snake-haired appearance, the two conveniently chose to overlook that detail. Chapter 91. The Gift of the Gods. The woman gazed at Roni and Venom, who were exchanging knowing glances, seemingly perplexed. She could not comprehend the silent communication between them. One Midgardian, with his eyes contorting in various shapes, was baffling enough, but this symbiotic creature opposite her, with its large, fish belly-like, white eyes fluctuating in size. What was going on? You both seemed to be pondering something rather ominous. She interrupted their silent exchange. Was it merely her imagination? Or did their gazes towards her take on a peculiar quality? Nothing, Lonnie replied, shaking his head. Venom nodded in agreement. The woman scrutinized them for a moment, but chose not to press further. You mentioned that you cannot exit through the space portal we entered? Lonnie, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly redirected the conversation. In mythology, Medusa is a merciless killer. He and Venom would be no match for her. Should she unleash her fury, they would surely meet their demise here. Indeed, the woman affirmed with a nod. The old man's seal is intertwined with his divine power. Even if you were to open the space portal, I would not be able to escape with his divine energy sustaining it. How impressive. This means that Venom, who had trailed off mid-sentence, was uncertain how to refer to the deity who had sealed her. The old man, the immortal? You may refer to him as the king of gods, the woman interjected at the opportune moment. Lonnie and Venom exchanged glances once more. The king of gods, Zeus. It must be this colossal stallion. So, if the king of gods remains alive, you cannot escape? Venom inquired. That is correct, the woman replied, settling back into her chair. However, causing this old man's demise is no simple task. Indeed, the king of gods is immensely powerful. How could he be so easily vanquished? Are deities immortal? Lonnie suddenly asked, his eyes gleaming with a longing born from a deep-seated aspiration. Having grown up immersed in the rich tapestry of Chinese mythology, the dream of immortality resides in the hearts of every Chinese individual. The allure of immortality is an irresistible temptation for all. Not quite, the woman shook her head. So-called deities are merely powerful beings. Immortality? The multiverse does not harbor any life that is truly eternal. Well, Lonnie said with a hint of disappointment. The lifespan of a god extends into the thousands of years. The old man has lived for over 5,000 years. I am uncertain how much longer he may endure. But he will not achieve immortality. The woman scoffed. The lifespan of gods is finite. Even the king of the gods cannot escape the ravages of time. Indeed, time is the most formidable force in this world. Lonnie, we must leave. Venom sensed the tremors of the distant passage, a sign of dwindling energy. Lonnie glanced at the woman. If she chose not to let them go, escape would be impossible. Resistance was predicated on a sliver of hope, and given the earlier confrontation, their chances of success were non-existent. Let us depart. I have no desire to linger among the Midgardians, the woman declared, her leg crossed, propping her head with her hand. Lonnie and Venom exhaled in relief. Being allowed to leave was a relief. Yet, a peculiar smile crept across the woman's face. Before you go, I shall bestow upon you a gift, a token of gratitude for alleviating my centuries of vexation. Without a sound, and with no forewarning, the woman abruptly appeared before Lonnie. As he began to react, she waved her delicate hand, and Venom's form abruptly dissolved, merging into Lonnie's body. Simultaneously, a dark green gem, the size of an eye, materialized in her right hand, radiating a soft, enigmatic glow. Before Lonnie could utter a word, the woman pressed the gem against his forehead. The orb plunged into his brow, an extraordinary power surging throughout his being, an indescribable energy erupting from his mind, flooding every limb, every cell within him. Go, she commanded, gently tapping him with her left hand. Lonnie's body was enveloped in the dark green force and propelled like a cannonball toward the spatial portal. With a pop, Lonnie's figure vanished into the cerulean portal. The woman's smile deepened. The seed has been sown. Whether it emerges or withers, I shall await the outcome. At the very moment Lonnie emerged from the portal, Odin and Asgard sprang abruptly from his throne. In his remaining pupil, a dark golden hue flickered. The uncertain glimmer in his dark golden eyes spoke volumes. Is this divinity? Odin pondered, still uncertain, as divine power surged, and a mirror of godly energy manifested before him. Gazing at the image of Lonnie that appeared in the mirror, Odin exhaled a heavy breath. The divine seed. Does she intend to cultivate this Midgardian into a servant? Odin furrowed his brow. Bestowing a divine seed would inevitably alter the deity's essence. Typically, gods refrain from such acts. Moreover, once the divine seed germinates, particularly one from a malevolent deity like her, Lonnie would become irrevocably her divine servant, a mortal bound to a god. With a sigh, Odin resolved to journey to Midgard to extract this divine seed. Lonnie is a prodigy. Odin could not allow such a talent to fall under the dominion of this wicked god. Suddenly, Odin's expression shifted. Before him, the scene transformed. revealing a woman clad in white monk robes. As her image materialized, she abruptly lifted her gaze, seemingly transcending vast expanses of space to meet Odin's eyes. To his astonishment, "You have appeared," Odin remarked with a sense of wonder, just as the vision faded and the divine mirror dissipated. He returned to his throne, deeming the matter unnecessary. With her presence, little disturbance would arise. On Earth, in Kamartaj, the Ancient One withdrew her gaze and turned once more to the magical mirror before her. The Reaper's gift might not herald disaster, she mused softly, observing Ronnie as he underwent the baptism of the divine seed. The divine seed embodies a duality of benefits and drawbacks. Much like the sword of Damocles, the object itself is indifferent to right or wrong, good or evil. Ultimately, it is the wielder who determines its fate. However, this child requires guidance, she whispered, as a fiery red ring materialized before her, and she stepped through, vanishing within its flames. Chapter 92. The Supreme Sorceress. The visit of the Ancient One. After being cast out by the goddess resembling Medusa, Ronnie lay on the ground, his body radiating a deep green luminescence, seemingly undergoing a form of baptism. The venom within him was also experiencing a significant enhancement. Nearby, the apparatus indicated that the energy of the cube was gradually depleting, and the azure portal collapsed with a resounding thud, causing the device to shut down automatically. All fell silent, leaving Ronnie on the ground, shimmering with emerald light. Time passed, and suddenly, Ronnie opened his eyes. A flicker of darkness flashed within his inky pupils. "Venom," Ronnie tentatively called out. "Each of your cells has been fortified and enhanced to varying degrees. You have now reached the pinnacle of human potential," the Venom responded. Ronnie nodded slightly, feeling the surging power within him, continuously emanating from the depths of his being. "And you? Have you been enhanced?" "I sense no visible change. Yet I am certain some aspect has shifted. I just have not yet discerned it," said the Venom. "Indeed, the tenant within you has ascended to a higher plane of existence." The sudden sound sent shivers down Ronnie's spine, prompting him to leap to his feet, alertly gazing at the woman behind him. When had she appeared here? The voice of Venom resonated in his mind with astonishment. He had been completely unaware of another's presence. "Who are you?" Ronnie asked, his muscles taut, eyeing Ancient One with caution. "Relax, child," Ancient One replied with a smile. "I am known as the Ancient One, a sorcerer." "A sorcerer? A magician?" Ronnie furrowed his brow. "Does magic truly exist?" "You are a level 7 member of S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe you have the clearance to access the information on Kamartaj," Ancient One stated with a knowing smile. Ronnie, still on guard, seized a nearby computer and swiftly logged into S.H.I.E.L.D's database, utilizing his level 7 clearance to search for information regarding Kamartaj. Indeed, as the self-proclaimed Ancient One had asserted, his clearance permitted him to access the details about Kamartaj. A series of revelations flashed rapidly before Ronnie's eyes. Supreme Sorcerer, guardian of the Earth's spiritual realm, lineage of sorcerers. The more he delved, the more his astonishment became difficult to contain. What on earth is happening in this world? First, advanced technologies flourished, then divine entities emerged, and now, a plethora of sorcerers? Is this universe governed by technological civilization, magical civilization, or the mythical civilization of legends? Ronnie felt utterly bewildered. What is truly going on? While Ronnie's mind momentarily faltered, Ancient One remained silent, patiently allowing him to process the overwhelming information that threatened to upend his worldview. "What do you mean by life level?" Ronnie finally inquired, his voice steady after a considerable pause. "The symbiote you refer to as Venom cannot survive independently in Earth's environment for long. It must rely on consuming your life force to coexist. The divine seed bestowed upon you by Hela has resolved this issue. The divine seed altered its genetic structure. Although it still requires symbiosis to survive on Earth, it no longer needs to consume your life force." This was indeed welcome news. But who is Hela? Indeed, Ancient One confirmed. She is a goddess from Asgard. The goddess of death, Hela. Isn't she Medusa? Wait, goddess of death, Hela? Is the old man Hela speaks of none other than Odin? Ronnie swallowed hard, questioning. If you are referring to the one who sealed Hela, then yes, it is indeed Odin, the Allfather. Ronnie, Venom, the king of gods in Norse mythology, Odin, the mightiest deity in history, possessing the eternal spear Gungnir and the celestial steed Sleipnir, the god King Odin traverses the cosmos, unmatched in his supremacy. In his prime, Odin truly stood invincible. Lonnie muses that even the formidable Zeus from Greek mythology might not stand a chance against the battle-hardened Odin. Whether it be the fated eternal spear Gungnir, the unparalleled steed Sleipnir, or Odin's own formidable might, each represents a terrifying force. To suddenly reveal to Lonnie that such a mythological figure exists in reality is an overwhelming revelation. Reflecting on the past 2 years, Lonnie now finds his previous belief that he could thrive in this universe through venomous means utterly ludicrous. He once thought no one could confront him, yet now it appears that a multitude could easily extinguish him. However, after encountering Hela and now the Ancient One, Lonnie's worldview has nearly shattered. Should a similar occurrence transpire, he feels more prepared to endure it. What purpose does the divine seed bestowed upon me by this death god serve? The divine seed is a power granted by higher deities to other beings, enabling them to cultivate a fragment of that deity's strength. Naturally, such a gift comes at a cost. Once the divine seed is nurtured and the higher deity's power is acquired, the being ultimately becomes the deity's most faithful servant. Hela, recognizing your potential, seeks to enslave you. Lonnie's lips twitch as he realizes this truth. He remains puzzled as to why a god of death, notorious for his murderous tendencies, would so generously offer him a gift. The reason soon becomes clear. As for the Ancient One, Lonnie harbors no doubts. The information recorded by S.H.I.E.L.D. provides a comprehensive account of the Master Sorcerer, highlighting the commendable character of the Ancient One. According to S.H.I.E.L.D's evaluation, she embodies a true paragon of virtue and talent. In other words, she is a sage of our time. Lonnie generally trusts the judgment of his colleagues at S.H.I.E.L.D, though disbelief offers no viable alternative. What, then, is the solution? Lonnie turns his gaze to the Ancient One. Since she has sought him out, it suggests she possesses a means to resolve his predicament. 2 proposals. The Ancient One smiles slightly. First, I can help you extract the divine seed, erasing all that has transpired. The second option. Lonnie hesitates. The prospect of enhanced power brings him comfort. He is reluctant to relinquish it. Even in the face of danger, the Ancient One, unperturbed by his indecision, offers her second option. I shall remove Hela's death essence from the divine seed. Each night, you will accompany me to Kamartaj, where I will guide you in mastering your own divinity and tempering the darkness within. Chapter 93. Purging the essence of death, cultivating my own divinity? Lonnie gazes at the Ancient One, confusion etched upon his face. Your physical form has been transformed by the divine seed, endowing you with the potential to become a divine entity. The existence of this divine seed further grants you the latent ability to attain the status of a true deity. What you currently lack is merely guidance. A true god? A tremor coursed through Long and I at the thought. How distant and unattainable that term feels. To be born as a human and to yearn for divinity, regardless of others' perspectives. Long and I harbors a profound desire to become a legendary deity. Now, an opportunity presents itself before him, igniting a thrill that makes him tremble with excitement. The divine seed bestowed upon you by Hela contains the essence of death. Once I extract it, you will be unable to draw any power from the divine seed. It shall remain dormant within you, awaiting the moment you awaken your divinity. Your own divinity? Long and I gazed at Gu-E in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of her words. A divine seed without the essence of a higher deity is the most primordial form of divinity. It enables one with the potential for divinity to awaken either divinity or malevolence, thus becoming a deity or a dark god. I shall guide you in awakening your divine essence while suppressing the malevolent aspect to prevent you from becoming a dark god akin to Hela. Is it impossible to eradicate the malevolence? Long and I inquired with a frown. It cannot be done. Divinity and malevolence are inherently intertwined. Hela originally awakened her divine essence, but due to certain events, her malevolence eclipsed her divinity, transforming her into the malevolent deity of death. Gu-E elucidated. I see, Long and I nodded. It appears that even among deities, there exists a distinction between good and evil. Good and evil often hinge on a single thought. By upholding your beliefs and adhering to your principles, safeguarding what you cherish, you need not fear the encroachment of malevolence. Long and I nodded, though he did not fully comprehend. He understood that agreement was appropriate. Each night, I shall come to retrieve you. Confidentiality is paramount. The matter concerning Hela is of great significance. and I believe you would not wish to witness conflict arise between Earth and Asgard. I understand, Long and I acknowledged. If today's events were to reach the Bureau, the S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly devise a series of strategies against the malevolent deities sealed on Earth. Even the gods in Asgard would not be exempt. Although Long and I felt that humanity's ultimate strategic weapon, nuclear arms, might not be sufficient to vanquish Odin. Farewell. Gu-E smiled faintly, turning to step into the fire ring and disappearing from sight. Watching Gu-Yi's enigmatic departure, Long and I furrowed his brow. Magic. As night descended, the tranquil essence of Kamar-Taj enveloped the surroundings, casting a gentle stillness over the land. In this secluded area of Kamar-Taj, devoid of human presence, Gu-E and Long and I stood, perfectly suited for Lonnie's training. Release the venom. You have both accepted the divine seed, harboring hellish essence of death within you. Good. Ronnie nodded as the black liquid surged across his body, enveloping him entirely in an instant. You seek me, a deep, gravelly voice emanated from the symbiotic entity. Enhanced significantly. The symbiote's power had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. While it may not rival true titans like Hela, it was undeniably powerful on Earth. In fact, it could now effortlessly overpower the 5-meter-tall Hulk it had previously encountered, employing a variety of flamboyant techniques to do so. Relax, or I shall be unable to assist you in dispelling the essence of death, Ancient One remarked, noticing the symbiote's tense state with a knowing smile. Ease your body, symbiote, Ronnie urged from within the liquid's depths. After a brief moment of silence, the symbiote complied and relaxed. With a slight smile, Ancient One interlaced her fingers, conjuring a series of peculiar hand seals. Perhaps due to the divine seed within, both the symbiote and Ronnie perceived faint, enigmatic energy fluctuations emanating from the seals, even though nothing was visibly discernible. Release your control over your body, Ancient One instructed, pushing her hands forward. A golden circular sigil materialized behind the symbiote, a brilliant golden line bisecting it and rotating within, forming a hexagram. The moment the hexagram appeared, identical sigils manifested in all directions around the symbiote, above, below, to the left, and to the right. Ancient One's smile faded, her expression becoming serene as she quickened her hand seals. The 6 hexagrams illuminated simultaneously, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull. Strangely, this force had no effect on either the symbiote or Ronnie, seemingly aimed at something else entirely. Before long, crimson spots began to emerge on the symbiote's dark surface, rapidly spreading like blood until it was completely covered. At the center of its large eyes, a dark green gem materialized, upon which Hela's visage appeared, ethereal and calm, displaying no surprise at the dispelling of her deathly essence. Her gaze fixated on Ancient One, who was casting her spell. You are the formidable one from Midgard, are you not? Hela's voice, carried by an eerie resonance, reached Ancient One's mind, though Ronnie and the symbiote remained unaware of her words. Death Goddess Hela, you have overstepped your bounds, Ancient One remarked, glancing at Hela while intensifying her magical output to eradicate the dark essence. I did not expect the lineage of the Supreme Sorcerer to have grown so powerful, Hela chuckled softly. Ancient One offered no reply, focusing instead on channeling her energy. Gradually, the dark green hue within the gem was expelled, revealing its original pearlescent glow. Consider this divine seed a gift for you, intriguing Midgardian. Hela turned to glance at Venom, a light laugh escaping her lips before her ethereal form dissipated into nothingness. In that fleeting moment of Hela's disappearance, the dark green hue within the emerald gem atop Venom's head was entirely erased, transforming it into a lustrous alabaster stone. Chapter 94. The resentful venom of Ronnie. The hexagram array gradually faded as the alabaster gem re-entered Venom's being, embedding itself in Ronnie's third eye. The death divinity contained within this divine seed had been eradicated by my efforts, leaving it as the most primordial essence of divinity. Your next task is to cultivate this divine seed into a deity uniquely your own, Ancient One instructed. Her expression remained largely unchanged, indicating that the removal of the death divinity had little effect on her. This realization deepened Ronnie and Venom's understanding of Ancient One's formidable prowess. This individual may not be a god, yet she stands on par with them. Indeed, a supreme mage, her reputation well-deserved. Stealing a glance at Ancient One, Venom remained silent, silently transforming into a dark, flowing mass and merging into Ronnie's form. How do I transform the divine seed into a deity? Ronnie inquired. Every path is distinct. Gods differ from one another. I cannot discern your divine essence. Thus I am unable to guide you in cultivating the divine seed, Ancient One replied, shaking her head. However, you possess the potential for godhood. Your divinity is concealed deep within your genes. The answer lies in your own pursuit. Ronnie frowned, pondering how one might embark on such a quest. For today, return and rest. Tomorrow night, I shall instruct you in the art of combat, Ancient One stated. Ronnie stared at her, bewildered. Teach me to fight? What does that mean? Wasn't he the aim to guide me towards becoming a benevolent deity? How can a mage like you possibly teach a warrior like me to battle? One casts spells from a distance, while the other charges headlong into the fray. What could you possibly impart? Unfazed by Ronnie's internal turmoil, Ancient One waved her hand, summoning a fiery circular portal that enveloped Ronnie, whisking him away in an instant. After delivering Ronnie back to his abode, the portal erupted into a cascade of sparks before vanishing into the void. Cultivating a deity seems rather appealing, Ancient One mused, a fleeting smile gracing her serene face. Having traversed nearly 4 centuries through the multiverse, she had encountered a myriad of powerful, peculiar, and both known and unknown beings. Among them, she had encountered numerous gods and even clashed with divine entities. Yet, the experience of personally mentoring and nurturing a future god was uncharted territory for her. This sensation bore a striking contrast to her teachings of monk mages, as it felt imbued with a deeper sense of fulfillment. Back in his own home, Ronnie remained bewildered. Wasn't he the purpose of his guidance to lead him towards benevolence as a deity? Do not overthink it. That woman is immensely powerful. Under her tutelage, we should experience significant growth, Venom interjected. Ronnie nodded, though the prospect of a mage instructing a warrior seemed rather implausible. Yet, all laws converge into one. As a master sorcerer, Ancient One should have no difficulty in mentoring him, a newly transitioned warrior. Ronnie lifted his right hand, lost in thought as he gazed at his skin, now fair from the baptism of divine seeds. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, creating a sonic boom as the air was forcefully compressed under immense pressure. Having reached the pinnacle of human capabilities, Ronnie's combat prowess had become extraordinarily formidable. The geometric enhancement conferred by the symbiote was nothing short of terrifying, promising a combat strength that would attain an astonishing level. I suddenly wish to encounter Hulk, Ronnie remarked. Coincidentally, I share that sentiment, replied Venom. After suffering a severe defeat last time, the two had long harbored a pent-up frustration. Now, with their significantly augmented powers, they were undoubtedly eager to reclaim their honor. With their current abilities, even the 3-meter-tall Hulk would struggle to easily overpower Ronnie. And what of Venom's augmentations? You can grow stronger through your fury, but if you are dispatched before your anger escalates, that's the end of the matter, Ronnie mused. Recalling his encounter with Hulk and subsequently delving into S.H.I.E.L.D's database, he discovered that, theoretically, Hulk could indeed amplify his strength infinitely through rage. Yet each transformation back into his human form reset his stature to the original 3 meters. In other words, Hulk's rage-induced enhancements were inherently limited. They were one-time boosts that required a fresh start with each transformation. If they could eliminate him before he reached a critical threshold of power, there would be no complications. Bruce Banner, Ronnie whispered, uttering the true name of the Green Giant. The American authorities fancied themselves discreet, yet before the all-pervasive S.H.I.E.L.D, their information blockade was utterly ineffectual. The chief scientist behind gamma-ray research and the development of the super soldier serum was well known to S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason for their inaction was twofold. Firstly, they were wary of the military, lacking a suitable justification. Secondly, Hulk's immense and uncontrollable strength posed a significant risk, rendering any operation potentially catastrophic and impractical. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. feigned ignorance, allowing the military to flounder in their endeavors. I will make him cry out for his father, Venom hissed through gritted teeth. Having been thoroughly beaten by Hulk, Venom had never endured such humiliation since its inception. Each recollection fueled its fury. However, it did not intend to kill Hulk. Bruce Banner was a living individual. Although Ronnie bore the blood of many upon his hands, he could confidently assert that no one was beyond deserving of death. Each life he had taken had been justly claimed. Yet Bruce Banner was different. When he transformed into Hulk, he was devoid of consciousness. Hulk's actions were not his own, and Ronnie harbored no desire to extinguish his life. However, a thorough beating was certainly in order. "Let me strike first, and then you can follow," Ronnie agreed, his own frustration palpable. He harbored deep resentment towards the Green Giant. Previously, he had been unable to contend with him, forced to swallow his indignation. Now, with newfound strength, he felt capable of overcoming the foe. Humph. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes a decade. It's settled then. The next time we encounter that green behemoth, I will lead the charge. And you shall follow, Venom quickly interjected, fearing that Ronnie might overshadow him. In the past, when faced with Hulk, he wished fervently for extra legs to flee as fast as possible. Now, he yearned for Hulk to appear right before him. It must be said, humanity is a truly contradictory species. Enough. Let us retire for the night. I have work to attend to tomorrow, Ronnie remarked, glancing at the clock which neared 1 in the morning. He needed to be at the underground research facility by 9, and any further delay would hinder his ability to rise. "I need not wake early," Venom countered. "I do," Ronnie replied, rising to ascend the stairs. He would shower and then retire to bed. Thus, this day, filled with remarkable adventures, quietly came to a close. Chapter 95, Training the following day. As night fell over Kathmandu, Ronnie once again arrived at Kamar Taj through a portal. Master Wong awaited him at the same spot, having arrived early. "Greetings, Master Wong." Ronnie saluted upon seeing him. Indeed, Wong nodded. "Every deity possesses their own unique divinity and artifact. You are to select a weapon, and I shall instruct you in the art of combat." Wong gestured towards a row of weaponry behind Ronnie. Turning around, Ronnie beheld an array of arms, swords, daggers, spears, and more, encompassing nearly every cold weapon known to the world. He scanned the collection swiftly. "Master, do you have a guandao?" Ronnie expressed his desire for the traditional halberd. Unlike the long sword favored by most, he was drawn to the guandao, a weapon that exemplified raw power. As a child, he had been captivated by the tales of the Three Kingdoms, particularly the legendary battles of Lu Bu wielding his guandao, unstoppable on the battlefield. In his youth, he dreamt of brandishing such a weapon, dominating the land. However, he later discovered the guandao was far too heavy for his small frame. Moreover, in this era of advanced technology, cold weapons had long since faded from the annals of history. With age came a waning of that youthful aspiration. No matter how skilled one may be, a single strike could fell them. Now, as Master Wong prompted him to select a weapon for specialized training, the dormant desire for the guandao within Ronnie was stirred anew. A guandao? Wong initially appeared taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. Wong was well versed in various cultures, having delved into the rich heritage of the world's civilizations, with particular focus on one of the 4 ancient cradles of civilization, China, the Fang Tian Huaji. A weapon of paramount significance among the formidable arms of the tyrants, was well known to Gu Yi. "The Fang Tian Huaji is ill-suited for you," she remarked while gazing at Long and I. "But you allowed me to choose for myself," Long and I queried with a hint of perplexity. "The Fang Tian Huaji possesses overwhelming force and is excessively ferocious, rendering it inappropriate for use as a divine artifact," Gu Yi explained. "Yet Odin wields the eternal spear." "Gungnir," Long and I muttered. Gu Yi chuckled softly, shaking her head, her silence conveying a clear message. "Can you truly compare yourself to Odin? Very well. Then I shall choose this," Long and I said, wrinkling his nose as he casually picked up a silver-white trident from the rack. Although it was not his preferred Fang Tian Huaji, at least it was still a polearm. A flicker of intrigue crossed Gu Yi's eyes. She had encountered numerous deities wielding tridents during her travels across the multiverse, yet none existed in this universe. Was it, perhaps, fate? "All right. Now that you have chosen your weapon, I shall commence your training in combat and the cultivation of divine power." "Cultivation of divine power?" Long and I exclaimed, staring at Gu Yi in astonishment while clutching the trident. Divine power emanates from the divine essence of deities. This essence can take various forms. Sometimes it is an object, sometimes a living being, and at other times, an ethereal concept. Aside from the deities themselves, few understand the nature of their divine essence, Gu Yi elucidated. Though you lack a divine essence, the divine seed within you can serve as a pseudo-essence, allowing you to refine divine power. Long Ni's eyes brightened at her words. "How do I refine divine power?" "Divine power originates from the divine essence, which is nurtured within the soul. Each deity's method of cultivating divine power is unique. I am unaware of your specific approach, and even King Odin would not know. The method lies within your heart. Only you can truly comprehend it. Is there any difference between saying this and saying nothing at all? Long and I retorted. Cultivating divine power requires a robust physique. Without a proper divine body, even if you manage to refine divine power, your body will be shattered by its overwhelming force. Thus, you must seek understanding on your own. While I will assist in enhancing your physical constitution, how will you teach me? Long and I blinked, inquiring. By practical combat. With a resonant hum, Gui extended her arms, conjuring two fan-like magical constructs of crimson energy in her hands. Grip your weapon tightly and prepare for battle. With that, Gui raised her magical fans and advanced. Startled, Long and I hurriedly lifted the trident in his hands. Clang! A tremendous force surged through the trident, numbing Long Knee's grip. Before he could recover, Gui lunged forward once more. Ronnie, having regained his senses, suddenly swung the trident in his hand, its prongs aimed directly at Gui, thrusting fiercely forward. Clang! The fan in his left hand intercepted the incoming strike, while the fan in his right hand slipped from his grasp, slicing through the air with a fierce gust toward Ronnie. In an instant, Ronnie's eyes flickered. He bent his legs sharply, lowering his body as the fan grazed closely past his scalp, severing several strands of hair. With a powerful shake of his hands, he knocked the remaining fan from Gui's grip, sweeping the trident before him, unleashing a torrent of howling air and a violent force that surged toward Gui. Boom! A crimson magic array materialized before Gui, firmly blocking the attack, preventing it from advancing further. Not bad. Gui released his hold, and the magic array vanished in an instant. Observing this, Ronnie relaxed his tightly gripped right hand around the trident. He was utterly unfamiliar with the combat style of the trident, and wielding it significantly diminished his combat effectiveness. Already at a disadvantage, this left him with even less chance of victory. This weapon is cumbersome. Ronnie flicked the trident in his hand, expressing his displeasure. He was accustomed to fighting barehanded or with firearms. The sudden shift to using a trident felt exceedingly awkward. It is merely a matter of unfamiliarity. However, your technique with the trident has surprised me. Have you undergone any related training before? Gui inquired with curiosity. No. I simply felt a sense of familiarity when grasping the trident, and certain attack methods came to me instinctively. Ronnie mused, somewhat puzzled, as if he had wielded a trident before. Gui nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Let us continue. This time, you will join forces with Venom. Gui assumed a fighting stance. All right. Ronnie stood firm with the trident, as a dark, viscous substance surged from within him, and Venom's towering form materialized before Gui. Simultaneously, the black fluid enveloped Ronnie's trident, transforming it into a pitch-black weapon. A sharp, cold glimmer flickered at the prongs of the trident, eerily chilling. Shall I take the lead? Venom's deep voice resonated. Just as Ronnie was about to respond, he heard Gui's words. You must learn to synchronize. Chapter 96. Converging paths you must learn to synchronize, Gui stated. Synchronize? Venom gazed at Gui, puzzled by the term. You exist in a symbiotic relationship, a unique form of life. When your minds achieve a profound connection, a synchronization of spirits, the power you can unleash surpasses that of any individual acting alone. 1 + 1 becomes greater than 2. Are you suggesting that I need to coordinate my combat efforts with Ronnie? Venom asked. Precisely, Gui affirmed. This requires an extraordinary level of understanding between you two. Your current rapport is commendable, yet a considerable distance remains to achieve true synchronization. Your foremost objective is to attain this harmony. Venom, with a semblance of understanding, nodded slightly. Let us commence. Thus, each day, Ronnie diligently engaged in research and development within the subterranean laboratories of S.H.I.E.L.D. during the daylight hours, while in the evenings, he trained in combat under the tutelage of the Ancient One at Kamartaj. Perhaps due to the habits formed during his scholarly pursuits in the Celestial Empire, Ronnie has adapted to a routine of sleeping merely 5 hours, retiring at 3 in the morning and rising at 8. Despite this limited repose, he does not feel excessively fatigued. As time gradually passes, the progress of the Tesseract tank inches forward, and Ronnie's proficiency with the trident swiftly enhances under the Ancient One's practical instruction. Their sparring sessions were relentless, each strike a lethal assault. Ronnie remained ever vigilant during his encounters with the Ancient One. A moment's lapse could result in injury. Even with Venom's symbiotic protection, a hit from the Ancient One could still leave its mark. Through this rigorous training, Lonnie has become somewhat desensitized to pain, yet the results are undeniably impressive. Although neither he nor Venom has undergone significant physical changes, their combat prowess has dramatically increased, particularly Ronnie's mastery of the trident. After 3 months of instruction, the Ancient One declared that Ronnie need not return, having imparted all she could. The remainder of his development would rely on his own efforts. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Ronnie bid farewell and departed the subterranean lab. After changing out of his research attire into his own clothes, he exited the Triskelion. Stretching lazily, he basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to not heading to Kamartaj. Ronnie purchased a cup of milk tea and settled leisurely by the flower bed at S.H.I.E.L.D., relishing the reprieve from physical punishment. Finally, no more beatings. Venom's voice resonated, imbued with a sense of relief. The Ancient One was formidable. For 3 months, Venom and Ronnie had sparred under her guidance without winning even a single exchange, enduring relentless strikes. This feeling of frustration weighed heavily on both Ronnie and Venom. Unlike the previous encounters with Hulk, where he could at least retaliate, battling the Ancient One felt like a one-sided ordeal devoid of any opportunity for counterattack. Ronnie and Venom did not harbor anger, merely discomfort. When the disparity in skill is so vast that one can only look up to the opponent, jealousy dissipates, leaving only reverence for the strong. Their situation mirrored this sentiment. The Ancient One's overwhelming prowess created a chasm in their abilities, rendering any feelings of resentment utterly futile. Let us take a stroll to unwind our beleaguered spirits after 3 months of relentless training, Ronnie proposed. Indeed, Venom readily agreed. My chocolate balls are nearly finished. Let us see if there are any new products available. We shall first visit the department store. Absolutely. In a rare moment of relaxation, Ronnie drove into the heart of New York City. It had been 3 months since his last visit. During that time, he had been honing his combat skills under the tutelage of the Ancient One, and even during the holidays, he remained at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After such a prolonged absence, the city felt both hauntingly familiar and strangely foreign. However, this sensation vanished upon his arrival at the department store. Over 3 months, New York had not changed significantly. Pushing a shopping cart, Ronnie strolled leisurely through the supermarket, casually picking up items he needed while meandering through the aisles. With no training obligations ahead, he had ample time to indulge in aimless wandering. Look over there. The voice of Venom suddenly resonated within him, accompanied by the apparition of a black arrow in his vision. Following the direction of the arrow, he spotted a striking blonde woman, pushing a cart filled with everyday necessities. This woman seemed vaguely familiar. Who is she? Ronnie pondered aloud with a hint of curiosity. Her name is Betty, Venom informed him. Like a flash of lightning illuminating his mind, Ronnie's recollection of her identity surged forth. Of course, it was her. How ironic that their paths should cross again. A sinister smile crept across Ronnie's face. Betty, the only daughter of General Ross from the military, Bruce Banner's girlfriend, and the very person who had rescued Banner during the last military ambush. He hadn't anticipated their continued presence in New York. Whatever the case, fate has brought us together, and I shall have my revenge, Ronnie declared with a fierce determination. He was already seething with anger towards Hulk. And after enduring 3 months of trials under the Ancient One's rigorous training, he felt an undeniable resentment brewing within him. Though he harbored no ill will towards the Ancient One, this frustration had found a new target in Hulk, thanks to Betty's unexpected appearance. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I've become significantly stronger during this time, Ronnie mused with a grin. Let us follow her. Our chance for vengeance has arrived. Utilizing thermal sensing, Venom pinpointed Betty's location, and Ronnie swiftly maneuvered his shopping cart to the checkout, paid for his items, and placed them in the trunk of his vehicle, awaiting her descent. After approximately 10 minutes, Betty emerged from the store, laden with bags, and hailed a taxi, departing from the department store. Ronnie followed closely behind. Banner's hideout lay in the suburbs of New York, a locale bustling with people yet shrouded in obscurity. Moreover, Banner's wanted status had not been disclosed to the public, aside from military and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. No one recognized that the green behemoth was, in fact, him. This place served as an excellent refuge. Ronnie parked his car at a distance, ensuring he remained unseen. He retrieved a half-mask he had prepared earlier from the trunk and donned it, grasping the trident gifted to him by the Ancient One firmly in his hand. Leaping onto the rooftop of a building, Lonnie swiftly traversed the surface, making a beeline for Banner's location. This time, he was prepared to take the initiative. Venom, in its essence, was unhurried. Chapter 97. The clash with Hulk. Lonnie landed steadily atop the roof where Banner and Betty were situated. Wielding a silver trident that towered over him, crouching cautiously. Extending his right hand, black threads silently surged forth, consuming and decomposing a section of the rooftop. The evolved Venom possessed the ability to devour matter. Although it could only consume and decompose without any other enhancements, this ability proved invaluable at times, such as now. Observing the conversation within the home between Banner and Betty, Lonnie pondered aloud. Should I make a dramatic entrance, or perhaps knock politely for a visit? Are you here to chat? Planning a courteous visit? Venom's voice resonated with exasperation. Right. Good point. Lonnie scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, after adjusting his mask to ensure it wouldn't falter, he stood tall, trident poised. How's the heartbeat? Betty inquired, placing the items she had purchased back into the refrigerator. Glancing at Banner, who was watching television by the bed. Stable. Nothing to worry about. Banner replied with a slight smile. Try not to go out too much. If anyone discovers us, we might have to flee again after settling down. I understand, Betty nodded. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the rooftop, and a figure descended from the sky. Bang! Banner sprang to his feet, shielding Betty behind him, his gaze locked on the newcomer. Lonnie, donning a ghostly mask, straightened his posture, his eyes coldly fixed on Banner. Bruce Banner, his voice rasped like a creaking wind, low and unsettling enough to draw a frown. The unexpected visitor wielding a silver trident radiated immense pressure towards Banner. Who are you? Banner questioned cautiously, scrutinizing the man who had fallen from above. He appeared to be no military personnel, yet brandished a trident. Who could he be? You, leave this place, Lonnie commanded, raising his trident, his voice gravelly. Its tip aimed at Betty. Bring out the Hulk. I am not here for you. Ronnie's gaze was fixed intently on Banner. Banner's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. This man knew his identity. What do you want with the Hulk? He asked, frowning. 3. Lonnie began to count down, disinterested in further dialogue. Betty, you need to go, Banner urged as he noticed the masked man's readiness to strike. But 2. Leave now. Banner forcefully nudged Betty towards the door. Go. Betty glanced back at Banner before swiftly opening the door and departing. Lonnie tightened his grip on the trident, his leg muscles bulging as he propelled himself toward Banner like a cannonball. Banner barely had time to react before the sharp tip of the trident was mere inches from him. No one could doubt the lethal potential of this glimmering trident. Just then, a hand seized the trident's tip with unwavering strength. Is it here? Lonnie smirked, observing the green hand that grasped the trident's point. In an instant, Banner's form began to swell in Lonnie's view, growing larger and larger until, within a few breaths, he transformed into the towering Hulk, standing 3 meters tall. With a fierce roar, Hulk bellowed at Lonnie. A glint of frost flashed in Lonnie's eyes as he gripped the trident and forcefully pushed forward. Caught off guard, Hulk was pushed back 2 steps by the sudden force, the trident's sharp tip pressing against his skin, drawing a trickle of green blood from his chest. With a thunderous roar, Hulk retaliated, swatting the trident aside and swinging a fist toward Lonnie. Having undergone a rigorous 3-month training session with Ancient One, Lonnie was now a far cry from his former self. He bent his legs and leaned back, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground, narrowly evading Hulk's powerful punch. As Hulk's strike missed, Lonnie sprang upright, leaping into the air while swinging the trident down in a sweeping motion aimed at Hulk's head. The force of the blow, unrelenting and fierce, connected with Hulk, who was completely unprepared for the impact. The collision reverberated as Hulk's massive 3-meter frame crashed to the ground, his mind enveloped in chaos from the sudden assault. The head is a vulnerable target for any creature, and despite Hulk's extraordinary defenses, the immense force of Lonnie's strike to his temple was bound to leave him injured. Furthermore, this trident was no ordinary weapon. It had been acquired by Ancient One during her travels across the multiverse and possessed a hardness rivaling vibranium. Seizing the opportunity, Lonnie launched himself once more the moment he hit the ground. With a reverse grip on the trident, he aimed to pierce Hulk's eyes. Should this strike connect, it would be fatal for Hulk. Suddenly, 2 enormous green hands clamped down on the trident, preventing Lonnie from advancing further. Hulk's eyes, ablaze with fury, glinted as he pushed the trident aside, his green fist hurtling toward Lonnie. Unfazed, Lonnie raised his own fist in response. Lonnie's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with relentless force. Even after shattering the wall, he continued to be flung backward, ultimately landing atop another building. After rolling a few times, he finally came to a halt. The Hulk, now towering at 4 meters, slowly approached the wall where Lonnie had created a significant breach. This colossal Hulk, with his immense strength and unparalleled defense, was a formidable opponent. Lonnie shook his head, driving the trident into the ground for support as he struggled to stand. Every bone in his body ached, and his internal organs cried out in distress, even with a physique pushed to its limits. Being struck by the Hulk's fist had taken a toll. A dark, viscous substance flowed invisibly over Lonnie's injuries, healing the damage as it passed, restoring him to his former state and rapidly replenishing his stamina. With a mighty roar, the Hulk leaped into the air. Lonnie, on high alert, tightened his grip on the trident. Bang! The Hulk overlooked a crucial detail. This was not solid ground, but a rooftop, a heavy one at that. The higher he jumped, the greater the force of inertia. Bang! The Hulk crashed through the roof of the building where Lonnie stood, landing heavily on the ground and sending tremors reverberating through the structure. Lonnie blinked, momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the scene. Was he here to entertain? Chapter 98. Annihilating the Hulk with a fierce roar, the Hulk rose from the ground, propelling himself upward with his legs, bursting through the roof. Lonnie, ever prepared, sidestepped with a swift motion. The Hulk's green figure brushed past him, and in that instant, Lonnie thrust the trident forcefully toward the Hulk's fleeting form. With no resistance, the longest point of the trident pierced the Hulk's skin, embedding itself into his flesh. Green blood spewed forth from the wound. The Hulk, though pained, retaliated with a surge of fury. In a swift motion, he seized the trident, unleashing a violent burst of strength that lifted Lonnie off the ground. Desperately clinging to the trident, Lonnie refused to let go. The Hulk, muscles rippling, swung downward with tremendous force. Boom! Lonnie was smashed through the rooftop, nearly losing his grip on the trident. A crack appeared on his mask, threatening to shatter at any moment. Seeing Lonnie still grasping the trident, the Hulk lifted it once more, raising it high while reaching for Lonnie's left leg with his other hand. Lonnie had no doubt that the Hulk could rip his leg off as if it were a mere component. Gripping the trident tightly, he swung his left leg with all his might, delivering a powerful kick toward the Hulk. Bang! Lonnie's whip kick was deftly caught by Hulk, followed by an overwhelming force surging through his leg. A sharp, agonizing pain flooded Lonnie's nervous system. He realized that his bones had been crushed by Hulk's grip. Venom! Lonnie roared through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating agony. At the moment he called for it, the prepared venom surged forth. The black substance erupted from within him like a cascading waterfall. While this viscous black fluid felt gentle to Lonnie, it became a formidable weapon against Hulk, who held him fast. As the dark fluid enveloped Lonnie's left leg, Hulk's right hand, which gripped it tightly, was pierced by a sudden sharp sensation, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip. Boom! Just as Hulk lifted his head, a tremendous force struck from his brain. Instantly, his 4-meter-tall body was slammed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive human-shaped crater. A shadowy figure over 3 meters tall gradually withdrew its right leg and approached the edge of the rooftop before leaping down. Thud! It landed steadily on the ground. The trident in its hand now shrouded in the black fluid, transforming into a fearsome weapon approximately 3.5 meters long. Boom! The earth trembled violently as Hulk burst forth from the ground, swinging his fist towards Venom. Venom crouched low, and with a sudden thrust, the trident was unleashed. Swoosh! Hulk's eyes widened in shock as he lowered his head to see the pitch-black trident deeply embedded in his chest. Venom's grotesque face twisted into a sinister grin as he applied more force. The dark trident plunged deeper into Hulk's body, its tip emerging from his back. Viscous green blood gushed from Hulk, spilling forth like a fountain. His immense pupils flickered with erratic colors. Banner! Betty appeared from nowhere, sprinting towards them without a care for the fearsome presence of Venom. Ignoring the danger, she ran forward. Venom cast a glance at her, then placed his left hand on Hulk's shoulder. With a swift motion, the black trident was pulled from Hulk's chest, revealing 3 gruesome wounds. Green blood sprayed outward, cascading like a fountain. The fury in Hulk's eyes ebbed away, replaced by a glimmer of humanity and a hint of relief. His massive frame began to shrink, and within mere breaths, his 4-meter form reverted to Banner's original size. Although transformed back into Banner, the 3 wounds on his chest continued to bleed, now oozing crimson rather than green. The black fluid receded like a tide, revealing Ronnie's masked figure. So powerful, Ronnie stared in a daze at his own hands, overwhelmed by an incredible strength. The 4-meter-tall Hulk, upon being enveloped by Venom, was dispatched in mere moments, defeated within just a few exchanges. Ronnie had always believed in his own formidable power, yet he could scarcely fathom the extent of his current might. The Hulk, towering at 4 meters, had been vanquished in an instant. This level of combat prowess utterly eclipsed anything he had previously encountered. The transformation of Ronnie's physique, coupled with Venom's enhancement, rendered him extraordinarily powerful. However, a slight furrow creased his brow as he pondered. Had Venom and the Hulk significantly augmented their strength? Indeed, it seemed that the Hulk, even at 3 meters, exhibited a remarkable increase in power. Yet, his rate of growth had noticeably slowed. Venom mused for a moment before speaking. Ronnie nodded in agreement. In this encounter, although the Hulk was furious, he had only increased in size once, and his speed was markedly diminished compared to before. Interestingly, when the Hulk first appeared, despite his unchanged stature, his power had evidently surged. Had it not been for Ronnie reaching the limits of human capability and training under Ancient One for 3 months, he might not have triumphed over such an adversary. By the way, he's on the brink of death. Should we not intervene? Venom inquired. Ronnie glanced at Betty, who was weeping over Banner, life slipping away rapidly, before shifting his gaze to Banner himself. Let us save him. Ronnie had no desire to end Banner's life, and now, endowed with the capability to rescue him, why not seize the opportunity? Initially, the prolonged association between Ronnie and Venom had rendered his body a mere shell, with all organs having succumbed to decay. In simple terms, Ronnie's body had become akin to that of a corpse, sustained solely by Venom. Should they part ways, Ronnie would surely perish. This had been the reason he refrained from allowing Venom to manifest for Catherine's cancer treatment. However, circumstances had changed. Ronnie had undergone a divine transformation, awakening his once dilapidated organs into a revitalized state. Even in separation, the impact on Ronnie would be minimal. He could effectively employ Venom to envelop others, facilitating healing. To speak candidly, Venom was akin to an unparalleled panacea, capable of curing a myriad of ailments. From minor colds and injuries to severe conditions like cancer, Venom could remedy it all, surpassing even the finest hospitals worldwide in efficacy. Moreover, Venom's healing was remarkably swift, yielding immediate results. A black, viscous substance surged forth from Ronnie's feet, racing towards Banner in an instant, merging seamlessly into his body. What have you done? Betty gasped, horrified at the sight of the dark matter entering Banner. She had witnessed Ronnie's transformation in its entirety. I'm saving him. Chapter 99. Peter's incitement. Betty observed as Banner's breathing steadied and the 3 wounds on his chest healed, her expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue as the dark, viscous venom re-entered Ronnie's body. Why? Betty questioned Ronnie, perplexed. First, he nearly killed Banner, then he saved him. What exactly did this enigmatic figure intend to accomplish? I have my issues with Hulk, but none with Bruce Banner. Our conflicts are not severe enough to warrant taking his life, Ronnie replied in a low voice. Just awakening. Banner caught the tail end of Ronnie's words, his expression darkening. As Hulk emerged, his consciousness would inevitably slip into slumber. Thus, he was unaware of Hulk's actions, and the formidable creature before him was evidently a consequence of Hulk's meddling unbeknownst to him. This realization only sharpened his thoughts, amplifying his urgency. The matter is resolved. Farewell, Ronnie declared, casting aside his trident and striding into the distance. Wait, Banner exclaimed, rising from the ground, momentarily stunned by the Venom's remarkable healing prowess. Is there something else? Ronnie turned, his eyes betraying impatience beneath the mask. Can you tell me your name? Banner inquired, sensing that their paths would cross again. Ronnie glanced at him coolly. Venom. As Banner watched Ronnie's receding figure, the shadow cast by the sunlight seemed to grow larger, a daunting silhouette replacing Ronnie's. A whisper echoed in his ear. Venom. Ronnie stowed the trident and mask in the trunk before taking his place in the driver's seat. What is the situation with Banner? He asked. His cells are peculiar. A type of green cell is invading his own, exhibiting a highly aggressive nature. However, this cell possesses formidable abilities. When I merged with Banner, I merely accelerated the healing process, Venom explained. Have you uncovered the reason for his newfound strength? Ronnie inquired further, contemplating Venom's motives for rescuing Banner. Venom, having bonded with Banner, could sense every cellular change within him, leaving no secrets undiscovered. I have, Venom affirmed. His cells are continuously strengthening, albeit at a slow rate. Yet, they are indeed evolving. Always growing stronger, Ronnie mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Anger could amplify his size and combat prowess. And it seemed this transformation could subtly escalate at any moment. One could not deny that this green giant was indeed a flaw in the system. Given sufficient time, who could possibly overcome him? Forget it, I no longer wish to dwell on it. Ronnie started the engine and departed from the vicinity. The recent battle had caused quite a stir, especially in New York, adjacent to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. It is likely that agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. would arrive shortly. It would be wise for Ronnie to withdraw for the time being. Fortunately, as an insider, Ronnie was well acquainted with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigative methods. He parked the vehicle far from the scene and set up numerous obstacles to confound any judgments. It was imperative to ensure he would not be flagged as a suspect by S.H.I.E.L.D. His grand ambitions for returning home had yet to be fulfilled. He could not afford to expose himself so easily. 3 days had passed since he had bested the Hulk. Ronnie had gathered considerable intelligence at headquarters. With his level 7 clearance, he had access to the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a file on him, or rather on Venom. 15 years prior, following a massacre on Fifth Avenue, Venom had been placed on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-risk list. A year ago, the saliva left behind during the slaughter of drug dealers had led S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate him again. This marked the second appearance of Venom in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records. The third instance was the previous life-and-death battle with the Hulk in the forest, which escalated Venom's threat level to an extreme classification. The fourth instance occurred 3 days ago when he had decisively overpowered the Hulk. Although the 3 parties involved were not located this time, there were numerous bystanders who had witnessed the event. From them, S.H.I.E.L.D. gleaned valuable information. For instance, Venom was described as a man wielding a trident and wearing a mask. Additionally, the Hulk had been impaled, utterly defenseless, and dispatched in a single encounter. Ronnie surmised that S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly reassess his threat level. A creature capable of dispatching the Hulk in an instant, with an unknown identity, posed a far greater danger than the Hulk himself. The unknown is truly terrifying. However, this bore no relevance to Ronnie. While he possessed level 7 clearance, he was a researcher. Such matters fell under the purview of the combat department and were of no concern to him. His awareness of these events did not imply his involvement. After a day of research at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, an unexpected visitor surprised Ronnie greatly. Peter, make yourself at home, he said, opening the door and inviting Peter inside. Peter, unceremoniously, followed Ronnie into the room, curiously surveying the space, which was several times larger than their own in New York. It had been a while since his last visit, and Peter found himself struggling to recall the layout of Ronnie's home. What brings you here? Ronnie asked, handing Peter a glass of water and inquiring with curiosity. Thank you. I heard from Ellie that you seem to be pursuing Wanda. Peter wasted no time and got straight to the point, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ah, Ronnie, don't listen to Ellie's nonsense. Wanda and I are merely good friends. Really? Peter looked at him skeptically, as if he found it hard to believe. It has been confirmed, after all. While I cannot fathom why Ronnie has developed feelings for Wanda, it is indeed true that he likes her. As a seasoned protector of younger sisters, I am not particularly pleased, yet I understand that my sister will eventually marry. In this regard, Ronnie is quite an admirable candidate. If it were him, Peter could accept it. Ronnie, feeling the weight of Peter's doubtful gaze, averted his eyes, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. Could he truly confess to Peter that his affection for Wanda stemmed solely from her beauty? The 3 illustrious ladies of S.H.I.E.L.D. are undoubtedly stunning. However, May is rarely seen, like a mythical dragon that appears only in tales. As for Hill, she is exceptionally beautiful and ranks among the top 3 in Ronnie's eyes. Yet her icy demeanor could chill anyone to the bone. Natasha, on the other hand, belongs to a generation far removed. Ronnie has no desire to compete with grandfathers for a bride. Wanda, however, is different. Her gentle nature, exquisite beauty, graceful demeanor, and striking figure make her a captivating presence. It is no surprise that Ronnie has fallen for her. Yet, one cannot simply tell her brother, "I am enamored with your sister solely because she is beautiful." Such a statement would be too superficial. Peter, oblivious to Ronnie's inner turmoil, contemplated how to encourage him to confess his feelings. Having a prominent brother-in-law at S.H.I.E.L.D. reignited Peter's long-held aspirations of self-improvement. The desire to grow stronger had never truly faded from his heart. If Ronnie were indeed the one, perhaps it could actually happen. However, Peter scratched his head, pondering whether he was inadvertently exploiting his sister for personal gain. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned to Ronnie. "Doctor." Ronnie glanced at Peter. "I know you like Wanda. Her gentle disposition means she won't take the initiative, so you must be proactive and confess your feelings." Peter stated earnestly. "I don't believe I've admitted to liking your sister," Ronnie replied, bewildered by Peter's certainty. "Are you worried about what to do if she rejects you?" Peter seemed to see through it all, locking eyes with Ronnie. Ronnie remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Peter's words. Yes, he did harbor such concerns. After all, Long and I had confessed to so many people only to be met with rejection, leaving him with a lingering psychological shadow. The memories of his previous life's rejections weighed heavily on him, reinforcing his reluctance to express his feelings. "I understand, Wanda. You needn't worry," Peter spoke again. "The fact that Wanda agreed to go out for dinner and watch movies with you suggests she harbors feelings for you. Perhaps even a fondness for the doctor. Doctor, you are a man. You cannot be timid." Unfortunately, he was indeed timid. Venom's voice echoed in Lonnie's mind. A slight twitch crossed Lonnie's lips, but he refrained from reacting, for Venom spoke the truth. He was genuinely timid. "Trust me, I am Wanda's brother, and I know her well. It will be fine." Peter stood up and addressed Long and I. "Why are you so eager for me to confess?" Long and I inquired, perplexed by Peter's fervor. Peter hesitated, realizing he had been too enthusiastic. His mind raced with excuses. "I just want to find Wanda a good match sooner rather than later." Long and I nodded, unable to discern whether he truly believed this. Noticing Long and I's silence, Peter fidgeted uncomfortably. His earlier slip of the tongue made him aware of a crucial fact. This seemingly harmless doctor was a significant figure within S.H.I.E.L.D., not someone to be trifled with. He had been brought back from the HYDRA base. Any suspicion could lead to dire consequences. Doctor, think it over. I'll take my leave now," he said, not waiting for Lonnie's response, hastily departing from the house. Long and I did not stop him. Instead, he remained rooted in place. "Long and I, that kid has a point. You might as well give it another shot. After all, failure is the mother of success," Venom remarked within Long and I's mind. "I can't." Long and I's expression fell. His face clouded with despair. Anyone would fear rejection after so many failed attempts, and Long and I, in matters of romance, was particularly naive and timid. Consider this. If Wanda truly likes you and you don't confess, she, being a woman, might also find it difficult to express her feelings. Wouldn't you be missing out? Venom, who understood Long and I better than anyone, knew this timid fellow had a courageous side, given the right motivation. As if inspired by Venom's words, Long and I's eyes brightened slightly. "Right. If Wanda likes me too, it would be a shame to miss that opportunity. She is a stunning beauty." Having never had a girlfriend, Long and I was oblivious to the essence of love. To him, he liked beautiful women in general, but Wanda stood out even more, thus intensifying his affection for her. "Why not give it a try?" Long and I said uncertainly. "Of course you must. Even in failure. One cannot afford to lose a piece of flesh." Ronnie nodded, having finally made up his mind. He then retrieved his phone and silently began to tap on the keyboard. "What are you doing?" Venom sensed something amiss. However, it was too late. Ronnie had pressed the send button with conviction. A dark, viscous substance oozed from Ronnie, and Venom's grotesque visage was filled with exasperation. "Surely you are not composing a love message," Venom remarked, bemused by Ronnie's actions. "Is there a problem?" Ronnie paused, glancing at Venom with confusion. No problem," Venom replied, rolling his eyes in disbelief. "Wishing you happiness." With that, Venom transformed back into a dark liquid and surged into Ronnie's body. "What is going on?" Ronnie queried, scratching his head in puzzlement as he reclined on the sofa, awaiting Wanda's reply. Lying on the couch, Ronnie was envisioning various scenarios, What would happen if Wanda agreed? How things would unfold? He completely overlooked the highly probable alternative. Meanwhile, Wanda and Peter were at their home in New York. Fresh from a shower, Wanda emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Upon stepping out, she noticed a message had arrived, yet she did not rush to check it. Instead, she first donned her loungewear and wrapped her hair before casually making her way over. In American culture, urgent matters are rarely conveyed via text. Such matters are typically communicated through phone calls, and if calls fail, then a voicemail is left. Text messages generally pertain to trivial or non-urgent information, which is why Wanda felt no pressing need to read the message. However, in every world, country, and place, there are always a few dazzling oddities. Chapter 101. Who says confessions must succeed? Wanda opened her phone. Sender, Ronnie. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Wanda was uncertain of Ronnie's feelings for her, fearing she might be overthinking things. Yet, the intensity of that feeling was undeniable. Thus, her emotions toward Ronnie were quite complex. She opened the text. A flowing message, just shy of 100 words, was consumed by Wanda in mere seconds. After reading, she let out a resigned sigh. This was perhaps the real-life equivalent of "I consider you a friend, yet you wish for more." Wanda gazed at the message with a sense of helplessness, tempted to feign ignorance. But such an act would be too disingenuous. She could not comprehend why Catherine, who clearly had an affection for Ronnie, had not registered with him. In terms of looks, Catherine was at best slightly inferior to her. Why then would Ronnie be drawn to her? Rubbing her temples, Wanda felt a headache brewing. It was disingenuous to claim she held no feelings for Ronnie. Without any affection, Wanda would accompany Ronnie for meals, movies, and shopping. However, Wanda harbored her own reservations. She and Peter ultimately did not belong in this place. Their destinies diverged, and she sensed that her lifestyle differed from Ronnie's, and their personalities were not particularly compatible. Moreover, Wanda did not yet feel a degree of affection for Ronnie that could be classified as liking. Thus, Ronnie found himself at a crossroads. Wanda's heart was in turmoil, uncertain of how to respond. A reply was undoubtedly necessary, but the crux lay in how to articulate it. She did not wish to lose Ronnie as a friend, yet she was not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship with him. As Wanda grappled with her conflicting emotions, Ronnie, on the other hand, reclined on the sofa, envisioning a bright future. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. One cannot deny that his heart was truly vast. A dark liquid manifested upon Ronnie's surface, resembling a miniature version of Venom that appeared on his abdomen. This almost weightless substance did not rouse Ronnie from his sleep. The foolish symbiote glanced at Ronnie, who lay as still as a log, and with a sigh of exasperation, approached the table to unlock Ronnie's phone, which was now a similar size to itself. It dialed a long-ignored number. "Is our little genius seeking me for something?" A flippant voice resonated through the receiver. The symbiote turned back to the slumbering Ronnie and spoke. "Tony, I have a question to pose to you." The voice was indistinguishable from Ronnie's own. If one did not witness the scene firsthand, it would be difficult to believe that the speaker was not Ronnie himself. "Go ahead," Tony replied, his tone indicating a good mood. The caller was none other than one of Ronnie's two renowned womanizers, Tony Stark. In matters of romantic entanglements, Tony held considerable sway among Ronnie's acquaintances. Although many women were drawn to his wealth, one could not deny that Tony possessed a greater prowess in matters of love than the average individual. While the symbiote had navigated the intricacies of the internet between China and America for years, it was still far below Tony's level of expertise. Thus, seeking outside assistance was deemed necessary. As for Ronnie, who struggled beneath the threshold of competence, the symbiote chose not to comment further. In its first attempt to convey Ronnie's foolish endeavors, the symbiote recounted his story to Tony. The response was immediate. "Ha ha ha, ha ha." The unrestrained, boisterous laughter erupted from the receiver, evoking an impulse within the observer to deliver a swift reprimand to Tony. Had Ronnie himself been present, he would likely have smashed his phone in frustration. "You've made me laugh. You actually confessed your feelings via text. Ronnie, your emotional intelligence and intellect have finally complemented each other. Enough of the banter. Tell me, is there still hope?" "Hope? Do you honestly believe you can succeed?" A voice of astonishment emerged from Tony. "From your narrative, it is evident that this woman harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, she would not have accepted your invitation. However, to express affection might be a bit excessive. Women are inherently emotional beings. If you had orchestrated a particularly romantic confession and declared your feelings to her, there is a strong possibility she would have impulsively agreed." Tony paused for a moment. "Ha ha. You, my friend, directly confessed via text message. Who do you think will suffer the consequences? Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Venom rolled its eyes and glanced at Ronnie, entirely in agreement with Tony's sentiment. This fellow is truly a fool. By the way, how long has it been since you sent her that confession? Tony inquired suddenly. Over 3 hours, Venom replied. Just wait. Within an hour, you shall receive her reply, a rejection. No doubt, Tony asserted confidently. So precise and self-assured? Ronnie suddenly groaned. Venom was taken aback and promptly ended the call with Tony, hastily deleting the conversation record. Having completed these tasks, it swiftly returned to Ronnie's body. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Tony looked curiously at the abruptly terminated call, but paid it little mind. With a mischievous smile, he strolled into his office, the unexpected twist in Ronnie's confession further elevating his already pleasant mood. Well done, young man, he remarked. Ronnie stretched languidly. Picking up his phone from the table, noticing there was no reply from Wanda, he was about to set it down when, buzz. The phone vibrated, and a message from Wanda suddenly appeared. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Is fate conspiring for us to be together? The Venom within him was equally astonished. Tony, that rascal, possesses some cunning. With a mix of 9 parts anticipation and 1 part trepidation, Ronnie opened the message. Ronnie, upon reading your text, my thoughts have become quite chaotic. I never expected you to have feelings for me. I always believed we were merely good friends. In truth, I do not know you very well. However, from our time spent together, I can see you are a wonderful person. Yet, our lifestyles and temperaments differ significantly. Your declaration of affection may just be a fleeting impulse. Perhaps, in time, you will no longer feel this way about me. I have always regarded you as my closest friend, which may have led to various misconceptions on your part. I apologize, but I am not currently seeking a romantic relationship. Let us remain good friends, and dating is best left aside. I trust that you will encounter the person destined for you. Upon finishing the message, Ronnie opened his mouth. Unsure of what to say, inside, he felt utterly devastated. The notion that the protagonist's confession in a novel invariably leads to success is a fallacy. It brings me to tears. Chapter 102, Reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Several days have elapsed since Lonnie's confession, and he and Wanda have not exchanged words in that time. Long and I remains in a state of paralysis, unable to muster the will to alleviate the awkwardness of their relationship. Wanda, on the other hand, feels quite uncomfortable and wishes to mend their connection. Yet she finds herself at a loss for words. She yearns to cultivate a strong friendship with Long and I, although they are not romantic partners. She deeply desires to be close friends with him. In essence, she harbors fondness for him, does not harbor any dislike, yet their relationship remains unfulfilled in a romantic sense. Unbeknownst to Long and I, who is currently engrossed in developing a cube tank, Wanda's thoughts and feelings remain a mystery to him. This peculiar individual dives into scientific pursuits in the aftermath of heartbreak. Such a tendency leads everyone to hope for Lonnie's various romantic misadventures. Once I suffer a heartbreak, I delve into research. Are you afraid? Hill observes Lonnie's recent industriousness. Although uncertain of the reasons behind his fervor, it is undoubtedly beneficial for the progress of the project. Hill refrains from inquiring further. To put it plainly, the entire timeline of the Cube project hinges on Long and I. If his pace quickens, so too does the project's momentum. Conversely, if he slows, the entire initiative lags. This is not to diminish the contributions of others involved in the project. While Long and I is a pivotal figure, the other scientists are equally indispensable components. Without them, Long and I would bear the burden of all responsibilities, leading to a significant decline in efficiency. Moreover, such tasks cannot simply be entrusted to anyone from the realm of astrophysics. It requires professors and experts with practical capabilities that surpass mere theoretical knowledge. These individuals are also crucial to the swift advancement of the Cube project. However, Lonnie's relentless research was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a festive occasion, the Mid-Autumn Festival. As China's comprehensive national strength continues to rise, the profound and rich Chinese culture is increasingly recognized and valued by Western nations. The Mid-Autumn Festival, a time-honored celebration of reunion in China, although not widely celebrated in the West, is nonetheless acknowledged by many. The welfare institution in New York where Long and I resides is fortunate to be guided by a benevolent director who possesses ample resources, connections, and time. Under her auspices, the Mid-Autumn Festival has become a special occasion for the welfare home. Every year during this festival, Long and I feels an extraordinary sense of warmth. Being in a foreign land, or perhaps a different universe, yet still able to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival and savor a mooncake brings him immense joy. It is no wonder that he holds the director in such high regard. A person's character is often reflected in the minutiae of daily life. Although Long and I has long since departed from the welfare home, he returns each year to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. This year is no exception. However, this time it is accompanied by Catherine. Ronnie's standard issue bulletproof SUV from S.H.I.E.L.D. is parked in the welfare home's lot. As the largest welfare institution in New York, it experiences a considerable flow of visitors daily, donation groups, volunteers, and visitors alike. Consequently, the necessity for a parking area has arisen. How heavy? Can't you help me carry a bit? Catherine exclaimed, grasping 2 large gift boxes of mooncakes as she addressed Ronnie behind her. How can I help you carry? Ronnie's voice emerged from behind a stack of gift boxes. Before them stood a towering pile of boxes, bound together and stretching nearly 3 meters high. Only by looking down could one catch a glimpse of Ronnie's long legs. Casting a glance at the dozens of boxes Ronnie was holding, and then at her 4, Catherine opted for silence. Uncle! Uncle! Catherine dashed towards the security booth, calling to the guard inside. Hello, how may I assist you? The guard replied, revealing a face concealed by a mask. Huh, where's Uncle Peter? This isn't Uncle Peter. Catherine queried, puzzled by the white man before her. Mr. Peter has gone to the restroom. I am the new cleaner, here to take his place, the man explained. I see. In that case, please inform the director that Catherine and Ronnie have arrived, Catherine replied, refraining from insisting on entering directly, as this new cleaner wouldn't recognize them and would not allow them inside. Certainly, the cleaner nodded, picking up the phone to dial the director's number. What's going on? Ronnie approached, setting down the gift boxes to inquire. Uncle Peter is in the restroom, and this is the new cleaner. He doesn't know us. So I asked him to notify Auntie, Catherine clarified. Ronnie glanced at the cleaner. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the custodian. Venom, this person seems familiar. Ronnie remarked quietly, observing the cleaner before him. You might not believe it, Venom replied with a hint of amusement, but this guy just got a serious beating from us. Ronnie's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on the custodian, who was currently on the phone. At that moment, Banner, who was speaking on the phone, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he inadvertently locked eyes with Ronnie, whose gaze radiated hostility. For some reason, Banner felt an unsettling familiarity with that look, as if he had encountered it before. The director has authorized you to enter. She is waiting for you in her office. All right, Catherine nodded, preparing to carry the gift boxes, but noticing that Ronnie remained rooted in place, she regarded him with confusion. Ronnie continued to fixate on Banner, silent. Yet his expression conveyed an unmistakable hostility that even Catherine, as a bystander, could discern. Is there something wrong, sir? Banner managed to ask, suppressing the unease swelling within him. What is your name? Ronnie inquired, gazing at Banner. I am Stephen, sir, Banner replied. Stephen, Ronnie nodded, averting his gaze from Banner, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Let us proceed. Ronnie lifted a stack of gift boxes filled with mooncakes from the ground and entered the welfare institution alongside Catherine. Catherine turned back, casting a puzzled glance at Banner. She knew Ronnie well. There was undoubtedly something he was concealing from her, and it was certainly related to this janitor. What could it possibly be? Banner watched Ronnie's retreating figure, his unease intensifying. The man's earlier gaze had burdened him with an overwhelming pressure. It was not merely Ronnie's formidable physique that caused his trepidation, but rather an inexplicable intuition. Was it possible that Ronnie recognized him? Chapter 103, Midnight Interrogation during the day. They had engaged in extensive conversations with the elderly and children at the welfare institution, as well as the director, distributing the mooncakes they had brought. Everyone received one. None were overlooked, not even the volunteers assisting in the institution or the family members visiting the elderly. Fortunately, Ronnie had not purchased the overly extravagant versions typically found in the market. Those large boxes contained fewer than 10 cakes. Though affluent, Ronnie was not one to squander his wealth. He had procured the mooncakes from Chinatown, where skilled artisans crafted traditional varieties. His box contained at least several dozen mooncakes, as he had bought numerous boxes in one go. Thankfully, Ronnie, drawing from prior experience, had instructed the artisans to commence production well in advance. Reflecting on his first attempt, he recalled that the entire batch had been insufficient. After spending a day at the institution, Ronnie and Catherine decided to remain for the night. After all, The institution was not lacking in accommodations. At 3 in the morning, a shadow suddenly materialized before the janitor Stephen's dwelling. The towering silhouette loomed large and menacing under the moonlight, casting a foreboding presence in the dark of night. Although the shadow appeared substantial and weighty, it moved with an ethereal grace, making not a sound. Venom gently pushed the door open. Even a locked entry posed no challenge to him. A sly grin crept across his lips. "Come out. Do not compel me to drag you from the closet." Venom's gravelly voice reverberated within the compact room. With a click, the closet door swung open, revealing Banner emerging with a steel rod in hand, his face pale as he regarded Venom. "What do you want?" Banner, acutely aware of the monstrosity before him, the very creature that had nearly vanquished the Hulk, felt an even greater surge of fear surging through him. "Why have you appeared here?" Venom inquired. Banner was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a question from Venom. He had assumed Venom's intent was to kill him. "What? Did you think I wanted to kill you?" Venom smirked. "I would have killed you already, but first, answer my question, or you may find yourself dead." Banner swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at Venom as he organized his thoughts. "After our last battle, Betty arranged for me to stay here. The people at the orphanage wouldn't recognize me. It's quite safe." "Betty, the daughter of General Ross from the military?" "Yes." "Huh, she seems quite infatuated with you." Venom scoffed. "Ahem, actually, it's Ronnie." "Indeed. Meeting Betty has been my fortune," Banner declared earnestly, the affection in his eyes nearly impossible to conceal, which made Ronnie seethe with jealousy. As a single man, Ronnie mused, those who flaunt love meet an untimely end. He contemplated whether to eliminate Banner for the greater good. Unbeknownst to Banner, his inadvertent display of affection had nearly provoked Ronnie, who had recently suffered a failed confession, to murder him. "Your instability here is far from advantageous. Have you considered how many lives would be lost if you were to rampage and transform into the Hulk?" Banner grunted in response, a hint of green emanating from his skin. Venom's words were audible to the Hulk within Banner. "If you dare to emerge, I will kill you," Venom coldly threatened. It was evident that even a childlike Hulk was aware of the concept of self-preservation. After nearly being killed by Venom in their last encounter, it had learned to fear. Thus, it retreated, the green hue fading back into Banner's form. "Moreover, it appears you are struggling to contain it. It can now manifest on its own," Venom continued, noting the Hulk's compliance. "I know," Banner replied with a wry smile. Although perplexed by how this creature understood his predicament so well, he had no time for further contemplation. "Betty and I found someone named Mr. Blue, who can help me resolve my Hulk issue. However, an unexpected complication arose. After you nearly killed the Hulk last time, he has grown even more powerful. I have begun to lose control over him, which is why I sought out Mr. Blue. I fear the Hulk might manifest unexpectedly on the way." Venom's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Banner. "Do you truly wish to eliminate the Hulk?" "Yes," Banner affirmed without a moment's hesitation, nodding vigorously. He genuinely did not want the Hulk residing within him any longer. He had grown weary of this life of evasion. "Very well, I shall assist you in dealing with it," Venom grinned. Perhaps not," Banner replied, taking a step back to regard Venom. "I didn't mean to suggest I would kill you all. I intend to incapacitate you and forcibly take you to that so-called Mr. Blue," Venom declared. Upon hearing this, Banner's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. He and Betty had been unable to manage Hulk's rampages, but this individual before him could. A single encounter could annihilate Hulk. Even with his newfound strength, Banner did not believe Hulk could triumph over Venom. "Why do you wish to assist me?" Banner inquired, captivated yet perplexed by Venom's motives. Venom flashed a grin. "Assist you? No. He waggled a finger as dark as night. "Hulk's disappearance would be more beneficial than detrimental for me." At that moment, the Hulk inside Banner could no longer remain silent. His skin began to take on a green hue. After nearly being killed by Venom and subsequently saved, Hulk's power had surged significantly, akin to a super scion. Since that rescue, Hulk not only grew stronger, but also gained the ability to contest for control over their shared body and eavesdrop on external conversations, making it increasingly difficult for Banner to suppress him. "Go back." Banner clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to contain Hulk's emergence. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes narrowed. Should Hulk grow any larger, Venom would strike without hesitation to eliminate him. The orphanage was Ronnie's sanctuary, and he would not permit anyone to disrupt its tranquility. For this reason, he would not shy away from slaying both Banner and Hulk if necessary. Chapter 104. Mr. Blue Banner fought valiantly to suppress Hulk, the green hue on his skin intensifying while his muscles gradually swelled. Venom stood poised, the black liquid swirling around his right hand, ready to transform and strike at any moment. Venom uttered softly, surprised as he observed Banner. Ronnie inside also regarded him with astonishment. To their amazement, the green hue on Banner's skin began to fade, and the bulging muscles steadily receded until he returned to his former state. Hulk had indeed been forcibly subdued. Panting heavily, Banner gasped for air, sweat dripping from his brow. Yet his face wore a look of elation, a joy born from narrowly escaping disaster. Had Hulk emerged moments earlier, they would have met their end right there. Venom's restless right hand calmed, and he opened the door, lifting Banner before vanishing from sight. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson sat before an array of sophisticated instruments, scrutinizing the images displayed on the computer screen, his brow furrowed in concern. Wordlessly, he picked up a document from his desk and began to peruse it. Report on the submarine's self-destruction concerning the military's secret research into super soldier serum. Coulson examined the photographs and accompanying details related to the military submarine involved in the clandestine super soldier serum project. This is a report submitted by an agent 2 days ago. Level 6 Coulson is considered quite experienced, and he serves as the head of the supernatural phenomena team under his jurisdiction, making him the primary recipient of such reports. Coulson furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts as images flashed ceaselessly through his consciousness. After a few keystrokes, the computer screen transformed, revealing a series of peculiar fragments labeled Unknown Undersea Base. He murmured softly about the distress signal from the military submarine. These pieces of information flickered in his mind, forming interconnected clusters. The undersea base had dispatched an attack on the submarine due to its discovery of the vessel's involvement in the development of super soldier serum. However, the research was in its nascent stages, and it was the HYDRA organization that possessed the capability to construct a base at such depths. Only a select few powerful nations, S.H.I.E.L.D. and HYDRA itself, could have the resources to build a base at that depth. If the attack were orchestrated by the U.S. government, there would be no justification for assaulting a military submarine, let alone destroying it. Moreover, the manner of destruction was clearly unprofessional. HYDRA's super soldier program should surpass that of the military. They had no reason to target this inconsequential submarine, unless a glimmer of insight sparked in Coulson's eyes. The military super soldier program had produced a green giant. If the data aboard this submarine pertained to the green giant, then HYDRA's actions would indeed be explicable. However, Coulson's furrowed brow returned. Why would they destroy the submarine so hastily? This was not characteristic of HYDRA. He began typing again, and the computer screen displayed footage and videos captured from the depths of the ocean. Coulson scrutinized these images and videos closely. They did not appear to be the result of a self-destruction mechanism. He murmured, suggesting that the state of the undersea base did not align with the destruction caused by a self-destruct program. It resembled a crude demolition by explosives. This was certainly not HYDRA's method, Coulson asserted with certainty. Although he had never confronted HYDRA directly, he could deduce from S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence that HYDRA is a highly disciplined and professional terrorist organization. The caliber and conviction of its soldiers are unparalleled. Given HYDRA's capabilities, annihilating a base flawlessly would pose no challenge. The crude destruction of the base suggested ignorance of the existence of a self-destruct protocol. If the submarine's obliteration and the annihilation of the undersea base were not the handiwork of HYDRA, but rather that of another entity, a sudden realization struck Coulson. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, and the computer screen shifted to display all surveillance footage surrounding the coastline. While there were no cameras directly on the beach, several were present in the vicinity. If one is willing to invest time, it is indeed possible to find what they seek, without mentioning the late-night labor of Coulson. On the other side, Venom, carrying Banner, swiftly arrived at the location of the Blue Man under Banner's guidance. Along the way, Venom casually seized a mask, and upon reaching the Blue Man's residence, he merged the black, viscous substance into Ronnie's body under the astonished gaze of Banner, who had seen it only once before. With his back turned to Banner, Ronnie donned the mask before finally turning around. "Let us depart." Banner nodded slightly, yet he firmly etched Ronnie's silhouette into his memory. "Have I seen him before? Banner? What brings you here? And who is this?" The Blue Man, still toiling in the laboratory at such a late hour, dressed in a blue shirt, expressed his surprise upon encountering Banner and Ronnie. This is, the person Banner sought assistance from. He glanced at Ronnie, still unaware of his name. I am Venom, Ronnie replied in a low voice. The blue man cast a puzzled glance at Ronnie. Venom? What on earth? Wearing such a frightening mask in the dead of night, you hardly appear to be a benevolent figure. Nevertheless, out of trust for Banner, he refrained from probing further. I am here to address the internal issue, Banner stated earnestly. You have managed to control that behemoth? The blue man inquired with excitement. Last time, the experiment could not proceed due to Hulk's interference. Mr. Venom will assist me in suppressing it, Banner explained. The blue man glanced at Ronnie's muscular physique. Well, he is quite the powerhouse, but he seems to fall short compared to Hulk. Enough talk. If I instruct you, just comply. Ronnie stepped forward, his black pupils fixated on the blue man, his impatience evident. The intimidating demeanor caused the already timid blue man to retreat several steps. All right, I shall do it. The blue man acquiesced, turning to hasten towards the equipment, dragging it over. Banner, you need to lie down here. He gestured towards a bed. Very well. Banner nodded and approached the bed. With a resounding thud, Ronnie's hand struck Banner's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Chapter 105. The death of Hulk. Ronnie effortlessly caught the unconscious Banner and flung him onto the bed. What are you dawdling for? Continue, Ronnie remarked, glancing at the frozen blue man with a frown. Oh yes. The blue man snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing over to secure Banner with buttons, belts, and chains, ensuring he was tightly bound to the bed. Though timid, he possessed a keen intellect. Ronnie's act of incapacitating Banner was a precaution against his potential rampage. Though he felt it might be futile, the timid blue man wholeheartedly agreed with the measure. An animated Banner was indeed somewhat intimidating. The sight of the unconscious figure on the bed was, at least, a source of relief. All preparations were complete as Mr. Blue affixed a reagent card atop the device. The next step was to unleash the Hulk, administering the agent into his system and awaiting its effects. Mr. Blue elaborated. Are you certain? Can this syringe penetrate the Hulk's skin? Ronnie questioned, pinching the thin, short needle with skepticism. His skin is impervious to bullets. How can this feeble syringe succeed? That's not the method. I will introduce the agent through this. Mr. Blue indicated a cluster of small white discs adhered to Banner's body. Ronnie nodded, discarding the syringe carelessly. Shall we commence? Mr. Blue inquired uncertainly. Hold on, Ronnie interjected. If we could open a wound on the Hulk and pour the agent directly inside, would that be effective? He perceived this approach to be far simpler than Mr. Blue's proposal, which risked provoking the Hulk's wrath with a single miscalculation. While Ronnie harbored no fear, he could not guarantee the safety of this cowardly individual. Despite his disdain for the timid man, he could not bear to witness his demise. That should work, Mr. Blue replied, uncertain. He was already skeptical about the agent, and Ronnie's method left him even more doubtful regarding its efficacy. You are a scientist, yet you resort to the term should? Ronnie frowned. As a fellow researcher, he abhorred such ambiguous language in scientific discourse. Words like should, might, or perhaps seemed detrimental to the integrity of their work. It is either true or false. What does should even mean? Such uncertainty could jeopardize subsequent endeavors. Very well. Mr. Blue's mind raced, and he finally asserted, that is acceptable. Good. Ronnie grinned, slapping Banner across the face. Smack. Banner was jolted awake by the sharp pain, bewildered by the suddenness, only to be met with another slap. Smack. Banner appeared dazed. Wait. Smack. Ronnie's irritation was rising. Despite Banner's typically placid demeanor, repeated slaps to his face ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. In an instant, green overtook Banner's surface, muscles bulging and his form expanding rapidly, chains and belts quivering under the strain of his transformation. He is about to transform, Mr. Blue exclaimed, retreating in fear, his voice trembling. Pathetic, Ronnie scoffed at Mr. Blue's fright. You should exit. I want to have the time to protect you later. Upon hearing this, Mr. Blue felt a wave of relief wash over him and fled without a backward glance, clearly shaken. Shaking his head in exasperation, Ronnie redirected his attention. Venom, are you there? It's time for us to transform as well. The black silk thread erupted with a thunderous roar, instantly engulfing Ronnie. Before the Hulk could fully materialize, the towering figure of Venom, over 3 meters tall, had already made its presence known. With a swift motion, he expelled a stream of black liquid. retrieving the blue serum ensnared within the apparatus. A fierce roar escaped the Hulk, who finally broke free from all restraints, glaring furiously at Venom from a distance. His eyes ablaze with wrath. Yet, deep within his gaze, a flicker of trepidation lingered. "You deserve a beating," Venom sneered, lunging at the Hulk. "Roar!" The Hulk bellowed defiantly, raising his fist in response. Outside his residence, Mr. Blue watched in dismay as his home trembled under the violent clash of the two monstrosities, his heart bleeding for the devastation. This is my house. Yet, he dared not intervene to protect his property, to assert his rights, to declare the sanctity of private ownership. Coughing, Mr. Blue opted to let his heart continue to bleed. The sounds of collision echoed relentlessly from within the house, causing it to shudder violently. Fortunately, there were no neighbors nearby. Otherwise, the police would have arrived long ago. Time felt distorted. Perhaps 5 minutes had passed, or maybe 10. In any case, Mr. Blue felt as if a century had drifted by. At last, the tumult subsided. Cautiously, he perked up his ears to listen for any sounds from within. Clap, clap, clap. Footsteps echoed from inside the house, prompting Mr. Blue to hastily retreat. However, he soon realized that these footsteps did not belong to the hulking figure of the Hulk. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Ronnie. "I have administered all the serum into the Hulk. You should go in and see if it was successful," Ronnie instructed Mr. Blue. "I knocked the Hulk unconscious," he added before turning to leave. Mr. Blue quickly followed him inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Pools of green blood had gathered, forming a grotesque puddle. Banner lay unconscious within it, devoid of any visible wounds. Raising questions about the origin of the blood, "I have injected every last drop of the serum," Ronnie remarked nonchalantly, his arms crossed. Mr. Blue furrowed his brow. How could he have injected it without any injuries? He knew that if the Hulk was harmed, Banner would be as well. According to Venom, it seemed that the Hulk had been forcibly torn open to accommodate the serum. Yet, there were no wounds on Banner's body. Nevertheless, Mr. Blue lacked the courage to question further. Swiftly, Banner was moved aside as an instrument was brought over, and some devices were affixed to his body. A vial of blood was drawn, and the operation commenced. Ronnie found a place to sit, patiently awaiting the results. Banner bore no wounds, undoubtedly due to Venom's restorative abilities. That creature had been rather heavy-handed, directly eviscerating Hulk, and the energy expended on the repair left Venom in a state of languor. Ronnie couldn't help but smirk at the irony, a self-inflicted predicament. All it took was for him to administer the serum, yet he had chosen to disembowel him. Truly ruthless. Before long, the experimental results emerged. Mr. Blue gazed at Ronnie with astonishment. Success. Chapter 106. Coulson's suspicion. Before long, the experimental results were revealed. Mr. Blue looked at Ronnie with delight. It was successful. The gamma radiation within Banner had annihilated all the cells, signifying that Hulk had been vanquished. Ronnie raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. Was it truly this simple? This bug-like creature had been dealt with so easily? It sounded rather implausible. Contemplating this, Ronnie approached Banner, who had just regained consciousness and was still disoriented, and raised his hand. Smack! Banner was taken aback, Mr. Blue was dumbfounded, and Venom was bewildered. "Are you angry?" Ronnie inquired curiously, observing Banner's reaction. "Angry," Banner replied after a moment of silence, his response unembellished. "Do you feel anything?" Ronnie pressed further. "I want to kill you." Banner gritted his teeth as he spoke. After being slapped numerous times throughout the night, he was now at the brink of his patience. It appeared that Hulk had indeed vanished. Ronnie discerned that Banner's expression was not feigned. The furious Banner showed no signs of transforming into Hulk. Hulk had truly disappeared. Banner was momentarily taken aback. Hulk is gone. An indescribable sensation stirred within him. Was there joy? Yes. Was there a sense of loss? Certainly. His emotions were complex. A profound sense of longing perhaps encapsulated this feeling. Ronnie, indifferent to Banner's current predicament, nodded in satisfaction after confirming Hulk's disappearance and rose to leave. His movements captured the attention of the two, yet no one dared to call him back. That harbinger of misfortune should depart swiftly. Banner gazed at Ronnie's retreating figure, suddenly struck by a realization. He recalled where he had seen that silhouette before. No wonder the gaze directed at him had been so unkind. With a wry smile, he recognized Ronnie's identity. Considering the welfare home, he presumed his character was unlikely to be lacking. Banner murmured softly, during his time at the welfare home, he had indeed heard of Ronnie's reputation. This renowned scientist, having emerged from the welfare institution, was undoubtedly well regarded by all there. A dutiful and family-oriented individual is unlikely to harbor malevolent intentions. Despite his peculiar demeanor, Banner remains convinced that Ronnie possesses a fundamentally good nature. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, Coulson scrutinizes a series of selected videos displayed on a large screen. Amidst the seemingly chaotic footage, a singular thread connects them all: the protagonist, Ronnie. Dr. Scarab observes Ronnie in these clips, which have been meticulously extracted from surveillance footage along the coastline after an exhaustive selection process. Coulson retrieves additional documents from his desk, revealing that during Ronnie's full-body examination, a power outage caused a short circuit, damaging the electrical panel. An inquiry confirmed signs of a hacker's intrusion, though the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. Furthermore, there was the incident when Ronnie was abducted by HYDRA operatives. How did he manage to leave a mark beside the helicopter? Even the most elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D would find it challenging to achieve such a feat unnoticed. Additionally, there was the third appearance of Venom, following a fierce clash with the Hulk, from which Venom was driven away. Recent intelligence from suburban residential areas indicated that the Hulk and Venom engaged in battle once more. This time, however, the outcome was decidedly one-sided, with Venom swiftly overpowering the Hulk. The magnitude of this power augmentation is nothing short of alarming. Coulson is acutely aware of the Hulk's capabilities, which only heightens his concern regarding Venom's strength. A glimmer of insight flashes in Coulson's eyes. Ronnie's abrupt leave of absence, coupled with the abnormal increase in muscle mass upon his return to S.H.I.E.L.D, evokes a comparison to Captain America, one who has received the super soldier serum. The ability to develop such serum without S.H.I.E.L.D's knowledge leads Coulson to suspect that Ronnie may indeed be a deep-cover HYDRA spy. Regardless, it is evident that there exists a significant connection between Dr. Scarab and Venom. While Coulson's other hypotheses remain unconfirmed, this particular assertion stands firm in his mind. He meticulously investigates Ronnie's past, leaving no stone unturned. At the age of 6, Ronnie scaled the walls of the orphanage and ventured to the astronomy museum. Notably, Venom's first appearance coincided with that same year and location, the astronomy museum. Tragically, every visitor at the museum perished, yet young Ronnie survived. This raises a critical question. Moreover, since that fateful day, Ronnie has not set foot in a hospital for nearly 17 years. This absence is disconcerting. Coulson scoured national hospital records and found no medical documentation pertaining to Ronnie. The implications are unsettling. A person who has not sought medical attention for 17 years. What does that signify? This individual has not fallen ill, not even to the common cold. In developed countries, even a simple cold typically warrants a visit to the doctor. The medical records of patients in developed foreign countries are remarkably comprehensive. This raises a second point of suspicion. The third concern arises from the recent power outage incidents and the helicopter markings. Coulson's intense scrutiny of Ronnie, questioning whether he is indeed a HYDRA spy, is not without justification. As the head of the Tesseract project, he occupies a pivotal position. Any issue concerning him could lead to the entire project being halted. Thus, upon suspecting that Ronnie might be a HYDRA infiltrator, Coulson devoted every ounce of his energy to addressing the situation. Relying solely on data analysis is futile. I must inquire directly, he murmured, pen in hand. He had yet to report his findings to Hill or Fury. Following the factory incident, Fury had entrusted him with the investigation into Venom, granting him full authority. Coulson had been pursuing the Venom case for nearly 2 years, and he now found himself closer to the truth than ever. However, caution was imperative. His suspicions regarding Ronnie being either Venom or a HYDRA spy remained unconfirmed. There was a possibility he was neither. Reporting prematurely could jeopardize relations with this brilliant scientist. Furthermore, Coulson's character forbade him from acting on mere conjecture. He accessed Ronnie's schedule. As the head of the Tesseract project, Ronnie's safety was of utmost importance, and S.H.I.E.L.D maintained stringent protective measures. Each outing was meticulously documented. After reviewing the information, Coulson began to compile his materials, preparing for an in-person visit with the Tesseract project leader, the genius scientist Ronnie Scalabro. Chapter 107. An unexpected visit. Ronnie had returned to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters for 2 days. Resolving the Hulk dilemma had lifted his spirits considerably. The resolution of this formidable adversary brought him a sense of relief. The Hulk's volatility posed a threat indiscriminately, and many innocent lives had been lost to its rampages. Although Ronnie never harbored intentions of killing it, facilitating its disappearance did not weigh heavily on his conscience. However, it seems he had forgotten that the symbiote within him bore its share of innocent blood. Comfortably ensconced at headquarters, he engaged in research, leisure, and further research. Life was tranquil and enjoyable. Catherine had not accompanied him, but remained at the orphanage. Her illness had been cured, negating the need for her continued presence at S.H.I.E.L.D. She was a perceptive girl, aware of what to say and what to withhold. Nonetheless, Ronnie suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. would continue to monitor her closely. It was a new day. Ronnie took the Tesseract energy he had brought from the underground laboratory and inputted it into a specially designed container, placing it aside. Observing the 11 bottles of accumulated Tesseract energy before him, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 7 or 8 bottles opened a microcosm attached to the Earth, the very place where Odin sealed Hela. Thus, Ronnie speculated that with 15 to 20 bottles, one might breach the barriers between universes. Of course, this was merely Ronnie's conjecture. Regardless, he intended to accumulate as many as possible. Ronnie planned to gather 20 bottles before conducting his third experiment. Suddenly, a chime resonated through the air. Who could it be? Ronnie furrowed his brow and, retrieving his voice-activated remote, inquired. Instantly, the intercom outside relayed his words. "Doctor, it's me, Coulson," came the cheerful reply from Coulson. "Ah, Coulson, I'll be right there," Ronnie said, momentarily taken aback before hastening upstairs to open the door. His relationship with Coulson, the amiable man, was quite amicable. He had a fondness for Coulson. His social charm was remarkable, and cultivating a friendship with him greatly benefited Ronnie. Moreover, Coulson was a genuinely good person, worthy of acquaintance. With a click, Ronnie unlocked the door, revealing Coulson standing at the threshold, a box in hand. "Doctor, long time no see," Coulson greeted with a slight smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, Coulson." "Please, come in," Ronnie replied, stepping aside and glancing at the box in Coulson's grasp as he welcomed him. Coulson nodded and entered. "Is Catherine not around?" Coulson inquired, feigning ignorance about her whereabouts. "She's not here. She's at the orphanage and hasn't returned to headquarters," Ronnie said, retrieving 2 bottles of soda from the refrigerator and handing one to Coulson. "Thank you," Coulson responded, taking the soda and placing the box on the table. "What is this?" Ronnie asked, lounging on the sofa, crossing his legs as he sipped his drink. "I have come with some questions that I hope you can answer," Coulson stated with a smile, opening the box to reveal a stack of documents within. Ronnie's gaze sharpened slightly. The visitor bore ill intent. Coulson was clad in a bulletproof vest, 2 handguns holstered at his waist. Suddenly, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Since acquiring enhanced vitality, Venom's sensory abilities had significantly improved. Ronnie discreetly cast a glance at Coulson's waist. With the vest donned, it was evident that matters were quite serious. "What questions do you have?" "Speak," Ronnie said, placing his right leg down from its resting position atop his left, adopting a serious demeanor. Coulson studied Ronnie for a moment before producing a document. "This is a statement of your bank account transactions over the years. Can you explain the origins of these substantial cash deposits?" Coulson inquired, unfolding a document to reveal a clear record of the funds he had acquired from robbing gangs, laundered and deposited into the bank. Long before joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Ronnie had anticipated the arrival of this day, with his rationale already firmly established. "The funds were acquired through the heist of a criminal syndicate," Ronnie declared, meeting Coulson's gaze without the slightest hint of evasion. He spoke the truth. Indeed, the money was procured from a robbery of the underworld. However, it was not he who executed the operation, but rather Venom. Ronnie's statement bore no falsehood. Coulson, seasoned and perceptive, could easily discern that Ronnie was not lying. Of course, the possibility of Ronnie having undergone rigorous counter-lie detection training could not be dismissed, though such a likelihood seemed minimal, given his limited excursions from the New York orphanage. Coulson nodded, refraining from offering further commentary. He retrieved another document from the box and handed it to Ronnie. As Ronnie opened it, his pupils involuntarily constricted, a detail keenly noted by Coulson, who had been observing him intently. Indeed, there was an issue. The document contained a detailed report of the massacre on Fifth Avenue 15 years prior, perpetrated by Venom. This report, In stark contrast to the abbreviated version Ronnie had accessed with his level 7 clearance, was exceedingly comprehensive, detailing the number of casualties, the familial backgrounds of the deceased, and the roster of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel involved, leaving no stone unturned. Since taking over the Venom case, Coulson, despite still being a level 6 agent, possessed an equivalent level 10 clearance for Venom-related documents, a privilege personally granted by Fury, underscoring both Fury's concern regarding the matter and his trust in Coulson. Ronnie mechanically scanned the roster of the deceased. He was aware that many lives had been lost that day, yet he had not anticipated that the aftermath of the confrontation between Venom and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had resulted in such staggering casualties. Particularly alarming was the fact that nearly 100 individuals perished before S.H.I.E.L.D. could arrive, victims of this enigmatic entity known as Venom. We have been investigating Venom for 17 years. 2 years ago, I took over the pursuit, Coulson stated, producing the remaining documents from the box and laying them on the table. Ronnie remained silent, methodically perusing each item. All of the materials had been deliberately selected by Coulson, each subtly pointing towards a singular individual, Ronnie Scarab. As he closed the final document, Ronnie lifted his head, his eyes now restored to a tranquil state. "Are you insinuating that I am Venom?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon Coulson. "Indeed," Coulson conceded candidly. "However, I am not yet certain. I am reluctant to believe that you, Doctor, are such a monstrous killer. Thus, I have come to seek the truth. Doctor, reveal to me, who exactly are you?" Chapter 108. Quickening the pace, Ronnie gazed at Coulson in silence. He never anticipated that he would so swiftly find himself under the watchful gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D., even being sought out by Coulson himself. Ronnie was uncertain whether Coulson had reported his findings to Hill. However, one thing was certain. Coulson could not definitively ascertain that he was Venom. This meant that Coulson merely harbored suspicions, lacking direct evidence. "Coulson, some matters cannot be judged solely on their surface," Ronnie spoke after a prolonged silence. "Then grant me the opportunity to perceive the depths," Coulson replied. Ronnie fell silent once more. "Shall we eliminate him?" Venom's voice echoed in his mind. "No, we are not supervillains. Such an act is utterly unacceptable," Ronnie resolutely thought. This was a lesson imparted to him by the Ancient One. Ronnie found it exceedingly inconvenient to communicate with Venom unless he spoke aloud. Thus, the Ancient One taught him how to utilize the power of his mind to converse with Venom. It was quite simple. Although Ronnie struggled to master the art of magic, the use of this rudimentary mental power came naturally to him. Of course, this was also related to the peculiar symbiotic relationship they shared. If Ronnie were to communicate with others in his mind as the Ancient One did, he would be unable to do so. "What should we do? This fellow has already begun to harbor doubts about you. It won't be long before you are exposed," Venom warned. "It seems we must hasten our efforts to gather the cube's energy," Ronnie replied. "Do it swiftly. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. confirms your identity, you will have no choice but to unleash a massacre," Venom murmured. "I understand. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. verifies that I am indeed Venom, a confrontation with my former colleagues will be inevitable. Given Venom's combat prowess, it would be nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. I do not wish for that outcome. Thus, we must expedite the collection of the cube's energy. Coulson, I am unable to reveal the truth to you at present due to certain circumstances. However, please trust that I have never committed any heinous acts," Ronnie stated earnestly. "When the time is right, I will disclose everything." Coulson gazed at Ronnie, who met his gaze without flinching. After a lengthy pause, Coulson finally responded, "Very well. I await the day you share the truth with me." Ultimately, Coulson chose to place his trust in Ronnie, or rather, he chose to trust his own judgment. After gathering his belongings, Coulson rose to depart. Ronnie stood up, watching Coulson leave. "Are you truly intending to tell him?" Venom inquired. "Yes. Before I depart, I will reveal everything to him." Ronnie nodded slightly. "The trust others extend to me will be met with my sincerity." "Suit yourself," Venom chuckled. "I'm off to sleep." Ronnie remained silent, standing still, lost in thought. Since Coulson had sought him out, Ronnie had accelerated his efforts to amass the cube's energy. The daily load is exceedingly immense, and the opinions of others are disregarded. Such a substantial accumulation of cube energy naturally caught the attention of Hill, the project leader. In the deputy director's office, Hill, with hands clasped on the table, gazed at Ronnie and remarked, "Your recent usage of cube energy appears to be rather excessive. Please explain." Observing Hill's demeanor and words, Coulson refrained from divulging his suspicions to Hill, which provided Ronnie with a slight sense of relief. Should Hill begin to harbor doubts about him, it would jeopardize his involvement, thereby hindering his ability to continue collecting cube energy. "I have encountered a bottleneck in my recent experiments, necessitating a considerable amount of cube energy." Ronnie reiterated this universal excuse. "What kind of bottleneck?" Hill inquired, her expression unchanging. "In designing the energy emission system for the cube tank, I discovered that cube energy struggles to establish an effective cycle and utilization within it. The barrel was constructed using vibranium. Yet this emission system requires a substantial amount of cube energy to support the research." Ronnie spoke the truth. He was indeed facing this bottleneck and required a significant amount of cube energy for his experiments. However, he had not been conducting any experimental research at home. Hill nodded, finding his explanation consistent with the responses from other scientists at the research institute. Yet, her instincts as an agent informed her that something was amiss with Ronnie. He was concealing something. Nevertheless, Ronnie had not lied, and this was merely her conjecture, not necessarily valid. "What is the current progress?" Hill shifted the topic. Ronnie exhaled, relieved to have barely passed the scrutiny. Upon leaving Hill's office, Ronnie's expression darkened. Hill was beginning to suspect him. First Coulson, now Hill. In this shrewd agency filled with astute agents, Ronnie was uncertain how much longer he could maintain his facade after being suspected. All he could do now was to expedite the collection of cube energy. However, he had only amassed slightly over 10 bottles, far from the 20 required, and still lacking significantly from the minimum standard of 15 bottles. The urgency of time weighed heavily on him, especially with the impending holiday season. This month, a break was approaching, coinciding with Christmas. Ronnie typically ventured out during his monthly holidays, and this Christmas was no exception, even if he wished to stay home. The need to avoid further suspicion compelled him to go out. Contemplating this brought him a headache. Perhaps you could reinforce the container? Create a larger capacity vessel that resembles the smaller one in quality, Venom suggested. Ronnie understood this convoluted proposal. "It seems feasible," he replied, scratching his head. "Of course. If it weren't feasible, why would I mention it to you?" Venom's voice echoed with a hint of exasperation. Ronnie could easily envision those crescent-shaped large eyes rolling in exasperation. Indeed, what a splendid idea. The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared. By placing two seemingly identical containers, yet differing vastly in capacity, side by side, it would appear as though Ronnie was merely extracting a certain amount of cube energy each day, while, in reality, he was siphoning off far more. This approach would undoubtedly accelerate the collection of cube energy. "Venom, I must commend you," Ronnie exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. "Oh, please, spare me the flattery," Venom retorted dismissively. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply procure some chocolate balls to honor me." "Agreed." Ronnie, in high spirits, paid no heed to Venom's choice of words. Having discovered a method to expedite the gathering of cube energy, he thought it permissible for Venom to indulge in some light banter. Chapter 109. Christmas in the blink of an eye. Christmas had arrived. As the Western equivalent of the Lunar New Year, Christmas is a profoundly significant holiday. Although the New York orphanage had acknowledged traditional Chinese festivals, such as the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Spring Festival, none held as much importance as America's grandest celebration, Christmas. Upon arriving at the orphanage from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Ronnie was immediately greeted by a plethora of Christmas trees, some small and playfully adorned, others standing tall on the ground, and some even dressed in festive decorations. The hall of the orphanage was resplendent with decorations. Beneath the majestic central Christmas tree lay a veritable mountain of gifts, while an array of Christmas stockings hung from the branches, filled with the hopes and wishes of the elderly and children alike. Ronnie stood alone in the hall, the absence of company rendering him somewhat out of place amidst the festive cheer. After all, he did not belong here. Gazing at the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree, he murmured softly, "Though I have long considered this place my home, I am ultimately not one of them. A second homeland is merely that. The true home resides deep within my heart." "Do not be melancholic. Your little girlfriend has arrived." Venom interrupted Ronnie's reverie. Looking up, he saw Catherine approaching, clad in a striking red and white gown, adorned with a Christmas crown. "Ronnie, you're here," Catherine called out cheerfully as she stood before him. "Indeed," Ronnie replied. a genuine smile illuminating his face. His time at headquarters had been spent with great caution, and even with Ronnie's extraordinary stamina, he found it somewhat overwhelming. It had been far too long since he felt this relaxed. How do I look? Is it beautiful? Catherine twirled gracefully in front of Ronnie, her gown flowing elegantly. Absolutely stunning, Ronnie replied, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Catherine truly looked marvelous in her attire. Catherine, whose beauty was already striking, appeared as a perfectly exquisite princess in her Christmas attire. Her allure was captivating. With Ronnie's compliment, her smile blossomed even more. Hee, isn't it lovely? My sister-in-law chose it for me. I resemble her, Catherine boasted. She had a cousin who married early and now had children in middle school. Ronnie responded with a smile, his words unusually sparse. Catherine cast a puzzled glance at him, unsure of what was amiss. Just then, Ronnie's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a figure upstairs, and he stared in astonishment at a woman in a white dress. What is she doing here? Catherine noticed Ronnie's attention and looked over. Last time you called Wanda to pretend to be your girlfriend, Aunt took it seriously, knowing that Wanda is orphaned. She invited her and Peter over for this Christmas, Catherine explained. Ronnie nodded, still looking at Wanda's silhouette. At that moment, it seemed Wanda sensed his gaze and turned to look back. Their eyes met briefly before parting, and she averted her gaze. I'll go say hello, Ronnie declared without sparing Catherine a glance, then walked away. Catherine watched his departing figure, biting her lip, her right hand tightening behind her back as if grasping something. Wanda, Ronnie called softly. Wanda turned at the sound, her expression complex as she regarded him. Since their last encounter, several months had passed without communication. Though she did not wish for it to be this way, initiating a conversation was challenging for her, and she had merely endured the silence. Ronnie approached her, admiring the way her subtle makeup enhanced her beauty, and once again felt that familiar flutter in his heart. It's been a long time. All the words he wished to express condensed into that simple phrase. It has been a long time, Wanda echoed softly, meeting his gaze. I'm sorry I didn't clarify things with the principal, Ronnie said apologetically, carefully observing Wanda's expression. Venom, unusually silent, allowed Ronnie to steer the conversation. It's all right. Wanda gently shook her head. Aunt is very kind. There's no need to apologize. After a pause, she continued, you should find a girlfriend soon. I can't pretend for much longer. Ronnie's expression darkened slightly, and he nodded silently. A heavy silence engulfed them, both unsure of what to say. Although each yearned to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, they were at a loss for words. After a long while, Wanda finally spoke. Are we really going to continue like this? Biting her lip, Ronnie looked up at Wanda. We are not suited for one another. Based on my current understanding of you, our lifestyles and habits do not align. However, I would like us to remain friends, as I truly do not wish to lose someone as dear as you. You hold a brotherly place in my heart, offering me protection and shelter. Yet, we are undeniably mismatched. Therefore, let us continue our friendship as if nothing has transpired between us. Is that agreeable? Wanda's gaze fell upon Ronnie, who lowered his head in silence. His right hand clenched tightly, a bitter smile creeping across his face as he faced the ground. Once again, he had been rejected. Gradually, his tightly clenched fist began to relax. All right, he replied, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Wanda had already made her position clear. Any further pursuit on his part would constitute harassment. He needed to give her time to understand. At least for now, he must refrain from disturbing her. Wanda pressed her lips together, uncertain of what to say. She recognized that her words had been cruel and heartless for Ronnie, but she genuinely did not wish to impede his path. Wanda was aware that Ronnie had never dated a girl. It was not for lack of desire, but rather a matter of incompatibility. She believed that since she and Ronnie were not meant to be, she could not hold him back. His excellence was beyond question. At such a young age, he had already risen to a high-ranking position in S.H.I.E.L.D. His future was bright, and Wanda felt she could not afford to delay him. It was precisely because of Wanda's kindness that she expressed such sentiments. The nature of love, which compels life and death to intertwine. Suddenly, a resonant and authentic phrase in Chinese echoed in Ronnie's mind. His lips twitched involuntarily. The context was fitting, and the timing was right, yet the delivery from Venom felt peculiar. Young man, Venom exclaimed with a sense of nostalgia. In times of adversity, do not let rejection dampen your spirits. The affairs of men and women are often superficial. So, let us embrace camaraderie. Chapter 110, Once Missed. It is truly missed. Get lost, Ronnie shouted in anger, That scoundrel. The somber atmosphere was shattered by this fool. TCH, what a humorless idiot, Venom remarked, his voice fading away. With Venom's interruption, Ronnie found himself feeling less despondent. As a gentleman, he initiated a conversation with Wanda, though she was currently unwilling. That did not preclude future possibilities. Ronnie was determined not to give up, for she was the first woman he had ever truly liked in his 20-plus years in this world. He was not ready to relinquish that easily. Before long, Auntie Director arrived, leading Ronnie, Wanda, and Catherine to the dining area for dinner. At the orphanage, Ronnie also encountered Banner and Betty. It seems that the internal issues have been resolved, and a smile has returned to Banner's face. When he encountered Ronnie, he greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. Ronnie couldn't shake the feeling that Banner might be aware of his true identity, an unsettling notion that lingered momentarily before being dismissed from his mind. Seated together, Ronnie and Wanda engaged in delightful conversation, completely oblivious to the previous awkwardness. The headmistress observed this with a sense of joy, as she regarded Ronnie as a son. Seeing their bond flourish brought her happiness, although she couldn't help but worry for her niece. Catherine's feelings towards Ronnie, while not widely known, were discernible to those familiar with her. Ronnie, possessing a moderate level of emotional intelligence, must have perceived her affections. His lack of response had already indicated a conclusion. Yet, it appeared that his niece chose to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Peter, oblivious to the unfolding dynamics, was engaged in a drinking spree with several men from the orphanage, reveling in the merriment. As the soiree approached its conclusion, the clock neared 10, signaling the onset of nightlife in New York City. Ronnie was burdened with the inebriated Peter, while Wanda supported him from behind as they made their way to the parking lot. Peter and Wanda had arrived by car, and Peter, desiring a vehicle yet lacking funds, sought a loan from Ronnie. Naturally, Ronnie did not decline the request and generously lent him $50,000. This grand gesture only enhanced Peter's impression of Ronnie, who now seemed like a rather advantageous brother-in-law. However, the true authority disapproved of Peter being tossed into his newly acquired Hummer, as Ronnie was now reeking of Peter's alcoholic stench. "I apologize for the trouble," Wanda said sincerely. "No need for such formalities," Ronnie waved off her concerns. "Do you require a ride?" "Not necessary. I can drive back myself," Wanda politely declined. "Very well. You do have a driver's license, I presume?" "I do," Wanda nodded. "Then, do call me when you arrive home." Suddenly, Peter in the passenger seat stirred, blinking rapidly before succumbing to nausea. Coincidentally, his vomit landed squarely on the driver's seat. Ronnie grimaced, convinced that Peter had just winked at him. Surely, that was a wink, he thought. Wanda, witnessing Peter's distress, quickly retrieved tissues from behind to assist him. "I shall take you," said Ronnie, gesturing towards the driver's seat as he addressed Wanda. Wanda cast a glance at the pool of vomit on the seat and nodded silently. After hoisting his steadfast ally, Peter, into her car and making a call to have the vehicle taken to a car wash, Ronnie finally settled into the driver's seat. At that moment, Catherine had changed out of her festive attire and donned her favorite three-piece white shirt ensemble, topped with a white coat. For the winter chill of New York was still biting. "Ronnie, where are you headed?" Catherine inquired. "I am taking Wanda and Peter home," Ronnie replied, lowering the car window. It was then that Catherine noticed Wanda in the back seat and Peter resting on her lap. "Did they not drive here?" she asked, puzzled. "There was a bit of a situation. Is there something you need?" Ronnie succinctly responded. "Are you free later? I have 2 movie tickets. Would you like to join me?" Catherine smiled as she pulled the tickets from her pocket. Ronnie glanced at the composed Wanda in the rearview mirror. "No, thank you. Once I drop them off, I'll head home. It's already late, so I won't be going," he declined. Catherine's expression faltered, and she discreetly glanced at Wanda, fully aware of the implications behind Ronnie's refusal. "All right then," she said, attempting to mask her disappointment. Hesitating briefly, her left hand, which had been resting in her pocket, extended outward, just as Ronnie's voice broke through. "It's getting late. You should head back. They say it might snow today, and it hasn't yet. But I suspect it will soon," he remarked with a smile. "Yes, understood," Catherine replied, retracting her hand with a forced smile. "My apologies," Ronnie nodded apologetically. "I must be off. Goodbye," she replied. As he rolled up the window, the car started and departed. Suddenly, snowflakes began to descend, unexpectedly and without warning. In mere moments, the light flurries transformed into a heavy snowfall. As the snow danced through the air, Catherine wrapped her coat tighter around herself. The white fabric seemed to merge seamlessly with the falling snow, embodying the same pallor, solitude, and loneliness. Extending her left hand, which had remained in her pocket, she revealed a Christmas card filled with dense writing. What caught the eye was the final line. Written in stark contrast to the rest of the English text, "I like you." She returned the card to her pocket and looked up at the sky. The dark expanse was quietly adorned with falling white snowflakes. "I know that I like you," she mused, "but I am uncertain of where the future lies. For I understand that no matter where it is, you shall not take me with you." Chapter 111. The resurrection of the Hulk. Time passed, second by second, and before long, it was the end of January. In a welfare institution in New York, Banner donned the uniform of a janitor, diligently cleaning the main hall. This space, bustling with the highest foot traffic, was also the dirtiest. Banner willingly took on the responsibility of tidying the hall, performing his duties punctually each day. Once a brilliant scientist with 3 doctoral degrees, he now found himself reduced to the role of a cleaner, a poignant reminder of life's unpredictability. Yet, at present, he harbored no significant complaints. Only those who have experienced the trials of a fugitive existence can truly appreciate the profound comfort of a secure and stable life. Although engaged in manual labor at the welfare institution, Banner felt fulfilled and at peace, free from the constant anxiety of survival and the uncertainty of his next meal. The camaraderie among the staff was amicable, devoid of workplace conflicts. After all, what discord could arise among custodians? After completing another round of cleaning, Banner shed his heavy down jacket and settled into a chair for a brief respite. The institution's air conditioning was operational around the clock, rendering the hall quite warm, though the open entrance allowed a chill to seep in, necessitating his outerwear. Sipping from a thermos, he relished the steaming coffee, reclining comfortably as he observed the children playing in the hall. "Hulk," the voice, seemingly emerging from the depths of his being, suddenly echoed in his ears. Startled, Banner's half-closed eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings with a look of profound confusion. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? His brow furrowed in a tight knot, grappling with the unsettling question of its origin. Banner quickly gathered his belongings and retreated to his room. "Hulk." Upon entering, the voice resonated once more, and this time, he was certain it was indeed the voice of the Hulk, a presence he believed to be dead. How could this be? In disbelief, he dashed to the bathroom, gazing into the mirror, where, in a fleeting moment, he seemed to witness the Hulk roaring back at him. The roar reverberated in his ears again, and Banner stifled a groan, his body trembling uncontrollably as the familiar green hue began to seep from within, enveloping his skin. Veins bulged, muscles surged and swelled. "No, Hulk, you cannot emerge now." He gritted his teeth, fighting against the rising tide of unnameable fury. The Hulk, undeterred, continued to struggle for dominance over Banner's body. "Venom will kill you," Banner uttered with great effort. The green exterior momentarily halted, and the swelling muscles ceased their tumultuous movement. Seizing the opportunity, Banner pressed on. "Venom places great importance on this place. If you destroy it, Venom will surely eliminate us." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Gradually, the tensed muscles began to relax, the prominent veins slowly receding. The verdant hue retreated back into Banner's being. All returned to tranquility, save for the damp fabric of Banner's clothing, which bore testimony to the tumult that had just transpired. Panting heavily, Banner collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Each occasion of suppressing the Hulk proved to be an arduous endeavor for him, and this time was no exception. He still felt somewhat disoriented. The Hulk, previously thought to have vanished, had resurfaced, vying for dominion over his body. This sudden reemergence left Banner, who had begun to adjust to life without the Hulk, feeling distinctly unsettled. Without the Hulk, Banner enjoyed a peaceful slumber, free from the burdens of his heartbeat and emotions, living in comfort. Yet now, the Hulk had inexplicably resurrected. The realization struck him with a sense of dread. The Hulk had not truly vanished. The initial examinations had indicated that the green cells within him had indeed dissipated. How could this be? His mind raced with thoughts. Although the green giant appeared to be a warrior, it was imperative to remember that Banner was a superlative scientist, the chief architect behind the military's super soldier program. Was it conceivable that Banner, a prodigious intellect with 3 doctoral degrees, had suddenly entertained the notion that the Hulk and he had become irrevocably intertwined? As long as he drew breath, the Hulk would not genuinely perish. The prior eradication had merely eliminated the gamma radiation within his existing cells. Once his cells began to regenerate, new gamma cells would inevitably emerge. Thus, the supposedly deceased Hulk would be reborn. This realization clarified why the Hulk still existed. Seated on the ground, Banner felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. The undeniable truth that the Hulk had not vanished loomed large, reinforced by the recent struggle for bodily control. This sudden revelation left Banner at a loss for what to do next. The Hulk's presence posed a significant risk to the welfare institution. The only reason Ronnie had permitted him to remain there was due to the presumed elimination of the Hulk, the greatest threat residing within him. Without the Hulk, Banner posed no danger, which is why Ronnie had allowed him to live and work in this place. Now, however, with the Hulk still alive, the threat persisted, and Ronnie would undoubtedly not allow him to stay. Over time, Banner had developed an attachment to the institution, even if Ronnie remained silent. He would not continue to reside there. The Hulk's volatility was concerning. With such power, should it erupt within the institution, no one would escape unscathed. This was a scenario Banner was desperate to avoid. Once again, he found himself contemplating escape, a bitter smile emerging on his face. During this period at the orphanage, a sense of tranquility has enveloped me. Such stable days are truly delightful. Yet, ultimately, they are fleeting. With a sigh, Banner rose from the floor, exited the restroom, and set about gathering his belongings. It was time to depart. Remaining here would serve no one well. Rather than awaiting the moment when Lonnie transforms into Venom and forces him away, it would be wiser to leave voluntarily, thus avoiding a confrontation. After submitting his resignation to the director, Banner stood at the entrance of the orphanage, clutching his suitcase, gazing at the prominently displayed sign of the New York orphanage. Allowing the snowflakes to settle upon him, he stood silently before the sign for an extended period. Finally, he moved his stiff neck and exhaled warm breath onto his equally frozen hands, turning to depart with his suitcase in tow. The heavy snow raged on, and amidst the blizzard's fury, Banner's figure faded into the white expanse, hurrying away. Chapter 112. Discussed at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Stephen submitted his resignation? Lonnie said, his voice tinged with surprise. Yes, today Stephen unexpectedly handed in his resignation. He has already gathered his belongings and left, the director replied. Last Christmas, Lonnie had informed the director that Banner was an acquaintance of his and requested that she contact him immediately should anything arise. Thus, after Banner submitted his resignation, the director promptly called Lonnie. Has he been acting unusually lately? Lonnie inquired, furrowing his brow. No, everything has been as usual, working and resting, with no abnormal behavior. The director answered. Understood. Lonnie hung up, deep in thought. It was still research time, and he could not venture out. Even if he wished to take a leave, he would have to wait until the research period concluded before doing so. I'll wait a bit, he murmured, placing his phone down and heading towards the lab. Meanwhile, Banner trudged through the snow-laden streets, feeling somewhat lost and uncertain about where to go next and what to do with his future. Just 2 hours after Banner exited the orphanage, at the military command center, Betty's father, General Ross, donned in his military uniform, stood before the large screen displaying Banner aimlessly wandering the streets. Have we confirmed his location? General Ross inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen without turning. Report, General. We have pinpointed the target's location. Major Blonsky is prepared and ready to deploy at any moment, the general's aide replied, saluting respectfully. Good. Immediately dispatch Major Blonsky's team to ensure the target is brought back. Yes, sir. General Ross's eyes narrowed as he observed Banner on the screen. Emil Blonsky, foreign mercenary. Before being employed by General Ross to capture Banner, the elite combatant had previously witnessed his entire team annihilated by the Hulk, leaving him as the sole survivor. This event ignited a fierce rage within him towards the Hulk. However, realizing that confronting the Hulk alone would be futile, he opted to undergo military experimentation. Following the procedure, Blonsky underwent a profound transformation. On 3rd Avenue, unaware of the impending danger, Banner meandered through the sparsely populated streets. After hastily consuming a meal, he continued his aimless stroll, engulfed in confusion about his direction. Suddenly, the ominous whirring of helicopter rotors echoed overhead. Startled, Banner looked up to see helicopters brimming with firepower approaching his location. Cursing under his breath, he abandoned his suitcase and fled. Target has been identified. Shall we proceed with the capture? Blonsky, seated in the rear helicopter, spoke with a menacing expression, commanding, initiate action. With Blonsky's order, The mounted Gatling gun on the leading helicopter unleashed a torrent of searing bullets, slicing through the air and igniting the surrounding snowflakes as they hurtled toward Banner. Drawing upon his experience, Banner evaded the onslaught, deftly altering his path and weaving through obstacles. He ducked into a narrow alley, causing the helicopters to lose sight of him and cease fire. Useless, Blonsky muttered, rising from his seat and removing his bulletproof vest, revealing his gaunt upper body. Once a muscular figure, Blonsky's serum experiment had taken a toll, consuming his vitality. Unlike Banner, whose appearance remained largely unchanged, Blonsky's physique transformed into a skeletal frame devoid of flesh. Nonetheless, it mattered little to him. Under the astonished gazes of his companions, his bones began to protrude, muscles swelling and vertebrae expanding into sharp ridges. In a brief moment, a towering creature, over 3 meters tall, emerged before them. Unlike the green-skinned Hulk, Blonsky morphed into a naked, monstrous figure with a reddish-brown hue and menacing bone spurs jutting from his spine. His form exuded a grotesque and fearsome aura, resembling a monstrous entity rather than a large version of a human. This was Blonsky's state after undergoing military experimentation, a formidable being rivaling the Hulk. He named himself Abomination. With a sudden surge of energy, Abomination leaped from the helicopter, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The earth trembled as the creature, filled with loathing, landed with a thunderous crash, sending snowflakes scattering in all directions and creating a colossal circular crater upon impact. Energized by an incessant surge of power within, the creature reveled in its newfound vigor, its mood soaring. The urge to obliterate everything intensified as it pinpointed Banner's location. With determined strides, it charged towards him. Boom! Vehicles that obstructed its path were swatted aside effortlessly, soaring through the air before crashing down violently onto the ground. Under such ferocious assault, the occupants within those cars met a grim fate. The creature, now consumed by a fervent desire for destruction, annihilated everything that dared obstruct its relentless advance. Banner, momentarily jolted back to reality, was struck with terror at the sight of this monstrous entity barreling towards him. Without hesitation, he darted into a narrow alleyway. "Stop!" the creature bellowed, shattering a low building that blocked its way with a single punch, taking a shortcut through the debris. A woman inside the house, clutching her child, screamed in horror as her home was demolished. The creature paused, casting an impatient glance at her before swatting them away like bothersome insects. Silence enveloped the world. With a cold smirk, it glanced back at the woman, now pressed against the wall, and resumed its pursuit of Banner. At that moment, as military helicopters descended upon the city, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York received urgent news. "Who is in New York?" Fury inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the creature pursuing Banner, his tone unperturbed. Yet, Agent Hill, well acquainted with Fury, recognized the gravity of the situation. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., wielding the world's most advanced technological arsenal, was genuinely incensed. "Natalia and Clint are on site," Hill promptly responded. "Dispatch them to handle the situation. Authorization to utilize the Tesseract weapon is granted." Fury turned, his singular eye piercing into Hill's. "At all costs, eliminate this monstrosity unleashed by the military." Chapter 113. The powerful Tesseract weapon at all costs. Eliminate this monstrosity unleashed by the military. Understood. Hill nodded, swiftly departing to inform Natasha and Clint. Fury turned back to observe the unfolding chaos, his eye glinting with a chilling intensity as he focused on the creature. In the underground research facility, the heavy door swung open with a resounding crash. Ronnie halted his activities, eyes drawn to the entrance. Access to the research facility was strictly prohibited. Even Ronnie, the lead scientist, was permitted only to step out for brief phone calls, never leaving the level. The sudden arrival of visitors instantly captivated everyone's attention. Hill entered with a team, approaching Ronnie under his puzzled gaze. "Where are the cube weapons?" he inquired. "They have all been transferred to the security chief's department," Ronnie replied. Still bewildered. "I mean the latest model of the cube weapon," Hill clarified. "The newest research on the cube weapons remains unstable, still in the data collection phase, rendering them unsuitable for practical combat." Ronnie frowned in response. "No more data collection. We must proceed with actual testing," Hill insisted swiftly. "What has transpired?" Ronnie asked, noting Hill's unusual urgency. Hill cast a glance at Ronnie, and explained that the military had created a creature resembling the Hulk, which was causing chaos on 3rd Avenue and required cube weapons for fire support. As the chief scientist behind the cube weapon project, Ronnie possessed level 7 clearance, making it permissible to disclose this information to him. A creature akin to the Hulk? Ronnie furrowed his brow. Moreover, isn't 3rd Avenue alarmingly close to 5th Avenue? New York lacks a 4th Avenue. 5th Avenue is adjacent to 3rd Avenue. The welfare institution is situated on 5th Avenue. Not to mention my uncle's hot pot restaurant is there as well. Can the new cube weapons inflict damage on the Hulk? Hill inquired. Indeed, Ronnie affirmed. The new cube weapons are artillery-based, capable of causing harm to the Hulk with each shot. However, they are highly unstable and frequently explode during experiments, Ronnie elaborated. This weapon is mounted on cube tanks, which presents a current challenge. Despite half a month of research, we have made no significant progress. Essentially, firing a shot results in an explosion, rendering it impractical for combat. How many are left? Hill asked. Observing her resolve, Ronnie refrained from further opposition. There are currently 3 remaining, but operating them is quite challenging. I must provide on-site guidance. He seized the opportunity to state. He needed to reach the scene promptly. The creature was on 3rd Avenue, perilously close to 5th Avenue. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was powerful, there was no guarantee they could ensure protection. Ronnie felt it was safer to be present personally. There were few things in this universe he treasured, and the welfare institution was certainly one of them. Could video guidance suffice? Hill inquired, frowning. The site is too perilous. If anything were to happen to you, a national treasure like you, where would we lament? Ronnie remarked. The Cube project could not afford to lose him. No, this weapons operation is far too intricate and requires on-site instruction. Very well, Hill reluctantly consented, signaling her team to fetch the Cube weapons while she escorted Ronnie out of the underground research facility. Upon reaching the entrance on the 1st floor, a Quinjet awaited them. Ronnie, Hill, and the others boarded the Quinjet, heading towards their destination, 3rd Avenue. The Abomination and Banner were locked in a relentless chase, each drawing closer with every moment. With a ferocious charge, the Abomination relentlessly closed the distance between them. As he observed Banner fleeing just within reach, a malevolent grin spread across his face. Seizing a motorcycle parked nearby, he hurled it towards Banner with reckless abandon. The sound of the motorcycle slicing through the air was deafening, and Banner, startled, turned to see the impending danger. Summoning every ounce of strength, he leapt aside just in time. The motorcycle crashed violently into the ground where he had just been, the impact reverberating with a terrifying intensity. Panting heavily, Banner gazed at the motorcycle that lay a few feet away, his heart racing at the thought of what might have occurred had it struck him. Where do you think you're going? A towering shadow loomed over him, and Banner stiffly turned his head to find the Abomination standing behind him, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Hi. Banner managed a weak smile, raising a hand in a feeble greeting. The Abomination sneered, his massive hand sweeping through the air like a storm, intent on delivering a crushing blow to Banner. But instead of the anticipated impact, Banner opened his eyes in confusion to find the Abomination sprawled several meters away, smoke billowing from his chest. You're under arrest, Mr. Banner. A melodious voice chimed in his ear. Turning in bewilderment, Banner's gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful woman. Natasha, ignoring his astonishment, swiftly secured special handcuffs around his wrists. S.H.I.E.L.D. I hereby declare you apprehended, she announced, briefly flashing her identification before him. Banner seemed on the verge of speaking, yet Natasha showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Take him away, she commanded as 2 agents approached, escorting Banner from the scene. As he departed, he cast one last lingering glance at Natasha, his expression rife with unspoken words. Damn it! The Abomination roared as he rose from the ground, his wounds miraculously healed. His terrifying gaze fixed on Natasha, filled with lethal intent. Unfazed, Natasha retrieved the cube-shaped weapon strapped to her back, a formidable creation forged from vibranium, designed for sustained use. Emil Blonsky, you have caused significant destruction in New York City. I urge you to cease all hostile actions immediately, or I will be forced to take you into custody. Natasha declared coldly. Truth be told, she found such scripted declarations distasteful, but with Clint absent, the burden fell upon her shoulders. Arrest me? The Abomination scoffed derisively. Who? You? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Was he provoking her? It wasn't that Natasha looked down upon Blonsky, With her prowess, she could easily defeat 10 of him, a mere mercenary. However, since this impoverished individual had undergone mutation as a wealthy person backed by S.H.I.E.L.D, she too would rely on technology. Natasha abruptly pulled the trigger of the Tesseract weapon. The cerulean energy surged forth, flowing through the vibranium-crafted converter into the launch port. Boom! The cerulean energy projectile burst forth, striking the abomination. The creature, towering over 3 meters, was sent flying by the energy blast, which was still smaller than its head. Chapter 114. The Hulk appears. Natasha once again pulled the trigger of the Tesseract weapon, and the cerulean energy surged, funneling through the vibranium converter into the launch port. Boom! The energy projectile shot out, colliding with the abomination. The massive creature was propelled through the air, flipping before plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up clouds of snow. The power of this device is indeed substantial, Clint's voice crackled through the earpiece. Indeed, Natasha replied, holding the Tesseract weapon, astonished by its capabilities. The potency of this weapon exceeded her expectations. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air suddenly pierced her senses. Natasha's extensive combat experience instantly recognized that an object was approaching at high speed. In that moment, her battle instincts kicked in. Without a moment's hesitation, she aimed in the direction of the sound and fired. Boom! The charging abomination collided with the shot, once again being blasted away. However, as it flew back, Natasha keenly observed that it bore no injuries. This is troublesome, Clint. Natasha's expression darkened. The Tesseract weapon fails to inflict significant damage upon him, and the ammunition is too scarce. How many rounds do we have left? Clint inquired. Natasha glanced at the instrument's gauge. 3 rounds. I'll provide cover. Hill is on her way with a new type of Tesseract weapon. We just need to hold our ground. Clint stated. A new type of Tesseract weapon? Can it be deployed so soon? Natasha expressed her surprise. Dr. Scarab must be quite remarkable. I'm not sure, but that's what Hill said. Watch out. Natasha suddenly turned around as the abomination rose from the ground, charging at her once more. Its crimson eyes were filled with an unmistakable, chilling intent to kill. It aimed to tear this woman apart. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow sliced through the air, speeding towards the abomination, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. Crack! With disdain, the abomination reached out to seize the arrow, sneering dismissively. How could such a trivial thing boom? As he spoke, the arrow detonated violently, a cerulean surge of energy engulfing the right side of his body. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the explosive energy devoured his skin. Yet, simultaneously, his internal regeneration was at work, mending the damaged flesh. It must be said that the gamma-ray super soldier serum concocted by Banner exhibited a significant instability compared to the one injected into Captain America. Nevertheless, its capabilities far surpassed those of the latter. As the cube energy wreaked havoc, another arrow soared through the air from a distance. Oblivious to everything else, the abomination was once again struck with pinpoint accuracy. The cerulean energy exploded against the left side of his body. Natasha seized the opportunity without hesitation, rushing forward to aim her cube weapon at the abomination's head. Fury's command was clear, spare no mercy. She pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as the violent energy wave hurled Natasha, who was in close proximity, away. Her well-honed body tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Shaking off the daze from the impact, she pushed aside her snow-dusted red hair, now disheveled and soiled, and raised her gaze toward the figure obscured by smoke and snow. Is it done? Clint's voice called out. His supply of cube energy arrows was limited. Each shot counted. I think. Natasha crouched low, watching the shadow within the dissipating dust grow clearer. Not yet. I will kill you. The abomination emerged unscathed from the haze. Advancing toward Natasha, she scrambled to her feet, aiming her cube weapon at him without hesitation, pulling the trigger once more. Boom! The abomination continued his relentless march toward her. Cursing under her breath, Natasha stowed the cube weapon behind her and turned to flee. Boom! A cerulean beam of light erupted from the distance, engulfing the abomination entirely. Natasha halted in her tracks, horrified by the overwhelming power of the light that enveloped him. The explosive cube energy transformed into an invisible force, instantaneously evaporating the surrounding snow, bypassing the liquid phase and turning directly into gas. The unseen waves continued to spread, disassembling and obliterating everything in their path. The residual force struck a nearby vehicle, rendering it utterly wrecked. Natasha watched in astonishment at the staggering display of might. Is this the power of the new cube weapon? An armored vehicle approached from a distance, its cannon resembling an anti-aircraft gun adorned with intricate blue patterns. Clearly, the previous assault must have been the handiwork of this formidable barrel. A guttural roar echoed once more. Crimson blood gushed forth, melting the snow blanketing the ground. The creature was drenched in its own lifeblood, a gruesome spectacle of red. It appeared that with the new cube weapon's assault, even the abomination found it challenging to withstand such force. Still alive? Hill furrowed his brow, surprised by the creature's tenacity. Continue the attack. No, Ronnie resolutely objected. The cube weapon's converter has overheated. Another strike will surely result in an explosion. If the weapon detonates, everyone here, save for myself and the abomination, will perish. Switch to another, Hill suggested. There's no time. The abomination, aflame from the previous blast, could no longer contain its fury. It channeled all its strength towards Ronnie and Hill. The agents raised their mass-produced disposable cube weapons, relentlessly firing at the abomination. Undeterred by the onslaught, it charged toward the armored vehicle. Boom! With a mighty stomp, the abomination leaped high into the air, casting a vast shadow over the armored vehicle. Ronnie gazed upward at the airborne creature, its blackened form pulsating beneath its garments. Just then, a figure surged from the distance, embracing the suspended abomination as they plummeted away. Crash! The impact of their descent trembled the ground, jarring the distant armored vehicle. That's... Ronnie stared in astonishment at the figure now atop the abomination. A towering green silhouette, it let out a fearsome roar. Hulk. Chapter 115. Hulk vs. Abomination. Ronnie stood dumbfounded before the sudden appearance of the green giant, Hulk. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? What was happening? Wait. Ronnie paused. Banner had abruptly submitted his resignation and left the orphanage. Could it be that he discovered Hulk was alive and departed to protect everyone there? Hulk is here too, Hill remarked, frowning at the chaotic clash between the two colossal beings, the abomination and Hulk. Let's load the weapons and let them battle it out, Ronnie instructed Hill. Hill nodded, directing the agents to replace the new cube weapons. This new device could only be utilized once. The initial use might not result in an explosion, but a second attempt would certainly lead to detonation. The cube's energy was overwhelming, and the converter was yet unable to endure a second transformation. A persistent dilemma that had long preoccupied Ronnie and the other scientists. Fortunately, this time 3 were brought along. With a stroke of luck, they could be utilized thrice. However, the success of the first attempt was purely coincidental. The second time, with Ronnie's unpredictable fortune, it felt as though an explosion was imminent. Hey, I'll teach you how to operate it, Ronnie remarked, nudging Hill beside him. All right, Hill replied without much thought, following Ronnie to the control panel to learn how to operate this novel cube weapon. Ronnie was not exaggerating. Operating this advanced cube weapon was exceedingly challenging. It was not merely a matter of pulling a trigger to launch it. To control it, one needed to input a series of codes through a computer, subsequently channeling the cube's energy into a converter to transform it into offensive energy for release. In short, it was quite cumbersome. Without the guidance of Ronnie and his team of developers, others would be utterly unable to manage it. Meanwhile, a fierce battle had erupted between Hulk and Abomination. Hulk, having bottled up a torrent of anger, appeared once again, his massive form still towering at 3 meters, yet the fury within him surpassed every previous encounter. He unleashed his wrath upon the grotesque creature before him, his fists, each the size of a basin, pummeling Abomination with heavy thuds that echoed with each strike. Abomination, not to be underestimated, despite being battered by the cube weapon and left nearly incapacitated, managed to recover somewhat thanks to his formidable vitality and regenerative abilities. Moreover, the relentless wounds inflicted by the cube's energy ignited a primal ferocity within him. He retaliated mercilessly, each punch landing with brutal precision. With each clash between Hulk and Abomination, the surrounding environment quaked violently. Under the blizzard, neither combatant bore a trace of snow. As the flakes fell, they were vaporized by the intense heat radiating from their fierce movements. Hulk, he roared, seizing the opportunity while Abomination was momentarily defenseless, delivering a powerful blow to his temple. The punch connected with a resounding impact, sending Abomination hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Abomination's colossal form was forcefully thrust into a nearby shop. causing the structure to collapse instantaneously, burying him beneath the debris. With a furious growl directed at the direction of Abomination, Hulk lifted a nearby car and charged forward. Such an assault would hardly be fatal to Abomination. Suddenly, the collapsed building erupted, and Abomination emerged from the wreckage, standing tall once more. "You bastard!" he seethed. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he spotted Hulk charging towards him. Grabbing a massive door sign nearby, he swung it at Hulk. With a mighty swing, Hulk smashed the car, shattering the door sign, and continued his relentless assault against Abomination. With a fierce motion, the Abomination seized the car and lifted it high above his head before bringing it crashing down. The impact was thunderous. Hulk was forcefully driven through the vehicle, penetrated at the chassis. With a swift kick to Hulk's abdomen, his towering form was propelled backward like a cannonball. The resounding crash echoed as Hulk's massive body obliterated one building after another, ultimately coming to rest against the towering structure. Relentless, the Abomination leaped into the edifice, casually grasping a stone lion he encountered along the way as he approached Hulk. Dazed and disoriented, Hulk struggled to regain his composure. Although his physique certainly exceeded that of a mere human, it paled in comparison to the ferocity of his adversary. The confrontation resembled a battle between two humans, where one delivers a solid kick to the other's midsection, an unpleasant sensation indeed. Hulk lay on the ground, his abdomen roiling with turmoil. He exerted himself, attempting to rise, yet found his strength waning. "Die!" The Abomination taunted as he loomed over Hulk, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he raised the stone lion. With a resounding crash, the weighty stone lion struck Hulk with brutal force. Again and again, it fell upon him, reducing his back to a gruesome mess in mere moments. The tremendous shockwaves wreaked havoc on Hulk's insides. The combination of the Abomination's strength and the stone lion was more than sufficient to inflict severe injury, or even death, upon Hulk. In that instant, Hulk faced an imminent crisis. Meanwhile, not far away, Ronnie had completed his training and, instructing Hill to familiarize herself, had stealthily taken a position to observe the battle. Witnessing Hulk being mercilessly trampled by the Abomination, Ronnie involuntarily furrowed his brow. "Why hasn't he transformed?" he pondered aloud. "I sense that the serum hasn't entirely lost its effect on him. This time, it seems his strength has indeed amplified significantly. However, it appears he has lost the ability to grow larger." Venom surged forth from Ronnie's being. "If that is the case, it could be good news," he mused, folding his arms. "Yet, I must remain vigilant. Although Hulk may have lost the capacity to transform, based on the recent skirmish, it is evident that he can still grow stronger through his rage. I even suspect that this newfound strength may be permanent." As Ronnie guided Hill in utilizing the new cube weapon, Venom observed the renewed confrontation between Hulk and the Abomination. "Permanent?" Ronnie squinted slightly. "If that is true, then Hulk is now far more formidable than before. Enough of this," he decided, shaking his head. "Even if Hulk were to grow tenfold in strength, he would still not pose a challenge to me. There is no need to expend so much thought on this matter." With a flick of his wrist, Ronnie prepared to intervene and assist Hulk. Upon realizing that Hulk was not dead, Banner selflessly chose to leave the orphanage to safeguard everyone, a gesture duly acknowledged by Ronnie. Thus, Banner acted to protect Venom. Ronnie called softly, "Do not rush." Yet, Venom did not possess him. Ronnie pondered. It may not necessarily lose. Chapter 116, Chaos. It may not necessarily lose, Venom's enigmatic voice echoed within his mind. As if to validate Venom's assertion, the battlefield suddenly shifted. With a loud clap, Abomination abruptly halted his onslaught against Hulk, raising the stone lion high while perplexedly gazing at the green hand that had unexpectedly grasped his ankle. A tremendous force surged from his ankle, destabilizing Abomination's balance and causing him to lean backward. With a swift motion, the hand released, and the stone lion tumbled to the ground. Boom! The lion struck the earth, creating a sizable crater. Hulk suddenly rose from the ground, seizing Abomination's ankle and forcefully driving it downward. Boom! A massive humanoid crater was imprinted into the ground. Hulk did not loosen his grip, striking Abomination's ankle yet again. Boom! The two humanoid craters mirrored each other in a devastating rhythm. Boom! 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 Hulk clutched Abomination's ankle, mercilessly smashing down in a chaotic frenzy. The thunderous sounds echoing the sheer magnitude of his force. Having endured Abomination's relentless assault with the stone lion, Hulk was on the brink of explosion. He needed to release his pent-up fury. While Hulk unleashed his wrath upon Abomination, his own back, bloodied and mangled, began to heal at a visible pace. The green blood had long ceased to flow. Time passed, and perhaps fatigue set in. Hulk once again lifted the battered Abomination, hurling him like a cannonball into the distance. Whoosh! Abomination's body soared westward like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! Boom! The impact shattered countless walls, collapsed innumerable buildings, and crushed several vehicles. Until Abomination finally came to a halt on the street, lying motionless. In the distance, Ronnie's expression changed. That location was Fifth Avenue. The worst fears had come to fruition. Cursing under his breath, Ronnie disregarded the shocking spectacle and leaped from the third floor. Thud! He landed firmly on the ground and sprinted toward the fierce battle unfolding before him. Simultaneously, on a nearby rooftop, Clint withdrew his gaze. "I am keeping my eyes on him," Clint said into his earpiece. "Continue to track him, but remember to maintain your distance," came Hill's cold voice. Understood. Ever since that incident, Hill had harbored suspicions about Ronnie, prompting her to intensify her surveillance. Just moments ago, when Ronnie stealthily departed, Hill immediately spotted him and instructed Clint to follow closely. She had an inkling that Ronnie's true identity would soon be revealed. Fifth Avenue. The Abomination struggled to rise from the ground, still unsteady on his feet, when a colossal pillar surged through the air towards him. In a flurry, he raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! The Abomination staggered back 2 steps, but managed to withstand the force of the stone column, pushing it aside and sending snow swirling around him. Whoosh! Hulk's figure rushed forward, the massive object hurtling through the air creating a deafening roar. The Abomination clenched his fist and braced himself for impact as the 2 titans collided once more. Despite his grievous injuries, the Abomination remained undeterred. The pain only fueled his fury, augmenting his strength. As Hulk and the Abomination clashed, armed helicopters appeared on the horizon, converging towards the battlefield. Ground troops were hastening to the scene of the confrontation, while police and military personnel scrambled to evacuate civilians. However, the sudden emergence of Hulk and the Abomination on Fifth Avenue left little time for a proper response. Their arrival was too abrupt, and the evacuation efforts felt belated. In one of the armed helicopters, General Ross, donned in a headset, mouthed rapid commands, orchestrating the battle strategy with precision. The intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. caught him off guard, yet he had no time to dwell on it. With the Abomination unleashed, he was determined to retrieve Banner at any cost. Finally, the armed helicopter arrived at the site of the fierce battle between Hulk and the Abomination. The clash of these 2 monstrous beings wreaked havoc across an expansive area. One colossal object after another was wielded as makeshift weapons, shattering into fragments that scattered dangerously. Should any debris strike an unsuspecting bystander, it would spell certain doom. The conflict had escalated from 3rd Avenue to 5th Avenue, demolishing countless streets along the way. The toll of lives lost due to the collateral damage was staggering. This was a catastrophe. As the ground forces reached the battlefield and readied themselves, General Ross issued the command, "Fire," as he observed the chaos below. Subsequently, armed helicopters and ground forces unleashed a barrage of firepower, with Gatling guns, automatic rifles, tank cannons, and rockets raining down upon the Hulk and the Abomination without restraint. The Abomination had already sensed the approach of the military. At the moment the firing commenced, it broke free from the Hulk's grasp and swiftly retreated. Although it harbored no fear of these weapons, being struck was hardly a pleasant experience. The Abomination's sudden exit left the Hulk, with its childlike intellect, utterly bewildered. Almost immediately, the ferocious onslaught of the military fell upon the Hulk. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions erupted, drowning out the howling blizzard. The fiery shockwaves from the rocket detonations formed a vacuum around the Hulk, repelling the swirling snow for dozens of meters. Amidst the deafening explosions, one could faintly hear the Hulk's pained roars. The Hulk's surface defenses were formidable, yet that did not imply it was immune to pain. The overwhelming firepower of the weapons was sufficient to inflict excruciating agony upon it, potentially causing injury. The flames raged, continuing to burn fiercely even in the midst of the tempestuous blizzard, with signs of spreading outward. The Hulk's form was engulfed in flames, rendering it invisible. However, everyone understood that such an assault could not slay it. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from the flames, slicing through the air. The green figure of the Hulk emerged, immediately capturing everyone's attention. In an instant, the Hulk delivered a powerful punch directly to the abomination. Bang! The abomination's massive body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. The recently arrived Ronnie witnessed this spectacle, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn it! Chapter 117. The Arrival of Venom. Upon witnessing this scene, Ronnie's eyes widened in shock. How immense was the Hulk's strength? One punch sent the abomination flying over 10 meters. The location where the abomination landed was none other than the New York Welfare Institution, where elderly individuals and children were in the midst of evacuation. The towering figure of the abomination plummeted from the sky, crashing into the institution. Although obscured from view, the devastation within was undoubtedly catastrophic. Bang! 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 In the distance, the Hulk began to sprint toward the welfare institution. Damn it! Ronnie cursed vehemently, without needing further urging. A dark, viscous substance erupted from within him, enveloping him entirely. In mere moments, the fearsome figure of Venom, towering at 3 meters, manifested in this white expanse. What is this? Clint, who had been observing Ronnie from a distance, stood frozen in shock upon witnessing the scene before him. Even as an elite agent accustomed to grand spectacles, he found himself utterly astounded by the revelation that Ronnie, a senior researcher at S.H.I.E.L.D, and the head of the Q project, was indeed the Venom that S.H.I.E.L.D had sought for 17 long years. The magnitude of this truth left Clint in a state of disbelief, far beyond what mere words could capture. With Venom's influence, Ronnie's massive right hand plunged into his chest, emerging with a gleaming silver trident measuring over 2 meters in length. Due to the limited storage capacity within Venom, Ronnie opted to carry this formidable weapon with him. Under the guidance of the Ancient One, Ronnie wielded the trident with enhanced prowess. The dark, viscous substance of Venom swiftly enveloped the trident, transforming its silvery sheen into a hue consistent with Venom's own. With the trident in hand, Ronnie relinquished control of his body to Venom. With a powerful leap, they burst forth, crashing through the walls of the orphanage. Hulk charged in from the side, and the two monstrous figures approached with an overwhelming ferocity. Suddenly, a shadowy figure descended with tremendous force. A glint of cold light flashing as the oncoming abomination was caught off guard, experiencing a piercing pain in its chest. The trident effortlessly penetrated abomination's tough exterior, embedding itself deep within, and crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Meanwhile, as Hulk drew near, a dark fist appeared with ferocious intent, striking precisely at the center of Hulk's forehead. The sheer force sent Hulk sprawling to the ground. Almost immediately, an even more terrifying strength surged from behind, driving Hulk's massive form into the earth itself. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, a dark figure had suddenly descended from the sky, stirring up a cascade of snow that obscured their view. Once the flurry settled and tranquility returned, a fearsome creature stood tall, its right hand gripping the black trident embedded in Abomination's chest, leaving it suspended in the air, fate uncertain. The sinister figure's left leg pressed down upon Hulk, firmly imprinting him into the ground. In a single encounter, 2 rampaging monsters that had terrorized countless neighborhoods were vanquished. This astonishing spectacle was promptly captured by S.H.I.E.L.D's drones, relaying the footage to headquarters and to Hill at the scene. "Is this Venom?" Natasha inquired, standing beside Hill, her gaze fixed on the monstrous image that had just emerged. She recalled her encounter with this creature 17 years prior, its appearance etched vividly in her memory. "He is stronger than he was 17 years ago," Hill remarked gravely as she studied the screen. "Indeed." Natasha nodded in agreement. Venom certainly lacked the ability to obliterate the Hulk and Abomination 17 years ago. "What shall we do now?" Natasha turned her gaze toward Hill, the true commander in the field. After a moment of silence, Hill declared, "Reinforce the military, attack Venom." She had her own considerations. The massacre Venom unleashed on Fifth Avenue 17 years ago was a matter of undeniable truth. Compared to the manageable Abomination and the Hulk transformed from Banner, Venom presented a far greater cause for concern. Indeed, cough cough, Abomination spat blood, his enlarged pupils reflecting disbelief as he gazed at Venom. The Hulk, trampled into the ground, lay motionless, obediently pinned down. Children are like that. Once frightened, they dare not act again. The Hulk was no different. The terror Venom instilled last time was so profound that even with newfound strength, fear lingered. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes shifted toward the orphanage, which was currently in peril due to Abomination's recent rampage. From Venom's perspective, the very structure of the orphanage seemed on the brink of collapse. Inside, many lives were at stake. Ignoring the two adversaries, Venom swung his trident, effortlessly flinging Abomination aside like refuse, and charged toward the orphanage. Protect the orphanage. Natasha, having just arrived and witnessing Venom's reckless advance, feared a repeat of the horrors from 17 years ago. She immediately issued orders. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. unleashed a barrage of fire from their cube weapons, sending volleys of cube energy projectiles hurtling toward the rushing Venom. Without a glance, Venom relied on his formidable reflexes to evade the onslaught. For projectiles he could not dodge, he conjured a pitch-black shield in an instant, absorbing the impact of the cube energy blasts. The agents stood dumbfounded, none of their shots landing on Venom as they watched him breach the orphanage. Damn it! Natasha cursed as she sprinted toward the orphanage, with other agents hastening to follow. Boom! The moment Venom entered the orphanage, buildings began to collapse. With little time to consider, countless black tendrils erupted from Venom, racing toward those who had not yet evacuated. Each tendril ensnared a person, swiftly flinging them to safety outside the orphanage. Though brutal, it was undeniably effective. Soon, the majority of individuals within the orphanage had been relocated. Over here, a voice called, capturing Venom's attention. He looked up, startled. The headmistress. He dashed over immediately. The headmistress was trapped beneath the rubble. The little girl knelt beside a pillar, her small face smeared with dirt, displaying a hint of fear towards the Venom, yet she resolutely remained beside the dean. Chapter 118, Suppression. Hastily, I advanced and pushed the pillar off the dean, who was now gasping for breath, his lower body a gruesome sight, rendering any physician utterly helpless. Fortunately, the Venom was an exception. Without regard for the astonishing spectacle, the Venom slithered off Ronnie and enveloped the dean. The dark, viscous substance adhered to the dean's body, rising and falling as though it were breathing. Ronnie and the little girl watched this scene with bated breath, entirely oblivious to the tumultuous surroundings. After approximately half a minute, the Venom withdrew from the dean's body and reattached itself to Ronnie. At this moment, Ronnie could distinctly sense the Venom's frailty. Clearly, the energy expended in healing the near-death dean far exceeded expectations. The dean slowly opened her eyes, gazing intently at Ronnie, her expression a mixture of complexity and recognition. During the Venom's treatment, her consciousness had returned, and she had come to understand Ronnie's true identity. Do not speak. I will take you out, Ronnie smiled. And the Venom once again enveloped him, lifting both the dean and the little girl. Where is Catherine? The Venom suddenly inquired. Its deep, raspy voice contrasted sharply with Ronnie's. Yet the urgency in its tone was unmistakable. The dean fell silent, her brown eyes revealing a glimmer of sorrow. A foreboding sensation washed over Ronnie. Sister Catherine was killed by that brown monster. The previously silent little girl suddenly spoke. Ronnie's pupils abruptly constricted within the Venom. Catherine is dead? The girl who had incessantly clung to him had perished just like that? The world around Ronnie darkened, as if engulfed in an abyss of blackness. The Venom swiftly seized control of his body, preventing the dean and the little girl from being cast aside. Pull yourself together, Ronnie. The dean and this little one are not yet safe, the Venom urged within his mind. And it sped out of the orphanage with the dean and the girl in its grasp. A flicker of color passed through Ronnie's otherwise vacant gaze. Yes, they must deliver the dean to a place of safety. Then, an overwhelming fury ignited within Ronnie. Hatred. Once more, he seized control of his body. His gaze icy as he swiftly navigated the streets while cradling the dean and the little girl. Finding a location far from the battlefield, he gently set them down, and the Venom prepared to depart. Wait, the dean called to the Venom. It turned around, the dark liquid receding to reveal Ronnie's face. Child, wield your power wisely. Hatred will only transform you into a soulless husk, the dean admonished, gazing into Ronnie's silent, black eyes. Ronnie remained silent, allowing the black liquid to envelop him once more. Turning around, he leaped from the rooftop. Do not let hatred blind your eyes. The director shouted from above. The silhouette of Venom gradually vanished into the blizzard. The director sighed in resignation, watching the intensifying storm. Child, I hope you do not stray from the righteous path. On Fifth Avenue, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed at Venom, who had re-entered the fray, with complex expressions. Clint had already informed Hill of Ronnie's identity as Venom. Now, everyone was aware that this senior researcher of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the very being they had pursued for 17 long years. Venom did not regard them. Instead, he gripped his trident, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he focused on the abomination, who had paused at his unexpected intrusion. The Hulk displayed a hint of trepidation towards Venom, involuntarily retreating a step. A wave of weakness surged from deep within him. The recent exertion of healing the near-death director had taken its toll. Glancing at the military forces and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents poised nearby, Ronnie within Venom furrowed his brow. In his prime, he would have faced them without fear, but now, the outcome was uncertain. Tightening his grip on the trident, his body surged forward like a cannonball aimed at the abomination. Engage. At that very moment, Hill and General Ross issued simultaneous commands. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military forces converged their firepower upon Venom. Boom, boom, boom. Venom continuously shifted positions, evading the incoming barrage of attacks. In mere moments, he stood before the abomination, his trident poised for action. The abomination, seeing this, steeled himself and raised his right hand to meet the assault. Bang! The abomination's fist collided with the trident, sending a powerful recoil through the weapon and forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Ignoring the relentless strikes against his black shield from behind, Venom twisted the trident and thrust it fiercely toward the abomination. Crack! The abomination seized the trident with both hands, but Venom pressed forward, relentlessly forcing him to retreat. 2 enormous trails were carved into the ground beneath the abomination's feet. Suddenly, the abomination's retreat halted, and as Venom exerted more pressure, he found himself unable to advance. Slowly, the abomination raised his head, a terrifying grin spreading across his grotesque visage. You have grown weaker. Venom. Venom was taken aback, and just then, a tremendous force surged from his abdomen. Boom. The abomination delivered a powerful kick to Venom's midsection, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. With a fierce leap, Venom seized the trident wrested from the hands of the abomination and plunged it downward forcefully toward the airborne Venom. Reacting instantly, Venom crossed his arms before his chest. As a dark, viscous substance surged and coalesced into an imposing ebony shield. The resounding clash reverberated through the air, causing the snow-laden ground to tremble violently. Bereft of his shield's protection, Venom was swiftly engulfed by the onslaught of S.H.I.E.L.D's cube weaponry and the military's firepower. From a distance, Hulk observed this spectacle, scratching his thinning hair with a massive hand. It seemed as though Venom had diminished in strength. Perhaps he could prevail against him now? With this thought, Hulk's eyes gleamed with determination, eager to engage in battle. New vendettas merged with old grievances, a quest for retribution. Abomination laughed heartily, wielding the now silver trident as he relentlessly struck at Venom's dark shield. Though unskilled in the use of the trident, its sharpness suited him remarkably well. Each blow inflicted tremendous pressure upon Venom, compounded by the multitude of attacks from others surrounding him. Die! He cackled. However, mid-exclamation, Abomination was sent flying by a powerful kick from Hulk, causing the trident to tumble to the ground. Chapter 119. In the next life, I shall be your host after sending Abomination sprawling. Hulk wasted no time as he raised his fist to unleash a torrent of blows upon Venom. The ferocity of his strikes nearly incapacitated Venom, who was momentarily taken aback. Venom was now in a state of frantic desperation. Are you all taking turns to attack me? He cursed under his breath as a black, liquid limb emerged from his neck, grasping the fallen trident. With a fierce thrust, he pierced through the biting wind, aiming directly at Hulk. Clearly intimidated by this sharp weapon, Hulk halted his assault and swiftly leaped aside, evading the trident's deadly trajectory. The memory of how the trident had once shattered his proud defenses lingered vividly in his mind, instilling a sense of fear that persisted even now. Perhaps it was true that once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for years. Seizing the opportunity while Hulk was at a distance, Venom hastily rose from the ground. Just as he regained his footing, a terrifying wave of energy surged toward him from afar, striking his chest with precision and erupting in a resounding explosion. The chaotic energy from the cube unleashed a brilliant sapphire glow that enveloped Venom in a maelstrom of azure light. Silently, Hill gazed at Venom. engulfed by the energy of the Tesseract. Beside her, a newly developed Tesseract weapon was rapidly cooling off. This innovative weapon, spearheaded by Lonnie, was finally utilized against him. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were enveloped in a solemn silence. Lonnie was indeed a commendable individual, setting aside his identity as Venom. During his time with S.H.I.E.L.D., he had garnered the friendship of many. Lonnie was a capable, humble, and amiable person, brimming with warmth and humor, despite his slight emotional shortcomings, which did not hinder his ability to forge numerous friendships. The agents held a favorable impression of him. Yet, inevitably, he found himself trapped by circumstances. At that moment, Venom, along with Lonnie, who resided within him, faced dire straits, to say the least. The Tesseract energy, converted into an attacking energy wave through Lonnie's device, was immensely powerful. Even Venom, at his peak, would not withstand the assault of the new Tesseract weapon unscathed. How much worse was it now, in his weakened state? Lonnie closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, as the Tesseract energy penetrated Venom's exterior, radiating through his body. The deep blue glow wreaking havoc on his cells. Venom's predicament was far more critical than Lonnie's. As the one directly confronting the Tesseract energy, he was saturated with its volatile essence. The energy, derived from the cosmic cube, transformed into a destructive force through the converter. Venom's once proud regenerative abilities were rendered almost futile against such a level of devastation. "Lonnie," Venom suddenly called out. Lonnie, encased within Venom, opened his eyes. "There's something I forgot to mention." Venom's voice carried a hint of levity. However, Lonnie sensed something amiss. "After the baptism of the divine seed, I can consume many things, many, many things. This includes Tesseract energy." "No," Lonnie vehemently refused. Even without Venom's words, he understood the repercussions of forcibly consuming Tesseract energy. "We can endure this." Lonnie clenched his fists, speaking solemnly. "There's no time left," Venom replied with a smile. "You are an intriguing host. It has been a pleasure meeting you. In the next life, I shall be your host." "No." Lonnie's pupils dilated as he screamed in fury. Before him, Venom's grinning visage loomed ominously. Gradually, the deep blue Tesseract energy surrounding Lonnie began to dissipate. Simultaneously, the black fluid enveloping Lonnie also began to vanish. Yes, it was disappearing. Just like that, it evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever, as if it had never existed in this world at all. The body of Venom gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Lonnie encased within. The trident clattered weakly to the ground as Lonnie stood in a daze, gazing at his palm. Is he truly human? Suddenly, the towering figure of Abomination loomed before him, casting a disdainful gaze upon Lonnie. In an instant, Hill and the other agents raised their cube weapons, aiming at Abomination. Should he make any sudden move, they would fire without hesitation. The matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. would only be resolved by S.H.I.E.L.D. Oblivious to his surroundings, Lonnie stood in a stupor, his mind replaying images of Venom like a slideshow. "Lonnie, I want chocolate balls." "No. 100 boxes. Not a chance. You bastard. Get lost." "Ha ha. I curse your mother." "Don't ha ha. Why not? Just don't." "1 box of Ferrero. Deal." "What are we having for dinner?" "Braised Venom. You'll be poisoned." "I don't mind. Don't call me a parasite." A stream of black liquid surged from Lonnie's body, a grotesque face glaring fiercely at him. "I'll call you that. What are you going to do about it?" "Do you believe I want to come out?" Lonnie's imposing demeanor faltered. "How about I buy you some more snacks?" "No." Venom tilted his head, grinning. 10 boxes of chocolate balls." "No." The elongated tongue of Venom licked his steel teeth disdainfully. 20 boxes? "No." 30 boxes? "I won't take any more." Venom scoffed dismissively. Lonnie smiled slightly and offered 100 boxes. Venom's mouth snapped shut, his 2 white eyes narrowing. "I want Ferrero. You are the parasite. Your whole family is a bunch of parasites. Lonnie, marry Catherine, and then I can eat pastries every day." Ultimately, the scene froze, reminiscent of the time in the HYDRA underground base. The black liquid receded like a tide, revealing half of Lonnie's body. "If you can't bear to do it, I will," Venom said solemnly. Lonnie remained silent, offering no reply. "I will bear the burden of slaughter and sin." A soft chuckle escaped Lonnie as he gently closed his eyes, a smile blossoming at the corners of his lips, filled with nostalgia and tranquility. "The most important one is actually him. Chapter 120. We are Venom. Abomination frowned at the slowly closing eyes of Ronnie. Has this guy given up the struggle? However, the feeling of animosity seemed rather unsettling. This creature did not appear to be the kind that would easily submit. Suddenly, Long and I opened his eyes, revealing cold, inky black pupils that fixed their gaze upon the embodiment of hatred. The chill emanating from his icy stare sent shivers down the spine of the adversary. You all shall perish, he declared, his voice resonating like a chilling whisper from the depths of the underworld, accentuated by the howling winds of the snowstorm. With a thunderous roar, a milky white glow flashed from Long's forehead, and in an instant, countless black threads erupted from his being. The sky became ensnared in a tempest of strands, resembling a multitude of writhing tentacles. Behind Long and I, the threads surged and intertwined frantically, forming a colossal black visage that loomed ominously overhead. Two crescent shapes, white as the sun, glimmered against the dark countenance, which remained unmistakable even amidst the blizzard. All present were struck with awe at this sudden spectacle, their minds reeling at the terror that filled the heavens. The threads connected to Long and I, whose black eyes had turned pitch dark, with the whites now tainted in inky hue. His gaze, akin to the depths of two black holes, surveyed each individual in attendance. Those who met his gaze felt an involuntary chill creep up their spines, their hearts gripped by dread. With a resounding crash, the myriad black threads detonated, surging into Long and I's body. His yellow skin took on an eerie, obsidian hue as the venom coursed through his flesh and blood, saturating his very bones. The color of black began to supplant the original hues within him. A gentle yet enigmatic force incessantly reshaped every part of Long's being, replacing human organs with an extraordinary life form. It was peculiar, mysterious, yet pulsating with vitality. The divine seed upon Long's forehead flickered with a milky light as he merged with the venom. Strands of sapphire brilliance flowed into him, contributing to his transformation. In mere seconds, from an external perspective, the black threads had penetrated Long and I's form and erupted once more, enveloping him like a tornado. Within the tempest of black strands, Long and I kept his eyes tightly shut, allowing the viscous darkness to assimilate with his body, reshaping him. His spirit unconsciously relaxed as a wave of strange energy surged from some unseen source, a sensation of harmonious fusion blossoming within his soul. Abruptly, Long and I opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and joy. What is this? He pondered. Perhaps this is what the sorcerers referred to as mental attunement. Welcome back, Venom, echoed the voice in his mind. Long and I smiled faintly. Welcome back. Ronnie now possesses a vivid awareness of the presence of Venom. The mere thought allows him to easily discern the meanings Venom wishes to convey, requiring neither words nor gestures. A shared consciousness suffices for mutual understanding. It was unexpected that he would forsake his humanity. Venom, however, remains accustomed to verbal expression. Even without the necessity to speak, Ronnie comprehends its intent. Yet, Venom still relishes the act of articulation, as it affirms its existence as a living being. The human Ronnie chuckled softly. Humanity is not merely an identity, but a state of the soul. Regardless of what form I may take, I shall forever remain human. Remember this. What of abandoning human identity? Moreover, Ronnie's unspoken thoughts were effortlessly grasped by Venom, resonating in a state of shared awareness. Furthermore, it is capable of saving him. For Ronnie, nothing is too great a sacrifice. A broad smile spread across Venom's visage, a manifestation of genuine delight in its choice. There was no error in its decision. The transformation continued, and the ability to merge during the third phase gradually became evident. The compatibility between Ronnie and Venom skyrocketed, akin to a rocket's ascent. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Moments later, the storm woven from black tendrils re-entered Ronnie's body, replaced by Venom's towering 3-meter form. Venom's exterior bore no discernible difference from before, yet none of the witnesses were naive enough to believe that it was merely a restoration. Venom's grotesque maw twisted into a sinister grin, seemingly mocking those around it. With a buzz, Venom's figure flickered, appearing to remain stationary. Suddenly, thud. The sound of flesh being pierced resonated deeply amid the chaos of the blizzard. Glancing around, Venom had unexpectedly appeared before the abomination, its right hand morphing into a blade that pierced directly through. Meanwhile, the original form of Venom began to dissipate. A mere afterimage, an illusion left by speed exceeding comprehension. Fire. Simultaneously, Everyone pulled the triggers of their weapons, both magical and conventional, unleashing a barrage towards Venom. Beside them, Hulk roared and charged forward. A surge of black liquid erupted, coalescing into a massive ebony umbrella that enveloped Venom, shielding it from all assaults. Boom! Hulk crashed into the giant umbrella. Yet it did not budge in the slightest. Raising his fist to strike, a sudden explosion of sharp spikes erupted from the umbrella, instantly impaling Hulk. A dark hand formed, grasping Hulk's head and violently flinging him aside. Thunderous impact. Hulk's body was hurled, crashing into a nearby building, which subsequently collapsed upon him, leaving his fate uncertain. A sudden eruption of countless black threads burst forth from the enormous black umbrella, reaping the lives of the soldiers present as if they were mere grass. Ascend! Ascend! Quickly! General Ross shouted anxiously. With a gasp, he beheld the black threads piercing through his chest, the colors in his eyes beginning to fade. In mere moments. Aside from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Hulk, and Abomination, no living being remained. The black threads ensnared the corpses, drawing them into its depths to devour and transform them into the purest energy sustenance for Venom. This marked Venom's newfound ability to replenish itself through consumption. Casting a glance at the resilient Abomination, Venom grinned with a sinister smile. Perish. Suddenly, the black threads within Abomination's body swelled, causing it to explode with a thunderous roar. Flesh and blood scattered across the snow-laden landscape, adding a crimson hue to the otherwise white expanse. Boom, boom, boom. Venom approached the S.H.I.E.L.D agents slowly. The agents, on edge, raised their cube weapons, vigilantly watching Venom. Hill gestured for them to lower their arms. I warned you 17 years ago, Venom said, standing before Hill, looking down upon her. I will be back. Venom drew close to Hill, the distance between their faces mere centimeters, its mouth opening wide. As large as her head. Reber Wynah. We are Venom. Chapter 121. Departure. The truth. Venom departed, sparing the S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Despite their near-fatal encounter with Venom, Ronnie harbored no resentment towards them. It was merely a matter of differing allegiances. However, after today, their paths had irrevocably diverged. Ronnie returned to his home in New York, retrieving the 20 containers prepared to store the cube's energy one by one. He carefully placed each container upon the apparatus, but did not activate it immediately. Have you made your decision? Venom's voice echoed unexpectedly. Yes, Ronnie nodded. Having been in this universe for many years, it is time to return home. This place is wonderful, but it is not my true home. Venom fell silent, unable to comprehend Ronnie's sense of nostalgia. It held little attachment to its own homeland, instead forming a fondness for this realm, albeit a transient one. In Venom's heart, wherever Ronnie resided was home. Ronnie understood that Venom could not grasp the profound concept of home that lingers in one's thoughts and memories. Only those who have truly departed from their homes can fathom such sentiments. He retrieved his phone, gazing at Wanda's number, and dialed. With a sigh, Ronnie hung up the phone. Why did you hang up? Venom inquired. Without the symbiotic connection, Venom and Ronnie were not in a state of mental harmony, leaving Venom oblivious to Ronnie's actions. Never mind, Ronnie murmured, composing a text message before sending it off. After completing this task, he set his phone down on the table and retrieved a letter from the drawer. Gazing at the unsigned correspondence, Ronnie fell into a contemplative silence. He placed the letter on the table, securing it with an object, before turning to activate the teleportation device. The apparatus whirred to life, emitting a dazzling cerulean glow. In mere seconds, a familiar azure beam burst forth from the device, reopening the ethereal portal. With a lingering glance back at his laboratory, he resolutely stepped into the cerulean gateway. Farewell, universe. At New York University, in the Department of Fine Arts, Wanda silently stared at the text displayed on her phone screen. She had seen Ronnie's call come through, but was interrupted before she could answer, only to receive the subsequent message. Wanda, I apologize for the sudden text, but I felt compelled to express something. You are the first girl I truly liked, someone I hold dear. Although our paths may not converge, my affection for you remains a reality. I will remember you, always, for there was a girl named Wanda who once captured my heart. I am leaving now, departing from this place. I hope you will occasionally think of me. Goodbye, Wanda. Wanda found herself at a loss for words, refraining from responding to Ronnie's message or calling him back. She was uncertain of his destination, yet she knew she would be unable to reach him. All she could offer were her best wishes. May he journey safely. I will remember you. I surely will, Wanda whispered, clutching her phone tightly. Shortly after Ronnie entered the portal, the energy of the cube was exhausted, causing the device to shut down abruptly. At that very moment, the door to the laboratory exploded open. The entrance, fortified against intruders, could only be breached with explosives. Armed agents surged into the room, led by none other than Coulson. No one here? Coulson frowned, perplexed by the absence. Search thoroughly for any clues. Following his orders, Coulson began to scour Ronnie's laboratory. Upon discovering that Ronnie was Venom, Coulson immediately volunteered to lead a team to investigate Ronnie's residence in Brooklyn. Fury, placing his trust in Coulson, granted his request to proceed with the search. Commander, we have discovered Dr. Scarborough's mobile phone and a letter. An agent approached, holding Ronnie's phone and the correspondence. Coulson accepted the items, opened Ronnie's phone, and quickly skimmed through its contents. He paused on a text message addressed to Wanda before handing the phone back to the agent. Take it to the tech department. Have them investigate for any useful information. Next, he carefully opened the unsigned letter, Ronnie's handwriting immediately coming into view. Coulson, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. I apologize for concealing a significant truth. I am Venom. I have kept this secret from everyone. When I was 6 years old, 17 years ago, I sneaked out to the astronomy museum. That escapade changed my life. On that fateful day, I encountered Venom, a symbiote that depends on me for survival. The initial manifestation was brutal, unleashing a horrific massacre on Fifth Avenue, devouring countless souls. I witnessed it all from within Venom, helpless to intervene. However, I later discovered that Venom was not an unrelenting monster. It was merely a naive child. Its actions were guided solely by instinct, hunger driving it to seek sustenance, with humanity appearing as its prey. Eventually, we reached an accord, guiding it to wield its powers benevolently. Today, I have mastered its control, and Venom is no longer a mindless beast. It is a life form, deserving of respect. It is not a monster. The apparatus in the laboratory is a gift I leave to the agency, a token of gratitude. It can convert cubic energy to open a spatial portal. With the destination remaining unknown, the agency may study it at their leisure, trusting in the project scientists. They are worthy of that trust. I am leaving now, Coulson. It has been a pleasure working with you. Farewell. Coulson slowly set the letter down, his gaze fixed on the imposing apparatus. You truly are a bastard, Ronnie. The orphanage lay in ruins after the battle, appearing desolate and silent against the snowy night. Soldiers clad in black combat attire suddenly emerged amidst the wreckage. No words were exchanged as two soldiers dragged a bloodied, unrecognizable corpse outward. The outline suggested it was a female. A leader in white combat gear surveyed the surroundings, pressing a hand to his earpiece, declaring, "We have located the target's body and are regrouping. Excellent. Transport the target to headquarters. This will be our ultimate weapon against Venom. Failure is not an option." A deep, magnetic male voice emanated from the headset. Understood. Communication terminated. The leader in the white combat suit cast a glance at the body being lifted onto the vehicle before turning away. The black car departed quietly into the night. Chapter 122. The mysterious realm. Ronnie emerged from the ethereal blue portal. Instantly, a biting cold wind rushed into his collar. This piercing chill, even for someone as physically robust as Ronnie, sent shivers through him. A viscous black substance enveloped him. However, the figure of the symbiote did not materialize. Instead, a layer of this dark fluid encased Ronnie like a suit of armor. This was one of the abilities of his third stage. The symbiotic relationship with the symbiote had transformed into one where Ronnie was the master. With just a thought, he could control the substance at will. Within the third stage of possession, there existed a semi-possessed state. The symbiote manifested as armor, adhering to Ronnie and significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Although this state was considerably weaker than full possession, it offered greater agility. In this semi-possessed state, Ronnie could adeptly wield his trident in battle, unhindered by the cumbersome nature of the symbiote's massive form. Each state possessed its advantages and disadvantages. Nevertheless, the fully possessed state remained Ronnie's most formidable strength. Enveloped in the symbiote armor, Ronnie immediately felt warmth flooding through him, dispelling any trace of cold. Just how cold was it here? Ronnie mused internally. No need for spoken words. A mere thought was sufficient to communicate with the symbiote, and this exchange was remarkably swift, akin to the telepathic communication found in Chinese fantasy novels. In a sense, Lonnie and the Symbiote, in their synchronized mental state, constituted a single entity. To put it simply, they were akin to two personalities within one individual, the dominant personality being Lonnie, and the secondary one being the Symbiote. 94 degrees below zero, the Symbiote replied lightly. "Damn it," Lonnie exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. 90 degrees below zero is nearly approaching absolute zero. The universe's lowest temperature is around minus 270 degrees Celsius, a realm devoid of energy and heat. According to data from NASA's Landsat 8 satellite, the coldest place on Earth is located near an untraversed ice ridge in eastern Antarctica, where the surface temperature plummeted to minus 93 degrees Celsius on July 31, 2013, marking the lowest recorded temperature on the planet. This place, at 94 degrees below zero, was shrouded in darkness, cloaked in heavy clouds. Endless mountain ranges stretched across the horizon, thick layers of snow blanketing the terrain. Strangely, in such frigid conditions, there was no ice layer. A river, mere hundreds of meters from Lonnie, flowed gently, astonishingly unencumbered by ice in this extreme weather. This place is undeniably not Earth. Lonnie, a scientist primarily focused on physics, has dabbled in various other fields. He is certain that this location is most definitely not Earth. "Once again, I find myself in the wrong place," Lonnie remarked, somewhat at a loss. "It's only natural. Attempting to traverse parallel universes using a cosmic cube is inherently a mad endeavor. Now that you've succeeded, however, pinpointing your home with precision remains unrealistic." Lonnie nodded, setting forth towards the distant peak. One must rise high to see far. The mountain was not far from him, and with the augmented speed granted by the symbiotic bond with Venom, he reached the summit in a mere 10 minutes. Standing atop the peak, Lonnie gazed at the breathtaking scene before him, his pupils constricting in awe. A low hum resonated as Venom manifested on Lonnie's shoulder. Equally astonished by the spectacle, before them, the dim sky was cleaved from south to north, slicing through the horizon from Lonnie's left to right, creating a terrifying rift. Multicolored light cascaded down from this fissure, illuminating the ground below. This rift appeared to serve as a boundary. On the western side where Lonnie stood, darkness prevailed, and the biting cold wind howled, whipping up swirling snowdrifts. Conversely, to the east of the vibrant crack, the sky remained murky, snow continued to fall, and rivers flowed unencumbered by ice. Yet, through Venom's perception, Lonnie gleaned a crucial piece of information. The temperature in the east was a mere 10 degrees below zero. Identical scenery, similar climate, yet the temperatures varied drastically. Was this planet truly so enigmatic? Humanity often harbors both curiosity and trepidation towards the unknown. For safety's sake, Lonnie opted to circumvent the dazzling rift. Who knows what might occur upon being touched by that radiant light? Caution is never misplaced. To avoid the colorful beams emanating from the rift, Lonnie traversed a considerable distance of over 10 kilometers before reaching the opposite side. As Venom had predicted, upon entering the eastern region, he could distinctly feel the temperature rise dramatically. The semi-ethereal armor of Venom melded back into Lonnie's being. With his constitution, temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius would not faze him. "Let's head over there," Lonnie mused, scanning his surroundings until he identified the highest peak in the vicinity. Though it was distant, he decided to investigate. Step by step, he tread upon the snow, leaving a trail of footprints behind. The heavy snow swirled around him as he ambled slowly towards the towering summit. This mysterious locale was uncanny. Time passed inexorably, yet there was no change in the scenery. It was as if the temporal essence permeating every inch of the universe held no sway here. The sky remained persistently dim, devoid of day or night, and the landscape showed no signs of transformation. All that surrounded was the howling cold wind and the monotonous hues of gray and white. With the venomous energy supply, Lonnie's stamina was scarcely diminished as he continued his journey. Time became an abstract notion, and eventually, Lonnie found himself at the base of the highest peak. This mountain was a sheer cliff. The eastern ascent was the only viable path, while the western face presented an impassable precipice. The height of this peak was no less than 10,000 meters, certainly surpassing that of Mount Everest. Having ventured to Everest before, Lonnie felt justified in making such a declaration. This knowledge was gleaned through the insights provided by the Venom. As he gazed upward at the seemingly infinite mountain range, Lonnie was transported back to a previous life when he and his esteemed colleagues ascended Everest together. At that time, they were a group of elite scientists, accompanied by ground forces prepared for any needed rescue. Now, It was just Ronnie and the Venom, with no rescue in sight. Regaining his composure, he chuckled softly and shook his head. When had he begun to indulge in nostalgia? With a determined shake of his head to cast aside such distractions, Ronnie took a resolute step toward the summit of this enigmatic mountain, convinced that answers awaited him there. Chapter 123. Wolmer. The fierce wind howled, sweeping snowflakes that lashed against Ronnie, causing his garments to rustle. After approximately half an hour of trudging through the snow, a towering portal, crafted from an impenetrable dark substance, came into view. This portal, exceeding 5 meters in height and shaped like an inverted U, was adorned with sharp points at its apex. Ronnie surveyed the portal before boldly stepping inside. Suddenly, a flash of cold light ignited in Ronnie's eyes as he swiftly turned, executing a whip-like kick toward a shadowy figure that had materialized behind him. His senses remained heightened in this mysterious realm, and although the figure had appeared silently, Ronnie sensed its presence the moment it emerged. Yet, his decisive kick met only emptiness. Turning around, he furrowed his brow at the newcomer. Was this figure even truly human? The being before him could tentatively be classified as human, for it cast no shadow. Clad in a voluminous robe, with a hood obscuring its features, the figure revealed a skeletal red visage beneath. This entity exuded an aura of a vengeful spirit, as if it had risen from the depths of the underworld. Outsider, state your purpose, the figure intoned, its voice frigid, perfectly attuned to the chilling atmosphere. But why are you speaking in English? Who are you? Ronnie inquired, his brow knitted in confusion. The man cast a glance at Ronnie, his expression inscrutable as he spoke. I am the servant of my master, the Red Skull. The Red Skull? Ronnie exclaimed, staring incredulously at this self-proclaimed figure. Did this skeletal visage, painted in a vivid crimson hue, truly belong to the Red Skull he was familiar with? Do you know Captain America? Ronnie inquired hastily. The Red Skull's icy countenance finally shifted, a tempest of emotions, hatred, nostalgia, longing, flooding his features in that fleeting moment. You hail from Earth? He asked, fixing his gaze on Ronnie. Yes. Ronnie thought to himself, somewhat resigned, that indeed, this was the Red Skull. Although it was somewhat gratifying to encounter a fellow countryman in a foreign land, being face to face with the arch-nemesis of Captain America dulled that joy considerably. It has been over 70 years since I last encountered an outsider. Now one arrives, and he is of Earth, the Red Skull remarked with a hint of a bitter smile. Outsider, follow me. After a brief glance at Ronnie, he turned and began to walk away. Ronnie furrowed his brow, but decided to follow. Despite the Red Skull being Captain America's adversary, Ronnie felt compelled to place his trust in him for the moment. Following the Red Skull upward, they soon arrived at the precipice of a cliff. How did you come to this place? Ronnie surveyed the surroundings before directing his gaze back to the Red Skull. Over 70 years ago, the power of the cosmic cube transported me to the planet Vormer, where I have remained ever since, the Red Skull explained. This place is called Vormer? Ronnie questioned. Indeed. A magnificent planet, deep in the cosmos, beyond the Milky Way. To think it lies beyond the galaxy, Ronnie mused. Have you come here seeking the Soul Stone? The Red Skull inquired. What is the Soul Stone? Ronnie replied, bewildered. The Red Skull appeared equally perplexed. You have no knowledge of the Soul Stone? Why then have you come to Vormer? For a vacation? They exchanged bewildered glances, both equally astonished. After a considerable pause, the Red Skull composed himself and asked, how did you arrive here? I developed a device that utilized the energy of the cosmic cube to open a portal, which brought me here. Ronnie briefly recounted his journey. The Red Skull's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming again. Having been the leader of HYDRA for so long, he instinctively desired to claim a genius scientist for his own. Yet now, he was no longer the leader of HYDRA. I see, the Red Skull nodded. Can you tell me how to return? Ronnie pressed urgently. The Red Skull regarded Ronnie with a knowing look. Want to go back? Take a spaceship. Ronnie remained silent, gazing at the Red Skull. Do you have a spaceship? For this absurd question, the Red Skull offered no reply, merely locking eyes with Ronnie in a profound silence. Very well, Ronnie conceded. Outsider, do you wish to leave Wolmer? Suddenly, a strange voice, devoid of discernible gender, resonated from the mountaintop. At the moment this voice emerged, its faint sound overpowered the howling winds, distinctly reaching Ronnie's ears. Yet, why was it in English? Is the universal language of the cosmos English? My lord. The Red Skull abruptly knelt, bowing respectfully at the precipice's edge. Ronnie stared in astonishment at the Red Skull. Wasn't he the leader of HYDRA? To kneel so easily, what of your principles, your dignity? Wait a moment. Did the Red Skull refer to himself as a servant of my lord during his introduction? Who are you? Ronnie frowned, inquiring at the empty edge of the cliff. Answer my question, the voice echoed once more. Suddenly, a pair of yellow-white pupils materialized at the cliff's edge before Ronnie, their gaze as tranquil as an undisturbed well, devoid of any emotional nuance, fixating upon him. Outsider, do you wish to return? Under the weight of that emotionless stare, Ronnie felt immense pressure. Moreover, inexplicably, at that very moment, the presence of Venom was severed. Ronnie could no longer sense Venom's existence. Such a phenomenon had only occurred when he encountered the goddess Hela. Could it be that this being, who claimed to be the Soul Stone, was also a deity? Yes, I wish to return to Earth, Ronnie replied, steeling himself. Excellent. Accept my trial. If you succeed, I shall send you back. Should you fail, you will become my servant, bound to serve me for eternity. Ronnie stared blankly at those two large eyes. What? A trial? Why must I accept your trial? What nonsense is this? And what if I refuse? Then you shall be eternally trapped here, without food, without water, without life, forever confined to this place. Who are you? Ronnie asked, furrowing his brow. I am the Lord of Womir, the Sovereign of Souls, the greatest soul stone among the infinite gems. My lord is omnipotent. The Red Skull exclaimed loudly after the self-proclaimed soul stone concluded its declaration. Ronnie was left bewildered. Womir is the name of this planet, and this soul stone is likely the lord of this realm. However, what on earth does it mean to be the sovereign of souls, or the greatest soul stone among the infinite gems? Does the soul truly exist? What exactly are the infinite gems? As the soul gem spoke, it seemed there was more than one. What purpose do they serve? A torrent of questions surged through Lonnie's mind, leaving him perplexed. What does it all mean? The outsider, declare your choice. Will you accept the trial or refuse? The soul gem's imposing yellow-white gaze once again bore down on Lonnie. What is the infinite gem? The fearsome aura of the soul gem suddenly faltered. It seemed as though, perhaps, it detected a hint of awkwardness in Lonnie's seemingly unperturbed eyes. You are unaware of the infinite gem? The Red Skull rose from the ground, astonished as he regarded Lonnie. Should I know? Just as the Red Skull opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the soul gem. You possess the power of the space gem. How can you not know of the infinite gem? The soul gem stated. Though it could discern from Lonnie's soul fluctuations that he was not lying, it remained perplexed. How could someone harboring the power of the space gem be oblivious to the infinite gem's existence? The power of the space gem? Lonnie gazed incredulously at the soul gem's large eyes. How could I possibly possess such power? Are you unaware that the cosmic cube is the space gem? The Red Skull furrowed his brow. Lonnie paused, turning to face the Red Skull. The cosmic cube is the space gem? Oh. Now it makes sense why you possess the power of the space gem, yet remain ignorant of the infinite gem. The Red Skull comprehended. Currently, Earth has yet to uncover the true name of the cosmic cube. It is no wonder that Lonnie could utilize the cosmic cube, yet remain oblivious to the fact that it is the space gem. The infinite gems are the most precious artifacts birthed from the vast cosmos. They wield the most formidable powers of the universe. Whoever collects all the infinite gems will command dominion over all cosmic forces, the soul gem expounded. There are 6 infinite gems in total: time, space, power, reality, mind, and soul. The time gem possesses the supreme power to control time, the mysterious force of time, which permeates every corner of the universe, can be governed through the mastery of the time gem. To wield the time gem means you shall attain immortality within the cycle of time. Lonnie's pupils constricted. Immortality. Control over time. The two most enigmatic powers of the universe, time and space. The might of time is indisputable. Even a being as formidable as Odin, the All-Father, pales in comparison to the might of time, underscoring its immense power. The fact that the time gem can wield the force of time is utterly astonishing. However, Lonnie was unaware that the powers of the infinite gems extend far beyond this. The space gem possesses the ability to govern space. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless parallel universes and realms exist, and through the space stone, one can traverse the cosmic sea at will. Possessing interstellar coordinates allows instantaneous travel, regardless of the distance involved. The formidable power of the space stone is something you should be well aware of. Ronnie nodded. He had some understanding of the cosmic cube, also known as the space stone. If one could truly master the power of the space stone, there would be no corner of the universe beyond reach. The Power Stone serves as the vital link connecting the 6 Infinity Stones. Without the Power Stone, even if one possesses 5 Infinity Stones, they would lack the capability to wield them. The Power Stone, which governs all forces within the universe, possesses the most formidable offensive capabilities. It can transform all material energy into one's own, replicating and enhancing all forms of energy. As the essential connector among the 6 Infinity Stones, the Power Stone exhibits compatibility with the other stones, making it indispensable in the quest to gather all 6. The Mind Stone possesses the ability to awaken mental power. While its offensive capabilities are not particularly strong compared to the other Infinity Stones, and its supportive abilities are inferior, it harbors a unique capacity for enhancement. The Mind Stone can amplify mental strength, awakening latent powers within the genetic essence of life, elevating its existence to a transcendent state. Mastery of this stone would greatly benefit both you and your symbiotic relationship with that little creature. Indeed, it has discerned the presence of Venom. After all, if Hela could perceive it, there was no reason the Soul Stone could not. Next comes the Reality Stone, whose capabilities are particularly extraordinary. It can transform the illusory into the tangible and vice versa. This Infinity Stone possesses the power to convert existing realities into non-existence, and to bring forth non-existent entities into tangible existence. In other words, the Reality Stone can conjure anything from thin air. With sufficient energy, it could even create another Earth identical to our own. Ronnie could not help but exclaim in astonishment. To conjure from nothing? Is this not the ability of a creator? The Reality Stone possesses such a terrifying power, the ability to create ex nihilo. This utterly defies all known scientific laws. This transcends the realm of science. Casting a glance at Ronnie, whose jaw hung agape in astonishment, the Soul Stone expressed its satisfaction. Now, we arrive at the final stone, the Soul Stone, which is, in fact, me. As the most magnificent and unique of the Infinity Stones, I possess my own consciousness. Unlike the other 5 Infinity Stones, regardless of their immense power, they are mere tools devoid of sentience, subject to manipulation. I, however, am a being, a genuine life form. This distinction sets me apart from the other Infinity Stones. In other words, you have attained sentience? My ability lies in the mastery of souls. Should I so desire, I could extinguish the lives of every inhabitant on a planetary life form in an instant. Silently, and without inflicting even a whisper of pain, I could obliterate their very essence. It sounds as though your power resembles that of a villain. After internally scoffing at this thought, Ronnie lifted his gaze toward the Soul Gem. This is the information pertaining to the Infinity Stones. Should you successfully pass the assessment, I can bestow a fragment of my power upon you, granting you a portion of my might. The voice of the Soul Gem was laden with temptation, luring the eager lambs who yearned for strength. I do not require it, Ronnie replied, shaking his head. I shall accept the assessment, but all I ask is to be returned to Earth. Certainly, that is your prerogative. However, should you fail the assessment, you will become my servant for life. Have you contemplated this? I have made my decision, Ronnie affirmed with a nod. Excellent. The yellowish-white pupils of the Soul Gem suddenly expanded, transforming into a vibrant orange. Moments later, the dual orbs dissipated entirely. Finally, that fellow has departed, Venom remarked. It must have been quite uncomfortable to be suppressed, Ronnie observed with a hint of schadenfreude. Even without a mental connection to Venom, he could sense the latter's current frustration. Get lost, Venom retorted vexedly. Haha. Ronnie laughed heartily at his own jest. Venom rolled his eyes in exasperation at the impudent fool. Follow me, Red Skull commanded. To where? Ronnie inquired, perplexed. To the site of the assessment. After uttering this, Red Skull turned and departed. Ronnie scratched his head and followed suit. Do you truly trust their words so easily? Venom inquired within Ronnie's mind. What other choice do we have? The existence of the 6 Infinity Stones is likely true. With the power of the Soul Gem, annihilating both of us would be as simple as a game for a powerful being. You cannot dismiss their words, Ronnie admitted, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It seemed that formidable figures were emerging in droves this year. Hela, the Ancient One, Odin, and now the Soul Gem. Each one could extinguish Ronnie and Venom with such ease, which was indeed disheartening. What can we do when we are outmatched? Venom lamented, resigned to their fate. They proceeded to follow Red Skull to the so-called site of the assessment. After an indeterminate duration of walking, Ronnie finally arrived at the designated location alongside Red Skull. This is the place of the assessment, Red Skull stated, gesturing towards the vibrant river behind him. Ronnie beheld the radiant light cascading from the colorful rift above, illuminating the gently flowing river with a display of exquisite hues. Thankfully, he had not recklessly traversed this path earlier. Otherwise, who knows what chaos might have ensued. The content of the assessment is as follows. Listen carefully. An ethereal figure suddenly materialized before Ronnie. The figure was indistinct, enveloped in a radiant orange glow. The only discernible feature were those striking orange eyes. Clearly, this was the soul gem. I shall transport you to another realm, a world inhabited by extraordinary beings, where you must rise as a hero. What? Ronnie stared blankly at the soul gem. Hero? Excuse me? What does it mean to become a hero? I will arrange your identity in this world. Upon your arrival, the information regarding your identity will be imparted to your soul for your perusal, the soul gem replied. Disregarding Ronnie's queries. Answer me. What does the evaluation of becoming a hero entail? Ronnie exclaimed in frustration. Literally what it implies. The soul gem seemed to chuckle, as an unseen force enveloped Ronnie, extracting a dark shadow from within him. This shadow was drawn closer to the soul gem, gradually solidifying. To Ronnie's astonishment, it took the form of Venom. Ronnie gazed in shock at the shadowy figure of Venom, who returned his astonished stare. What is happening? The evaluation is yours alone. The presence of others is unnecessary. I have extracted this little creature's soul from your being, and once your evaluation concludes, I shall return it. The soul gem stated. Venom interjected. Am I merely a cotton ball? Return it. Before Ronnie could articulate further, an immense force enveloped him, casting him into the vibrantly colored river. Splash! Water erupted, sending ripples across the serene surface of the kaleidoscopic river. So, you still haven't clarified what it means to become a hero, Ronnie lamented. My lord, why do you not inform him that this evaluation occurs within the illusory world you have created? At that moment, Red Skull approached, inquiring of the soul gem. Venom's large, crescent-shaped eyes widened in shock. What? An illusory world created by the soul gem? An illusory world? Venom thought he must have misheard. What does it mean to create an illusory world? Wait, could it be that the soul gem possesses the ability to fashion a virtual realm and send beings into it? Goodness! Venom was taken aback by this revelation. If that were true, the soul gem was indeed terrifying. To create an illusory world, to ensnare living beings within it, such a concept was utterly unfathomable. The soul gem glanced at Venom before turning its gaze toward the vibrant river, a serene smile gracing its features. If I were to disclose to Ronnie that this world is a mere fabrication of my design, not a true existence, it would equate to revealing that the beings within this realm are also illusory, devoid of reality. Thus, he would become indifferent. For those who are illusory and non-existent render both life and death as mere fantasies. Consequently, the assessment that would elevate him to a hero loses its significance. The Red Skull nodded in sudden realization. My master is indeed far-sighted. The Soul Stone chuckled softly, shaking its head. Is the illusory world truly an illusion? It seemed to be both a self-talk and a lament. Why do you wish for Ronnie to become a hero? What does it truly mean to be a hero? Venom could not help but inquire. The Soul Stone smiled lightly, its calm gaze settling upon Venom. The definition of a hero is quite expansive, and I cannot provide you with an exact answer. That answer must be sought by Ronnie himself. As for why he should become a hero, the Soul Stone lifted its gaze to the dim sky, its orange-yellow eyes seemingly penetrating through countless realms of time and space, glimpsing the future. A revolution that would affect the universe is on the horizon. This universe needs a hero. A brief note on Marvel lore. The color correspondences of the Infinity Stones in the film adaptations are as follows. The Time Stone is green, the Space Stone is blue, the Power Stone is purple, the Mind Stone is yellow, the Reality Stone is red, and the Soul Stone is orange. Chapter 126. The legendary Atlantis. After Ronnie was cast into the Rainbow River by the Soul Stone, he fell into a coma, still pondering the meaning of becoming a hero. Time passed, and when Ronnie eventually awoke, he was not greeted by the dim sky of the Wolmer star or the biting chill of extreme weather. Instead, he found himself in a circular chamber filled with various marine flora, air bubbles slowly rising outward. Aquamarine furniture floated in midair, curiously stable. Ronnie sat upon a bed suspended in the air, his body not quite touching the surface. As he absorbed the sensations against his skin and beheld the surroundings, he realized that he seemed to be submerged in water. What in the world is this? A torrent of information surged from the depths of Ronnie's soul. After a considerable duration, Ronnie gradually opened his eyes. The underwater civilization of Atlantis truly exists. Shock and complexity danced in Ronnie's eyes. The legend of Atlantis is not uncommon on Earth. Everyone has heard of the technologically advanced civilization, at least in passing. Yet, it has never been validated that they existed at all. Thus, Ronnie had regarded it merely as a myth. Now, however, this Atlantean civilization was undeniably manifest before him. The impact on Ronnie was immeasurable. The world to which the Soul Stone had transported him bore a striking resemblance to Earth. The only distinction is that here there are no Iron Man, no S.H.I.E.L.D, and no Captain America. However, this realm boasts its own array of superheroes, many of whom are familiar to Long and I from his previous life. For instance, Superman. The name of this superhero is indeed renowned far and wide. Citizens of nations enjoying peaceful development, who in war-torn countries has the leisure to pay attention to such matters, can be treated as rare as giant pandas if they have never heard of him. What? You are unaware of Superman? I shall procure a booth for you at the Beijing Zoo tomorrow, where you may charge admission. The next episode of Humans and Nature will feature you. A new species has been born. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, it illustrates just how illustrious Superman's name truly is. Then there is Batman. Long and I even has a model of Batman affixed to the rear of his vehicle. However, regarding Wonder Woman and Cyborg, Long and I has not heard of them. Now, let us turn to Long Ni's current identity. The civilization of Atlantis sank to the ocean depths long ago. The Atlanteans, engrossed in the pursuit of power through the study of the mother box, became overwhelmed by their own strength, leading to the catastrophic downfall of their once thriving civilization. Nevertheless, the submersion of terrestrial Atlantis heralded the true rise of Atlantis. The power of the mother box endowed the Atlanteans with the ability to breathe underwater. Their bodies can endure the harrowing pressures and temperatures of the deep sea. Their eyes can discern objects in the pitch-black, lightless abyss. The Atlanteans possess numerous extraordinary abilities. After reading about them, Long and I felt that the people of Atlantis are indeed remarkable. The first king of Atlantis, King Atlan, was a magnificent ruler. The finest artisans in the world forged a divine trident, capable of commanding the seven seas, from the legendary metal of Poseidon, which was presented to the great King Atlan. Following the fall of the once mighty Atlantean Empire, King Atlan, consumed by guilt over his failures, fell into self-imposed exile. With the sacred trident in hand, he departed from the Atlantean Empire, and no one knows his whereabouts. After the departure of King Atlan, the remaining 6 monarchs of the empire declared their independence, causing the unified Atlantean Empire to fragment into 7 realms. Now, the Lost Kingdom and the Kingdom of Fugitives have perished. The citizens of the Trench Kingdom have devolved into ferocious sea beasts. The inhabitants of Fisherman's Kingdom have transformed into a merfolk state. The citizens of Saltwater Kingdom have evolved exoskeletons, resembling crab-like marine creatures. The remaining realms of Symbiote and Atlantis are recognized as the Atlantean royalty. They maintain their humanoid forms and possess the ability to breathe on land. Apart from the royal lineage, other Atlanteans cannot breathe on the surface. Symbiote and Atlantis boast the most formidable powers, particularly Atlantis itself. As the foremost of the 7 kingdoms, the current king of Atlantis is King Om, an ambitious and formidable figure. Under his diligent governance, the Atlantis kingdom has flourished rapidly, surpassing the second-ranked Zebul kingdom in various domains. The Soul Gem has conferred upon Ronnie a most illustrious identity. King Om's younger brother, sharing the same parents, is the Prince of Atlantis, known as Ronnie Atlantean. Prince Ronnie is exceptionally gifted, rivaling his elder brother Om in every regard. During their youth, the 2 brothers were locked in a fierce rivalry, and their contest for the throne was one of the most riveting spectacles in Atlantis' history. However, despite their intense struggle for succession, the bond between Om and Ronnie only grew stronger, perhaps a testament to their mutual respect and understanding as brothers. Yet, after the tragic sacrifice of their mother, Queen Atlantina, to the Abyssal tribe, Prince Ronnie vanished from public view, retreating into seclusion and no longer appearing before anyone. It has been many years since anyone laid eyes upon the brother of King Om, and the citizens have gradually begun to forget the powerful prince who once stood alongside King Om. Nevertheless, the older generation of Atlanteans will never forget the young man who wielded a trident and battled King Om for 3 days and nights in the Ring of Fire, ultimately forcing the former King Ovicus to declare a stalemate. Ronnie Atlantean, a fleeting yet brilliant shooting star. For a brief context, the complete name of Atlantis is the Empire, and following its division, the Atlantis Kingdom emerged as the most powerful. The inhabitants of the Seven Kingdoms are collectively known as Atlanteans. The Ring of Fire, an ancient tradition of Atlantis, allows an individual with a claim to the throne to challenge the reigning king or another heir through a royal duel. Victory in the Ring of Fire grants the victor the right to ascend the throne. Once in the ring, a victor must be determined. Only through blood can the cries reach the divine. Chapter 127. The Abyssal Kingdom having absorbed the information regarding Atlantis. Lonnie gazed at the trident in the room of its former owner. By coincidence or fate, this silver trident resembled precisely the one bestowed upon him by Gu. Lonnie levitated towards it, grasping the trident in his hand. A familiar sensation surged within him, as if he had wielded this trident in battle for an eternity. The Prince of Atlantis, Lonnie, shook his head in resignation. This identity was undeniably formidable. Yet, he found solace in the fact that the former owner was a reclusive individual, leading a monotonous existence. His life revolved solely between his residence and the Abyssal Kingdom, with minimal interactions. The former owner possessed formidable strength. Although many years have passed, few believe that the current Lonnie possesses the capability to battle King Om. However, it is undeniable that the combat prowess of the Atlantean royal family is anything but ordinary. With a mere thought, a black, viscous substance erupted from within, coiling around Lonnie's form and manifesting as a layer of obsidian armor. The chest of the armor bore a pale, inverted V, reminiscent of the emblem of Atlantis. Is it not possible to transform into Venom? Lonnie mused, clenching his armored fist. A frown etching his brow. It can only partially materialize. While the combat effectiveness is commendable, it ultimately falls short. Very well, since I am here, I shall make do. A visit to the Abyssal Kingdom is in order. I must familiarize myself. The memories imparted by the Soul Gem contain the vast expertise and techniques of the original owner, particularly regarding the formidable trident. Though it had become instinctive in this body, Lonnie still needed to acclimatize. Moreover, in accordance with Lonnie's customary habits, this was indeed the time to hone his combat skills in the Abyssal Kingdom. To become a hero, he scoffed. The very notion of heroism is a rather vexing criterion. With practiced ease, he departed from his residence, boarding his vessel and setting sail towards the Abyssal Kingdom. The Abyssal Kingdom, over the course of its prolonged evolution, saw its inhabitants devolve into fearsome sea beasts. The horrific images etched in his memory sent shivers down Lonnie's spine. Yet, upon arriving, he discovered that the reality was a mere fraction of the terror depicted in his recollections. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, even the Atlanteans, who could perceive the darkest divinities, could not discern a glimmer of light. The grotesque abyssal denizens lay sprawled upon the ocean floor, sleeping against the walls, densely packed like ants, each connected to the other. Having lived for eons in the absence of illumination, their eyes had atrophied, leaving only the instinct to feed. Their greatest fear was light. Anchoring his vessel not far from the Abyssal Kingdom, Lonnie confronted an expanse of impenetrable darkness, as profound as an abyss that could consume one's very soul. Even before entering, a palpable aura of dread emanated from within. Lonnie had previously faced death in this realm on several occasions. The sheer number of abyssal creatures was overwhelming, to the extent that even if Atlantis deployed its entire military, complete annihilation would remain a daunting challenge. Nonetheless, the abyssal denizens were confined to their territory, unable to venture forth. The other kingdoms had chosen to ignore them, even enacting laws that allowed for the most brutal punishment, the sacrifice of the abyssal beings. Lonnie's mother, Queen Atlanta of Atlantis, had been one such sacrifice to the abyssal creatures. As for the reason ahem, it was due to her bearing a child with a surface dweller. Each time he reflected on this, Lonnie found himself lamenting the actions of his body's unworthy father, King Ovakis. Just consider it, he thought. Your betrothed fled to the surface, cohabited with a land dweller, and bore a child, only to be brought back to Atlantis. Later, King Owax discovered this matter. Blinded by the flames of jealousy, he commanded that Atlanta be sacrificed to the abyssal tribe. Ahem, indeed, being betrayed is quite disheartening. However, instead of confronting the man who usurped your fiancée on land, what madness compels you to slay your own wife? Moreover, Atlanta was merely King Owax's betrothed. They were not yet married, nor had they even begun to court. Strictly speaking, this does not constitute betrayal. It must be said that King Owax is a peculiar individual. The original owner, Lonnie, often ventured into the Abyssal Kingdom to hunt the Abyssal tribe. On one hand, this sharpened his trident and enhanced his combat prowess. On the other, he could not accept the notion that his mother had perished in the Abyssal Kingdom. He sought to uncover the truth of her fate, his love for his mother. Lonnie acknowledged, though it seemed rather improbable. With a bitter smile, he shook his head in resignation. Was he not also pursuing that elusive dream of home? Ultimately, he and the original owner were kindred spirits. Shaking off such thoughts, he seized his trident, propelled himself with his legs, and hurtled into the depths of the Abyssal Kingdom like a cannonball. The speed of Atlanta underwater surpassed that of fish, truly fearsome. Upon entering the Abyssal Kingdom, darkness enveloped him. This place was bizarre. Even though Atlanta could see in the dark, no light was to be found here. The eerie sounds accompanied by ripples in the surrounding water echoed around him. Lonnie squinted slightly. They were coming. There was no need to look. The potent sensing ability of the Venom surged forth at that moment. Lonnie swung his trident with great force, and the pitch-black space trembled, a faint resistance emanating from the tip of the trident. The Abyssal tribe, surging towards Lonnie, was instantly cleaved apart by this sweeping strike. The sharp trident sliced through the bodies of these creatures as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. He continued to wield the trident, dismantling the approaching members of the Abyssal tribe. If there had been light here, one would have seen the throngs of Abyssal tribe members rushing toward Lonnie, a monstrous tide forming in the depths of the sea. Heedless of their lives, Lonnie relentlessly swung his trident, reaping the lives of the Abyssal tribe like harvesting grass. Not a single member of the Abyssal tribe could withstand his blow. A true strike meant certain death. Yet, the numbers of the Abyssal tribe were overwhelming. Gradually, Lonnie's stamina began to wane. The strength behind his swings diminished. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was effective against Lonnie, who lacked large-scale offensive capabilities. In one-on-one encounters, he could easily dominate any member of the Abyssal tribe, but this monstrous horde relied solely on sheer numbers. Moreover, they were indeed a monstrous sea. With a disdainful snort, Lonnie erupted with countless black threads from his body, instantly clearing a vacuum around him. A black, venomous armor surged over him, enveloping Lonnie completely. An inexhaustible source of power streamed forth from within, revitalizing his previously weakened attacks and augmenting their speed once more. The black threads pierced through the Abyssal clan, encasing the fallen in small black orbs, devouring them and transforming into the purest energy to replenish Lonnie, restoring his drained state. In this third phase, he could absorb living beings, breaking them down into the most refined energy to sustain both himself and the Venom. This newfound ability rendered him unafraid of prolonged battles. Although the swarm tactics posed some danger to Lonnie, who lacked large-scale offensive capabilities, they were far from fatal. Thus, he continued the monotonous cycle of slaying and consuming. Losing count of how many Abyssal clan he had dispatched, he moved like a machine, methodically reaping their lives. The muscle memory of this body deepened with each act of slaughter, continuously enhancing Lonnie's combat skills. Mastery of the trident. It was time to depart. A flicker of color ignited in Lonnie's vacant eyes. With a hum, the trident trembled, and the black threads surged forth, coalescing into a dark passageway before him. Lonnie stepped onto it, and swiftly departed. The mindless beasts of the Abyssal clan, witnessing his exit, transformed into a torrent of monstrous figures. Lonnie surged ahead, wielding his trident to dispatch the Abyssal clan along his path, while a relentless tide of their kind followed closely behind, creating a scene both terrifying and grotesque. Meanwhile, outside the borders of the Abyssal Kingdom, a ship resembling a green lantern fish docked beside Lonnie's blue and white vessel. A red-haired woman clad in a green, scale-patterned bodysuit emerged from the ship, tall and statuesque, standing no less than 1.75 meters. Her rose-red hair contrasted strikingly with her vibrant green attire, exuding an astonishing beauty that defied the conventional standards of color harmony. Her voluptuous form was accentuated by the bodysuit, revealing a true golden ratio visage that captivated all who beheld her. This was a woman whose mere presence could leave one in awe. As the red-haired woman descended from her ship, she floated to Lonnie's vessel, casting a curious gaze upon the strategic ship only the royalty of Atlantis could operate. "Has you come to pay homage to the Queen?" she murmured in perplexity. The sound of an explosion echoed from the direction of the Abyssal Kingdom. The red-haired woman, possessing the ability to manipulate water, immediately sensed this disturbance and cast a wary glance towards the abyssal kingdom. Boom! Another thunderous roar reverberated as a torrent of water surged violently from the depths of the abyssal kingdom. Following this deluge, a dark and ominous tide began to surge forth towards her. The red-haired woman's pupils contracted in alarm. The abyssal tribe has risen in rebellion. Raising her hands, her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing blue-white hue. The surrounding seawater, under her command, began to coalesce, rushing towards the foremost torrent. Buzz! A terrifying sound of water splitting erupted, and soon, two streams of water, under her control, were ruthlessly severed down the middle. Emerging from the parted column of water was Lonnie, clad in a sinister black liquid armor and wielding a silver trident, his icy gaze fixated on the red-haired woman. Hiss! Behind him, countless members of the abyssal tribe, blinded by the light, shielded their eyes and shrieked in terror as they retreated into the shadows. The sea fell into tranquility as Lonnie discerned the woman's features. His pupils widened in astonishment. Stunning. This was the first sentiment that flooded Lonnie's mind upon recognizing the red-haired woman. Though he prided himself on having encountered many breathtaking women, he acknowledged that few could captivate him like this red-haired beauty before him. Swiftly, her identity surged to the forefront of his thoughts. Mira Zebel-Karla, the daughter of Nereus, the current king of the Zebel kingdom and the fiancée of King Om. You are Lonnie? Mira inquired uncertainly as she gazed at him. It is I, Lonnie replied, flicking his trident, causing the liquid armor to merge into his being, revealing his true form. It truly is you, Mira exclaimed in surprise, for she had not seen Lonnie in over a decade. In their youth, she, Lonnie, and Om had all received the teachings of Queen Atlanta together, forming a close bond. However, after King Owak sacrificed Queen Atlanta to the abyssal tribe, Om underwent a drastic transformation, becoming a tyrant who revered strength, a notion that was intolerable to Mira, who had embraced Atlanta's ideals of peace. Though she remained betrothed to King Om as the Princess of Zebel, her heart had never accepted this new ruler. Meanwhile, Lonnie gradually faded from the public eye, and Mira lost track of him over time, eventually leading to her forgetting about him. What brings you here? Lonnie asked, concealing his astonishment. Mira was indeed captivating, yet he felt he did not belong in this moment. He was merely a transient figure. I have come to pay homage to the queen, Mira explained succinctly. Why have you come here, emerging from the depths of the abyssal kingdom? The striking image of Lonnie cleaving through her water column remains vividly etched in memory. This unassuming prince of Atlantis possesses an astonishing strength. Even King Om could not so effortlessly counter her previous assault. Honing combat prowess, Lonnie succinctly stated, preparing to depart. Although Mira had not seen Lonnie in many years, she was nonetheless a familiar face. Moreover, Mira's high intellect made it unlikely for her to reveal any vulnerabilities. As it was Lonnie's first day, still acclimating to the surroundings, it would be prudent to avoid such acquaintances. Wait, Mira called out as she sensed Lonnie's intent to leave. What is it? Lonnie turned to regard Mira's captivating visage, striving to maintain an air of indifference. Chapter 129. Brotherhood. If you have time, we should converse. Encountering Lonnie after so many years, Mira had much she wished to discuss. The feeling of reuniting with a childhood friend was indeed peculiar. Perhaps another time. Farewell, Lonnie replied tersely, boarding his vessel and departing. He feared that lingering would compel him to concede to her invitation. It was difficult for a solitary soul like Lonnie to resist the allure of such an enchanting woman. Watching Lonnie leave, Mira sighed softly. The death of Queen Atlanta had affected him more profoundly than she had anticipated. She had not realized that, after all these years, Lonnie remained ensnared by the grief of Atlanta's demise. The once vibrant youth, now endowed with extraordinary combat abilities, had faded into obscurity, consumed by despondency. With another sigh, Mira turned to pay her respects to Atlanta, her purpose for this visit still clear in her mind. A week had elapsed since Lonnie's arrival on this planet. He had become relatively familiar with all aspects of Atlantis, at least to the extent that he would not betray himself through ignorance of common knowledge. Yet, before Lonnie could relax, an unexpected visitor left him feeling somewhat flustered. What's this? You won't let me in? Lonnie stared in bewilderment at Om, dressed in silver attire, standing at his doorstep and addressing him. Om was the biological brother of this body, sharing the same parents, and one of the few individuals with whom this body had maintained contact over the years. What brings you here? Although turmoil raged within Lonnie, His expression remained inscrutable. The original owner of this body had always worn a blank face, regardless of who he encountered, which spared Lonnie the need to feign emotions. "I thought I'd drop by after half a year," OM said with a smile, stepping past Lonnie into the house. Lonnie closed the door and followed him. OM navigated the familiar layout of Lonnie's residence with ease, settling into the hall. Although he had been absent for 6 months, he had not forgotten how the space was arranged. His gaze lingered for a moment on a photograph of a resplendent blonde woman adorning the wall before subtly shifting away. "There is nothing to entertain you," Lonnie stated flatly as he settled into a seat opposite OM, his tone devoid of any inflection. "It matters not. I see you have been wandering the city quite frequently of late. Have you come to a realization?" OM inquired. Lonnie cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. As was to be expected, despite their close relationship, Lonnie was still a prince, yet to publicly renounce his claim to the throne. By law, he retained the authority to contest OM's sovereignty. The king's suspicion, silence. Lonnie's eyes flashed with a frigid glare, abruptly interrupting OM mid-sentence. OM had no doubt that if he continued, his younger brother would certainly resort to violence. "Very well, I shall refrain from speaking further," OM conceded, raising a hand in surrender. Only then did Lonnie divert his gaze once more. "I have come to implore your aid," OM said, adjusting his expression. "What do you intend to do?" Lonnie furrowed his brow in inquiry. "I aim to unify the 7 kingdoms." Before his full-blooded brother, OM revealed his ambition without reservation. "I seek to restore the grandeur of our ancestors, to resurrect the once magnificent Atlantis upon the earth. Yet, relying solely on my own strength, I cannot guarantee success. I desire your support." "Huh?" Lonnie scoffed dismissively. "Your ambition grows ever more audacious, OM. No, this is not merely my ambition. It is the sole path to the resurgence of Atlantis," OM asserted in a low voice, unmasking his true thoughts to his brother. "According to the law, to unify the 7 kingdoms and become the Lord of the Seas, commanding the 7 oceans, one must secure the backing of at least 4 kingdoms," Lonnie recounted from memory. "The Lost Kingdom and the Exiled Kingdom have perished. The denizens of the Abyssal Kingdom have devolved into beasts. The Saline Kingdom is comprised of brutes, while the Fisherman's Kingdom is inhabited by philosophers and poets who venerate peace. Without the support of King Nereus and the military of Zebel, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to gain the allegiance of the Saline and Fisherman's Kingdoms." A satisfied smile crept upon OM's lips as he nodded. "My brother, you have indeed not disappointed me." Lonnie cast a silent glance at OM, questioning the implication. "Even removed from the seat of power, you can still perceive the current political landscape with clarity. I have not misjudged you." OM erupted into hearty laughter, genuinely pleased by his brother's astute recognition. With their parents departed, his only kin now consisted of Lonnie and that illegitimate child on land. OM held a deep-seated disdain for the mixed-blood child and, in his heart, believed he had but one remaining family member, Lonnie. Though he was the king of Atlantis, a sovereign, OM treated Lonnie as a true brother. Lonnie gazed at his elated brother, OM, with a sense of unexpectedness. He could perceive that OM's concern and pride for him were genuine. History, however, can be deceptive, he thought with a bitter smile. A glance at the annals of Chinese history reveals countless brothers turning against each other for the sake of power, feigning camaraderie while harboring treachery. This led Lonnie to a subjective conclusion. The relationship between him and OM mirrored that of many historical figures. Even if OM were to ascend to the throne of Atlantis, as long as he had not renounced his claim to the crown, true affection between them would remain elusive. Yet, it seemed he might have been mistaken. "What do you wish to accomplish once you become the Lord of the Oceans?" Lonnie inquired after a prolonged silence. The smile on OM's face broadened once more. He understood his brother well. Though he did not voice it, he cared deeply. "For years, the land dwellers have ravaged our homeland, polluting our waters and hunting our kin. Atlantis has concealed itself for too long. It is time for the surface dwellers to witness the fury of Atlantis." A flicker of barely contained anger and ambition shone in OM's eyes. "Do you seek war with the land dwellers?" Lonnie frowned. "Indeed. Atlantis has been hidden for far too long, to the point that they have forgotten who truly reigns over this world. I shall unleash the wrath of the 7 seas upon the land." Lonnie's brow furrowed deeper. "Why resort to war? Conflict only results in the loss of more lives, especially between our 2 great civilizations. Have you considered how many would perish?" Lonnie's barrage of questions subdued the ambition that once sparkled in OM's eyes. He stared silently at Ronnie. Our father taught us that only strength can serve as the foundation of peace. Chapter 130. The visit of Mela, our mother, also taught us that violence cannot resolve issues. War breeds destruction and hatred, not peace, Ronnie stated solemnly. No. Oem shook his head, his gaze growing cold. What our mother imparted to us was only betrayal. Nonsense. Ronnie felt a surge of anger rising within him. And without a second thought, he raised his fist and struck. Bang! Ronnie's fist collided forcefully with Oem's face, sending him hurtling like a cannonball. Boom! The tremendous force slammed Oem against the wall, producing a deafening crash. Whoosh! Ronnie's figure flickered as he delivered a powerful kick to Oem's abdomen. Crash! The wall of Ronnie's home shattered, collapsing under the impact. Oem was thrust through the broken wall by Ronnie's kick. Buzz! After flying several meters, Oem finally managed to regain his balance. Stand down. Oem commanded the Atlantean soldiers who had raised their weapons as he approached from a distance. Get lost. Ronnie stood before the gaping hole created by Oem, gazing at him with a cold demeanor. I await your arrival, he remarked. Oem chuckled lightly, unfazed, and returned Ronnie's stare with a smile. Take your people and leave. Otherwise, you shall face death. A silver trident materialized in Ronnie's grasp, its sharp tip glinting ominously as it pointed directly at Oem. After a long, penetrating glance at Ronnie, Oem waved his hand and departed with his entourage. As he watched Oem's ship recede into the distance, Ronnie slowly lowered the trident, troubled by the realization of having lost control. A frown creased his brow as he contemplated the impact of these fabricated memories upon him. Was it merely an accident, or something more sinister? A shadow flitted across Ronnie's mind as he pondered the enigmatic soul gem and its true intentions. Your Majesty, why is it imperative to secure Prince Ronnie's allegiance? General Mook, commander of the Atlantis army, inquired, standing beside Oem. Ronnie is my brother. If he were to align with me, it would further solidify Atlantis's representation. Moreover, Oem glanced at General Mook. Ronnie possesses formidable strength. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him. Mook's eyes widened in astonishment. Oem, the king of Atlantis and its mightiest warrior, had never faced defeat in single combat among the Seven Kingdoms. His recent ejection by Ronnie was largely due to Oem's reluctance to retaliate against his own brother. I understand. General Mook nodded thoughtfully. How goes the matter we discussed? We have contacted the land pirates. They have accepted the mission and will execute it shortly. Excellent, Oem replied, nodding in approval. Inform King Nereus to convene in the sacred grounds in 7 days. Yes, General Mook affirmed before turning to depart. Oem then turned his gaze towards the flourishing Atlantis, tenderness reflected in his eyes. It will not be long before you bask in your former glory once more. Although Ronnie was not particularly prominent, he was nonetheless a prince. The substantial hole at his residence was swiftly repaired, utilizing a high-grade airbag to expel the seawater from his abode. While the constant immersion in seawater posed no harm to him, Ronnie found it uncomfortable. Ding! Startled, Ronnie raised an eyebrow while engrossed in his reading within the hall. It was the doorbell. With a few gestures in the air, a blue virtual display materialized before him, revealing the scene at the entrance. Mira? Ronnie exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing her. What brings you here? They exchanged incredulous glances for a moment, until Ronnie finally broke the silence. The captivating woman before him never failed to leave him in awe, and his resistance was minimal. Did you hit ORM? Mira inquired curiously. Yes. Has the news already reached you? It hasn't been long at all. Why did you hit him? Mira pressed further. He deserves it. The disdain in his tone was unmistakable. Mira's lips twitched slightly. I heard it was due to a disagreement stemming from your differing beliefs. Although she had gleaned little of substance from General Mook, she had not returned entirely empty-handed. Something like that. His ambition has grown so immense that I scarcely recognize him anymore. Mira nodded, choosing not to respond further. Mira, what do you think constitutes a hero? Ronnie suddenly recalled the challenge posed to him by the Soul Stone and impulsively asked, a hero? Mira was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Ronnie. The concept of heroism had never crossed her mind. I'm not entirely sure. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly shook her head. For the Atlanteans, a king is considered a hero. Yet, I understand that a king is not necessarily a hero. However, what defines a hero, I cannot say. You're unsure as well? Ronnie expressed his disappointment. What does it truly mean to be a hero? The surface dwellers have their heroes. They call themselves the Justice League. They are a group of extraordinary beings endowed with superhuman powers. Perhaps you might find your answer there. The Justice League, Superman, Batman, The Flash, Wonder Woman. Cyborg Ronnie looked up at Mira. And Aquaman. He is my half-brother, isn't he? Ronnie asked. Yes. His name is Arthur. Not long ago, the Justice League, of which he is a part, defeated the Desolate Wolf, saving the world and rescuing Atlantis, Mira replied. Is saving the world what makes one a hero? Ronnie mused thoughtfully. What kind of person is Arthur? Ronnie suddenly found himself intrigued by this half-brother, the Aquaman. He had yet to encounter a superhero from this world. I'm not entirely certain. Mira shook her head. Initially, I only interacted with Arthur due to the mother box. For further details, refer to the film Justice League, which this book does not cover. My first impression was not favorable. He struck me as a big oaf who only knew how to resolve problems through brute force. I wish to meet him. Can you assist me? Mira looked at Ronnie, puzzled. Hadn't Atlanta been executed by King Orvax because of Arthur? Did he not harbor resentment towards him? However, it seemed that Ronnie's desire to meet Arthur was not born from a desire for conflict. Allowing him to meet Arthur would be harmless. I will take you to see him. Chapter 131. Tom Curry in the coastal town of Mercy, Maine. A loud noise echoed. Bang, bang. The wooden deck reverberated with the sound of two impacts as Mira and Ronnie appeared upon the deck. Ronnie curiously surveyed the surroundings of the deck. The towering lighthouse was remarkably conspicuous. Is the Sea King residing here? Ronnie inquired, filled with uncertainty. The Sea King is a wanderer, but his father makes this place his home. Through him, we can locate the Sea King, Mira elucidated. As she spoke, Mira gracefully twirled her right hand, absorbing the seawater that clung to both her and Ronnie, leaving them clean and dry. Is this the land dweller who loves your mother? Ronnie squinted slightly, gazing at the distant lighthouse. Is this where my mother spent several years of her life? The land, as always, was repugnant. Mira frowned, harboring considerable disdain for the land dwellers. Many of the citizens of Z.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered harm at the hands of these people, whether directly or indirectly, which filled Mira, who deeply cherished her nation and its people, with discontent towards land dwellers. But the land is not solely as you perceive it. It possesses its own beauty. One should refrain from hastily passing judgment on the unfamiliar, Ronnie countered. Let us proceed. Mira, unwilling to engage further on the topic, strode forward with her long legs. Wait, Ronnie called out to her. What is it? She asked, turning back in confusion. Your attire is quite different from that of the land dwellers, Ronnie pointed out, indicating Mira's uniform. The green bodysuit accentuated Mira's perfect figure. Her golden ratio physique, particularly her elegantly long legs, was undeniably alluring. But have you ever seen a land dweller wandering the streets in such attire? I nearly forgot, Mira chuckled. There are clothes for land dwellers aboard the ship. I shall change. All right, Ronnie nodded. His own clothing bore no distinction from that of the land dwellers, for Atlantis had no strict dress code. The prevalence of bodysuits or armor was merely a reflection of the martial culture. Land dwellers' garments were ill-suited for combat, while bodysuits and armor maximized combat effectiveness. Have you ever been to the land? Mira suddenly turned back as she reached the edge of the deck. Yes, Ronnie replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I wish to see what the place where my mother once lived is like. His expression was one of profound contemplation. Even he was captivated by his own splendid performance. Mira, trusting him, cast a glance filled with complex emotions before diving into the sea. Ronnie scratched his head, puzzled by the meaning behind her gaze. Could it be that my forlorn demeanor has led her to harbor feelings for me? Perhaps that is the case. Once again, he found himself ensnared in the abyss of life as three great illusions. After Mira emerged from the water, clad in a loose, white travel outfit, the two made their way towards the lighthouse. The lighthouse, they approached. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. Who are you? An aging visage emerged from behind the door, captivating the attention of the two individuals. We hail from Atlantis, Mira declared, even before Ronnie could utter a word. Ronnie cast a helpless glance at Mira, pondering whether such a forthright introduction would lead to their dismissal. Atlantis? Tom Curry's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the pair, although they did not appear to seek trouble with Arthur. Noticing that Tom did not immediately demand their departure, Ronnie promptly interjected, This esteemed gentleman, we wish to meet Arthur. He is the son of Queen Atlanta. Before Ronnie could finish, Mira interjected once more, dropping another bombshell. Tom's gaze towards Ronnie became increasingly complex. The son of Atlanta? Come in, he gestured, stepping aside to invite them in. Thank you. Mira politely expressed her gratitude, pulling the still bewildered Ronnie into the room. Arthur is 3 years older, Tom remarked with a hint of nostalgia, his eyes reflecting a degree of compassion as he looked at Ronnie. Mira succinctly recounted Ronnie's experiences, which altered Tom's previous animosity towards him, stemming from his resentment towards King Orvax and extending to his two sons. "This child is a good one. You have come to see Arthur?" Tom inquired, his gaze fixated on Ronnie. "Yes," Ronnie nodded. "I wish to meet my brother." "I will notify him," Tom replied, promptly dialing Arthur's number in their presence. "He will be here shortly," Tom smiled. "Thank you, sir," Ronnie said. "MHM," Tom nodded with a smile, shifting his gaze from Ronnie to Mira, momentarily surprised by her beauty. "And you are?" "I am Mira, of the Zephyr Kingdom." "You may call me Mira," she introduced herself. "Mira is the princess of the Zephyr Kingdom," Ronnie added. Tom nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Ronnie is a prince of Atlantis, of royal blood, while Mira is the princess of the second largest nation, Zephyr. They came together. "What are you two?" Tom queried with an ambiguous expression, his curiosity piqued despite his age. Ronnie blinked, puzzled by Tom's insinuation. "What do you mean?" Mira's lips twitched, understanding the implication that eluded Ronnie. Despite Ronnie's average emotional intelligence, Mira possessed high emotional and intellectual acuity. "It is not what you think. Ronnie and I are merely childhood friends," Mira clarified. Upon hearing her words, Ronnie grasped the situation. It seemed this gentleman had mistaken their bond for a romantic one. A peculiar expression crossed Ronnie's face as he contemplated the absurdity of the situation. At his age, he found it amusing that such gossip still persisted. Ahem. Tom felt somewhat embarrassed under Ronnie's gaze, clearing his throat twice to mask his discomfort. "Uncle, Mira is my brother King Aum's fiancée, which makes her my future sister-in-law. Your behavior is quite distressing," Ronnie commented with exasperation. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar gaze directed towards him. The facade has crumbled. Without needing to look, Ronnie knew it was Mira. His original persona was that of an aloof, taciturn divine figure. The latter two words were purely the result of someone's self-admiration. Now, his habitual sarcasm had shattered the confines of that persona. Indeed, Ronnie's character had been dismantled in Mira's perception. However, it seemed that Ronnie had regained some composure, much to Mira's delight. In the past, Ronnie was spirited, approachable, humorous, and brimming with confidence. Following a certain incident, he had become reticent. Now, upon encountering Tom, a land dweller, there seemed to be a subtle shift. The positive transformation of a childhood friend brought joy to Mira. Yet, she added, "I do not harbor feelings for your brother, nor do I wish to become your sister-in-law." "You needn't emphasize that point, all right?" Chapter 132, Defeating the Sea King Bang. Just as Mira was internally lamenting Ronnie, the door was forcefully thrust open. A towering figure appeared at the entrance. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, bare-chested and showcasing robust muscles, the Sea King Arthur radiated an overwhelming masculine aura. "Are you the ones from Atlantis?" Arthur strode forward, inquiring. "Goodness, that scent." Ronnie nearly choked, suppressing the urge to kick Arthur away, his brows furrowed in irritation. Although Mira's expression remained unchanged, her tightly clenched fists indicated that she too was affected by the odor. Arthur exuded a potent fishy smell, an amalgamation of rotten seafood, alcohol, and a uniquely masculine essence. In summary, it was an unforgettable aroma. "Arthur, this is Prince Ronnie and Princess Mira. They have come to see you." Tom stood up to introduce the two, stepping forward to pat Arthur on the back. The father and son shared a silent understanding. They were not here to cause trouble. "It's you?" Arthur raised an eyebrow, looking at Mira. "Good to see you again, firstborn of Queen Atlanta," Mira responded calmly, meeting Arthur's gaze. She had once been the guardian at the site of the Mother Box and had fought alongside Arthur against the onslaught of the desolate wolves. Although there was little fondness between them, they were somewhat acquainted. "And who might you be, Prince?" Arthur turned his attention to Ronnie. "My name is Lonnie, the youngest son of Queen Atlanta, the second son of King Orvax, and the Prince of Atlantis." Lonnie rose to his feet and addressed Arthur. "So, you are still my brother?" Arthur raised an eyebrow. Although it was indeed a fact, the desire to be recognized as my elder brother is not so easily granted. "Intriguing." Arthur gazed at Lonnie with keen interest. Standing at a height of 185 centimeters, although he did not surpass Arthur, his explosive musculature was equally impressive. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was one that could not belong to the weak. This piqued Arthur's interest. "What do you intend to do?" "Let's see if you possess the qualifications of royal blood from Atlantis," Lonnie declared, with an evident hint of mischief. The lingering influence of the original owner's body had been affecting Lonnie. Upon seeing Arthur, a strong desire to engage in combat surged within him. Lonnie attempted to suppress it but found it futile. Thus, he resolved to embrace the challenge. What constitutes having qualifications? Although Arthur was indifferent to the notion of royal blood, he would not shy away from Lonnie's clear provocation. Character, strength, and the support of the people. And formidable strength is a requisite quality for every member of the Atlantis royal family. Engage me in battle. Let me ascertain your worth. Mira raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her face. Lonnie's expression of dissatisfaction towards Arthur indicated that he was gradually emerging from the shadow of past events. Therefore, she wholeheartedly supported the impending duel between Lonnie and Arthur. As for the outcome, Arthur was unlikely to triumph, even with Vico having trained him since childhood. All right, Arthur, with his notorious temper, readily accepted the challenge. At the edge of a cliff, Lonnie and Arthur stood in confrontation, while Tom and Mira observed from a distance. This was a friendly sparring match, yet simultaneously a clash between two royal members. The necessity of wielding a trident in battle was clear. Why does your trident have 3 prongs while mine has 5? Arthur queried, glancing at Lonnie's trident before looking at his own, perplexed. What you hold is our mother's trident. Female tridents always possess 5 prongs. Arthur's lips twitched. So, the trident he had wielded since childhood was of the feminine design. Mother is formidable, and her trident is equally powerful. Show me how much you can wield. With that, Lonnie thrust his trident into the ground, propelling himself towards Arthur like a cannonball. Lonnie's physique was already at the pinnacle of human capability. After being cast here by the soul gem and inheriting the original owner's body, he had been enhanced countless times. Arthur's gaze sharpened, and he raised his trident to meet the oncoming assault. Clang! The deafening sound of a collision heralded the commencement of the duel between the two combatants. Arthur, wielding a trident, executed a fierce horizontal sweep, while Ronnie, bending his legs, narrowly evaded the sharp prongs that grazed the tip of his nose. With a swift change of stance, Ronnie pivoted and thrust his trident forward with ferocity. Anticipating the move, Arthur deftly rotated his weapon, positioning it defensively before him. The clash of their tridents resonated, as colossal forces collided, leaving Tom in awe of the spectacle. The movements of the two were so rapid that, as an ordinary man, he found himself unable to keep pace and turned to inquire of Mela beside him. Despite Arthur's rigorous training under Vico since childhood, Mela candidly remarked that his chances against Ronnie were slim. You know Vico trained Arthur? Tom asked, astonished. Vico, the strategist of OM, had secretly remained loyal to Queen Atlanta. Mela merely smiled at this revelation, offering no further explanation. The violent clashes, the tremors of power, imbued with the aesthetic of brutality, presented a strangely captivating allure. Ronnie ensnared Arthur's trident, and with an explosive surge, delivered a powerful kick to Arthur's abdomen, sending him staggering several paces before he could regain his balance. Is this the extent of your strength? Ronnie jeered, standing resolutely with his trident. Arthur, shaking his long hair from his shoulders, charged at Ronnie once more. With a glint in his eye, Ronnie struck with his trident, its serpentine movement forcing Arthur to adjust his position defensively. Unlike the weapons wielded by pirates, Ronnie's trident was a genuine artifact of Atlantis, capable of piercing skin with ease. Confronting it head-on was not an option. With a resounding clash, Arthur successfully deflected Ronnie's sudden attack, yet the tremendous force left his hands numb. Ronnie, exerting his legs, gripped the trident tightly and leapt, twisting in midair to ensnare Arthur's neck with his legs crossed. Alarmed, Arthur realized the danger too late. His throat was firmly locked. A terrifying strength surged from Ronnie, causing Arthur to lose control and topple backward, his grip on the trident slackening as Ronnie seized the opportunity to withdraw it. Boom! You have lost. As Arthur beheld the glimmering tip of the trident, mere millimeters from his eyes, Ronnie's voice echoed in his ears. Very well. Arthur's taut muscles finally relaxed. Ronnie withdrew his trident, releasing Arthur as he rose from the ground. Arthur extended his right hand towards Ronnie, who grasped it firmly before rising to his feet. Your prowess is formidable. Arthur had battled the mighty Wasteland Wolf and had fought alongside other superheroes from the Justice League. The combat abilities of his younger brother were indeed somewhat terrifying. Chuckling, he patted Arthur on the shoulder. You're not so bad yourself. The two brothers exchanged smiles, their bond having grown significantly through the trials of battle. Come, let me treat you to a drink. Tom approached, relieved to see the two getting along amicably. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders and smiled. Ah, Alcohol is a beverage from our land. Quite delightful, Tom explained, noting that Roni and Mara, being Atlanteans, were unfamiliar with the concept of alcohol. I am aware. Atlantis once lived on land, and alcohol had already made its appearance then, Roni replied. Indeed, Mara nodded in agreement. So, Atlantis once resided on land? Arthur inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Vico had never shared this information with him. Roni nudged Mara, suggesting that the recounting of history was best left to the knowledgeable. Mara shot Roni an exasperated glance before speaking. Atlantis was, long ago, a nation of highly advanced technological civilization. Its power was formidable, and its technology flourished. While the world commonly believed the Earth to be flat, we had already unlocked the power of infinite energy and begun our exploration of the boundless universe. In the 15th century, Tom and Arthur exchanged a glance, piecing together an approximate timeline for Atlantis' downfall. From a young age, Arthur had been educated by Tom, who imparted a wealth of historical knowledge. The renowned theories of a flat Earth and a spherical Earth were certainly not omitted from his studies. However, Mara's tone grew somber. We were too greedy, blindly pursuing power, which ultimately led to its uncontrollable nature. Are you referring to the Mother Box? Arthur asked. Yes, Mara confirmed. The king of Atlantis harnessed the power of the Mother Box with the Holy Trident, resulting in a catastrophic loss of control that obliterated Atlantis, sinking it beneath the waves. Isn't the Holy Trident merely a legend? Arthur furrowed his brow in inquiry. No, it is not a myth, Mara shook her head. The Holy Trident was forged by the greatest weaponsmith in history, crafted from the legendary steel of Poseidon, and presented to the great king of Atlantis. Possessing the Holy Trident grants one the power to command the seven seas. Roni listened in confusion, though he had some recollection of these tales. The original owner had always dismissed them as nonsense. Even now, Roni found it difficult to believe. A mere trident could command the seven oceans? Is ruling the seas truly that simple? Roni scoffed at the notion. Well, I hope someone won't be caught off guard in the future. Where is the sacred trident? Arthur inquired. He was well versed in the history of the land, though he was not familiar with the lore of Atlantis. Nevertheless, he remained curious about this narrative. I don't know. After Atlantis sank beneath the waves, the great king of Atlantis exiled himself, taking the sacred trident with him. No one knows where he went. Very well. How did the Atlanteans manage to survive beneath the sea? Were you not originally land dwellers? Tom questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. The Mother Box not only submerged us, but also heralded the dawn of our new civilization. It bestowed upon the Atlanteans the ability to breathe underwater and transformed our bodies to withstand extreme cold and pressure. Our eyes can discern the things hidden in darkness. Dad, I remember I mentioned this to you, Arthur said, embracing his father. Vico had shared this knowledge with him. Did he? Tom awkwardly rubbed his bald head. In fact, while watching Aquaman, I noticed the resemblance between King Atlantis and Arthur's father. Could he be a concealed antagonist? Let us go and drink. Arthur laughed heartily, patting Roni on the shoulder. Can I say that I do not drink? At the bar, Mara sat somewhat uneasily before a large glass of stout, her brow furrowed. Roni sat beside her, also in a quandary about whether to drink or not. He abstained from alcohol. Bang, bang. Arthur and his father each slammed their empty glasses down onto the table. You drink so slowly. Perhaps you should use a smaller cup, Tom teased Arthur, wiping his mouth. Arthur wiped the beer foam from his beard. I can breathe underwater, but you can make me go from the table to the floor. The barmaid approached, placing 2 filled glasses of stout before them and removing the empty ones. This is my superpower, Tom said with a smile. Arthur chuckled resignedly, casting a glance at Roni. Hey, drink up, he nudged Roni. Roni, a researcher, abstained from alcohol as it would impair his cognitive faculties. Though many scientists indulge, it never seemed to affect their work. Roni still preferred to refrain. How can a man not drink? Arthur playfully slapped Roni on the back. Why is this drink black? Mara asked, her brow furrowing. This is stout, a type of beer. Beer? Mara scrutinized the foaming dark beverage with curiosity. Atlantis only produced clear spirits, and those who enjoyed drinking were few. Mara had only tasted a little. It's quite strong and not to my liking. In Atlantis, we only have clear spirits, Roni explained. I see. The alcohol content in beer is much lower than that of clear spirits. Mara blinked, yet she lifted her glass and took a sip. She licked her lips. It was not as fiery as the white liquor, possessing a hint of bitterness, but still quite acceptable. In a brief overview, The film Aquaman explores a time when the world still regarded the geocentric model as orthodox, while Atlantis had already thrived. However, it soon faced its downfall, suggesting that the fall of Atlantis must have occurred either before or during the Age of Discovery, around the 15th century. Thus, in the grand tapestry of history, this event is not so distant. Chapter 134. A meeting of kindred spirits. Gurgle, gurgle, bang. What a thrill! Ronnie exclaimed, slamming his glass onto the bar, wiping the froth from his lips, and bursting into hearty laughter. Bang! What a delight! Arthur echoed, striking his glass against the bar with a dull thud. Mara gazed at Ronnie in silence. It was amusing to see him, who had previously claimed not to drink, now engaging in a drinking contest with Arthur. How many glasses had it been? 16 or 17? Two brawny men, both Atlanteans, endowed with a physique far superior to that of land dwellers, showed no signs of slowing down after downing 16 or 17 pints of dark beer. What an exhilarating experience! Ronnie raised his new glass of dark beer, delivered by the barmaid, and took a sip. Indeed, how could I not love drinking? Arthur remarked, placing his left hand on Ronnie's shoulder and raising his glass of dark beer. Cheers! Cheers! Ronnie replied, lifting his glass. With a resigned shake of her head, Mara stood and exited the bar to breathe in the fresh air. She chose to ignore Ronnie, who seemed to have completely let loose since arriving on land. The bar was situated on the dock, and stepping outside led her to the moored vessels. The sea gently rippled, lapping against the shore. Mara approached the water's edge, her vibrant red hair and white travel attire accentuating her striking beauty. Not accustomed to it, Tom approached, standing beside Mara. Not really, Mara nodded slightly. It's a strange feeling being on land for such an extended period. Missing home? Tom asked, gazing at the ocean with a smile. Not at all. Mara shook her head. I just find it a bit unusual to stay on land for so long. I see Ronnie seems quite at ease. Has he visited the land before? Yes, Mara replied. He mentioned he often goes to New York, having not seen Ronnie for over a decade. Mara was unaware of many of his experiences. She recalled asking Ronnie about his travels, and he had mentioned his frequent visits to New York. New York, the great metropolis of America, Tom chuckled. Could you share more about Ronnie? I am quite curious. Mara glanced at Tom before turning her gaze back to the sea. Ronnie, the Prince of Atlantis, was slowly recounted by Mira as she narrated his life story to Tom. Tom listened attentively. In a sense, Ronnie could be considered his son. Among the three children, the eldest, Arthur, was always by his side, while the second, Ohm, was a fierce rival who harbored animosity towards them and could not be present. The youngest, Ronnie, now stood before Tom, igniting a desire within him to know more about him. Ronnie's life was not extensive, and soon Mira had completed her tale. After listening, Tom fell into a contemplative silence, especially troubled by the revelation that Ronnie had been engulfed in sorrow for over a decade following the death of Atlanta. It could be said that his affection extended to Ronnie, who, despite not being hostile towards Tom and his son, had already come to feel like a half-son in Tom's heart. A dutiful person deserves respect wherever they may be. Inside the bar, after a prolonged bout of drinking, the two realized that it was no easy task to intoxicate one another with dark beer. They subsequently slowed their pace and began to engage in light banter. Speaking of which, your brother, Ohm, right? Yes, King Ohm, the current ruler of Atlantis. Can he defeat you? Arthur inquired with curiosity. No, Ronnie replied with a smile, shaking his head. My strength is not boastful. In a one-on-one contest, no one in Atlantis can best me. Although Ohm is significantly stronger than Arthur, he still falls short compared to Ronnie. Even if Ronnie cannot prevail in his normal state, he possesses a semi-venomous form. In that state, Ronnie could easily overpower his ordinary self. Unfortunately, Venom was not present. Had Venom joined, in a state of symbiotic resonance, Ronnie's battle capabilities would be off the charts. Is he really that formidable? Arthur laughed heartily. Of course. Ronnie raised an eyebrow and took a hearty gulp of dark beer. But you are still my younger brother. Little three. With that, Ronnie inadvertently sprayed dark beer across Arthur's face. Damn. Arthur pushed Ronnie away and hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. You idiot. You're the one who's little three. Ronnie wiped his mouth and retorted with irritation. Get lost. Arthur, still displeased after being splashed, was equally unamused. Want to fight? Bring it on. Under the bewildered gaze of the bar's patrons, the two, who had just been jovial, now prepared to brawl. My goodness, the world is terrifying. 5 minutes later, with bruised faces, Arthur and an unscathed Ronnie re-entered the bar. unperturbed by the onlookers' astonished stares. The two sat back down in their original seats and resumed drinking, appearing as though nothing had transpired. What a pair of lunatics. You speak of finding a way to endure hardship, Lonnie remarked disdainfully after taking a sip of dark beer. The question of whether one could withstand the blows was one matter. However, the need for catharsis remained undeniable. Arthur took a swig of his beer, inadvertently touching the bruise on his face, which caused him to grimace in pain. "Ha, you truly are a simpleton," he jested. "Shall we call it mutual?" With a resounding thud, their left fists met their right fists, and they simultaneously drained their beers. Their laughter erupted in unison, each feeling a profound sense of camaraderie, as if they had long been fated to meet. "I feel as though we should have crossed paths much earlier," Arthur remarked, patting Lonnie on the shoulder. "For quite some time, I've yearned to meet my two brothers from beneath the sea. Though your brother may have turned into a scoundrel, you, the third, are quite to my taste. Likewise. This indeed feels like a case of late but fortuitous encounters," Lonnie replied with a smile. "Yes, precisely. It is a case of serendipity." Arthur clapped his hands in delight. "Not bad at all. Your knowledge is quite profound," Lonnie retorted with a roll of his eyes, though he was taken aback by this unexpected connection. While with Abby, their relationship felt merely friendly, lacking the sense of fortuitous timing. Yet with Arthur, despite having known each other for less than half a day, they both shared this unique feeling. "I have come to accept you as my brother," Arthur declared with a hearty laugh. "And what of your claim to me as your brother?" Lonnie replied, rolling his eyes once more, though the smile on his face deepened. "I once heard a saying on land," Lonnie grinned. "In truth, all late encounters are, in fact, perfectly timed." Chapter 135. Arrangement. Arthur echoed Lonnie's words, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Haha, what a fitting phrase. Perfectly timed, indeed. Yes, this is what we call serendipity." Arthur laughed heartily. Lonnie chuckled helplessly at the foolishness of it all, yet he found himself smiling wider at the sight of Arthur's joy. "What brings such merriment?" Tom and Mela entered, noticing the two engrossed in lively conversation. Arthur briefly recounted the events, prompting a smile to blossom on Tom's face. "Lonnie, it is time for us to depart," Mela announced, raising her hand to reveal a blue holographic image hovering above her palm. "This is the phone of Atlantis." "Understood," Lonnie nodded. "Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a few days longer?" Arthur inquired. "No, we cannot linger. If we delay too long, Am will send someone for us," Lonnie replied, shaking his head. After bidding farewell, Lonnie and Mela returned to the depths of the ocean. 3 days had passed since Lonnie and Mela had embarked on their journey to the land. In 4 days, the day of the meeting between King Om and King Nereus will arrive. Lonnie has been forcibly commanded by Om to accompany him, leaving Lonnie with no choice but to comply. This time, Om has issued the order in the name of King Atlantis, and Lonnie must submit to it. After informing Mira of this development, she insisted that Lonnie accompany them as she would also be present. Mira, the daughter of King Nereus and the Princess of S.H.I.E.L.D, holds the right to participate in this royal dialogue. With just 4 days remaining until the conference, Lonnie found himself at a loss for activities. Om has prohibited him from visiting the Trench Kingdom, a situation Lonnie is acutely aware of, as it had been tacitly accepted until now. Despite the absence of any mishaps over the years, Om decided that it was prudent to restrict Lonnie's movements during this time. Thus, Lonnie, unable to venture to the Trench Kingdom, found himself with nothing to occupy his time. However, an unexpected visitor soon disrupted his monotony. At Lonnie's residence, he exclaimed in surprise, "What brings you here?" Mira, casting an exasperated glance at him, retorted, "Why shouldn't I come?" Here." Mira tossed something to Lonnie, which he caught. It was a report. Upon opening it, he discovered it detailed the recent excavation of an ancient cylinder by an archaeological team, a relic used in the documentation of significant events from a bygone era. The specifics regarding its age and details are still under analysis. "Vico sent me to inform you," Mira explained. Clearly, she had no time for idle chatter, as her visit was driven by purpose. Vico, as Om's advisor, had access to all but was strictly forbidden from meeting Lonnie privately. Lonnie, a prince of Atlantis with a claim to the throne and formidable power, warranted scrutiny. If Vico were to be discovered meeting Lonnie in secret, Om might harbor suspicions, regardless of their fraternal bond. Thus, Mira served as the ideal intermediary. Though engaged to Om, her feelings were not openly expressed, and her duties were devoid of romantic inclination. "Why are you telling me this?" Lonnie furrowed his brow, sensing that both Mira and Vico placed undue significance on him. Did you not inquire about what a hero is last time? I took the liberty of asking. And perhaps you might find your answer in the Fisher Kingdom. Mira deftly sidestepped the topic. Ronnie gazed deeply at Mira, sensing that she was concealing something from him. There was undoubtedly something amiss between her and Vico. I understand about the Fisher Kingdom, he finally replied, retracting his gaze. Well, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, she said. All right. Ronnie waved her off, watching as Mira departed. Once outside Ronnie's home, Mira activated her communicator. How did it go? Did you inform him? The slightly aged visage of Vico emerged, revealing his thoughts. However, he was perplexed. The attention we bestowed upon him instigated some doubts. Mira softly remarked that this was quite natural. Vico smiled, indicating that none of the queen's offspring were mere simpletons. This obscure third prince was, in truth, a formidable force. Mira raised an eyebrow, surprised by Vico's high regard for Ronnie. Recently, I have been preoccupied with matters regarding your father. Once our meeting concludes, you shall head to the mainland and bring Arthur along, Vico stated. Why take the risk of being discovered to fetch Arthur? Surely, Ronnie is the superior choice, Mira inquired. Puzzled. You fail to understand Ronnie. He places great value on emotions. His bond with OM is profound, and persuading Ronnie to decisively overturn OM's reign is no simple task. We must prepare for all contingencies, Vico replied earnestly. Isn't this a bit hasty? Mira furrowed her brow, expressing her apprehension. I have an ominous premonition. Better to act swiftly than to delay, Vico asserted. Very well, let us proceed as such. After terminating the communication device, Mira pondered for a moment, then returned once more to Ronnie's abode. She remained uneasy about entrusting such a pivotal task to Arthur. Her instincts regarding him were unfavorable. She could not fathom how Arthur could possibly unseat OM's authority, yet inexplicably, Vico held him in high esteem. Ronnie observed Mira's unexpected return with curiosity, halting his ascent onto the spacecraft. Why have you returned? He asked, puzzled. I shall accompany you to the Fisher Kingdom, Mira declared. I know the way. There is no need for your guidance, Ronnie replied, reluctant to remain in the company of this enchanting woman, fearing he might develop feelings for her. Having been previously rejected, Ronnie no longer considered himself timid. He resolved never to repeat such past missteps. I have matters to discuss with you. Without further ado, Mira took a seat in the co-pilot seat of Ronnie's spacecraft. With no other option, he boarded the vessel. What is it that you wish to convey? Ronnie inquired as he piloted the craft. OM seeks to ally with my father, employing force to compel the other two great nations into submission, thereby unifying the seven kingdoms. Mira explained. How do you know this? Ronnie asked, astonished as he gazed at Mira. But upon seeing her expression, akin to that of a fool, he quickly realized the truth. Mira was indeed the daughter of King Nereus. Chapter 136, Hero. Although OM's ambitions were not overtly stated, as a fellow sovereign, King Nereus had no reason to remain oblivious. Naturally, Mira was also acutely aware of this. Such a political understanding existed as an unspoken accord. From your tone, it seems you are aware as well? Mira inquired. Indeed, Ronnie acknowledged, refraining from revealing that it was OM who had informed him. Mira cast a glance at Ronnie, initially assuming that he had discerned this truth on his own. Despite never having entered the core, his insight was remarkably profound, evidently rendering him more suitable than Arthur. Mira's conviction grew ever stronger. With OM's ambitions, should he unify the seven kingdoms, a war against the land would undoubtedly ensue. At that moment, a cataclysm would erupt upon the earth, bringing untold suffering to its inhabitants, a fate Mira fervently wished to avert. The Fisher Kingdom, one of the last remaining among the seven kingdoms, had seen its citizens regress into mere folk. Yet, fate is just. Although the fishermen of the Fisher Kingdom had transformed into mere folk, their intellect had flourished, leading to unparalleled achievements in the realm of philosophy. In this entire nation, every citizen was a philosopher, a poet. It was a realm steeped in literary vigor, brimming with wisdom and profound understanding of life. Ronnie, in his quest to uncover the essence of heroism, might perhaps find answers within these shores. At the royal palace of the Fisher Kingdom, King Raikou, floating in midair, greeted the visiting Prince Ronnie and Princess Mira. Welcome, esteemed guests, he said. Ronnie and Mira bowed to King Raikou. Although the Fisher Kingdom's strength paled in comparison to Atlantis and Zebair, in times of peace, it was imperative to show due respect to a monarch, especially since both individuals were advocates of harmony. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit? King Raikou, wielding a trident, glided closer to them and asked, "Your subjects are endowed with wisdom, and you, King Raikou, are a learned scholar. I have a query that I hope you might illuminate for me." Roni spoke, gesturing towards Mira for encouragement. "Pray, speak." King Raikou gestured for him to continue. "I wish to understand what truly defines a hero." The word hero hung in the air, and a contemplative expression washed over King Raikou's green-hued visage. Faced with such a profound inquiry, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "In times of national peril, there are always individuals who rise to serve their country. We refer to such individuals as heroes. A hero is one who dares to do what others fear to do, who takes on burdens that others shy away from. A hero is one who can turn the tide of despair and support the faltering structures around them. A hero is steadfast and resolute, battling repeatedly despite setbacks. Only such individuals may truly be called heroes." Roni nodded, yet remained silent, sensing that King Raikou had more to convey. He understood that such a simplistic definition could not encapsulate the king's authentic perspective. However, in my view, true heroism extends far beyond this. As anticipated, King Raikou shifted the narrative. A hero, in essence, is a collective of individuals who harbor fear. To become a hero, one must first learn to embrace fear. Fear? Roni furrowed his brows, casting a perplexed glance towards King Raikou. A hero, after all, should embody fearlessness. How could one even entertain the notion of fear? In response to Roni's inquisitive gaze, King Raikou offered a subtle smile. "We have all traversed the innocent corridors of childhood and the ambitious pathways of youth, often dreaming of a future where we can realize our aspirations and make our mark upon the vast world. Yet, when one truly immerses oneself in this realm, it becomes evident that it is not a solitary journey. One encounters numerous disappointments and setbacks, and events seldom unfold as envisioned. Thus, people begin to retreat and succumb to fear. They come to the realization that survival in this world is far from effortless. Some may falter, while others adopt a pessimistic outlook. However, it is precisely during such moments that heroes emerge. There are no innate heroes in this world. No one is born steadfast and courageous. In the embrace of our mothers, we are all fundamentally the same. If your life were to sail smoothly, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Yet, regrettably, such a scenario is improbable. Throughout your journey of growth, you will inevitably encounter a myriad of challenges. These trials will bestow upon you a plethora of discomforting experiences, hesitation, anguish, despair, each arriving uninvited, disrupting your peace. When you endure such pain and humiliation, you come to comprehend the formidable nature of your aspirations. You begin to fear the obstacles that lie before you. When faced with adversity, feeling overwhelmed by fear and suffering, it is vital to recognize that the moment of destiny has arrived. For fear is not inherently negative. In truth, it marks the inception of true strength and the genesis of heroism. Those who do not understand fear are oblivious to the essence of challenges, unable to surmount them. Only those who grasp the nature of fear can awaken their inner strength. It is only through understanding fear that one can muster the courage to conquer it. The individual who comprehends the terror of fear, transcends it, conquers it, and ultimately becomes its master, is indeed a hero. Understanding fear is the key to learning how to surpass, conquer, and triumph over it. Roni's brow remained tightly knit, a tangle of thoughts. King Raikou's words reverberated in his mind, challenging his previous perceptions of heroism. Heroes were traditionally viewed as fearless, always standing tall, striding boldly forward, undeterred by any hardship. Bravery was their hallmark, and courage their defining trait. Yet now, King Raikou professed that to become a hero, one must learn to fear. The title of hero does not solely belong to those who achieve great deeds and etch their names into history. In fact, all who comprehend fear and ultimately triumph over it are heroes. For even if one leads an unremarkable life, drifting through the mundane, when one reaches old age and reflects upon the past, there remains a sense of pride and fulfillment in having faced those fears. In that moment of adversity, I made a valiant choice, and I am undoubtedly a hero. This, to me, epitomizes the essence of a true hero, one who fears yet conquers that fear. The crux lies in that moment of trepidation. Will you choose to overcome it or to evade it? The demarcation of life resides here. To transcend this threshold is to become a hero. To retreat is to embody cowardice. Thus, this is my perspective on heroism. King Riku's voice gradually faded, and the grand hall returned to a serene silence. Yet, within Donnie's heart, tranquility was elusive. King Riku's words surged within him like an unrelenting torrent, ceaselessly impacting his innermost thoughts. Chapter 137, The Dual Kings Assembly. After a prolonged silence, Donnie emerged from this tumultuous reverie. He grasped King Riku's words with a sense of partial comprehension, perpetually feeling elusive to their essence. How should fear truly be interpreted? Donnie pondered, perplexed, yet uncertain of his next steps. "Thank you for enlightening me," he expressed with a sense of reverence toward King Riku. "I hope you can genuinely grasp the significance of a hero and become the hero of Atlantis." King Riku replied with a smile. "Your Majesty Riku, we take our leave," Mira announced, sensing the appropriate moment to depart. "Please," King Riku responded. After bidding farewell to him, the two boarded their vessel and returned to Atlantis. 4 days later, situated 1,000 meters beneath the sea level in the North Atlantic, the sacred land of Atlantis was the stage for a standoff between the shark cavalry of Atlantis and the seahorse cavalry of Zebir. The two formidable forces tightly encircled the sacred land, ensuring the safety of the negotiators. King Nereus, Donnie, Mira, and Vico conversed before the statues commemorating the ancient king of Atlantis and the other 6 sovereigns. King Nereus and clasped each other's arms, adhering to the customary etiquette of the Atlanteans. "With all due respect, King the location you have chosen for our meeting is perilously close to the sea level," King Nereus remarked. "Do you not recognize it? This is the very site where the great king of Atlantis convened with the other 6 monarchs." Gestured around him. "In ancient times, Atlantis was a unified empire, possessing the most advanced and powerful capabilities on Earth. Yet now, we are fragmented into 7. I, having ascended to the throne of the king of Atlantis, find myself constrained by archaic laws and facing threats from the land. I desire to make it known to the denizens of the land who truly reigns over the earth," declared, gazing intently at King Nereus. Upon hearing this, Donnie and Mira simultaneously furrowed their brows, exchanging a discreet glance, rendered speechless. "We sincerely invite the kingdom of Zebir to become the first realm under King Om's command." Vico, riding a shark, approached the two, stating, "According to the law, one must garner the support of at least 4 kingdoms to initiate war. Among the 7 kingdoms, the Kingdom of Exiles and the Lost Kingdom have met their demise, while the denizens of the Abyssal Kingdom have devolved into beasts. The Fisherman's Kingdom is composed of philosophers and poets, whereas the Brine Kingdom is merely a band of brutes. Thus, without my support and that of my army, it is inconceivable that you could instigate a war." King Nereus drifted before King "Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions, King With my backing, alongside the endorsement of the 4 kingdoms, one could command the most formidable army in this world, becoming the so-called Lord of the Seas." King confronted so directly, showed no anger. Instead, he met King Nereus's gaze with tranquility. "I do not deny this, yet I firmly believe that war is necessary," stated gravely. "I oppose this notion," Ronnie interjected, stepping forward. King Nereus looked at Ronnie in astonishment, glancing at whose expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Ronnie's dissent. Ronnie drifted closer to locking eyes with him. Are you truly unaware of the immense casualties war would bring? Even if you disregard the fate of the land dwellers, you must consider our soldiers, our people." Ronnie spoke with seriousness. "It is precisely out of concern for them that I have resolved to wage war. The land dwellers have slaughtered our kin and polluted our homeland. How many of our people have perished over the years because of them? How many have we lost? Waging war against them is a testament to our determination to protect our people. War breeds only hatred and bloodshed, not peace and guardianship." Ronnie glared at "Protection has never been founded upon bloodshed. Yet without violent means, how can one speak of guardianship?" The two brothers clashed in a fierce debate over this matter. King Nereus watched the spectacle with amusement, finding their argument quite entertaining. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted from a distance, rushing towards them. The sea churned violently under the impact of this wave, sweeping towards all present. In the midst of the argument with Ronnie's eyes flashed. He pushed aside and wielded his trident with fierce intent. Boom! A pillar, toppled by the shockwave, was cleaved in 2 by Ronnie's strike. "Thank you." Floated over and said. Ronnie glanced at before turning his gaze outward. The sensing ability of the Venom surged. A submarine. Ronnie gazed uncertainly at the vessel in the distance, which was launching torpedoes at them. Do the land dwellers not know of Atlantis' existence? Buzz. A column of water erupted around Ronnie, who was swept away before he could react. Boom. Another massive stone pillar crashed to the ground, precisely where Ronnie had been moments before. Had it not been for the water column, the valiant Droney would surely have been struck. Do not dawdle, Mira implored Droney before dashing forth. Droney blinked in astonishment. Had he truly been rescued? Scratching his head, he followed Mira into the fray. The might of the torpedoes was immense. With 2 detonations, this sacred realm of Atlantis had been reduced to a mere underwater ruin. Your king is injured. OM bellowed as he extricated the trapped King Nereus from beneath the stone pillar, addressing the soldiers of Zebur. Several soldiers rushed forth to support King Nereus. Summoning a shark, OM mounted its back, brandishing a trident as he charged towards the submarine. A torpedo launched once more, aimed directly at OM. Unflinching, OM barreled onward. With the formidable resilience characteristic of Atlanteans, King Nereus seized a weapon from a nearby soldier, aiming it at the incoming torpedo. Whoosh! An orange beam of energy surged forth, striking the torpedo with precision before it could reach OM. Boom! The torpedo erupted violently, and OM surged forth atop the shark, gripping the trident tightly. As he approached the submarine, he thrust the trident down with fierce intent. Zing! The shark propelled itself forward, the sharp trident gliding along the submarine's hull, rending it apart. With a mighty effort, OM withdrew the trident and brought it down forcefully. Clang! The submarine's propeller shattered, rendered impotent. Severely damaged, the colossal vessel, measuring at least 70 to 80 meters in length, began its slow descent to the ocean floor. OM surfaced from the shark, meeting the advancing comrades. It is not my desire to instigate war, but the conflict has already commenced, he declared to King Nereus. A sentiment echoed to Droney, Mira, and the others. It is time for them to witness the truth. King Nereus suppressed his fury, responding with a steely gaze. Droney and Mira exchanged a glance, each perceiving the other's concern. Chapter 138. The truth behind the assault. The dual kings of Atlantis would announce the dissolution of the military alliance with the kingdom of Zebur, pledging allegiance to Atlantis. The worst had come to pass. With the support of the second largest power, the kingdom of Zebur, OM now possessed the military strength to overpower both the Fisher Kingdom and the Saline Kingdom. Henceforth, should he subdue these 2 kingdoms and acquire their armies, he would command the most formidable force on earth. At that point, he would ascend as the sovereign of the seas, and the war on land would commence. In the sacred realm of Atlantis, Droney and Mira quietly returned after the conclusion of the Dual Kings Conference. The 2 individuals arrived before the submarine, which had been ravaged by Omu. Are you harboring doubts as well? Ronnie glanced at Mira and inquired. Do you not find this too coincidental? The land dwellers chose this precise moment, the meeting between my father and Omu, to launch their attack. Mira observed the submarine, noting its apparent incompleteness. Ronnie nodded, sharing Mira's sentiments. The situation was too coincidental, provoking unwelcome thoughts. Wait, if they could deduce this, then surely Nereus, the king of the Zebur kingdom, would not be oblivious? Ronnie's pupils contracted. If that were indeed the case, it would be the direst of scenarios. Vico intends for me to summon Arthur to contend for Omu's throne. As Mira conversed with Ronnie, they ventured into the submarine's interior. Is he capable? Ronnie maintained his skepticism. Although neither Omu nor Arthur could match him, there was undoubtedly a distinction among the vanquished. Arthur was certainly no match for Omu. I too harbor doubts, yet Vico seems to hold him in high regard, Mira replied, shaking her head in resignation. Her confidence lay with the man before her, even if he currently harbored no aspirations of kingship. The submarine, having been violently dismantled by Omu, was inundated with seawater, filled with fish and shrimp that had infiltrated its hull. Ronnie and Mira swam cautiously within the submarine, scrutinizing their surroundings. Mira caught a glimpse of an opening and descended. Ronnie noticed but paid it no mind, continuing forward to observe the area. Ronnie, come here, Mira's voice called from behind. He halted and turned back to swim towards her. Descending through the opening, he found Mira standing beside a ladder, examining it intently. Ronnie quickly assessed the surroundings and discerned their location. The torpedo storage room, the place where the submarine housed its torpedoes. What is it? He asked. Take a look at this. Mira gestured towards a spot next to the ladder. Ronnie floated beside Mira, scrutinizing closely. Upon closer inspection, Ronnie realized something amiss. This section appeared peculiar. not part of the original structure, but rather as if it had been affixed later. He extended his right hand and pressed against it, summoning strength. Bang! A colossal handprint emerged on the wall as Lonnie exerted force once more. Boom! A significant portion of the hull was thrust outward, seawater gushing in and creating bubbling sounds, revealing a substantial breach. Lonnie and Mira exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, something was awry. This damage must have been inflicted by the land dwellers' weaponry, Mira stated as she examined the destruction at the breach. Indeed, it appears to be a modern firearm, likely handheld, Lonnie concurred. Lonnie had been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for quite some time, and given his inherent interest in firearms, he was naturally adept at identifying them. Arthur had mentioned that the land dwellers were oblivious to the existence of Atlantis, merely considering it a myth. Yet, here we find ourselves under attack from a terrestrial submarine. Mira murmured softly. Although the sanctuary was situated close to sea level, it remained well concealed, making it difficult to detect under normal circumstances. However, this submarine not only located the sanctuary, but also evaded the guards' watchful eyes. Mira continued to analyze. A flicker of uncertain light danced in Lonnie's eyes. Mira looked up at him. It is undoubtedly ORM. A sudden, muffled thud echoed through the air. Lonnie clenched his fists tightly, crushing the seawater in his palm, producing a resounding explosion. The feelings of the former owner towards ORM influenced Lonnie, causing an involuntary surge of anger upon realizing that ORM was likely behind the scenes. "We should leave at once," Mira said, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes as she addressed Lonnie. "All right." The two exited the submarine and returned to the spacecraft. ORM has now gained preliminary control over the unified strength of the Seven Kingdoms. I must go retrieve Arthur immediately. Please take me to my ship, Mira said as she settled into the co-pilot's seat. Lonnie's spacecraft differed from Mira's. It could accommodate 4 passengers and was significantly faster. However, entering Atlantis required passage through the gate bridge, which was strictly guarded and scrutinized the identity of every individual entering the capital. Lonnie's ship lacked the necessary diplomatic clearance to bring the unfamiliar Arthur into Atlantis. Mira, however, possessed such clearance and could escort Arthur inside. "What is your plan?" Lonnie inquired as he piloted the ship towards the location of Mira's vessel. "Did I not mention previously that an archaeological team discovered an ancient artifact? The analysis has revealed that it dates back to the era of the First Kingdom, inscribed with information regarding the desert tribe. The exiled kingdom should have news of King Atlantis. Our plan is to send Arthur to the desert tribe to locate the Holy Trident and then return to challenge ORM." "That seems feasible," Lonnie nodded. Although he doubted that the Holy Trident possessed the legendary power to command the 7 seas, it undoubtedly held some formidable strength. Arthur, in possession of the Holy Trident, might indeed stand a chance against ORM. Mira hesitated for a moment, contemplating the precarious nature of their current situation, before resolutely stating, "This is Vico's plan, but there are too many variables at play. In fact, I have an alternative plan." "Your plan?" Lonnie asked, astonished. Do share. You shall become king." Buzz. The spacecraft abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Lonnie furrowed his brow and gazed at Mira. "I am to become king?" "Indeed." Mira met Lonnie's eyes. "You are the Prince of Atlantis, possessing the right to the throne. With your prowess, you can certainly ascend to the throne by defeating OM through the Ring of Fire. There is no need to seek the Holy Trident. Once you become the king of Atlantis, you can put an end to this war." Chapter 139. The Arrival of Arthur. I refuse. Lonnie dismissed the notion without a second thought. Arthur may seize OM's throne, but he could not. He would not battle for his brother's crown. Lonnie resolutely declined. He aspired to be a true hero and to leave this place, not to become the king of Atlantis. "You need not say more," he interrupted Mira, who was about to speak again. "Proceed with Vico's plan. I shall assist you." Although Mira had anticipated Lonnie's stubbornness, she could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. This fellow was indeed inflexible. Why should it matter who becomes king? Why not you? After escorting Mira to her spacecraft, Lonnie piloted the ship back to Atlantis. Atlantis Palace. Lonnie entered the command hall and surveyed the room, finding only General Mook, the commander of the army, and OM. "Your Highness," General Mook respectfully bowed to Lonnie. Ignoring Mook, Lonnie approached OM directly. "What have you summoned me for?" OM inquired, puzzled. "What on earth do you intend to do, colluding with the land dwellers to assault the Holy Land?" Lonnie glared at OM, demanding answers. General Mook, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. How did he know? OM's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by Ronnie's discovery. In truth, he had no intention of concealing it. Relying solely on internal forces makes it difficult for me to unify the seven kingdoms. So I sought assistance from some land dwellers to provoke a response. OM replied with a smile. Is that truly your ambition, to become the Lord of the Ocean? Ronnie frowned. He chose not to remain silent, but directly confronted OM, influenced by the residual emotions of the former owner. He wished to ascertain whether this OM was still the one he once knew. Indeed, OM admitted without hesitation. Only by becoming the Lord of the Ocean can I truly become the King of Atlantis, the true master of the seas and the ruler of the earth. As Ronnie regarded OM, he suddenly realized that this brother had transformed into someone unrecognizable. He had become arrogant, conceited, and fiercely ambitious. He was no longer the OM of old. With a sigh echoing from the depths of his soul, the sound of shattering glass seemed to resonate in Ronnie's ears. In an instant, Ronnie regained his clarity, the influence of his former master dissipating at that moment. He had truly seized complete control of this body. Casting a lingering glance at OM, Ronnie turned to depart. Your Majesty, Prince, General Mook hesitated to speak. Pay him no mind, OM replied nonchalantly. Though Ronnie's disillusionment with him had not yet rekindled his courage from the past, OM's demeanor exuded a calm assurance of victory. Yet an inexplicable shadow loomed over General Mook's heart. Let us hope the truth aligns with your Majesty's words. Upon returning to his quarters, Ronnie received a message from Vico. As he opened it, his expression darkened. All coastal regions of the world have just suffered a cataclysmic assault from tremendous tidal waves. The losses amount to billions. But that is merely a secondary concern. Many coastal areas are developed, densely populated, and the casualties from OM's attack will be at least in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, OM had brought ashore the debris and vessels from the ocean. Such actions did not constitute an act of aggression under Atlantis law. Damn it, Ronnie cursed. The devastation wrought by OM's so-called non-aggressive actions had already resulted in significant casualties. If war were to erupt, the death toll would undoubtedly surpass that of the Second World War. The weaponry of Atlantis was far too advanced, particularly the new prototype superweapons. As long as there was water, they could unleash attacks capable of harming Atlantean skin. The land dwellers stood no chance. Moreover, Atlantis had countermeasures against their most formidable nuclear arsenals. However, the land dwellers possessed superhumans, individuals of a caliber that could shake the very planet. Thus, they were not without hope. Yet, this would only exacerbate the losses. While a one-sided war incurs heavy casualties, it pales in comparison to the toll of a protracted, evenly matched conflict. This cannot stand. I must halt OM. Ronnie narrowed his eyes, recalling Mira's words. You shall become king. OM, do not force my hand, Ronnie murmured. In the capital of Atlantis, within the remnants of an ancient ship, Mira had brought Arthur from the land to confer with Vico. What is the situation now? Mira inquired first. It is dire. Your father and King OM have been attacked by land forces, a fact that has spread throughout the seven kingdoms at OM's instigation. The populace is incensed. Rallying behind King OM to wage war, Vico replied gravely. Land forces? Impossible, Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. They believe Atlantis is merely a legend. I was present with Mira at the time. No, it was OM, Mira interjected, interrupting Vico. Ronnie and I examined the wreckage of the submarine. It was a charade orchestrated by OM in collusion with the land dwellers. The objective is to unite with the kingdom of Zebair. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Vico's eyes. Indeed, it is OM. As a senior official who has served both King Owax and King OM, Vico's wisdom is anything but ordinary. My father likely wishes to go to war, Mira said gravely. King Nereus must have noticed, yet he chooses to feign ignorance. This is quite intriguing. What are you talking about? Arthur, listening nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. Were it not for Mira's rescue of his father during the recent tsunami, Arthur would not have meddled in these matters in Atlantis. His original intention was that if Atlantis dared to come, he and the superheroes of the Justice League would ensure they would not return. Yet, plans often falter amidst change. Nevertheless, he found himself here. Nothing. Vico replied with a smile, shaking his head. It's rather perplexing. Where's Ronnie? Why isn't he here? Arthur's carefree demeanor allowed him to dismiss the question at that moment. Prince Ronnie's status is too sensitive. During this critical period, his every action would attract King OM's attention. He is not suited to be present, Vico explained. TCH. That guy just doesn't want to be king, which is why he sent me, Arthur said with irritation. He too had no desire for the throne, especially considering that the hard-earned position by OM was viewed with disdain by his half-brother and full-brother alike. One could only wonder how OM would feel upon learning of this. Chapter 140. OM and Arthur meanwhile, as Mira and the others convened. Ronnie had not been at their residence long before he was summoned once more to the royal palace's command hall by OM. What do you need? Ronnie inquired. Gazing at OM, General Mook, the general nodded, sliding the virtual screen in the center of the command hall to face Ronnie. What is this? A familiar red face appeared before Ronnie's eyes. I have recently revised the external passage permit review standards for the portal. Non-citizens of Atlantis attempting to enter will automatically match against the citizen records of the Seven Kingdoms. This person, clearly, is not a citizen of any of the Seven Kingdoms. OM remarked with a smile. Who is he? Ronnie asked, frowning. He could only pretend not to recognize the individual. OM fixed his gaze on Ronnie, smiling as he spoke. Our estranged half-brother living on land. Despite their differing positions, Ronnie could not help but admire OM's foresight. He had anticipated Arthur's eventual arrival and had prepared accordingly. Wait, if he was discovered upon entering the portal? Ronnie's eyes flickered. Mira has been exposed as well. You didn't summon me merely to inform me of this, did you? Ronnie raised his eyes to question OM. I want you to lead a team to capture him, OM stated. Feeling the penetrating gaze of OM upon him, Ronnie could not help but realize that he was under suspicion. Though merely a suspicion, it was sufficient to prompt OM to take a tentative action. Ronnie cast a glance at Arthur on the screen. Good. A smile graced OM's face. They were in the ancient city. The ancient city. This was an artifact discovered by our archaeological team, dating back to the First Dynasty, adorned with markings of the Desert Clan. You are to venture into the territory of the Desert Clan, and I believe you will unearth clues regarding the sacred trident. Vico handed a black cylindrical object to Arthur. As Arthur reached out to receive it, a sudden explosion of intense energy erupted, knocking the three of them to the ground. Utterly unprepared, the black cylindrical key fell to the floor. Vico quickly pulled Mira away to hide. They could not afford to be discovered. Bang! A figure stepped through the breach created by the energy blast, followed by three melee soldiers clad in red armor. Arthur shook his head to clear his senses and rose, staring in astonishment at the leader. Ronnie gently shook his head and declared, You are suspected of illegally invading Atlantis. In the name of King Om, I hereby announce your arrest. Although Arthur was rather carefree, he was far from foolish. Ronnie clearly wished to conceal their connection, and Arthur was not naive enough to expose it. However, this did not imply he would surrender without a fight. Up! At Ronnie's command, the three soldiers surged forward. Ronnie cast a glance at the nearby table, where he noticed the presence of Mira and Vico. Arthur clashed with the melee soldiers of Atlantis, and the four became entangled in a chaotic brawl. Although they utilized air sacs to expel the seawater, they were still submerged beneath the ocean. On land, Arthur was a formidable warrior, but here, he was truly at a disadvantage. The three elite soldiers under Ronnie's command could not defeat Arthur individually, but together, they would surely overpower him in this unfamiliar territory. Mira, noticing the key that had fallen not far away, peeked out cautiously. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she crawled out to retrieve the key. Come quickly, Vico urged, pulling Mira back. This young lady was indeed reckless. If discovered, Ronnie would have no choice but to intervene. Let us go, Vico called, bolting towards the nearby exit. Mira, clutching the key, approached the exit but hesitated, glancing back at Ronnie. Coincidentally, Ronnie also looked her way. He slowly shook his head, and Mira understood, following Vico as they dashed out. Once the two departed, Ronnie averted his gaze. Bang! With a powerful blow, a fist struck Arthur's head, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The entire encounter transpired in less than 3 minutes, during which Arthur could barely muster even 70% of his combat prowess beneath the sea. Glancing at Arthur, Ronnie uttered a brief remark before turning away. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity jolted the unconscious Arthur awake. His limbs and neck were shackled by heavy chains, while 5 Atlantean soldiers tugged at the chains from behind, restricting his movements. Aum, clad in resplendent golden armor, sat regally upon the throne. To his left, Ronnie sat with arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion. To Ronnie's left was Vico, and on Aum's right sat Mela, adorned with a golden crown. The four of them looked down upon Arthur, in front of whom lay his trident. I had envisioned countless scenarios of our meeting. Yet never did I imagine that our first encounter would involve my brother wielding our mother's trident with the intent to kill me. Aum's authoritative voice reverberated through the grand hall. I am merely here to prevent a madman from annihilating the world, Arthur retorted as he gazed defiantly at Aum. Prevent me? You cannot. My actions reflect the will of the people. For centuries, the surface dwellers have slaughtered our kin, polluted our home, and their crimes are innumerable. As the firstborn of Atlantis, how can you stand against me and aid our enemies? Aum floated forward, gradually advancing. For so many years, the thought of our mother consorting with the surface dwellers and bearing a bastard child has ignited a desire within me to pierce your heart with this trident. Yet, upon your appearance before me, boom. In a fit of rage, Arthur charged at Aum, the 5 Atlantean soldiers desperately pulling back on the chains. Yet Arthur surged forward with great force. Crack! With all their might, the soldiers managed to hold onto the chains just in time. Buzz! Arthur halted perilously close to Aum, less than 5 centimeters apart, unable to advance further. I must admit, I find myself in a quandary, Aum remarked with a slight smile, displaying no change in expression despite Arthur's charge. Then let us unshackle the chains, my brother. Let us see who can pierce whom. Arthur glared at Aum, his teeth clenched. Aum raised an eyebrow, astonished. Are you challenging me to a royal duel? Call it as you wish. I intend to make you eat dirt. Arthur scoffed. A smirk played upon Aum's lips. Very well. Take him away and prepare the ring of fire. Wait, what ring? Mela exclaimed, her frustration evident. Lonnie stood silently beside her. After the meeting concluded, Mira summoned him here. A duel against the king. Does he truly believe he can defeat OM? Mira continued, her frustration palpable towards such an inept ally. What shall we do next? Lonnie inquired. What else can we do? We must adapt to the circumstances, Mira replied irritably. The original plan was to acquire the sacred trident before challenging OM. Now, it seems we have been thrust into the fray all at once. Princess Mira. General Mook appeared unexpectedly. Lonnie cast a glance at him. He had noticed Mook's arrival from the beginning. Seeing he had approached without overhearing their conversation, Lonnie refrained from taking action. Eavesdropping on Lonnie was nearly impossible. With the power of poison, remaining concealed in his vicinity was an exceedingly challenging task. One that General Mook certainly could not accomplish. What is it? The King's duel is about to commence. Please change your attire, General Mook stated. Understood. Mook nodded respectfully and bowed to Lonnie before turning to leave. Lonnie watched his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. This General Mook is not to be underestimated. I shall go change my clothes first. Mira's words pulled Lonnie from his reverie. All right, see you later. Nodding, Mira turned and departed. Lonnie redirected his gaze and also left the area. Your Majesty, I have informed Princess Mira, General Mook reported respectfully to OM. Yes, I am aware, OM replied, bowing his head as he polished the trident. Your Majesty, General Mook hesitated. Speak freely. Recently, Princess Mira has grown quite close to Prince Lonnie. I believe this to be inappropriate, Mook said through gritted teeth. OM halted his polishing, lifting his gaze to meet Mook's. Mind your own business. I have overstepped. Mook quickly bowed low in response. You may leave. Yes. Once General Mook exited, a flickering light danced in OM's eyes. Does Lonnie dare to betray me as well? The Ring of Fire, situated atop molten lava underground, is an artificially carved arena. This nest-like circular structure can accommodate thousands of spectators. At its center stands a colossal stone pillar, erupting from the subterranean lava. Opposite the Ring of Fire lies a grand VIP box, the Royal Box. Beneath the Royal Box, a gigantic octopus, measuring over 10 meters in length, beats a drum, stirring the fervent atmosphere of the event. In the Royal Box, Lonnie, clad in black casual attire, stood out conspicuously amongst the formally dressed guests surrounding him. Yet, no one dared to cast blame upon him. Prince Ronnie's carefree nature was well known. Recently, he re-emerged into the public eye, and his past experiences and information were unearthed, becoming widely recognized. You have arrived quite late, Mira remarked as Ronnie approached her. I have prepared some things, Ronnie replied, glancing at Mira. Dressed in an exquisite white jellyfish gown, with iridescent jellyfish accents shimmering at her back. Mira's elegantly styled red hair added a touch of grace to her already stunning presence. After a brief appraisal, he discreetly placed an object into her hand. Surprised, Mira looked at Ronnie, her fingers brushing over the item. Outside the grand hall, light whispers reached Mira's ears. She quickly tightened her grip, concealing the object from prying eyes. What could Ronnie's intentions be in giving her this? Did he mean to imply something? The thought sent a shiver through her as her pupils dilated in realization. Prince Ronnie. It's been a long time. King Nereus approached with a smile, greeting Ronnie. King Nereus, Ronnie acknowledged with a nod. I wonder who Prince Ronnie supports in this conflict? Nereus inquired. I support none, Ronnie replied coolly, casting a glance at him. Oh, Nereus responded, puzzled by Ronnie's words. Just then, two figures appeared in the circle of fire below. Bastard. Traitor. Return to the land. May the bastard perish. As Arthur emerged from the waiting area, the citizens of Atlantis erupted in a chorus of insults, hurling profanities at him. Come forth, Oem beckoned to Arthur. Only blood can carry our cries to the gods. Arthur's eyes blazed with fury, driven nearly to madness by the cacophony of slurs. You wield your mother's trident, powerful though it may be. It is as imperfect as she is. I wield my father's, which is yet to know defeat. As soon as the words left his lips, Oem lunged forward. The trident in his hand thrust fiercely toward Arthur. Arthur raised his hand to block. In that instant, they clashed. Oem's trident struck out, while Arthur brandished his own. The metallic clash resonated, sending ripples through the sea. Oem's gaze flickered as he lifted his leg, delivering a fierce kick to Arthur's chest. With a thud, Arthur was sent flying, while Oem surged forward, wielding his trident with ferocity, ready to strike again. A tremendous force emanated from the trident. As Arthur was forcefully pressed against the wall by Oem, their figures intertwined in a relentless display of ferocious attacks. Yet Arthur remained persistently subdued by Oem. Vico stood by the window, observing this one-sided battle with a furrowed brow. I vowed to the queen to protect him. This is not a duel. It is clearly an execution. As if in response to Vico's thoughts, Oem seized upon a momentary lapse in Arthur's defense, positioning the trident against his neck and plunging him toward the molten lava below with great ferocity. Arthur thrashed desperately, attempting to escape his bonds. But Oem's strength equaled his own, rendering any effort to break free futile. With a sudden thrust, the trident pierced the wall, screeching as it carved through the stone for several meters before finally slowing its descent. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Arthur twisted in midair and forcefully planted his legs upon Oem's form. With a resounding thud, Oem's body plummeted toward the molten depths. Gritting his teeth, Oem struggled to stabilize his falling form. Stop this! Despite his utmost efforts to regain control, his body continued its descent toward the lava, now perilously close. Mere meters away. Chapter 142, Fractured Brotherhood with a hum. Oem spread his limbs and managed to halt his descent just half a meter above the molten lava. The trident embedded itself into the fiery depths, ejecting a blazing fireball back toward Arthur. With a fierce strike, Arthur cleaved the fireball in two. Boo! Oem's body jolted as he raised the trident, charging at Arthur. Arthur too trembled, plunging downward with his own trident raised. Boom! The violent collision reverberated through the depths, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. 1 second, 2 seconds. Oh! The heated atmosphere surged once more, surpassing its previous intensity. On the royal dais, Ronnie squinted and turned away. King Nereus observed Ronnie's retreating figure with keen interest, poised to speak, when a shadow darted past him. Mira let down her coiled hair and accelerated to match Ronnie's pace. What is the plan? You will assist me in starting the ship. I will bring Arthur with me. Once it is activated, you must leave. Your involvement in this matter is unnecessary. Should Ronnie intervene in the fire ring duel and abscond with Arthur, it would signify his betrayal of Atlantis. The Atlanteans possess many commendable traits, yet they never offer forgiveness. No, I shall accompany you, Mira stated, shaking her head. Ronnie gazed at Mira in astonishment. You absolutely need not. In response, Mira tilted her head slightly and smiled gently. I believe it is necessary. With that, she hastened towards the location where Ronnie's ship was docked. Ronnie watched Mira's retreating figure, blinking in surprise. A smile crept across his face as he turned to make his way to the fire ring duel arena. At the fire ring, the battle between Arthur and Oem had seemingly shifted to the vicinity of the ancient statue of the Atlantean hero. The two engaged in fierce combat upon the statue's shield, and through the virtual screens, the audience could witness the entirety of their struggle. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing an opportunity, Oem knocked Arthur to the ground, raising his trident high to deliver a powerful strike. Arthur quickly lifted his trident to defend himself. Clang! A violent shockwave radiated outward, the force of the blow numbing Arthur's arms. Oem, relentless in his advantage, executed a somersault in the air, then brought his weapon crashing down once more. This time, the force was even greater. Arthur gripped his trident tightly, raising it once more. Clang! Another tumultuous wave of energy surged forth, sending Arthur's entire body reeling from the impact. OM leapt again, channeling all his strength into this ferocious strike. Clang! Sparks erupted. Arthur's trident shattered, split cleanly in two. The immense force had cleaved through the weapon, its severed ends glowing with a fiery red hue. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the broken trident in his hands. Ha ha, ha ha. OM floated in midair, laughing uncontrollably. Despite his deeply concealed emotions, the exhilaration of publicly defeating the eldest son of Atlanta filled him with uncontainable excitement. I am the true king, OM proclaimed, clenching his right fist triumphantly. His gaze shifted to Arthur, a murderous intent brewing within him. It is your misfortune to have chosen the wrong side. With a flash, OM darted forward like lightning, trident in hand, plunging towards the still-dazed Arthur. Unarmed and momentarily distracted, Arthur had no means of escape from this impending blow. Clang! Bang! Suddenly, OM's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the stone pillar of the fire ring, leaving a human-shaped indentation before finally coming to a halt. Boom! OM burst forth from the crater, glaring at the interloper. Upon recognizing the newcomer, OM was instantly taken aback. Ronnie? How could it be you? OM exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Ronnie. He contemplated the chaos that Vico might create and considered the possibility of Mira's involvement. Yet he never anticipated that his own brother, Ronnie, would intervene in this matter. Ronnie stood resolutely before Arthur, brandishing a trident, and faced OM's inquiries with a calm demeanor. Why? OM questioned, still unable to accept this reality. The land dwellers have recognized the issue of ocean pollution. Our objective is to engage with them and guide them, not to destroy. Ronnie replied with tranquility. Is this the reason for your betrayal? OM's countenance darkened. I owe allegiance to no one. Betrayal is thus an absurd notion. Different paths do not conspire together. Suddenly, a spacecraft surged into the venue, and OM instantly recognized it as Ronnie's vessel. However, with Ronnie present, the ship's hatch burst open. Hurry aboard. Mira beckoned the two. So it is Mira, OM thought with a wry smile. Has he truly become a pariah, abandoned by his fiancé, his brother, and his trusted advisor? The teachings of Vico to Arthur could not escape the notice of the Atlantean king. He had always known that Vico's loyalty lay with Queen Atlanta. From the time of King Oax, Vico had never genuinely pledged his heart. Ronnie and Arthur swiftly entered the ship, and as they did, Mira activated the vessel, propelling it outward. Gather the troops immediately. Block their escape. General Mook appeared beside OM, instructing the soldiers behind him. That won't be necessary, OM interjected. Why? General Mook looked at OM, puzzled. With Ronnie present, you cannot stop them. It would only lead to unnecessary casualties. The sheer force Ronnie had displayed moments ago was terrifying. His brother had evidently been concealing his true power. Are we simply to allow them to depart? General Mook inquired, bewildered. The pressing matter is to unite the Seven Kingdoms. OM regained his composure, transforming back into the formidable Atlantean leader, King OM. As for the three of them, there will be future opportunities. Very well, General Mook replied. Somewhat reluctantly. I will ensure you are held accountable, King OM. At that moment, King Nereus approached with a throng of followers. Good, OM nodded. Please, King Nereus, organize the troops. We shall set forth to the Fisher Kingdom. It is time to unify the Seven Kingdoms. Indeed, King Nereus nodded, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. OM's gaze darkened as he fixed his attention on the entrance of the ring of fire duel arena, where Ronnie and the others had vanished. Yet, in his mind's eye, Ronnie's figure seemed to materialize. My brother, when we meet again, I shall show no mercy. Chapter 144. The clue of the sacred trident. The private jet of the Wayne Group soared through the skies. Beneath it lay an endless expanse of golden desert. Sand was the only thing that stretched as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, Mira sprang from her seat, her gaze fixed on the navigation device in her hand. And with a hint of excitement in her voice, she exclaimed to Ronnie, "We've arrived." Ronnie raised an eyebrow and turned to the pilot, inquiring, "Is there anything around here?" "An 800-mile radius of nothing but desert," the pilot replied. "See," he said. With a swift motion, Mira violently yanked open the cabin door. The strength of an Atlantean was not to be underestimated by mere land dwellers. Before Ronnie could utter another word, she leaped into the abyss, diving from the altitude of 1,000 meters. Oh shit. She forgot her parachute. The pilot exclaimed, glancing back at Ronnie. That red-haired girl is quite something. Ronnie shrugged and followed suit, jumping after Mira. Are all Atlanteans this reckless? The pilot wondered aloud. Whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of two figures plummeting through the air echoed across the boundless, desolate Sahara. Thud, thud. Mira and Ronnie landed with perfect freefall precision, crashing onto the ground. Mira rolled several times across the sand before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. She expelled the sand that had lodged in her nostrils and throat, brushed off the grains clinging to her, and stood up. You are even crazier than I imagined. Ronnie laughed as he too rose from the ground. The Atlantean physique was remarkably robust. Such impact would hardly inflict injury upon them. Had it been Ronnie in his original form, he would have been severely incapacitated, if not dead. Mira ignored his comment and glanced at the navigation device. This way, she directed. Ronnie shrugged and followed her. 3 hours later. I say, are you certain we haven't gone astray? Ronnie called out from the slope of a sand dune, halting in his tracks as he addressed Mira ahead of him. The navigation device shows this is the correct direction. Mira panted. It's not exhaustion, it's thirst. Hand me a bottle of water. I feel parched. Ronnie waved his hand dismissively. Just one bottle. You'll have to manage. Mira peered into her travel bag and lamented. Had I known, I would have brought several more bottles. I thought 5 would suffice. Yet here we are, 3 hours in, with no sign of our destination. Meanwhile, you've consumed 3 bottles all on your own, while I've only had 1. Please, don't. Ronnie hurriedly stepped in front of Mira, blocking her path. I'm truly thirsty. I know you are. But who knows how long it will take to find water. Just bear with it for now, Mira said, giving Ronnie a reassuring pat on the shoulder, her voice earnest. Why do you feel like you're coaxing a child? How far is it? Ronnie asked, walking backward with his back to the road. Mira glanced at him, raised her hand, and looked at the navigation device. Suddenly, Mira halted her steps, prompting Ronnie to stop as well. Have we arrived? He exclaimed with delight. Mira looked at him with an odd expression, and Ronnie returned her gaze in confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, suddenly, the sand beneath Ronnie's feet sank, and a pit opened abruptly, swallowing him whole. Mira faintly heard a voice from the pit exclaiming, Shit. What a fool, she thought, shaking her head in disbelief. Without hesitation, she leaped into the pit as well. The bone path, constructed from the skeletons of unknown creatures, was littered with gravel, and Mira slid down the path swiftly. Bang! At the end of the bone path was a sheer cliff. Mira's pupils constricted. There was no water here to control her descent. Below lay an unfathomable abyss. Her body plummeted uncontrollably into the dark void. Smack! A thick black arm grasped her wrist, and with a forceful tug, it flung Mira back to the cliff's edge. Thud! Mira shook her head, slightly dazed from the impact. Ronnie approached her, extending his right hand. Did you save me? Mira asked as she placed her hand in his palm and stood up. What else would I do? Ronnie replied with a smile. So this is the kingdom of refuge. Standing at the cliff's edge, peering into the bottomless darkness below, she realized this must be the territory of the desert tribe. The kingdom of refuge. Indeed, Mira nodded, surveying her surroundings. Here. Ronnie followed her to a large stone. Boom. He kicked the stone away, and they both entered the hall within. Ronnie and Mira looked around, observing the spider webs and the ruins surrounding them. In the center of the hall stood a peculiar circular disc, clearly an extraordinary object. This is an armory, the legendary place where the sacred trident was forged. Mira exclaimed with delight. Perhaps it's not just a legend, Ronnie replied as he crouched down beside a broken stone slab. Upon seeing this, Mira hurried over, kneeling to gently caress the mold of the stone slab that crafted the sacred trident. The legend is true. We've found the sacred trident, she exclaimed, turning to Ronnie with joy. He smiled back at her and stood to approach the central disc. Mira followed suit, rising to join him. She stepped closer to the prominent depression at the front of the disc, brushing off the dust that had settled on it. The two individuals exchanged a glance. Mira retrieved the black cylindrical key from her travel bag and pressed it atop the circular disc. Click. Perfectly aligned. Lonnie and Mira gazed at the disc with eager anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing. Mira shrugged her shoulders, disheartened. Lonnie tilted his head, puzzled by the disc. It made no sense. The key fit. It was a munitions depot, and the clues pointed here. Why was there no response? Had they overlooked something? Lonnie furrowed his brow. No, this is the only key. There are no other clues. They wouldn't have constructed such a contraption merely to amuse posterity, would they? Look, this place has long since succumbed to the earth. Who would come here? Mira's voice trailed off abruptly. Wait, eating dust? The two echoed in unison, their eyes reflecting mutual surprise. So that's it, Lonnie chuckled. Mira smiled in return, opening her travel bag to retrieve a water bottle. The reason the disc had not activated was the absence of water. In the era of the First Dynasty, this was once the ocean. Truly, Lonnie shook his head in resignation. Despite meticulous calculations, they had missed this crucial detail. However, at least they had thought of it. Amira lifted her gaze, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face as she looked at Lonnie. A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Chapter 145, The Quest for the Hidden Sea of the Earth's Core. What's wrong? Lonnie inquired, sensing something amiss. I dropped the water bottle, Mira admitted sheepishly. So, you haven't lost the key, but you managed to misplace the water bottle? How is it possible to drop the bottle while keeping the key, especially when they were in the same travel bag? Lonnie felt a philosophical discussion brewing. Yet now was not the time. What do we do? This place has been buried for centuries. Where will we find a water source? Lonnie lamented. On you. Mira tilted her head, gazing at Lonnie. You lost the water bottle and expect me to provide my own hydration? Are you a devil? Quickly now. We are short on time. Mira stepped closer to Lonnie. Why don't you use your own? Lonnie retorted, annoyed. Because you've consumed 3 bottles of water. Mira grasped Lonnie's arm and raised her right hand. A blue luminescence emanated, transforming her eyes into a vivid azure. Tiny droplets of moisture gathered on Lonnie's forehead, coalescing into a small bead. With a smile, Mira guided the droplet to fall above the key. It seemed to activate a switch, and the markings on the key suddenly illuminated. A brilliant blue light surged forth, gradually spreading across the circular disc. The blue radiance swiftly permeated every corner of the disc, while a device at its center ascended, dazzling light captivating their attention. Lonnie curled his lip, remarking that a mere drop of water could incite such display. Mira rolled her eyes in response, retorting that he had consumed 3 bottles, while she only requested a single drop, yet he continued to grumble. It was evident that Mira was quite displeased with Lonnie, a man seemingly inept at managing his life. Suddenly, a blue beam of light erupted, prompting both to instinctively step back. They gazed upward at the ethereal figure resembling King Atlantis. Clad in armor of intertwined gold and green, the king wielded a magnificent trident, resplendent in golden hues and adorned with enigmatic patterns. It is King Atlantis, Mira exclaimed with delight. Lonnie remained silent, his gaze fixed on the apparition. The king, observing the sacred trident in his right hand, began to speak. This trident harbors the power of Atlantis. If it falls into the hands of a villain, it will herald catastrophic doom. Yet, in the hands of an heir, it can aid in unifying all kingdoms. King Atlantis turned his head, gazing forward. Should you wish to acquire my power, you must first prove your worth. Embark on a journey to the abyss of the world, the heart of the sea. The bottle will indicate the path forward. Only in the hands of a true monarch can the truth be unveiled. With the king's final words, the apparition dissipated, and the brilliance of the disc dimmed, returning to tranquility. Lonnie and Mira exchanged glances. We cannot allow him to obtain it. Lonnie nodded in agreement. Mira seized the key and, with a sudden motion, hurled it down. The sound of shattering echoed. Destruction is the most permanent solution. After all, both had committed the king's words to memory. Such brevity was likely only beyond the grasp of the rough Arthur. By the way, where's the bottle? Lonnie queried, perplexed. Mira blinked and replied, it seems we have overlooked that. Boom. A sudden thud resounded beneath their feet, and Lonnie instinctively pulled Mira back. Crack. A pit formed where they had stood, revealing a beer bottle partially buried in sand and dust. Lonnie suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced at his right hand. Discovering that he was tightly gripping Mira's hand, he quickly released her, casting an awkward glance in her direction. Mira feigned indifference, diverting her gaze. But the blush creeping up her neck rivaled the vibrant hue of her rose-red hair. Lonnie offered an embarrassed smile and stepped forward to retrieve the beer bottle. Observing this, Mira followed suit. To his surprise, it was a beer bottle. Even the king of Atlantis enjoyed a drink. He made a habitual jest, only to notice Mira's exasperated gaze fixed upon his face. With an awkward smile, he uncorked the bottle and extracted the map contained within. Where was this? Roni stared bewilderedly at the spot marked by a red dot on the map. As a science-oriented individual, unlike Chingue, who was a liberal arts student and rather mediocre in that field, he possessed a basic understanding of geography. However, deciphering a map from centuries past was beyond his capabilities. He turned to Mira for assistance. The latter appeared equally perplexed. "This area seems to be the eastern shore of the North Atlantic," Mira said uncertainly. Roni scrutinized the coastline adjacent to this nation and felt a sense of familiarity. The North Atlantic's eastern shore? Wasn't that Europe? He scratched his head in contemplation. "This looks like the Mediterranean," Roni ventured, though he too was not entirely certain. The outline resembled that of the Mediterranean Sea. Suddenly, Mira clapped her hands, startling Roni. "I completely forgot we have navigation instruments." A virtual screen materialized in her palm. Roni grimaced. "You could have mentioned that earlier. Asking a science guy to tackle a geography problem from centuries ago is rather discomforting, you know?" Mira smiled sheepishly in response to Roni's incredulous expression. Her fingers danced swiftly across the virtual screen, and soon she pinpointed their location on the map. "Found it." Mira presented the virtual screen before Roni. This was something he could comprehend. The map indicated a location, Italy, Coco Scilly Island. "That's quite a distance from here," Roni remarked, scratching his head. "We should have Bruce send his private jet to pick us up," Mira suggested. "It seems we have no other option. While they could potentially walk there." The journey's duration was uncertain. By the time they reached the heart of the Earth's sea, Wem would likely have unified the Seven Kingdoms, rendering all their efforts futile. War would still be inevitable. As Roni and Mira settled on their travel arrangements and destination, setting forth towards Coco Scilly Island in Italy, a monumental operation was unfolding beneath the sea in Atlantis. Outside the Fisher King's domain, the royal warship of Atlantis glided smoothly through the waters, trailed by a dense formation of countless fleets. A combined force of the Kingdom of Atlantis and the Kingdom of Zebel was more than capable of overwhelming all beneath the ocean's depths. The royal warship represented the pinnacle of Atlantean technology, measuring over 60 meters in length, a colossal marvel. It embodied the accumulated wisdom of generations within the Atlantean realm, boasting a technological advancement that surpassed that of land dwellers by at least 150 years. Moreover, the royal warship is equipped with city-level weaponry capable of obliterating an entire metropolis. In essence, this vessel carries nuclear armaments. The technological prowess of Atlantis far surpasses that of the land dwellers. Absent the Justice League, the terrestrial inhabitants stand no chance of victory in this conflict. Similarly, among the Seven Kingdoms, Atlantis reigns supreme in technological advancement, leaving the other realms to gaze in vain, utterly unable to compete. Within the command hall of the royal warship, King Nereus approached Oem, adorned in gleaming silver armor, and inquired, "Have there been any updates regarding Mira?" General Mook stood respectfully beside Oem, with Vico also present in the assembly. "None. Once they set foot on land, we lost all trace of them," Oem replied, turning to face King Nereus. Both warriors were among Atlantis's finest, and tracking their whereabouts was no trivial pursuit. "Humph," King Nereus scoffed, his ire directed at Mira's defection. Yet, as she was his daughter, he wished for her safety. Nonetheless, a sense of relief washed over him. The absence of news regarding the two signified that they were not in immediate peril, which eased his troubled heart. "Vico, my advisor," Oem suddenly called out, interrupting Vico's deep contemplation. "Your Majesty," Vico responded, "we shall soon arrive at the Fisher Kingdom." "What counsel do you offer in our dealings with King Riku?" Oem inquired, regarding Vico with a calm demeanor. "I have already proffered my suggestions, Your Majesty. However, I stand firmly behind your decisions," Vico replied. Oem regarded Vico intently. "My advisor, I perceive your unwavering loyalty." Vico felt a stir of apprehension. What did Oem imply? "I am aware that you have been training that wildling from the land," Oem remarked, turning his gaze forward with a nonchalant tone. Vico's expression shifted dramatically. He was taken aback that Oem knew. Yet, he quickly reconciled this realization. If one were to scrutinize closely, the trail of the wildling was not particularly elusive. "You train him to usurp my throne." "I do not comprehend." "Vico," Oem abruptly turned to confront Vico, locking eyes with him. "I possess the most legitimate bloodline and the support of the people. Why? Why do you and others betray me one after another? Why?" Oem's eyes glistened with fury as he interrogated Vico, his questions also echoing the grievances he bore towards the departed Roni and Mira. "You are not a wise ruler. Both Arthur and Roni are far more suited than you. Vico replied calmly. A fleeting smile crossed OM's face as his previously exposed emotions swiftly receded. He gestured dismissively, and several soldiers encircled Vico. Take him away, but ensure he witnesses the spectacle to come. Vico cast a lingering glance at OM before departing under the watchful eye of the guards. King Nereus observed everything with a detached gaze. In the royal palace of the Fisherman Kingdom, OM stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gripping his trident. Not far behind him, King Nereus held his own trident. I am well aware of your intentions, King OM, spoke King Raikou, casting a glance at OM. I do not support the notion of war. Conflict only brings bloodshed and destruction to the world, devoid of any significance. Our objective should be to engage with the land dwellers at the appropriate moment, to enlighten them rather than annihilate them, Raikou continued. I cannot concur with your perspective. Frankly, your words resonate with the cowardice of a feeble heart, retorted OM disdainfully. You insolent wretch. King Raikou stepped forward, glaring at OM with fury. You are vastly different from your brother. You are unfit to be a ruler. King OM, you have much to learn. A chilling glint flickered in OM's eyes. Then allow me to demonstrate my worthiness to be king. The trident behind him thrust forward with ferocity. Raikou hastily raised his trident to defend himself, but OM effortlessly deflected it, leaving Raikou's chest exposed. With a swift thrust, OM's sharp trident pierced Raikou's heart. Green blood gushing forth and rapidly spreading in the ocean. Your Majesty. The soldiers behind King Raikou reacted, raising their weapons towards OM. King Nereus lifted his trident, unleashing bursts of energy from its tip. The Zebair kingdom excelled in long-range weaponry, and even King Zebair's trident served as a formidable ranged weapon. In matters of distance combat, even the mightiest Atlantis kingdom must yield to Zebair. The Fisherman Kingdom, comprised of poets and philosophers lacking martial prowess, had no standing to challenge them. In mere moments, only the princess and queen of the Fisherman Kingdom remained within the grand hall, alongside the suspended corpse. OM stood resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the princess, who shielded her mother. With the king deceased, long live his heir, OM remarked coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. Your Highness, OM floated closer to the princess. The princess, shielding her mother, regarded OM warily. Please, summon our troops immediately. We shall set forth to the Saltwater Kingdom. Under OM's intense scrutiny, the princess slowly nodded. Ha ha. OM erupted into hearty laughter. Those who align with me shall prosper, he said, lowering his gaze to King Raikou's lifeless body, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Those who oppose me shall perish. Chapter 147. Accompanying you in folly somewhere beneath the Mediterranean Sea. Ronnie and Mira swiftly glided through the depths of the ocean, their terrifying speed akin to that of a torpedo. After the private jet of the Wayne Group deposited them on a small island in the Mediterranean, it departed. Suddenly, Mira halted. Upon noticing this, Ronnie, who had surged ahead, returned to her side. What is it? Ronnie inquired, perplexed. The king of Raikou is dead, Mira replied gravely. What happened? Ronnie's brow furrowed. The king of Raikou, a sovereign, was assassinated just like that? It was OM who struck. The king of Raikou opposed the alliance, and OM took his life. Mira had her spies both near OM and her father. The news of the death of the king of Raikou, ruler of one of the 7 kingdoms, could not be concealed. It was easily discernible without much inquiry. Has OM truly begun to resort to such ruthless measures? Ronnie pondered, his lips pressed together. The thought of the venerable philosopher and elder, the king of Raikou, who had recently imparted the essence of heroism to him. Meeting such a fate at OM's hands was unsettling. For the first time, Ronnie entertained the notion of becoming a king, envisioning himself as the one to overthrow OM's tyranny. Although he still struggled to grasp the true meaning of heroism as articulated by the king of Raikou, he understood that neither a hero nor a king could resemble OM in his current form. He had strayed far from the righteous path. Hero, Ronnie murmured, narrowing his eyes. A day later, in Italy, on the island of Cocoshiri. After landing on the Italian coast, Ronnie and Mira hitched a ride to the enchanting island of Cocoshiri. They strolled through the charming streets of Cocoshiri town, suffused with a romantic and joyous atmosphere. The naive princess, newly acquainted with the world, brimmed with curiosity about everything around her. She paused at each novel sight, radiating an aura of wonder at every moment. With a smile, Ronnie followed Mira, silently observing her innocent explorations. Sweet melodies floated through the air as a wandering singer softly crooned with his distinctive voice. Ding! Ding ding. A bicycle whizzed past, its bell ringing cheerily. Startled by the approaching bicycle, Mira instinctively turned aside to clear the path. Her graceful spin, if adorned in a flowing gown, would have made her the most resplendent princess at any soiree. Lonnie, beaming, trailed behind her. As he gazed at Mira, who displayed this innocent side of herself, all of Ronnie's worries seemed to vanish in that moment. His focus was solely on the delightful princess, curiously navigating her world. Mira, intrigued, leaned toward a street vendor selling fruits and flowers, her eyes fixed on the purple grapes hanging from the display, reaching out to touch them. The merchant nearby bore no anger. Mira's rose-red hair was a rarity in the terrestrial realm, a color so vibrant that few could master its passionate allure. Her beauty was indeed exceptional, even in Ronnie's eyes. The three renowned beauties of S.H.I.E.L.D. paled in comparison to Mira, a perspective solely held by Chingue. The striking combination of her exquisite looks and fiery, rose-tinted tresses left an indelible first impression. The merchant, a middle-aged man often adorned with a smile, presented a bouquet of fresh red roses to Mira. Her eyes widened in surprise as she pointed to herself. The merchant nodded with a smile. Accepting the roses, Mira graciously inclined her head in thanks and walked away, cradling the blooms she had never encountered before. Observing this, Lonnie quickly approached. "How much for the roses?" he inquired. "No need to worry. They are a gift for you," the merchant replied, having noticed the two were together, waving his hand with a smile. "Thank you very much," Lonnie expressed politely. "No need for thanks. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Best of luck to you both." The merchant encouraged Lonnie with a gesture of support, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Mira, holding the unfamiliar bouquet, cast curious glances around. She observed the people nearby, seated on benches, engaging in lively conversations while savoring fresh fruits and delectable sandwiches. Lowering her gaze to the roses, Lonnie scanned the area. Despite Mira's enchanting presence easing his spirit, he remained focused on their purpose for being there. Searching for anything noteworthy, he recalled that the map indicated a mountaintop, which should be easy to locate. After a thorough inspection yielded no significant sights, Lonnie resolved to inquire with someone for further information, turning to call out to Mira. What followed was a scene of astonishment. Princess Mira of the underwater kingdom of S.H.I.E.L.D was, in a blissful ignorance, consuming the bouquet of unfamiliar flowers she held. Chewing with delight, she nodded in appreciation. Noticing Ronnie's gaze, she blinked and offered a rose forward. Instead of mocking her, Lonnie smiled gently, accepting the rose from her hand and, mimicking her earlier actions, took a bite of the flower. He smiled at Mira, indicating that it was quite tasty, sharing in the experience of nature's bounty together. As she took the rose Lonnie offered, Mira spotted a nearby fountain, her eyes lighting up. She placed the rose into her bag and hurried towards it. Lonnie, observing her excitement, followed closely behind. By the fountain, a little girl was tossing coins into the water, her laughter mingling with the gentle splashes. Lonnie approached and pulled a coin from his pocket, handing it to Mira. Mira accepted the coin, tilted her head in contemplation, and then turned to offer it to a little girl. "Thank you," the girl said as she took the coin and tossed it into the fountain. Mira waved her right hand, and suddenly, a soft blue glow illuminated the air. Small dolphins, formed from the water of the fountain, leaped gracefully, morphing into seahorses and back into dolphins. The sight was enchanting and utterly marvelous. The little girl gazed in delight at this spectacle and dashed back to her mother, excitedly recounting the astonishing scene she had just witnessed. "It seems you have taken a liking to the land," Lonnie remarked with a smile directed at Mira. "One should not hastily draw conclusions about unfamiliar places," Mira replied, tilting her head. At her words, Lonnie smiled faintly, his gaze towards Mira softening. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and walked away to inquire if there were any mountaintops nearby. Mira watched Ronnie's retreating figure, and as a gentle breeze caressed the princess's flowing hair, it seemed to capture the most beautiful image upon the enchanting island of Sicily. Chapter 148. Determining the destination before long, Lonnie returned. "There is a mountaintop beyond that hill. It should be our destination," he said, pointing in a specific direction. "Let us go then." Indeed, the so-called mountaintop was, in fact, a historical ruin. It was a circular platform of crumbling stone, encircled by statues of renowned historical figures, with an empty space at its center. King Atlantis once mentioned that the bottle would indicate the path forward. Only in the hands of a true monarch can one truly see, Lonnie mused. The bottle will indicate the path forward. The bottle? Mira appeared to grasp a crucial point, retrieving the bottle from her travel bag and holding it before her eyes. Indeed, upon witnessing Mira's action, Lonnie also understood. He approached her, took the bottle she offered, and held it up to his eyes. Haha, this King Atlantis truly is something, Lonnie chuckled, gazing at the bottle. Through the bottle's opening, he observed that the bottom was etched with intricate cracks, intertwining in a manner that formed a vivid image. At the center of the bottle's base lay a trident-shaped engraving, clearly embodying the meaning of the phrase, "The bottle will indicate the path forward." Only in the hands of a true monarch can one truly see. Only in the hands of a true monarch can one truly see, Lonnie said, moving the bottle aside and passing it to Mira as he surveyed the surrounding statues. In this desolate place, apart from the crumbling stones, it was these statues that drew the most attention. Could it be that the true monarchs are represented by these statues? Lonnie cast a few glances at the renowned figures depicted in the sculptures, pondering deeply. However, he soon realized that he seemed unfamiliar with all these statues. Nevertheless, it mattered little. We are in an era of information explosion, the age of the internet. Lonnie approached a group of tourists and borrowed a smartphone, beginning to capture images of each sculpture. Ah, not him. This is a general, he mused as he moved past one statue to the next. A strategist, not a king. Another general, no. Mela watched Ronnie's impressive maneuvering with astonishment. Is it possible to engage in such a manner? She thought. Then he spotted Romulus, the first king of ancient Rome. Lonnie gazed at the introduction on Google, then abruptly lifted his head to observe a statue of a figure with a raised right hand, seemingly grasping something, facing the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you for your phone, he said, returning it to the nearby young man. Is this the one? Mela inquired as she approached. It should be. Hand me the bottle, he replied. Mela handed the bottle to Lonnie, who positioned it correctly in the statue's outstretched right hand. Moving behind the statue, Lonnie leaned in closer. Haha, indeed. I found it, he exclaimed. Let me see. Let me see, Mela said, excitement bubbling within her as she hurried to Ronnie's side. Lonnie stepped aside, and Mela rushed forward. It's real. The clue is genuine. How wonderful, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm causing her to lose her footing. A strong arm encircled Mela's slender waist, preventing her from falling. Don't get too excited, Lonnie chuckled, helping her regain her balance before releasing her. This means our efforts were not in vain, Mela said, her cheeks flushed as she gazed into Ronnie's eyes. Lonnie smiled slightly in response. Their gazes locking as warmth began to rise between them, a subtle tension enveloping the air as they drew closer. Click! The sound of a camera shutter broke the moment. Though faint, both Lonnie and Mela were keenly aware, hastily creating distance between them. A faint blush adorned their faces. After all, Lonnie was still inexperienced. They turned towards the source of the sound, where a man with a DSLR camera stood, an apologetic expression on his face. I'm terribly sorry. The scene was just too beautiful. My professional instincts kicked in, and I couldn't resist. I sincerely apologize. The man hurriedly explained. It's quite all right, Lonnie replied, shaking his head. May I have a look at the photograph? Mira stepped forward and inquired. Of course. The man, relieved that neither of them intended to pursue the matter further, approached with his camera in hand. The photograph revealed that Lonnie had, at some unknown moment, wrapped his arm around Mira's waist again, while Mira clasped her hands behind her back, nervously intertwining her fingers. The two gazed into each other's eyes, lost in a moment where it seemed that only they existed. Sunlight bathed them, creating a scene reminiscent of a poetic masterpiece. It was no wonder that the photographer's professional instincts kicked in. Upon encountering beauty, a photographer instinctively yearns to capture it. Lonnie and Mira exchanged glances, their eyes meeting and quickly averting. Sir, your physique and appearance are quite handsome, and your girlfriend is the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Combined with this perfect sunlight, it has resulted in such a stunning photograph, the photographer remarked with a smile directed at Lonnie. Can it be developed? Lonnie asked, wishing to preserve this beautiful moment as a keepsake. Although Mira did not grasp the meaning of developed, she refrained from interrupting Lonnie. Absolutely. My studio is not far from here. Would you care to accompany me? It won't take long, the photographer eagerly replied. Lonnie glanced at Mira, and upon seeing her nod in agreement, he consented. Upon arriving at the studio, they soon received their developed photographs, one for each of them. Lonnie offered to pay the photographer, but he insisted on refusing. expressing a desire to exhibit the photograph in his studio instead. Naturally, the couple could not deny such a simple request, and they readily agreed. After receiving the photographs and bidding farewell to the photographer, they made their way to the shores of Kokoxali Island, where Ronnie stood at the water's edge, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the direction indicated by the bottle. Mira nodded in acknowledgement, her expression somber. The direction pointed by the bottle led to the kingdom of the abyss. Chapter 150. The true hero. It appears that your relationship is quite strong. A gentle feminine voice resonated near them. Ronnie abruptly lifted his head, and a delicate visage came into view. However, his focus was not on her beauty, but rather on a profound realization. "Oh, mother!" Ronnie exclaimed in disbelief. This sentiment was a deep-seated obsession entwined within his soul. Even though the former inhabitant of this body had long since departed, upon seeing Atlanta, his body instinctively called out the words that had lain dormant for over a decade. "Oh, mother!" Indeed, the one who had saved Mira was none other than Queen Atlanta, who had been sacrificed to the Abyssal tribe by King Owax over a decade ago. "Ronnie," Atlanta smiled gently, opening her arms wide. For a brief moment, Ronnie hesitated. But instinct swiftly took over, and he embraced Atlanta. Atlanta embraced Ronnie tightly, her joy indescribable. Ronnie quietly savored this affection emanating from his mother, a feeling that nearly intoxicated him. After decades away from home, having not seen his mother for so long, he felt as though he were not embracing Atlanta in that moment, but rather his biological mother far away on Earth. Maternal love is universal. It transcends time and space, showcasing the greatest emotions of a human mother to the world. Mira observed this tender scene quietly, choosing not to intrude. She understood the depth of Ronnie's feelings for Atlanta. Reuniting with his mother after so many years was a sentiment beyond expression. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until the mother and son finally released each other from their embrace. "Let us depart. This is not a place for conversation. I shall take you to my dwelling and tend to Mira," Atlanta said, wiping away her tears with a smile. "Very well," Ronnie nodded, helping Mira to her feet as they followed Atlanta away from the shore. "What is this place?" Ronnie inquired, supporting Mira as he addressed Atlanta. "This is the heart of the Earth Sea," Atlanta replied. Ronnie exchanged a glance with Mira. "You've lived here alone for over a decade?" Mira asked. "Indeed," Atlanta replied casually, seemingly unfazed by her solitude for so many years. Yet, Ronnie and Mira understood all too well the profound loneliness that such isolation could bring. Ronnie helped Mira sit upon a nearby stone. "Ronnie, have you seen Atlanta?" She hesitated, seemingly wanting to ask something. Ronnie instantly grasped her intent. "I have seen Arthur." "You have?" Atlanta's expression shifted to concern as she scrutinized Ronnie. Seeing his demeanor remained steady, she continued, "How is he?" "Arthur is doing quite well. He has made many superpowered friends on land. Our relationship is good. He is affectionately referred to as Aquaman by the people of the land," Ronnie replied with a smile. To be honest, he held no ill will towards Atlanta. Though her profound maternal love moved him, he was ultimately not Ronnie. He was merely a transient presence. Reflecting on this, Ronnie glanced towards Mira. "A transient, you say? Have you encountered Arthur's father?" "Yes," Ronnie nodded slowly. "Uncle Tom is also well." But what?" Atlanta's heart tightened, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Ronnie. "He still goes to the dock. Every morning. Without fail, he waits for you there." A glimmer of an inscrutable smile danced upon Atlanta's visage, a blend of joy, remorse, and perhaps an enduring love. As her emotions settled, Lonnie hesitantly ventured, "Mother, weren't you?" Atlanta, who was applying an unidentifiable salve to Mela, offered a faint smile in response. "After I was sacrificed to the Abyssal tribe, I carved a bloody path from the kingdom of the abyss to reach here, just like you." "Then why did you not seek us out?" Lonnie inquired. "Because the path that led you here is one that cannot be traversed in reverse," Atlanta replied, a heavy realization dawning upon Lonnie and Mela. "Cannot leave? The fabled holy trident lies behind the waterfall, but it is guarded by Karasun. The legendary beast Karasun is indeed real, residing just beyond the falls," Atlanta stated solemnly. "Karasun?" Lonnie's brow furrowed. In the age of King Atlanta, the mythic creature was renowned across the 7 kingdoms of Atlantis. If one were to mention a monster on land, they would think of Godzilla. In the underwater realm, the name Karasun invoked a similar recognition of formidable power. "We shall go together," Mela declared, rising to her feet despite her discomfort, glancing at Atlanta before turning to Lonnie. "That is not possible," Atlanta immediately countered, dismissing the notion. Confusion clouded Mela and Lonnie's expressions as they looked at Atlanta, unable to comprehend her stance. Kerosene is far too powerful. I have attempted countless methods over the years. All to no avail. Atlanta shook her head. Is there truly no way? Mela pressed, her brow knit in concern. Kerosene permits only a true monarch to wield the holy trident, Atlanta said, her gaze shifting to Lonnie. Lonnie fell silent, words eluding her. Are you afraid? Atlanta approached Lonnie, her voice gentle. Lonnie met Atlanta's gaze and slowly nodded. For reasons unknown, King Riku's words echoed in her mind, compelling her to acknowledge the fear that lay within her heart. Good, Atlanta replied, a look of understanding crossing her features, recognizing Lonnie's candid admission of her trepidation. Atlantis has always had a king. Now it requires more, Mela said, stepping closer to Lonnie. What could be greater than a king? Lonnie turned to Mela, questioning. A hero. Atlanta spoke with gravitas. A king fights for his nation. A hero fights for everyone. Lonnie felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. In her mind, the words of King Riku and Atlanta intertwined, resonating deeply within her. Heroes learn to fear. Heroes bravely confront challenges. Heroes fight for everyone. Vivid images flit through his mind like a slideshow. Ronnie's eyes grow increasingly bright, and the definition of a hero becomes ever clearer in his heart. A hero fights for everyone. Chapter 151, The Trident Guardian, Kerosene. Casting a deep gaze at Mira and Atlantia, Ronnie resolutely turns away and strides toward the waterfall. Mira steps forward to stand alongside Atlantia. He will succeed, she seems to say to Atlantia, yet it also feels like a whisper to herself. Atlantia smiles faintly at Mira's words. Indeed, he will succeed. After all, he is a hero. As Ronnie passes through the waterfall, a profound darkness envelopes him. Even from the perspective of an Atlantean, this place remains dim. He descends further into the murky depths, an unyielding plunge. The moment he entered, the sound of the waterfall crashing onto the ground ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence. The surrounding atmosphere is thick with an eerie stillness. Ronnie swims slowly through the water, the environment shifting subtly around him. Ruins emerge before his eyes. Where is Kerosene? After drifting for a while, Ronnie has yet to encounter the legendary creature Atlantia spoke of, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Switching to thermal vision. Oh! Even Ronnie, accustomed to grand spectacles, cannot help but exclaim. In this thermal perspective, he is enveloped by an almost endless red heat source. In other words, the moment Ronnie descended to the bottom, he was already shrouded by this unknown being. The energy emanating from this red heat source far exceeds anything Ronnie can comprehend. Even if he were to fully transform, he would still be no match for this heat source. To some extent, the notion that size determines combat power holds true. This heat source undoubtedly surpasses all known creatures Ronnie has encountered. Kerosene? Ronnie calls out uncertainly. The sound of scraping against the ground and the disturbance of water reaches Ronnie's senses. An unknown entity swiftly emerges from the shadows, encircling his position. A serpent-like creature approaches, towering above him. Hissing sounds emanate from this suspected Kerosene, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As Lonnie found himself bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation, the milky white divine seed that had remained motionless at his brow suddenly flickered with a luminescent glow. In an instant, the brilliance vanished, and Lonnie's mind was illuminated with the meaning of the creature's words. Are you also one who seeks the sacred trident? Centuries ago, I was commanded by the king of Atlantis to guard this holy artifact. Over the years, countless individuals have attempted to wrest it from my grasp, yet all have met with failure. Lonnie cast his gaze upon the mountain of bones nearby, clearly indicating that the enigmatic creature spoke the truth. You possess the purest blood of Atlantis coursing through your veins, granting you the right to challenge me for the sacred trident. But can you truly defeat me? I suspect you may not stand a chance, he replied, scratching his head. Suddenly, the waters rippled violently, startling Lonnie and triggering an instinctive response as he shifted into a semi-transformed state. However, after a prolonged silence, the creature remained still. Can you understand my words? The creature's serpentine head drew closer, within 10 meters of Lonnie, speaking with a hint of excitement. Is the power bestowed upon you by the divine seed truly so remarkable as to evoke such enthusiasm? Lonnie pondered. For many years, apart from the king of Atlantis, you are the second Atlantean capable of conversing with me, the creature remarked, a sense of nostalgia evident in its tone. Lonnie raised an eyebrow. If memory served correctly, Arthur also possessed the ability to communicate with marine life. "Are you Kerosene?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am Kerosene," the creature proclaimed proudly, lifting its serpentine head. "Yet, why do you have a snake's head?" Lonnie asked, seemingly perplexed by the question. For a moment, Kerosene was at a loss for words. "My form is rather colossal. I typically communicate through this appendage," Kerosene finally explained. Lonnie silently assessed the appendage, which measured no less than 10 meters. Goodness, if the appendage is 10 meters long, how massive must its true form be? Surely not even Godzilla could rival such size. "That black armor upon you appears to be a life form," Kerosene noted, observing the venomous battle armor adorning Lonnie. "Consider it one of my special abilities," Lonnie replied, glancing down at the pale V-shaped mark on his chest, offering a wry smile. The venomous armor then transformed back into a black liquid, merging into Lonnie's being. "Ah, I see," Kerosene's appendage swayed lightly. "Go forth. The sacred trident lies in the hands of the king of Atlantis. Let us see if you can wrest it from him." With that, the tendrils enveloping Lonnie gradually receded. Once the tendrils had completely withdrawn, Lonnie turned his attention to the imposing figure of the king of Atlantis, an undeniable presence. Adorned in resplendent golden armor and a green robe, King Atlantis knelt on the ground, his hands firmly grasping the magnificent golden trident. His gaze cast downward, as if repenting for the greed that had led Atlantis to its watery demise. Visible golden ripples emanated from the sacred trident, radiating outward. Lonnie sensed an extraordinary power surging from the trident. He propelled himself toward the lifeless form of King Atlantis, but abruptly halted midway. "Kerosene?" Lonnie called out. "What? Are you lacking the confidence to claim the sacred trident from the hands of King Atlantis?" Although Kerosene did not materialize, his voice resonated precisely in Lonnie's ears. "No." Lonnie shook his head. "I am well aware that you guard the sacred trident. My presence here signifies that I have made my decision." "Then, what do you intend to do? Is King Atlantis truly dead? Surely he won't rise again." Lonnie mused, eyeing the king's face-down form, apprehensive that he might spring to life and lash out. "Isn't that how the zombie films from our great empire typically unfold? This King Atlantis fits the bill perfectly." Kerosene fell silent, seemingly taken aback by Lonnie's inquiry. This Atlantean appeared to differ from others of his kind. Nonetheless, the peculiarity did little to diminish Kerosene's exasperation. Leave. Chapter 152, Lord of the Seven Seas, Lonnie Atlantis. With a disgruntled turn, Lonnie swam toward the location of King Atlantis's corpse. In truth, he felt he was overthinking the matter. The notion of zombies was utterly absurd. Even if they existed, they would hardly dwell in such desolate depths. Moreover, if King Atlantis had truly risen as a zombie, there would be no need for Kerosene's vigilant watch. Approaching the lifeless form of the king, the golden ripples continued to emanate from the sacred trident. "Is this the legendary sacred trident?" Lonnie marveled, observing the peculiar inscriptions adorning the 2-meter-long weapon, still gleaming in opulent gold. "Is the fabled steel of Poseidon truly this extravagant?" he pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Kerosene, who had been silently observing, nearly lost his temper at Lonnie's musings, almost striking him with a tentacle. Shouldn't Lonnie be in awe upon encountering the sacred trident? Why was he preoccupied with such trivial matters? Nevertheless, the revelation that Poseidon's steel was golden left Kerosene with a newfound understanding, nodding silently in the depths below. Lonnie scrutinized the sacred trident, meticulously examining the corpse of King Atlantis. After several minutes of careful observation, he confirmed that the king was indeed lifeless. Sighing in relief, he extended his right hand and grasped the sacred trident firmly. A terrifying surge of energy and repulsion emanated from the sacred trident grasped by Lonnie, causing his right hand to tremble. Under the weight of this dreadful force, he was on the verge of losing his grip. Was he not a true sovereign? Kerosene pondered with a frown, finding Lonnie rather appealing, a pity indeed. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. As the divine seed on Lonnie's forehead reacted to the eruption of terrifying energy from the sacred trident that surged into his body, it radiated a milky white light. A barely perceptible stream of this milky energy flowed down Lonnie's arm into the sacred trident. The instant this milky energy merged with the trident, the overwhelming repulsion vanished entirely, replaced by an immense golden energy that streamed ceaselessly into Lonnie's being. As the colossal energy enveloped him, Lonnie could not help but roar, golden energy rippling outward from him in waves. The remaining structures among the ruins crumbled under the impact of this energy wave. which surged to the edges of the open space, violently shaking the walls and causing tremors. An unstoppable flow of golden energy poured from the sacred trident into the depths of Ronnie's genetic code, overwhelming and transforming him. The golden energy swept through Ronnie's form, gently yet swiftly rewriting his genetic library, continuously optimizing and transforming. At the moment Ronnie grasped the sacred trident, the king of Atlantis behind him disintegrated into ash, merging into the boundless ocean. Born of land, he perished in the sea. He endeavored to connect land and ocean, yet he failed. Now, as Ronnie seized the sacred trident from the king of Atlantis, it symbolized the transfer of power of the Atlantis Empire and signified that the monumental task of bridging land and sea now rested upon Ronnie's shoulders. Boom! Outside the waterfall, Atlanta and Mira sensed the radiating energy waves, rising to their feet and moving towards the waterfall, filled with trepidation. The waterfall gradually parted, revealing a figure before their eyes. Clad in obsidian armor, adorned with golden patterns interwoven in darkness, he bore an extraordinary inscription throughout his form. A stark white V crossed with brilliant gold adorned his chest, forming the unique armor of Ronnie. Grasping the resplendent sacred trident, Ronnie emerged from the waterfall with measured steps. The sound of the sacred trident striking the ground resonated like the triumphant beating of drums in the hearts of Mira and Atlanta. Atlanta gazed at Ronnie with sparkling eyes. He is the true king, the Saline Kingdom. Command Hall of Atlantis. You must remember, the Kingdom of Brine is comprised of brash warriors. You must seize their king at the earliest opportunity. King Nereus stands beside Om, giving his counsel. I understand. Om nodded, recognizing the wisdom in the Elder King's words. He donned the silver helmet and, wielding the trident bestowed upon him by King Owax, it hovered before the glass of the command hall. Only one kingdom remained. Om squinted, peering through the red visor of his helmet at the crimson kingdom of Brine beyond. Rise, Atlantis. A fleet of azure warships from Atlantis surged towards the kingdom of Brine. This kingdom lies atop the oceanic lava layer, where the predominant hue is a fiery red. The denizens of the kingdom of Brine resemble crabs, advancing forward like the crustaceans they emulate. Above, red vessels from the kingdom of Brine continuously dispatched reinforcements to the battlefield below. Charge, my children. Annihilate these codfish of Atlantis. The king of Brine, with his formidable pincers gripping the trident, bellowed fiercely. In an instant, red and blue clashed together. The armies of Atlantis, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the fisher folk collided with those of the kingdom of Brine. The war erupted with a thunderous roar. The warships of Atlantis unleashed a barrage of blue energy projectiles, striking true against the aerial vessels of the kingdom of Brine that were ferrying soldiers downward. The Brine warriors, still airborne, along with their ships, were consumed in a cascade of blue energy, obliterated. Boom! A colossal crab, measuring 30 to 40 meters, erupted from beneath the earth, displacing countless layers of soil and engulfing the soldiers in the vicinity, regardless of their allegiance. In an instant, a significant number of warriors were annihilated. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the chaos. Om, mounted upon an armored crocodile, fixed his gaze upon the king of the Brine. He charged straight towards the monarch. Any soldiers that dared to obstruct his path, be they from Atlantis, S.H.I.E.L.D, the fisherfolk, or the Brine, were swept away by Om's trident. The king of Brine raised his trident to confront Om. Om sidestepped, yanking his trident to cleave the arm of the Brine king that held the weapon. With a swift kick, he sent the Brine king sprawling to the ground, placing his trident firmly before the fallen monarch's eyes. In a mere moment, the furious Om extinguished the life of the Brine king. Wait, do not slay him. He still holds value. King Nereus called out to Om, who was poised to deliver the final blow to the Brine king. Surrender, or face death, Om coldly declared, staring down at the king of Brine. Do not expect me to address you as your majesty, you god of Atlantis, spat the king of the saltwater tribe disdainfully. I have no need for such titles, retorted Om. His eyes ignited with fervent flames. Call me the lord of the ocean. Should you desire my army, take it. I shall not capitulate to you, god of Atlantis. Then perish. Om raised his trident high, poised to strike down the king of the saltwater tribe. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, the ground erupting beneath them. Layers of soil were thrown aside, spreading outward like a plague. Within mere seconds, countless soldiers on the battlefield were engulfed by the unforeseen quake and the upheaved earth. A resounding roar reverberated across the battlefield, echoing through the underwater realm. A monstrous beast, a grotesque amalgamation of a bull, snake, and octopus, loomed before them, towering at 100 meters. At that moment, a melodious yet commanding voice resonated from above the battlefield. I am Ronnie Atron, the Lord of the Seven Seas. Chapter 153, The King's Duel. I am Ronnie Atron, the Lord of the Seven Seas. OM's gaze shot upwards, and all eyes followed suit. There, upon the head of the terrifying beast, Kerosene, stood a figure. Upon seeing the sacred trident in Ronnie's grasp, OM's pupils constricted. The holy trident. Standing proudly atop Kerosene, Ronnie surveyed the chaos below, his heart swelling with valor. Grasping the sacred trident with both hands, golden ripples radiated outward. Wherever these golden waves reached, marine creatures uncontrollably surged in the opposite direction. Former mounts of Atlantis' army now transformed into foes, attacking their own. Simultaneously, behind Ronnie, an uncountable multitude of marine life surged forth, charging at the allied forces of the three kingdoms. The golden ripples continued to expand, rushing towards the seven seas with indescribable speed. In the Abyssal Kingdom, the creatures of the trench lay prostrate, awaiting their moment. Suddenly, a golden wave washed over them. The trench dwellers lifted their heads, gazing toward Ronnie's direction. Boom, boom, boom. The trench tribe coalesced into a dark torrent, surging toward Ronnie's battleground. Even in the face of brilliant light, nothing could hinder their relentless advance. Unwavering as they rushed toward the fray. The battlefield. Boom, boom. The addition of marine creatures provided a much-needed respite for the beleaguered saltwater kingdom. And with the arrival of Kerosene, the tides of battle began to favor the saltwater kingdom. Under the command of OM, the royal warships of Atlantis charged towards Kerosene. The energy projectiles, imbued with an aura of destruction, merely caught Kerosene's attention. With a sudden leap, the 100-meter behemoth ascended above the royal warships by several dozen meters, crashing down with thunderous force. The vessel, a culmination of generations of wisdom from Atlantis, was utterly obliterated beneath Kerosene's immense weight. Perched atop Kerosene's head, Ronnie brandished the sacred trident, warding off energy beams that seemed to come from nowhere. War was a different beast than one-on-one combat, and even Ronnie could not afford to be careless. Startled, Ronnie raised his trident just in time. The tremendous impact sent him tumbling from Kerosene's head. Glancing up, he realized a ship from the Zebul Kingdom had targeted him. With a resounding crash, Kerosene reacted swiftly, swatting the ship in half with a casual movement of his tentacle. The casualties were devastating. The war had to cease immediately. Mira arrived, riding a marine creature, and dismounted to stand before Ronnie. How do we stop this? He asked, eyes fixed on the fierce battle below. Even with the power to command all marine beings across the seven seas, he felt overwhelmed. Find OM, defeat him, and become the new king of Atlantis, the emperor of the Atlantis Empire. Mira declared. Ronnie scratched his head, clad in his chilling black armor. An action that appeared unexpectedly comical. What if I can't defeat him? He chuckled. You think you cannot overcome OM? That is inconceivable. Unleash your full potential, Ronnie. It is time for the world to witness the strength of Ronnie of Atlantis. Mira insisted earnestly. Suddenly, in a bold gesture, Mira embraced Ronnie, her lips brushing against his. Ronnie's eyes widened in surprise, the softness of her kiss unmistakably real, dispelling any notion of illusion. The novice quickly succumbed to the enchantment of that tenderness. They kissed amidst explosions of red and blue energy, dazzling bursts resembling beautiful fireworks, celebrating their union. After a long moment, they parted. You stole my first kiss, Ronnie remarked with a blink and a smile. It was my first kiss too, Mira replied, a grin gracing her lips. I await your good news. With that, she summoned a marine creature and turned to depart. Was this truly the sensation of love as described in legends? Ronnie gazed at Mira's departing figure, brushing his lips thoughtfully, feeling rather pleased. To hell with the transient, to hell with what does not belong here, to hell with everything else. Ronnie declared resolutely that he would pursue a relationship with Mira. Ahem, but now was not the time for such musings. Shaking his head, he summoned a marine creature and surged towards OM's direction. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed. A torrent of darkness surged forth, and Ronnie stared in shock at the passing abyssal tribe. Realizing that these abyssal beings were disregarding the Symbiote kingdom and the marine creatures. Charging towards the coalition of three nations, he quickly understood. Through the holy trident, he had received the command over the power of the seven seas, which included the abyssal tribe devolved into sea beasts. Huh. Roni laughed heartily, accelerating once more towards Ohm. Roni. Ohm squinted, urging the crocodile beneath him to charge towards Roni. The two figures collided at breathtaking speed, creating a deafening sound that resonated across the battlefield. Everyone, in unison, halted their actions, lifting their gazes to the two locked in a distant stare. Vico, the Lord of the Seven Seas imprisoned aboard the warship, observed Roni and the holy trident in his grasp, whispering softly, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Suddenly, two jets of water surged forth, knocking out the soldiers guarding Vico. Mira entered from the corridor. Roni had acquired the holy trident. Now, he merely needed to defeat Ohm to rightfully claim his title as the Lord of the Seven Seas and King of Atlantis. Mira approached Vico, unshackling his chains, declaring, "This is the moment to unify the seven great kingdoms and allow the Atlantis Empire to rise anew. We do not seek to instigate war, but we are ever prepared." Mira nodded in agreement, and together with Vico, they gazed out the window. Roni and Ohm stood in opposition to each other. "I did not expect you to dare meet me again, and to have found the lost holy trident." Ohm spoke first, his expression cold as he regarded Roni. "You seek to incite war between land and sea, aiming to unify the seven great kingdoms, even willing to slay the kings of the Fisher Kingdom and the Saline Kingdom. You are unworthy of being a leader." Roni extended the holy trident, pointing it at Ohm. "I am the king of Atlantis. Whether I am worthy is not for you to decide." Ohm scoffed in response. "Let me put it this way." Roni swung the holy trident, holding it horizontally. "Only through blood can the cries reach the gods." Chapter 154. Ascending the throne. Only through blood can the cries reach the gods. A cold glint flickered in Ohm's eyes as he brandished his trident, charging straight for Roni. The marine creatures beneath them were all driven away. This is a battle between two individuals, devoid of any external assistance. Ohm grips the trident, a legacy from his father, King Owax, as it whirls with the roaring sea, piercing towards Roni with a momentum that severs all. This strike represents the most formidable blow of his life, laden with his confusion over Roni's betrayal, his ire towards the land dwellers, and his dissatisfaction with the sacred trident's choice of Roni. It is his ultimate assault. In the face of Ohm's fierce advance, Roni remains remarkably composed. Let us not forget, he is currently in a semi-complete state of venomous manifestation. Roni raises the sacred trident, just as Ohm closes in. Clang! The two tridents collide with a thunderous impact, yet Roni's body does not waver. With a swift twist of the sacred trident, the sharp end strikes Ohm, who is momentarily caught off guard. Whoosh! Ohm's approach was rapid, but his retreat is even swifter. Roni's legs bend, unleashing every ounce of speed in an explosive surge. Boom! He generates terrifying ripples in the water, propelling himself towards the airborne Ohm with alarming velocity. Ohm barely stabilizes himself. Yet before he can react, he senses a shift in the water's flow. His extensive battle experience compels him to instinctively raise his trident. Roni appears before Ohm like a wraith, and the sacred trident comes crashing down. Again, a deafening clash resounds, sending Ohm hurtling downward once more, this time with greater speed. Roni accelerates downward, pressing the sacred trident against Ohm's weapon, the immense force propelling Ohm rapidly toward the ground. Crash! Ohm's body crashes heavily onto the earth, and from his point of impact, a colossal force erupts, displacing soil in all directions and creating a vast circular pit several meters in diameter. King Nereus removes his helmet, his eyes reflecting astonishment as he gazes upon the battlefield. Such strength! Roni's prowess astounds King Nereus. This is undoubtedly not merely the enhancement of the sacred trident. Even though the trident may augment one's physicality, it could never yield such a one-sided confrontation. In other words, even without the sacred trident, Ohm would scarcely be a match for Roni. The once unassuming Prince Roni finally reveals his true mettle to the world. Within the warship, did you know all along? Vico turns to look at the ever-composed Mira. You suspected it too, did you not? Mira smiles faintly. Vico chuckles softly and shakes his head. Let us go? It's time to conclude this. With that, Mira turns and departs. Waco cast a glance at the battlefield, which was gradually calming down, and followed Mela away from the warship. In the center of the field, Ohm knelt partially on the ground, his trident embedded in the earth, using it to support his feeble body from collapsing. Not far from Ohm, Lonnie stood resolutely, quietly observing him. You have lost, Lonnie spoke. I have not yet been defeated. Ohm lifted his gaze, glaring at Lonnie with fury, and shouted, "I do not wish to kill you. You have merely strayed from the path." Unmoved, Lonnie continued to gaze at Ohm with tranquility. "I am not in the wrong. The fault lies with you. Only through war can true peace be achieved. It is only after destruction that genuine dawn can arrive." Ohm ripped off his helmet and hurled it aside, bellowing loudly. Suddenly, a surge of strength coursed through him, and Ohm sprang to his feet, gripping the trident tightly as he lunged fiercely at Lonnie. Without flinching, Lonnie deftly deflected Ohm's desperate thrust with his sacred trident, causing Ohm's weapon to fly from his grasp and hang suspended in the air. With a swift motion, Lonnie swung his sacred trident. Crack! In the stunned gaze of Ohm, the trident of the Ovicus King was shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Ohm, as if bereft of his soul, knelt down, staring blankly at the remnants of the trident. Lonnie approached slowly. Upon hearing Lonnie's footsteps, Ohm snapped back to reality, looking at him with a twisted expression, roaring, "Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Enough!" A sudden feminine voice brought Ohm's furious cries to an abrupt halt. There has already been enough slaughter. A figure appeared before all. Waco, who had just arrived at the scene, stared in shock at the newcomer and turned to Mela. "What is happening? This is a long story. We will discuss it later. Let us go over there first," Mela replied as she swam toward Lonnie. Waco shook his head in resignation and followed her. "Mother?" Ohm gazed in disbelief at the newcomer, rising unsteadily from the ground and taking faltering steps toward Atlantia. With a smile, Atlantia approached and took Ohm's hands in hers. "My child, your brother speaks the truth. You have merely wandered from the path. Do you support him?" Ohm asked, his expression complex as he looked at Atlantia. "Yes, you are all my children, but Lonnie is a born ruler. What our father taught us has always been wrong. He told us that the ocean and land are two separate worlds." At that moment, Lonnie stepped forward. He was mistaken. Standing before Ohm, Lonnie fixed his gaze into Ohm's eyes and began to speak slowly. "The sea and the land are one. Now, I comprehend this, do you not?" Referencing Queen Atlanta, Vico approached the crowd and knelt before her. The surrounding soldiers followed suit, bowing in reverence. Atlanta smiled and nodded at Vico. He rose from the ground with a subtle smile and gazed at Ohm. "Take him away, but ensure he witnesses a splendid spectacle." Hearing this, Ohm, escorted by 2 soldiers, allowed a grin to form at the corners of his mouth. He cast a final glance at Ronnie before being led away. "Fellow compatriots, today marks a momentous occasion," Mira proclaimed, standing beside Ronnie. "The shattering of the trident belonging to King Owax and Queen Atlanta signifies the twilight of the previous era. Ronnie, the bearer of the sacred trident, a symbol of power passed down from the great King Atlanta, shall undertake the mission of uniting land and sea. He is our new king, the sovereign of the resurgent Atlantis Empire after centuries of dormancy. Let us rejoice, citizens of the Atlantis Empire, and celebrate the ascension of our new monarch." Chapter 155. We shall meet again. Ronnie Atlanta, the second child of King Owax and Queen Atlanta, stands as the second great king in Atlantis history to unify the 7 kingdoms. After centuries of division, the 7 kingdoms have been rejoined, forming the most powerful empire on Earth, the Atlantis Empire. Following a royal duel, Ronnie ascended to the throne, earning the title of Sea King. With the sacred trident in hand, he commands the 7 seas and instills awe across the world. 7 days post-duel, Sea King Ronnie represented the Atlantis Empire in formal negotiations with the leaders of the land dwellers. After a prolonged fortnight of discussions, an agreement was reached, establishing a genuine Earth alliance. Both parties pledged, on the foundation of a unified Earth principle, to assist one another and foster mutual growth, striving to enhance this beautiful planet. In the month following the signing of the Earth Alliance Accord, Sea King Ronnie and Princess Mira of the Kingdom of S.H.I.E.L.D, a vassal state of the Atlantis Empire, celebrated their wedding. This day witnessed the attendance of all nobility from the Atlantis Empire, alongside distinguished individuals from nations across the land, who arrived to partake in the grand occasion. Under the gaze of the multitude, this magnificent wedding concluded flawlessly. Mira transitioned from the Princess of S.H.I.E.L.D to the Sea Queen of the Atlantis Empire. A year later, the borders of the Kingdom of the Abyss. With the aid of the sacred trident, Ronnie tamed the Abyssal tribe, transforming them into a special combat force for the Atlantis Empire. Under the auspices of the sacred trident, the entire Abyssal tribe regained their ability to thrive in bright light and relocated to an underwater canyon adjacent to the capital of Atlantis, guarding the imperial city. The original territory of the Abyssal Kingdom was transformed into a city, safeguarding the heart of the sea. As communication with the surface dwellers deepened, they would eventually uncover the secrets of the heart of the sea, an ecological environment reminiscent of the Jurassic paradise, which Lonnie had no intention of exposing to the outside world. Building upon the existing natural barrier of underwater whirlpools, a fortified city was erected to protect the heart of the sea. Meanwhile, Kerosene continued to dwell within it, serving as the final line of defense. Standing atop the walls of this fortified city, Lonnie felt an increasingly potent sense of summons, rendered speechless. Since his ascension to the throne, a faint call had emanated from the depths of his soul. At that time, Lonnie had been immersed in the joy of victory and had paid little heed to it. Later, he represented the Atlantis Empire in signing the Earth Alliance Accord with the surface dwellers. After the accord was concluded, the summons intensified, capturing Lonnie's attention. He exerted all his efforts to suppress this call, continuing his life in this world. Yet today, the summons had reached an unprecedented level, becoming uncontainable. "Lonnie, you seek me," came the voice of Mira from behind. A year later, now a married woman, Mira appeared even more alluring. Just as a year prior, she adorned herself in a snug, green-scaled bodysuit. The attire of the Sea Queen was overly elaborate, a style Mira did not favor, similar to Lonnie, who also eschewed the Sea King's exclusive garb. Normally, both donned the same attire as a year ago. "A year ago, we met right here," Lonnie softly remarked while gazing at the boundary stone of the Abyssal Kingdom. This monument was preserved at his request, marking the site of his first encounter with Mira. Indeed, the extraordinary rapport between them deepened after a year of marriage. Upon Lonnie speaking, Mira sensed something amiss with him today. "Mira, there is something I have never told you." Lonnie turned to face her, speaking earnestly. "What is it?" "I am not of this world. I do not belong here. In fact, this body does not belong to me. I hail from." Lonnie faced the woman he cherished, laying bare his truth, revealing all. Mira did not interrupt. She listened in silence. "This is all that I have concealed." The sacred trident suddenly appeared in Lonnie's hand. A year later, this artifact, which commanded the seven seas, still emanated its formidable presence. "Are you leaving?" Mela inquired softly. "Yes." Lonnie nodded, suppressing the anguish and reluctance within his heart. "Is it absolutely necessary?" Mela gazed into Lonnie's eyes and asked gently. "This is not a decision within my control," Lonnie replied, wishing he could remain by her side for eternity. Yet he could not. The soul gem would not permit him to linger in this world. "Will you return?" "Perhaps yes, perhaps no," Lonnie murmured, the ache of parting intensifying within him. He had initially thought he could be unaffected, but his resolve crumbled in the face of Mela. All that remained was overwhelming sorrow and helplessness. "I will wait for you." Mela stepped closer, cradling Lonnie's face in her hands. "I will wait until the day we reunite." Lonnie's nose tinged with emotion as tears threatened to spill from his eyes, yet he held them back. In this final moment of farewell, he did not wish for Mela to witness his vulnerability. "I entrust you with the holy trident. Please pass it on to Arthur." Lonnie handed the sacred weapon to Mela, who accepted it with care. "Tell Arthur he shall be the second monarch of the resurgent Atlantis Empire, safeguarding our home. A wise ruler, who will not instigate any form of war, yet we must always be prepared. I will convey that to him." Mela nodded, tightening her grip on the holy trident. "May I see your true form?" Lonnie hesitated for a moment before black liquid surged from his body, coalescing in the air to reveal his original Asian visage. Mela examined him closely, as if wishing to etch this face into her memory. Feeling an increasingly potent pull, Lonnie reached out to caress Mela's delicate cheek. Not every story has a definitive answer, nor do all answers yield the desired outcome. Those destined to meet will inevitably do so. If fate does not align with our wishes, trust that another plan is in motion. "We shall meet again, we will." With those gentle words, Lonnie's form transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from sight. Mela remained silent, but tightened her grip on the holy trident. "We will reunite, without a doubt." Chapter 156. Hope on the planet Vomiel. Beside the Rainbow River, Venom sat on a large stone at the riverbank, tossing a small stone into the colorful waters. With a soft plop, the stone sank into the river. A surge of black liquid emerged from his arm, morphing into a hand that picked up another small stone from the shore and offered it to Venom. Then, Venom continued to toss small stones into the vibrant river, in a monotonous and tedious manner. Suddenly, the colorful rift in the sky shifted, the spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple abruptly transformed into stark black and white. The once lively river below was similarly tainted, its hues replaced by monochrome brilliance. Venom exhibited no surprise at this transformation. His crescent-shaped eye merely widened slightly before falling silent. The kaleidoscopic glow signified day, while the arrival of black and white heralded the onset of night. This was the sole distinguishing feature of black and white days in Womer, for within this realm, no timekeeping device was of any use. Venom's current state could be succinctly summarized: half alive, yearning for Ronnie on the 7th day since his departure. At that moment, an orange-yellow light abruptly illuminated the space beside Venom. "How is it that you have the leisure to visit me?" Venom inquired in astonishment, gazing at the soul gem that had manifested a phantasmal form. "Ronnie is returning." The soul gem seemed to smile, unfazed by Venom's irreverence. "Is that true?" Venom leaped to his feet, delight illuminating his features as he looked at the soul gem. Has this lad finally decided to return? This time, Ronnie had undergone a remarkable transformation. By the way, did he truly accomplish that so-called hero's task? Venom expressed his astonishment. "Indeed. Moreover, he has surpassed my expectations." The soul gem replied, a note of admiration in its tone. "Exceeded expectations? Quite impressive indeed. No wonder he is my son." Venom nodded in approval. "I am your father." A sudden voice interrupted Venom's words, yet he felt no irritation from this proclamation. Instead, he turned in surprise. Ronnie had appeared on the riverbank, drenched and smiling with eyes full of mirth. "Venom, my son, your father has returned." "I am your father," Venom retorted, gazing at Ronnie. The two beings exchanged a quiet, profound stare. Ahem, the soul gem cleared its throat twice. "Allow me to return Venom's essence to your body." Only then did Ronnie and Venom regain their composure, exchanging disdainful glances. "Very well." With a wave of its hand, the soul gem reinserted Venom's essence into Ronnie. After more than a year, witnessing the soul gem's mysterious and enigmatic powers once again sent a shiver down Ronnie's spine. The nature of the soul was profoundly arcane. Isn't Venom supposed to be a spirit? How could he take on a corporeal form? Ronnie pondered, recalling the earlier scene of Venom tossing stones. In truth, he had arrived long ago, merely returning from that other realm. The mighty body of the Sea Emperor Lonnie suddenly transformed back into his original form, feeling somewhat disoriented, especially in the underwater environment. The examination ground was a masterpiece of mind, where all souls would possess a temporary corporeal form. The soul gem spoke in a serene tone. "Now I understand." Lonnie nodded, his eyes glimmering with hope as he gazed at the soul gem. "Can I bring Mela back?" "Who is Mela?" Venom inquired, perplexed within Lonnie's being. "Mela? A girl? Isn't this fellow enamored with Wanda? How could he so quickly develop feelings for another after just 7 days?" "Read the memories yourself," Lonnie muttered internally, silencing Venom. Venom refrained from speaking, delving into Lonnie's memories of the examination world. "No," the soul gem slowly shook its head. "Why not?" Lonnie persisted, unyielding in his gaze toward the soul gem. "You possess the ability to send me into that world and bring me back out. Why can't you also retrieve Mela?" "Because that world is a construct, a virtual realm of my making. It does not exist in reality." The soul gem calmly articulated a harsh truth. "What?" Lonnie's pupils dilated as he stepped back in disbelief. "A virtual world? Are you implying that Mela does not exist?" "Perhaps she does, perhaps she does not." The soul gem provided an ambiguous response. "What do you mean?" "This world is formed from fragments of soul information extracted from the boundless cosmos. Though it originates from me, its development and trajectory are not under my control. And even the beings within may not be entirely fictitious. Who can discern what is real and what is not?" "Are you suggesting that I still have hope of seeing Mela?" Lonnie quickly inquired. "That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed," the soul gem replied with a smile. "Very well. It is time to present you with the gift for passing the examination." The soul gem chose not to pursue this topic further. "This is the spacecraft that will carry you away." A spaceship materialized from the void, eliciting an awestruck gasp from Lonnie. "The spacecraft will navigate automatically, requiring no piloting. It will travel directly to Earth," the soul gem explained. Lonnie nodded in acknowledgement. "You may not desire the portion of power I offered you, and I do not wish to impose. Thus, I have prepared an alternative gift," the soul gem said mysteriously. Then, an object appeared, plunging Lonnie back into astonishment. A photograph materialized, transitioning from ethereal to tangible before him. In the image, Lonnie and Mela embraced, bathed in sunlight, their gazes locked in a moment of serene beauty. This is precisely the photograph of Ronnie in that world alongside Mela on the island of Kokoxali. Although the reason behind Ronnie's appearance transforming back to his original form remains a mystery, this moment undeniably existed. How did you accomplish this? Ronnie inquired, gazing at the soul gem, struggling to contain his excitement. Transforming the ethereal into the tangible is merely the ability of an old friend. It is only through the partial power I once seized that I managed to materialize this photograph, which should not exist, the soul gem replied. Old friend? Transforming the unreal into reality? The reality gem, Venom suddenly interjected. What? I said, it is the reality gem, Venom reiterated. Do you recall what the soul gem mentioned previously? The ability to interchange between the ethereal and the tangible is the power of the reality gem. Chapter 157, Ronnie's Return. Upon hearing Venom's words, Ronnie's eyes sparkled with hope. If I were to find the reality gem, could I manifest Mela? Ronnie eagerly questioned the soul gem. Indeed, the soul gem seemingly chuckled. Theoretically, as long as the energy is sufficient through the reality gem, one could even materialize an infinity gem. Of course, that is virtually impossible. The energy required to manifest an infinity gem may exceed that of half the universe. Ronnie nodded in agreement. The 6 infinity gems have existed since the dawn of the universe, each possessing an unfathomable astronomical amount of energy. The mere thought of manifesting an infinity gem is daunting. However, manifesting an extraordinary human is certainly feasible. Where is the reality gem now? Ronnie stepped forward to inquire, with the hope of reuniting with Mela. He was unwilling to delay even for a moment. I do not know. The soul gem's ethereal form shook its head. Even I, as an infinity gem, cannot sense the whereabouts of the infinity gems. Unless an infinity gem releases a significant amount of energy, I may have a chance to detect it. Under normal circumstances, it eludes my senses. Just as you opened a space portal to Womer 7 days ago using the space gem, I merely sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. I did not detect the precise location of the space gem. All right, Ronnie nodded, disheartened. But there is still hope, isn't there? Very well, you may leave this place now. The soul gem quietly vanished. Remember your insights from Atlantis, Ronnie. Ronnie clenched his fists. I will not forget. Everything about Atlantis will remain etched in my memory. Although he was unaware of where the soul gem procured such an impressive spaceship, Ronnie could not help but marvel at its magnificence. The technology of the Atlantis Empire had long been capable of exploring the cosmos and undertaking long-distance space voyages. However, they simply lacked the motivation to do so. Yet, the spacecraft known as the Soul Gem, without exaggeration, far surpassed the vessels of the Atlantis Empire. It took merely 3 months to traverse from Womer, located beyond the galaxy, to Earth within the galaxy. Although Lonnie had never embarked on a cosmic journey, as a prodigious astrophysicist, he was far from ignorant of space travel. On the contrary, his understanding was profound, which only heightened his appreciation for the prowess of this spacecraft. Venom, adorned with his flamboyant pink sleeping cap, reclined on the bed of the ship, consuming an unidentifiable alien delicacy, and remarked, "You've been away for over a year, yet only 7 days have passed on Womer. The flow of time differs between the two worlds." Seated in a chair, Lonnie, having heard Venom's words, put away the photograph in his hand and replied, "Your absence has not only transformed you significantly, but you've also brought back a daughter-in-law for me. Not bad, young man." Venom smirked, lounging on the bed. Having served as the Emperor of Atlantis for more than a year, Lonnie had shed his previous demeanor as a tech-savvy recluse, emerging as a poised and refined individual. Nevertheless, his character remained unchanged. "I am your father, and Mira is your mother," he retorted without hesitation. "Huh, the disobedient son strikes again. Do you think you still reign as the Sea King of Atlantis? With your current physical prowess, I could take on 10 of you." Venom scoffed. Indeed, Lonnie's physique during his time in Atlantis was formidable, and coupled with the Holy Trident, Venom's combat strength would struggle to match Lonnie under those circumstances. However, that was not the case now. Was all Lonnie could muster in response. What could he do if he could not defeat him? He felt a sense of despair. As they conversed and jested, the 3 months flew by in an instant. Earth, Lonnie stood at the edge of the spacecraft, gazing at the distant azure planet. After more than a year, returning here stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Enough with the sentimentality. Sit down properly. or you'll be knocked half dead by the impact, and I'll have to rescue you." Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Lonnie grimaced. Every time he pondered life, this inconsiderate being would inevitably appear. It was indeed bothersome. However, for the sake of his own well-being, he obediently took a seat and secured himself. Venom had undergone a complete fusion, becoming a new life form. From that moment on, their lives became intertwined. If one perished, so too would the other. Should Lonnie meet his demise, Venom would follow suit. Yet, there were benefits to this arrangement. For instance, the sonic waves between 4,000 to 6,000 Hz, which once instilled dread in Venom, and the relentless searing heat, have now lost their potency against him. Ronnie remains unperturbed by the 4 to 6,000 Hz range. The synergy between the two has birthed a new entity that no longer fears such vibrations. Moreover, with Venom's current physical resilience, even ordinary flames cannot singe his exterior. Thus, the anti-Venom battle armor, which had yet to be officially unveiled, can already be deemed ineffective. Boom. The spacecraft finally breached Earth's atmosphere. Instantly, flames enveloped the vessel. With tremendous thrust, it transformed into a fiery projectile, hurtling towards the planet. As the spacecraft made contact with the atmosphere, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury stood at the command center, observing the dramatic footage of the spacecraft's descent on the large screen. Ground forces had already arrived at the scene. Hill approached from the side to report to Fury. The moment the spacecraft neared Earth's orbit, S.H.I.E.L.D's satellites detected it. After calculating all potential landing sites, the ground forces swiftly occupied these locations, poised for the spacecraft's arrival. Fury nodded slightly, his singular eye fixated on the descending spacecraft. Boom. The spacecraft finally penetrated Earth's atmosphere, plunging into the interior of the planet, speeding towards the Sahara Desert. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft came to a halt amidst the sands. S.H.I.E.L.D agents, who had been waiting in anticipation, cautiously approached, weapons at the ready. Hiss! White vapor billowed from the hatch as it slowly opened. The agents remained vigilant, prepared to fire at the slightest sign of danger. As the hatch ascended, a figure emerged, capturing the attention of all present, including Fury and Hill at the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Long time no see, S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 158, Interrogation and Arrangements, New York, S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Special Interrogation Room. This room, meticulously designed for interrogating individuals with extraordinary abilities, had been developed and disseminated to branches worldwide. However, it was being utilized for the first time at headquarters, and intriguingly, it was for one of their own. Indeed, one of their own. Fury had not expunged Ronnie's records. He remained a level 7 scientist within S.H.I.E.L.D, albeit no longer in charge of the Cosmic Cube project. This was only prudent. With a creature as formidable as Venom in existence, Fury could not afford to let Ronnie and the Cosmic Cube remain in close proximity. Who could predict when Ronnie might transform into Venom and abscond with the Cosmic Cube? Ronnie sat unabashedly on the sofa, devoid of any restraining devices. Opposite him sat Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D, sporting his distinctive dark, bald demeanor. Dr. Ronnie Scallop, where did you vanish to over the past 3 months? Did you traverse through the Cosmic Cube? Fury inquired, his hands clasped upon the interrogation table. I'm afraid, Director Fury, I cannot disclose that information, Ronnie replied, shaking his head. In previous encounters with Fury, Ronnie had often felt intimidated by the latter's formidable presence. However, times had changed. Having ruled the Atlantean Empire for over a year and frequently engaging with global leaders, Ronnie's perspective and mindset had evolved beyond the scope of his former self. Is that so? Fury remarked, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he nodded with a sense of calm. Then let us discuss the matter of Venom. Outside the interrogation room, a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D's finest agents, including Hill, Coulson, and Clint, gathered, observing the proceedings within. It has begun, Coulson murmured. All eyes were riveted on the screen displaying Ronnie. Although they had gleaned some understanding from the letter Ronnie had left behind, it was still merely conjecture, lacking confirmation. What do you wish to know? Ronnie asked, his hands resting naturally at his sides, directing his gaze towards Fury. Tell me, can you control it? Fury fixed his eyes on Ronnie intently. With a light chuckle, Ronnie's body became enveloped in a dark, flowing substance. In an instant, half of him was shrouded in this black material, as dark tendrils converged and intertwined, forming the half-figure of Venom. A flicker of astonishment crossed Fury's otherwise impassive eyes. The left side of Ronnie remained his original form, while the right side was obscured by Venom. "We are a new life form, not a symbiote, nor human. It is I, and I am it," Ronnie stated with a smile. Then, like a receding tide, the black substance withdrew, reintegrating into Ronnie's being. "The question of control is non-existent. You may perceive us as two personalities within one body. And who is the dominant one?" Fury pressed further. "I am," Ronnie affirmed. "I am the one in control. Rest assured, I will not lose myself." "It sounds as though you are implying I might lose control," Venom's voice echoed within Ronnie's mind. 17 years ago, Ronnie silently reflected. That was merely an accident. Venom's expression darkened, though it was inherently shadowy. A hunger-induced accident? Ronnie chuckled lightly. He had heard tales of those who lost control due to familial tragedies or the passing of a spouse, and even absurd instances where a stranger's demise triggered a loss of control. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who succumbed to chaos merely due to hunger. As Venom had 17 years prior, Fury was unaware that the two individuals had already engaged in a mental tug-of-war. After listening to Lonnie's words, Fury began to ponder. Prior to entering the specialized interrogation room, Lonnie had undergone a portion of the evaluation process. His thoughts exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, they had evolved, aligning more closely with the standards expected of a superhero than they had 3 months prior. The absolute control Lonnie had just demonstrated over Venom stirred a flicker of intrigue within Fury. The emergence of Iron Man and the Hulk signaled the onset of subtle, yet significant transformations in the world, transformations that, though faint, did not escape Fury's keen perception. In the distant east, Camartage loomed, while Hydra lurked in the shadows. Iron Man operated beyond regulation, and the Hulk remained elusive. All of these constituted highly volatile factors. S.H.I.E.L.D. was in urgent need of establishing a specialized division capable of countering these extraordinary forces. Fury referred to this initiative as the Avengers Initiative. However, the proposal was met with rejection from the World Security Council until recently, when it was begrudgingly approved. Yet, the first invitee, Iron Man Tony Stark, predictably declined Fury's invitation. Currently, the Avengers, comprised only of Captain America Steve Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye Clint Barton, seemed woefully inadequate, lacking any formidable deterrent effect. The appearance of Lonnie and the extraordinary entity known as Venom sparked new thoughts in Fury's mind. After meticulously reviewing the battle on Fifth Avenue from 3 months ago, Fury concluded that Venom's combat prowess surpassed that of all known superpowered individuals, save for the one from Camartage. This suggested that if Lonnie were to join the Avengers, it would significantly enhance their deterrent capability and combat effectiveness, alleviating their current predicament of being visually impressive yet practically ineffectual. Nevertheless, further observation was required. Fury silently acknowledged this. He was never one to hastily arrive at conclusions. Having devised a plan for Lonnie, Fury raised his gaze. "Now that you have returned, what are your intentions?" Lonnie, having returned from outer space, chose not to resist S.H.I.E.L.D. as they escorted him back to headquarters, indicating that he had his own agenda. "I intend to remain with the agency," Lonnie replied. He indeed had his own motives. Staying with S.H.I.E.L.D. would grant him immediate access to crucial information, allowing him to be timely present in situations requiring his assistance. Furthermore, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Lonnie could leverage the agency's resources to seek the Reality Stone. Before departing, the Soul Stone had informed him that Earth is the center of the universe, and that the other 5 Infinity Stones would inevitably gravitate towards it, ultimately converging on Earth one day. "Very well, you recluse," Fury nodded in agreement. "I shall transfer you from the Research Department to the Operations Department, retaining your level of clearance." Chapter 159. Farewell, Tony. Ronnie had no objections to Fury's arrangement. Given his unique physical condition, even with profound knowledge, Fury would no longer allow him to engage with the Tesseract. Although Ronnie now understood that the Tesseract was one of the Infinity Stones, specifically the Space Stone, his interest in it was rather minimal, and he chose not to voice any concerns. His reassignment to the Operations Department, while necessitating attendance and task completion, also meant that he retained his Level 7 clearance. signifying that Ronnie was now a level 7 agent, one rank above Coulson. Fury's decision to handle Ronnie in this manner was predicated on the latter's formidable capabilities. Currently, aside from city-level nuclear weapons, the most powerful weapon at S.H.I.E.L.D. was the Tesseract energy cannon that Ronnie had left behind, which was insufficient to eliminate Venom. Furthermore, Venom had not engaged in large-scale slaughter since the rampage on 5th Avenue 17 years prior, and even then, it was only against those deserving of such fate. 17 years ago, Venom was in control. Now, it was Ronnie who held the reins. The two were not the same, and Fury understood this distinction. It was precisely for this reason that Fury decided to reintegrate Ronnie into S.H.I.E.L.D. After a period of observation in the operations department, should all go well, he would formally join the Avengers. However, Fury set forth a clear stipulation: Ronnie must not disclose his identity. The fact that Ronnie was Venom was known only to the agents involved in that particular battle and the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was largely thanks to H.I.L.'s foresight in securing the information beforehand. Thus, apart from the World Security Council, only individuals with level 9 and level 10 clearance could be privy to the secret of Ronnie's identity as Venom. Ronnie's file was classified as level 9 top secret by Fury, accessible only to those with level 9 and 10 clearance. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there were only 2 individuals with level 10 clearance: the current director, Fury, and the former director, Alexander Pierce. The number of level 9 clearance holders was limited, totaling no more than 5 individuals, excluding non-S.H.I.E.L.D. members like the president. That reduced the count to just 2. H.I.L.D. and Natasha. Clint and May were only level 8. Among S.H.I.E.L.'s 3 premier agents, only Natasha possessed level 9 clearance. This meant that only 4 individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. could access Ronnie's records. The participants of that fateful battle were all bound by non-disclosure agreements and were under surveillance to ensure the confidentiality of the information, thus preventing any potential panic. As Venom's visage was rather intimidating. Nonetheless, Ronnie continued to remain within S.H.I.E.L.D. on the 3rd day of Ronnie's return. Stark Industries. Shortly after his return, Ronnie made no effort to conceal his whereabouts. By the 3rd day, Tony had learned of it. He called for Ronnie to come to Stark Industries. At the top floor of Stark Tower. "Ah, it has been a while, young boy," Tony remarked upon seeing Ronnie emerge from the elevator, elegantly holding a goblet. Though puzzled by Tony's address, Ronnie felt a surge of joy at their reunion. "I heard you've developed a new type of element to replace the original palladium?" Ronnie inquired, gazing at the triangular arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. "Indeed, thanks to the old man," Tony replied with a smile. "He has been dead for decades, yet still manages to teach me a lesson." Ronnie understood that Tony referred to his father, Howard Stark, one of the greatest physicists of the 20th century. While he may not rival his son's extraordinary intellect, Howard was undoubtedly a brilliant figure in his own right. He was also a co-founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., which explained the organization's considerable interest in Tony. However, the circumstances surrounding Howard's death were rather peculiar. "He died in a car accident? You must be jesting." The founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. succumbing to a car crash? What vehicle could possibly claim the life of someone like Howard? A tank, perhaps? Ronnie speculated. Fury's car. Let's be real. Not even a rocket could destroy it. Even if Howard's vehicle was not on par with Fury's, a fatal accident seems implausible. Ronnie expressed his suspicion that there was more to the story. Yet, after that, there was no further information, and Ronnie had no means to investigate further. Speaking of which, it seemed one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. was named Peggy Carter, Captain America's former love interest. If Ronnie remembered correctly, this Peggy Carter had a niece who also worked for S.H.I.E.L.D., possibly as a level 4 or 5 agent. Speaking of which, it feels like ages since we've seen that guy who resembles Captain America, Venom suddenly remarked. Ah, indeed. It's been a long time since we've seen Steve, Ronnie said, scratching his head in quiet reflection. Since moving to S.H.I.E.L.D., Ronnie and Steve had lost all contact. Well, there he goes again, drifting off, Tony observed, noticing Ronnie's pupils dilate. He cleared his throat twice. pulling Ronnie back from his reverie. You've been out of touch for 3 months. Where have you been? Tony inquired, gesturing for Ronnie to take a seat. Ronnie, feeling no need for formality with Tony, sat down without hesitation. Oh, it's nothing much. They reassigned me from the research department to the operations department. And I had to carry out a mission. Ronnie recounted the explanation Fury had prepared for him. Oh, I thought you might have had a failed confession and were contemplating suicide, Tony remarked nonchalantly. He was not particularly familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D's departments and did not feel strongly about Ronnie's change in position. How do you know about my failed confession? Ronnie questioned, casting a suspicious glance at Tony. It seemed he hadn't shared this incident with anyone else. You told me yourself, Tony replied, regarding Ronnie as if he were a fool. However, upon noticing Ronnie's earnest expression, he promptly added, Jarvis, retrieve the call records from 3 months ago between Ronnie and me. Certainly, sir, came the response. Shortly thereafter, a recording echoed throughout the grand hall. Is our little genius seeking something from me? Tony, I have a question for you. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. The voice was unmistakably his own, stirring an ominous feeling within him. Go ahead. It's like this, ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Upon hearing the entirety of the recording, Ronnie's expression darkened significantly. Venom, I curse you. The precise and articulate Chinese expletive resounded in Ronnie's mind. Surely, who else but Venom could have used Ronnie's phone to make a call and mimic his voice at that time? Can I say this was an accident? Would you believe me? I believe you like I believe a rock. Ronnie retorted. It wasn't intentional, Venom murmured softly. So, it was deliberate then? That's also a possibility. Get lost. Venom chuckled sheepishly, falling silent. Despite Ronnie's furious tirade, he chose to remain unresponsive. Ronnie's boiling rage found no outlet, prompting him to direct his gaze toward a nearby Tony, who was savoring his drink. Suddenly, Tony felt a chill run down his spine, only to discover Ronnie glaring at him intently. What are you up to? I just remembered how radiant your smile was back then, Ronnie grinned, advancing toward Tony. What are you going to do? Tony thought to himself that things were not looking good, and in a flash, he attempted to flee. A tremendous force gripped his shoulder, forcibly pulling him back. Without his Iron Man suit, Tony was merely an ordinary man. Oh, holy shit. The echoes of his anguished cries reverberated from the top of Stark Tower. Today, the pampered Tony experienced the bitter taste of life's hardships. After venting his frustrations, Ronnie looked at Tony, whose face resembled that of a swollen pig, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. He had exercised restraint, ensuring that while Tony appeared miserable, he would bear no lasting injuries. Nevertheless, this ordeal would be sufficient for Tony in the days to come. Just as Ronnie was about to speak, the specialized communication device from S.H.I.E.L.D. in his pocket began to ring. Glancing at the motionless Tony sprawled on the ground, he stepped aside to answer the call. This is Scarab, came the cold voice of Hill. Where are you now? Ronnie's direct superior is Hill, who typically assigns tasks to him. Stark Industries, Ronnie replied candidly. Return to the headquarters immediately. There's a mission. With that, Hill unilaterally terminated the communication. Ronnie was already accustomed to this behavior. He glanced at Tony, greeted him without waiting for a response, and took the elevator away. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the operations department, Hill was waiting for Ronnie's arrival. Ronnie harbored little animosity towards Hill, the very person who nearly caused his demise at the hands of Venom. From a protective standpoint, Hill had committed no error. Neutralizing the threats posed by extraordinary powers is inherently S.H.I.E.L.D's duty. What is the mission? Ronnie inquired as he approached Hill. This is the mission dossier. Hill handed a document to Ronnie. He accepted it, quickly perusing its contents. 3 days prior, in Old Bridge, New Mexico, a rainbow-hued beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a colossal, mysterious emblem and an unliftable hammer. Our personnel have established a perimeter and research facility around the hammer and the emblem. The agency suspects it involves supernatural forces and requires your presence there, Hill informed Ronnie. Having swiftly finished reviewing the dossier, Ronnie asked, What do you need me to do? Nothing. With Coulson on site, he will handle all arrangements. You are solely responsible for the safety of the research facility and the townspeople. Ronnie nodded, glancing at the photograph of the hammer within the document, remaining silent. Dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit, Ronnie sat in the cockpit of the Quinjet, an automatic rifle slung across his back, arms crossed in silence. The pilot in front had no inclination to converse with the esteemed Level 7 operative, focusing intently on flying towards New Mexico. The photograph bore a striking resemblance to Mjolnir. Ronnie pondered quietly. Indeed, it was identical to what we observed in Kamartaj. Venom concurred. During their time in Kamartaj with the Ancient One, Ronnie had absorbed not only combat techniques, but also vast knowledge of the multiverse. Particularly after learning of the existence of actual deities, he had studied Western mythology thoroughly, reviewing all relevant texts from Kamartaj. Mjolnir, known as the Hammer of the Thunder God, is the treasure of Odin's son, Thor Odinson. Originally a collapsed neutron star, it was forged into the hammer imbued with unparalleled divine power. Ronnie murmured softly about Mjolnir's lore. The sudden transportation of the Hammer of the Thunder God from the realm of Asgard via the Bifrost to Earth is highly unusual, Venom remarked with curiosity. Aside from Thor, only the All-Father Odin is capable of wielding Mjolnir. Thor is rarely seen without his hammer, yet now, only the Hammer of the Thunder God is visible, while the god himself remains elusive, which is rather intriguing. The mark mentioned by Hill likely refers to the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that connects to the 9 realms. I suspect that Thor may have arrived on Earth as well. Although it is unclear why he has not sought out his hammer, I still have an intuition that he is indeed present on this planet. Ronnie, deep down, harbors a similar feeling. Let us not dwell on these thoughts for too long. Once we reach Old Bridge Town, all will naturally be revealed. New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. After dropping Ronnie off, the Quinjet returned to headquarters. It wasn't long before Ronnie encountered the head of operations, the high-haired Coulson. Ronnie soon realized that Coulson was not actually bald. He merely had a receding hairline. Ronnie, you've arrived, Coulson greeted with a smile. Yes. What is the situation? Has there been any change with the hammer? Ronnie inquired, embracing Coulson with a grin. The hammer itself remains unchanged, but last night, a few individuals attempted to steal it, Coulson said, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Someone tried to steal the hammer? Ronnie exclaimed, astonished. Yes, one who claimed to be Thor, supposedly Odin's son. He asserted that he could lift the hammer, so I allowed him to try. The outcome was rather predictable, Coulson shrugged. I can't believe I fell for his words. Ronnie smiled knowingly. Thor. It appears to be a version of him who has lost his powers. Can a thunder god who cannot lift his own hammer still be deemed a god? It seems the situation is rather unexpected. A voice of surprise emerged from Venom. Indeed, a thunder god who has lost his powers and cannot lift his hammer. What sort of farce is Odin orchestrating? A tale of a fallen prince? It must be some form of trial. I am quite weary of these tropes found in Chinese fantasy novels, Venom disdainfully remarked. As an avid reader, Venom easily sees through such cliches. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of the great Venom. Where is he now? Ronnie queried. In the confinement chamber. Take me to see him. Are you not going to check the hammer first? Coulson asked, puzzled. Ronnie chuckled and replied, he is far more important than the hammer. Chapter 161. I will pull. I will pull. My hand is broken. In the confinement chamber, a robust man with flowing golden hair was restrained by layers of equipment attached to a chair. He struggled relentlessly, attempting to free himself. Clearly, he was none other than Thor, the thunder god, who had lost his powers. Suddenly, the door to the confinement chamber swung open, and Thor sharply lifted his gaze toward the entrance. A stranger's face came into view. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Thor felt an aura of familiarity emanating from this individual. Though faint and subtle, the sensation was undeniable. Who are you? Thor inquired, fixing his gaze upon Ronnie. Longes Kurobu, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, waved his identification in front of Thor. You claim to be Odin's son, the god of thunder, Thor? Longes inquired. Indeed, Thor affirmed with a nod. I am the deity portrayed in your mythos. Very well, Mr. Thor. Might I inquire as to your purpose on Earth? How did you, a celestial being, come to find yourself in this mortal guise? Longes' words caused Agent Coulson, who stood outside the door, to furrow his brow. What was Longes doing? Did he genuinely believe this man, who appeared merely more muscular than an average individual, was a legendary god? Coulson glanced down at his own slightly defined muscles. He too possessed strength. My father stripped me of my divine power, seized my right to wield Mjolnir, that hammer, and banished me to Midgard, which you call Earth. Thor explained succinctly. Why did he revoke your powers? Longes pressed further. It's of no consequence, Thor replied, shaking his head. If you choose not to divulge, you may find it difficult to leave this place, Longes retorted, reclining back in his chair. Thor's brow knitted in contemplation before he finally spoke. I defied my father's command and ventured into Jotunheim, nearly igniting a war between Asgard and Jotunheim. Longes raised an eyebrow. A war between two great realms? I was not in the wrong. Why must my father punish me thus? Thor slammed his fist on the table in anger. Longes regarded Thor with a steady gaze. The outbreak of war, regardless of righteousness or guilt, results in immense loss of life. Perhaps you believe that violence is the ultimate solution, yet in truth, war and brutality resolve nothing, he articulated slowly. What do you know? Thor scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Longes. Longes, however, was unfazed by Thor's contempt. The arrogant and haughty Thor was hardly likable, and Longes saw no reason to engage with such a person. As one who had thwarted a war capable of annihilating Earth, Longes felt entitled to speak on the matter of war, while Thor, despite his millennia of existence, understood it with the naivety of a child. Stay here if you wish, Longes said, shaking his head as he rose to depart. Hey, you haven't released me yet, Thor shouted. I never claimed I would, Longes replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he exited the confinement room. Bang! Damn it, Thor exclaimed, striking the table in frustration, sinking back into his chair in a huff. Upon leaving the confinement room, Longes was immediately approached by Coulson. Do you believe what he said? Coulson, perceptive as ever, could see that Longes had indeed accepted Thor's words. I do, Longes nodded. Your clearance is insufficient. There are matters you remain unaware of. But Coulson, I can assure you, he is the god of thunder, Thor. Coulson, merely a level 6 agent, lacked the clearance to access information pertaining to Kamartaj. In truth, many agents with sufficient authority remain oblivious to its existence. Kamartaj is akin to a tome hidden deep within a library. Unless one actively seeks it out, even the most qualified will remain unaware. Those who are cognizant of Kamartaj's reality would not hold such unwavering convictions about the world as it stands today. Magic undeniably exists. Does that render mythology illusory? The notion of gods. Coulson furrowed his brow, reluctant to accept this jarring revelation that challenged his worldview. Ronnie patted Coulson on the shoulder, urging him, come, take me to see the hammer. Very well. Coulson collected his thoughts and led Ronnie to the location of Thor's hammer. A prominent mound of earth cradled the hammer, which lay quietly, adorned with enigmatic engravings. Please, everyone step outside, and kindly disable the surveillance system, Ronnie gestured to those present, who were all familiar with his esteemed reputation within S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, the unprecedented transition of a level 7 researcher to a level 7 agent had only amplified Ronnie's notoriety. At that moment, he stood as the highest-ranking individual in S.H.I.E.L.D. Among those present, even Coulson was obliged to heed some of his commands. Once all personnel had vacated the area and the surveillance system confirmed deactivated, Ronnie stepped forward. Coulson remained silent, observing intently. A black, viscous substance began to emanate from Ronnie, enveloping him in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Venom materialized in his stead. A flicker of astonishment crossed Coulson's gaze. This was his first encounter witnessing Ronnie's transformation into Venom, and the spectacle was indeed breathtaking. Venom twisted its neck, glancing back at Coulson, its elongated tongue dripping with saliva. Unfazed, Coulson maintained his calm demeanor as he regarded the creature. Boring, a deep, gravelly voice emanated from Venom. Enough games, let's get on with it, Ronnie's voice echoed. Revealing that he had not spoken, Venom possessed its own consciousness. Coulson contemplated silently, noting that Venom was in control of the body, with Ronnie opting not to intervene. Venom approached Thor's hammer, its crescent-shaped eyes curiously inspecting the artifact reputed to bring peace, yet capable of destruction. With its broad, ebony hands, it grasped the hammer's handle and pulled with all its might. The hammer did not budge. With the other hand also gripping the handle, it attempted once more. With all my strength, Thor's hammer remained steadfast. I refuse to believe this. Venom's crescent eyes widened, adjusting its stance. Clutching the hammer's handle with both hands, it declared, I shall lift it. I shall lift it. I shall lift it. The Mjolnir remained utterly unmoved. Stop trying. This thing weighs as much as a neutron star, Ronnie scoffed. I refuse to believe it. Venom's back erupted with several arms, plunging into the ground, pulling Venom's body outward. I shall pull it. I shall pull it. I shall pull it. Bang. Under Coulson's astonished gaze, Venom's arms snapped in response. Chapter 162. physical enhancement. Ronnie was left dumbfounded, while Coulson was bewildered, and Venom fell into silence. Venom watched as two black, liquid masses slid down from the handle of Mjolnir, having detached from its main body, now leaping towards the original two arms. Damn it, I pulled too hard, my arm broke. After glancing at Mjolnir, it remained steadfast. All right, I've given up. The black liquid surged, reconstructing Venom's severed arm. Once Ronnie and Venom fully merged, despite Ronnie appearing indistinguishable from a human, even bleeding like one, he had transformed into a liquid life form. Much like the T-800 from Terminator, regeneration of severed limbs was a trivial and commonplace affair. Basic skills, nothing extraordinary. You are truly unreliable. Venom suddenly shook his head, emitting Ronnie's voice. This was Ronnie's method to allow clear identification of who was currently in control of their shared body. Clearly, it was Ronnie at the helm now. Ronnie approached Mjolnir, the venom that enveloped him transforming into armor that covered his body. This armor resembled the Venom suit Ronnie once wore in Atlantis. He gazed down at the battle attire, noting the golden inverted V and the white V intersecting at his chest, a tumult of emotions welling within him. Mara, Ronnie whispered softly. Venom, unusually, did not interrupt Ronnie's deep contemplation. As an integral part of Ronnie, Venom could profoundly sense Ronnie's feelings for Mara. Every individual harbors a unique sentiment towards their first love. Even if love fades, few can truly forget their initial romance. Mara was not merely Ronnie's first love, she was also his legitimate wife. Having been married in a grand manner, she was Ronnie's wife first and foremost, and only thereafter the Queen of Atlantis. In a world filled with countless individuals, encountering someone who both loves and is loved in return is a rare and precious occurrence. Cherish the ones before you. Do not wait until they are lost to feel regret. Closing his eyes, Ronnie paused for several breaths before reopening them, the complex emotions replaced by a serene calm. The armored hand grasped the handle of Thor's hammer, as black threads surged from Ronnie's palm into the intricate patterns adorning the hammer's body. The moment the liquid black essence enveloped the engravings, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A divine seed nestled in Ronnie's forehead suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, the mysterious markings on Thor's hammer repelled the flowing darkness, revealing its original form. The bright white luminescence flickered upon the hammer, as an invisible and colorless force surged through Ronnie's arm, which remained firmly clasped around the hammer. Ronnie's pupils dilated, and the divine seed at his brow fervently absorbed the power emanating from Mjolnir. In Asgard, upon the Rainbow Bridge, a figure pondered. The guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, gazed into the distance towards Ronnie on Earth, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the cosmos, filled with astonishment and suspicion. No, that cannot be right. There is not a trace of divine energy emanating from him. He cannot be a god. Heimdall swiftly dismissed this notion. His senses did not deceive him. Ronnie bore no signs of divine power. He was undoubtedly a Midgardian. Yet, how could a mere Midgardian awaken the latent divine energy within Mjolnir? Heimdall found himself perplexed. Only deities wield divine power. Mortals, even when aided by artifacts, could not command such force. In simpler terms, the hierarchy of divine power is far beyond mortal comprehension. Unable to unravel the mystery, Heimdall continued to observe this extraordinary mortal capable of harnessing divine energy. In Kamartaj, as the divine seed within Ronnie stirred the power of Thor's hammer, the ancient sorceress, the Ancient One, sensed the disturbance from afar in Kathmandu. Since Ronnie's return to Earth, she had directed a portion of her attention towards him. This time, Ronnie's transformation was more palpable to her. The lineage of the Supreme Sorcerer was unparalleled in the realm of mental exploration. Though Ronnie appeared unchanged after 3 months, his mental state had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Previously, he lacked the qualification to learn magic due to insufficient mental strength. Now, however, his mental fortitude had reached a level suitable for inheriting the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. Nevertheless, the Ancient One had no intention of allowing Ronnie to receive the legacy of magic. He had embarked upon the path of divinity. Hastily introducing him to magic would only lead to his downfall. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Closing the tome in her hands, she waved her hand casually, conjuring a mystical mirror before her. Within the reflection, Ronnie was undergoing a baptism of divine power. This child truly possesses remarkable fortune, the Ancient One murmured with a smile. Initially, she had believed that Ronnie would not experience the divine baptism until his divine awakening, but it now seemed that such a weight was unnecessary. Having merely cast a fleeting glance at Ancient One, Lonnie no longer focused on the venom. The path to becoming a formidable force necessitates personal exploration. Her role is solely to guide. In New Mexico, in the town of Old Bridge, the venomous armor enveloping Lonnie receded back into his being, a radiant white light enshrouding him. The dazzling brilliance was so intense that Coulson could scarcely open his eyes, and soon after, a gentle power propelled him away. This soft force surged within Lonnie, transforming his physique and fortifying his cells. The venom, now an integral part of Lonnie, was also enhanced through this divine baptism. However, in contrast to Lonnie's physical augmentation, the venom's enhancement was more inclined towards the spiritual realm. The luminous white light persisted, gradually amplifying Lonnie's constitution, leading him further along an inhuman path. Once the venom completely merged with Lonnie, his inherent combat prowess had already exceeded human limits. Now, further empowered by the divine essence within Thor's hammer, he was evolving towards a state akin to Hulk's. The brilliant white light enveloped him like a colossal cocoon, intertwining with white energy to remodel his body and strengthen his genes and cells. Time became a nebulous concept as the mysterious patterns on Thor's hammer dimmed, the surging divine power gradually receding back into the hammer. The radiant white glow surrounding Lonnie faded, revealing his original form. The divine seed nestled in his brow also retreated within him. All returned to tranquility. Chapter 163. The Chitauri. Lonnie's eyes slowly opened, a faint golden light flickering in his pupils. Just moments ago, during the divine baptism, he seemed to grasp the essence of divinity, yet it felt as though he had perceived nothing at all. This sense of loss was rather disheartening. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his body brought him joy. Lonnie extended his right hand, and black liquid surged forth. The visage of Venom soon manifested in the world, subsequently morphing into Lonnie clad in the venomous armor. Lonnie frowned at this transformation. Why do I appear as a complete entity? It feels as though I cannot contend with the current you, he mused. Venom responded with curiosity. I feel the same. Lonnie nodded in agreement, acknowledging that upon transforming fully into Venom, he sensed that he was not a match for the present version of himself. It matters not. After all, I have grown stronger. Venom seemed unconcerned, viewing the enhancement as a positive development, indifferent to the implications. However, Lonnie could not afford to disregard it. A bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Venom had fortified the soul, while Lonnie had strengthened the body. The Venom armor has ascended to become the pinnacle of combat power, while the complete integration has slipped to second place, enhancing its standard combat capabilities. Might this be the moment when a glimmer of brilliance flickers in the eyes of Ronnie? Meanwhile, amidst the vast, boundless cosmos, countless life-bearing planets exist. Earth is by no means the sole entity in this expanse, nor is it among the few. HYDRA is a planet entirely dominated by oceans. Unlike Earth, HYDRA possesses only water, with no substantial land masses. Even if there are land formations, they amount to mere small islands of less than 1,000 square meters, insufficient for sustainable habitation. The Xytarians, being aquatic beings, lack the ability to traverse solid ground. Once they leave the ocean, survival becomes impossible. Originally, the Xytarians were content in their oceanic realm, but as time progressed, the resources of HYDRA have been declared depleted. The immense population of Xytarians has consumed resources at an unsustainable rate, leaving them in dire straits. Migration has become imperative. Yet, the societal structure of the Xytarians remains entrenched in a feudal era, with a woefully inadequate technological advancement, rendering interstellar travel an impossibility. This has plunged the Xytarians into despair. Violence and thievery plague the entirety of HYDRA, the planet spiraling into utter chaos, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. However, hope emerges from the shadows. On a small island of HYDRA, a towering figure clad in golden armor stands resolute. This individual, with his mere presence, exudes an intangible aura of oppression. Upon closer inspection, one finds him to be a colossus, approximately 3 meters tall, with purple skin and a chin reminiscent of a whale's baleen. His entire head resembles a grand purple yam. Before this golden-armored giant kneels a being of deep blue skin, the king of the Xytarians, King HYDRA. I comprehend your intent, the king speaks slowly, his voice rich with magnetic authority. Yet, you are aware, King HYDRA, that every acquisition in this world demands a price. I understand, Lord Thanos, proclaims King HYDRA, prostrating himself, his forehead pressed against the ground. "We, the Zetarians, shall offer you our eternal loyalty." "Excellent." The giant known as Thanos reveals a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, a colossal spacecraft materializes above the island. Compared to this vessel, the royal ships of Atlantis appear trifling. Neither in appearance nor in size can they be compared. This spacecraft had evidently been present all along, merely concealed by an invisibility device, unnoticed by the world. Boom. A beam of blue light descended between Thanos and King HYDRA, revealing a peculiar set of combat suits and a system. This is an exoskeleton device system and combat suit. HYDRA can leave the ocean with these suits, Thanos proclaimed. The power system of the combat suit can be affixed to a spaceship, serving as the central mothership. Soldiers donned in the combat suits will be remotely controlled by the mainframe of the mothership. He gestured towards another device beside the exoskeleton apparatus, addressing Thanos. King HYDRA gazed at the two devices, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. This is the hope for the rise of HYDRA. However, should the mothership explode, the exoskeleton system would lose its command signal and become incapacitated. If your men are on land at that moment, they will perish instantly. King HYDRA nodded, dismissing the concern. As long as we protect the central mothership, this minor flaw pales in comparison to its benefits. I shall entrust you with the technology of this exoskeleton device. Arm yourself swiftly. My subordinates must not be worthless. Thanos' calm words carried a chilling undertone. A sudden realization struck King HYDRA. The ease with which Thanos relinquished such a seemingly precious exoskeleton device indicated that he was no ordinary foe. The uncertainty of aligning with Thanos lingered. Was it a blessing or a curse? Yet, with the technology of the exoskeleton device, their mounts, the Leviathan whales, could be outfitted with power armor, transforming them into formidable battleships. By hollowing out the air sacs of the great whales and installing buoyancy devices, they could be converted into vessels capable of both offense and defense, as well as transporting troops. In that instant, King HYDRA envisioned the myriad possibilities offered by the exoskeleton device. Their magnificent Leviathan, known for its colossal size, would be perfectly suited for transformation into a Leviathan battleship. "Thank you, my lord," King HYDRA exclaimed with gratitude. "Indeed," Thanos replied with a casual nod. "Hasten your research. I look forward to the day you become a great force under my command." The enticing tone of his voice stirred a sense of exhilaration within King HYDRA. "I shall not disappoint Lord Thanos." He could not help but shout. Thanos chuckled softly as a blue beam enveloped him, lifting him into the cosmos. "I await that day. And remember, call me Thanos." The blue beam absorbed his form into the spaceship, which roared to life, soaring into the heavens. King HYDRA gazed upward as the cosmic vessel ascended. Thanos lowered his head, his gaze returning to the two devices, while a glimmer of ambition sparkled in King HYDRA's eyes. Chapter 164. Deceiving Eric Selvig, Earth, New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. It was the third day since Ronnie's arrival in Old Bridge Town. He sat in the town's only restaurant that could be deemed a fine establishment, sharing breakfast with Coulson. Surprisingly, despite the modest size of the place, the food was quite delightful. As Ronnie took a bite of his sandwich, he remarked, "Indeed, it's quite good." Coulson chuckled. "Nevertheless, I still prefer the Chinese delicacies you prepare." "Ronnie, variety is the spice of life. Western cuisine has its own charm," Ronnie responded. "That's a valid point," Coulson agreed, sipping his coffee. "Yesterday, we captured 3 individuals attempting to rescue Thor, 2 scientists, and an assistant. Quite an unusual combination." Ronnie had previously advised Coulson to be vigilant and ensure that no one succeeded in liberating Thor. Heeding Ronnie's warning, Coulson had heightened security and deployed additional personnel. Remarkably, they had indeed apprehended them. However, the trio, a senior gentleman and 2 women, seemed ill-equipped for any combat, lacking the necessary skills to mount a serious rescue against S.H.I.E.L.D scientists. "Intriguing. Do we have any information on them?" Ronnie inquired, his curiosity piqued. Coulson wiped his hands and retrieved his phone, tapping the screen a few times. "Here you go." Ronnie opened the document sent by Coulson and began to peruse the details. Fascinating. 2 astrophysicists and an assistant, Eric Selvig, Jane Foster, and Daisy. While the 2 women were undeniably attractive, especially Jane, whose beauty was striking, Ronnie's attention was drawn to the elderly gentleman. Eric Selvig. There was something intriguing about him. Ronnie examined Eric's published papers and works, his interest deepening. Is there something amiss? Coulson noticed the shift in Ronnie's demeanor and inquired. This individual possesses considerable intrigue. I should pay him a visit. He might assist the agency with its recent challenges. Ronnie handed Coulson the photo of Eric from his phone. Assist with recent challenges? Coulson pondered, recalling that the Tesseract project had seemingly stalled since Ronnie's departure. This Eric appears to be an astrophysicist as well. If that's the case, he is currently in the holding cell. We should head there at once. Coulson's enthusiasm was palpable. Patience, allow me to finish my meal, Ronnie replied nonchalantly, signaling Coulson to remain composed. Coulson, however, was anxious. The Tesseract project was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most crucial endeavors. Although Ronnie was present, Fury would not allow him to engage with the Cosmic Cube without absolute assurance. Having lost the research on the Rubik's Cube project, Ronnie found himself ensnared in a stagnation. Suddenly, an obscure astrophysicist emerged, and judging by Ronnie's demeanor, it seemed he could assume the role of lead on the project. This revelation thrilled Coulson. Under Coulson's intense scrutiny, Ronnie had little appetite for leisurely dining. After satisfying his hunger, the two hurried back to the temporary base. In the interrogation room, a man in his 50s named Eric was brought in and seated opposite Ronnie. At first glance, Eric recognized Ronnie immediately. "You are Dr. Ronnie Scarab," he stated, acknowledging the young authority well known in the astrophysics community. "Greetings, Mr. Selvig. I am Ronnie Scarab," Ronnie replied with a smile. "What brings you here?" Eric inquired, puzzled. "I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Ronnie declared, placing his credentials on the table for Eric to see. Eric took them, his gaze lingering on the designation. "Field operations?" Eric exclaimed, surprised to see such a prominent figure in astrophysics relegated away from research. "Due to certain circumstances, I was reassigned from the research division to field operations," Ronnie explained succinctly. "I am here to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Join S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric looked at Ronnie in astonishment, bewildered by the proposition. "I have perused your papers and publications. You are indeed qualified to join S.H.I.E.L.D. But I lack notoriety," Eric countered. "S.H.I.E.L.D. values ability over fame," Ronnie interjected with a grin. "When I was recruited, I too had little renown, merely some recognition in academic circles. However, due to my capabilities, I was entrusted with a highly classified project." A glimmer of intrigue crossed Eric's face. "Achieving fame is quite straightforward with S.H.I.E.L.D. I gained prominence through the agency's initiatives. Although I do not seek the spotlight, I have not resisted when the agency required it. At the tender age of 22, I became an authority in the astrophysics community of the 21st century. Yet, the true authority in physics was not he, but rather a grand stallion. Your abilities are evident from your published works. You possess a unique understanding of astrophysics. You are precisely the talent that S.H.I.E.L.D. urgently requires." Ronnie continued to persuade. "I can assure you that as long as your abilities are sufficient, you shall not be overlooked at S.H.I.E.L.D. While it is true that where there are people, there exists a realm of complexities, this was a unique moment. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly allow Eric to ascend rapidly, becoming a pivotal figure within the agency's research department in a remarkably short span. "Mr. Eric, I trust you do not wish to lead a life of mediocrity," Ronnie asserted, rising to his feet and gazing down at Eric. Under Ronnie's intense scrutiny, Eric fell into a contemplative silence. To join or not to join, the resources and manpower of S.H.I.E.L.D. are unparalleled. Moreover, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s backing, the fruits of his lifelong research could finally be unveiled to the world. While he did not crave fame, he yearned for the world to witness his work and accomplishments. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Eric's mind. He was a man of no influence, merely an ordinary, struggling scientist. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched a figure of Ronnie's stature to invite him was already a significant honor. To refuse would send a chill through him. Their current politeness was a means to avoid conflict. He had no standing to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, I shall join. Chapter 165. The Divide Among Deities, I Shall Join. Upon hearing Eric's declaration, Ronnie broke into a smile. Had Eric been unwilling, It would have posed a considerable dilemma for him. Extending his right hand towards Eric, he welcomed him into S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the entirety of Old Bridge Town. Eric lost his balance and stumbled backward, but Ronnie steadied himself and grasped Eric firmly. The earth continued to quake, the tremors persisting. Venom, where is the source of this disturbance? Ronnie silently pondered. This is not an earthquake. What? Ronnie switched perspectives, and the vibrant world around him transformed into a sensory view. There, immediately upon shifting his perspective, Ronnie noticed a colossal energy entity descending from the west. If he was not mistaken, it was the Bifrost of Asgard. What approaches is a deity, Venom remarked in a low voice. Ronnie narrowed his eyes and murmured, indeed. Boom. The violently shaking ground returned to tranquility, all of this transpiring within mere moments. Bang. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and Coulson strode in briskly. Asgardians have arrived. The Bifrost has left its mark. For individuals, each adorned in distinctive attire, stood upon the imprint left by the Bifrost. Their garb resembled that of ancient warriors, yet their demeanor exuded a unique aura that transcended that of mere mortals. Heimdall brought us here, but where is Thor? Inquired a stout man with a thick beard. There is a small town ahead. Let us investigate, suggested the sole woman among them. Clad in ancient feminine armor, she possessed a remarkable presence and striking beauty, brimming with valor. Listen to Sif, remarked a man clad as a swordsman. Very well. The others voiced no objections and proceeded towards the small town. Suddenly, Sif looked up. Retreat, she warned. The others also noticed the shadow plummeting rapidly from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the shadow landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust and debris were violently thrown into the air, enveloping the surroundings. A figure emerged from the haze. Who are you? Sif inquired, gazing at the figure wielding a silver trident. That question should be directed at you, the figure replied. Raising the trident, its tip aimed directly at the four of them. State your names and origins, outsiders. This individual exudes a sense of danger. The swordsman murmured to his companion. What formidable beings could possibly dwell in Midgard? Scoffed the burly man with a bushy beard, as he retrieved his hefty axe from behind him. I am Volstagg, one of the four warriors of Asgard. Volstagg, why are you telling him this? He wouldn't comprehended, remarked a man wielding a morning star, exasperated. Asgardians, have you come in search of Thor? The figure with the trident lowered his weapon and asked, Do you know where Thor is? Sif stepped forward, her voice laced with excitement. Indeed. Lead us to him. Volstagg's brow furrowed. Why should I guide you? The dismissive tone of their words irritated him. No one enjoys being ordered around, least of all by four apparent weaklings. Indeed, weaklings. The so-called warriors of Asgard raised doubts in his mind regarding their divine status. A bit lacking, perhaps. Mortal, you stand before a deity from the realm of gods, declared Hogun, stepping forward with his morning star. A god? The figure sneered. Let me see just how vast the chasm between deities truly is. With a sudden rush, he vanished from sight, trident in hand, charging towards Hogun. Hogun reacted instantly, fury surging within him. How dare a mere mortal offend a god? He swung his morning star at the approaching figure. With a swift motion, the trident met the morning star in a violent confrontation. The anticipated scenario of the trident being deflected did not unfold. Instead, the power of the trident forced Hogun's weapon aside. With a fierce flick, the trident struck Hogun squarely in the chest. Ugh! The overwhelming force surged into Hogun, blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. So weak. Ronnie furrowed his brow, halting in place as he observed Hogun being propelled backwards. This was no divine being. It felt as though Clint and Natasha could easily handle this fellow. You have just received enhancements. Your strength has amplified, which is why you feel this way. Although this individual cannot overpower you, he is indeed not something a mere human can withstand. Moreover, the trident in your grasp is no ordinary weapon. It can inflict harm upon divine beings, Venom remarked. That is more acceptable, Ronnie nodded in agreement. Such a notion is indeed tolerable. Ronnie was already prepared for the disparity between deities, yet the magnitude of this gap was still somewhat surprising. Hogun was of an entirely different caliber than Hela. The chasm between them could easily accommodate an ocean. Hogun! Vandal exclaimed in astonishment, hastily rushing toward the direction Hogun had been flung. Volstagg and Sif drew their weapons, simultaneously charging towards Ronnie. Ronnie lifted his gaze towards the two, raising his trident as he propelled himself towards Sif. Seeing this, Sif raised her longsword to strike at the incoming trident. The clash resonated with a terrifying force. Sif's expression shifted. This Midgardian possessed immense power. Before she could contemplate further, Lonnie once again lifted his trident and brought it crashing down. Her shield raised, Sif braced herself. Boom. The force of impact sent Sif hurtling away. Even with the shield mitigating much of the power, the residual force still left her reeling. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind Lonnie, the sound of an axe slicing through the air echoing sharply. Lonnie's eyes flickered as he turned to block. Boom. A violent force emanated from the trident, and in an instant, it drove Lonnie's body into the ground. In a contest of strength, Lonnie was utterly defeated. Volstagg, be cautious of his trident. That is no weapon from Midgard, Vandal warned, brandishing a western longsword as he approached Volstagg. It's fine, I've got it handled. Volstagg chuckled, resting the axe against his shoulder. Get back. Sif's voice suddenly rang out. Boom. The ground shook violently as black tendrils erupted from below, catching Vandal and Volstagg off guard and sending them sprawling. Chapter 166. Conversation. A pitch-black figure slowly ascended from the depths. What manner of monster is this? Volstagg gasped in astonishment, staring at Lonnie, who now resembled Venom. Had it not been for Venom wielding the trident, he would never have believed this was the same Midgardian from before. I have long suspected he was not a typical Midgardian, Sif said, supporting Hogan as she approached the two men, her gaze fixed warily on Venom. The ordinary Midgardians are not unfamiliar to her. When has there ever been a Midgardian as formidable as Lonnie? Transforming into Venom, Lonnie observed the three individuals quietly, refraining from launching an attack. With Coulson restraining the others, he was free to engage in combat. It became evident that deities are indeed deities, even with Lonnie's current state of power. Confronting the four knights of the Celestial Palace proved somewhat challenging. However, now that he had attained complete embodiment, these four posed little threat. Pray tell, what brings you here? The trident gestured towards the four, as Lonnie's voice emanated from Venom's mouth. The four knights exchanged glances, contemplating whether he was unwilling to fight. Nonetheless, it was a welcome development. We hail from the esteemed realm of Asgard, the pinnacle of the 9 realms, seeking Prince Thor, who has been exiled to Midgard by Odin. The Allfather, Sif stepped forward to declare. What are the 9 realms? Lonnie inquired, fully aware that they were targeting Thor. Sif exchanged a glance with her companions before turning to explain. The 9 realms collectively refer to the 9 great kingdoms. In the vast cosmos, Odin utilized the world tree to uphold these realms, delineating them into 9 distinct domains. Asgard, where our divine kin reside. Vanaheim, home to the ancient and wise Vanir. Alfheim, the realm of the light elves. Nidavellir, the kingdom of the dwarves. Midgard, which you refer to as Earth, also known as the Midgard. Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants. Svartalfheim, the realm of the dark elves. Hel, the domain of the dead. And finally, Muspelheim, the primordial land of flames. What is the world tree? Lonnie pressed further. Midgard, or Earth, lies at the heart of this world tree. The Soul Stone has stated that Earth is the center of the universe, and it also serves as the heart of this world tree. This revelation is quite intriguing. The world tree is a divine entity that supports the universe. Odin serendipitously encountered it. Under normal circumstances, the world tree would remain elusive, as it upholds the cosmos and maintains its proper functioning. Lonnie interrupted Sif, expressing his disinterest in the world tree. Thor is in our possession, but he cannot yet be handed over to you. The dark, liquid form enveloping Lonnie receded, revealing his original appearance. Is the hammer of thunder in your possession? Sif continued to inquire. It is, he replied, casting a glance at the remaining 3. Follow me. With that, Lonnie turned and walked away. The 4 knights exchanged looks before deciding to follow. In the temporary base, the situation in the divine realm was dire. Odin had entered Odin's sleep, leaving the reins of power in Loki's hands. Currently, all of Asgard lay under Loki's dominion. Thor, as the primary heir to Asgard, would not be allowed to return. As Loki sought the throne, Hogan, who had regained some strength, spoke up. The 4 knights of the Celestial Palace, along with Lonnie, Coulson, and Thor, sat in the interrogation room. Lonnie refused to release them. Their only chance to see Thor lay in this predicament. Has Loki seized power? Thor exclaimed, his eyes widening. Indeed. Sif nodded affirmatively. Odin has entered the Odin sleep and entrusted Gungnir to Loki. At this, Lonnie raised an eyebrow. The eternal spear, Gungnir. renowned as the supreme artifact of causality, was Odin's divine weapon. One could only wonder how much of its power Loki could wield. Thor, though not foolish, was somewhat blunt. Connecting Loki's past actions, he began to grasp the entire situation. With a resounding bang, he slammed his fist onto the table, fury evident in his gaze. Loki. His ambition is the throne of Asgard, and as the rightful heir, he will never allow me to return to Asgard. Volstagg interjected. Thor let out a bitter laugh. I have become a mere mortal, unable to lift Mjolnir. Even if I wish to return, I am powerless. Besides, my father has yet to forgive me. I have no face to go back. During this period, Jane had spoken to him extensively, and Thor had come to understand his mistakes. As Ronnie had previously stated, war and violence resolve nothing. Violence only bred hatred, and war brought forth nothing but bloodshed. The four fell into silence upon hearing Thor's words. Indeed, Thor, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder, was an invincible warrior across the 9 realms. Without it, he was but a powerless mortal. Even if he returned to Asgard without Mjolnir, he would be of no consequence. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. With a light chuckle, Ronnie's disdainful gaze swept over the 5. What is so amusing? Thor frowned as he inquired. Coulson had remained silent, likely aware of Ronnie's intentions. The legendary god of thunder. I find him rather unimpressive, Ronnie scoffed. If I regain my divine powers, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength is. Thor narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Ronnie. Regain your powers? No, no, no. It is impossible for you to restore your divinity, Ronnie taunted, waving a finger before Thor. Having lost Mjolnir, you have forfeited your powers, reduced to a mere mortal. What can you possibly achieve? Ronnie sneered. Thor fell silent, refraining from countering Ronnie's jibe. If only he had Mjolnir. Sif couldn't bear Ronnie's mockery of Thor and spoke up. If he had Mjolnir? Ronnie turned to face Sif. With Mjolnir, he is the god of thunder. Without it, merely a mortal. I suggest he be renamed from god of thunder to merely the hammer's fool, Ronnie derided. Without the hammer of Thor, one falls into despair, questioning oneself and losing confidence. The so-called divinity is indeed fragile. Thor clenched his hands tightly, remaining silent. The hammer of the thunder god is known as Mjolnir, but now it is referred to as the thunder goddess hammer. Do you know why? Loki approached Thor, bending down to inquire. Why? Thor lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Loki. Because you are the one who has forged the thunder goddess hammer, rather than it forming you. Mjolnir has become the thunder goddess hammer because of you, yet you did not ascend to divinity because of Mjolnir. Chapter 167. The arrival of the destroyer. Loki's words struck Thor's heart like a heavy hammer, shattering the already fragmented walls of his spirit. It was not Mjolnir that had made him. Rather, he had made Mjolnir. Loki stood upright, patting Coulson on the back. The two rose to depart, leaving the space to the Asgardians. Are you prepared to assist him? Coulson lit a cigarette, offering one to Loki. I do not smoke, Loki declined. A drink now and then poses no issue, but cigarettes are not to be touched by him. Thor would inevitably regain his power. Odin had cast him down to earth merely because of his previous arrogance, an unfit character for a wise ruler. Odin had sent him to earth to temper his nature. Is the hammer a test as well? Why not? Do you truly believe anyone can lift the thunder goddess hammer? That thing is forged from a neutron star, with a weight equivalent to an actual planet. Coulson gazed at Loki in astonishment. What? Forged from a neutron star? Is it the same neutron star I know? Do not be so shocked. There are many wondrous things in this world. Loki chuckled, shaking his head. Earth is facing one disaster after another. Coulson exhaled a ring of smoke, which slowly dissipated into the air, vanishing without a trace. All we can do is strive to protect her. After all, it is our shared home. Asgard, the treasure vault of the underworld. Loki, wielding the spear Gungnir, a symbol of Asgardian power, stepped into Odin's treasury located in the underworld. He walked directly to a deep blue box placed at the farthest end of the vault. Within this deep blue box, a dark blue liquid surged continuously, its movement noticeably quickening as Loki drew near. This is the ice box, the treasure of Jotunheim. As the child of Laufey, the leader of the frost giants, Loki had gained his mother's trust through the life of his biological father, seizing the power of Asgard. Loki caressed the icebox, his thoughts drifting back to a recent time. It was then that Loki had arrived in Jotunheim to find Laufey. He pledged to return the frost box to Laufey, under the condition that Laufey would slay Odin. The prospect of vanquishing an old adversary while reclaiming the treasured frost box of Jotunheim naturally delighted Laufey. However, he underestimated Loki's ruthlessness. Upon leading the frost giants to the realm of the gods, he was met with death. Regaining his composure, Loki tightened his grip on Gungnir. This legendary weapon, even at a fraction of its full power, could effortlessly obliterate Laufey, the leader of the frost giants. The might of this eternal spear was thus evident. Loki redirected his gaze from the frost box, bypassing it to approach a softly glowing white light emanating from behind it, where a series of black chains were bound against the wall ahead. With a decisive strike of Gungnir against the ground, the black chains were consumed by the white light. And soon after, a towering giant clad in silver-white armor emerged from the wall. Loki gazed up at the giant and slowly commanded, "Proceed to Midgard and eliminate Thor." The giant's eyes ignited with a fierce glow before settling into a calm demeanor. In New Mexico, in the town of Old Bridge, Ronnie sat atop the temporary base's rooftop, holding a photograph of Mira, lost in silence. He gazed at Mira's image in the photo and softly called her name, as if this would bridge the distance between them. A dark, viscous substance began to seep onto Ronnie's shoulder, a miniature version of Venom materializing there. Venom lounged casually, crossing its legs. "I once read an article on a software platform," it remarked. Ronnie remained silent, his gaze still fixed on the photograph. "When you miss someone, take a deep breath and look up at the sky. If she is also thinking of you, you will see her in the starlit sky," Venom continued. Ronnie's expression shifted slightly. Though he remained mute, he took a deep breath. "What are you doing?" Venom's crescent-shaped eyes widened. "It's daytime, buddy. Where's the starry sky?" Suddenly halting his breathing, Ronnie turned to look at Venom on his shoulder, exasperated. "Why are you telling me this nonsense in broad daylight? Can't you say something more fitting?" "Don't lose heart," Venom said, rising from Ronnie's shoulder and playfully patting his face. Although it was a firm gesture, it felt more like a tickle than a strike. "While the reality stone may be elusive, there is still hope. We will remain on Earth. Sooner or later, we will encounter the reality stone." Ronnie nodded, turning back to the photograph. "I will strive to become a true deity, waiting for your return." Venom scoffed. "Ever since this guy returned from Atlantis, he has been acting like a complete fool. Whenever there is a moment of leisure, I find myself gazing at that wretched photograph, pondering its allure, yet offering no companionship to it. Alas, now that my son has taken a wife, he seems to have forgotten his father." Venom shook his head in frustration, akin to a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil, as he prepared to retrieve his miniature phone for some distraction. This device, crafted from PIM particles, proved rather practical, despite both Ronnie and Venom being oblivious to its peculiar origin. As Venom extracted the diminutive phone from his pocket dimension and powered it on, a thunderous rumble resonated through the ground. In a moment of misfortune, the device slipped from his grasp, and Ronnie, perched at the edge of the rooftop, watched in dismay as it plummeted. In an instant, the tremors subsided, leaving Venom in a state of disbelief, his right hand now empty. Blinking his crescent-shaped eyes, he mused, "Oh dear, has my phone truly fallen? From the 5th floor?" No less. Ronnie, having tucked away the photograph, shifted his gaze towards the vanishing Rainbow Bridge. In that moment, his pupils constricted sharply, transforming into a singular white orb with a dark center, granting him the ability to perceive distant happenings. What was that? Ronnie furrowed his brow, observing as the silver-armored giant, summoned by Loki from the underworld, emerged from the mark of the Rainbow Bridge, steadily advancing towards Old Bridge Town. "What do I care what it is?" Venom, perched upon Ronnie's shoulder, stood up, his voice brimming with barely contained fury. "I shall dismantle it, reduce it to mere fragments. How dare it destroy my phone?" Ronnie grimaced as black, viscous fluid surged forth, enveloping him, revealing Venom's imposing visage. With a powerful leap, Venom vanished into the confines of the building. Chapter 168. The battle against the Destroyer. By the time Venom arrived, the silver-armored giant had already engaged in combat with the 4 horsemen of the Celestial Palace and agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. With a resounding crash, Volstag's form slammed heavily against the ground, as the giant's eyes ignited with a destructive energy that erupted forth in a blinding beam. Boom! Everything in the path of that energy beam was obliterated. Venom strode purposefully to Volstag's side, assisting him to his feet. "What is happening? What manner of creature is this?" Venom's voice resonated with a deep, gravelly timbre. Volstagg, upon recognizing Venom, hastily responded, "This is the Destroyer, the guardian of Odin's treasury, possessing the power to slay gods. It is far too formidable, We are no match for it. The destroyer? Venom lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the entity before him. Sif and the others, along with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, were embroiled in relentless combat with the destroyer, yet its destructive capacity was clearly on an entirely different plane. With a swift motion, Venom transformed his hands into razor-sharp claws, ready to join the fray. Though Vorstag did not come into direct contact with the 10 claws radiating a chilling aura, the mere proximity allowed him to sense the cold emanating from them. He had no doubt that these claws could rend him into pieces. The crowd was too dense. Lonnie could not reveal his identity as Venom. The trident was too conspicuous to wield. He was uncertain if it could breach the destroyer's defenses. While Lonnie pondered with a furrowed brow, Venom surged forth. It was now Venom's time to dominate. Boom! Venom leaped high, the explosive sound of his feet striking the ground instantly capturing the destroyer's attention. Sizzle! Venom's form materialized before the destroyer, his sharp claws sparking against the destroyer's chest. However, these claws, capable of piercing the Hulk's skin, merely scraped the surface of the destroyer, yielding no substantial damage. Bang! The destroyer unleashed a powerful kick, striking Venom in the abdomen. Whoosh! Venom's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground before twisting midair, his claws embedding into the earth to stabilize his flight. Tough skin. Venom's raspy voice echoed. No, this must not be the destroyer's inherent defense. It must be the influence of divine power, counteracting your assault. Lonnie communicated within Venom. What should we do? Venom inquired. The trident bestowed upon him by Ancient One possesses the power to dismantle divine bodies. Wielding it might allow a confrontation with the destroyer. I shall take over, Lonnie asserted, seizing control of the body. Vandal stepped forward, his longsword thrusting fiercely toward the destroyer. The destroyer did not flinch. Clang! As expected, the sword struck the destroyer's form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The destroyer extended his right hand toward Vandal, reaching to grasp him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure darted in from the side. Hogan swung his mace with ferocity, the weapon howling through the air as it struck the destroyer. Bang! The destroyer staggered back from the unexpected assault. At that moment, Sif leaped from the rooftop, both hands tightly gripping the sword's hilt. Flish! The sword plunged deep into the destroyer's shoulder. Bang! Before Sif could revel in her success, the destroyer seized her and hurled her away with great force. Uft! He yanked the sword from his shoulder and casually discarded it. The destroyer's head turned towards Sif's position, his pupils glowing as energy began to coalesce. Sif, alarmed, hastily scrambled to her feet. Boom! A radiant beam of energy erupted towards Sif with tremendous force. With no means of evasion, Sif raised her hands to shield her head. In that instant, a black whip suddenly ensnared her around the waist. Subsequently, the whip yanked Sif's body away. Boom! The energy beam struck the ground violently, creating a terrifyingly large crater. Venom retracted his right hand, now transformed back into a whip, and placed Sif on the ground before charging towards the destroyer. All personnel, provide fire support for Venom. Coulson commanded into the radio, addressing all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present. Initially bewildered by Venom's chaotic entrance, the agents swiftly redirected their firepower towards the destroyer. However, lacking the Tesseract weapon and relying solely on Earth's conventional firearms rendered their attacks nearly inconsequential against the godly might of the destroyer. Suddenly, Venom appeared before the destroyer, his hands coming together to form a formidable hammer that struck the destroyer's head with tremendous force, sending the towering figure crashing to the ground. Black tendrils emerged from Venom's back, retrieving Sif's longsword and returning it to her right hand, which had reverted to its original form. The inky substance enveloped Sif's sword as she lunged fiercely at the prostrate destroyer. Buzz! The destroyer's pupils ignited with a brilliant light, and an energy beam erupted forth without warning. The assault struck Venom directly, sending his form soaring into the air before crashing into a nearby building, leaving his fate uncertain. Observing this, Coulson hurriedly armed himself and dashed towards the site of Venom's fall. The destroyer's eyes dimmed as he rose from the ground, swaying slightly before fixing his gaze on Thor's location and advancing forward. At the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Thor watched the chaotic scenes relayed from the battlefield, his expression darkening. I must go? Upon witnessing Venom being hurled away and remaining motionless after crashing into the building, Thor could no longer remain idle. No. You will die if you go. Jane urgently grasped Thor's arm. The destroyer was sent by Loki to find me. If I perish, it will depart, thus safeguarding the townsfolk and protecting you all, Thor replied earnestly, turning to Jane. Though Jane wished to voice her concerns, the sight of Thor shaking his head silenced her. This calamity was brought upon by me. It is my responsibility to comprehend it, Thor said, placing his hands on Jane's shoulders with a warm smile. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Jane. My time on Earth has brought me joy, a feeling I have not experienced in over 1,000 years. Thor gazed into Jane's eyes, his own lowering, and suddenly embraced her, pressing his lips against hers. I shall be fine. Thor smiled at Jane and turned to depart. Jane watched Thor's retreating figure, her hands tightly clasped together. I must survive. Chapter 169, The Mightiest State versus the Destroyer. Amidst the collapsed ruins, Coulson discovered Venom, trapped beneath a stone pillar. Ronnie, Ronnie. He pounded on Venom's chest, calling out Ronnie's name. Cough, cough. Venom's large white eyes suddenly opened. Had it not been for Coulson's steely composure, he would have surely been startled. It hurts. Ronnie's voice emerged from Venom's mouth. Are you all right? Coulson quickly inquired. I'm fine, I won't die. Venom effortlessly pushed the stone pillar aside and sat up, shaking his dizzy head. Thanks to the divine power of Thor's hammer, Ronnie and Venom had been enhanced. Otherwise, that blow could have severely injured them. Venom withdrew a trident from his chest and grasped it firmly. What are you planning to do? Coulson asked, sensing something amiss. Stop him. The black liquid that enveloped Venom receded, transforming into Venom armor that adhered to Ronnie's form. Now he was in his most powerful state. You will expose yourself. Coulson urgently tried to halt Ronnie. Although he hoped Ronnie could thwart the destroyer, his identity must remain concealed. This will suffice. The black liquid gathered before his face, forming a menacing mask with fangs, obscuring Ronnie's true visage. Before Coulson could speak further, Ronnie's foot trembled, and he charged forward. Coulson's raised hand slowly fell. Your trident is a symbol. Coulson scratched his head in frustration, realizing he had to undertake another confidentiality task. The hush money would be a considerable sum. Just the thought of asking Hill for funds, with her even colder demeanor, made Coulson's expression sour. These days, leading a team is no easy feat. Meanwhile, Ronnie surged forth from the ruins, entering his most powerful state, showcasing a significant enhancement in his attributes. As he sprinted, the black liquid climbed the trident, enveloping the silvery weapon in darkness. Whoosh! The destroyer, moving forward, suddenly turned around as the masked Ronnie lunged forward with his trident. The destroyer's pupils instantly brightened, and a torrent of energy erupted forth, unleashing terrifying power towards the advancing Ronnie. Zzz. The energy beam collided with the trident, and contrary to expectations of an explosion, it was cleaved in two by the trident. Ronnie gripped the trident tightly, advancing step by step. The destroyer took a step forward, the energy within his gaze intensifying once more. Ronnie's advance faltered as he stood poised, trident in hand, ready to confront the destroyer. The scene momentarily descended into a stalemate. With a resounding shout, Volstagg emerged from behind the destroyer, wielding a massive axe that came crashing down upon the creature's chest. A sharp sound echoed as the axe left a moderate gash on the back of the destroyer's neck. However, the significance of Volstagg's intervention lay not in the wound itself, but rather in the brief pause it caused in the destroyer's energy output. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, it was enough to shift the tide of battle. Seizing this opportunity, Ronnie surged forward. The energy beam was swiftly cleaved by his trident, and Ronnie's figure materialized before the destroyer. With a forceful thrust, the trident pierced deep into the destroyer's chest. In a swift motion, Ronnie grasped the trident and, channeling his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the destroyer's torso. The impact was thunderous, propelling the enormous figure of the destroyer backward, crashing it into a building. The structure collapsed with a resounding crash, burying the destroyer beneath the debris. Standing resolute, Ronnie shifted his focus to the ruins, his gaze locking onto the remnants of the destroyer. Just as his eyes fell upon the wreckage, a sense of foreboding struck him. Lowering his head, a wave of dark, viscous energy erupted from his body, coalescing before him into a formidable shield. At that very instant, a beam of energy erupted from the rubble. With a powerful blast, Ronnie was hurled away, his legs carving deep grooves into the ground. The shield gradually disintegrated, reintegrating into his form. As he surveyed the emerging destroyer from the debris, a grave expression settled beneath Ronnie's mask. This adversary was proving to be quite formidable. The voice of Venom echoed in his mind, noting that although the 3 gaping wounds in the destroyer's chest inflicted by the trident had yet to heal, they appeared to have no effect on its mobility. The destroyer is not a living entity. Such injuries are inconsequential, Lonnie remarked. To vanquish this foe, we must dismantle it. Venom suggested. Dismantling it? That will be no easy task, Lonnie replied with a wry smile. Before the two could continue their exchange, the destroyer sprang into action. With a sudden charge, the destroyer advanced, opting not to unleash its energy beam, but rather to close in directly. A flicker of surprise crossed Ronnie's eyes. Yet this suited him perfectly. In hand-to-hand combat, he harbored no fears. He raised his trident to meet the assault. The collision was fierce as Lonnie and the destroyer clashed violently. Meanwhile, Thor had arrived at the battlefield from the temporary base. Who is this individual? That he can contend with the destroyer? Thor gazed in astonishment at Lonnie, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the destroyer. What brings you here? Sif inquired, approaching him. Did not Lonnie instruct you to remain at the temporary base? This matter arose due to my actions, and it is only fitting that I bring it to a resolution, Thor replied gravely. Who is this individual? Well, he is Lonnie. Lonnie? Thor exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Sif. Lonnie is indeed who he is, Sif clarified, though I am uncertain of the circumstances. He has manifested a form far more formidable than his previous monstrous guise. Thor's astonished gaze shifted to Lonnie, who was battling the destroyer in a symbiotic state. He understood all too well the power of the destroyer. While not as formidable as in his prime, the being was nonetheless immensely powerful. How else could it serve as the guardian of Odin's vault? The fact that Lonnie, a native of Midgard, could exchange blows with the destroyer left Thor in a state of disbelief. As Thor absorbed this revelation, the battle raged on, escalating into a fervent clash. The sound of the trident colliding with the limbs of the destroyer echoed like thunder. Lonnie grew increasingly alarmed. Not only was the destroyer's energy assault formidable, but its prowess in close combat was equally impressive. To his surprise, Lonnie found his own strength in hand-to-hand combat was nearly matched, if not slightly inferior, to that of the destroyer. Be cautious. Venom, in a state of mental synchronization, warned Lonnie, but there was scarcely a fraction of a second for him to react. Seizing the moment, the destroyer unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Lonnie's skull, mere centimeters away from impact. Chapter 170, Defeat. With all his might, Lonnie twisted his head to evade the punch that tore through the air with terrifying force. Should this blow connect, he would be rendered incapable of further combat. Despite his timely evasion, the punch struck him. His fist landed heavily on Lonnie's left shoulder, instantly shattering his shoulder bone through the Venom armor. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he stifled the excruciating pain, and with all his strength, he thrust his trident fiercely into the abdomen of the destroyer. The destroyer retaliated, raising its right leg and delivering a brutal kick to Lonnie's midsection. Boom! Lonnie's body was sent flying backward. Not good, Thor exclaimed in alarm. Rushing towards the battlefield. Thor! Sif shouted, following closely behind. Boom! Lonnie crashed heavily onto the ground. The symbiotic energy of Venom surging towards his shattered shoulder in a desperate attempt to mend the injury. However, the kick to his abdomen left him momentarily incapacitated. Struggling to regain his footing. Buzz! The destroyer's pupils glowed ominously, divine power coalescing within its gaze. Duh! Lonnie struggled to rise from the ground. But the weight of the destroyer's foot was overwhelming, leaving him with a sense of inadequacy. Suddenly, a column of energy erupted with a deafening roar, surging directly towards Lonnie, obliterating everything in its path. In an instant, the energy beam reached Lonnie's vicinity. Out of nowhere, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before Lonnie and raising a shield. With a resounding clash, the energy beam struck the shield, yet this figure steadfastly absorbed the onslaught, remaining unshaken by the terrifying force. Lonnie stared in astonishment at the silhouette before him. Captain America? The familiar, form-fitting uniform accentuated his explosive musculature. Complemented by the vibranium shield emblazoned with the American flag, an object Lonnie had often coveted. As the energy beam dissipated, the captain returned to his senses and helped Lonnie to his feet. Are you all right, Lonnie? He inquired with genuine concern. Hearing that voice, Lonnie exclaimed in surprise. Is that you, Steve? Yes, Steve nodded. But now is not the time for conversation. We need to deal with this adversary first. With that, he rose and faced the destroyer. While the vibranium shield was indeed capable of withstanding the energy beam's assault, it required one to endure its tremendous impact. Thanks to Venom's rapid healing, Ronnie's wounds on his left shoulder and abdomen had also mended. He stood tall, now standing shoulder to shoulder with Steve. "How did you come to be here?" Ronnie inquired. "That's a long story," Steve replied. The astonished voice of Venom echoed in Ronnie's mind, marveling at the presence of Captain America. Ronnie, too, was taken aback to discover that his neighbor was indeed the legendary superhero from over 70 years ago. "How have you survived until now?" Ronnie couldn't help but ask. He had read about the super soldier program and knew that the serum did not confer longevity. How could this man still be alive? "We'll discuss that later. Watch out." Steve's eyes flickered, and he swiftly raised his shield. Boom. In the midst of their conversation, the destroyer unleashed another energy beam, which collided with Steve's shield. The force propelled Steve backward, and Ronnie instinctively placed a hand on his back to help absorb some of the impact. As the energy beam faded, Ronnie grasped his trident and charged forward. Steve, regaining his footing, hurled his shield with tremendous force toward the destroyer. The shield struck the adversary's head at an erratic angle, and even the destroyer could not dismiss the raw power of a human at the peak of their abilities. Just as the shield made contact, Ronnie lunged forward, closing in on the destroyer. With both hands firmly gripping the trident, it was forcefully plunged into the neck of the destroyer. The destroyer's pupils dilated, and a torrent of energy erupted forth. Anticipating this, Ronnie swiftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and with renewed vigor, drove the trident deeper into the foe. A sharp crack echoed as Steve raised his hand, striking the destroyer's shield, which rebounded back to him at an impossibly graceful arc. Steve rushed forward, gripping the shield tightly, and brought it down heavily upon the wound at the back of the destroyer's neck that had been cleaved by Volstagg. In Asgard, within the Celestial Palace, Loki squinted, sensing the imminent destruction of the destroyer, his right hand tightening around Gungnir. The spear trembled on the ground, sending forth an invisible wave of golden energy. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted from the destroyer, enveloping it in a kaleidoscope of colors. Alarm bells rang in Ronnie's mind. Without hesitation, he released the trident embedded in the destroyer, and dark strands of energy erupted from him, wrapping him in a protective cocoon. Steve, sensing the impending danger, raised his shield in defense. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force exploded from the destroyer, sending Ronnie and Steve hurtling through the air like cannonballs, crashing into a wall and tumbling into the ruins of the building. The trident lodged in the destroyer's form began to melt under the sheer ferocity of the unleashed power. This seemingly indestructible weapon was being destroyed by the very might of the destroyer. The energy continued to surge, and a vibrant beam of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. In Asgard, Heimdall watched with a grim expression as chaos unfolded in Midgard. Loki had managed to unlock the first layer of the destroyer's seal. Heimdall spoke with gravity. The destroyer was a weapon forged from the collective power of the gods. Its strength was far beyond what had been previously displayed. Due to the overwhelming power of the destroyer, Odin had sealed its might, instituting 3 layers of confinement. Only when all 3 seals were broken could it truly become the god-slaying weapon it was meant to be. The sealed destroyer was merely a formidable quasi-divine being, easily vanquished by Thor with a single blow. However, now, Loki, wielding Gungnir, had discovered the means to unlock the first layer of the destroyer's seal. The destroyer that had its first seal broken was not on the same level as one that remained sealed. The current destroyer was an entity of immense power, and unless Thor could regain his divine strength, victory was unattainable. Yet, a shadow of concern clouded Heimdall's eyes. Odin still lay in his eternal slumber. The destroyer, having unsealed the first layer of its confinement, now emanates an unprecedented power. The oppressive aura it bestows upon Ronnie is nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, the destroyer has transformed into a genuine god-slaying weapon. Chapter 171, The Return of the Thunder God. The destroyer, typically in a sealed state, is more than sufficient to guard the subterranean palace. However, when faced with true power, it proves inadequate. Yet, once the first layer of the seal is lifted, even ordinary deities stand no chance against the destroyer. Should the second layer be unsealed, even if Thor were to regain his divine strength, he would still be no match for the destroyer. As for the third layer, its release would unveil the destroyer's true might, an arsenal infused with the power of the gods, second only to Odin and Asgard's formidable capabilities. Even Hela, the goddess of death imprisoned on Earth, would find herself at a disadvantage against a fully liberated destroyer. However, even merely unsealing the first layer has left Ronnie and his companions feeling utterly powerless. Although Steve has reached the limits of human capability and possesses a vibranium shield that absorbs much of the impact, the destroyer, upon breaking the first seal, is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what he can withstand. In an instant, he lies incapacitated on the ground. In contrast, Ronnie fared slightly better. Despite feeling as if his body were falling apart, he nonetheless struggles to rise. The destroyer strides toward him, recognizing Ronnie as the greater threat, thus prioritizing him over Steve. Venom, it seems we have arrived at a critical juncture once more. Despite the perilous situation, Ronnie remains resolute in his sarcasm, his gaze fixed on the destroyer's every movement. Ever since I teamed up with you, I've been living like this daily. I've grown accustomed to it, Venom scoffs. A smirk graces Ronnie's lips. We shall not perish. I have yet to meet Mira. How could I die now? A son who forgets his father after gaining a wife. What a waste of upbringing. Enough chatter, son, Venom retorts. After exchanging their habitual banter, Ronnie finds some relief from the weight pressing on his heart. Yet, he realizes he cannot afford to perish. With determination, his hands morph into twin blades, crossing over his chest. The destroyer halts a short distance away, its eyes gleaming with ominous intent. In an instant, Ronnie springs into action, charging at the destroyer. In his current state, he knows he cannot withstand a single blow. Thus, he must take the initiative. Fortune favors the bold. However, Ronnie has overlooked a crucial fact. The destroyer, upon unsealing the first layer, is no longer the same entity it once was. The moment Ronnie reaches the destroyer's vicinity, its fist suddenly descends with formidable force. The speed was astonishing. Ronan had no time to react and was struck squarely in the chest. Bam! He was sent crashing to the ground, his gaze fixated on the destroyer. Ronan was taken aback, attempting to evade, but the destroyer planted a foot upon him, the immense force rendering him incapable of escape, forcing him to witness the destroyer's eyes growing ever brighter. Buzz! A beam of energy erupted ferociously from the destroyer's gaze. Suddenly, two arms encircled the destroyer's head from behind, forcibly altering its direction. Whoosh! The energy beam was redirected, landing harmlessly in the void. Thor! Ronan gazed in astonishment at Thor, who had ensnared the destroyer. Run! Thor shouted, his face flushed. He was unable to restrain the destroyer. The destroyer seized Thor from behind and, like a fragile chick, hurled him to the ground with tremendous force. Bam! Cough, cough! The transformation into mortal flesh left Thor severely injured. Upon seeing Thor, the destroyer disregarded Ronan entirely. Thor was its true target. The destroyer lifted its right foot and stomped down violently. Bam! Uft! Thor's eyes widened as blood gushed forth. From Ronan's perspective, Thor's warmth rapidly dissipated. No! Ronan's pupils contracted as he sprang to his feet, colliding with the destroyer's form. The venomous armor on his body shifted, flowing like black liquid into Thor's being. No! The energy required to mend his body is too great. I cannot restore him. The Venom's voice plunged Ronan into despair. Damn it! Thor, pull yourself together. Ronan urged frantically, lifting Thor. Cough, cough. Thor coughed up a pool of blood. It's all right, Ronan. You are right. Thor managed a faint smile. War and violence resolve nothing. I was wrong. If the destroyer kills me, it will depart. Cough, it's all right. Seemingly in response to Thor's words, the destroyer rose from the ground and turned to leave. Salvation cannot be built upon sacrifice. We cannot forsake you for the sake of everyone else. Ronan's gaze pierced through the destroyer, flames of fury igniting within his eyes. Cough, cough. I am no match for you. Thor weakly patted Ronan's shoulder, managing a wry smile. His right hand fell limply. Ronan stared blankly at Thor, who had lost all signs of life. This fellow, has he truly perished? Really dead? According to the cliched script, shouldn't he regain his divine powers at the critical moment? Why has Thor truly died? Why does Ronan inexplicably feel a twinge of sorrow? Thunder rumbled. The sky suddenly darkened. The previously clear expanse of blue was swiftly engulfed by a multitude of ominous clouds. The rumbling of thunder echoed throughout the heavens. The destroyer halted its advance, turning to gaze in the direction of Ronnie, or more precisely, at Thor. Within the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D, the hammer of the thunder god, which had been lying quietly on a mound of earth, suddenly radiated with a brilliant light. and moments later, it burst forth from the confines of the base. Whoosh! Ronnie's keen ears detected a faint sound of rushing air approaching. The seemingly lifeless Thor suddenly raised his right hand. With a decisive clap, he firmly grasped the hammer that was hurtling towards him. Witnessing this moment, Ronnie couldn't help but smile. As I said, the script was not mistaken. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the tumultuous clouds above, illuminating the darkened sky with a brilliant white light as it struck the hammer of the thunder god. A silvery armor quickly enveloped Thor's form, bathing him in the power of thunder as the armor adorned him. Thor's eyes snapped open, lightning flickering within them. With the hammer held aloft, another surge of thunderous energy cascaded down. Clutching the hammer, bathed in the might of the storm, his crimson cloak billowed in the wind. This spectacle heralded the return of the thunder god. Chapter 172, the finale. Asgard, the celestial palace. Thor. Loki gazed at the resurrected Thor with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that Thor would regain his divine powers at such a critical moment. With a sigh, he averted his gaze. There was no need to watch any longer. It was time to await Thor's return. Loki could only unseal the first layer of the destroyer's enchantment, and the now unbound destroyer was no match for Thor. There was no point in continuing to observe. On the other side, Heimdall also witnessed Thor's revival. The moment for quelling the insurrection was at hand. Casting a glance towards the celestial palace, Heimdall's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Earth, New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. Thor, imbued with the power of thunder, faced the destroyer. Although Loki had turned his attention elsewhere, the orders given to the destroyer remained in effect. Upon seeing the seemingly deceased Thor resurrected once more, the destroyer's pupils glimmered with renewed intent, preparing to attempt once more to slay Thor and fulfill its mission. However, the Thor of now was no longer the victim he once was. In response to the glowing eyes of the destroyer, Thor swung the hammer and charged forward. Buzz! A beam of energy erupted from the destroyer's eyes, striking Thor head-on as he surged forward. Sizzle! Without the slightest hesitation, the hammer carved a path, shattering the oncoming energy beam as Thor continued his relentless charge towards the destroyer. In a fleeting moment, Thor had already arrived before the destroyer, his mighty hammer raised high. With a thunderous crash, the gathering storm clouds unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the hammer. The force of the hammer descended with ferocity. The once impenetrable shell of the destroyer crumbled beneath its wrath, reduced to mere scrap metal from head to toe. In a single blow, the once dreaded destroyer, which had nearly slain him and shattered the first layer of its seal, was rendered into ruin by Thor's hammer. Witnessing this spectacle, Ronnie's lips twitched. I recall having scolded him earlier. Perhaps we should make our escape? With such a strike, we are surely doomed. Venom expressed a preference for discretion. Ronnie wholeheartedly agreed. It was not that they lacked strength, but rather that the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. Thor, oblivious to their thoughts, felt an urge to roar toward the heavens, seeking to release the pent-up emotions stemming from reclaiming his divine power after such a long absence. Thor! Jane rushed over, and Thor turned to embrace her. When had these two become intertwined? Venom pondered in bewilderment. How should I know? Ronnie rolled his eyes. A new narrative unfolds. The fallen prince falls in love with a commoner, the king disapproves, and the prince elopes with the maiden. Nay, it should be the fallen prince sacrificing his throne for the sake of his beloved. This notion is not mutually exclusive, is it? Who says it is not? Venom's visage suddenly emerged in Ronnie's mind, eyes wide and teeth bared. I dare you to wager. Let us wager. 100 boxes of chocolate balls. I bet he relinquishes the throne. Agreed. Let us place our bets. The great battle concluded, heralding victory for Earth. Coulson stood silently on the rooftop of the temporary base, gazing at the desolate ruins of the town below. Ronnie approached Coulson, and upon witnessing the town's devastation, he too fell into a somber silence. Did we truly protect them? Coulson removed his sunglasses, staring at the rubble-strewn town. At the very least, we tried, Ronnie replied softly. The townsfolk, driven by a sense of duty, began to join forces in the efforts to rebuild their community, contributing to the restoration of their cherished homeland. We cannot save everyone, but we can strive to save as many as possible. We are not saints, and perfection eludes us, yet we can endeavor to do our utmost. Our responsibility lies in protection, in guardianship. To safeguard this smile, Ronnie gazed towards a corner of the town, where a child wore an innocent smile while nestled beside his mother, who bore a smile that spoke of survival against adversity. It was this smile that he yearned to protect. Duty called, murmured Coulson softly, as he lifted his gaze to the sky, rendered momentarily speechless. Shortly after the great battle, Thor departed Earth alongside the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Although the crisis on Earth was averted, Loki still lingered in Asgard, prompting their swift exit. The following day, Thor returned bearing good news. The rebellion had been quelled, and Odin had awakened from his slumber. However, Thor renounced his claim to the throne, believing himself unworthy of ruling Asgard, especially as he had grown attached to Earth. Thus, he chose to forfeit his royal inheritance. This decision took everyone by surprise, except for those at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York. Ha 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 ha. In his modest room, the diminutive Venom stood on the table, hands on his hips, laughing boisterously. Ronnie sat in a chair beside the table, his expression as dark as coal. Thor is simply incredible. He relinquished the throne without a second thought. When I see him next, I must express my gratitude, perhaps with 100 boxes of chocolate truffles. Ha ha ha, Venom exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter. You can be quiet now. Ronnie's frown deepened. That rascal, Thor, and Venom too, were both incorrigible. 100 boxes of chocolate truffles. What a fortune. Just after purchasing a Lamborghini, Ronnie felt a pang of regret. The salary in the operations department paled in comparison to that of the research sector. While it ranked second among the various departments within the agency, it was nothing compared to his previous annual income of $1 million. The current sum of several hundred thousand was simply insufficient. Accustomed to lavish spending, Ronnie found the prospect of financial constraint unbearable, especially with Venom's insatiable appetite for gourmet food. Anything less than exquisite was beneath him. Although Ronnie considered himself affluent, he feared his Engel coefficient, the proportion of food expenditure to total expenditure generally used to gauge household consumption levels, was likely rising, primarily due to Venom's extravagance. Speaking of which, how many boxes of Ferrero Rocher did he owe Venom now? 200 or 300? Ronnie scratched his head, struggling to recall the mounting debts. Chapter 173, The Avengers Initiative. After spending a few days in seclusion at the agency, Ronnie was summoned by Fury, for Steve had awakened. During the battle in Old Bridge Town, the unleashed power of the Destroyer had rendered Steve unconscious, and he had only just regained consciousness in the medical department, within the intensive care unit where he resided. When Ronnie entered the room, he found it empty except for Steve, who was quietly absorbed in a book. "Steve, I've come to see you," Ronnie announced as he pushed open the door, carrying a basket of fruit. "Ah, Ronnie," Steve replied, setting his book aside. "Please, take a seat." Ronnie placed the fruit basket on a nearby table and settled beside Steve's hospital bed. "If you hadn't arrived just in time a few days ago, I would have bid farewell to this world," Ronnie said with a smile. Had it not been for Steve's timely intervention during the Battle of Old Bridge Town, Ronnie and Venom would have surely met their demise. Thus, it was a fact that Steve had saved Ronnie. "Fury found me and asked me to come assist you." "I arrived just in time," Steve remarked, also smiling. "By the way, how did you come to be with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ronnie inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Also, how have you managed to retain your youthful appearance for over 70 years? The Super Soldier Serum does not possess longevity or beauty-enhancing properties." "That's a long story," Steve began. "Over 70 years ago, after defeating Red Skull, Steve's plane malfunctioned, and he crashed into an ice glacier, becoming frozen for more than 7 decades. It was only a few years ago that S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered him and extracted him from the ice. Initially, Steve was reluctant to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and briefly reunited with his old flame, Peggy Carter, one of the agency's founders, before departing. Subsequently, he and Ronnie became neighbors. During the Battle of Old Bridge Town, Fury located Steve, who was in New York at the time. Upon hearing about Ronnie's situation, Steve did not hesitate, donning the uniform and shield prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. "Thank you," Ronnie expressed once more after hearing all of this. Steve simply smiled in response. "Ronnie, I have reviewed your file," Steve began. Ronnie understood that he was referring to the complete dossier regarding him and Venom. "You are special. You are not like ordinary people. You possess extraordinary abilities and a spirit dedicated to protecting the world," Steve said slowly. "Fury has a plan to assemble a group of individuals with superhuman powers, forming a team of superheroes to safeguard the Earth against external threats. Those who dare to invade our planet shall face our vengeance. The Avengers? Ronnie raised an eyebrow. You are aware of the Avengers initiative? Steve asked, astonished at Ronnie's knowledge. He had just learned of the initiative from Fury himself. To those who threaten Earth, we shall surely retaliate. Ronnie replied, feigning ignorance. This is a name he has heard in a past life, yet it remains unfamiliar here. Upon hearing your description, the name floated to the forefront of my mind. It seems you have a certain affinity with the Avengers, Steve jested. Ronnie chuckled and shook his head. So, Ronnie, do you choose to join the Avengers? Steve inquired. I simply wish to ascertain whether the Avengers fall under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council or are governed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Just because S.H.I.E.L.D. is overseen by the World Security Council does not imply that it is merely a subordinate entity. S.H.I.E.L.D. operates with remarkable independence, unbound by any organization or institution. If the Avengers are under S.H.I.E.L.D's command, then the World Security Council lacks the authority to intervene in Avengers matters. Thus, this formidable force is spared from being wielded as a weapon in political conflicts. To paraphrase a tenet of ancient Roman law, the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal, while S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed managed by the World Security Council. If the Avengers fall under S.H.I.E.L.D's governance, the World Security Council has no standing to interfere. Steve smiled slightly at this. The Avengers are not governed by anyone. S.H.I.E.L.D. merely offers assistance and counsel. The true decision-making power resides with each member of the Avengers. Ronnie gazed at Steve with astonishment. Are you certain? I am. My goodness, the Black Egghead would actually relinquish power? Wait a moment. Has the Avengers initiative been approved? Ronnie suddenly recalled a pressing question. Such a significant plan would certainly require Fury to report to the World Security Council. Not yet. Fury is striving for it. I thought so. A super alliance of extraordinary beings, unrestrained by any authority? Those politicians, so accustomed to wielding control, would never consent. Without a genuine global crisis, I suspect the Avengers initiative will never see the light of day. If what Fury claims is true, once the plan is approved, I shall be a member of the Avengers, Ronnie stated, looking at Steve. Very well. Welcome to the Avengers, Steve replied with a smile, extending his right hand toward Ronnie. Not yet. Let us wait until the plan is approved before welcoming me. Steve scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. In truth, his efforts to persuade Ronnie were largely influenced by the enticing conditions laid out by Fury, leaving Steve with little reason to refuse. Fury, too, found himself in a bind. Inviting Tony? That fellow was unwilling to come. Inviting the Hulk? First, they needed to locate him. Inviting Ronnie? Despite his current association with S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was uncertain about truly securing his commitment to the Avengers. The distinction between the action department and the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D's superpowered division is quite significant. As for the World Security Council, Ronnie would categorically refuse to comply. His psychological evaluations consistently reveal a profound dissatisfaction with the council. To assign him to work under their authority? Absolutely out of the question. In light of Ronnie being the only extraordinary force available to recruit, Fury found himself compelled to alter the original plan and relax the restrictions. Yet, Ronnie's involvement was met with disapproval from the World Security Council, leaving Fury with a headache. Chapter 174. The Reshaped Destroyer. By the way, how many individuals have been confirmed for the Avengers initiative? Ronnie inquired. Including you. There are 4, Steve pondered before responding. Who are they? Natasha, Clint, myself, and you. So apart from you and Steve, everyone else is affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Venom remarked incredulously. I recall that Tony and Banner are also Avengers. Why are they not included? Ronnie questioned, perplexed. It's likely that the timeline has altered due to your presence, Steve suggested. Ronnie shook his head in dismay, regretting not having paid closer attention to the films. Now, with a lack of clarity, he felt truly uncomfortable. Why hadn't Tony invited him? He was certainly qualified to be an Avenger. And what of Banner? The Hulk within him represents a formidable force, Ronnie pressed. Tony is unwilling to join the Avengers, Steve replied with a wry smile. Tony is quite resolute in his stance, displaying no intention whatsoever of becoming an Avenger. And Banner? He vanished 3 months ago following the battle on Fifth Avenue. Fury is currently searching for him, but to no avail. Ronnie nodded. Banner has evaded capture for many years. The military has only managed to locate him on a few occasions. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is more capable than the military, they cannot simply find him at the snap of a finger. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not omniscient. Very well. This Avengers initiative is indeed quite juvenile. Ronnie muttered, his lips curling in disdain. Steve chuckled and nodded in agreement. Asgard, the vault of Odin. Having awakened from his slumber, Odin resumed his place on the throne. Thor declined the immediate succession, necessitating Odin's continued reign over Asgard. Clad in battle armor and wielding Gungnir, Odin was accompanied by a floating mass of twisted metal. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize this mass as the remnants of the destroyer, shattered by Thor's hammer. Odin approached the box of ice, gazing silently at this artifact from Jotunheim. Laufey had been his longtime adversary. Over time, even foes can evoke a sense of sentiment. The sudden demise of Laufey, orchestrated by Loki, left Odin momentarily disoriented. At this moment, Odin could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. The icebox served as the source of Laufey's power. Although Laufey retained considerable strength without it, he was still unable to withstand a single strike from the eternal spear, Gungnir. In days of yore, even when Odin wielded Gungnir and rode the celestial steed Sleipnir to battle against Laufey, who held the icebox, he paid the price of one eye to secure victory. The Odin of that time was indeed at the height of his prowess. This starkly illustrates the vast disparity between Laufey with the icebox and without it. As his single eye regained clarity, Odin emerged from his reverie, bypassing the icebox to stand before the wall where the destroyer resided. With a mere touch of Gungnir to the ground, black chains were engulfed by a radiant white light, causing the white wall to part in the middle, revealing a passage. Odin entered, bearing the remnants of the destroyer. This realm resembled a starry void, existing in tandem with Asgard. Odin positioned the remains of the destroyer before him. A gentle tap of Gungnir upon the remnants triggered what seemed to be a hidden mechanism, causing the shattered remains of the destroyer to tremble. Extending his right hand, the intangible power of Odin surged into the remnants, igniting a spectrum of colors from within. It is essential to note that Odin's power and divine power are not synonymous. Divine power pertains to the strength of deities, whereas Odin's power bears his mark, representing a legacy that can be passed down. Even the formidable goddess Hel draws upon the Odin's power, albeit manifesting as her own divine might. Ultimately, it is still a legacy inherited from Odin. The same applies to Thor. Only through a complete awakening of one's divinity can one truly generate their own divine power. With the guidance of Odin's superior energy, the divine powers concealed within the remnants of the destroyer began to radiate their unique brilliance. A cascade of colors flowed forth as the shattered remnants began to restore and reconstruct themselves bit by bit. Odin remained silent, continuously channeling his power to guide the divine essence within the destroyer, mending its form. The destroyer was a formidable weapon crafted through Odin's painstaking efforts. Though Thor had indeed reduced it to ruin with a single strike, complete annihilation of the destroyer was an impossibility. The essence of the god-slaying destroyer resided within its divine power. As long as the divine power persisted, the destroyer could never truly be destroyed. However, without Odin's guiding force, the other gods would be powerless to reforge the destroyer. After a brief moment, the remnants of the destroyer regained their former stature, towering once more at 3 meters high. The vibrant hues danced across its surface, and its pupils shimmered with brilliance. A terrifying aura surged wildly within this otherworldly realm, causing Odin's robes to billow dramatically. A formidable sense of oppression would render anyone else, even Thor himself, profoundly uncomfortable in this presence. This is the power bestowed by the gods. The liberator of sealed horrors, the destroyer, a being of peak combat prowess second only to the god King Odin among the 9 realms. Odin lowered his right hand, ceasing the flow of his divine energy. The Gungnir in his left hand was transferred to his right, gently tapping the destroyer's chest. The multicolored power of the gods flowed into the destroyer, forming a slowly rotating disk of vibrant hues upon its chest. Another gentle tap caused the radiant disk to vanish into its being, leaving only a silvery exterior. With yet another tap, the destroyer's pupils dimmed, reverting to their original state from its time on Earth. The seals were layered in 3 levels. The first could be undone simply by wielding Gungnir with a basic understanding of its use. However, the second and third layers could only be unraveled by Odin himself. Others, regardless of their possession of Gungnir, would find themselves powerless to break the seals. Odin gazed at the reformed destroyer and sighed softly. Such a divine weapon was a regrettable waste if discarded, yet tasteless if kept. The Nine Realms now enjoyed an era of peace, rendering the destroyer utterly redundant. Yet Odin wished for it to remain so, for its utility would signify the return of conflict among the realms. Casting one last deep glance at the destroyer, Odin turned and departed from this otherworldly space. Let the destroyer continue its vigil here, and may it never again have the chance to re-emerge. Chapter 175, A Reunion with Sky-Earth. Having just concluded the significant operation at Old Bridgetown, Ronnie and Coulson were awarded commendations. Ronnie's record now boasted the completion of a Level 9 mission. Since S.H.I.E.L.D had categorized agents into 10 ranks, mission levels had been similarly classified. Typically, agents at this level could only undertake missions of equal or lesser rank. However, exceptions exist. Given Ronnie's capabilities, his assignments invariably exceeded Level 8. The Old Bridgetown operation was classified as the highest Level 9 mission. There are no Level 10 missions. Level 9 is the apex. This was one of the rare instances of a Level 9 mission being accomplished by S.H.I.E.L.D. Though Coulson was the initial lead on this mission, it had started as a Level 6 assignment. Once it escalated to Level 9, headquarters dispatched Ronnie to assist. Thus, Coulson benefited from Ronnie's success, marking an achievement towards his own Level 8 mission quota, bringing him a step closer to promotion to Level 7. As for Ronnie, already a Level 7 agent, he needed only to complete one more Level 7 mission to ascend to Level 8. In truth, the promotion process within S.H.I.E.L.D. moves swiftly. There is no room for arguments based on seniority. Capability reigns supreme. If you possess the skill, even at the tender age of 6, you could still be elevated to the rank of an Level 8 agent. This is entirely different from the bureaucratic realm where seniority reigns. Here, it is the capable who prevail. In New York, along 3rd Avenue, the revitalized thoroughfare has regained its former vibrancy. Although the reconstruction of 5th Avenue is largely complete, the toll of lives lost during that tragic event was too great to overlook. While the infrastructure has been restored, the population takes time to rebuild. Ronnie finds himself seated in a cafe, idly perusing an online novel. Beside him, a diminutive version of Venom lies languidly next to Ronnie's coffee. Engrossed in surfing the web with a miniature smartphone that Ronnie had procured from a colleague at the agency. Seated in a corner, Venom remains hidden from view. Cloaked in darkness, this miniature phone is rumored to have been crafted from PIM particles. Intrigued, Ronnie inquires further and learns that the PIM particles were the brainchild of a former S.H.I.E.L.D. researcher. However, this scientist eventually departed from the agency and ceased their work on PIM particles. Although the agency has continued its research into this realm of miniature quantum technology, progress has been minimal, leading to a waning of interest over time. The smartphone in Venom's possession, a remnant of the previous researcher's work, is negligible in consumption and does not impede ongoing studies, which is why Ronnie requested it, and it was promptly granted. Propping his chin on his hand, Ronnie stares blankly at the computer screen displaying the online novel. This particular piece hails from a Chinese site and is a fan fiction penned by a struggling author. As he watches this individual's painfully slow updates, Ronnie is suddenly overcome with the urge to send a reminder in the form of a blade. Despite the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean between them, the impulse remains strong. Strangely enough, it was Venom who introduced him to this peculiar practice. Allegedly, Venom had previously leveraged Ronnie's name to send such reminders to a web author from the Middle Kingdom, prompting the individual to hastily update their work. The author's name escapes him. Perhaps it was something like Gue? Regardless, as a consequence of this incident, Ronnie had confiscated 200 boxes of Venom's chocolate balls, leaving a debt of 57 boxes still outstanding. Ah, the sweet satisfaction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The communicator in his pocket vibrates, and Ronnie's vacant gaze instantly sharpens with clarity. He retrieves the device. Hello. I apologize for interrupting your vacation, Ronnie. Phil Coulson? Ronnie responds, slightly taken aback by the voice on the line. Indeed. What is the matter? The information department has reported a breach in the database. We have pinpointed the intruder's location. He is currently nearby, and you are the only one in the vicinity. Very well. Ronnie grimaces slightly, realizing that even during a holiday, relaxation is a luxury he cannot afford. Send me the location. Understood. Upon ending the call, Ronnie soon receives the location coordinates from Coulson. He scans the area, his gaze shifting to the cafe across the street. The audacity of this hacker is truly remarkable, daring to infiltrate the S.H.I.E.L.D. database in a cafe. Ronnie shook his head, suspecting that this hacker was not a specialist in counter-surveillance. A cafe is hardly the ideal venue for a swift escape. Enough of this, it's time to get to work. Ronnie snapped his fingers, sending Venom, who was sprawled across the table, tumbling over. What the hell? Venom exclaimed, scrambling back onto the table after being abruptly toppled. Can't you just speak properly? With its diminutive size, akin to that of a pinky finger, Venom's glare at Ronnie lacked any real intimidation. Hurry up. Ronnie swiftly stowed away his laptop, while Venom, reluctantly, pocketed its phone and merged back into Ronnie's being. You can't even let me enjoy my phone during a break, Venom grumbled as it departed. A youth addicted to the internet, Ronnie entered the cafe with a backpack containing his laptop. His eyes quickly scanned the room, soon locking onto a target, a woman in a hood, seated with her back to the entrance, typing away on her laptop. Ronnie approached her with his briefcase. Excuse me. Miss, may I sit? Ronnie began, only to be interrupted as she lifted her head, causing him to swallow the rest of his sentence. Sky? Ronnie? Their eyes met, and an odd atmosphere enveloped them. You're not here to arrest me, are you? Sky inquired, recalling Ronnie's identity. What do you think? Ronnie replied, taking a seat opposite her. I told you before, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not something you can infiltrate. I had just accessed the database when I was detected, Sky lamented, revealing her frustration. She had spent considerable time honing her skills to breach S.H.I.E.L.D. I was having coffee across the street when I received a call from the agency, informing me of the breach. I warned you repeatedly not to invade S.H.I.E.L.D. and to avoid attracting trouble. All right, I know I was wrong, Sky admitted with a wry smile. So what now? Are you going to take me back? What else would I do? Ronnie rolled his eyes. As a prospective Avenger, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even apprehend a hacker. Now tell me, why did you feel the need to infiltrate the S.H.I.E.L.D. database? I've stressed this to you countless times. Why take such a significant risk? Sky's expression grew contemplative, as if she were pondering her response. Ronnie remained patient, allowing her the time she needed. Chapter 176. The path to becoming a human trafficker grows ever deeper. All right, Sky exhaled slowly, gathering her thoughts. The reason I attempted to breach the S.H.I.E.L.D. database is... She began to recount her motivations in detail. From a tender age, Sky's parents vanished, and for years she has been in search of their whereabouts. In pursuit of this goal, Sky became a hacker and joined an organization known as the Tide, hoping to uncover clues through confidential online information. Recently, she encountered a dilemma, losing her sense of direction in her search. Consequently, she set her sights on the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. However, she has grossly overestimated her own capabilities. What is your father's name? Calvin Szabo. Ronnie nodded, silently committing this name to memory, preparing to investigate further. It is indeed understandable. However, this does not absolve you of guilt, Ronnie remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Sky's expression fell, her face clouded with despair as she pleaded, Must you truly take me back to prison? Had it been any other time, such a stunning beauty lamenting before him would have stirred Ronnie's compassion. However, now, as a married man with a wife who is also a striking beauty, he remained unmoved. Let us dispense with the theatrics. We are old acquaintances, so I shall speak candidly. Infiltrators of S.H.I.E.L.D's database face two possible outcomes. 1. Capture and imprisonment, enduring a lengthy sentence. In severe cases, the death penalty. Sky shuddered at the severity of it all. Is it really that harsh? A death sentence? The second option is to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky retorted. Why do your methods mirror those of the government? Ronnie replied. The government typically adopts one of these two stances towards hackers breaching their databases. Despite their public assertions of handling the situation, they either genuinely take action or assimilate the hacker into their ranks. Though we are not a governmental organization, our structure is quite similar. Individuals with your talents are naturally prioritized for recruitment. And if I refuse? Indeed. Despite our acquaintance, should you ignore my counsel and infiltrate the database? I would have no choice but to take you in. So what is your decision? Ronnie asked, his hands clasped on the table as he regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with calm intensity. S.H.I.E.L.D. fell into a contemplative silence. You resemble a human trafficker. First that elderly scientist, now S.H.I.E.L.D. I suggest you leave the operations department. The human resources department could use your talents. Venom's voice echoed in Ronnie's mind, mockingly criticizing him. Am I not contributing to the organization? Ronnie rolled his eyes in response. Huh, a trafficker. You are the trafficker. I merely pointed S.H.I.E.L.D. towards a viable path. As long as you're satisfied, right? Trafficker. You are the trafficker. Your entire family is composed of traffickers. Ha, foolish. Ha, dimwit. In the midst of an intense internal struggle, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained oblivious to the heated argument unfolding between two individuals seated across from her. Their quarrels were frequent, small disputes every 3 days and significant ones every 5. A day without bickering seemed almost unimaginable. In this peculiar world, their motives eluded her comprehension. May I inquire which department I belong to after joining S.H.I.E.L.D? S.H.I.E.L.D. ventured to ask. Ronnie ceased his verbal sparring with Venom and turned his gaze toward her. Talented hackers like yourself typically find their place in the information department. However, the specifics of your position are ultimately determined by the human resources department, not solely by my operational branch. Operational branch? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes widened in astonishment. Aren't you a scientist? How did you end up in operations? For various reasons. I have transitioned from research to the operational sector, Ronnie replied with a smile. The operational department of S.H.I.E.L.D. must be perilous, she remarked. Perilous? Ronnie recalled the harrowing battles in Old Bridge Town against the Destroyer. It was indeed fraught with danger. Life and death situations were commonplace. There is no denying that agents in the operational department face risks, but I find it rather enjoyable. At the very least, it offers far more freedom than my previous role in research. S.H.I.E.L.D. shook her head, unable to grasp Ronnie's perspective. By the way, Ronnie suddenly exclaimed, I remember that I am qualified to form a team. The members of my team, while also S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, typically carry out missions alongside me. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spirits lifted at this news. Although she had little desire to join S.H.I.E.L.D., the alternative of prison was far less appealing. However, the thought of navigating this unfamiliar world alone was daunting. Teaming up with Ronnie seemed advantageous. Yet, Ronnie's next statement caused her heart to race. But what? S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly inquired. My rank is quite high, and the missions I undertake are exceedingly dangerous. If you accompany me, the likelihood of encountering peril increases significantly, Ronnie explained. He was a level 7 agent, and due to his unique circumstances, most of his assignments involved supernatural elements, tasks that were inherently treacherous. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement could lead to grave consequences. That's all right. I'm merely a hacker, not someone who needs to engage in combat, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied hastily. Ronnie furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing her point. For a hacker like S.H.I.E.L.D., he had not anticipated her to engage directly. Rather, she could provide support from the sidelines. It is not out of the question. So, are you certain about joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and becoming a member of my team? Absolutely. S.H.I.E.L.D. affirmed with conviction. The thought of imprisonment was a formidable deterrent. Who could refuse such an ultimatum? She was resolute. She did not wish to languish in jail. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Ronnie said, smiling as he extended his right hand toward her. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson silently placed the communicator he had just used to contact Ronnie down, his expression a mixture of indescribable emotions. I instructed him to retrieve individuals, yet he, rather unexpectedly, managed to recruit them instead. Coulson remarked, utterly speechless. The experience of transforming a criminal into a colleague is indeed quite peculiar. To add insult to injury, Ronnie shamelessly suggested that he discuss this matter with Hill and submit the information regarding his first team member. Meanwhile, he himself was busy taking his inaugural team member out for a welcoming feast. Goodness, Coulson felt compelled to express a certain sentiment. Nevertheless, given that this fellow had recently resolved 2 significant challenges for the agency, he decided to assist him. Shaking his head, Coulson opened his computer, preparing to organize S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information. Wait a moment. Coulson paused. Eric Selvig was indeed one he had recruited. Within a mere week, another S.H.I.E.L.D. had materialized. Why did it feel as though Ronnie was veering further down the path of becoming a human trafficker? Chapter 177. PIM Technologies. The day following Ronnie's recruitment of S.H.I.E.L.D, the transient S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly discovered the first advantage of joining S.H.I.E.L.D, a spacious residence at no cost. With Ronnie having formed a team, S.H.I.E.L.D allocated a dedicated aircraft for him and his team's missions. In addition, a house was arranged for S.H.I.E.L.D, conveniently located adjacent to Ronnie's dwelling. To facilitate Ronnie's operations, he'll also assign Coulson, an experienced member, to assist him. Well, having a seasoned Coulson on board alleviated some of Ronnie's burdens as the team leader. To further ease the pressure, Ronnie appointed Coulson as the deputy leader of their modest 3-member group, granting him full authority to manage all affairs. Coulson, however, expressed his incredulity. S.H.I.E.L.D remarked that she was still the youngest among them. Regardless of what others thought, Ronnie was certainly enjoying himself. At S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, in Ronnie's residence, there was a sudden, resounding knock at the door, a unique method of summoning that only S.H.I.E.L.D would employ. Typically, one would ring the doorbell, but this individual preferred to pound on the door. Reluctantly rising from the sofa, Ronnie approached and opened the door. As expected, it was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. "Boss, I've found the information you requested," S.H.I.E.L.D stated directly upon entering. "I requested information? What did I ask you to look into?" Ronnie replied, bewildered as he struggled to recall what he had tasked her with. "Oh, it's about the PIM particles," S.H.I.E.L.D clarified, stepping past Ronnie into his abode. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reminder, Ronnie suddenly recalled that this was indeed the topic at hand. "Has there been any progress regarding Hank Pym?" he inquired as he closed the door. Hank Pym is one of the original creators of the PIM particles. Although he ceased his involvement in quantum research after departing from S.H.I.E.L.D, Zhou Dong, or rather, Ronnie, furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. He requested S.H.I.E.L.D to investigate all traces of Hank's activities following his exit from S.H.I.E.L.D. Subsequently, Ronnie allowed the matter to slip from his mind. "I have delved into all information regarding Hank Pym's activities post S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D stated as she sat on the couch, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. He founded PIM Technologies and rapidly advanced the development of PIM particles, establishing himself as a leading force in the quantum domain. However, subsequent internal upheavals led to Hank losing control of PIM Technologies, which was then overseen by his pupil, Darren Cross. He has a daughter named Hope, who is currently Darren's secretary. Did he continue researching PIM particles? Or has he truly ceased his exploration of the quantum realm?" Ronnie inquired as he settled into a seat opposite S.H.I.E.L.D. "While there are no documented records, I uncovered his shopping list," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, turning her computer towards Ronnie. "I consulted with colleagues at the Bureau regarding the materials listed, and they informed me that these items are primarily intended for scientific research, specifically within the microscopic field. I also managed to reach Dr. Tucker, who is now in charge of quantum research at the Bureau, and he confirmed that these materials are indeed essential for studying the quantum domain." Ronnie nodded, his gaze towards S.H.I.E.L.D shifting in appreciation. "Impressive work, S.H.I.E.L.D, he commended. "It's nothing extraordinary," she modestly gestured, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. "It seems you have quickly adapted to your role," Ronnie remarked. "Indeed," S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged. "Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D, I perceived it as a den of peril, inhabited by taciturn agents who solely engaged in their own solitary tasks. Yet, after being compelled to join, I realized how mistaken I was. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D are not as fearsome as I had envisioned. Although they are unparalleled elites, their lifestyles are remarkably akin to those of the general populace. Some clandestinely indulge in video games during work hours. Others arrive late due to lingering in bed, and many are overwhelmed by the pressures of overtime. This place is quite pleasant. I am gradually growing fond of it." "What about Hank's wife?" Ronnie inquired. "I was just about to mention that," S.H.I.E.L.D replied. "The records indicate that his wife passed away long ago, but my access does not permit me to view the cause of death." "Oh," Ronnie raised an eyebrow. Although S.H.I.E.L.D held the rank of a Level 1 agent, her association with Ronnie's team had elevated her to Level 3 access. One should not underestimate the significance of Level 3. It grants the ability to investigate many matters. Ronnie retrieved his notebook, logged out of S.H.I.E.L.D's account, and proceeded to authenticate his own identity within S.H.I.E.L.D. The accounts of S.H.I.E.L.D H.I.L.D. Agents cannot be accessed merely by entering a username and password. They require a facial scan for verification. An elite agent like Ronnie, classified as level 8, must even undergo a pupil and iris scan to confirm his identity. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D's computer is remarkably efficient, equipped with a clear camera capable of supporting iris verification. Once logged into his account, Ronnie swiftly searched S.H.I.E.L.D's database for information regarding Hank's wife. In no time, the details of Hank's spouse appeared on the laptop screen: Janine Van Dyne, a scientist in the quantum realm and wife of Hank Pym. While Janine's profile contained considerable information, aside from accolades and her professional history, there was little of substantial value. However, the cause of her death was documented. In 1971, during an operation to neutralize a launched missile, the Wasp, Janine, shrank to atomic size to disable it, but became lost in the quantum realm. S.H.I.E.L.D. read aloud the recorded details of Janine's demise. The Vietnam War of 1971? Ronnie mused, stroking his chin. S.H.I.E.L.D. continued to scroll down. After Janine was confirmed dead, Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, soon withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. I see, Ronnie chuckled. Hank must still be conducting research in the quantum realm, and his studies have likely reached unimaginable depths. S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded in agreement. Hank had a profound love for Janine, although she was declared dead by S.H.I.E.L.D. Being lost in the quantum realm did not necessarily equate to death. Therefore, Hank would undoubtedly persist in his exploration of the quantum realm. All right. Ronnie clapped his hands. Let us conclude our investigation here. In Chapter 178, The Advancing Loki. Why stop the investigation now? We've just begun to uncover some leads, S.H.I.E.L.D. questioned, puzzled. Does Hank's research in the quantum realm pertain to us? Is he a threat to humanity's safety? Neither applies. If he wishes to pursue his research, let him be. It is of no concern to us. Then why did you have me investigate him? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked in confusion. You complete the investigation only to abandon it? What is the point? I'm merely curious, Ronnie replied. S.H.I.E.L.D., suppressing the urge to unleash a punch upon Ronnie, indignantly closed the laptop and stormed out. Ronnie scratched his head. Why get upset if I asked you to stop investigating? Fool, the voice of Venom echoed in his mind. If someone excitedly presents their findings to you, and you dismiss them, who wouldn't be irritated? Ronnie scratched his head again, realizing that perhaps he had acted a bit inconsiderately. How about treating her to dinner? This seemed like a splendid idea. The vast universe possesses extraordinary powers, nurturing beings such as humanity, which, though ordinary, are imbued with profound emotions, as well as the Asgardians, a divine race endowed with innate strength. Within the solar system of the Milky Way galaxy, Saturn stands as a planet adorned with numerous moons, among which is Titan. Once, the Titan giants constituted a formidable race that ruled over all of Saturn's satellites with unmatched dominance. However, their lack of restraint in procreation led to an overwhelming population, ultimately resulting in the self-destruction of Titan. Once a flourishing and verdant world, Titan is now a desolate expanse, ravaged by relentless sands and harsh climates. Loki traverses this wasteland, advancing at a leisurely pace to meet a person of considerable might and renown within the vast cosmos. The last of the Titan giants, the cosmic annihilator, Thanos. The reason for Loki's quest to find Thanos is indeed a lengthy tale. I am Loki, over 1,000 years old, in the prime of my life. Endowed with both wisdom and valor, possessing an undeniable charm, and undeniably formidable. As the second prince of Asgard, I have always harbored aspirations of ascending to the throne. Yet, my older brother, the Fool, despite his lack of intellect, excels in combat, albeit only marginally. With the passage of time, this Fool has grown increasingly powerful, and I find myself questioning my ability to overcome him. Thus, I resolve to alter my strategy and undermine the enemy from within. Although the Fool's 4 companions are not particularly amiable towards me, at least he places his trust in me, fulfilling my objective. However, this period of goodwill was short-lived, as our father unexpectedly bestowed upon the Fool a mighty artifact known as Mjolnir. How is it fair that I, already at a disadvantage, must contend with such an enhancement? Are we truly of the same blood? Yet, regardless of my grievances, our father granted me no such blessings. Consequently, I turned my attention to my mother. From my mother, I acquired the art of illusion, which I showcased in Midgard with great flair. I discovered that I am indeed quite adept at making a grand impression. This is not mere pretense. It is a reflection of my true prowess. Armed with newfound confidence in my illusions, I prepared to challenge the fool to a grand duel. However, before I could issue my challenge, he pulled me into the realm of the gods. Witnessing him shatter a mountain with a single blow made me realize that perhaps I needed further training. Later, as the fool was poised to inherit the throne, I felt a pang of discomfort, yet I was powerless to change my fate. Alas, it seems I am destined to become a prince after all. Woe is me. Oh, what a fool. Witnessing the intense fury of this simpleton, I believe there may still be a chance for redemption. It has become evident that this fool is, indeed, quite foolish. He was led to Jotunheim by my deception, and he zealously collaborated in my performance. The old man, too, played his part without feigning ignorance. Yet, why do I feel as though I am not truly his progeny? Subsequently, the fool successfully provoked the old man, resulting in the loss of his divine powers and his banishment to Midgard. However, when I saw the old man cast Mjolnir into the fray as well, an unsettling feeling washed over me. Nevertheless, hope is not entirely lost. I inquired about my lineage from the old man, and although the revelation that I am not his true offspring filled me with sorrow, it also incited such ire in him that he succumbed to Odin's sleep. Alas, alas! I achieved my desire and seized Gungnir, becoming the king of Asgard, albeit in a provisional capacity. Yet, the presence of that fool still gnaws at my confidence. I dispatched the destroyer to Midgard to eliminate any lingering threats. However, to my astonishment, that rascal not only regained his divine powers, but did so with remarkable vigor, emerging even stronger than before. Well, at this juncture, I foresee my impending doom. Let me summarize my existence thus far. I am not of true lineage. I possess no external advantages. I have no allies. I lack a formidable father figure. Though I once had one, I inadvertently vanquished him, oblivious to his prowess. To distill this further, I have no external advantages. Indeed, the fundamental reason for my failures lies not in my lack of true parentage, nor in the absence of companions, nor in the lack of a powerful father, but rather in my deficiency of an extraordinary external advantage. Thus, I have resolved to seek one. Thanos, the destroyer of universes, a character of unmatched strength. Though I may not necessarily best Odin in combat, I do not recognize him as my father. Nor do I compete with Thor for paternal prowess. What have I to fear? Unlike Odin, who remains confined within his abode, Thanos roams the cosmos, undoubtedly possessing a plethora of remarkable artifacts. Among them, I am certain there exists an advantage even mightier than Mjolnir. To elevate my own power, I must acquire such an advantage. As I concluded my reflections, Loki's gaze intensified, fixed upon the emerging silhouette of a colossal cosmic warship in the distance, and he resolutely set forth on his path. I, Loki, shall undoubtedly secure my advantage today. Only those with true prowess can enact justice. Today, I shall ascend to divinity. Chapter 179 Ding. Your external advantage staff is now online. Before the magnificent and imposing cosmic warship, Loki gazed upward at the colossal vessel, his eyes alight with fervor. At that moment, the doors of the warship thunderously swung open. An extraterrestrial being, resembling the rough bark of an ancient tree and clad in a blue-skinned suit, emerged from the confines of a cosmic warship. Loki instantly recognized this figure, whose right hand lightly rested upon the left, positioned before him, the ancient bark alien known as Ebony Maw, the foremost among the four formidable generals serving under Thanos. A fragile yet immensely powerful sorcerer, Ebony Maw posed a significant threat. While Loki was often deemed the foremost sorcerer across the 9 realms, though the rationale behind such a title remains elusive, he was acutely aware that many sorcerers surpassed him in prowess. Moreover, within the 9 realms exists a sorcerer of unparalleled strength from the multiverse. In truth, Loki's title as the premier mage of the 9 realms is rather tenuous. Confronting the likes of Ebony Maw, he surmised that he would likely falter in no more than 10 exchanges. Mr. Maw, Loki greeted with a courteous bow, aware that he sought assistance and thus must adhere to decorum. The Prince of Asgard awaits your presence, my lord, Ebony Maw remarked as he approached Loki. I would appreciate your guidance. With a serene nod, Ebony Maw turned and led Loki into the cosmic warship. Inside the warship's command hall, Thanos, adorned in golden armor, occupied the elevated position of commander. Below him stood the other 3 members of the Ebony Maw's formidable quartet, flanking him on either side. The couple, General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight stood to Thanos' right, while the brutish and less astute Black Dwarf stood to his left. There remained an empty space directly between Black Dwarf and Thanos, designated for Ebony Maw. As the foremost sage and sorcerer of Thanos' legion, Ebony Maw was not only second in strength to Thanos, but also unmatched in cunning, making him a pivotal figure within the army. "Father, I have brought him," Ebony Maw announced, bowing to Thanos. "Indeed," Thanos replied, his gaze settling upon Loki, the cosmic annihilator, feared by countless beings throughout the universe. Thanos was tall, his physique comparable to that of the Destroyer. However, in contrast to the deity-forged Destroyer, Thanos exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. "The Prince of Asgard, you have journeyed far. What brings you here?" Thanos' indifferent eyes fell upon Loki, his pupils as still as stagnant water, devoid of any discernible emotion. Under such a gaze, coupled with the notorious reputation of Thanos, Loki felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. Yet, as a Prince of Asgard, he managed to maintain his composure. "Greetings, my lord. I apologize for my presumptive visit. I hope you will pardon my intrusion." "State your purpose," Thanos commanded directly. Loki hesitated momentarily before continuing. "A treasured artifact of Asgard has been lost to Midgard, and I wish to retrieve it. However, my own powers are limited, and my cowardly and foolish father does not support my endeavor. Yet, I cannot bear to see Asgard's treasures languish in obscurity. I have heard of your formidable strength, which is why I have come to beseech your aid." "And what treasure do you speak of?" Thanos inquired. "The Cosmic Cube." A flicker of amusement danced in Thanos' eyes. "I have heard of the Cosmic Cube. Indeed, it is a priceless treasure. However, I do not believe that is the primary reason for your arrival. Therefore, reveal to me your true intentions, Asgardian." Thanos' voice deepened. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth, crashing down upon Loki like a tidal wave. Loki immediately felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Thanos, the harbinger of annihilation, exuded an oppressive aura of unparalleled magnitude. "I seek to conquer Midgard and ascend as its king, to oppose my brother, Thor. Simultaneously, I wish to demonstrate to Odin that I am superior to Thor." Loki no longer concealed his ambitions, speaking in a grave tone. "Excellent. You are quite forthright, Asgardian." Thanos suddenly stood, striding toward Loki. "I have waged wars throughout my life, enduring countless battles, from galaxy-spanning conflicts involving dreadnoughts to the minutiae of skirmishes within planets. I have witnessed the horrors of war in myriad forms, and thus, I aspire to cultivate an era of peace." Thanos continued his stride, moving past Loki. "My kin have perished in the struggle for resources, leaving me utterly alone." Was it merely an illusion, or did Loki perceive a profound loneliness in Thanos' retreating figure? "Henceforth, I have resolved to maintain the universe's equilibrium. For this, I would not hesitate to become a feared demon." Bang! Thanos suddenly clenched his fist, the air around him exploding under the sheer force of his grip. Loki was taken aback by this display of might. "I can assist you. I could even deploy an army to aid you in your assault on Earth. However, you must eradicate half of Earth's inhabitants to sustain its balance and ensure the sustainable development of its resources. Can you accomplish this?" Loki stifled his elation and solemnly nodded. "I can do it." "Excellent," Thanos affirmed, nodding in approval as he resumed his command position. "Summon King Chiruda." Before long, King Chiruda, clad in exoskeletal armor, entered the war chamber. He cast a glance at Loki and then knelt before Thanos. "My lord, King Chiruda, how far along is your militarization process?" Thanos inquired. "It has been largely realized." "Excellent. I am assigning you your first task." King Chiruda felt a thrill of anticipation. Had the moment arrived? "You are to assist this Prince of Asgard, Loki, in conquering Earth." Yes, King Chiruda did not question who Loki was, nor did he inquire about the whereabouts or might of Earth. Since leading his people to ally with Thanos, it was clear that his fate and that of his entire kin were now entwined with Thanos' will. They had no alternative. "Your strength is insufficient. You require enhancement." Thanos directed his gaze toward Loki. A surge of joy filled Loki's heart. "Please, my lord, grant me your guidance. Ebony Maw, bring me the scepter." Without hesitation, Ebony Maw turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, under Loki's eager gaze, he presented a scepter adorned with a yellow gem. Although the gem was yellow, it was enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. The scepter itself was golden, exuding an impressive allure. It possessed the power to manipulate the minds of others. Thanos succinctly explained its capabilities. The thought of wielding such mind-controlling power resonated with Loki, who could not conceal the gleam of delight upon his face. Thor, you never anticipated this. My external aid has arrived. Chapter 180. The warning from Ancient One. Loki departed, satisfied, accompanied by King Chitauri and his formidable army. Along with the scepter, he was determined to return and prove to Odin that even if not of his blood, he surpassed any true heir. Father, have we truly bestowed such a valuable artifact so effortlessly upon this boy? Nightstar voiced her discontent. Huh. Thanos chuckled lightly. Without the Infinity Gauntlet and the Power Stone, the scepter holds little significance in my hands. Yet the Mind Stone atop the scepter was attained at great cost. Nightstar persisted, unwilling to relinquish the scepter so easily. It is the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. One must sacrifice to gain. This is an immutable truth of the cosmos. Nightstar, without the Power Stone and the Infinity Gauntlet, I am lacking 2 indispensable elements. Thus, even with the Mind Stone, it bears little weight for me. Thanos exhibited remarkable patience towards his trusted allies. Given Thanos' might, a single Mind Stone indeed held minimal value. Very well, Nightstar conceded, though reluctantly. Father, we have now confirmed the whereabouts of 2 Infinity Stones, leaving 4 yet to be discovered, Ebony Maw announced, stepping forward. The Tesseract is the Space Stone, and the Scepter is the Mind Stone. Their locations are now established. We still seek the Time Stone, the Power Stone, the Reality Stone, and the most enigmatic, the Soul Stone, General Deathblade remarked. No, it is 3 whose whereabouts remain unknown. Thanos replied with a knowing smile. Oh, which stone's location has been uncovered? Ebony Maw inquired. Looking towards Thanos, the Cosmic Sphere is the Power Stone. The 3 exchanged astonished glances. The Cosmic Sphere, rumored throughout the galaxy, was indeed one of the Infinity Stones. This revelation was astounding. As for the Obsidian Star, it lies dormant, Nightstar stated. Then let us procure the Cosmic Sphere, she urged. No need. Thanos shook his head. As the trio gazed at him in confusion. My dear daughter will assist us in obtaining it. However, would Gamora, upon acquiring the Power Stone, truly hand it over to you? General Deathblade hesitated. Though Gamora is the adopted daughter of Thanos, her planet was destroyed by his forces, and her deep-seated animosity towards him is evident to all. Others shared the same apprehensions. Gamora is not one of them. She will. A subtle smile graced Thanos' lips as he spoke with unwavering certainty. For she is my daughter. In Kamar-Taj, within a chamber, Ronnie received a summons from the Ancient One, requesting his presence at Kamar-Taj. Ronnie held great respect for the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer who had safeguarded the Earth for over 4 centuries. He arrived at Kamar-Taj that very day. It has been a long time. Ronnie, the Ancient One, greeted him with her usual serene demeanor and profound wisdom. Master, Ronnie replied with a respectful bow. Although the Ancient One had only taught him for a brief period, it did not diminish Ronnie's gratitude toward her. A teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. The Ancient One had guided him on the path to divinity, serving as his mentor throughout his life. This debt of gratitude was beyond expression for Ronnie. You must have experienced numerous events during your absence, the Ancient One remarked with a smile. Indeed, I have gone through quite a lot, Ronnie responded with a hint of nostalgia. His recent journey to the forgotten Atlantis had transformed him profoundly. Under the influence of the original owner's spirit, he found himself becoming a true hero, wholeheartedly devoted to the service of others. This kind of heroism, which he had once scorned and labeled as namby-pamby, now resonated within him. Since his return, this memory has continuously influenced Ronnie whenever he encounters someone in need. He cannot help but extend a helping hand. The words of King Raikou and Atlanta often echo in his mind, embodying the essence of heroism. May I inquire why the Master summoned me? Ronnie asked, snapping back to the present. The Ancient One would not summon him without cause. There must be an important matter at hand. I sense that Earth is on the brink of a war, one that will engulf the entire globe. The Ancient One stated solemnly. Ronnie narrowed his eyes. Yet another war? The direction of this conflict eludes me, but I know that the scope of war can be contained. Your abilities are formidable. I initially intended to call you here to persuade you to help manage the war's impact. However, it seems that may be an exercise in futility. The Ancient One said with a smile. Ronnie offered a wry smile in return. Indeed, even if he were not the Sea King of Atlantis with such elevated enlightenment, the experiences he had endured there still weighed heavily upon him. Should war truly erupt, he would not remain a passive observer. Master, What is the cause of this impending war? Lonnie could not restrain his curiosity. He did not doubt the correctness of the Ancient One's words. The enigmatic supreme sorcerer possesses powers beyond imagination. Uncertainty looms. Ancient One shook her head. I merely sensed the imminent approach of war, yet the specifics, timing, reasons, location elude me. Well, does it matter whether you speak or remain silent? Venom couldn't help but interject. At the very least, it would prepare us psychologically, Lonnie remarked. It might have been better if you had kept us in the dark. With such a monumental disturbance, how could we possibly remain oblivious? The sorceress surely has her own thoughts and considerations. I suspect she is merely twiddling her thumbs. Lonnie responded, speechless. She can hear you. You know. Venom abruptly halted. Then noticed Ancient One's gaze directed at Lonnie, or rather, at the venom within Lonnie, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Good heavens. I forgot that this individual is far more formidable than that Grim Reaper. Best not to provoke her. I'll take my leave. After a brief farewell to Ancient One, Lonnie departed from Kamar Taj, burdened by thoughts. Arriving swiftly, he left just as quickly. The looming war cast a heavy shadow over Lonnie's heart. The world of Atlantis was thus. And now this place mirrors it. Another war, it seems. You need not have informed him. The librarian approached, speaking softly. He had always been present. But Lonnie and Venom had been oblivious due to the room's enchantment. In the future I envision, his ascension to divinity seemed improbable. However, upon his return from the cosmos, I have glimpsed an alternative possibility. Ancient One murmured, gazing toward New York. What possibility? The librarian inquired. To dominate the seven seas and slay deities. Chapter 181. Banner's news. Lonnie returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. after leaving Kamar Taj. Once home, sleep eluded him. The impending shadow of war weighed heavily on his heart, rendering slumber impossible. Venom emerged. Lonnie sat up in bed, calling out, I have been right here. A raspy voice floated from beside him. Good grief. Lonnie turned, startled. Venom, now the same size as he, adorned with a Christmas hat, lay sideways on the other side of the bed. How did you get out? Lonnie asked, perplexed. You were writhing around like a maggot. How could I possibly sleep? Venom turned, his crescent-shaped eyes paired with a menacing visage, his voice cold and furious, rather intimidating indeed. Lonnie scratched his head awkwardly, realizing the truth in that. My apologies, I didn't realize. Wait, that is not the point, okay? Don't change the subject. I have something to ask you. Lonnie smacked Venom's thigh and said, Speak up, go ahead. Venom replied, looking at Lonnie with exasperation. With a roll of his eyes, Lonnie decided that he needed to block this individual from his life. Ever since their complete fusion, Lonnie had acquired the ability to shield himself from Venom's perceptions of the external world. This revelation had come about quite accidentally when Venom let it slip. Subsequently, Venom found himself in quite a predicament, which brought Lonnie much joy. Fortunately, this newfound ability proved invaluable. Otherwise, when Lonnie and Mira were engrossed in creating their figurines, Venom's eager presence observing them would have completely extinguished his interest. Seriously, how am I supposed to confront this war? Lonnie lamented. What a ridiculous situation. Venom lay languidly on the bed, pulling the covers over himself. You're fretting over something that hasn't even happened yet. Look at your eagerness. I am concerned for the safety of the world, Lonnie declared earnestly. Oh, spare me, Venom scoffed coldly. It seems to me that you are simply bored out of your mind. I'm bored. You are the one who is in pain. Get lost. Stop changing the subject, and tell me if you have any good suggestions. Lonnie urged, shaking Venom slightly. Why don't you just leave me alone? I want to sleep. For matters like these, consult Egghead. He asked the expert. Suddenly, Lonnie's eyes brightened. Oh right, Fury is indeed the specialist. However, his expression quickly dulled. How should he approach Fury? Should he speak the truth? Lonnie trusted Ancient One's words, but Fury might not share the same confidence. Without concrete evidence, Fury wouldn't take action. No, let us consider another option. Lonnie shook Venom again. Why don't you just? Venom exploded in frustration, clearly irritated by the incessant shaking. Lonnie stared at Venom, realizing that this creature no longer held any leverage over him. Forget it, I won't rely on this guy anymore. Time for sleep. With that, he lay down. Venom, still contemplating what leverage he had left against Lonnie, sighed in relief when he saw Lonnie take the initiative to lie down. Time for sleep. I'm dead tired. The following morning, Lonnie slowly opened his eyes, feeling a warm sensation enveloping him. This warmth felt different from the usual comfort of covers. Glancing down, He noticed a black, liquid form draped over him, much like a blanket, providing warmth. Accessing Venom's memories, Lonnie realized that ever since their complete fusion, he could freely explore Venom's memories just as Venom had been able to previously. However, Venom could not access Ronnie's memories unless he consented. As Lonnie glimpsed the scenes within Venom's memories, a warm current flowed through him. Last night, he had kicked off the covers, and although his constitution could withstand the chill, Venom had instinctively covered him with his own body to keep him warm. Coexistence, it seemed, wasn't so bad after all. Rising from slumber, freshening up, and heading to work, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. bear a striking resemblance to the everyday office workers. Both must awaken early to clock in at the Triskelion, lest they face deductions in their scores. Such penalties could adversely affect their end-of-year evaluations, with poor assessments potentially leading to demotion. However, exceptions do exist. Take Lonnie, for instance. He has long deemed clocking in to be beneath him, having scarcely done so during his tenure as a researcher. Yet, his evaluations have remained unscathed, a testament to the insidious privileges of the upper echelon. Upon entering the room designated for his team, a secluded space within the operations department, Lonnie immediately noticed that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Coulson had arrived early. Unlike Lonnie, who luxuriated in the pleasure of waking at his own pace, they adhered to a strict schedule. Previously, Lonnie had risen early each day for research. Now liberated from such obligations, he saw no reason to maintain the habit. "Good morning," Lonnie greeted the duo. "Good morning, Lonnie," Coulson replied with a smile. "It's not early anymore, Chief. It's already past 9, S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked, pausing her tasks to turn towards Lonnie. "Would you like to hear some good news? Have you saved me breakfast?" Lonnie's eyes lit up as he approached S.H.I.E.L.D. and seated himself beside her. "Isn't saving you breakfast just a basic duty? What makes that good news?" S.H.I.E.L.D. shot him an incredulous glance before retrieving the breakfast from beneath the table. It was a delightful assortment, a sandwich and milk. "Thank you," Lonnie said, accepting the breakfast box and indulging in his meal. Each morning, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Coulson would procure an extra portion during their visits to the cafeteria, solely for Lonnie. His laziness was becoming increasingly pronounced. He neither rose early nor cooked, leaving Venom deprived of sustenance for far too long. The creature had been subsisting solely on chocolate balls, to the point of near regurgitation. Even the most beloved of foods can become tiresome through monotony. "What is this good news you speak of?" Lonnie inquired between bites. "The intelligence department has located Banner," S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, raising her eyebrows. Lonnie's interest peaked at the mention of Banner's whereabouts. "Is he truly found?" he asked, stealing a glance at the dormant Venom within him, who showed no signs of waking. "Indeed. You instructed me to inform you immediately upon receiving news of Banner. So I relayed the message to my colleagues in the intelligence department. As luck would have it, they just notified me of his location," S.H.I.E.L.D. explained. This prompt communication was a direct result of Ronnie's high rank. Had it been S.H.I.E.L.D., it is doubtful they would have paid her any mind. "Where's Banner now?" Lonnie inquired, his gaze shifting to the slumbering Venom. "In Florence," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied. "Quite a distance indeed," Lonnie mused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The fifth member of the Avengers had made his appearance. The question of whether Banner would join them was conveniently brushed aside by Lonnie. After all, opponents bested by him were unlikely to mount a comeback. Such is the fate of protagonists in tales of heroism. Lonnie was brimming with confidence. Chapter 182, A Reunion with Banner. In a certain town in Florence, Lonnie arrived alone at the place where Banner was hiding. He did not bring S.H.I.E.L.D. or Coulson with him. This was a solo endeavor. Banner's exposure was primarily due to his display of scientific knowledge that starkly contrasted with that of ordinary workers during his time at the factory. With previous experiences and lessons learned from the military, Fury instructed his team to pay particular attention to those among the lower-tier workers who exhibited heightened scientific acumen during their investigations. Although the workload had increased manifold, the results appeared promising. Lonnie settled into a small diner across from Banner's residence. According to the intelligence, Banner was still at the factory, with an hour remaining before he returned home, ample time for a meal. After Lonnie had satisfied his hunger and rested for over 10 minutes, he finally caught sight of Banner's figure swaying into view. At last, he was back. Banner parked his bicycle at the doorstep and retrieved his keys to unlock the door. Suddenly, a hand grasped Banner's arm, startling him. He looked up to see the owner of the hand. "Lonnie, your living conditions seem quite dismal," Lonnie remarked, surveying Banner's humble abode. Banner offered a wry smile and handed Ronnie a cup of hot water served in a disposable paper cup. No coffee, just plain water. That's fine. Ronnie waved his hand dismissively. Banner took a seat across from him. How many of you came? Ronnie, being affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, implied that his presence indicated the agency could easily locate Banner. Just me. Huh. Banner's expression shifted to one of surprise. How is that possible? The agency is too busy to concern themselves with you right now. Besides, you haven't committed any crimes. There is no urgency to find you. Ronnie provided an honest explanation. While the Hulk posed a considerable threat, S.H.I.E.L.D was currently preoccupied with the development of the Tesseract project, leaving little time to pursue trouble with Banner. Without Tesseract weaponry, it would be challenging to inflict harm on the Hulk. Moreover, Banner had been remarkably compliant for a long time, so there was no rush. Upon learning that it was solely Ronnie who had come, Banner exhaled in relief. In comparison to S.H.I.E.L.D, he clearly preferred conversing with someone familiar like Ronnie. What brings you here? Banner inquired. I'm here to offer you a new place to stay, along with an identity that will allow you to traverse the world openly, Ronnie replied with a smile. Just tell me your intentions directly. Spare me the grandiose promises. Banner shook his head. All right, Ronnie gestured with his hand. The truth is S.H.I.E.L.D has a plan called the Avengers Initiative. I would like to invite you to join. Avengers? Banner furrowed his brow. What does that mean? In simple terms, it is an alliance of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, assembled to protect the Earth from external threats. To whom does the jurisdiction belong? Banner was also quite concerned about this issue. The military and the government do not look favorably upon him, no matter how amiable Banner may be. He cannot harbor any goodwill towards them. He is no masochist. We are unaffected by any organization, completely independent, said Ronnie with a slight smile. What? How is that possible? Banner exclaimed. How could S.H.I.E.L.D allow you to be entirely independent? Huh, Ronnie scoffed. S.H.I.E.L.D and the World Security Council certainly would not permit the Avengers to operate autonomously, but if they do not allow us complete independence, the Avengers Initiative cannot be realized. They must acquiesce. Is something about to happen? Banner furrowed his brow. Ronnie cast an approving glance at Banner. Indeed, the Earth is facing a monumental crisis, and I require assistance. You and Hulk, I believe, will be a tremendous asset. But I cannot control Hulk. Is it all right for me to join? Banner's concerns were not unfounded. Fear not. I am here, Ronnie replied with a smile. With me around, Hulk will not wreak havoc. Observing Ronnie's confident demeanor, Banner yearned to inform him that Hulk is currently formidable. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, he was undeniably strong. Banner felt that Ronnie seemed incapable of besting Hulk. Has Hulk emerged during this time? Ronnie casually inquired. Yes, he has appeared a few times, but he did not cause extensive destruction. He merely needed some fresh air. Banner remarked, somewhat perplexed. Given Hulk's boisterous nature, it was odd for him to be so composed. Something was amiss. Anomalies often signify trouble. This is an immutable truth. He mused. Can you control him? I will speak with him. Ronnie stood up and said. I can't, but I should be able to coax him out, Banner responded, as green energy began to emanate from him. Wait, Ronnie exclaimed, startled, and quickly stopped Banner. There are so many people here. What do you intend to do? Oh, I forgot, Banner chuckled sheepishly. Ronnie shook his head in exasperation. Follow me. Banner trailed Ronnie to a desolate area. Transform, Ronnie said nonchalantly. Banner nodded, green energy enveloping him. Zzz. Banner's body began to enlarge, his clothes tearing apart as he grew. Before long, Hulk's massive form stood before Ronnie. Towering over 3 meters, his exterior remained unchanged. Yet an aura of danger surged forth. Ronnie's expression shifted. Having fully fused with Venom, he possessed a vague sense of his opponent's strength. Hulk now exuded a perilous presence. This sensation mirrored that of their first encounter. This green behemoth had evidently grown significantly stronger over the past 3 months. Beneath the frivolous tones of Venom lay a gravity that could not be overlooked. Indeed, although not as formidable as before, the rate of this enhancement was astonishingly rapid. Ronnie spoke with a serious expression. Hulk. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk emerged once more from Banner, having been pinned up for far too long and now relishing his freedom. After bellowing for a while, the Hulk finally noticed Ronnie standing not far away. Hi, Hulk. Ronnie greeted, raising a hand in salutation. Upon seeing Ronnie, the Hulk instinctively took a step back, but quickly regained his composure and advanced 2 steps forward instead. Would you care to join a rather entertaining team? Here, under my command, you are free to smash things at your leisure. At that moment, Ronnie resembled a child abductor luring in his prey. Abductor? Venom scoffed disdainfully. Ronnie, uninterested in retorting, focused his attention on the Hulk. Upon hearing that he could freely smash things, the Hulk's eyes, which were the size of bronze bells, sparkled with excitement. However, Chapter 183. After parting for 3 days, one must regard one another with new eyes. Thus, I was struck. I have a condition. The Hulk clumsily extended a finger, speaking in a low tone. Speak, Ronnie replied. Let's have a fight. The Hulk clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Ronnie. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. Fine. Since you are so eager for punishment, I shall oblige. With a light chuckle, Ronnie stretched his body, eliciting a symphony of cracking bones. Black, liquid tendrils surged forth, enveloping Ronnie and gradually increasing his height until he stood eye to eye with the Hulk. The 3-meter-tall Venom and the Hulk exchanged fierce glances. Come, let the punishment commence. Venom's deep, gravelly voice resonated. Boom. The Hulk was already raring to go. Upon hearing Venom's invitation, he charged forward. How swift. Both Ronnie and Venom were taken aback, barely managing to react to the Hulk's explosive speed at such close range. The Hulk's fist struck Venom with tremendous force. Boom. Venom was sent crashing backward, propelled over 10 meters by the Hulk's punch. The Hulk blinked, momentarily dazed as he stared at his right fist. Had he truly sent that great demon flying with a single blow? Was he truly this strong now? A surge of indescribable confidence and pride welled up within him. The Hulk felt he could take on 10 foes at once. Boom. Venom, finally regaining his senses after being knocked down by the Hulk, rose from the ground and re-entered the fray. How has this brute grown so powerful in just 3 months? He laughed heartily. The Hulk, raising his fist, charged toward Venom once more. Venom cursed under his breath. That speed is nearly on par with the Destroyer after breaking the first seal. However, this time, he was far enough away to anticipate the Hulk's attack. 2 arms converged to form a colossal shield, standing resolutely before Venom. With a thunderous boom, the ferocious force transmitted from Hulk's fist sent Venom hurtling away, skidding across the ground for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Suddenly, the immense shield erupted with countless sharp spikes, instantly piercing through Hulk's fist that was pressed against it. After the second enhancement, Venom's attacks could no longer be thwarted by Hulk's defenses. Hulk winced in pain, loosening his grip as several gaping wounds began to bleed crimson. The color of Hulk's blood transitioned dramatically from green to red. However, these wounds were healing at an astonishingly rapid pace, visible to the naked eye. Seizing the opportunity, Venom surged forth, transforming his hands into blades that aimed straight for Hulk's chest. With a swift maneuver, Hulk rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Venom's sudden assault. His substantial girth caused a tremor in the earth, propelling him forward as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Venom, who was still recovering from his previous attack. Once again, Venom was sent flying with a resounding crash, landing heavily on the ground, the force of impact leaving him disoriented. Damn it, I've definitely encountered a false green giant. Venom muttered in frustration. Before he could utter another word, Hulk raised his fist once more and approached menacingly. Venom swung his arms, transforming them into massive hammers. Ready to confront Hulk, the 2 towering behemoths collided with ferocity, each impact resonating with a sound that sent chills down the spine. Each attack had the potential to effortlessly overturn a truck. The raw power and brutal aesthetics of their brawl rendered this conflict mesmerizing. Yet, even those unversed in combat could discern that Venom was being relentlessly dominated by Hulk's overwhelming might. Ronnie, it's your turn. Venom internally shouted while enduring the onslaught. No way. Ronnie flatly refused without a moment's hesitation. He was no fool. Although he was uncertain how the green behemoth had suddenly become so formidable, enough to leave Venom with almost no means of retaliation, this did not prevent him from finding amusement in Venom's plight. Let me take the stage? Don't be ridiculous. Even in my strongest Venom armor form, I might not stand a chance against this green giant. His combat prowess must now rival that of Thor S. Ronnie reflected, compelled to acknowledge the stark reality. The tales spun in novels often deceived. What proved true was that the enhancements bestowed upon Ronnie paled in comparison to the extraordinary power granted to the Hulk by the universe itself. In the span of 3 months, He had transitioned from being the one who was thrashed to the one who dealt the thrashing. The crux of the matter is that Ronnie toils endlessly, scurrying here and there in search of the sacred trident, engaging in duels. Yet his combat prowess evolves at a pace far slower than that of others who quietly level up in the shadows. Truly, he is afforded treatment akin to that of a favored son. One cannot afford to provoke him. How infuriating. Venom, clearly taken aback by Ronnie's shamelessness, can only muster a curse in response. To communicate with Ronnie while being pummeled by Hulk requires a profound synchronization of minds. With a resounding thud, Venom was forcefully slammed into the ground by Hulk's fist. No more fighting. You cannot defeat me, Hulk declared, retracting his fist with a sullen tone. Finally, the relentless battle ceased, and Venom, lying on the ground, exhaled a sigh of relief. You should rest now, Venom, Ronnie suggested. I shall berate you later. Venom retorted angrily before morphing back into a black, liquid form and merging into Ronnie's being. How have you become so formidable? Ronnie, now unscathed, rose from the ground and gazed up at Hulk with curiosity. Hulk scratched his head, perplexed. He too was uncertain how he had inexplicably grown stronger. Could it be said that he truly was the favored son? So, do you still wish to join our team? Ronnie inquired, his confidence wavering. He had initially thought that if Hulk disagreed, he would simply force him into compliance. However, at this moment, the idea of confronting Hulk seemed ludicrous. Ronnie was already grateful that Hulk had not turned his wrath upon him. Hulk tilted his head in contemplation. Does what you said about me smashing whatever I desire still hold true? Of course it does, Ronnie exclaimed eagerly, nodding vigorously. However, you must follow my orders when you smash. You cannot act on a whim. How troublesome, Ronnie lamented internally, grappling with the absurdity of his towering, muscle-bound companion exhibiting such expressions. Very well, I shall join, Hulk finally declared after a moment of thought. Ronnie let out a sigh of relief. It was no small feat to secure Hulk's allegiance, having endured quite the beating in the process. What shall we call this team? Hulk's gruff voice broke the silence once more. Remember this, we are the Avengers. Chapter 184. Loki in action in the solar system, 7 light-years from Earth. A colossal cosmic mothership floated silently in the vastness of space. Inside the command hall, Loki, wielding his staff, was engaged in discussions with King Zarita regarding their battle strategy. I possess a means to unlock the temporal portal of the Tesseract. I shall traverse this gateway ahead of you, making my way to Earth. Subsequently, I will devise a method to open a portal through the Tesseract that will allow Zarita's army to enter Earth, Loki informed King Zarita. We shall await your activation of the portal here. Kiruta nodded in acknowledgement of Loki's plan. The Cosmic Cube is a divine artifact capable of opening portals through time and space. It has never been a one-way gateway. Asgard possesses the means to communicate with the Cosmic Cube and to activate it. Loki can undoubtedly utilize this method to descend upon Earth. He raised his scepter, and the blue light emanating from it intensified. The space before Loki shimmered as if it were tangible, rippling with energy. On Earth, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, in the underground research facility, Eric was diligently operating and overseeing the research of the Cosmic Cube. The cube was housed within a sophisticated circular apparatus, an instrument previously left by Ronnie, designed to activate the portal. After extensive refinement and development by Eric and a cadre of scientists, it had finally evolved into its current form. Dr. Scarab was truly a genius. Eric mused as he gazed at the data displayed on the computer screen. Unfortunately, the doctor had moved to the operations department, lamented Allie, Ronnie's former assistant, and now Eric's aide. Eric shook his head. The instrument left by Ronnie was exceedingly advanced. He and the team of scientists working on the Cube project had spent over 2 weeks merely perfecting some inconsequential details. Essentially, they were still reliant on the original apparatus left by Ronnie. This device was remarkably intricate, and it was said that it had been developed solely by Ronnie. Eric found it hard to fathom that such a sophisticated instrument could be the product of one individual. How young he must be. After his moment of reflection, he returned to work. At that moment, Fury and Clint approached from a distance. Fury instructed Clint to remain vigilant in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Has there been any unusual behavior from Dr. Selvig? Fury inquired. None. He has been engrossed in his research without any signs of disruption, Clint replied. No anomaly could escape his keen observation, which was precisely why Fury had enlisted him to safeguard and monitor Eric. Doctor, how is the progress? The two men stood before Eric, and Fury posed the question. Moderate. The complexity of the temporal portal is immense. The calculations are voluminous, making significant breakthroughs difficult to achieve in the short term. For now, we can only utilize the instrument left by Dr. Scarab to access the portal, Eric responded, shaking his head. Please expedite the process, Fury remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone, though he refrained from further comment. After all, not everyone bears the name Ronnie Scarab. Eric's accomplishments thus far were commendable. Director, I believe it would be prudent to reassign Dr. Scarab back to the research department. His presence would accelerate our progress significantly, Eric suggested hesitantly. I will consider it, Fury replied dismissively. Bringing Ronnie back? That was out of the question. The risks were too great. Even though Ronnie's credibility is remarkably high, the progress of the Cube project cannot advance at a breakneck pace. Safety and caution must remain paramount. Doctor, another pulse, Ellie exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Eric hurried to the computer, rapidly scanning through the data. If the cosmic cube is a door, then surely it should be capable of opening from both sides, Clint suddenly remarked. Fury felt a surge of alarm. Just as a cosmic cube placed on the apparatus emitted a sudden pulse, a deep azure beam of energy erupted forth, continuously surging from the cosmic cube, violently impacting the surrounding space. A cerulean portal thunderously opened, expanding outward with relentless force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the portal gradually widened, reaching a terrifying scale, it abruptly vanished, dissipating into waves of energy. However, this wave posed no threat. It resembled a fierce gust of wind that lifted the clothing of those present, and once it passed, tranquility returned. Yet, on the once desolate platform, now stood a man clad in an unusual green attire, wielding a scepter. Loki slowly lifted his gaze, noticing the alterations in his surroundings, and revealed a wicked smile. Sir, lower your spear, Fury, with his singular eye, fixed his gaze upon Loki. Internally, he felt a rising unease. Loki ignored him, his attention fixed on the cosmic cube as he leaped from the platform. The agents, already on high alert, were taken aback by Loki's movement and immediately opened fire. Bullets struck Loki's form, yet he remained utterly unaffected, unflinching and undeterred, relying on his formidable divine physique. Loki raised his scepter. The azure light upon the scepter ignited. Buzz. An energy orb shot forth from the scepter, swiftly striking one of the agents. Boom. The explosive force was akin to a grenade, obliterating the agent along with those in close proximity. Buzz. Another shot followed, as the energy orb detonated among the agents, resulting in chaos and casualties. Loki pressed forward, his scepter continuously firing energy orbs, dispatching the advancing agents with lethal precision. At last, an agent closed in on Loki. A punch was thrown, but Loki, without even a glance, effortlessly dodged and swung his scepter down with force. Thud. The blow rendered the agent unconscious. Loki paused, surveying the scene. Aside from the researchers, only Clint and Fury remained standing. All others had been dealt with. Witnessing this, Loki nodded in satisfaction. Clint, seeing the unfolding scene, hastened forward. Although he was devoid of his bow and arrows, his marksmanship remained unparalleled. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot struck Loki's visage with pinpoint accuracy, capturing his attention. Upon spotting Clint, Loki's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He swiftly approached Clint, who retaliated with a punch. Loki effortlessly seized it. The divine strength he possessed was far beyond Clint's capabilities. You are indeed unique, Loki remarked with a sinister grin, pressing his scepter against Clint's chest. The scepter's ability to manipulate minds activated, causing Clint's pupils to darken to an abyssal black before returning to normal, though he relinquished his weapon. Who are you? Chapter 185, Deceived. Who are you? Fury inquired, furrowing his brow. Even in the face of utter devastation among his subordinates, he remained composed. I hail from the realm of gods. I am Loki, he casually introduced himself. Loki? You are Thor's brother, Eric exclaimed, astonished as he approached. I am familiar with you. Eric Selvig, Loki chuckled lightly, addressing Eric as he stepped closer. Though you are not the Dragonis Scarab I desired, you will suffice. With that, the scepter once again pressed against Eric's chest, its mind-controlling power activated. Similar to Clint, Eric's pupils darkened momentarily before reverting to their original state. Fury, sensing impending doom, swiftly retrieved the tesseract from the device and placed it into a container. Sir, do not do this, Loki's voice echoed. I have come for the tesseract. Surrender it to me. Fury cast a glance at the swirling energy above the device, stating, This is S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. There is no escape for you. You need not concern yourself with that, Loki replied. Director, Fury is stalling for time. This place is about to explode. Clint stepped forward. Addressing Loki, take the Tesseract, and we shall depart. Clint nodded in agreement and raised his weapon towards Fury. Bang! Fury collapsed in response, and Clint hastened to his side, lifting the container housing the Tesseract. I recommend we also take this device left by Dr. Scarab. It will surely prove useful, Eric suggested, gesturing towards the apparatus. Left by Ronnie? Loki raised an eyebrow, for his primary target had been Dragoni's Scarab. However, unaware of his current whereabouts, he had to settle for this alternative. Take it. Very well. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was vast, immensely so, beyond imagination. The underground research facility was initially located beneath the Tri-Wing Tower. However, following Professor Ifrit's defection, Fury relocated the Institute to an exceedingly remote location, so remote that even the collapse triggered by the energy of the cosmic cube went unnoticed by Ronnie, who was situated in the very heart of the headquarters at the Tri-Wing Tower. Until, beep, 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 while Ronnie was engaged in casual conversation with Sky, his expression suddenly shifted, and he leapt to his feet. What's wrong, boss? Sky inquired, aware that this was an alarm but unfamiliar with its implications due to her brief tenure. This is a level 7 alert, Ronnie stated gravely. A level 7 alert. Sky exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. She had perused the manual. The S.H.I.E.L.D. alarm system consisted of 9 tiers, with level 7 serving as a critical threshold. Alerts at level 7 and above indicated a state of war. The highest level, 9, denoted a World War alert. The activation of a level 7 alarm suggested that the war spoken of by the Ancient One had indeed arrived. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level conference room, all agents of level 7 and above who were not on active duty had assembled. Yet, one individual was conspicuously absent. Fury scanned the room and, upon not spotting Ronnie, furrowed his brow in concern. Loki hailed from the realm of Asgard, and Ronnie was a pivotal force in this impending conflict. His absence was untenable. Has anyone seen Ronnie? The agents exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Ask Coulson where Ronnie is, Fury instructed Hill. Hill nodded, and before everyone, initiated communication with Coulson. Director, Deputy Director, Coulson greeted, turning his back to the assembled agents, only facing Fury and Hill. Coulson, where's Ronnie? Why hasn't he attended the high-level meeting? Hill's icy voice resonated. I'm not sure. Sky should know. Is he not there? Coulson asked, perplexed. Understood, Hill replied, nodding as she ended the communication. Who is Sky? Fury inquired. She is the third member of Ronnie's team, specially recruited, Hill clarified, recalling her memories of Ronnie's unique recruit. Ask her where Ronnie is. Certainly. Sky stared in bewilderment at the two prominent figures displayed on the screen. Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Maria Hill. How had these powerful leaders suddenly sought out a mere level 1 agent like her? Agent Sky, where's Agent Ronnie? Boss. Didn't he go to the tower earlier? Sky responded, perplexed. Fury's single eye narrowed, contemplating a troubling possibility. Hill, too, arrived at a similar conclusion as she terminated the call. The meeting has been postponed to search for Agent Ronnie's whereabouts, Fury announced. What's wrong? Natasha inquired. Her brow furrowed. Although Ronnie is significant, it seems inappropriate to delay the meeting solely for him. Ronnie may be in trouble. The scene rewinds to half an hour earlier. After Ronnie exited the room, he intended to head straight to the top-level conference room to await the others. However, he encountered a figure along the way, Fury. Ronnie, come with me, Fury beckoned. Without suspicion, Ronnie followed. They swiftly departed from the Triskelion. Where are we headed? Ronnie asked, puzzled. I'm taking you to see something. Fury replied, never glancing back. Shrugging, Ronnie continued to trail behind. After an undetermined amount of time, they arrived at an empty clearing. Suddenly, Fury turned and stepped in front of Ronnie. Why are you so close? Ronnie retreated a step, wary. He sensed something amiss. Quite perceptive, Fury chuckled lightly, transforming into Loki before Ronnie's astonished gaze. Who are you? Ronnie demanded. I hail from Asgard and am known as Loki, he introduced himself. I require your assistance. Assist me? Ronnie replied, bewildered. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the scene before him shattered like glass. The surroundings morphed into a corner. Yet Ronnie recognized that he was still within the Triskelion. Damn it! Venom's voice echoed. You've fallen victim to this fellow S illusion. Understanding dawned on Lonnie. No wonder Venom, usually so loquacious, had remained silent. The scepter pressed against Ronnie's chest emitted a peculiar energy, enveloping his mind in an instant. Venom shouted frantically from the sidelines, but it was futile. Ronnie's consciousness began to descend into darkness. Ultimately, only one thought remained in his mind: betrayed. Chapter 186. Venom vs. Iron Man S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triskelion. Director. Our investigation reveals that Agent Ronnie left the headquarters in the company of a man resembling Loki, Hill reported to Fury. For S.H.I.E.L.D. With its plethora of surveillance cameras, such investigations posed little challenge. Fury nodded silently. It appeared the worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. Ronnie had also been compromised. Relay the information. Categorize Ronnie and Clint as adversaries. After a moment of silence, Fury spoke. Understood, Hill replied, nodding before departing to execute the orders. In a secret underground base, Loki, along with the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. under his control, was engrossed in various activities, accompanied by a motley crew of individuals whose origins remained a mystery. Where did you gather these people? Loki inquired, visibly astonished, addressing Clint. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not without its enemies, Clint replied with a stoic expression. Huh. Loki nodded with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards Ronan, who stood silently with his arms crossed. Ronan, what do you propose we do next? Loki asked. Hunt the Avengers, Ronan responded, lifting his head at the call of his name. The Avengers? Loki queried. Perplexed by the term, Ronan proceeded to elucidate the details of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers initiative to Loki. Intriguing. The Avengers, Loki chuckled softly. Who comprises this group now? Black Widow, Captain America, myself, Hawkeye, and the Hulk, Ronan enumerated. So, 2 of the Avengers are already under my command? Loki mused. You could interpret it that way, Commander. Do you have any specific targets in mind? Loki inquired once more. Black Widow and Captain America are currently at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. We are not yet ready for a confrontation with them, so we should avoid them as much as possible. Loki nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the time for a clash had not yet arrived. The Hulk's power is rapidly escalating. I am not his equal. Even with Hawkeye's assistance, our odds are slim. Furthermore, Dr. Banner, the Hulk's true self, is likely at S.H.I.E.L.D., thus he is also off limits. Are the Avengers untouchable then? Loki frowned. No. The Avengers initiative has yet to be officially sanctioned. We are all merely quasi-Avengers. Fury still has many candidates. Such as? Loki prompted. Iron Man, Tony Stark. At Stark Tower. Ding dong. Sir, Dr. Scarab has arrived, Tony heard Jarvis announce from the underground laboratory. Let him in, Tony replied, halting his research momentarily. At the entrance, Ronan stepped through the door. Hey, Ronan, Tony greeted with a smile. Ronan reciprocated with a nod. Long time no see, Tony. Indeed, it has been a while. Tony moved to the nearby bar, retrieving 2 glasses and a bottle of red wine. Sir, Dr. Scarab seems to be acting oddly. Jarvis's voice echoed directly into Tony's earpiece. What do you mean? Tony inquired. Dr. Scarab's laughter is disingenuous. It lacks authenticity. Tony paused, casting a discreet glance at Ronan while donning a glove. Here, he said, placing a glass in front of Ronan. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, Ronan suddenly sprang into action, but Tony was already prepared. With his left hand extended behind him, a powerful energy cannon erupted forth. Boom. Ronnie was forced back by the impact of the energy blast, toppling the sofa. Glancing down at the dark liquid surging from his chest, Ronnie looked at Tony in astonishment. Who are you? Tony raised his left hand, the palm cannon aimed at Ronnie, demanding an answer. Under J.A.R.V.I.S.S. control, pieces of armor assembled around Tony's form. Ronnie smirked coldly, the dark liquid swirling violently until it completely enveloped him in mere moments. Tony's pupils dilated in shock. Venom. I am Ronnie, and I am also Venom. Ronnie's voice echoed nearby, followed by a thunderous impact. A tremendous force surged from the armored suit, and despite its superior shock absorption, Tony felt as though he might be shattered from the blow. Boom. Venom sent Tony flying with a punch, shattering glass as he plummeted downward. Venom approached the window. Extending his right arm, the thick limb reaching out toward the falling Iron Man. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the anti-venom armor, Tony commanded, the suit propelling him upward into the sky. Venom's outstretched hand grasped at nothing as it swiftly retracted back to his arm. Iron Man hovered in midair, gazing down at Venom, who stood by the window, his grotesque eyes fixed upon him. Is he truly Ronnie? The likelihood is quite high, J-A-R-V-I-S replied. Just then, Venom sprang into action. His hands elongated instantaneously, gripping the edge of the Stark Tower rooftop, and with a powerful push, he launched his 3-meter-tall form onto the rooftop. Venom sprinted across the roof and leapt into the air. The dark liquid surged upward, and Venom's descent slowed to a glide. This is bad. Tony's expression shifted as he raised both hands, aiming the palm cannon at Venom and firing 2 blasts. Boom, boom. The dark liquid coalesced before Venom, forming a massive shield that deflected the 2 energy blasts. Venom's gliding speed was astonishing. In an instant, he closed the distance to Iron Man. With a swift motion, Venom's hands morphed into sharp, menacing claws, crossing as he charged toward Iron Man. The thrusters beneath Iron Man propelled him higher. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes widened, and his right claw transformed into a long, sharp blade, slicing toward Iron Man, who had yet to escape its reach. Sizzle! A large section of Iron Man's back armor was sheared away, exposing Tony beneath. A chilling breeze rushed in, sending shivers down Tony's spine and igniting his nerves. Warning! Warning! Back armor severely damaged. Warning! Stop! Tony exclaimed, acutely aware of the damage to his back. No more announcements. Okay. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous force surged from his ankle. In an instant, Iron Man was yanked downward. A shadowy arm grasped his left leg, forcefully dragging him down. Tony struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Venom's grasp. If he were to be slammed to the ground from nearly 100 meters, with his back armor already compromised, the outcome would be disastrous. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air from afar. Venom, perceptive to the approaching sound, summoned a massive black shield to his right. Chapter 187. The series of battles against Venom's dismantling with a resounding crash. Immense force emanated from the black shield. Caught off guard, Venom was pushed back several steps, losing his grip on Iron Man, who seized the opportunity to break free. Another whoosh approached. More? A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the dragon within Venom. With a clenched fist, Venom swung violently at the rapidly approaching object. It was a massive machine resembling a missile. Undeterred, Venom met the unknown projectile head-on with his fist. The impact sent a shockwave reverberating outward, accompanied by a deafening roar. To Venom's astonishment, the machine transformed. Iron Man charged forward, and the machine quickly enveloped him, encasing his entire body. Soon, a towering Iron Man, standing over 2 meters tall and nearly 3 meters in height, stood before Venom. Anti-venom armor? The dragon within Venom raised an eyebrow. Despite the color shift to Iron Man's classic red, silver, and gold, he recognized the specialized armor designed to combat him. Regardless of whether you are the dragon or not, Tony controlled the armored suit, glaring at Venom. I am furious. With a mocking laugh, the dragon within Venom retorted, your anti-venom armor is no match for me now. The thrusters on Iron Man's legs ignited, propelling him swiftly toward Venom. The arm apparatus transformed into a heavy hammer. Let us have some fun, the dragon chuckled, as Venom's arms merged into a hammer form. Initiate. With a thunderous crash, the 2 hammers collided, both exceeding a meter in height. As they separated, Venom raised his hammer high and swung it down ferociously. Iron Man hastily lifted his hammer in defense. The ground trembled as Iron Man was driven halfway into the earth. Compared to Venom, his strength was woefully inadequate. Once again, Venom raised his hammer, and Iron Man's upper body, which had not been smashed into the ground, suddenly illuminated. Without the slightest hesitation, a stream of black liquid swiftly coalesced before him. Boom! A pillar of superheated energy erupted forth, instantly forcing Venom, who was less than half a meter away, to retreat. Bang! With his hands braced against the ground, he extracted his body from the earth. Tony, controlling his armored suit, gazed at Venom, who had risen once more. The black liquid, melted by the extreme temperature, was rapidly intertwining, with strands of black resembling spider silk weaving together, mending Venom's injuries. It appeared that the effect was minimal, Tony thought, furrowing his brow. After fully merging with the symbiote, Venom no longer feared high temperatures. The reason he had been injured by Tony's strike was solely due to the intensity of the heat. Even Venom, who was now impervious to high temperatures, had sustained some damage. However, to him, this injury was inconsequential. "Now it's my turn," Venom remarked with a chilling smile, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages. He favored this form above all else. Whoosh! The sound of tearing metal reached Tony's ears before he could react. No matter how formidable his armor was, he was ultimately just a mortal. How could his neural reflexes compare to those of Venom? Boom! A tremendous force instantly toppled Iron Man to the ground, with Venom landing atop him. Sizzle! Another claw struck, leaving a deep gash across the chest of the anti-Venom armor. "I cannot remain passive." Tony commanded his armor as two titanium alloy swords shot forth from his forearms, thrusting towards Venom's waist, where he was frantically clawing. Thud! Tony's expression darkened as he glanced at Venom's waist. Two masses of black liquid converged, successfully blocking the thrust of the swords. Venom grinned, and with a fierce swipe of his claw, he lunged toward Tony's chest. In the wake of his assault, only a biological membrane remained of the armor's defense. "Jarvis!" Tony shouted vehemently. Buzz! The eyes of the anti-Venom armor suddenly glowed, and blue energy surged forth. Bang! Venom, caught off guard and unable to defend, was struck directly in his large eyes by the concentrated energy of the armored suit. Boom! Venom's head was obliterated into nothingness by this mighty blow, which had harnessed all the energy of the iron suit. Seeing this, Tony gasped for breath. Finally resolved. How intriguing. Tony suddenly ceased his heavy breathing. A searing pain radiated from Tony's chest as he gazed in horror at the 5 claws that had pierced through him. Under the ghastly expression of disbelief on Tony's face, black threads pulsated at the location of Venom's head, forming a visage indistinguishable from the original. You, I am quite handsome," Venom grinned, abruptly withdrawing the claws embedded in Tony's body. Blood gushed forth, instantly saturating Tony's form. Venom rose, his claws morphing back into hands. He bent down again, seizing the anti-Venom suit from the gaping wound in Tony's chest. With a fierce tug, the anti-Venom suit was violently ripped away. Boom! The black threads erupted, cascading like raindrops upon the anti-Venom suit, shattering it to pieces. "Anti-Venom, I shall dismantle you. Now it's your turn," Venom declared, turning to face Tony, who lay on the ground, fading into unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. The black threads converged into a long spear, aimed directly at Tony's head. "Farewell," Venom said with a sinister grin. Swish! "Farewell," Tony whispered, slowly closing his eyes. Buzz! The spear suddenly halted before him. Tony opened his eyes, astonished by the spear that was violently quivering in front of him. Venom's face flickered with erratic lights. The spear trembled intensely, pushing forward only to retreat instantly, oscillating in an unpredictable manner. No, a disjointed voice emanated from Venom. Tony's gaze flickered as he observed the still, trembling figure of Venom, a thought seemingly dawning upon him. At that moment, Venom's body jolted violently, his expression returning to calm. Those crescent-shaped eyes fell upon Tony once more, a cruel smile reappearing. Die! The spear ceased its tremors and lunged forward. Boom! A brilliant azure energy beam surged from afar, striking Venom with precision. The terrifying energy exploded in front of Tony, instantly engulfing both Venom and the spear aimed at him. Tony looked on in astonishment towards the source. What met his eyes was an eagle-shaped emblem. With a wry smile, Tony murmured, "Is it here?" S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 188. The Feast of Carnage. Armored vehicles from S.H.I.E.L.D. continuously approached from the distance, coming to a halt nearby. Agents leaped from the vehicles, wielding an array of cube weapons. To combat Venom, the use of cube weaponry was imperative. Conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against him. Several armored vehicles were transporting the enigmatic Tesseract cannons, the very same that had struck Venom moments ago. Natasha, accompanied by a few medical personnel, hastily approached Tony's side, administering a brief field triage before he was lifted onto a stretcher and rushed back to headquarters for urgent medical attention. Fortuitously, Tony's life was sustained by the arc reactor. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to exsanguination long before. Suddenly, rhythmic thumping emanated from the vibrant cobalt energy mass. Natasha, ever vigilant, raised her Tesseract weapon, signaling others to retreat cautiously. In an instant, black tendrils erupted from the cobalt energy sphere, resembling venomous serpents, etching dark lines across its surface. Abruptly, a colossal black maw emerged, consuming the cobalt energy orb whole. Venom's form materialized before the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as the energy was devoured. Quite delectable, Venom remarked, smacking his lips, as Ronnie's voice echoed out. Despite Ronnie's subjugation, Venom remained unbound, incessantly chattering, much to Ronnie's vexation. In response, Ronnie severed all sensory connection to Venom, isolating him entirely from the external world. Natasha stared in horror at the Venom that had absorbed the Tesseract energy, questioning why Ronnie had never mentioned such capabilities. What other secrets did this creature harbor? You have arrived just in time, Ronnie declared, as the black liquid morphed into Venom's armor, encasing him. A cruel smile crept across Ronnie's face. Let us settle our new and old scores. The dark liquid swiftly coalesced into an ebony trident, which Ronnie grasped tightly, his figure flashing towards Natasha with alarming speed. The power of the scepter extended beyond mere control. Under Loki's deliberate influence, he unearthed the malevolent thoughts buried deep within Ronnie's psyche, allowing them to dominate his consciousness. Ronnie's innate goodness was formidable, and it took considerable effort for Loki to extract the darkness. Now, with negative energy flooding his mind, Ronnie was transformed. The previous version of himself was gone, replaced by a singular desire for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents before him, to see them perish. The moment Ronnie donned the Venom armor, Natasha heightened her vigilance. She understood that Ronnie's true strength lay not in his complete form, but in this Venom-armored state, where his power eclipsed his prior capabilities. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind surged towards her. Though Natasha discerned nothing, her extensive combat experience warned her of imminent danger. Without hesitation, she retreated sharply. Just as Natasha had just departed from her original position, a figure materialized in the very spot she had occupied. The black trident in his hand plunged silently into the ground, disappearing without a sound. Truly impressive, Natasha, Ronnie thought, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Yet, it was still insufficient. With a swift motion, the trident struck down upon Natasha with unyielding force. The impact, even from just the shaft of the trident, felt like a heavy blow to her, sending her body uncontrollably hurtling backward. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, and it was only when Natasha was sent flying that the other agents began to react. Attack! The agents unleashed their cube weapons, firing beams of cube energy toward Ronnie. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Ronnie's face as he vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared in front of one of the agents, his trident piercing through the agent's chest. The agent gazed at Ronnie in horror, his pupils dilating in disbelief. This near-instantaneous speed was a formidable weapon in this overwhelming confrontation. Armed with a trident forged from Venom, Ronnie continued to harvest the lives of the agents amidst the chaos. Each flicker of his movement claimed another agent's life. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the command center, Fury's expression was grim. Retreat, he commanded. Yes, Hill responded promptly, having long wished for the agents to fall back. Even with their cube weapons, they were no match for Ronnie. Moreover, under Loki's control, Ronnie would show no mercy. Wait, Steve called out to Hill from within the command center. Both Fury and Hill turned to him. Banner and I will go. If we allow Ronnie to escape now, we may not have another chance to capture him. Fury pondered for a moment before conceding. All right. Steve nodded and turned to leave. Time was of the essence. With each passing second, another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent might perish. In the Manhattan district, the crowd had dispersed the moment Ronnie attacked Tony, leaving the once bustling streets deserted save for Ronnie and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Ronnie rampaged through the area with reckless abandon, and despite the numerous agents present, nearly half had already fallen. Ronnie, however, remained completely unharmed. Ha! Ronnie laughed uproariously, joyfully reaping the lives of others. This unprecedented experience filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. Yet, amidst his slaughter of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he failed to notice the milky white divine seed on his forehead beginning to darken, the blackness steadily increasing with each act of carnage. Before long, it had already claimed a significant portion of the divine seed's surface. Kamartaj. In the midst of his arduous meditation, the Ancient One was abruptly awakened. This unsettling sensation compelled him to gaze towards the west, where the source of his profound unease emanated. What could possibly be unfolding? Within a dimension tethered to Earth, two elongated legs intertwined, as Hela, languidly reclining upon her throne, suddenly widened her eyes. Is this the aura of a malevolent deity's birth? Hela murmured in astonishment. Even in confinement, the essence of divinity's emergence proved unstoppable, uncontrollably reaching her senses. How intriguing, a deity of this realm, yet a wicked one. Could it be that little entity? Hela recalled the peculiar being that had previously visited her domain. Oh, Supreme Sorcerer, what can you achieve by eliminating my contingency? You still become a malevolent god. No, Hela raised an eyebrow. I have underestimated this young one. Chapter 189, Defeat in the Streets of Manhattan, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent stared incredulously at the trident hovering less than a centimeter before him, feeling the sharp, electrifying aura emanating from its tip. Ronnie stood frozen, struggling to wield the trident in his grasp. At his brow, the divine seed pulsed, a striking dichotomy of black and white fiercely contending against one another. The intertwining black and white seemed to represent two armies locked in a battle for dominion. Observing Ronnie's immobility, the agent hastily sidestepped, escaping the trident's perilous range. A surge of relief washed over him as he narrowly evaded disaster. Whoosh! A piercing sound shattered the tense silence, jolting Ronnie from his stupor. He swung the trident with fervor, exerting force. Clang! Ronnie remained steadfast. The oncoming object was repelled by the tremendous power radiating from the trident. Snap! Squinting at the figures standing atop the Quinjet in the sky, he recognized Steve and Banner. Ronnie, come back with us. S.H.I.E.L.D. will heal you, Steve shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of the Quinjet's engines, reaching Ronnie's ears with precision. In response, Ronnie launched himself forward. Whoosh! Steve's reflexes, honed by the super soldier serum, kicked in the moment Ronnie moved. He raised his vibranium shield. Clang! A tremendous force reverberated through the shield, propelling Steve backward. Thud! His back collided forcefully with the Quinjet's fuselage, leaving a dent in the shape of a human. A flicker of determination crossed Ronnie's face as he swung the trident sideways, unleashing a fierce arc toward the unsuspecting Banner. However, the fact that Banner did not react did not imply that the entity within him was similarly unresponsive. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized the approaching trident with great force, startling Ronnie. An overwhelming strength emanated from the trident, and Hulk hurled both Ronnie and the weapon off the Quinjet. With a thunderous roar, Hulk leaped from the aircraft. Steve managed to extricate himself from the cockpit, shaking off the numbing sensation coursing through his body. Observing the empty cabin, he shook his head in resignation and swiftly jumped down. The height of several dozen meters posed no challenge for him. Meanwhile, after Ronnie was flung away, Hulk descended from the Quinjet, racing towards Ronnie with alarming speed. Ronnie, witnessing Hulk's massive foot approaching, uttered a curse, hastily raising the trident to defend himself. But Hulk's immense form crashed down upon him. With a resounding thud, a figure slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The earth quaked violently from the impact, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in shock. Surely, Ronnie couldn't he have perished from that? Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the swirling dust. Covered in dirt, Ronnie landed steadily a short distance away. Hulk emerged from the ground, his towering green form rising amidst the debris. He landed near Ronnie, fixating his gaze upon him. Ronnie tightened his grip on the trident, thinking to himself that this creature was akin to Hulk. Back! Hulk commanded in a low voice. Back! To where? Ronnie retorted with a cold laugh, once again accelerating towards Hulk. In terms of strength and defense, Ronnie was no match for Hulk, but speed was his advantage, one Hulk could not rival. Moving at breakneck speed, Ronnie resembled a streak of black lightning, closing the gap of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, appearing directly in front of Hulk in a mere breath. The trident sliced through the air, aimed viciously at Hulk's knee. Caught off guard, Hulk felt a sharp crack as Ronnie's sudden strike shattered his left leg bone. With a roar of pain, Hulk half-kneeled, clutching his injured limb. Seizing the opportunity, Ronnie gripped the trident tightly, its tip poised at Hulk's brow. In an instant, a tremendous force struck from the side, sending Ronnie hurtling through the air. Steve, clutching his vibranium shield, leaped high, combining his momentum with the shield's weight to bring it crashing down towards Ronnie. The vibranium shield struck fiercely against Ronnie's chest. The terrifying force rendered Ronnie momentarily incapacitated, causing blood to surge uncontrollably from his mouth. Anger flickered in his eyes as his body trembled, black tendrils erupting violently towards Steve. Alarmed, Steve quickly dismounted from Ronnie and raised his vibranium shield. Clang, clang, clang. The black tendrils fell like raindrops upon the shield, each impact sending tremors through Steve's arm. Although the shield remained unscathed, the limits of Steve's endurance were being tested. Suddenly, Hulk emerged, wielding a car door that had evidently been wrenched off with brute force. With a mighty thrust, the door impaled Ronnie, bisecting him with a crushing blow. Hulk grasped one half in his left hand, the upper portion in his right, the left leg already restored to its former state. In a sudden surge, Ronnie thrust the trident in his hand, its tip piercing deep into Hulk's left chest. Hulk howled in pain, releasing his grip. Ronnie's severed halves tumbled to the ground as black tendrils surged forth, pulling the two halves together, restoring his form. Yet, his complexion had turned ashen, indicating the tremendous toll of this restoration. The trident morphed into a viscous black substance, re-entering Ronnie's body as he turned to flee. Hulk clutched the wound in his chest, roaring in fury. Steve approached, shield in hand, his brow furrowed at the sight of Ronnie's retreating figure. He got away. Hulk, are you all right? Steve inquired, looking at Hulk, who was half kneeling on the ground. Hulk, fine. Hulk shook his head. Hulk, sleep. As he spoke, the green hue of Hulk's form gradually faded, his body shrinking until he reverted to the bare form of Banner. Nearby, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were prepared, providing him with a set of clothes. Aside from Natasha, all present were men, and with her absence, Banner felt no shame in changing right there. Letting Ronnie escape this time could lead to complications next, Banner remarked while dressing. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate, Steve murmured, gazing in the direction Ronnie had fled. Chapter 190. The Clash of the Universe's Mightiest. Loki's Secret Base. Bang. Ronnie staggered through the door, clutching his abdomen. What happened? Clint rushed forward to support him. I encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. while attempting to kill Tony, and Hulk teamed up with Captain America. I was no match for them. Ronnie coughed weakly, his voice strained. Previously, Tony had obliterated Ronnie's entire head, followed by Hulk cleaving him in two. The energy required for his recovery was nothing short of staggering. Ronnie now found himself in a state of extreme weakness, desperately needing to replenish his energy. I shall take you to restore your strength, Clint declared as he hoisted Ronnie onto his back. There are two methods for Ronnie to regain his energy. The first, which he frequently employs, is to recuperate through rest. The second involves the consumption of flesh and blood, a means of self-replenishment. With a sharp intake of breath, Ronnie unleashed a black tendril that pierced the final captive under the gaze of sheer terror, enveloping him in darkness and consuming him whole. As Ronnie breathed deeply, the pallor that once graced his features faded, replaced by a healthy flush. The darkness emanating from the divine seed nestled in his brow had gained the upper hand, while the white hue retreated to a mere third of its original presence. How are you? Have you recovered? Clint, leaning against the wall, inquired as he observed Ronnie dispatch the last of their foes. Almost, Ronnie nodded in affirmation. Let us depart. Together, they exited the dungeon, leaving behind a floor stained with still wet blood. In New Mexico, at Old Bridge Town, a tumultuous roar echoed through the heavens as dark clouds swiftly gathered, illuminated by ominous flashes of lightning. A resounding boom heralded the arrival of a vibrant, rainbow-hued beam of light, from which emerged a figure clad in armor, standing upon a bridge of colors. It was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, arriving once more in Midgard, or rather, Earth, savoring the distinct atmosphere of Earth. So unlike Asgard, Thor could not help but smile. Yet, he remained mindful of the genuine purpose of his visit. I recall that Ronnie is affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Their headquarters is in New York, is it not? Thor pondered. With a mighty swing of Mjolnir, he set forth towards New York. Half an hour earlier, in Asgard, within the Celestial Palace, Odin sat upon his lofty throne, grasping Gungnir, gazing down at Thor. Thor bowed his head slightly in deference. Your brother Loki has appeared in Midgard, wielding an artifact capable of controlling minds, and has taken the cosmic cube I left in Midgard. I require you to bring him and the cube back to Asgard, Odin commanded. At once, Thor replied resolutely. Loki had ventured to Earth. Go, Odin commanded, as Thor rose, acknowledging his father with a nod before turning to depart. After Thor's exit, a glint of cold light flickered in Odin's solitary eye. Thanos, your reach extends too far. His voice, devoid of warmth, seemed to traverse the vastness of time and space, resonating in some distant corner of the universe. Esteemed King Odin, I mean no offense. It is merely that Prince Loki sought me out with utmost sincerity. I could hardly refuse him. A golden phantom abruptly appeared before Odin. Humph. Odin let out a cold snort, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping the grand hall. Rising from his throne, he gazed at the figure of Thanos within the apparition. Should there be a next time, the iron hooves of Sleipnir shall tread upon your corpse. Indeed, esteemed King Odin, Thanos replied with a smile and a bow. With a tremor of Gungnir, the phantom dissipated like a mere bubble. Odin's fearsome presence receded, vanishing from sight. He silently resumed his seat upon the throne, staring into his palm, lost in thought for an extended period. In a distant corner of the cosmos, aboard the warship of Thanos' Legion, he chuckled softly while observing the shattered projection of Odin. Father, will our assistance to Loki not provoke Odin? General Deathblade inquired with a furrowed brow, sharing the concern of others present. The name of Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms and the father of the gods, echoed throughout the multiverse. His power was immensely formidable. Even in his elder years, diminished to perhaps 50 or 60% of his prime, none dared to unleash chaos within the 9 realms. Odin's legendary reputation was forged upon his steed, Sleipnir, wielding the eternal spear, Gungnir, with which he had vanquished foes across the multiverse. This was no mere boast. Though Thanos was indeed powerful, even bearing the terrifying title of the Cosmic Destroyer, he still fell short compared to Odin, a veteran of unparalleled strength. Not at all, Thanos replied, shaking his head with a smile. Odin has grown old, too feeble to traverse the cosmos and confront me. As long as I remain outside the 9 realms, he cannot touch me. However, our influence within the 9 realms is considerable, and our stronghold lies there, remarked Dark Knight Proxima. Precisely because of this, Father would choose to retreat, interjected Ebony Maw. Indeed, while I could stay beyond the 9 realms to evade Odin, I cannot afford to lose our power there. Hence my decision to withdraw, Thanos stated. The others nodded in understanding. It was precisely due to Odin's presence that they had refrained from seizing the space stones on Earth. Not out of desire, but out of fear. No matter how aged he became, he remained Odin, a true powerhouse traversing the multiverse. It matters not. Odin's days are numbered. When he passes, that will be our moment to strike at the 9 realms. Ebony Maw declared with a smile. Dark Knight Proxima and General Deathblade nodded in agreement. A 9 realms without Odin appeared to them as nothing more than a mere collection of weaklings. Thor, Odin's successor, was woefully inadequate compared to his father. No, while Odin may be nearing his end, we cannot yet assault the 9 realms, Thanos countered, shaking his head. Why not? General Deathblade asked, perplexed. It seemed Ebony Maw had an inkling of the reason. Father, she is still alive? Thanos nodded with a smile. Dormammu has approached me numerous times, seeking to ally with me to eliminate her, he remarked with a light chuckle. The 3 were taken aback. The ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu, yet another cosmic powerhouse. What an assembly of titans. But why only 3? Obsidian Star remains in slumber. Father, why do you not acquiesce to Dormammu's request? Ebony Maw inquired with curiosity. Thanos chuckled and shook his head. Do you truly believe that a supreme sorcerer who has traversed the multiverse for centuries could be weaker than Odin? A chill surged through the trio, creeping from their feet to their heads. Not weaker than Odin. How is it conceivable that such formidable beings could emerge from this insignificant Earth? In this diminutive 9 realms, there exist 2 cosmic titans. Chapter 191, The Avengers Earth, New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Clad in his normal armor, Thor leaned against the wall with arms crossed, his fierce gaze silently surveying each individual present. Banner stood awkwardly by the table, nervously stealing glances at the others. Steve, now dressed in civilian attire, sat at the table, his expression one of confusion. Natasha, the elite spy, wore a grim countenance as she sat silently in a chair, lost in her thoughts. The 4 individuals remained enveloped in silence. With a soft click, the door swung open, and a dapper man with a mustache entered. Ah, were you all waiting for me? Tony exclaimed upon sensing the heavy silence, his innate disposition prompting him to break the tension. Thor cast a sidelong glance at Tony, devoid of any interest in engaging. "You are late, Tony," Steve remarked, turning to face him. "Is that so?" "My sincerest apologies," Tony replied, feigning contrition. "Being tardy is hardly a commendable habit," Steve continued. "Not to worry. I have plenty of those," Tony retorted. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point," Thor interjected, straightening his posture, his robust physique and divine presence imposing a palpable pressure on the others. However, none in attendance were ordinary individuals, and they paid little heed to it. "Is this long-haired fellow who resembles a gorilla truly the god of thunder?" Tony quipped, pointing at Thor with frivolity. Thor narrowed his eyes, an ominous glint flickering within. "Midgardian. Mind your words," Thor warned. Upon his arrival at S.H.I.E.L.D, he was ushered to this room by Coulson, where he encountered Steve, with whom he had previously fought side by side, as well as Banner and Natasha, whom he had never met before. Though Natasha's beauty left him in awe, his heart was already claimed by Jane, rendering him indifferent. "What? Does the god of thunder wish to strike me? With what? That pitiful hammer you purchased at a $2 store?" Tony was not one to back down. He fired back. "Midgardians, you are playing with fire." Thor's eyes sparkled with the power of thunder, and the mighty Mjolnir on the table quivered slightly, ready to leap into his hand at any moment. "Enough. I did not summon you here to bicker," Natasha interjected, breaking the deadlock between the two. "Humph," Thor scoffed, leaning back against the wall. "How dull. Speak. What is the matter?" Natasha glanced at Tony and began. "You are all undoubtedly aware of the Avengers Initiative." Everyone nodded, including Tony. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but upon learning from Coulson that Ronnie had been compromised, and given his deep bond with Ronnie, he felt compelled to act. The World Security Council has approved the Avengers Initiative. It is now officially underway. Natasha pressed her hands against the table, supporting herself as she surveyed the room. "Ronnie and Clint have been controlled by Loki through this device," she stated, revealing a virtual image of the scepter. "This is the scepter, an artifact of immense power." Thor interjected, "Indeed." Natasha nodded. "Loki has forged a formidable alliance using the scepter. They have seized the Tesseract and Ronnie's research on the spatial teleportation device. We suspect Loki intends to open a colossal portal to summon someone. He is of Asgardian descent, yet the Asgardian army is under my father's command. He cannot call upon the army," Thor remarked. "What if it is outside assistance?" Steve interjected. "Outside assistance?" Thor furrowed his brow. "Loki is the prince of Jotunheim, of the Frost Giants. It is indeed possible he could summon their army. However, without the Bifrost, he cannot reach Jotunheim. Regardless, we must prepare for war." The group nodded in agreement. "I must interject," Tony interrupted, wanting to steer the conversation. "I am not here for war or to save the Earth. I simply wish to know where Loki has taken Ronnie." "I was just about to address that," Natasha replied. "Ronnie possesses considerable strength. Only Banner and Thor among us have the capability to defeat him. However, retrieving him alone will be a formidable challenge. Defeating someone and capturing them are entirely different matters, and the difficulty in capturing far exceeds that of simply killing." "I am confident I can capture him," Thor asserted solemnly. "That is not feasible. If Ronnie is determined to escape, you will not be able to seize him," Natasha countered Thor's assertion. "Then what do you propose we do?" "Awaken the symbiote within Ronnie," Natasha replied earnestly. "Awaken the symbiote?" The four individuals gazed at Natasha with a look of bewilderment. "What does this signify?" "Ronnie and Venom share a relationship akin to that of a single body with dual personalities. Presently, it is merely Ronnie, the dominant persona, who is under control, while Venom, the subordinate personality, remains unrestrained, albeit suppressed within Ronnie's being. Our objective is to awaken Venom within Ronnie, allowing it to vie for dominance over the body." Natasha harbored reservations about this approach, doubting Venom's capability to surpass Ronnie's dominant persona, as evidenced by Ronnie's consistent control in their daily interactions. However, with no superior alternatives at hand, they had no choice but to proceed resolutely. "And what of Clint?" Steve inquired. "Leave Clint to me," Natasha replied solemnly, her old comrade's subjugation igniting a fierce anger within her. "Very well. Thor and Banner shall seek out Ronnie to attempt awakening Venom. Should they fail, they must also bring Ronnie back," Steve asserted as he rose to his feet. Thor and Banner nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. "Natasha and I will locate Clint. We must ensure both are rescued." "All right, and what about me?" The four turned their attention to Tony. "You shall act as you see fit," Steve said after a moment's hesitation. His decision not to assign Tony a specific task was not due to any lack of regard for him. Iron Man's prowess in battle was indeed formidable. However, having just recovered from a severe beating with the aid of advanced technology, Steve was reluctant to send Tony into harm's way. Very well, Tony acknowledged, understanding that Steve's intentions were rooted in concern. Yet, from this point onward, he would dictate his own actions, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. Expecting him to remain compliant was simply out of the question. Chapter 192. The awakening of Venom. Loki's base was rather easy to locate. One might say that with Ronnie and Clint, two formidable allies, he had grown complacent, neglecting to conceal the position of his stronghold. The S.H.I.E.L.D. did not exert much effort in determining the location of Loki's base. The group arrived at this temporary stronghold. Thor, clad in his battle armor and wielding his mighty hammer, stood at a distance. Steve and Natasha, having donned their combat attire, stood ready by his side, while Banner appeared somewhat out of place in his casual clothing, looking rather awkward among these titans. Though Banner could rely on the Hulk within him to overpower all but Thor, his inherent demeanor was not something that could be altered in an instant. "How shall we proceed to enter?" Natasha inquired, pressing her earpiece. From inside the aircraft, Tony replied, "How do we get in?" "We break through." Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation, realizing that entrusting this individual with tactical command had been a grave error. "It's unnecessary. He has detected our presence." Thor gazed in the direction of the base and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly, a figure flickered into view not far from the crowd. It was Ronnie. With a thunderous rumble, Clint arrived at the scene, accompanied by a substantial entourage. "Quite an impressive display," Ronnie remarked with a smile. "Let us proceed as planned," Steve asserted. Thor nodded and instructed, "Banner, hold back for now and provide me with cover." With that, he swung Mjolnir, sending it hurtling straight towards Ronnie. Banner shrugged, "If you don't want me to intervene, I have no desire to do so." Steve and Natasha exchanged glances before dashing towards Clint. As Thor charged directly at him, Ronnie's expression turned serious. He was acutely aware of Thor's formidable strength. Without hesitation, he entered his Venom armor state. The black, fluid substance coalesced into a trident, which Ronnie brandished in preparation. The moment Mjolnir collided with the trident, the solidified black fluid was violently shaken by the immense force of the hammer, nearly dispersing under the impact. A surge of blue-white divine energy flowed from the point of collision into the trident, penetrating Ronnie's being. Thor raised Mjolnir high and brought it down once more. To confront Ronnie, he felt no need to summon the power of thunder. His divine form, enhanced by godly might, was sufficient to overpower Ronnie. The trident in Ronnie's grasp transformed, morphing into a massive black fang shield, which he raised high above his head. With a tremendous force, the shield created a shockwave that blasted everything in the vicinity away, sending layers of debris outward. Ronnie's body was forcefully driven into the ground, half of him submerged beneath the surface. Once again, blue-white divine energy surged into Ronnie. Neither Thor nor Ronnie noticed the peculiar scene unfolding. As the divine energy entered Ronnie's forehead, it penetrated directly into the seed of divinity nestled there. Following his complete fusion with Venom, Ronnie maintained a human exterior, yet his insides had entirely transformed into a black, fluid substance. This explained why, even after Tony had blasted off Ronnie's head, he remained unscathed, suspended quietly at Ronnie's brow. The seed of divinity was predominantly black, with only a small portion of white desperately struggling to survive. Within the divine seed, there appeared to be a shadowy figure, yet the encroaching darkness obscured its form. As Thor's blue-white divine energy surged into Ronnie's forehead and met the divine seed, a spark ignited at the moment of contact. The blackness enveloping the seed recoiled as if a mouse had encountered a cat, rapidly contracting and diminishing in size. With the assistance of the azure and white divine force, the white swiftly reclaimed territory, gradually regaining its absolute dominance. As Ronnie and Thor continually clashed, the azure and white divine energy surged forth, bolstering the expansion of the white. The black was expelled, and the divine seed reverted to its original milky hue. However, the azure and white divine force did not cease after banishing the black. Instead, it began to gradually pressure the white. Under the assault of the azure and white divine energy, the white too began to retreat. A figure concealed within the divine seed emerged as the white was driven away, revealing a translucent shell. Venom. Finally, After completely expelling the milky white, the azure and white divine force surged into the divine seed, nourishing this now transparent entity. The voice of Venom echoed anxiously, fluctuating in proximity, calling out to the essence within. The pitch-black head of Venom cracked open a slender white slit. But it was merely a faint opening. Venom, Venom, awaken. I am losing control. The white on the dark head grew increasingly pronounced, and the crescent-shaped large eyes slowly opened. Venom gazed in bewilderment at the oval object that confined him in place. Break the shackles, shatter the constraints of the mind. A voice echoed once more, urging him to awaken from the throes of slaughter. Roni? The confused eyes of Venom suddenly widened, the crescent-shaped large eyes now fully alert. Images of mental confinement flooded Venom's mind, ultimately focusing on the moment Roni was ensnared by Loki, with the staff pressed against his chest. So that's it. Venom's gaze sharpened as he raised his fist and struck the oval wall. Clang. The wall remained unyielding. What? Venom stared in bewilderment at the wall. How do I break this? This is the divine seed. You must use the power of your mind to escape. Roni's original will is quite feeble. Though preserved under the protection of the divine seed, it remains exceedingly weak after being controlled by the staff. What the hell? Venom retorted, exasperated. The power of the mind? What on earth is that? Can't you speak plainly? Venom felt distressed. Do you think you're in a drama? What with this power of the mind? Do I even know what that is? Roni's original will was quite taken aback by Venom's sarcastic remarks, but he slowly began to speak. The power of the mind is the bond between you and me. Wait. Venom interrupted Roni. Stop with the jargon. I don't understand. Who knows what a bond is? The bond is what connects us, Roni tried to clarify, but his original will faltered. He knew what will meant, but he was at a loss for words. Venom widened his eyes, awaiting a response. The original will, too, opened its eyes, pondering for an answer. At this moment, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Chapter 196, Assemble, Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. As the ethereal blue portal opened, all individuals were already in motion. Thor, Ronnie, and Tony were the first to rush toward the battlefield, while Natasha, Clint, Steve, and Banner boarded the Quinjet, swiftly following suit. Enveloped in darkness, Ronnie, embodying the form of Venom, darted between buildings, occasionally leaping into the air, utilizing his gliding ability for rapid movement. Although Venom relied on running to reach the battlefield, his speed was hardly inferior to that of Thor or Tony clad in his Iron Man suit. Ronnie Fury's voice resonated through the earpiece. The three operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D. wore earpieces to receive important updates. I permit you to reveal your identity in this war. Fight with abandon. Forget your S.H.I.E.L.D. affiliation. At this moment, you are merely an Avenger. Fury's calm voice reached Ronnie's ears. I have but one request. Win this war for humanity. Ronnie remained silent. Yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his resolve. I am human. Defeating them requires no prompting from you. Venom, Ronnie softly called out. Understood. With a powerful leap, Venom soared high into the air. Mid-flight, the black liquid that enveloped him transformed in an instant, coalescing into Venom's armored suit, which adorned Ronnie's form. While a trident materialized in his grasp, the transformation was completed in a mere heartbeat. With a resounding thud, Ronnie landed, steadying himself with his left hand on the ground and holding the trident horizontally behind him, rising slowly to his feet, clad in his jet-black battle armor. The iconic V on his chest intertwining to form his distinctive emblem. Gazing upward at the several Leviathan warships that had surged into the sky, Ronnie observed the Chitauri soldiers ejected from above, descending in various directions. Armed with extraterrestrial weapons, they unleashed a relentless barrage, inflicting devastating casualties in mere moments. A chilling glint flickered in Ronnie's eyes. With a swift motion, he vanished from his spot. Suddenly, a dark figure hurtled through the sky, racing from a distance. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had reached one of the Leviathan warships. With a thunderous crash, an explosive force erupted from the figure, piercing through the Leviathan warship with sheer ferocity. A terrifying surge of thunder erupted within the Leviathan as blinding lightning exploded, obliterating the ship and annihilating the Chitauri soldiers aboard with its brutal might. Thor's silhouette erupted from the derelict Leviathan warship, gazing at the vessel plummeting downward, before turning to another Leviathan and charging forward. The Quinjet hovered in midair, its hatch opening wide. Are we really just jumping? Banner grimaced at Steve beside him. Peering down below, Natasha and Clint required aerial support, thus they did not need to descend. What else is there? Steve secured his vibranium shield on his back, the magnet clasping it firmly. In a swift motion, Steve seized Banner and leaped down without hesitation. Fuck! Thud! Steve landed solidly on the ground, gently tossing Banner aside. Panting heavily, Banner sat on the ground, overwhelmed by fear. He was acrophobic. Steve's expression shifted as he quickly retrieved his vibranium shield, launching it with force. Clang! Underneath the familiar formula lay the unique trajectory of Steve's defiance of physical laws. The vibranium shield struck a group of Chitauri soldiers in the distance, the tremendous force rendering them unconscious. Remarkably, the shield arced back perfectly, returning to Steve's hand. This is unscientific, Banner exclaimed in disbelief. I don't understand science. Casting a glance at him, Steve turned and charged towards the distant Chitauri soldiers. Banner shook his head, rising from the ground to follow Steve. Sticking with the big guy means there's soup to drink. Buzz. Boom. Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit through the ranks of Chitauri soldiers, relentlessly firing repulsor blasts that sent them sprawling. The crimson figure weaved amidst the chaos. Jarvis. How many have you drawn in? Tony inquired. All the Chitauri soldiers in this block have been attracted, sir, Jarvis replied. Excellent. Tony propelled his suit straight into the sky, a barrage of lasers erupting around him. However, under Jarvis's precise control, few struck Tony. Even those that did lack the potency to breach the suit's defenses. Ascending to the open air, Tony halted the suit. Energy coalesced in the arc reactor at his chest, releasing a searing beam of energy that surged downward. Wherever the blue-white energy beam passed, Chitauri soldiers were melted as if they were mere wax figures. With an entire block of Chitauri soldiers drawn in, Tony could sweep through them effortlessly. Each discarded brick could fell several, especially under Jarvis's accurate targeting. Splatter! A flash of darkness swept through the air, severing a line of Chitauri soldiers in half. Droney stood tall, casting aside his trident, as blood dripped from its sharp prongs. He remained steadfast, weapon in hand, silently surveying the remaining Chitauri warriors around him. The soldiers gazed at Droney in terror. Despite their numbers, none dared to advance a single step. This man was a demon. He had slaughtered hundreds of them with nothing but a single weapon. He was no mere mortal. He was a fiend. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the heavens as Hulk carefully set Natasha down from his shoulder. Thank you, Natasha said with a smile as she turned to face him. Hulk grinned in response, casually discarding Clint, who tumbled and regained his footing. He approached the trio with a pout, muttering about differential treatment and poor reviews. Whoosh! Thor landed gracefully on the ground. Clang! A shield emblazoned with the American flag came to a resounding halt in front of the gathered crowd. Boom! A figure landed solidly before them, positioned behind the shield. Steve withdrew the shield from the ground and cast a solemn gaze upon the frightened Chitauri soldiers before him. Avengers, assemble. Chapter 194. Carrying the burden of sin, upholding the spirit of protection. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Droney to lift his head. He approached and opened the door to find Steve standing on the threshold. Steve, what brings you here? Droney inquired, astonished. Are you not going to let me in? Steve replied with a smile. Please, come in. Although perplexed by Steve's visit, Droney stepped aside to allow him entry. Have a seat. Droney gestured towards the sofa. I'll fetch you a glass of water. No need, Steve called out to stop him. I'm not thirsty. All right then. Droney returned to his seat across from Steve. What is it you wish to discuss? Fury asked me to convey that the families of the agents who perished at your hands understand your situation. Do not burden yourself too heavily. Droney scoffed coldly. Do not carry a psychological burden? Dozens of vibrant lives have been extinguished by my actions. And you tell me not to feel the weight of that? I'm afraid I cannot comply. Is possessing power a justification for feeling superior? For wielding the lives of others at will? What a grotesque mindset. Droney did not consider himself a saint, but he could not continue living with blood on his hands. Unperturbed, no sane individual could. This is not your fault, Steve asserted, shaking his head. You were under control. No, regardless of the reasons. The undeniable truth remains that they perished at my hands. This is my fault. Ronnie refuted Steve's perspective. No, Steve shook his head. We all bear responsibility. We did not prevent you. We too share the burden. We always strive to save as many as we can, yet there are times when we cannot save everyone. If we cannot come to terms with this notion, then perhaps next time, not a single soul will be saved. Yet Ronnie raised his hands. They died by my hand. Steve patted Ronnie gently, choosing silence thereafter. Do you remember the words of King Riku during our time in Atlantis? Venom's voice suddenly resonated. Indeed, Ronnie nodded. King Riku stated that a hero must learn to fear. You need not be a paragon of heroism, but you must learn to embrace fear in order to conquer it. You reverence life, but can you triumph over it in your own inner turmoil? Ronnie remained silent, contemplating deeply. Ronnie, give it some thought. Steve urged as he rose to address him. Very well, Ronnie nodded, and Steve turned to depart. Venom too faded into silence. Ronnie retrieved the photograph from his pocket. Gazing at Mira. What should I do, Mira? Far across the vast universe, on the distant planet Vomer, the Soul Stone, concealed beneath a precipice, suddenly awakened. A pair of orange-yellow eyes flickered with uncertainty. From the perspective of the Soul Stone, a faint crimson thread surged forth from the iridescent river, stretching far beyond the confines of Vomer. This world has begun to slip from my grasp, the Soul Stone murmured. Rather than being a creation of its own, the realm of Atlantis was more accurately a seed that it nurtured into existence. As the world continued to evolve, the Soul Stone's control over it diminished significantly. However, to enter this realm, there existed no other means but through the Soul Stone. Yet, as the grip of the Soul Stone weakened, the world would grow increasingly independent. Once the Soul Stone completely lost its hold, this realm would exist in perfect parallel with the universe, devoid of any intersection. You must hasten, young one. The Soul Stone whispered. If Ronnie fails to locate the Reality Stone within this time frame, his wife may never emerge. After years of meticulous planning, unforeseen complications have arisen. Managing the entire universe remains an arduous task, the Soul Stone lamented, gazing towards the 9 realms. Persevere, young one. The future of the cosmos awaits. Ronnie sat alone in quiet solitude beside his bed, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window onto his desk, clutching the photograph tightly in his hand. In the days of yore, in the realm of Atlantis, during the affairs of state, Mira would stand beside Ronnie, guiding him on how to navigate the complexities of governance. The novice politician, under Mira's meticulous tutelage, gradually transformed into a competent sovereign. Mira, if one day my hands are stained with blood, what would you do? Ronnie inquired. After a day of administrative duties, he and Mira engaged in a casual conversation. If you stand on the side of justice, I shall support you. Mira replied with a smile. But what if it involves the slaughter of the innocent? Ronnie pressed. With a gentle smile, Mira positioned herself behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders, offering a moment of relaxation. I would rally others to overthrow you. Atlantis has no need for a tyrant. According to the law, your reign would be terminated, resulting in your execution, she whispered softly. Ronnie remained silent, absorbing her words. Atlantis cannot harbor a tyrant, and thus you must perish. However, once I have fulfilled my duty as the Queen of Atlantis by executing you, I shall follow you into the beyond. Mira leaned down and embraced Ronnie. In her role, Ronnie lifted a photograph, gazing at Mira's profile. Mira, you have truly taught me so much. Gently setting the photo down, Ronnie's resolve solidified. Have you come to a realization? Venom's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Yes, I have come to understand. It seems this woman has profoundly influenced you, Venom remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, she has changed me significantly. After all, she is your wife, right? Displaying affection daily, you know that leads to a swift demise? Venom interjected, rolling its eyes in jest. Ronnie chuckled, refraining from engaging with the single creature. Though to this day, he remained uncertain of Venom's gender or nature. In truth, Venom itself was also oblivious to its own sex. The symbiote bore no gender. Its propagation relied solely on an entity known as the mother nest, akin to the hive mother of a certain game. Ronnie opened the window, the gentle breeze caressing his face, gazing at the radiant sun on the horizon. An unprecedented calm and determination enveloped his heart. If my hands are stained with blood, if my sins are great, if I fail to do what is right, then I shall carry my transgressions forward, embodying the essence of protection. In the dance of slaughter and salvation, I am a hero. I am not a hero. I am a deadly guardian. Chapter 195. The opening of the spatial portal at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ronnie pushed open the door to the conference room and stepped inside. Tony, Steve, Thor, Natasha, Clint, and Banner were seated at a table, their gazes fixed upon Ronnie. Welcome back, Ronnie, Steve greeted with a warm smile. Roni surveyed the room, a smile gracing his lips. With his seating, the Avengers were officially announced. Now, our task is to prepare for war, Steve declared. Whether intentionally or not, the others had elevated Steve to the position of leader. Captain America, embodying the spirit and ideals of America, indeed deserved to lead this league of superpowered beings. However, this leadership was nominal. Should conflict arise, his authority would be rendered ineffective. Loki possesses the Tesseract and the means for spatial teleportation. He will undoubtedly find a way to open the portal and summon his forces, Thor remarked. I have learned from my father that Loki has the assistance of the Chitauri army this time. What is the Chitauri army? Inquired the ever-curious Bruce Banner. Upon hearing Odin's message, the others began to take it seriously. The Norse god of thunder is indeed a tangible reality, and thus, Odin's assertions of uniting the 9 realms and reigning supreme hold weight. Chitauri Prime is a rare oceanic life planet within the Milky Way. The Chitauri are aquatic beings. Should they venture onto land, they would perish instantly. Roni pondered, does this sound somewhat akin to the Atlanteans? Do they require water to survive? Natasha questioned. Not quite. Thor shook his head. The Chitauri are peculiar. They do not rely on water for survival. The specifics remain unclear, but they die upon reaching land. However, a formidable entity known as the Cosmic Destroyer has imparted a form of exoskeletal technology to the Chitauri King. This technology enables the Chitauri to move freely on land, controlled by a central mothership. Unless that mothership is destroyed, the Chitauri soldiers can remain active on the surface. It seemed, to Roni's silent contemplation, that this technology was inferior to that of the Atlanteans. Having served as the Ocean King for over a year, he was well versed in the advanced technologies of Atlantis. Atlanteans could operate on land through their battle armor, although they would swiftly succumb to death if their masks were breached and they lost contact with water. They would not suffer from collateral damage. Physically, Atlantean soldiers maintained a parallel relationship upon land, unaffected by each other. In contrast, Chitauri soldiers faced a series connection. Should the central mothership be destroyed, they would all perish. This is troublesome, Tony remarked, a frown creasing his brow. What's wrong? Banner inquired. Tony glanced at him. Given the technological level of this exoskeletal technology, the mothership cannot be the maritime vessels we are familiar with. It must be a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. The gathered assembly was no fool. Upon Tony's insight, they all grasped the gravity of the situation. Goodness, Earth lacks any weaponry capable of delivering a cosmic-scale strike. Upon this realization, the countenance of all present grew somber. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve interjected, sensing the shift in atmosphere, eager to uplift their spirits. Yet, at that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the city center. This cacophony, even with the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters nestled in the heart of New York, was unmistakably audible. Everyone abruptly stood and rushed to the windows, gazing at the towering cobalt beam of energy piercing the sky. The war had commenced. Ronnie stared, entranced, at the radiant column of energy emitted by the Tesseract through the spatial transference device, murmuring softly. Half an hour prior, in Manhattan, atop the Stark Tower. This was the pinnacle of New York. Loki stood on the rooftop, addressing Eric, who was diligently operating the systems behind him. The spatial transference device requires 30 minutes to initiate. Please insert the Tesseract, Eric remarked, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. Very well. Loki approached the device, and in an instant, the Tesseract materialized in his right hand. The Azure Cube was seamlessly integrated into the chamber designed for it within the transference apparatus. As the Tesseract was positioned, a vibrant blue luminescence flooded the entire machine. The device originally conceived by Dr. Scarab was intended for single use, limiting the number of individuals who could traverse through the portal. I have expanded upon it, and now it can open a portal with a diameter of 100 meters. Moreover, with the infinite energy of the Tesseract, it can remain open indefinitely, Eric explained. Excellent, Loki nodded in satisfaction. However, it can be closed, correct? Indeed. I wish to eliminate the closure protocol, yet it appears Dr. Scarab has rendered it irretrievable. My skills fall short of his. Thus I have concealed the program deeply to prevent discovery, Eric replied. Loki acknowledged with a nod. Dr. Scarab is indeed a genius. However, he will certainly arrive shortly. A glint of mischief flickered in Loki's eyes. Half an hour later, the device vibrated ominously as the Tesseract unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy. erupting through the transference apparatus and soaring into the heavens. The explosive sound reverberated through the air as the cobalt beam ascended 300 meters above the ground, revealing an ethereal azure portal before them. Ha ha ha! Loki erupted in triumphant laughter at this spectacle. My Chitauri army shall soon descend upon Earth, and I shall claim my throne as the ruler of Midgard, conquering all. The azure portal, fueled by the boundless energy of the Tesseract, expanded ever larger. Gradually, it spread to the size that Eric had described, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Eric's words proved accurate. The ethereal blue portal ceased its expansion upon reaching this diameter, solidifying completely. The Zertans, who had long awaited this moment in the cosmos, beheld the opening of the portal, revealing a landscape starkly different from that of Zerta. They understood that the time had come. In the command hall of the central mothership, the Zertan king stood, gazing at the image of Earth through the spatial gateway. All forces advance. The Leviathan warships, repurposed from colossal Leviathan whales, surged through the portal into Earth. The war had commenced. Chapter 196, Assembly of the Avengers. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the moment the Azure portal opened, everyone sprang into action. Thor, Ronnie, and Tony were the first to race towards the battlefield, while Natasha, Clint, Steve, and Banner followed in a Quinjet, hastening to join the fray. Cloaked in black, Ronnie, embodying the form of Venom, dashed between buildings, occasionally leaping to glide swiftly through the air, though he moved at a rapid pace. His speed rivaled that of Thor and the armored Tony. Ronnie, came Nick Fury's voice through the earpiece. The three agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wore earpieces to communicate regarding any urgent developments. I grant you permission to reveal your identity in this conflict. Fight with unrestrained fervor. Forget your position in S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, you are merely an Avenger. Fury's calm voice resonated in Ronnie's ear. I have but one request. Win this war for humanity. Ronnie did not respond verbally, yet the upward turn of his lips indicated his resolve. I am human. Defeating them needs no prompting from you. Venom, Ronnie called softly. Understood. With a mighty leap, Venom soared high into the air. In that moment, the black, viscous substance enveloping him underwent a transformation. The symbiote coalesced into a suit of armor, encasing Ronnie, while a trident materialized in his grasp. The metamorphosis was completed in an instant. With a thud, Ronnie landed. Left hand braced against the ground, and right hand gripping the trident, rising steadily. Clad in the ebony armor, the emblematic V crossed over his chest, forming his distinctive insignia. He raised his gaze to the several Leviathan warships that had already descended from the sky, Zertan soldiers ejecting from them, plummeting in various directions. Armed with alien weaponry, they unleashed a barrage of fire, inflicting catastrophic casualties in mere moments. A glint of cold fury shone in his eyes. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment, Long and I vanished from sight. Suddenly, a dark silhouette hurtled through the sky from afar at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, this shadow had surged forth, colliding with a Leviathan warship. Boom! A ferocious force erupted from the shadow, piercing the warship cleanly through its center. Zing! The terrifying power of thunder erupted within the confines of the Leviathan, causing it to explode spectacularly. The brutal surge of lightning annihilated all the Chitauri soldiers aboard. Whoosh! Sol emerged from the wreckage of the now-defunct Leviathan, gazing down at the ship as it plummeted below, before turning his attention to another Leviathan and rushing towards it. The Quinjet hovered midair, its doors swung open. Are we really just jumping down like this? Banner grimaced as he looked below, addressing Steve beside him. Natasha and Clint required aerial support, thus they would remain aboard. What else is there to do? Steve secured his vibranium shield on his back, the magnet clasping it firmly. Grasping Banner, Steve leaped into the void. Thud! Steve landed squarely on the ground, effortlessly depositing Banner beside him. Huff! 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 Banner sat on the ground, gasping in terror. He had a fear of heights. Steve's expression shifted, quickly retrieving his vibranium shield and hurling it with force. Clang! With the familiar finesse of Steve's unique disregard for the laws of physics, the shield spun gracefully through the air. It struck several Chitauri soldiers from a distance, knocking them unconscious with tremendous force. Remarkably, the shield arced back perfectly into Steve's grasp. This defies logic. Banner observed in bewilderment. I don't comprehend science. With a glance at him, Steve turned and charged towards the Chitauri soldiers. Banner shook his head and rose from the ground, following Steve's lead. Sticking with the big shots has its perks. Buzz. Boom. Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit deftly among the Chitauri, unleashing repulsor blasts that sent soldiers flying. The crimson figure darted through the ranks of Chitauri soldiers. J-A-R-V-I-S. How many have I attracted? Tony inquired. All the Chitauri soldiers in this block have been drawn to you, Sir. J-A-R-V-I-S replied. Excellent. Tony soared into the sky, his Iron Man suit cutting through the air with precision as waves of lasers surged around him. However, under the meticulous control of J-A-R-V-I-S, few managed to strike Tony. Even those that did lacked the potency to breach the formidable defenses of the suit. Ascending to a considerable altitude, Tony commanded the suit to halt. Energy coalesced within the arc reactor at his chest, and a searing beam of energy erupted forth, cascading downwards. The blue-white energy beam incinerated the Chitauri soldiers in its path, melting them as if they were mere wax figures. A whole block of Chitauri troops had been drawn in by Tony. Tightly packed together, a single sweep could obliterate a multitude, and with J-A-R-V-I-S' pinpoint accuracy, even a stray brick could dispatch several foes. With a swift flick of his trident, Loki stood tall, blood trickling down the sharp prongs. He remained steadfast, silently surveying the remaining Chitauri warriors. Fear gripped the Chitauri as they beheld Loki, their terror palpable. Despite their numbers, none dared to advance. This man was a devil. With a single weapon, he had decimated hundreds of them. This was no man. This was a demon. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the heavens as Hulk gently set Natasha down. Thank you, Natasha smiled back. Hulk grinned, carelessly tossing Clint aside. Clint rolled and regained his footing, pouting as he approached the trio. Unequal treatment, poor review. With a swift motion, Thor descended, landing gracefully on the ground. The clang of a shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes rang out as it embedded itself in the path before them. With a thud, a figure landed firmly in front of the group, shield in hand. Steve pulled the shield from the ground, casting a quiet, resolute gaze upon the trembling Chitauri soldiers. Avengers, assemble. Chapter 197, The Battle of Manhattan. Boom. Iron Man unleashed his repulsor rays, while many missiles erupted from his shoulders. The surrounding Chitauri soldiers were so densely packed that Tony needed no elaborate aim to accurately strike entire clusters. He single-handedly fought for air supremacy against the Chitauri army, a critical advantage that spoke for itself. Thor's objective was equally clear, the Leviathan warship. He paid no mind to the Chitauri soldiers. His sole focus was on obliterating the transport vessel that carried their ranks. With a crackle, Thor soared to the pinnacle of a spire, raising Mjolnir high as dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky. The power of thunder erupted with a resounding force under the guidance of Thor's hammer, enveloping Thor in a momentary embrace of lightning. With a mighty flourish, Thor hurled his enchanted hammer, unleashing a torrent of wild, thunderous energy towards a Leviathan warship traversing the spatial portal to Earth. The Leviathan emitted a pained roar. For although its gas sacs had been hollowed out and it had been transformed into a warship, this colossal creature had not truly perished. It still thrived. Boom, boom, boom. The immense form of the Leviathan warship appeared exceptionally fragile under the divine wrath of the thunder. Violent explosions erupted throughout its body. With a thud, Steve landed securely atop a car from a great height, arching backward to evade a heavy punch that had come from behind. Grasping the arm of a Chitauri soldier with his left hand, he executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming the soldier onto the car's roof, while his right hand wielded the vibranium shield with devastating force. Thud! The Chitauri soldier instantly succumbed to the loss of life. Casting a glance behind him, Steve's vibranium shield slipped from his grasp, but in a masterful 360-degree maneuver reminiscent of Captain America's prowess, he struck down a circle of Chitauri soldiers with lethal precision. With a firm catch of the shield, Steve set his sights on a new target and charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clint, stationed atop a high-rise rooftop, continued his relentless barrage, each arrow finding its mark in the sky, bringing down a Chitauri soldier with unerring accuracy. The S.H.I.E.L.D. special bow and arrows possessed various tips, each serving multiple purposes, proving invaluable in the chaos of battle. Hulk reveled in the fray. Upon receiving Steve's command to unleash his fury, he seized a Chitauri soldier as a makeshift weapon, unleashing a flurry of blows. Gripping the soldier as if it were a mere twig, he relentlessly smashed it against other Chitauri warriors. The weapons forged by the Chitauri posed no threat to Hulk. Only attacks nearing the strength of vibranium could slightly breach his defenses, rendering their meager arms utterly ineffective. At that moment, a Leviathan warship charged at Hulk with overwhelming force. Hulk's eyes gleamed with excitement as he discarded the lifeless Chitauri soldier he had been wielding. "Hulk!" he roared, his right arm bulging with veins, and struck with ferocity. Boom! Hulk's fist collided with the bow of the Leviathan warship. A violent surge of power transmitted from his fist into the vessel. Though the impact sent him staggering backward, his fist remained firmly pressed against the warship's prow. With a mournful wail, the Leviathan warship instinctively lifted its body, beginning to fracture under the immense force. Within the vast expanse of his dilated pupils, the vibrant hues of life began to dissipate. This Leviathan battleship had, astonishingly, been obliterated by a single punch from Hulk. Natasha piloted the Quinjet, offering aerial support to Tony. Initially, Tony managed to uphold the aerial battlefield single-handedly. Yet as the battle raged on, his injuries began to take their toll. The damage inflicted by Ronnie was indeed fatal. His recovery to this state was a testament to advanced technology. To alleviate Tony's burden, Natasha departed from the ground forces and joined the aerial combat. In truth, it was not solely the Avengers engaged in the fray. In every corner of the battlefield, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, police officers, and military soldiers fought valiantly against the Chitauri. This was a war between humanity and the Chitauri, a battle of races. Ronnie squinted at the figure blocking his path. "It had been a long time, Dr. Scarab." Loki smiled faintly, clutching his scepter as he observed Ronnie from a short distance. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes as he took note of the trident in Ronnie's grasp. Ronnie was a formidable adversary, capable of besting even the unshackled destroyer. Though he could not conquer Thor, that did not imply he was incapable of overcoming Loki. 10 Lokis stood no chance against a single Thor. However, he possessed an advantage. "I have no desire to converse with you," Ronnie declared, moving to the left. Loki, noticing this, sauntered to the right. Viewed from above, the two appeared to dance in a synchronized circle, maintaining a constant distance between them. "You are not human. Why oppose me? Instead, join forces with me. Once I conquer Earth, I shall make you a lord. How does that sound? I am indeed not human, yet I once was." Humanity is not defined by bloodline, but by spirit. As he spoke, Ronnie transferred the trident to his right hand. "Ah, it seems your resolve is firm," Loki remarked, shaking his head in apparent dismay. Suddenly, Loki raised his scepter with vigor, unleashing a burst of energy. Ronnie let out a cold chuckle. "I've awaited this moment for a long time." With a resonant hum, a flash of icy light erupted as Ronnie cleaved the energy projectile in twain with his trident. In the face of this deceitful god of Asgard, Ronnie remained vigilant, prepared for an unforeseen demise. With a swift motion, Ronnie activated his speed and appeared before Loki in an instant. Though Loki was a deity, he was not one renowned for his prowess in combat. The trident struck Loki's chest with a forceful impact, yet it failed to penetrate his form. Loki gazed down at the trident lodged against his chest, a smile gracing his lips. "How could I forget? Mortal weapons cannot harm me." With a raised eyebrow, Ronnie twisted the trident and delivered a crushing blow against Loki. Whoosh! Boom! Loki's body was violently propelled backward, crashing into the wall, subsequently buried beneath a heap of rubble. "All right, here is Stark Tower. The losses are all Tony's." However, as a billionaire, he is unlikely to be concerned. The situation becomes somewhat troublesome if defenses cannot hold. Venom remarked. "It's fine. After all, he can't be killed. Just beaten up a bit," Ronnie casually said while weighing the trident in his hand. Ronnie was well aware that Thor was quite protective of his brother. With this fellow around, even if Ronnie could slay Loki, he wouldn't dare to do so. Such an act would deteriorate relations with Asgard and potentially affect his bond with Thor. It would be a case of more harm than good. Chapter 198. The decision of the World Security Council on board the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier in the command hall. Fury watched the battlefield through drones. "Director, our losses are too significant. We must end this war immediately." Hill approached swiftly, an unusual grimace on her face. "Report. Our casualties are nearing 1,000, with over 700 police officers lost, and the military numbers are even greater. Currently, the battlefield is confined to Manhattan Island, and the area has stabilized for now. However, as time passes, our casualties will only increase, Hill informed. Fury gestured a few times, and the large screen displayed images of spatial portals. A fleet of Leviathan warships continued to pour through the portals into Earth. These Chitauri seemed to be endless. Thor had already destroyed countless Leviathan ships, yet they continued to flood towards the planet. Notify Ronnie and the others. They must close the spatial portals, Fury contemplated before speaking. He knew the battlefield was a race against time, but as the commander, his decisions had to be made with careful consideration. Understood. At that moment, a call invitation appeared on Fury's command platform's virtual screen, accompanied by a series of beeps. A flicker of impatience crossed Fury's singular eye, yet he refrained from expressing it. Hill, you're in command for now, Fury instructed before turning to leave. Yes, Hill responded, stepping up to the command platform. She understood why Fury chose to leave at this critical juncture. It was undoubtedly due to those politicians. The World Security Council? Someone will deal with you eventually. Boom. Divine power surged, shattering the stones that pressed down on Loki, who emerged from the rubble with a grim expression. I am a god. Do you dare lay a hand on a deity? Loki attempted to threaten Ronnie with his divine status. However, the man before him had encountered many powerful figures. Would he fear a mere pretender? Ronnie scoffed. A god? If possible, I would relish the chance to kill you and experience the sensation of slaying a deity. Ronnie twirled the trident in his hand nonchalantly. Damn it. Loki's expression darkened. This individual was not easily deceived. In a flash, Ronnie chose not to engage Loki further and reappeared before him. The so-called god had yet to react. Boom. A new wave of brutality commenced. Within the absolute confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Fury stood at the center, surrounded by an array of virtual screens displaying the visages of leaders from diverse nations. Representatives from various countries had convened to form the World Security Council, overseeing S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury held considerable authority, yet remained subject to the Council's directives. Nick Fury, why has the war not yet concluded? Inquired an individual who appeared to be of Asian descent. Fury regarded him briefly. He was the representative from the island nation. This is war, sir. A true war, with intensity rivaling that of a world conflict. Were it not for the Avengers confining the battleground to Manhattan Island, New York would likely have succumbed entirely by now. When can we expect the war to end? Questioned the representative from America in a grave tone. Manhattan Island is the heart of New York's business district. The longer the conflict persists, the greater the losses incurred. I do not know, Fury replied, shaking his head. You all should understand. This is war, not a mere skirmish. No one can predict when it will conclude. The Avengers must be allowed to proceed and resolve this swiftly, the island representative interjected once more. The American representative needed to express his allegiance, given the troubles befalling their esteemed leader. You may have forgotten that the Avengers are not under our S.H.I.E.L.D's jurisdiction. Director Fury lacks the authority to command them. The representative from the Celestial Empire remarked lightly. The island representative's expression soured. He had always been at odds with the Celestial Empire's representative. We should never have proceeded with the Avengers initiative, he retorted in frustration. With all due respect, Fury raised his gaze, his solitary eye fixed on the island representative. Had we not proceeded with the Avengers initiative, the Avengers would never have been formed. Without them, the battleground would undoubtedly have spread throughout New York, advancing at an unimaginable pace across the entire continent of America. Enough, the Russian representative interrupted, silencing the island representative. The Avengers initiative has been approved. It cannot be retracted. Discussing it now serves no purpose. Let us instead deliberate on how to expedite the resolution of this war. Though the island representative was displeased by the interruption, he recognized the validity in the Russian's words and fell silent. I propose the use of nuclear weaponry, the French representative suggested. I second that, the representative from the United Kingdom remarked nonchalantly. I concur, stated the Celestial Empire's representative, indicating a readiness to strike on American soil. I support this as well, echoed the Russian representative, eager to unleash devastation upon American territory. Opposed, declared the representative for Captain America, his countenance darkened. Madam, this group of old men is exceedingly wicked. Manhattan Island serves as the economic nucleus of New York, which in turn stands as the economic epicenter of the American empire. Should a nuclear bomb be unleashed here, the repercussions on the American economy would undoubtedly be monumental. I am opposed to this, the representative from the island nation declared. I am but a sycophant, unwaveringly following the footsteps of my elder brother. I too oppose this. Fury is in agreement. Once nuclear weapons are activated, the Avengers may very well find themselves embroiled in the fallout. Thus, a political tug-of-war commenced. In Manhattan, bam! Ronnie's foot pressed firmly against Loki's chest, who lay in a humanoid crater with a dazed expression in his eyes. During this period, Loki had endured unrelenting torment. Having been a prince throughout his life, accustomed to a life of privilege, he had never experienced such brutal treatment. Although Ronnie could not breach his divine defenses, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. The evidence of Loki's tragic plight was scattered throughout the hall, with deep craters marking the floor where he had been mercilessly thrown about. I have encountered numerous deities. With Ronnie's left foot planted on Loki's chest, the immense pressure rendered Loki utterly immobile. Leaning down, Ronnie gazed at Loki and remarked, "To be honest, I have never seen such a feeble god as you." Loki's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to rise, yet his struggles were futile. Ronnie's foot remained steadfastly anchored upon him. "I'm done playing." Sensing Thor's approach, Ronnie had no intention of striking Loki in his brother's presence. He swiftly seized the scepter from Loki's grasp, cast a glance at him, and turned to depart. Chapter 199. The method to close the spatial portal. Whoosh. Ronnie tilted his head to evade a thrusting knife. He swiftly seized the wrist of the attacker, executing a shoulder throw. Bam! Loki was forcefully slammed to the ground by Ronnie. "You truly have a short memory," Ronnie stated, standing on Loki's chest with exasperation. "Return the scepter to me," Loki exclaimed, his eyes wide with desperation. Even when facing death, he still yearned for the scepter, a sign of his stubbornness. Ronnie shook his head and brought the scepter down with great force. Bam! The scepter was no ordinary weapon, though Ronnie was unaware of its composition. It was certainly capable of breaching Loki's divine essence. This was soon confirmed. The tremendous impact rendered Loki unconscious. Gazing at the now unconscious Loki, Ronnie lifted his foot. At that moment, Thor entered the hall. "Have you resolved the situation?" His eyes immediately fell upon Loki, who lay unconscious at Ronnie's feet. "Indeed. What is the situation outside?" Ronnie approached Thor, scepter in hand, inquiring. "The situation is dire. We must close the spatial portal. The Chitauri forces are overwhelming. Measures must be taken," Thor remarked with a furrowed brow. Loki nodded in agreement. "I shall proceed at once." Thor glanced at the unconscious Loki and gave a nod. Ronnie, wielding the scepter, unleashed black tendrils that adhered to the walls, propelling himself toward the rooftop of Stark Tower. Boom! Iron Man annihilated the Chitauri soldiers encircling him, gasping heavily within the confines of his armor. "Sir, energy reserves are at 6.78%. Replenishment is urgently required." Jarvis's voice resonated. "That is hardly encouraging news." "Jarvis." "Sir, given your current condition and the suit's energy levels, it is highly probable that you will not endure beyond the next hour," Jarvis stated. "I am aware." At that moment, a laser beam surged from behind Tony. Whoosh! Clash! A shield intercepted the laser. "Do not dawdle, Tony," Steve said, stepping forward after dispatching a Chitauri soldier with his shield. "We cannot hold out much longer. The numbers are too great," Natasha interjected as she rushed over. "My arrows are nearly exhausted," Clint's voice echoed in the earpiece. After prolonged combat, even Steve felt fatigue weighing heavily upon him. "What of Hulk and Thor?" Tony inquired. "Thor has gone to find Loki. Do not concern yourself with Hulk," Steve replied, casting a glance at Hulk, who was energetically pummeling Chitauri soldiers. "And Ronnie? Where is he?" Natasha asked. Uncertain, Natasha frowned and pressed the earpiece. "Ronnie, where are you?" In the midst of high-speed movement, Ronnie heard Natasha's voice and halted, aligning himself parallel to the wall of Stark Tower. If he did not stop, Natasha would not be able to hear him. "I have secured the scepter. I am heading to close the portal." "All right, be careful." "Understood." "What do you say?" Steve inquired, looking toward Natasha. "Ronnie has obtained the scepter and is en route to the portal, attempting to shut it down." "Excellent. Let us fully support Ronnie." With a thud, Ronnie landed on the rooftop of Stark Tower, immediately spotting the distant portal and the figure of Eric at work. "Dr. Scarab, you have arrived," Eric grinned. Ronnie chose not to engage in banter, his body launching into action in an instant. Bam! Eric, an elderly man, had no chance to react against Ronnie in his prime state. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself pinned to the ground. The scepter pressed against his chest. Eric's pupils suddenly darkened, only to return to their original state the next moment. Once clarity was restored, he blinked. "I apologize," Eric said with a hint of regret. Though he had been under control, his memories remained intact. Ronnie stood up, pulling Eric to his feet. There would be time for apologies later, once these matters were resolved. Eric nodded and hastened alongside Ronnie to the computer. "I have concealed the self-destruction program you prepared in a very secure location. I will retrieve it now. It may take some time. So you must ensure no one disturbs me," Eric remarked while studying the computer screen. "Understood," Ronnie replied with a nod, as dark, liquid shadows surged from his body, encircling Eric in concentric rings, creating a protective barrier 3 meters wide. Holding his staff, Ronnie remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Although Ronnie could locate the self-destruction program hidden within the spatial transmission device, it would ultimately be too slow. In times of war, every second counts. Thor casually tossed Loki into a specially designed prison cell at S.H.I.E.L.D, glanced at him, and turned to leave. The war was not yet over, and his presence was needed elsewhere. However, just as Thor departed, the unconscious Loki suddenly opened his eyes. "I had no intention of resorting to this," Loki said with a hint of resignation as he rose to his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a ghostly blue box materialized in his hand. The azure liquid within the box churned restlessly, invisible strands of blue energy surging into Loki's body. Gradually, the divine power within him transformed, and icy blue-white frost began to radiate outward from his center. The blue hue of his skin emerged on the surface, and his pupils took on a red tint, which gradually spread over time. His divine energy was slowly converting into the power of ice. In order to counter the unreliable Chitauri forces, Loki had made a contingency plan, the icebox. He had stealthily retrieved the icebox stored in the basement to serve as his trump card. As the biological son of Laufey, the former leader of the Frost Giants, Loki possessed a remarkably pure lineage, enabling him to wield the majority of the icebox's power. While he might not match Laufey at his peak, capable of encasing a planet in ice, it was certainly sufficient to significantly enhance his own strength. Time passed slowly, and the divine energy within Loki dwindled while the power of ice surged and intensified. After a considerable duration, Loki opened his now red eyes and exhaled. The wall before him had been frozen into crystalline ice. His skin had turned a deep blue, and were it not for his attire, no one would recognize this as Loki. Loki felt the immense power coursing through him and smiled with satisfaction. However, this was not the end of his machinations. The true capabilities of the Frost Box extended far beyond this. With a wicked grin, Loki mused that the war was merely beginning. In the towering Stark Tower of Manhattan, Loki had previously commanded the Chitauri soldiers to refrain from disturbing Eric on the rooftop. Thus, from the moment Eric initiated the program until its conclusion, not a single Chitauri soldier intervened. The smoothness of the operation left Ronnie with an unsettling sense of foreboding. "It is now in your hands, Dr. Scarab," Eric said. Turning to Ronnie, shaking his head, Ronnie forcibly suppressed his unease. The immediate concern was to resolve the issue of the spatial portal. He took the computer and began to type rapidly. The self-destruct program, once activated, would render the spatial transmission device inoperative, thus nullifying the portal's function. "Watch out," Venom's voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air abruptly echoed. In Venom armor mode, Ronnie's senses were heightened, and he instantly detected the ominous noise. Buzz. A massive shield of black liquid materialized in an instant, blocking the trajectory of the incoming threat. Crack. The chilling aura penetrated even through the shield, palpable and foreboding. "Who goes there?" The shield transformed back into black liquid, merging with Ronnie's body as he turned to gaze toward the edge of the rooftop. Boom. A towering figure suddenly came into view. With blue skin and a height nearing 3 meters, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Merely standing there, the frigid aura was palpable. A frost giant. Thor's incredulous voice came from behind. Ronnie did not turn. He had sensed Thor's arrival long before. "I recall you mentioning that Loki is the offspring of the frost giant leader," Ronnie remarked to Thor. "Indeed. But Laufey is dead. How could Loki command the frost giants?" Thor responded with confusion. "That is not the crux of the matter. The question is how he managed to bring so many frost giants from Jotunheim to Earth. The frost giant's treasure, the Frost Box, possesses the ability to transport frost giants. Yet, The frost box is in the palace. How could he possibly have it? Thor furrowed his brow. Then you must inquire with your dear brother, Ronnie replied, gesturing toward Loki, who was now ascending in a Chitauri craft, transformed in appearance. You are Loki, Thor exclaimed, astonished at Loki's frost giant visage. Indeed, my brother, Loki replied with a faint smile and with a swift motion. The frost box materialized in his hand. A torrent of icy frost surged forth from the frost box, aimed directly at Thor. Still astonished by Loki's transformation into a frost giant, Thor found himself bereft of any reaction. A black arm coiled around Thor's waist, while another seized Eric, forcing Ronnie to retreat and leap off the terrace. A hum resonated as a chilling torrent swept across the terrace floor, instantly encasing it in an icy layer over an inch thick. Pursue, Loki commanded, watching as the three vanished from the terrace. Boom! Hulk's fist crushed a Chitauri soldier, and he erupted into a hearty laugh. This battle invigorated him like never before. He had never relished such unrestrained smashing, especially under the guise of authority. Suddenly, a sharp sting pierced his back, prompting Hulk to whirl around. He was met with a hail of icy shards. Roar! Hulk bellowed. Clang! 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 The shards struck Hulk's form. None could penetrate his defenses, yet the pain was far more intense than any Chitauri weapon. Hulk roared again, seizing a column from the rubble and smashing an unsuspecting frost giant into icy fragments. With a powerful leap, Hulk plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the frost giants. Swoosh! 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 Natasha adeptly dodged the icy projectiles, each capable of easily piercing through walls. She had no doubt that such razor-sharp attacks would impale her without hesitation. What on earth is this? She mused, glancing back at the relentless trio of frost giants pursuing her. In a flash, a swift projectile hurtled from the distance, obliterating the head of one frost giant. Steve caught the vibranium shield in hand. Phew! The other two frost giants reacted, turning to exhale a frigid breath towards Steve. He raised the shield, braving the cold as he advanced toward the frost giants. Calculating the distance in silence, Steve suddenly leaped. The frost giant nearest to him remained oblivious, watching helplessly as Steve's shield descended to shatter its skull. As the last frost giant prepared to strike at the airborne Steve, it was hit by a wave of searing pain in its head, followed by darkness. Natasha jumped down from the neck of the frost giant, watching the icy remnants melt into water in her palm. Third-party forces? I believe so, Steve remarked. However, they are likely allies summoned by Loki. Natasha nodded in agreement. The fact that the Chitauri soldiers fought alongside these frost giants indicated their alliance. Let us join the others. Very well. Whoosh. Clint's arrow struck the head of an ice giant, shattering it. Unlike the divine beings of Asgard, the ice giants possessed only slightly superior defenses compared to humans, though they were not vastly stronger. Clint's arrows, crafted with titanium alloy, were exceptionally sharp and boasted formidable penetrating power, easily piercing through the defenses of the ice giants. The enemy was overwhelming. Clint maintained his position on the high ground, affording him a clear view of much of the battlefield. At that moment, numerous ice giants surged forth from various corners of the field, bolstered by the power of the frost box, enhancing their icy capabilities. While the Avengers could still prevail, it was a calamity for ordinary soldiers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This cannot continue. The war must be concluded swiftly. Tony observed everything intently. J.A.R.V.I.S. Connect me to Ronnie. Understood, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. swiftly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network. The agency's network defenses crumbled like paper before the might of the top-tier artificial intelligence. Ronnie. As Ronnie evaded the relentless pursuit of Loki and the ice giants, he suddenly heard Tony's voice in his earpiece. Tony? Ronnie, listen to me. We must end this war quickly. The casualties are too great. I have a plan, but I need you and Thor to hold off all the enemies. Chapter 201. Tony's reckless maneuver. What do you intend to do? Ronnie inquired, his voice grave. Guided by Venom's continuous alerts, Ronnie deftly dodged attacks, managing to multitask. My suit lacks energy, but I've already converted New York's power grid to an arc reactor. This means the entire city, while appearing to draw from conventional electricity, is actually powered by a colossal arc reactor. Ronnie, possessing keen intellect, grasped Tony's implication before he finished. I will have J.A.R.V. IS. Control the arc reactor that supplies power to all of New York to provide energy for me. That massive arc reactor's energy is equivalent to 3,000 times that of my chest reactor. It is sufficient to launch a strike on the central mothership through a spatial portal. Ronnie did not immediately acquiesce. Can your suit withstand such immense energy? Be honest. Tony fell silent at Ronnie's words. As a physicist, Ronnie was not easily deceived like others. Sensing Tony's silence, Ronnie's frustration surged within him. What do you intend to do? We can stop this war. Why would you consider sacrificing yourself to hasten its end? If you sacrifice yourself to end the war, what meaning does our struggle hold? Ronnie questioned vehemently. I have made my decision. Whether you assist is your choice. Whether I proceed is mine, Tony replied, his voice heavy with resolve. Scoundrel! With a furious roar, Ronnie erupted in a cascade of countless black threads. The relentless pursuit of the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers behind him was instantaneously obliterated. Thor! Ronnie bellowed, swiftly conveying Tony's thoughts to Thor. I will handle this. You take the doctor to safety and then assist Tony. Thor responded with urgency. Very well. It is the only course of action now, Ronnie conceded. Armed with the scepter, he knew he was the prime target for the advancing army, especially with an empowered Loki in their midst. He could not be certain of his ability to withstand the onslaught. Thor was their only hope. With Eric in tow, Ronnie hastened away. Suspended in the air, Thor obstructed Loki and his cohort's path. Brother, I implore you to step aside, Loki said languidly, confident in his possession of the frost giant relic, the box of ice. What if I refuse? Thor retorted, observing the drastically altered visage of Loki. Then we shall have a most earnest discussion. That is precisely my intention. In a flash, two figures darted forward. The thunderous clash that followed signaled to Ronnie that Thor and Loki had commenced their battle. Time was of the essence, and Ronnie quickened his pace once more. Eric, having jumped from the rooftop, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. I would advise against seeking Tony, Venom's voice suddenly interjected. As the words echoed, a vivid image materialized in Ronnie's mind. The multitude of red dots sent shivers down his spine, even though he lacked a fear of clusters. These were the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers encircling Tony. Even without Loki, he would be unable to halt their assault. Who posited such a notion? We still possess a trump card yet to be played, Ronnie replied with a smile. Finding a secure location, he settled Eric down. Are you certain? That state will last but a minute, after which, you will enter a phase of weakness. At that point, not even a mere Chitauri soldier could be your undoing. Venom's raspy voice warned. You know the answer, do you not? Ronnie rose, gazing at Tony, who stood atop the New York Power Tower, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I shall inevitably meet my end at your hands. Venom could only respond with silence. At the Power Tower, the colossal arc reactor that Tony had installed in New York, under J.A.R.V.I.S.S. control, was relentlessly channeling energy into the Iron Man suit. Energy charging at 300%, 400%, 500%, J.A.R.V.I.S. reported incessantly. Energy charging at 700%. Sir, we are nearing the suit's limit. Please cease energy absorption immediately, or the consequences will be dire. Continue, Tony insisted, his face flushed, struggling to speak. The energy surged through the entire iron suit, compressing and expanding against Tony's frail body. Whoosh! A laser struck him. Damn! Tony furrowed his brow. The suit's defense mechanisms had been disabled, and it could no longer withstand the onslaught of the Chitauri with its own meager defenses. Suddenly, a chilling spear of ice shot through the air, hurtling directly towards Tony's chest. This is bad. Tony gasped in alarm, yet in his charged state, he was unable to evade the attack. Crack! At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over the power tower. To Tony's astonishment, the icy spear collided with the massive black wall that had abruptly appeared. Tony, stop dawdling. A voice boomed in his ear, causing a sharp pain in his eardrum. Ronnie? As the dark wall shifted, revealing its true form, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Ronnie. He gaped at the behemoth before him. Standing over 30 meters tall, it was nearly level with the power tower. A viscous black substance flowed across its surface. This was a gargantuan version of Venom, a supersized creature that had grown from 3 meters to over 30. But why did it resemble a monster? Venom glanced at the diminutive Tony, then stepped forward, crushing a multitude of frost giants and Chitauri soldiers beneath its foot. In typical scenarios, size correlates directly with combat prowess. The attacks from the Chitauri soldiers and frost giants against the enlarged Venom were akin to mere tickles, for he felt nothing at all. It was as if air had collided with him. What sensation could one derive from that? This was another of Ronnie's formidable tactics, gigantism. In its enlarged state, Venom's attributes experienced geometric increases. However, the energy consumption was equally terrifying. At the current level of energy possessed by Ronnie and Venom, they could only sustain this form for 1 minute. Boom. Strands of black tendrils erupted from the giant Venom, piercing through one Chitauri soldier and frost giant after another. With a sudden tug, he absorbed and devoured them. Though the energy gained was modest, the sheer quantity made up for it. With their sustenance, Ronnie could prolong the duration of his gigantism. Just then, Tony pondered, Chapter 202. Have we won? On board the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. What is this? Agents looked on in horror at the colossal Venom. The shock of seeing a 30-meter Venom was immense. It felt akin to encountering a monstrous kaiju. Fury's eyes flickered with intensity. Is this the new state of Venom? Such immense size must imply a terrifying combat prowess. Fury's attention was drawn once more to the incoming call invitation on the command screen, causing his brow to furrow. Hill, command, he stated. Hill nodded, watching Fury depart. Fully aware that the World Security Council had arrived. In Manhattan, amidst the battlefield, Peter tugged at Wanda, both seeking refuge in a corner as they gazed at the chaos unfolding before them. My goodness, what on earth are these creatures? Peter exclaimed in a hushed tone. Is this what battles between extraordinary beings look like? Wanda, struggling to suppress her astonishment, wore a face of incredulity. Run, Peter urged, having keenly noticed a frost giant in the distance directing its gaze toward them, seemingly aware of their presence. He quickly rose, pulling Wanda along as they fled. Midgardians? The frost giant, upon spotting Peter and Wanda's escape, began to pursue them. Simultaneously, it raised its hand, conjuring a shard of ice before it. Whoosh! Thud! The icy spear struck the ground beside Peter and Wanda, instantly freezing the area within half a meter into a solid layer of ice. Peter, witnessing this, nearly fainted. If that had hit them, they would have been frozen solid in an instant. Run, Peter urged, hastening his steps while clutching Wanda's hand tightly as they sprinted away. Peter. Wanda grasped his hand firmly, and the siblings dashed forward. However, the frost giant's towering stature presented a significant advantage. Though their defenses were comparable to those of Earthlings, their physical prowess far surpassed that of humanity. Before long, the frost giant closed in on Peter and Wanda. Die! It sneered, its palm, as large as a fan, crashing down toward them. Peter instinctively shielded Wanda with his own body, bracing for impact. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted nearby, and Peter looked up in shock. What is this? He gaped at the arrow embedded in the frost giant, its red eyes glazing over as its body crumbled into icy fragments. Don't dawdle, run. Natasha admonished as she approached, noticing the siblings frozen in place, staring at the fallen frost giant. Oh, Peter snapped back to reality at Natasha's words. Wanda, get up. We need to go. Right, Wanda replied, rising with Peter's support. Natasha, there's a pair of frost giants approaching from 7 o'clock, Clint observed from a vantage point, surveying the situation around Natasha. Understood. Ignoring Peter and Wanda, Natasha sprinted toward the 7 o'clock direction. It led to a corner obscured by walls, rendering the right side invisible. What is she planning to do? The Maximoff siblings instinctively halted their steps upon encountering Natasha. She stood quietly at the edge of the corner, resembling a breathtaking painting. Yet, in the next moment, Natasha's left leg shot upward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that struck the blind spot of the corner. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Natasha darted into the obscured view. Bang! Bang! Ice shards and fragments erupted from the corner. A shocking realization surged through the siblings' minds. Moments later, Natasha emerged nonchalantly. Why haven't you left yet? She inquired, frowning at Peter and Wanda, who lingered. We're leaving, Peter exclaimed, hastily pulling Wanda away. Such strange individuals, Natasha murmured in confusion. Natasha, hurry to the power tower to assist Ronnie. Understood. After casting one last glance at the departing siblings, Natasha turned to move toward the power tower. Wanda, did you see that? Peter asked as they ran. Wanda understood Peter's meaning, but hesitated to respond. Without power, how can we survive in this world? Wanda. Peter halted, resting his hands on her shoulders, gazing into her evasive eyes. We must acquire strength. Only with power can we pursue our desires and ensure a better life for ourselves. Do you understand? Boom. The sound of an explosion abruptly interrupted their conversation. Run. This is no place for discussion, Peter urged, pulling Wanda along. In such a high-stakes battle of superpowers, they had to exercise utmost caution to have even a slim chance of survival. At the power tower, bang. A hand seized a Leviathan warship, and Ronnie, within Venom, felt an overwhelming wave of weakness and fatigue wash over him. This is bad, he thought, as the black liquid around him began to constrict. Venom's 30-meter form continuously shrank. And even after reverting to its original state, the contraction did not cease, culminating when all the black liquid merged into Ronnie's body. But at that moment, boom. On the top floor of the power tower, Tony finally made his move. The arc reactor in his chest erupted with terrifying energy. Even at a distance, one could distinctly feel the overwhelming force emanating from it. Inside the steel suit, Tony's face flushed red, a result of the energy-packed armor compressing him. The suit, which had a maximum capacity of 700%, was storing over 3,000% of energy. Its mere existence without detonation was a miracle beyond miracles. Tony controlled the Iron Man suit, strenuously directing the energy beam toward the spatial portal. Buzz. The energy beam surged through the portal, hurtling directly toward the central mothership of the Chitauri forces amidst the vast cosmos. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath. If successful, the war could swiftly come to an end. Thor pressed down on Loki, gazing upward at the luminous beam of energy. It must succeed. At that moment, Tony's fair complexion was flushed like crimson, as Jarvis frantically alerted him to his physical limits and the imminent risk of the Iron Man suit's explosion. Yet, Tony was deaf to these warnings. It was not indifference, he simply could not hear. His focus was solely on the mothership beyond the portal. His senses overwhelmed by the surging energy, rendering Jarvis's alerts inaudible. Buzz. The energy beam struck the Chitauri mothership with a resounding impact, unleashing a ferocious explosion that engulfed the cosmic vessel. Had they won? Chapter 203, The Awakening of Ronan. Had victory been achieved? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Naive Midgardians. Loki, subdued by Thor, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Thor inquired, frowning. You believe such a feeble assault could damage the central mothership? Loki scoffed. What? Thor exclaimed, lifting Loki. Repeat that. I said, your doom is upon you. Loki replied with a wicked grin, as the frost box in his hand suddenly radiated an eerie blue light. Unaware, Thor was enveloped by the surging, frigid air. Loki. Just as Thor was about to speak, he was completely encased in the chilling frost. Even Thor's divine form could not withstand the extreme cold emanating from the frost box. I shall await your fate. Loki chuckled contentedly, tapping on the icy shell surrounding Thor. To Loki, the cold ice felt not frigid, but rather warm. With Thor incapacitated, Loki turned to survey the entirety of New York. The war zone was expanding. Buzz. Just as Loki had predicted, the Chitauri mothership, shrouded in the explosion, re-emerged into view. Yet, a faint blue shield firmly protected the mothership, rendering Tony's assault utterly ineffective. Damn it! Tony cursed under his breath, collapsing to the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D. Aircraft Carrier. Deputy Director, we are losing control of the battlefield. The Chitauri forces and frost giants are spreading throughout New York. An agent reported swiftly. Where are the Avengers? Hill asked, her brow furrowed. Thor was encased in ice by Loki, rendering him powerless. As he spoke, the large screen displayed the moment of Thor's ambush by Loki. Agent Ronnie, having just undergone a massive transformation, also found himself devoid of combat strength. The scene shifted to reveal Ronnie lying unconscious on the ground. Beside him, Coulson and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had just arrived, prepared to escort Ronnie back to the aircraft carrier. Numerous drones had been deployed by S.H.I.E.L.D. on the battlefield to ensure immediate access to vital information. I recall Ronnie possesses the ability to absorb life and restore energy, Hill suddenly remarked. Indeed, an agent responded. Taken aback, notify the agents on the battlefield to draw all Chitauri soldiers and frost giants to Ronnie's location. Connect me to Coulson. Understood. In the New York battlefield, Coulson, who was directing agents to lift Ronnie, suddenly received communication from Hill. Deputy Director, I've instructed personnel to redirect the Chitauri soldiers and frost giants to your position. Find a way to awaken Ronnie, and then everyone must retreat. He spoke rapidly. Affirmative. Pressed for time, Coulson refrained from asking further questions and simply agreed. After ending the call, Coulson retrieved a photograph from his pocket, one that Ronnie had given him before the battle. Perhaps it would prove useful. In S.H.I.E.L.D's classified conference room, Fury wore an unusually grim expression as he stood at the center. The situation is escalating, and your Avengers lack the capability to halt it. We have already approved the launch of a nuclear missile. Prepare to evacuate personnel. The missile will be launched in 10 minutes. There are still many civilians in New York who have not evacuated, Fury exclaimed. In comparison to the greater casualties caused by the expanding conflict, these losses are negligible. Fury furrowed his brow, increasingly dissatisfied with the politicians around him. This war does not necessitate the use of nuclear weapons. There are at least 1 million civilians still in New York. Of course, your Avengers are of little consequence. In my opinion, it would be best to cancel the launch. The representative from the island remarked nonchalantly. Without the Avengers, the Chitauri army has already reached Japan, Fury replied coldly. The island representative glared at Fury in anger. Enough. The resolution has been passed. You merely need to execute it, Fury said, casting a glance at the representatives before turning to leave. Back on the New York battlefield, Ronnie, Coulson exclaimed as he slapped Ronnie's face repeatedly, calling out, "All right, Venom? Why are you yelling at me?" A deep, gravelly voice suddenly responded, causing the surrounding agents to raise their guns, warily observing the manifestation of Venom on Ronnie's surface. Although Ronnie was unconscious, Venom was not. However, despite its seemingly nonchalant demeanor, it was, in reality, quite weakened. Do you have a way to show this photograph to Ronnie? Coulson handed the photo to Venom. Venom, controlling the black viscous substance, conjured a hand to receive it. You certainly have ideas, Venom remarked with a smile, gazing at the sole photograph of Ronnie and Mira. Is it possible? Coulson inquired. I shall give it a try. Venom swallowed the photo whole and then melded back into Ronnie's body. Sir, a large contingent of Chitauri forces and frost giants are approaching. We must retreat, an agent informed Coulson. How long until we arrive? No more than 5 minutes. Our evacuation route must ensure there are no excessive enemies. Delay further, and we depart in 3 minutes. Send someone to clear the enemies along the evacuation path. Understood. Coulson turned back to the unconscious Ronnie. Only 3 minutes. Ronnie, you must awaken. In the depths of Ronnie's consciousness. Ronnie, floating on the surface of the water. The unconscious Ronnie struggled to open his eyes. Ronnie? Venom? Ronnie's eyes widened as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Where am I? This is the depths of your consciousness. The abode of the divine seed. Venom's massive form materialized before Ronnie. You must exit this realm of awareness to awaken. The war requires you, Venom stated. Moving closer to Ronnie. How is the situation? Ronnie urgently asked. Not good. You must leave immediately. Venom insisted in a grave tone. All right, but how do I do that? That is for you to determine. Venom gestured to Ronnie himself. Perhaps this may aid you. Venom extended the photograph forward. As Ronnie took the photo, he looked up in surprise, only to find that Venom had vanished. In the outside world. 3 minutes later, Coulson looked at the still form of Ronnie and sighed. Bring Ronnie, we are leaving. Coulson rose, directing 2 agents to approach and lift Ronnie. Yes, the 2 agents moved forward. Suddenly, their hands grasped Ronnie's wrists. Chapter 204, Rampaging Thor. No need to leave. A flippant voice echoed nearby. Hearing this, Coulson's face broke into a smile. Ronnie stood up from the ground, patting the shoulders of the 2 agents beside him. He then glanced at the rapidly approaching swarm of red dots. Leave it to me. The black viscous substance began to envelop Ronnie's body as he spoke. Although Ronnie had awakened, he remained weak. Yet, it was sufficient. The black threads flashed before the agent's eyes, and in the next moment, they appeared dozens of meters away, piercing the body of a newly arrived frost giant. This scene transpired simultaneously in various locations across the site. From an overhead view, one would be astounded to witness countless strands of black silk layering upon one another, with one end penetrating the body of a Zarita soldier or a frost giant, while the other end remained connected to Lonnie's form. The black threads rapidly enveloped the frost giant or Zarita soldier at a speed visible to the naked eye, initially spanning over 2 meters, yet gradually shrinking with the passage of time, eventually reverting to the original black threads and flowing back into Lonnie's body. The Zerita soldiers and frost giants lured in were consumed entirely by Lonnie in mere moments. With a substantial influx of energy, Lonnie swiftly regained his strength, dispelling his previous weakness. A roar jolted Lonnie from this invigorating sensation. He looked up to see the spatial portal still delivering Leviathan warships to Earth. "Where's Thor?" Lonnie inquired, his brow furrowed. Thor was tasked with guarding the spatial portal, preventing the Zerita army from continuing to send in Leviathan warships. Without his intervention, controlling the battlefield would be impossible. With the Leviathan warships now continuing to arrive on Earth, a pressing question arose. Where was Thor? Thor was ambushed by Loki and frozen. Coulson informed Lonnie. "Where?" "Stark Tower," came the response. Lonnie nodded and instantly shifted into his Venom armor mode, leaping towards Stark Tower. Upon arrival, Lonnie immediately noticed the conspicuous ice sculpture in the hall. It was inevitable. Thor's imposing stature was accentuated further by the ice encasing him. Lonnie approached, feeling an unbearable chill as he drew within 5 meters. The ground was thickly coated in a layer of white ice, the cold permeating the air. "What temperature is it here?" Lonnie couldn't help but ask. To encase Thor, a bona fide deity, in ice, it must be an extreme degree. -175 degrees. Venom's voice trembled slightly. "This is frozen solid." Lonnie, even protected within Venom, felt the cold, let alone the entity exposed outside. -175 degrees approached absolute zero. Theoretically, even an invincible being like Odin would succumb to such temperatures. Lonnie was far removed from Odin's might. Lonnie winced at the thought of -175 degrees. "Can we shatter this ice block?" he queried. "Absolutely not," Venom replied bluntly. "There remains residual cold energy left by Loki. Getting too close would result in you being encased in ice as well. Thor's survival is due to his divine nature. While this temperature is low, it cannot kill him. However, you and I are different. We would perish. What should we do?" "Without Thor, we're in a predicament," Ronnie remarked, his brow furrowed. "You may be unable, but there are those who can," Venom chuckled, responding with a sly grin. Ronnie's eyes lit up. "How could I forget? Hulk, smash him," he instructed, gesturing towards Thor's icy figure. Hulk scratched his head in confusion. "Him? Thor? Smash?" "Yes, smash Thor," Ronnie affirmed with a nod. A spark of excitement flickered in Hulk's large eyes. Boom. In an instant, Ronnie barely registered the movement before Hulk's fist collided with Thor's frozen forehead. A layer of ice formed rapidly around Hulk's fist, yet in the next moment, he struck again, shattering the ice and forming a new layer. Again and again. He pounded away. Surely he won't crush Thor entirely. Venom observed anxiously as Hulk's powerful fists rained down upon the ice sculpture, fearing that Thor himself might be obliterated within. Ronnie's eyelids twitched with trepidation. This was truly terrifying. Crack. A faint fissure appeared in the ice sculpture, unnoticed by either Ronnie or Hulk, who continued their enthusiastic assault. Had Hulk ever encountered something so resilient? He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks began to spread, rapidly encompassing the entire icy figure, finally catching Ronnie's attention. Crack. Whoosh. Another punch from Hulk. Boom. Hulk, caught off guard, stared in disbelief at his unyielding right fist. "Did you enjoy that?" Thor's voice, filled with fury, resonated, his eyes flashing with thunder as he forcefully twisted Hulk's wrist. Though encased in ice, Thor's mind remained sharp. How could he, as the Prince of Asgard, endure such blows to his visage? Yet he understood Hulk's intentions were to save him. Casting a glance at Ronnie, he observed the fear etched on their faces. Thor then averted his gaze, dismissing the nuisance. Extending his hand, he felt the reassuring weight of Mjolnir settle firmly within his grasp. Looking up towards the portal, he prepared for action. Whoosh. Boom. A massive crater erupted beneath him as Thor soared into the sky. As he ascended, dark clouds swiftly gathered, blanketing much of New York within moments, with flashes of lightning illuminating the tumultuous sky. Why do I feel as though Thor has grown stronger? Ronnie pondered, gazing at the ominous clouds. Has he absorbed Hulk's power? Does anger grant him strength? Venom, equally bewildered, shook his head. This defies logic. Thunder rumbled ominously. Thor raised the mighty hammer of the thunder god, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of lightning. Bolts of electricity surged forth like ferocious serpents, wildly cascading towards the space portal. The Leviathan warships, either in the midst of traversing the portal or having already arrived on Earth, bore the brunt of this tempestuous onslaught. A thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating through the air, Several Leviathan vessels were instantaneously obliterated beneath this natural fury, shrieking as they plummeted, exploded, and faced utter annihilation. Thor stood poised in the air, his crimson cloak billowing fiercely in the tumultuous energy. Bathed in lightning, his eyes sparkled with electric fervor. The wrath of the Thunder God. In Chapter 205, Nuclear Bomb? Nuclear Bomb. The rampaging Thor single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Under the ferocity of Thor's thunderous power, the space portal became utterly obstructed, leaving Zirda unable to continue dispatching Leviathan ships and troops to Earth. Truly, one man could hold back 1,000. Thor's commotion did not escape Loki's notice as he recognized that his brother had broken free. Seemingly hearing Loki's voice, Thor turned to look below. The two brothers locked eyes. Thor, Loki. In synchrony, they surged towards one another. Two streaks of light, one descending from the heavens and the other ascending from the ground, hurtled towards each other with great intensity. How could Loki confront Thor head-on? Though the clash occurred in an instant, Loki's reflexes were unparalleled. Oh, Loki's up to his tricks again, Venom remarked nonchalantly. Loki's expression shifted as he sprang forward, vanishing in a blink, covering dozens of meters in an instant. With a slight smirk, Loki sped forth. Boom. Thor and Loki collided with tremendous force, sending Loki hurtling backwards as expected. However, the hammer of the Thunder God, upon contact, was enveloped in a layer of deep blue ice. This icy mantle spread rapidly, engulfing Thor's entire right arm in mere moments. Trouble, Thor gasped, channeling his divine power to summon lightning towards his right arm. The searing heat of the lightning clashed with the deep blue ice, yet oddly, even the 1,000-degree temperature of the thunder could not penetrate this icy layer, merely halting its advance. Thor! A commanding voice echoed, drawing Thor's gaze. Ronnie's hands transformed into massive hammers, raised high, and came crashing down upon Thor's right arm. Understanding the intent, Thor entwined the lightning around the hammer. Boom! The hammer struck heavily against Thor's right arm. The power of thunder, entwined around the heavy hammer, unleashed a terrifying blow that relentlessly shattered the deep blue ice encasing his right arm. Crack! It works. Both Ronnie and Thor's eyes lit up, as Ronnie raised the hammer once more and brought it crashing down. Crack! Snap! The deep blue ice on Thor's arm shattered in response. Boom! Ronnie plummeted onto the rooftop of a building. He was no flyer. Thanks. Thor waved at Ronnie below, then turned his gaze towards Loki, who was already on the move again. Ronnie lifted his hands, gazing at the flickering arcs of electricity above, and offered a wry smile. The furious power of thunder had enveloped his hammer, and although Thor had sought to control it, minimizing its harm to Ronnie, the force of nature was beyond what he could bear. Clenching his fists, he hurried towards Tony's location. Loki! Thor bellowed. Boom! A mighty strike crashed into the ground, the sheer force devastating everything within a 10-meter radius. The solid concrete was uprooted, turned upside down by that single blow. Don't let your temper flare so high. Allow me to cool you down, Loki chuckled lightly, as the frost box in his hand unleashed a chilling gust towards Thor. With time, Loki had grown increasingly adept at wielding the frost box. Humph. The word retreat was absent from Thor's lexicon. He raised the god hammer, the power of thunder coiling around it, and charged fiercely at Loki. Boom. The clash of blue-white against deep blue erupted. Two torrents of immense power collided violently in the street. The chaotic aftermath hurled nearby houses, furniture, and vehicles into the air. Behind Loki, a frozen expanse stretched for miles. Around Thor, the power of thunder raged unchecked. Thor stared in disbelief at the deep blue torrent of icy energy that matched him blow for blow. The frost box was indeed a divine artifact, capable of granting the seemingly feeble Loki an equal footing against him. This revelation left Thor, who had dominated Loki in power for a millennium, momentarily stunned. Unconsciously, he increased the output of his divine power. What is this Thor doing now? Feeling the surging intensity, Loki gritted his teeth to endure. Odin had taught them to always hold back at least a fraction of their strength when striking. Yet this time, Thor was unleashing his full power. What was he thinking? Did he not fear the backlash of divine energy could obliterate him? The blue-white torrent of divine energy clashed with the deep blue icy surge, neither yielding to the other. Loki, the mid-lane mage, found himself matching the armored warrior Thor in this manner. Even he felt a sense of bewilderment. This frostbox had transformed him from a mere novice mage into a formidable spell-slinging machine, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a fully equipped Thor, the king of stand and fight. However, it was somewhat forced. He had nearly reached his limit. Despite his current resilience, his strength was waning. In contrast, Thor appeared completely unfazed. Given Thor's temperament, if he were lacking in strength, he would certainly not feign indifference. This implies that he was genuinely untroubled. Suddenly, a figure caught Thor's eye. It was him. Thor gazed in shock at the silhouette that materialized behind Loki. Hulk stood before Loki, raising a fist as large as a sandbag and bringing it down with tremendous force. Bang! Unaware of the sudden appearance of the green giant behind him, Loki was undoubtedly struck hard by that punch. Just how much power did Hulk possess? Even though Loki was a god, the impact of that blow left his mind reeling, causing him to falter in his actions. In a duel between masters, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. To Thor, Loki's hesitation presented an opportunity. A torrent of blue and white energy surged forth, overwhelmingly engulfing Loki's frigid aura. Hulk! Loki roared as he was consumed by his own icy tempest. Encased in a frozen prison, being sealed in ice was particularly distressing for Loki. After all, as a mid-lane mage, facing off against a heavy warrior in a solo battle was already challenging enough. Achieving a fair fight was quite taxing. And now this damned heavy jungler had joined the fray. Was he not allowed to play at all? Loki lamented that the gaming experience was utterly dreadful. Upon witnessing Loki being encased in ice, Thor breathed a sigh of relief, acutely aware of how difficult it was to escape such a predicament. However, just as he relaxed, he noticed Ronnie's frantic movements in the air and heard a voice emanating from him. Everyone must evacuate immediately. A nuclear bomb will detonate in New York City in 3 minutes. Those who heard this were left in stunned silence. A nuclear bomb? A nuclear bomb. Chapter 206, Life on the Line. A nuclear bomb. Coulson, is what Ronnie said true? Tony, struggling against his discomfort, turned to Coulson beside him. I am uncertain. My clearance does not extend to such orders. However, if Ronnie has stated it, it should not be mistaken. All right, just as Tony nodded. He noticed a change in Coulson's expression as he stood up abruptly. Coulson, take everyone and leave immediately. The World Security Council has approved the use of a nuclear bomb. An atomic bomb will explode in New York City in 3 minutes. Fury's voice crackled through the earpiece. 3 minutes. Who, aside from Thor, Ronnie, and Hulk, can escape? Furthermore, there are countless civilians in New York City. What is the World Security Council planning? Are they willing to sacrifice these hundreds of thousands of lives for this war? What is happening? Tony keenly sensed the change in Coulson's demeanor. Jarvis, intercept Coulson's communications. Understood, sir. Before Jarvis, the communications defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D. were utterly ineffectual. In an instant, Jarvis successfully intercepted the transmission. Upon hearing the content, Tony's expression darkened. Millions of lives could be discarded so casually? The World Security Council was utterly deranged. Sacrificing the few for the greater good? How dare they? To treat the lives of millions as expendable. Who do they think they are? Jarvis, activate the new suit. Sir, the Mark 7 armor has yet to undergo experimental testing. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Initiate it immediately. Tony retrieved 2 wristbands from his pocket and secured them around his wrists. Yes, sir. As Coulson ended the communication, he immediately noticed the additional wristbands adorning Tony's arms. What are you planning to do? Ignoring him, Tony rose from the ground. Whoosh! A shadow shot forth from the direction of Stark Tower. Sir! Tony instantly comprehended, raising his hands as the shadow illuminated with red scanners, confirming the identity on his wrists. In Coulson's astonished gaze, the shadow transformed into a never-before-seen suit of advanced armor enveloping Tony. Tony, your body? Coulson approached with concern. There's no time for that. Click. The helmet encased Tony's head, and the thrusters ignited as he ascended, once again embodying Iron Man, soaring into the sky. Tony, Ronnie, spotting the streak of light across the horizon, easily discerned it was Iron Man. That direction, Ronnie furrowed his brow, the flight path of the plane carrying the nuclear weapon. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Ronnie's expression shifted as he sprinted towards the direction Tony had departed. Tony maneuvered the armored suit towards the aircraft laden with the atomic bomb. Jarvis had intercepted S.H.I.E.L.D's information. Although Fury could not prevent the bomb's deployment, he still had means to acquire precise intelligence. In fact, Fury contemplated shooting it down. However, the World Security Council likely feared Ronnie's reckless intervention. The aircraft carrying the atomic bomb was a Chitauri fighter, an S.H.I.E.L.D's current anti-air capabilities posed no threat. A misstep could prove disastrous, ultimately leading to inaction. Tony. Ronnie moved at high speed, striving to maintain a parallel course with Tony in the air. The Mark VII's velocity was remarkable, but Ronnie could only barely keep pace. In short bursts, even 10 Iron Men could not match Ronnie's speed, yet in sustained high-speed movement, machines would always surpass him. However, one was in the air while the other was on the ground, leaving Ronnie unable to maintain contact with Tony. Unbeknownst to Tony, who was oblivious to Ronnie's presence below, he had spotted the distant Quinjet. The cargo bay of the Quinjet opened, and suddenly, a massive bomb plummeted downwards, disengaging in midair. Tony recognized it as an atomic bomb. Without hesitation, he accelerated his propulsion system and surged beneath the rapidly descending bomb. Bang! He braced against the bomb, controlling his armored suit to propel it towards the portal to another dimension. Damn it! Is this guy trying to commit suicide? Ronnie cursed under his breath and turned to sprint towards Stark Tower. Who is at Stark Tower now? Ronnie inquired while moving at high speed, pressing his earpiece. I am, came Natasha's voice. Ask Dr. Selvig how long until the teleportation device can self-destruct. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Natasha's voice returned. Eric said it would take at least 13 minutes. Too long. Ronnie frowned. The scepter is with Thor, go retrieve it. Also, provide Dr. Selvig with an earpiece so he can follow my instructions. Very well. In less than a minute, Natasha had acquired the scepter. Meanwhile, Tony, bearing the atomic bomb, had approached the portal. Natasha, Doctor, listen to me. Once the Tesseract opens the portal, it will generate a protective shield around it. This shield is composed of pure energy and cannot be breached by normal attacks. Only energy of equal magnitude can halt it. Natasha, I have conducted a brief study of the scepter in your possession, theoretically. The energy it contains should be capable of dismantling that protective shield. Eric, your task is to close the portal the instant Natasha breaches the shield. What about Tony? Natasha inquired. Tony clearly intended to use the portal to hurl the atomic bomb into the heart of the Chitauri mothership. Given the devastating power of the atomic bomb, it was unlikely that the mothership could withstand such an assault. Ronnie paused, gazing up at Tony as he charged towards the portal. I will save him. Whoosh. Tony raced towards the portal with the atomic bomb in tow. At that moment, Tony's heart was eerily calm. He had resigned himself to the certainty of death. Only he could undertake this perilous task. Thor had to prevent Loki's escape and was unable to assist. The others lacked the ability to fly. It was solely his responsibility. Natasha, Ronnie shouted, leaping forward, his legs swelling with dark liquid, and then he surged. Ronnie's body shot upwards, hurtling towards the portal at a velocity nearing the speed of sound. Natasha heard Ronnie's words, and with a sudden thrust of her staff, the mind gem within it erupted with a tremendous energy, instantly breaching the protective barrier of the cosmic cube. Seizing the opportunity, Eric hurriedly pressed the shutdown button. Buzz. Bang. The dark blue space portal gradually shrank, nearing closure. However, Ronnie and Tony remained on the other side of the portal. Chapter 207. We have one drink. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony hurled an atomic bomb towards the central mothership of the Chitauri forces as he approached it. Without looking back, he dashed away. The instant the atomic bomb made contact with the mothership, it triggered the ship's automated defense mechanism. In that very moment, the defense system ignited the atomic bomb. This horrifying strategic weapon, a culmination of human ingenuity, revealed its terrifying nature. A violent explosion of energy, capable of annihilating everything, raged upon the central mothership. In an instant, it obliterated the Chitauri mothership and the surrounding fleet, consuming them entirely. Just as the atomic bomb's explosion engulfed the Chitauri mothership, all Chitauri soldiers on Earth collapsed to the ground, swiftly losing their life force. The frost giants, already few in number, were further diminished by Loki's imprisonment, and the invading frost giants had been almost entirely eradicated. The shockwave from the atomic explosion rapidly radiated outward, reaching Tony in an instant. Oh no! The iron suit lacked radiation protection. At that moment, two dark arms wrapped around the waist of the iron suit, a tremendous force pulling it downward. A shadow erupted violently, enveloping Tony completely. Ronnie! Tony exclaimed in shock, and in the next moment, the energy wave and radiation from the atomic explosion surged towards him. Boom! The space portal continued to shrink, and everyone witnessed the explosion of the atomic bomb and Ronnie rushing into the portal. In a corner of New York, Wanda and Peter huddled together, anxiously gazing at the diminishing space portal above. He must come back alive. Wanda, having seen Ronnie fighting valiantly throughout the city, had realized that Venom was indeed Ronnie. With her hands clasped together, she anxiously watched the sky. This scene was mirrored throughout the city, as everyone keenly observed the shrinking portal, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Whoosh! Just as the portal was about to close completely, a shadow darted past at incredible speed. Everyone felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, followed by a resounding roar that echoed across the entire battlefield. Boom! The resounding thud of a heavy object striking the ground reverberated beside Stark Tower, prompting the Avengers to swiftly converge upon the source of the sound. A circular crater, nearly 10 meters in diameter, marred the earth, at the center of which lay a mysterious black orb, devoid of any sign of Ronnie or Tony. With a crash, Thor descended from the heavens, landing before the enormous black sphere. Following closely behind, Hulk leaped into the fray, landing beside Thor. Soon after, Steve, Natasha, and Clint arrived in succession, joined by a throng of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Before long, the area was teeming with those still capable of action on the battlefield. Here, Natasha approached Thor and extended the scepter towards him. Yet, Thor shook his head in refusal. This is Ronnie's trophy, his possession. I cannot claim it. Thor was willing to take the Tesseract, as it was a relic bestowed upon Earth by Odin himself. But the scepter was not an Asgardian artifact. It had been acquired by Loki from another, and now, in Ronnie's victory over Loki, it rightfully belonged to him. Very well. I shall relay it to Ronnie, Natasha conceded, pleased that Thor declined the powerful scepter. What is this object? Clint inquired, pointing at the black orb. Perhaps it is a manifestation of Venom's powers, Steve speculated uncertainly. As he spoke, he took a couple of steps forward and poked the orb with his finger. Suddenly, the black sphere quivered, startling Steve and the others, who instinctively recoiled. With a slosh, the orb seemed to liquefy, revealing Iron Man within. The viscous substance pooled upon the ground, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid form, Ronnie. With a click, the helmet of the iron suit retracted, and Tony shook his head to dispel the dizziness. Tony, are you all right? Steve rushed to his side, while Thor knelt beside Ronnie to assess his condition. I'm fine. Ronnie shielded me from the radiation. Quickly, check on Ronnie, Tony exclaimed, hastily sitting up. The others, relieved that Tony was unharmed, gathered around the unconscious Ronnie. Thor, how is Ronnie? Natasha inquired. At that moment, Hulk let out a roar, his body rapidly shrinking. Observing this, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hurried forward, bringing forth a set of clothes. Before long, Banner appeared, remarkably unscathed, his trousers intact. Truly a marvel, Banner remarked as he accepted the clothing from the agents. Thank you, he added, swiftly donning the garments. Having endured Hulk's transformations before, Banner had perfected the art of rapid dressing. I'm uncertain. However, it should be clear, Thor said, casting a glance at Ronnie. The inky substance surged slowly as the grotesque visage of Venom materialized upon Ronnie's surface. Ronnie's condition was dire. Although I had mitigated a substantial portion of the radiation from your nuclear weapons, a residual trace of nuclear radiation persisted within him, leaving Ronnie exceedingly weak. His unconsciousness was a deliberate act, a means to ensure his body's energy was sealed off in an effort to combat the lingering radiation, Venom elucidated. What is the solution to this predicament? Steve inquired. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes glanced at Steve. There exists but one remedy, the replenishment of energy. By consuming others? Clint frowned. Indeed. However, should you possess ample energy, it may serve as a suitable substitute. Can you awaken Ronnie now? Tony interjected. Yes, but he will remain conscious for no more than 5 minutes. Any longer would be detrimental to his body's fight against the radiation. Understood. Venom cast a glance at the group before submerging once more into Ronnie's form. Shortly thereafter, Ronnie gradually opened his eyes. Everyone's here, Ronnie marveled, gazing at the assembled company, yet remained motionless on the ground, not from unwillingness, but from inability. And Tony? Is he all right? I'm fine, Tony replied with a smile. Thank you. Ronnie chuckled, appreciating that Tony had expressed gratitude, which felt worthwhile. It seems the war has come to an end, he observed, taking in the gathered Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Indeed, it is over. We have triumphed.